I was in class 6 of Suchi City No. 1 high school, deep in a dream, when I suddenly jolted awake as if struck by lightning. That dream just now was like riding a wild roller coaster, so bizarre I could hardly make sense of it. Groggy, I glanced at the clock on the wall and saw there were still 6 or 7 minutes before the next class started. I figured I could sneak in a few more minutes of rest. If I remembered correctly, the next class was physics with Ms. Zhang Fengxia. She was always especially strict with me, and if she ever caught me dozing off, the consequences would be anything but pleasant. Just as I was about to lay my head down for a quick nap, something caught my eye. A strange tattoo had mysteriously appeared on the back of my left hand. The design was unique and looked pretty cool, but I was sure I'd never paid for anything like that. I rubbed my eyes with my right hand and took a closer look. The pale blue tattoo was still clearly etched into my skin. There was no doubt about it. This had to be some prank pulled by one of my classmates. Ever since I got into this top high school in the province, bullying had been a constant shadow in my life. Most of the students here came from wealthy or influential families. Who would care about someone like me, a regular kid from a small county town? I'd never been the type to stir up trouble, but so many people here treated me with open hostility, and I had no power to resist. Cockroaches in my cafeteria food, my hard-earned. New sneakers slashed to pieces. These things had become routine. Compared to all that, a weird drawing on my hand was hardly worth mentioning. Thinking this, I tried to scrub the mark off my left hand, hoping I could clean it up before class began. But no matter how hard I rubbed, the design seemed to be a part of my skin, refusing to fade. Stranger still, the tattoo actually began to emit a faint glow the harder I tried. A chill ran through me, and I hurriedly turned to my deskmate. Hey, do you see this? The tattoo on my hand is glowing. My deskmate was busy watching dramas on the latest phone and looked up with obvious annoyance, like a cat who's tail had been stepped on. What tattoo? Wongbo. Have you watched too many TV shows and started hallucinating? He turned away in disgust, muttering under his breath, Orphan's an orphan. No manners. Always making a fuss about nothing. In the past, I would have argued back if someone said something like that. But now, my mind was consumed by the strange tattoo on my hand, and I had no energy to deal with him. I tried asking a few other classmates, but all I got were curses or suggestions to see a doctor. That's when it finally dawned on me. The tattoo and its mysterious glow were visible only to me. No one else could see them at all. I was still trying to figure out what exactly this strange occurrence was when, all of a sudden, a string of cold, mechanical voices echoed through my mind. Celestial. Technology. System loading. Ding. System loaded successfully. You have been brought to a suitable parallel world. No data on system products exists in the current world. I stood there, dumbfounded. System. I'm here, host. Hearing this response, I was finally convinced I wasn't dreaming, and I felt a surge of excitement that nearly made me leap to my feet. My parents died in an accident when I was little. Ever since, my life seemed to spiral into a bottomless black hole. Alone, helpless, and often bullied. Now, fate had finally smiled on me. I'd gained a cheat of my own. Silently, I repeated system in my mind. Instantly, a massive virtual interface appeared before my eyes. The interface was extremely simple, with just a few options. Reputation, 84. Note: reputation points increase according to the emotions, shock, gratitude, hatred, etc., that people in this world feel toward the host. Inventory none. Level 1 store. After all these years, I'd only managed to accumulate 84 points of reputation. I couldn't wait to open the store and see what my meager savings could get me. But as I browsed the Level 1 store's catalog, I realized the items were shockingly few. The Level 1 store appeared almost useless in practical terms. Miniature nuclear reactor technology from the Marvel Universe's Iron Man series, 1,000 reputation points. Mark I armor manufacturing tech, first generation Iron Man suit, 10,000 reputation points. Mark II armor manufacturing tech, second generation Iron Man suit, unable to fly at high altitudes, 20,000 reputation points. Mark III armor manufacturing tech, third generation classic red and gold armor with infrared lasers and micro missiles, extremely powerful in combat, 50,000 reputation points. Super Soldier Serum, originating from Captain America, 100,000 reputation points. Staring at the sparse selection in the store, and then at my pitiful amount of reputation, I couldn't help but feel a wave of disappointment. All these years, I've been just another face in the crowd, never accomplishing anything earth-shattering. After my parents died, I became withdrawn and insecure, so of course my reputation had grown so slowly. Wait a second. What did the system mean by no data on system products exists in the current world? Could it be that, in this world, Marvel Universe works simply don't exist? The thought startled me, and I immediately pulled out my old smartphone to search. The results left me utterly astonished. On the surface, this world seemed almost identical to the one I remembered, but many of the works I was familiar with had simply vanished. Still not quite believing it, I called a few close friends and family to double-check. In the end, I was forced to accept the truth. This world really had no Iron Man, no Captain America. As a seasoned fan of fiction, I quickly came to terms with this new reality. By the time I finished with all that, the break had slipped away in the blink of an eye. The bell signaled the start of class, and Ms. Zhang Fengxia walked into the classroom right on time. I hurried to put away my phone and straighten my textbooks. Glancing at my desk mate, Sun Weihong, I saw that he acted as if he hadn't even noticed the teacher's arrival, sprawled sideways, and still glued to his dramas. He wasn't the only one. There were plenty of students in our class like him, but Ms. Zhang seemed to pay them no mind and launched straight into her lesson. Suchi No. 1 High School was the top-performing school in Beichuan Province. Its college admission rate soared to 98.9%, and every year, students accepted to Huaqing University and Jingcheng University numbered in the hundreds. In a school where scores were the sole measure of worth, grades were everything. Sun Weihong didn't care much for studying, but with a powerful father pulling strings, transferring his student record before the college entrance exams was a common trick in these halls. Ms. Zhang Fengxia was clearly frustrated by the classroom antics of these well-connected students, but she knew she was just an ordinary teacher, in no position to offend them. So all her anger was vented on students like me, those without any background or connections. To her, a poor, parentless student from a small county like me was the easiest target. But what she didn't know was that today, I was no longer the person she thought I was. Wang Bo, write the physics problem I assigned yesterday on the blackboard. There was a distinct edge to Ms. Zhang's voice, and a number of classmates glanced at me, eyes full of anticipation for the drama. Looks like Ms. Zhang's in a bad mood today. Wang Bo's in for it again. Though they spoke in hushed tones, their voices were hardly quiet, and the words old which reached Ms. Zhang's ears. Her anger flared even higher, but the students making trouble all had connections. She couldn't afford to cross them. So she poured all her fury onto me. Wang Bo, what are you waiting for? Do you have any idea how precious my time and your classmates' time is? If you don't know how to solve it, get out and stand in the hallway. Don't waste everyone's time here. As Ms. Zhang's sharp words cut through the air, I couldn't help but sneer inwardly. To be honest, I actually had a knack for studying. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten into this school as the top student from my county. But ever since entering high school, my grades had plummeted and relatives and friends never stopped talking behind my back. I'd always been a bit insecure by nature, and I was too tired to explain myself. But no one knew what life was really like for me at this school. Day after day of endless punishments, bullying from classmates, and prejudice from teachers. Wang Bo had silently endured it all. And now, these people even had the nerve to mock his grades. The old Wang Bo could only swallow it in silence. But today, everything had changed. If he stayed as timid as before after getting his golden finger, even the system would be thoroughly disappointed. At that thought, Wang Bo slowly stood up. Seeing him rise, Zhang Fengxia assumed he would, as usual, obediently walk out into the hallway to serve his punishment. But this time, Wang Bo simply stood there quietly, making no move at all. Wang Bo, what are you staring at? Do I need to personally escort you out? Zhang Fengxia's voice was sharp and commanding. Wang Bo didn't budge. Instead, he replied calmly, I'm looking at a pitiful soul, someone who knows only how to bow and scrape before power. The moment he said this, the entire classroom erupted in a frenzy. Even those students from privileged backgrounds wouldn't dare confront a teacher so brazenly. What Wang Bo had done was tantamount to declaring open rebellion. Has Wang Bo lost his mind today? How could he say something like that to her? I think so too. Just during the break, he was asking me weird questions about Marvel and stuff. Whatever's gotten into him, at least today we're in for a show. If the school expels him, who are we going to pick on for fun after this? While the classroom buzzed with excitement, Zhang Fengxia stood on the podium, stunned for a moment. Then her expression turned ashen. Wang Bo, if you've got the guts, say that again. Zhang Fengxia shrieked, her voice cracking with hysteria. Yet Wang Bo was caught off guard, not by her fury, but by a sudden chime in his mind. The system's prompt sounded, and his reputation points had just skyrocketed by 300, all thanks to his bold words. Now, his total reputation point stood at 384. Realizing this, Wang Bo was first taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy. It felt as if he had just uncovered the secret to gaining reputation points at lightning speed. He remembered all the humiliations he had suffered at Zhang Fengxia's hands, and today, he was going to settle the score in one go. Say it again. Fine. Zhang Fengxia, it's not that I look down on you, but after all these years, your teaching title hasn't advanced one bit. Only your age and the number of complaints against you keep rising. If it were me, and I'd ended up like this, I'd have buried myself in some quiet corner long ago. The moment the words left Wang Bo's mouth, the classroom exploded with reactions. Oh my god, Wang Bo actually said that out loud. Everyone knows her lack of promotion has been Zhang Fengxia's sore spot for years. No kidding, he's just poked the hornet's nest. This mess isn't going to be easy to clean up. At that moment, Zhang Fengxia felt a tightness in her chest and struggled to breathe. The pain she'd suppressed for so many years was now laid bare by the student she'd always dismissed as insignificant. She didn't need to imagine it. By tomorrow, she would be the laughingstock of the entire school. At this thought, a cold and ruthless glint flashed across Zhang Fengxia's eyes. If she couldn't get Wang Bo expelled today, all the authority she'd built up at the school over the years would collapse in an instant. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "Fine, Wang Bo. If you're not expelled today, then all my years of teaching will have been for nothing." Yet Wang Bo wasn't the least bit intimidated by her threat. Instead, he was puzzled. Why hadn't he earned more reputation points just now? Could it be that shock value, like harvesting crops, needed time before it could be reaped again? If that was the case, then stirring up trouble in the class was pointless. It'd be far better to make the whole school aware. Only then would he truly reap the rewards. With this realization, Wang Bo put on a look of earnestness and advised, "You're right, Ms. Zhang. I was too impulsive. You'd better hurry and call the grade director to come expel me." Zhang Fengxia thought Wang Bo was trying to provoke her further, nearly choking with anger. She didn't say another word, storming out of the classroom in fury. The moment she left, the classroom erupted into chaos. "Wang Bo, what on earth did you take today? You're unstoppable," a student exclaimed loudly. "After today, that old witch's reputation is toast," another chimed in. Sun Weihong joked from the side, "Wang Bo, when the director gets here, remember to apologize. If you really get expelled, who's going to serve us lunch from now on?" The other students quickly joined in the banter. "Son, it's not just lunch. Who will wash our clothes and socks in the future?" "Exactly. While we still can, let's have him get us some hot water." With that, several students lined up their water bottles on Wang Bo's desk, and laughter filled the room. Listening to their jokes, Wang Bo's expression remained calm. "If I were you, I'd quiet down and sit back to enjoy the show." Sun Weihong was riled by his words and was just about to retort when, suddenly, a metal cup whizzed past his scalp and slammed into the back wall with a deafening crash. Seeing the now mangled cup, Sun Weihong immediately held his tongue. Though they usually made a lot of noise, in reality, these students all came from privileged backgrounds and wouldn't dare get into a real fight. If things ever got physical, Wang Bo could take them down in no time. Realizing this wasn't the moment to butt heads, the group toned down their bravado, for after all, Wang Bo would soon be kicked out of school anyway. What unsettled Sun Weihong most was the unfamiliar aura he saw in Wang Bo's eyes. It carried a sense of danger he'd never felt before. If they continued to taunt Wang Bo, he might actually respond with force. The rest of the class was also startled by Wang Bo's transformation, and for a while, no one dared bully him like they used to. Just as the tension hung in the air, Zhang Fengxia returned to the classroom, this time with the grade director in tow. As soon as the head of the grade level walked in, the students of Class 6 fell silent at once. They might show little respect for Zhang Fengxia, but no one dared to act up in front of the grade director. This portly man held the power to decide a student's fate at the school, and everyone was well aware of the weight he carried. At this moment, Feng Yuze was thoroughly irritated. As the grade director at the best high school in the city, and even the entire province, he had just received praise from the principal. The principal had spoken highly of the improvements in both academic atmosphere and discipline under his management of the second-year students. From the principal's tone, Feng Yuze even sensed that he might have a chance at a promotion within half a year. For Feng Yuze, becoming vice principal of Suchi City No. 1 High School was far more significant than remaining a mere grade director. The prospect filled him with excitement. Yet, before he could fully enjoy this anticipation, trouble had already erupted in the second-year department. Zhang Fengxia, a senior physics teacher at the school with a less-than-stellar reputation, was now in his office, loudly sobbing and emotionally declaring that she had been humiliated by a student named Wang Bo. Feng Yuze allowed her to vent in his office, but he knew perfectly well that expelling a student was out of the question at this critical juncture. If a student were to be expelled under his supervision, it could cast doubt on his management abilities in the eyes of the administration, and that would be disastrous for his prospects of promotion. He would not allow anyone to jeopardize his future. After listening to Zhang Fengxia's accusations, Feng Yuze offered a solution. At the next all-school assembly during the long break, Wang Bo would have to apologize to Zhang Fengxia in front of all teachers and students. Whether Wang Bo was truly at fault no longer mattered. To Feng Yuze, the grievances of a student from a small county meant nothing. He couldn't care less about the feelings of someone from such a background. Zhang Fengxia tried to push for more, but when she saw the cold, indifferent expression on Feng Yu's face, she quickly fell silent. She understood all too well that this superior held her fate in his hands. Offending him would be tantamount to ending her own career. Soon after, the two of them made their way to Class 6 and informed Wang Bo of the decision. Upon hearing this, Wang Bo felt a sudden burst of joy. An apology in front of the entire school? He had been racking his brain for a way to catch everyone's attention, and now the opportunity had fallen straight into his lap. He was already plotting in his mind how to put on a one-of-a-kind performance during the apology. His classmates, however, were disappointed to see what seemed to be Wang Bo's surrender and compromise. No one felt this more keenly than Sun Weihong. The thought that he had once been cowed by someone who now appeared so meek filled him with bitterness and rage. Just wait until we're back in the dorm. I'll make him pay for this. Wang Bo, on the other hand, had no time to worry about such things. His focus was solely on what was about to happen during the long break. At last, as the second period ended, the collective morning exercise began. Unlike before, this time, under the guidance of the grade director, all the students were gathered together on the sports field. Many students looked at the group standing in the center of the field with puzzled expressions. What's going on? Don't we have to run laps today? Did something happen? Still thinking about running? You're way behind the news. I heard a boy from Class 6 talk back to Ms. Zhang Fengxia during physics class. Almost made her faint from anger. For real? There's actually someone like that in Class 6? I never would have guessed. Good for him. I've never liked Zhang Fengxia. Whoever did that, I'll respect him from now on. I heard it was Wang Bo from Class 6. Wang Bo? Isn't that the quiet guy who used to date Zhou Yumin? Before long, all eyes on the field turned toward the direction of Class 3. At the end of everyone's gaze stood a girl in a flowing white dress. Her beauty stood out. Her demeanor was cool and distant, and with that elegant white dress, she looked just like a lily quietly blossoming in the sun. Zhou Yumin frowned faintly, an inexplicable irritation rising within her. In truth, ever since she entered this high school, the name Wang Bo had been a constant source of annoyance. Their story began back in junior high. Back then, Wang Bo was an outstanding student, always scoring higher than her on every exam, which filled Zhou Yumin with a stubborn sense of competition. As their rivalry grew, she found herself drawn to this bright and resilient boy. By the end of junior high, their feelings for each other had quietly blossomed into a relationship. Yet, everything changed once they entered high school. Here, Zhou Yumin met even more talented classmates than Wang Bo. As they spent time together, she also learned more about Wang Bo's family circumstances. All these things made her feel the distance between them was widening with every passing day. Until one day, as they passed each other in the hallway, they had become strangers, and their brief romance ended just like that. Yumin, is it true that the troublemaker this time is your ex-boyfriend? How did someone from a family like yours ever fall for a guy with such an ordinary background? Her best friend whispered the question softly beside her. Ex-boyfriend? Tian, don't talk nonsense. Wang Bo and I were just classmates in junior high, that's all. Although Zhou Yumin was addressing her friend Yang Tian, her voice carried loud and clear so that nearly the entire class could hear her. It was almost as if she wanted to make a clean break from Wang Bo in front of everyone, desperate to distance herself from that shameful part of her past. At that moment, Wang Bo was walking up to the podium. He caught Zhou Yumin's cold and dismissive warning. Seeing the disgust in her eyes, he felt nothing at all. In fact, ever since high school began, Wang Bo had already seen through Zhou Yumin's true nature. She only wanted to share happiness with him, but had no intention of standing by him through hardships. He still remembered how, in order to prepare a decent birthday gift for her, he had taken on a part-time job after school. He could never forget the day Zhou Yumin's parents came to the school, demanding he break up with their daughter, their words laced with nothing but contempt. To Wang Bo, whether it was Zhou Yumin's family or people like Zhang Fengxia, the head of the grade, or Sun Weihong, all their efforts to make his life difficult boiled down to one thing. He came from a poor family, with neither connections nor power to his name. In the past, he could only swallow his pride and endure in silence. But starting today, he was determined to reclaim, piece by piece, the dignity that had been trampled underfoot all these years. And all of that, he decided, would begin with the self-criticism meeting today. Up on the stage, Feng Yu surveyed the scene before him, his heart brimming with satisfaction. In his eyes, a conflict between a student and a teacher had occurred, and through his patient guidance, the student had come to recognize his mistake and was now ready to repent in front of the entire school. This incident, coming right at the critical moment of his career advancement, would surely earn him significant points in his performance evaluation. Noticing that all the teachers and students had gathered, Feng Yu cleared his throat and began his performance. Good morning, teachers and students. Perhaps you're all wondering why I've called everyone here today. This morning, in Class 6 of Grade 11, due to a teaching issue, student Wang Bo and teacher Zhang Fengxiao had a dispute in class. As you all know, our Suchi City No. 1 high school is not only outstanding in academics, but also a place of unity, friendship, and a positive atmosphere. After my patient counseling, Wang Bo has recognized his mistake and has voluntarily asked to apologize to the teacher in front of everyone. Now, let's invite Wang Bo to speak. As he finished, Feng Yuze was the first to begin applauding. Amid scattered applause, Wang Bo strode up to the stage and took the microphone from Feng Yuze. Now it was his turn to perform. With every eye in the auditorium trained on him, Wang Bo stood calmly at the front, took a deep breath, and began to speak. Good morning, teachers and fellow students. I am Wang Bo from Class 6, Grade 11. As Mr. Feng just said, I had a dispute with teacher Zhang Fengxiao in class. Here, I would like to make a formal apology to everyone. Seeing Wang Bo's display of sincerity, a satisfied smile crept onto Feng Yuze's face, especially as he noticed the school leaders in the audience nodding in approval. Meanwhile, in the crowd, Zhou Yumin watched the scene unfold, a mocking smile playing at the corners of her lips. In her heart, she thought so the once proud and unyielding boy has finally been bent by reality. This only made her more certain that her decision back then had been the right one. Many students in the audience watched coldly from below. In their eyes, how could a poor student from a remote county possibly have the courage to stand up against a teacher from No. 1 high school? Standing off to the side, Zhang Fengxia gave a sneering smile. In her mind, a simple apology could never quell her anger. Even if Wang Bo couldn't be expelled, she still had an entire year ahead, and she had all the patience and means she needed to deal with him at her leisure. Yet what Wang Bo said next stunned everyone present. I want to apologize for my weakness and forbearance. I want to apologize for all the injustice I've endured over these years. Why have I let people like Zhang Fengxia and Feng Yuze trample over me? You petty tyrants demand my apology, but in all these years, have any of you truly acted as role models for your students? Zhang Fengxia, do you dare ask anyone here who doesn't know about your private tutoring business and the way you play favorites among your students? Feng Yuze, how many unjust things have you done over the years just to secure a promotion? With Wang Bo's firm and unflinching questions, the entire classroom fell silent at first. But only moments later, it was as if a powder keg had been set off. A wave of excitement swept through the room. This Wang Bo is really brave. Incredible. After what he just said, Zhang Fengxiao and Feng Yuze won't be able to show their faces in school anymore. Well said. All these years, students like us from ordinary families have suffered at their hands. Finally, someone's had the courage to stand up. Still, not everyone approved of Wang Bo's actions. Wang Bo's just chasing a moment's satisfaction. Now that he's offended both teachers, let's see how he manages to stay at No. 1 high. He still wants to stay here. With those few sentences, he's completely ruined Feng Yuze's shot at promotion. Feng Yuze will do everything possible to get him expelled for sure. At that moment, Zhang Fengxia stood on the podium, her face flushed bright red, as if all her dirty secrets had just been laid bare. Her two biggest scandals, her stagnant job title and her unauthorized tutoring business, had now been exposed by Wang Bo in front of everyone, with nothing left to hide. She didn't have to think twice to know that after today, her position as a classroom teacher would be almost impossible to keep. As the most prestigious high school in the city, No. 1 high's every personnel change attracted widespread attention. In the past, when these matters hadn't been brought to light, the school leaders could pretend not to know. But now, there was no way the school would allow a teacher with a tainted record to continue in the classroom. For me, perhaps the best outcome would be to get reassigned to the Academic Affairs Office to handle some behind-the-scenes work. Standing to the side, Feng Yuze felt just as desperate. Ever since the school leaders left with thunderous expressions, he understood that his chance at a promotion was now gone for good. For this promotion, he had done a great deal of preparation. He had spent nearly 300,000 yuan just on gifts for the school administrators. Yet now, all that effort had come to nothing. Wang Bo, however, was utterly unconcerned. Watching his reputation points skyrocket, he decided to push the situation even further. As for those classmates who used to bully me, Wang Bo's gaze fell on Sun Hongwei and the others. I don't hate you. Honestly, I just feel sorry for you. It's your powerlessness that I pity. You spent hundreds of thousands on extra tutoring, poured in endless time and effort, and in the end, you ended up at the same high school as me, a kid with nothing. Worse yet, my entrance scores were far higher than yours. Isn't that pitiful? It's almost tragic. I bet when you go home, your parents never stop calling you useless. The faces of the students who had once bullied Wang Bo grew deeply embarrassed. He was right. Bullying others is often just a way to hide your own insecurity. Countless times, they've felt the doubt and rejection from parents, teachers, and classmates alike. That pressure left them sensitive and fragile. To ease their own pain, they could only isolate and exclude the classmate from a poor family, grasping for even a fleeting sense of existence. After a moment of despair, anger quickly followed. Feng Yuze glared at Wang Bo, who stood on stage speaking with confidence. Rage simmered in his chest, threatening to erupt. Inwardly, he swore to himself that this student would learn just how serious the consequences of challenging him could be. Wang Bo, do you have any idea what consequences your actions will bring? Feng Yuze's eyes were bloodshot, barely able to contain his emotions. But Wang Bo, faced with the homeroom teacher's threat, showed not a trace of fear. In fact, he felt a pleasure more intense than ever before. In just a matter of minutes, his reputation points had surged to 1,500. Of course, he was doing all this to vent his grievances, but even more, he was driven by the desire to accumulate reputation points. Now, seeing the number continuing its rapid climb on the system interface, Wang Bo felt a deep and exhilarating satisfaction. System, redeem the miniature nuclear reactor technology. Reputation points deducted. Miniature nuclear reactor technology has been transmitted to the host's brain. As the system notification chimed in his mind, a flood of information rushed into Wang Bo's consciousness. The miniature nuclear reactor, famed as the power core of Iron Man's suit and the first of its kind to debut in the Marvel Universe, needed no further explanation for its significance and value. In fact, all the world's major military powers are actively researching this field. Yet, to compress enough energy to power a fighter jet at full throttle for half an hour into a coil no bigger than the palm of your hand, only Iron Man, Tony Stark, has managed such a feat now, with the system transmitting its data, as long as he has the right materials. Wang Bo, too, has the ability to turn this advanced technology into reality. And that's not all. The system didn't just transmit the manufacturing technology for a miniature nuclear reactor. To ensure Wang Bo could truly master this innovation, it also provided him with a wealth of related physics knowledge and theoretical foundations. At this moment, all the physics puzzles that had long troubled Wang Bo unraveled effortlessly in his mind. To reap such immense rewards filled Wang Bo with incomparable excitement and satisfaction. Yet, the students in the audience remained oblivious to the transformation taking place within Wang Bo. All they could see was Feng Yuze's emotional outburst and Wang Bo's calm, unfazed smile in the face of that threat. This guy is unreal. He's not the least bit intimidated by teacher Feng. Everyone knows that what Feng Yuze values most is his pride. But today, Wang Bo just stomped it into the ground. Stomped? He practically ripped his dignity apart and ground it into the dust. At this moment, Yang Tiantian leaned in close to Zhou Yumin, whispering with excitement. Yumin, Wang Bo is really something. Now I finally understand why you like him so much back then. Hearing this, Zhou Yumin, for once, didn't argue. She just stared blankly at Wang Bo on stage. Yes, he had always been this kind of person. She once thought that the grind of high school would dull his sharp edges and pride, but clearly that hadn't happened. Still, these are just memories now. Now that Wang Bo had been expelled, the distance between them would only grow, and their paths would likely never cross again. This only made her more certain that breaking up back then was the right choice. Nearby, one of Zhou Yumin's admirers looked displeased at her silence and sneered. Yumin, your old classmate from junior high is way too reckless. He's not even good at studying, yet he dares to defy a teacher in front of everyone. Now that he's expelled, I doubt he's even cut out for laboring at a construction site. It's embarrassing just being at the same school as him. Let him make a scene if he wants. He's nothing like us. Leaving sooner is better for everyone. One after another, they belittled Wang Bo, as if this was the only way to assert their own superiority. Hearing these remarks only made Zhou Yumin more resolute in her decision to end things with Wang Bo. She lifted her head, her expression firm. At that moment, before Feng Yuze could speak, Wang Bo raised his voice from the stage. Director Feng, I know exactly what you're about to say. You just want to expel me. A faint, chilling smile crept across Feng Yuze's face as he heard Wang Bo cooperate so readily. Wang Bo, after all, we have a teacher-student relationship. Don't blame me for being harsh. You're being expelled today, not because of any personal conflict with your teachers, but you know full well how you've been performing academically. I heard that in Ms. Zhang Fengxia's physics class today, you couldn't even solve a very simple physics problem. No sooner had Feng Yuze finished than Zhang Fengxia picked up where he left off. That's right, Wang Bo. The problem in physics class today was as basic as it gets. If you can't even handle that, staying here will only be a waste of everyone's time. Watching the two of them work together so seamlessly Wang Bo let a cold smile play on his lips. In truth, the problem from today's physics class was anything but basic. Even on the National College Entrance Exam, it would be considered a particularly difficult final challenge. Their words were nothing more than a way to shirk responsibility. After all, expelling a student for poor grades and lack of effort is a completely different matter than forcing someone out because of a teacher's misconduct. But today, Wang Bo had no intention of letting them get their way. He was no longer the kind of student who could be manipulated at will. Zhang Fengxia, you say I can't solve even a basic physics problem? Then let me show you today that when it comes to physics, not even 10 Zhang Fengxias could match me. Wang Bo's declaration instantly electrified the room. How arrogant! The teachers below the stage rebuked Wang Bo on the spot. Although Zhang Fengxia's character was not well regarded among colleagues and students alike, her reputation as a physics teacher was beyond dispute. What Wang Bo had just said wasn't only an insult to Zhang Fengxia. It was tantamount to questioning the professional competence of the entire physics department. Wang Bo, you'd better be ready to answer for your words. To doubt the teachers of number 1 high school, student like you, it's no wonder you're being expelled. I was just feeling sorry for Class 6 students, but now, it's clear you brought this on yourself. Facing the chorus of criticism from the teachers below, Feng Yuze allowed himself the faintest hint of a cold smile. Wang Bo, now you're the target of everyone's anger. Don't blame me for expelling you under these circumstances. Seeing the very student who had once defied and humiliated her in class now become the object of collective scorn, Zhang Fengxia felt a surge of satisfaction. Determined to drive Wang Bo out once and for all, she stepped forward again, fanning the flames. Wang Bo, since you question my expertise and claim you're better than me at physics, then tell everyone, why couldn't you solve that simple problem in class? Why couldn't you answer it all? Right on cue, one of Zhang Fengxia's colleagues in the audience chimed in with a pointed question. Since you're so capable, why don't you solve the problem right here and show us teachers just what kind of genius you are in physics? As soon as he finished speaking, the students and teachers burst into laughter. How could a teenager possibly compare to teachers who have decades of experience in physics education? To them, it was simply unthinkable. At that moment, no one stepped forward to stop Wang Bo. Everyone was waiting to see how the worst-performing student would embarrass himself and get expelled. Yet, standing at the podium, Wang Bo remained remarkably calm in the face of their ridicule and doubt. He glanced at the faces below, all eager to witness his humiliation, and a faint, cold smile flickered in his eyes. So, you're all here to see who will make a fool of themselves? Let's see, in the end, who truly loses face. Very well, I'll solve the problem right here, so you can recognize your own limitations. The physics teacher who had mocked Wang Bo earlier grew even angrier, sneering as he spoke. Fine, I'd like to see what you can do. Give him paper and a pen. Let him work it out right now. That's not necessary, Wang Bo replied calmly. This problem is so simple that it doesn't require calculation. I already have the answer and can say it directly. Hearing such confidence from Wang Bo, the people below couldn't help but shake their heads. After all, this was the city's top high school, where academic stars were everywhere. The teacher had discussed this difficult physics problem in class just yesterday, but hadn't revealed the answer. Even the best students in the grade would need considerable time to solve it, and even then they might not get it right. How can anyone possibly give the answer off the top of their head? The answer is h2 equals 10.59 meters. As soon as Wang Bo said this, every student turned their gaze to the physics teachers, waiting for them to object. But the room fell into an unusual silence. The teachers didn't question Wang Bo at all. Instead, their faces showed utter shock. Did Wang Bo really get it right? How is that possible? Didn't you see that problem too? It's far harder than anything on the college entrance exam. If he was wrong, then how do you explain the look on Ms. Zhang Fengxia's face? When Zhang Fengxia heard Wang Bo announce the answer with precision, she was first stunned, then quickly adopted a deeply pained expression as she spoke. Wang Bo, I used to think you were just a lazy student, but I never expected you'd have a problem with your character as well. You're parading around the answer you must have stolen from somewhere, showing off in front of the whole school. Aren't you ashamed? To have produced a student like you, who damages the school's reputation, is my failing as a teacher. I apologize to everyone here. At this point, Feng Yuze, standing nearby, also spoke up. Wang Bo, just giving an answer doesn't prove anything. If you really have the ability, why don't you come up here and explain every step of the solution to everyone? Upon hearing this, Wang Bo merely smiled faintly. With a mind now filled with physics knowledge far ahead of his time, failing even a high school problem like this would surely disappoint both the system and Iron Man himself. According to the law of conservation of momentum, when these two balls collide, standing confidently on stage, Wang Bo began to walk everyone through his solution. Most of the students in the audience, however, looked utterly lost. Only a handful of top-performing students wore expressions of sudden enlightenment as his explanation unfolded. At that moment, Li Hongmei, the head of the school's physics research group, could no longer hide her astonishment. As the leader of the school's physics faculty, she was well known for posing difficult problems, and this particular question was one she had crafted herself. When it was first announced, not only did it stump the students, but even many teachers found themselves at a loss. She had always thought it unsurprising if not a single student in the entire school could fully solve this problem. Yet against all expectations, it was this very student, on the verge of expulsion, who had managed to solve the entire question flawlessly. If Wang Bo had truly solved it on his own, she might have to reconsider and personally intervene to keep him at school. After all, it had been years since she'd met a student with such potential. With her guidance, perhaps he could even vie for the top prize in the National High School Physics Competition. Such a result would not only fulfill her own dreams, but also open up a far broader future for this young man. What Wang Bo said next made Li Hongmei's resolve even firmer. She would do whatever it took to protect this gifted boy. After finishing the standard solution on stage, Wang Bo cleared his throat. Facing the sea of astonished faces, he continued, "That was the most common way to solve this problem, but in fact, I have two more methods that are even simpler." Over the next 10 minutes, he carefully explained the other two approaches and their steps. The physics teachers in the audience followed along, working out the calculations as he spoke, and ultimately saw that his solutions were entirely correct. Even someone as accomplished as Li Hongmei, one of the top physics teachers in the province, had only ever considered two methods. Yet Wang Bo, relying solely on verbal reasoning, produced three distinct solutions on the spot. Such performance was simply unbelievable. "No way. You must have found the answer online, or someone's been helping you," Zhang Fengxia blurted out loudly, unable to contain her agitation. But the students sitting below couldn't help but curl their lips in disbelief, because everyone had already scoured the internet for answers as soon as the problem was announced, and found nothing. But this was an entirely new question. There was simply no way to find its solution online. This female teacher had completely lost her sense of integrity in her attempt to frame Wang Bo. At that moment, as he watched Zhang Fengxia lose control of her emotions, a flicker of disdain passed through Wang Bo's eyes. Standing nearby, Li Hongmei also looked on with clear dissatisfaction. As the person who had written the question, Li Hongmei knew perfectly well that this problem was not something one could easily search up and solve. Cheating by asking for outside help was equally impossible. As one of the top physics teachers in the province, perhaps even the nation, she herself could only think of two possible solutions. Li Hongmei was somewhat aware of Wang Bo's family background. She simply couldn't believe a student like him could reach out to someone more accomplished than herself for help. The only reasonable explanation was that this child possessed an exceptional talent for physics. Although it was just a physics question, Li Hongmei could already see Wang Bo's extraordinary analytical abilities in science. Zhang Fengxia, on the other hand, had chosen to turn truth on its head and make baseless accusations against the student. This filled Li Hongmei with disgust. In the past, she might have made allowances for the sake of workplace harmony, but today, with the future of a gifted student at stake, she could no longer back down. "Ms. Zhang, what are you implying? Are you suggesting the question I set was copied from the internet, that the answer is just sitting there for anyone to find?" Li Hongmei demanded coldly. As Li Hongmei spoke, Zhang Fengxia's face drained of color. Moments before, she had been consumed with discrediting Wang Bo and had forgotten that her words would offend the head of the physics department, her own superior. Standing off to the side, Feng Yuze frowned. Years of experience as grade director had taught him to read the room. He understood that, while Li Hongmei's words were directed at Zhang Fengxia, her true goal was to protect Wang Bo. Every teacher at the school knew that Li Hongmei longed to cultivate a truly outstanding student, someone who could compete and, hopefully, win at the national level. Now, with such a promising student in her grasp, she would never allow Wang Bo to be expelled. If it were any other teacher, Feng Yuze might not have cared. But Li Hongmei was a celebrated educator, respected throughout the city and, even the province, praised by school leaders at every turn. If she'd cared about promotions, her position would surely be higher than his. Feng Yuze hesitated. Was it really worth it to openly oppose Li Hongmei over a single student? The answer was clear. No. At most, Wang Bo's case might cost him this one opportunity for advancement, but offending Li Hongmei could mean he'd be stuck as grade director for the rest of his career. With this thought, Feng Yuze made up his mind. He fell silent, choosing not to voice any further opinions. Seeing that Feng Yuze and Zhang Fengxia, who were at the center of the storm, no longer insisted on expelling Wang Bo, Li Hongmei finally let out a sigh of relief. She spoke. "Wang Bo, let's put an end to this matter here. From now on, I will personally coach you in physics. If you can win an award in the national competition, even if your grades in other subjects are just average, you'll still have a chance to get into one of the top universities. Her words sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd. Wang Bo is unbelievably lucky. After all that's happened, not only did he escape punishment, but he's now becoming Mrs. Lee's student. Exactly. Who doesn't know about Mrs. Lee's reputation in high school physics? There are so many people who would do anything for her guidance, but never get the chance. I even heard that not even the principal's child could get private tutoring from Mrs. Lee. Wang Bo's really struck gold this time. Standing off to the side, Zhou Yumei watched the scene unfold before her, and for the first time, a pang of regret flickered in her heart. If only she had managed to connect with Li Hongmei earlier, perhaps Wang Bo's future would have been much brighter. Was breaking up with him really the right choice after all? But when she glanced at the crowd of admirers surrounding her, she quickly brushed aside her regret. Among those who liked her, many had excellent grades and a shot at top universities. Most came from privileged families, advantages Wang Bo could never match. From every angle, her original decision still seemed like the right one. At that moment, Wang Bo stood on the podium, looking at Li Hongmei, who had spoken up for him. A sense of gratitude welled up in his heart. Over the past 2 years of high school, Mrs. Lee had been the only person to treat him fairly. Whenever he faced difficulties in his studies, she would patiently help him find the answers, never showing the slightest prejudice because of his family background. Yet, leaving the school had already become an inevitable choice for him. It wasn't just a matter of pride. The upcoming research and creation of a small nuclear reactor could never be carried out in a school setting. With this in mind, Wang Bo could only decline Mrs. Lee's kindness. Mrs. Lee, I'm truly grateful for your trust and help, but I can't bring myself to stay a single minute longer in a school filled with injustice and prejudice. Li Hongmei, hearing Wang Bo's refusal, wanted to say more to persuade him. But when she saw the resolute look in his eyes, she could only open her mouth, then close it again without uttering a word. Over these 2 years, this student before her, though from a poor family, had always been diligent and eager to learn, gradually winning her attention. Precisely because of this, she understood better than anyone how much Wang Bo had endured at this school. Bullying from classmates, contempt from teachers, lack of educational resources. It's no exaggeration to say that if this student had started from the same line as most others, his achievements would have far surpassed what they were now. He would not be merely an average student in the class. Put yourself in his shoes. If you face the same situation, you certainly wouldn't want to stay in that environment any longer, either. Sigh. Wang Bo, since you've made up your mind, I won't try to change it. If you run into difficulties in the future, you can always come to me. Even though you're leaving the school, you'll always be my student. Hearing these words, Wang Bo felt a wave of warmth in his heart. Mr. Lee, if I ever accomplish something one day, I'll never forget your guidance. Meanwhile, Feng Yuze and Zhang Fengxia, standing to the side, could barely hold back their laughter at Wang Bo's stubbornness. They had been worried that Li Hongmei might step in and stop them from expelling Wang Bo. But to their surprise, he chose to withdraw on his own. This way, the responsibility wouldn't fall on them. Before Feng Yuze could speak, Wang Bo cut in. Feng Yuze, Zhang Fengxia, I want to make it clear. Leaving today is my own decision. I was not expelled by either of you. And I want you to remember this. My departure will be the greatest loss in the history of this school, and you too are the root cause of that loss. As for you school leaders, it won't be long before you regret the decision you made today. Listening to Wang Bo's confident words, the people around him couldn't help but burst into laughter. So what if he has some talent for physics? Does he really think he's extraordinary? Making claims about making everyone regret it. Who does he think he is? Newton? Hawking? He just solved a single physics problem. Does he think he's won a Nobel Prize? Haha, I can't take it. Yumin, your old classmate, is hilarious. He not only refused Mr. Lee's plea, but dared to say something like that on the podium. That has got to be the most baffling behavior of the year. Yang Tiantian was laughing so hard she was nearly doubled over. Zhou Yumin didn't say a word, but the sneer and cold indifference on her face were enough to show exactly how she felt. Oh, Wang Bo, I used to think that, despite your poor background, you were still commendable, both in your studies and as a person. But after today, it's clear I was wrong about you. What good does this arrogance do for you? Are you just venting your grievances from the past 2 years? Or are you trying to get my attention? In any case, from this moment on, we live in 2 different worlds. The name Wang Bo will never appear in my life again. At that moment, Wang Bo, having finished speaking on stage, left the school without hesitation, paying no mind to the reactions around him. He had no time to waste on these people. There were far more important things waiting for him to accomplish. Changwon County is a town under the jurisdiction of Suchi City. and it is also Wang Bo's hometown. After leaving number 1 high school, Wang Bo hurried back home. On his way back, he began to roughly calculate his plan. If he wanted to realize and put into use the technology for a small nuclear reactor, even if he chose the cheapest options for all raw materials, equipment, and site costs, he would still need at least 5 million yuan. But now, he was penniless. He couldn't even scrape together 500 yuan, let alone 5 million. This reality left Wang Bo in a difficult predicament. Even if I sell the house my parents left me and add in all my savings, it wouldn't amount to 2 million. I'm still more than halfway from the 5 million target. People always say that even heroes can be defeated by money. Now I'm short 3 million. Where in the world am I supposed to find that? He had mature technology and a solid plan in his mind, but he was plagued by a lack of funds and equipment. No matter how capable he was, it was impossible to create something out of nothing. After pondering for a while and still finding no solution, Wang Bo decided to sell his house first. He immediately dialed a real estate agent's number. Although the house was a bit old, it was in an excellent location, making it highly sought after by buyers and keeping its price consistently high. The agent had contacted him more than once in the past, hoping to persuade him to sell this house left by his parents. Wang Bo had always been reluctant to part with this last piece of memory, because to him, it was much more than just a house. It carried his longing for his parents. But now, in order to realize the technology brought by the system, he had no choice but to sell it, at least for the time being. He believed that as long as the small nuclear reactor technology succeeded, he would quickly earn enough money, and he would definitely buy this house back when the time came. The agent was extremely efficient. Once he heard Wang Bo had decided to sell, he sent someone to wait at the entrance of the neighborhood right away. After returning home, Wang Bo took the agent on a thorough tour of the house, and then the two of them sat down to discuss the price. Wang Bo had already done his homework online and had a good understanding of the prices of other units in the same neighborhood, so it didn't take long for them to agree on a reasonable figure. However, Wang Bo set one condition. Payment must be made in full in a single transaction, no loans. After all, the development of the small nuclear reactor was urgent. There could be no delays. After signing a preliminary agreement, the agent stood up to leave. He told Wang Bo that buyers would be brought to see the house over. The next 2 days, and if all went smoothly, Wang Bo could expect to receive the full payment in as little as 3 to 5 days. Just as the agent was leaving, a sudden, urgent knocking sounded at the door. It wasn't the usual polite rapping, but rather the heavy pounding of someone's palm against the door. Wang Bo almost immediately guessed who was at the door. The moment he thought of the person outside, a dull ache began to throb in his head. He quickly signaled to the agent to keep quiet, pretending that no one was home. However, Wang Bo clearly underestimated the patience and determination of the person at the door. After knocking for a long time and getting no response, the person simply used a key to unlock the door. The moment that person walked in, Wang Bo couldn't help but mutter inwardly. He hadn't expected that, even in a parallel world, Uncle Huang would be exactly the same, still as decisive and forceful as ever. The man looked about 50, his hair a mix of black and white, neatly slicked back. Thanks to his years in the military, he carried himself with an energy that rivaled someone half his age, despite being close to 50. On the surface, he always seemed efficient and decisive. Only after spending some time with him would you truly sense the strictness and rigidity that ran deep in his character. Because of this, even though he had made some achievements in the army, his promotions hadn't come quickly. The agent, upon seeing Huang Haoyang, immediately tensed up like a mouse spotting a cat, falling silent and visibly anxious. Huang Haoyang spotted Wang Bo at home, let out a cold snort, strode into the living room, and sat down on the sofa. "So, you're still trying to hide? I've been knocking for ages, and you wouldn't open the door. Were you pretending no one was home?" Wang Bo felt a pang of guilt at being confronted and hurried to explain. "I wasn't hiding from you, Uncle Huang. School's on break, so I just came back for a day." Huang Haoyang grunted in response, then turned his sharp gaze to the agent. "Are you up to your old tricks again? Bothering my nephew?" The agent, caught in the spotlight, forced a smile more painful than a grimace. "Principal Huang, I wouldn't dare just show up. Your nephew wanted to buy a house, so I came to talk with him." "Buy a house?" Huang Haoyang cut him off sharply, not even letting him finish, his tone brooking no argument. "Get out. If I ever see you trying to trick my nephew again, I'll make myself at home in your office every single day." At these words, the agent seemed to recall some unpleasant memories and involuntarily shivered. Seeing this, Wang Bo quickly shot the agent a look, urging him to leave. Relieved, the agent muttered a hasty goodbye and hurried out of the room. Once the agent was gone, Wang Bo stepped forward, trying to ease the tension. "Uncle Huang, you really are impressive. You scared that agent so much he couldn't say a word." "Huang Haoyang, hearing this, was so angry he couldn't help himself. He reached out and grabbed Wang Bo's ear. "You little rascal, are you trying to drive me crazy?" His voice was so loud it seemed as if he might bring down the ceiling. "I'm asking you, did you drop out of #1 high school on your own?" Listening to Huang Haoyang's familiar roar, Wang Bo didn't feel annoyed. Instead, a long-missed warmth rose in his heart. After all, ever since he started high school, this was the first time his only relative had scolded him so sternly. Huang Haoyang and Wang Bo's father, Wang Yangping, met in the army many years ago. At that time, Wang Yangping was already a squad leader, while Huang Haoyang was just a fresh recruit, though they both hailed from the same hometown. During their years of service, Wang Yangping always looked after Huang Haoyang. Once, during a training exercise, Wang Yangping even shielded him from shrapnel from an explosive, suffering an injury that left him disabled and forced him to retire early. From that moment on, Huang Haoyang regarded Wang Yangping as his own elder brother, secretly vowing to repay his kindness someday. While serving in the military, Huang Haoyang wasted no time. He persistently studied on his own, preparing for the university entrance exams. His efforts paid off. When he left the army, he was admitted to his dream university. After graduation, he was assigned to work at the local education bureau. Back in those days, being a veteran with a university degree meant smooth sailing in one's career. He quickly advanced, eventually being appointed principal of a school. Just when he thought life was finally turning for the better, tragedy struck. Wang Yangping and his wife perished in an accident, leaving behind a young child. After the sorrow subsided, Huang Haoyang raised Wang Bo as his own son, never letting him want for anything. When Wang Bo earned the top score in the county and was admitted to the #1 high school, Huang Haoyang was overjoyed. He bragged about it to everyone he met, even prouder than he'd been when he himself got into college. But now, this child had not only argued with his teachers, but had dropped out on his own accord, and was sitting here looking utterly unconcerned. Huang Haoyang was infuriated. "Tell me, what's going on? With you? You have the best high school in front of you, and you still refused Ms. Li Hongmei's plea for you to stay. Do you have any idea? Ms. Li is a renowned teacher, famous throughout the province. And you just gave up such a good opportunity so easily." Wang Bo listened to Huang Haoyang's scolding and merely scratched his ear. "Uncle Huang, the news in your education system travels fast. Honestly, your bluntness has offended a lot of people. You really should work on your temper. Otherwise, with your ability and record, why else would you be sent to the worst high school in the city as principal? If you weren't going to be promoted to the province, you should at least have been at one of the city's top schools." "Shut your mouth," Huang Haoyang roared impatiently. "This is just how I am, and you have the nerve to lecture me? If you don't explain yourself today, don't blame me if I lose my temper." Wang Bo spread his hands helplessly. "Uncle Huang, this really isn't my fault." He then recounted everything that had happened in physics class that day and gave a full account of his experiences in high school over the past 2 years. This was the first time Huang Haoyang had heard any of it. Hearing how his nephew had endured so many grievances at school, Huang Haoyang felt both angry and deeply guilty. He silently blamed himself for being too impulsive, offending too many people, and thus being sidelined, eventually relegated to being the principal of the worst high school in the city. If he were the principal of a top-ranked city high school, people like Zhang Fengxia and Feng Yuza would never dare to bully his child. Now that things had come to this, he no longer insisted on sending Wang Bo back to #1 high school. "All right, since this wasn't your fault, I won't say any more. Word has already spread that you talked back to a teacher in public, and now no. High school is willing to take you. Take a few days at home to adjust your mood. Once I finish the paperwork, you'll start classes at my school." "What? Uncle Huang, do I still have to go to school?" Hearing Wang Bo's question, Huang Haoyang's eyes widened. "What? You're so young, and thinking of dropping out already." Wang Bo's eyes darted around, and he gave a fawning grin. "Hey, of course I'll keep studying, but I do have a little request." Seeing Wang Bo's sly expression, some of the anger faded from Huang Haoyang's face. "Going to school comes with conditions now? Tell me, what do you want?" Wang Bo rubbed his hands together like a crafty little fox and said, "Uncle Huang, are you doing well financially these days? I'd like to borrow some money from you." Hearing Wang Bo's request, Huang Haoyang looked puzzled and asked, "What do you need money for?" "Oh, and that agent earlier said you wanted to sell the house? Let me tell you, this house was left to you by your parents. If you need anything, just tell me. Don't go thinking about selling the house at the drop of a hat." Seeing Wang Bo's well-behaved face, Huang Haoyang couldn't bring himself to scold him further. "How much do you need? Just say it. You always refuse when I offer you money, but now you know what it's like to be in a tough spot, don't you? This time I'll give you a bit more. Since you got a couple of days off, go to the mall and pick out some decent clothes for yourself. You're almost an adult. It's time you started dressing with a bit more spirit." As he spoke, Huang Haoyang reached for his wallet with his left hand. Uncle Huang, I'd like 3 million. 3 million? Huang Haoyang paused. Let me tell you, money is just something you use. Don't feel bad about spending it all. If you need more, just come to me. How much did you say? Seeing the way Huang Haoyang stared at him, Wang Bo couldn't help but swallow hard. Uncle, please don't look at me like that. You're scaring me. You asked for 3 million right off the bat, and you're scared? Tell me honestly, have you been scammed? At that moment, Huang Haoyang's mind was already playing out the entire scenario of Wang Bo falling for a scam. Uncle, you're overthinking it. Your nephew's sharp. He's the one who tricks people, not the one who gets tricked. Wang Bo's smug look almost made Huang Haoyang want to hit him. Gritting his teeth, he asked, Then tell me, what do you need 3 million for? Haha, Uncle, since you already know that teacher Li Hongmei wants to take me as her apprentice, you must also understand why she holds me in such high regard. I heard you have some talent in physics. Don't try to be mysterious. Just say what you want to say. As Huang Haoyang spoke, he gave Wang Bo a gentle knock on the head. Wang Bo scratched his head with an aggrieved look. Uncle, it's not just some talent. If you support your nephew today, tomorrow the two of us could be standing on the Nobel Prize stage together. At that, Huang Haoyang rolled his eyes, clearly not taking it seriously, but he gradually realized why Wang Bo needed the money. You want to use this money to go abroad and study physics, don't you? Hearing this, Wang Bo broke out in a cold sweat. To be honest, with his current understanding of physics, there was probably no one in the world who could teach him anything new. Something like that, but not exactly. Uncle, I'm planning to build my own laboratory to work on an invention. When Wang Bo finished, Huang Haoyang nearly fainted from anger. You want to invent something? You're still in high school, and you want to do research and invent things. Just as he was about to lose his temper, he noticed the look in Wang Bo's eyes. There was a steadfast determination in that gaze, absolutely no hint of joking. You're serious about this? Hearing Huang Haoyang's doubtful question, Wang Bo nodded solemnly. Uncle, to be honest, the reason my grades in high school haven't improved isn't just because of bullying from classmates and teachers. It's also because I poured most of my energy into this project. The theory is already complete. Now all that's left is to verify it experimentally. Of course, Wang Bo couldn't reveal the existence of the system. To make his story believable, he had no choice but to invent a plausible explanation and make the whole thing sound more reasonable. After all, it was already astonishing enough for a high school student to invent a miniature nuclear reactor. If he also claimed to have completed the theoretical research in a single morning, it would go beyond astonishing and enter the realm of the unbelievable. To keep things from sounding too far-fetched, Wang Bo explained that he'd spent the past 2 years in high school researching the theory behind the miniature nuclear reactor. Although Huang Haoyang still found it hard to believe, he watched Wang Bo grow up and knew the boy wasn't the type to indulge in wild fantasies. I still can't lend you that much money. You have to understand, this isn't a matter of a few hundred or a few thousand. This is millions. I can't just hand over such a large sum on a whim. Unless you show me something concrete. More than just a promise. I can't agree to it. Wang Bo secretly breathed a sigh of relief at Huang Haoyang's response. What he feared most was that Uncle Huang would shut him down, without even listening. If that happened, no matter how advanced his theories were, he'd never have the chance to put them into practice. All right, Uncle Huang, come with me. Let me show you, with your own eyes, the results of your nephew's research over these past 2 years. As evening approached, Huang Haoyang walked out of Wang Bo's house in a daze. He had spent the entire afternoon listening to Wang Bo's detailed explanations, and the sheer volume of information made his head throb and his body feel weak. Though these few hours had left him utterly exhausted, the shock in his heart was no less than his physical fatigue. What surprised him most was that Wang Bo wasn't just speaking off the cuff. He had actually constructed a complete theoretical system. Huang Haoyang couldn't be sure whether Wang Bo's theory about small nuclear reactors was truly feasible, but he knew that, if it could be realized, it would have a tremendous impact on the world. Having worked in education for many years and attended numerous renowned physics seminars in China, Huang Haoyang had some insight into the field of physics himself. And perhaps it was precisely because of this understanding that he felt such astonishment. All the theories Wang Bo had calculated, at least within what he knew, were entirely correct. As for the parts that went beyond his own comprehension, he couldn't judge their rightness or wrongness. But just from the portions he could grasp, it was more than enough to prove Wang Bo's extraordinary talent and intelligence in physics. Thinking back to all the times he'd received help from Wang Yangping, and seeing before him now this child he regarded as his own, Huang Haoyang had already made up his mind. Inside, Wang Bo was filled with guilt. Before leaving, Uncle Huang had promised in person to help him raise the funds, but he set one condition: Wang Bo must never sell the home his parents left him. That request moved Wang Bo deeply. If he weren't truly desperate, How could he possibly consider selling the only thing his parents left him to remember them by? Having lived under Uncle Huang's care for nearly 10 years, Wang Bo understood the family situation well. Though Uncle Huang held a certain authority at work, he was upright and principled, never compromising his integrity, so his income was only average. At best, the family lived a modestly comfortable life. In such circumstances, scraping together 3 million yuan for Wang Bo was already a tremendous effort. How could Wang Bo bear to let Uncle Huang shoulder all the burden? So he decided he had to sell the house. When he was able, he could always buy it back at a higher price. Moved by Uncle Huang's deep affection, Wang Bo silently vowed to himself. When he succeeded one day, he would make sure Uncle Huang could finally live the life of his dreams. At this moment, Yang Ping was feeling extremely agitated. The reason was simple. Her husband had come home as if possessed, rummaging through the house for their bank books. When she'd asked Huang Haoyang why, he offered no explanation, only quietly calculating their meager savings. She didn't need to ask further. Yang Ping knew all too well this was yet again for Wang Bo. Her husband, though straightforward and sometimes quick-tempered, always remained calm no matter the situation, except when his family faced difficulties. Only then would he become so anxious. Now, with everything at home running smoothly, the only thing that could weigh so heavily on Huang Haoyang's mind was Wang Bo. Haoyang, I'm telling you, that boy Wang Bo just doesn't know how to behave. Teacher Li Hongmei is a renowned educator across the province. She was willing to lower her standards to take on a problem student like him. Instead of being grateful, he turned around and rejected her in front of everyone. Without even looking up, Huang Haoyang replied calmly, "You don't understand. Wang Bo's talent in physics is far beyond anything we imagined. Never mind teacher Li Hongmei. Even a university professor might not be able to teach him." Hearing this, Yang Ping couldn't help but purse her lips in disapproval. She knew Wang Bo's background better than anyone, having watched him grow up. Only Huang Haoyang, who treated the boy like his own son, could always see him in such a favorable light. "By the way, honey, where's the property certificate for our apartment in Huaxing Community?" Noticing the urgency on Huang Haoyang's face, Yang Ping felt a ripple of unease. "What do you need the property certificate for?" "I'm telling you, Huang Haoyang, we spent half our lives scrimping and saving to buy that place. That's the home we'll rely on in our old age. If you want to help your nephew, I won't stop you. But if you so much as think about touching that apartment, I won't just let it go." At his wife's warning, Huang Haoyang immediately nodded. "Don't worry, I didn't mean anything by it. I was just asking." Yang Ping could see right through his nonchalant response. She knew full well he hadn't taken her words to heart. Fuming, she turned and went into the inner room, dialing Wang Bo's number. Meanwhile, Wang Bo sat in his own room, running through his theories in his mind again and again. 5 million. It sounded like a fortune, but when it came to outfitting a laboratory, it would barely cover a single set of equipment. This meant that, from theory to practice, he had only one chance to succeed. If he failed, there'd be no money left for a second attempt. Just as he was fully engrossed, his phone rang abruptly, shattering his concentration. Seeing the caller ID, Wang Bo felt a throbbing headache. From childhood, he'd known firsthand just how formidable his aunt could be. Today, Uncle Huang had gone home to raise money for him. If it were just a few hundred yuan, he might have managed to keep it from his sharp-eyed aunt. But this was millions. If she hadn't noticed, he wouldn't have suffered so many lessons from her over the years. Still, now that it had come to this, he had no choice but to brace himself and answer the call. "Hello, Auntie. What brings you to call me today? It's been so long. I've really missed you." Wang Bo cut the nonsense. On the other end of the line, Yang Ping's voice came through, tightly controlled but seething with anger. "What did you say to Huang Haoyang? Do you have any idea? He's actually thinking about selling the house he just bought." Hearing her interrogation, Wang Bo fell silent for several seconds. He knew that since Uncle Huang had agreed to help, he would do everything in his power. Still, learning that Uncle Huang was even willing to sell his new home to support him stirred Wang Bo deeply. "Why aren't you saying anything? Don't you think you owe me an explanation?" The urgency in her voice pressed through the phone. Wang Bo took a deep breath and replied, "Auntie, I can't tell you much about what the money is for right now, but you can think of it as an investment. Wang Bo, promise you, this will be the wisest investment you and Uncle Huang ever make in your lives." After hanging up, Wang Bo couldn't calm himself for a long while. He understood his aunt's character. She spoke bluntly, but in her heart, she truly cared about him. After this conversation, Wang Bo believed that, in the end, his aunt would choose to support him as well. With that assurance, he felt even more determined not to let his elders down. 3 days passed quickly, and the real estate agent proved highly efficient, showing up with a contract in just a few days. With Wang Bo's signature, 1,700,000 yuan would immediately be transferred to his account. Adding in the savings his parents had left, his balance would reach 2 million yuan. As he looked over the familiar furnishings of the house, Wang Bo couldn't help but feel a pang of reluctance. Still, he believed that with the knowledge in his mind, it wouldn't be long before he could buy the house back. Don't move anything in the house. At most, give me 2 or 3 months, I'll buy it back by then. The agent hesitated for a moment, then replied with some difficulty. The buyer is using a mortgage, so there's still a lot of paperwork to handle. They probably won't move in for a few months. I'll keep an eye on the house for you. But 3 months is the limit. After that, it's only natural for the buyer to move in. There'll be nothing more I can do. Wang Bo nodded in thanks, accepting the agent's promise. Despite having lived here for more than 10 years, Wang Bo had very few belongings. Everything fit into a single suitcase. That was just his thrifty nature. Now, with his only home sold and nowhere else to go, Wang Bo had no choice but to pull his suitcase along the road toward Huang Haoyang's home, planning to stay there for a few days. When he arrived, it wasn't Uncle Huang or Annie who answered the door, but a girl in her mid-teens, just beginning to bloom. She was about Wang Bo's age, 16 or 17, still a little childish, but it was easy to see she'd grow into a beauty. Seeing the girl in sunglasses, Wang Bo felt a headache coming on. He wondered why he hadn't checked the calendar before leaving. Of all days, he had to run into her today. "Cousin, are you off from school today?" The moment she saw Wang Bo, Huang Weichen's face showed a distinct look of annoyance. "Why is it you? I finally managed to get a day off. Couldn't you pick another time to come?" As she spoke, she tried to shut the door. Seeing this, Wang Bo quickly reached out to block the door, refusing to let it close. There was no way he'd let himself end up with nowhere to go tonight. If he couldn't get into Uncle Huang's house, he'd have to sleep on the street, and he didn't have money for a hotel. "What are you doing?" Just as his cousin was about to get angry, Wang Bo was about to explain himself when a voice called out behind him. "You two are going to tear our front door off its hinges one of these days." Wang Bo turned around and saw Yang Ping returning with a bag of groceries. She glanced at Wang Bo's luggage, a flicker of surprise passing through her eyes, but she said nothing. Instead, she simply waved him inside. Once they were in, Yang Ping pointed to a room for Wang Bo. "Tidy up your own room. No one's going to wait on you here." A warmth filled Wang Bo's heart at her words. He had been struggling with how to ask for a place to stay, but his aunt didn't even ask. She had already made arrangements for him. For someone who'd lost his parents at such a young age, this simple act of family kindness moved him deeply. From behind, Huang Weichen's emotions suddenly flared. She shouted, her voice sharp like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "What's that supposed to mean, Mom? Is this idiot really going to live with us?" Yang Ping's face turned stern immediately. "Huang Weichen, how can you talk to your brother like that? Is this how I raised you?" Seeing that her mother was truly angry, Huang Weichen dared not argue further. Eyes brimming with tears, she spun on her heel and ran back to her room. As she left, the angry look she gave Wang Bo sent a chill right through him. "Auntie, it's really no trouble," Wang Bo tried to explain. Yang Ping cut him off. "Enough. Tell me, everything you've done, is it really worth it?" As she glanced at the luggage he'd brought, Wang Bo understood what she meant. "Auntie, it is worth it. Don't worry. Everything I've lost, I'll get all back, step by step on my own." Looking at the determination in his eyes, Yang Ping nodded. "I may not fully believe you, but I trust my husband. Since he's decided to help you, he must have his reasons. Go on, unpack your things. Dinner will be ready soon." With that, she turned and headed for the kitchen. Wang Bo went to his room to put his things away. Not long after, Yang Ping had prepared a hearty dinner. At that moment, Huang Haoyang returned home right on time. Spotting Wang Bo in the house, Huang Haoyang paused in surprise. Then, understanding dawned, and he strode toward the back room. When he saw the room crowded with luggage, his expression darkened. "Come on, we're going to find that agent. How dare he cheat my nephew? I'll make sure he pays for it." Without waiting for Wang Bo to say a word, he grabbed him and dragged him outside. Fortunately, Yang Ping stepped in just in time to stop them. "Huang Haoyang, after the new year, Wang Bo will be 18. He can make his own decisions. You can't control him for the rest of his life." Hearing this, Huang Haoyang came to a halt. Wang Bo also chose this moment to speak. "Uncle Huang, you know what I plan to do. If I succeed, we'll definitely be able to buy the house back." Seeing how calm and relaxed Wang Bo appeared, Huang Haoyang shook his head in frustration. "But what if you fail?" Wang Bo put away his earlier nonchalance and answered firmly, "I will succeed. I promise." In that instant, Huang Haoyang seemed to see a shadow of Wang Bo's father, his own elder brother, Wang Yanping, in the young man. That same reliability, that unwavering determination, it was exactly the feeling his big brother once gave him. They really are father and son, he thought. After all the years he'd spent raising this child, in the end, he was just like his father. Maybe Wang Bo truly had grown up. Maybe it was time to stop interfering in his decisions. With that thought, Huang Haoyang slowly released his grip on Wang Bo's arm. Though he'd made his peace in his heart, he still couldn't resist putting up a tough front. If you fail to buy back that house, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. Seeing that Huang Haoyang had relented, Yang Ping quickly called everyone to dinner. At the table, Huang Weiqian still wore a frosty expression toward Wang Bo. If it weren't for her parents, she wouldn't even have wanted to eat at the same table as him. Here you go. There's 3 million in here. Together with your own savings, that should be enough, right? During the meal, Huang Haoyang placed a bank card in front of Wang Bo. Yang Ping had known about this for some time, so she didn't object. But because Huang Weiqian had been living at school, she was unaware of what had happened at home over the past few days. That didn't stop her from jumping to her own conclusions. She believed Wang Bo, spoiled by her parents, was spending their money without a second thought. With that in mind, Huang Weiqian could no longer suppress her anger. 3 million? Wang Bo, have you no conscience at all? My parents took care of you before, that was one thing. But now you want to take all of their savings too. That's enough, Weiqian. Huang Haoyang set down his chopsticks and spoke in a low, stern voice. But Huang Weiqian acted as if she hadn't heard him, continuing her accusations. Go ask around at any high school. Everyone knows you got expelled from number 1 high. You've shamed my parents right along with you. And now you dare to ask for so much money? You never even had your own parents. Someone like you doesn't deserve anyone's kindness. A sharp slap rang out. Just as Huang Weiqian finished her last sentence, Huang Haoyang, unable to hold back any longer, struck her hard across the face. At the dinner table, Wang Bo's face was dark with anger. He could endure Huang Weiqian's scorn and insults toward himself. After all, she was the daughter of Uncle Huang and his wife. But the one thing he could never tolerate, not even a little, was any offense toward his own parents. On this matter, not even Uncle Huang's daughter would be given leeway. At that moment, tears the size of beans slid down Huang Weiqian's cheeks where she had been slapped. In her mind, all that money should have been left to her by her parents, yet now it had all gone to an outsider. What hurt her even more was that her father had actually slapped her over some penniless boy. This thought only deepened her sense of grievance. I'm going to stay at my uncle's house tonight. From now on, just pretend you never had a daughter like me. With those words, Huang Weiqian stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Yang Ping, sitting to the side, wanted to get up and follow, but in the end she stayed put. She knew her daughter had gone too far today. Wang Bo watched the scene unfold without saying a word. He knew that at this point, talking was useless. The only way to repay his uncle and aunt's kindness and resolve all these conflicts was to successfully build a small nuclear reactor. After dinner, Wang Bo went to Huang Haoyang's study. What's wrong? Are you facing some difficulty? Huang Haoyang spoke first, noticing the troubled look on Wang Bo's face. Uncle Huang, to be honest, while the funding is in place, some of the experimental equipment and materials are regulated items and can't be bought on the open market. So, I expected as much. Tell me what you need. I'll see what I can do. Hearing this, Wang Bo didn't stand on ceremony. He handed over a prepared list to Huang Haoyang. This much. Seeing the dense list of items, Huang Haoyang felt his head spin. Wang Bo could only give a wry smile. It's not that easy, and this is just the simplified version. Once it's complete, the reactor will be no bigger than a palm, yet the energy it contains will be enough to power a fighter jet at full throttle for half an hour. Listening to Wang Bo, then glancing down at the list again, Huang Haoyang could only grit his teeth and nod. Give me 3 days. I'll get everything together for you. With his uncle's promise, Wang Bo's worries eased. Although Huang Haoyang had never risen to high office for various reasons, years of working in education had earned him a network of connections. Besides, these things weren't that impossible to find. After all, even abroad, a couple of 12 or 13-year-old kids had managed to gather the materials for nuclear fusion through public shopping websites. Wang Bo's miniature reactor was more technically complex, but as for the raw materials, there wasn't much difference. For Uncle Huang, it was only a matter of time. Over the following 3 days, Wang Bo rented a sizable factory space in a remote suburb for a bargain price to serve as his laboratory. During the day, he traveled all across the province, seeking out and purchasing every piece of equipment and material available on the market. At night, he would stay up through the long hours, painstakingly working through theoretical calculations to ensure every aspect of the experiment was foolproof. Finally, on the 3rd day, as Huang Haoyang delivered the last batch of experimental equipment for him, all the necessary conditions for the small nuclear reactor experiment were finally in place. The moment had arrived for him to truly show what he could do. Wang Bo also decided that, for the duration of the experiment, he would move into the laboratory itself. This way, not only would it be more convenient for his research, but it would also help minimize outside interference with the progress of the experiment. Having made up his mind, he left the lab, planning to pick up some bedding and a change of clothes from home. Perhaps out of worry and reluctance to see him go, both Uncle Huang and Annie came to help Wang Bo as he packed his things. Xiaobo, you do your best now. Thanks to that blabbermouth of mine, all our relatives know that old Huang put 3 million into you. They're just waiting for a chance to see us make fools of ourselves. And now, all sorts of unsavory types have shown up at our door, pretending to care, but only here to sneer at us. I've been holding my tongue these past 2 days, but once you succeed, I'm going to make sure those people who look down on us finally see who really has no vision. Seeing the frustration on his aunt's face, Wang Bo couldn't help but feel a wave of amusement. He knew his aunt's personality all too well. She was never one to just swallow an insult. Once his small nuclear reactor was complete, he could already imagine how those who'd mocked them would regret it. Don't talk nonsense. Huang Haoyang, who had been listening to Yang Ping, frowned and scolded her. Then he turned to Wang Bo and said, "You little rascal, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Whether you succeed or not, you'll always be the pride of your aunt and me. Our door will always be open to shelter you from the storms of life." Hearing these words, Wang Bo felt his eyes sting as he struggled to hold back tears, nodding firmly. He understood just how much pressure Uncle Huang and Auntie had shouldered for his sake. After all, to any reasonable person, selling off family property and investing millions in a physics project for a high school student would seem nothing short of madness. They were fully aware of the consequences of failure. Not only would the money be lost, but both of them, proud as they were, would become the laughingstock of everyone around them. And yet, even knowing all this, they still supported him without hesitation. This was a kindness he could never hope to repay in his lifetime. Sensing the heavy mood, Yang Ping spoke up. "That's enough, the two of you. No need for all this sentimentality. Once you're done packing, hurry up and get going. At least I'll have one less mouth to cook for at dinner." Hearing his aunt's sharp tongue, Wang Bo felt nothing but gratitude. "I'm off, Uncle Andy. Just you wait, when your cousin comes back, he's going to turn the whole world upside down." On the 10th day after Wang Bo entered the laboratory, the city's first high school welcomed its most important day of the year. The commendation ceremony, an annual grand event held after the college entrance exams, was both a celebration for the graduating seniors and a chance to set an example for the soon-to-be third-year students. As a top-ranking high school in the province for college admissions, the first high school's annual commendation ceremony always captured widespread attention. This year was no exception. Reporters from the city's TV station, the provincial network, numerous local channels, and various new media outlets all arrived to witness the school's legendary achievements firsthand. Once everyone was settled, this much-anticipated provincial event officially began. On stage, the principal straightened his attire ever so slightly. At the reporter's signal, he took the lead to begin his speech. "First of all, I'd like to sincerely thank all the journalists present today. The reason First High School's reputation has spread so far and wide is inseparable from your hard work. On behalf of all our teachers and students, please allow me to express our gratitude." He led an enthusiastic round of applause, and the reporters in the audience, hearing such warm appreciation, truly felt recognized. In this era of rapid online communication, being a reporter is more than just a job. They are, to some extent, the guides of public opinion. So even someone in the principal's position needs to show them proper respect. The applause lasted a few minutes before gradually subsiding. Then, the principal began to announce this year's college entrance exam results. This year, 112 of our students have been admitted to Beijing University and Huaqing University, the nation's top 2 universities. 442 students have been accepted into first-tier universities. The announcement of results went on for about 10 minutes, during which everyone once again witnessed the extraordinary achievements of First High School. With the results declared, the next part of the ceremony was a speech to inspire the soon-to-be third-year students as they prepare for their own college entrance exams. Now, let us welcome Director Feng Yuza of the second-year division to speak on behalf of these future seniors. Respected school leaders, teachers, and fellow students, good day. Seeing last year's students achieve such remarkable success, I am genuinely delighted from the bottom of my heart. But I'm only happy, not envious. Do you know why? It's because I firmly believe that under my guidance, this year's soon-to-be seniors will achieve even greater accomplishments. Tell me, students, do you have confidence? We do. Hearing the listless responses from the audience, Feng Yu's face darkened instantly. Clearly, his impassioned speech had failed to ignite any enthusiasm among the students. But with so many reporters' cameras trained on him, he had no choice but to swallow his irritation. He forced a smile and pressed on with his speech. Meanwhile, down in the audience, Yang Tiantian watched Feng Yu's awkwardness with barely concealed glee. She nudged Zhou Yumin beside her and whispered, Yumin, looks like this old man is finally getting a taste of his own medicine. After tormenting us for 2 whole years, today we've finally had our revenge, and you've avenged your middle school classmate, Wang Bo too. At this, Zhou Yumin felt not the slightest ripple in her heart at the mention of Wang Bo's name. In her eyes, their futures were worlds apart. After all, what proud swan would ever take interest in a toad scrambling in the dirt? Revenge or not, I don't really care, she murmured. But now that he's embarrassed himself at this award ceremony, you can bet when we're in senior year, that old dog will make our lives miserable. Yang Tiantian's face fell at her words. You're right, she sighed. We still have to put up with him for another year in senior year. With that, she hung her head in despair, as if already picturing the coming hardships of her final year of high school. On the stage, Feng Yu's speech droned on. I firmly believe that the students I lead will achieve even greater glory. This confidence doesn't just come from your exceptional talent and tireless effort. More importantly, it comes from the fact that, as we move from second to third year, we have cleansed our ranks of the bad apples. As Feng Yu's words rang out, the teachers in the audience erupted in a flurry of whispers and commotion. Even the students, who had been dozing off under his monotonous speech, suddenly snapped to attention. What does Feng Yu mean by this? Is he really planning to dig up Wang Bo's past in front of everyone today? Who would have thought? He's ruthless. On a live broadcast for the whole province, he's out to utterly destroy Wang Bo's reputation. Poor Wang Bo, of all the people to cross, he picked the worst. From now on, his name will be mud. Off to the side, Li Hongmei listened to Feng Yu's remarks, her face frozen in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that the head of the best high school department in the city could stoop so low to publicly slander an innocent student, right here in front of everyone. Wang Bo had only stood up to Zhang Fengxia and Feng Yu's insults and bullying. He'd simply spoken the truth for all to hear. No one with any sense of justice would ever blame Wang Bo for what happened. And yet here was Feng Yu, openly calling him a bad apple. Wasn't this just blatant lying, plain as day? Wasn't this nothing but slander? At that moment, the reporters in the audience perked up like sharks that had caught the scent of blood. Ordinarily, award ceremonies were nothing but tedious speeches, lacking anything remotely exciting. But since these events were broadcast live, the journalists had no choice but to put on a show of enthusiasm and attend. Today, however, was different. Judging by the tone of Feng Yu's words, it seemed there was a truly abysmal student in the school. Why else would he go so far as to call someone a bad apple? Oblivious to the reaction of those below, Feng Yu continued speaking from the stage. Here, I must offer a self-criticism. Our school, number 1 high, should be a model for all other high schools in the city. Yet under my management, a student has openly insulted a teacher. This is nothing less than a failure on my part. Not only did I fail to help this student improve academically, but I also neglected his moral development. As he spoke, Feng Yu's voice even caught with emotion, as if he were the very image of integrity and selflessness. As for this student's name, for the sake of his future, I cannot make it public. I only hope that after leaving number 1 high, he will learn to be a good person. With just a few words, he had painted Wang Bo as a rebellious troublemaker who disrespected his elders, completely turning the truth on its head. Meanwhile, Huang Haoyang, watching from home, was so furious he could hardly breathe. For the sake of Wang Bo's future, you won't reveal his name? What a joke. When Wang Bo left the school, the whole incident caused such a stir that anyone who bothered to ask would know exactly who Feng Yu was talking about. All this was nothing more than a ploy to build himself up as a selfless educator, while quietly throwing Wang Bo to the wolves. I don't care if I lose my job as principal today. I'll expose that swindler for what he is, right in front of everyone. With that, Huang Haoyang stood up, ready to storm out. Wait, old Huang. Yang Ping, who had been sitting nearby, quickly stepped forward to stop him. If you go now, because of your relationship with that kid, everyone will think you're just playing favorites. Not only will you fail to set the record straight, you'll lose your job for nothing. Hearing her words, Huang Haoyang paused, suddenly deflated like a balloon. She was right. His wife was absolutely right. His anger had nearly made him forget how much was at stake. If he went now, he would only make Wang Bo look more guilty and drag himself down in the process. Then what do you suggest? My own nephew has been wronged. I can't just sit back and do nothing. Seeing Huang Haoyang clench his jaw in frustration, Yang Ping let out a quiet sigh of relief, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes. Her husband might have a hot temper, but he hadn't risen this far without knowing how to weigh the consequences. But as the saying goes, caring leads to confusion. Whenever it involves his own family, he instantly loses his composure. All we can do now is wait. That old turtle Feng Yu kept saying our child isn't good at studying, nor has good character. Just wait until Wang Bo manages to pull off this 5 million yuan project. Number 1 high school will soon realize what kind of genius they've let slip through their fingers. By then, who knows, maybe Feng Yuze will be on his knees, begging for our kid to come back to number 1 high. Seeing Yang Ping's fierce expression at that moment, Huang Haoyang didn't even blink. He just stared straight at his wife. Yang Ping felt a bit embarrassed under his intense gaze and quickly shot him a glare in return. What are you looking at? Never seen your wife lose her temper before. It's not that, honey. It's just you called Wang Bo our kid just now. Yang Ping was momentarily stunned. Then, with her neck stiff, she stubbornly denied it. I did not. Meanwhile, in a laboratory, Wang Bo paused his work. The experiment was progressing smoothly. If all went according to plan, the miniature nuclear reactor would make its formal debut in about a week. But just now, an unexpected notification from the system interrupted Wang Bo's research. He opened the system panel and was nearly knocked off his feet in shock. What on earth was going on? He'd been quietly holed up in the lab these days. Where had all this reputation come from? Staring at the nearly 30,000 reputation points credited to his account, Wang Bo was deeply puzzled. Could it be that news of his miniature reactor invention had somehow leaked out? That couldn't be. He'd only told Uncle Huang, not even his aunt. He trusted his uncle's discretion. There was no way he'd go blabbing about it. Besides, if word really had gotten out, those tech companies would have come knocking right away. Maybe even the government would get involved. But up to now, not even a mouse had shown its face in Wang Bo's lab. He turned the matter over in his mind for a long while, but simply couldn't figure it out. So he pulled out his old smartphone and gave Uncle Huang a call. But not wanting Wang Bo to worry, Huang Haoyang gritted his teeth and stubbornly insisted there was nothing going on, refusing to let a single detail slip. This left Wang Bo both amused and helpless. Even though Huang Haoyang hadn't said a word, with his less-than-stellar poker face, Wang Bo still caught a whiff of something unusual. Clearly, something had happened related to him. Otherwise, the system's reputation points wouldn't have skyrocketed out of nowhere. Since Uncle wouldn't talk, he'd just have to find someone else to ask. At this moment, Huang Weiqian was in a foul mood. As the saying goes, good news travels slowly, bad news flies on wings. Thanks to that foolish boy, she too became a target of ridicule at school. Just as she was cursing that guy silently in her heart, her phone began to ring. She glanced down, and wouldn't you know it, it was Wang Bo himself. Well then, she'd been looking for an outlet for her anger, and here he was, serving himself up on a silver platter. He really had it coming this time. Xiao Qian, are you in class? The moment she heard that infuriating voice on the other end of the line, Huang Weiqian could no longer hold back the fire raging inside her. Wang Bo, you jerk. Do you even realize you made a fool of yourself, fine? But you had to drag me down with you. At school, I've completely lost face because of you. After nearly half an hour of Huang Weiqian's relentless tirade, the two finally hung up. Now, Wang Bo felt as if he were floating, somewhere between relief and exhaustion. Thank goodness his phone battery finally died, or that fiery little troublemaker might have gone on forever. But from Huang Weiqian's disjointed rant, he managed to piece together exactly what had happened. Feng Yuze. Oh, Feng Yuze. You really are like a lingering ghost, aren't you? But I bet you never imagined that your little stunt would end up benefiting me, netting me nearly 30,000 reputation points. Don't worry. Give me at most 10 days, and I promise I'll send you a grand gift in return. With that thought, Wang Bo wasted no more time and dove back into the assembly of his miniature nuclear reactor. The day after the awards ceremony, following a barrage of media coverage, number 1 high school once again made headlines across the city. But this time, things were different. Alongside the school's rising fame, another name was making waves. Wang Bo. Right after the ceremony, the media and reporters fully unleashed their professional instincts and investigative skills. They worked through the night to dig up every detail about this so-called black sheep that Feng Yuze had mentioned. What thrilled the journalists and online commentators even more was Wang Bo's story. After being expelled, he didn't just sit around. Instead, he somehow tricked his own uncle out of millions, and even sold off the only inheritance his parents left him, the family house. Now, that was a story made for headlines. And so, the day after the awards ceremony, article after article about Wang Bo flooded the entire city. He's really ungrateful, isn't he? Exactly. Confronting and insulting teachers in public. What kind of student behaves like that? I even heard he had the gall to turn down our city's famous teacher, Ms. Li Hongmei, right in front of everyone. Honestly, Ms. Li should have known better. Why keep such a rotten student around? What's even more infuriating is that this kid lost his parents young and was raised by his uncle, who poured his life savings into him. And instead of showing any gratitude, he conned his uncle out of everything. A person with no sense of responsibility towards school, society, or family. In ancient times, someone like him would have been tossed into a pig cage. But I heard that Wang Bo had been bullied by his teachers at school for a long time, and only fought back because he had no other choice. What are you suggesting? Are you saying that even a renowned high school like number 1 High still has problems with campus bullying? That's right. Director Feng has been a veteran teacher at number 1 High for years. If he says so, then it must be the student who's at fault. At that moment, Feng Yuza was sitting comfortably in his office, sipping his tea with an air of leisure. Watching the turmoil outside as rumors spread through the city like a storm, a cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. Wang Bo, you've ruined my chance at promotion. Did you really think that being expelled would be the end of it? I'll make sure you, and everyone else, understand, crossing Feng Yuza means you'll never rise again. Not in this lifetime. Meanwhile, things weren't going well for Huang Haoyang either. Ever since his nephew's incident made headlines, he had been summoned by Education Bureau officials day after day. The purpose behind these endless meetings was clear. They wanted him to step down as principal of number 9 high school. After all, the scandal had become a public uproar, and some citizens were starting to question the personnel decisions of the education system. But Huang Haoyang was not someone to be pushed around so easily. He hadn't done anything wrong. Why should he resign? Yet, as the saying goes, a lone arm can't wrestle a thigh. After several days of back and forth, the officials finally found an excuse and removed him from his position as principal. As for the official reason, it was simple. He had abused his authority to help his own nephew enroll at number 9 High. The formal dismissal letter was issued a week later. Walking out of the Education Bureau building, Huang Haoyang showed not a trace of disappointment. In fact, he spat fiercely right at the door of the official's office he'd just left. Just wait. It won't be long before my nephew's miniature nuclear reactor is a success. And when that happens, I'll be waiting for you to come begging me to take my job back. A week slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this time, the uproar surrounding Wang Bo showed no sign of dying down. In fact, with certain people fanning the flames, the scandal only grew more intense. Then, one day at noon, the doors of a factory on the outskirts, sealed for over half a month, swung open at last. Standing in the doorway, Wang Bo squinted into the dazzling sunlight, feeling as though he'd been transported to another world. By his count, he had been inside that place for more than half a month now. For nearly 20 days, aside from eating and sleeping, he had devoted every waking moment to building the reactor. Now, gazing at the coil on the lab bench, glowing with a soft blue halo, a faint smile of satisfaction appeared on Wang Bo's face. The hardships of the past weeks hadn't been in vain after all. His eyes, fixed on the small device before him, glinted with a cold resolve. Are you ready, Feng Yuza? It's my turn to make a move. As dusk settled in, after carefully packing away all the laboratory instruments, Wang Bo carried his hard-won results back to Huang Haoyang's home. The moment Wang Bo walked through the door, the hearts of Huang Haoyang and his wife leapt into their throats. Although they had pretended to be unconcerned earlier, hoping to ease the pressure on their nephew, the truth was they were anything but calm. After all, this was 5 million yuan on the line, a sum they hadn't managed to save in a lifetime of hard work. And with news of Wang Bo's withdrawal from university spreading throughout the city, even Huang Haoyang had been dragged into the storm. Whether they would be able to hold their heads high again hinged entirely on this young man's success. Watching the couple's faces, full of anxious anticipation, Wang Bo couldn't help but find it all rather amusing. He knew exactly what was on their minds. Oh, after hustling out there for over half a month, I come home and there's not even a hot meal waiting. Your clever nephew can't help but feel a little disappointed, he teased. At this, Yang Ping, who had been listening nearby, didn't indulge him. Marching over, she grabbed Wang Bo by the ear and gave it a firm twist. You rascal, off gallivanting for half a month, and you've grown bolder, have you? Still daring to keep me guessing. Hurry up and tell us, how did it go? Ow, ow, that hurts, Wang Bo yelped. Auntie, let go first, and I'll tell you everything, I promise. At his words, Yang Ping released his ear, though the tension in Huang Haoyang's face gave away his own nervous anticipation, despite his silence. All right, uncle, aunt, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. After more than 2 weeks, your nephew has lived up to expectations. As he spoke, Wang Bo drew from his backpack the fruit of his recent seclusion, a miniature nuclear reactor. Wang Bo's casual handling of such a device made Huang Haoyang jump. He quickly, almost reverently, took it from him, scolding as he did. How can you be so careless? What if there was a nuclear leak? Wang Bo could only shrug helplessly in response to his uncle's reproach. In truth, the miniature reactor was exceptionally stable. Not only could it be kept in a backpack, but even if it was run over by a car in the street, there would still be no risk of nuclear leakage. Standing behind the pair, Yang Ping looked at the little glowing ring they were treating like a treasure, her tone laced with sarcasm. And here I was, wondering what on earth you've been tinkering with all this time. After half a month, turns out you've made a light bulb. Hearing his aunt's scorn, Wang Bo nearly tripped over himself. All those millions invested, and in her eyes, it was nothing more than a light bulb. Huang Hailiang hurried to explain. What do you know? That palm-sized invention of your nephew's holds enough energy to power the entire city of Suchi. Yang Ping's eyes widened in shock. This tiny thing is that powerful. Though she was a stay-at-home wife, she certainly understood the weight of what Huang Hailiang had just said. If this was real, this little gadget in front of us would absolutely cause a magnitude 10 earthquake in the physics community of China. Standing nearby, Wang Bo added, "This is only a simplified version. It's not that exaggerated. Still, it should have no problem powering our entire county." Listening to Wang Bo's explanation, Yang Ping was still reeling from the shock. It wasn't just a miniature nuclear reactor in front of her. It was also Wang Bo's sudden transformation. From a high school student labeled as a poor performer by number 1 high to a one-of-a-kind physics prodigy in the world. The leap between those two identities was simply staggering. No wonder, you rascal, you had the guts to boast like that to me the other day. So you were well prepared all along. At her words, Wang Bo just grinned and chuckled. Of course. Without this ace up my sleeve, how would I dare take on something this big? That day, your eldest nephew was right. Those 3 million will turn out to be the wisest investment ever. Watching Wang Bo showing off, Yang Ping shot him an exasperated glare. Enough with the bragging. You two can chat all you want. I need to get dinner ready for you gentlemen. With that, Yang Ping turned and headed into the kitchen. Once Yang Ping had left, Wang Bo shared his next plan with Huang Hailiang. Uncle, now that the reactor is a success, it's time for us to make a big splash. I want to use your connections to invite reporters from all the major media outlets and hold a press conference. Hearing this, a look of concern crossed Huang Hailiang's face, but he still nodded in agreement. All right, I'll do my best to reach out over the next couple of days, but I can't guarantee how many people will actually come. After all, your reputation in Suchi City has taken a hit, and I'm no longer the principal of number 9 high. I really can't be sure if those reporters will show up or not. Wang Bo was taken aback at first, then felt a pang of guilt. Uncle, this is all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been dismissed. At Wang Bo's apology, Huang Hailiang waved his hand dismissively. Don't get all sentimental on me now. You've made your decision, so go for it boldly. As long as this invention is made public, it's only a matter of time before I get my job back. Hearing this, Wang Bo nodded, falling silent. Lin Zichao, a professional reporter, had graduated from Capital University. In his youth, he too had dreams of his own. But reality is always harsher than one hopes. Born in the countryside, he came from no influential family. His parents were ordinary farmers, and putting him through college was already a struggle. They certainly had no extra money to help him win any favor from his supervisors. So, Lin Zichao could only watch helplessly as those with less education and less ability than him climbed higher and higher, leaving him behind. Now, approaching 30, the light that once sparkled in his eyes during youth had utterly faded. He moved through his days like an empty shell, simply completing the tasks assigned by his superiors. Did you hear? That Wang Bo, the one everyone's been talking about lately, is holding a press conference. Apparently, he's even inviting our station's reporters. You mean that troublemaker from number 1 high? The one who insulted his teacher? Come on, what does a punk like that know about holding a press conference? Hey, I'm serious. I just saw the 2 deputy directors fretting over this very thing. What's there to worry about? Just decline the invitation, simple as that. It's not that easy. Word is, Wang Bo's uncle, the former principal of number 9 high who was just dismissed, has a close relationship with our director. So the deputy director in charge can't just turn him down outright. So what do we do? I really don't want to be the one embarrassed by this. It's not like we're the only reporters at the station. As they spoke, several reporters cast meaningful glances towards Lin Zichao, who sat quietly in the corner of the office, their faces breaking out into knowing smiles. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Lin Zichao was summoned to the deputy director's office. About 10 minutes later, Lin Zichao walked out of the TV station's main doors, clutching a folder and wearing a bitter expression. Inside the folder was the assignment for today's interview. Attend the press conference of the so-called problem youth Wang Bo. Following the address listed in the file, Lin Zichao drove for nearly an hour, eventually arriving at a rather isolated factory building on the outskirts of town. Taking in the sight of the old, run-down structures in the area, he couldn't help but frown, his disappointment deepening. He'd attended all kinds of press conferences over the years, but never before had he seen one held in such a shabby place. At that thought, Lin Zichao shook his head. What are you expecting, Lin Zichao? He's just an underage high school student. Did you really think he'd have any surprises in store for you? With that, he pushed open the factory doors and stepped inside. The factory was spacious, but crammed with all sorts of experimental equipment and machinery, making the large space feel crowded and cluttered. He tiptoed around the factory, searching for the press conference venue, but found nothing. "Excuse me," Lin Zichao's voice echoed through the empty hall. To his astonishment, a head suddenly popped out from beneath a piece of unfamiliar equipment. Before Lin Zichao could say a word, Wang Bo's enthusiastic voice rang out. "You're here for the press conference, right?" Lin Zichao nodded in response. Seeing his answer, Wang Bo slid out from under the equipment, quick and nimble, like an eel escaping a net. "Come on, big brother, I'll show you to the press seats." Long before today, Lin Zichao had already seen Wang Bo's photos on previous media platforms. Ever since then, he had wondered, was this kid really as notorious as the rumors said? But seeing the boy in person now, so warm and enthusiastic, only deepened Lin's doubts. Guided by Wang Bo, the two of them walked to a corner of the factory. The space was sparse, just 2 rows of stools and a single lab table, nothing more. "Big brother, sit wherever you like. We'll get started in a moment." Lin Zichao nodded mechanically at these words. He had only one thought left in his mind, to get this farce over with as soon as possible. He had barely settled onto a stool when another person arrived outside the workshop. As soon as he saw who it was, Wang Bo, who had been fiddling with some equipment nearby, immediately started grumbling. "What's going on, uncle? Is your reputation really so bad these days that it's taken this long for anyone else to show up?" Huang Haoyang, bristling at the remark, shot back. "Look who's talking. These days, the minute those reporters hear the name Wang Bo, it's like they've seen the plague itself. No one dares to come near." Seated on his little stool, Lin Zichao took the opportunity to interject. Wang, you know what it's like out there right now. No reporter wants to risk offending number 1 high school and get publicly condemned just for associating with you." Wang Bo looked genuinely puzzled. "Then, big brother, why did you come?" Lin Zichao bristled at the question, silently complaining to himself. "If it weren't for your uncle's strong connections, I wouldn't be here either." At that moment, Wang Bo glanced down at his watch. The time for the press conference had arrived. Without further delay, he closed the factory door, straightened his clothes. After all, he was about to be on camera, and it wouldn't do to look untidy. Gone was the careless look on his face. With a steady voice, he addressed Lin Zichao. "Mr. Reporter, you can start recording now. What I'm about to show you is something I've spent years developing. Countless hours and endless effort went into this. Remember, please keep the camera rolling the entire time. No interruptions. Because today, you are about to witness the dawn of a new era." Lin Zichao felt a jolt at these words. Staring at this earnest, teenage high school student, he couldn't help but recall his own student days, the dream he once had of becoming a famous journalist. "Lin Zichao, look at you now. Where's the spark you had when you graduated college? If even a high school student can fight so hard for his dream, what have you done for yours?" With newfound solemnity, he set up his camera carefully, determined to witness every moment of this extraordinary press conference. "Hello, everyone. I'm Wang Bo, an ordinary high school student from Suchi City. And today, I am about to hold a press conference of my own. You might be curious or even skeptical. What could an ordinary high school student possibly announce? What could he possibly unveil? Don't be impatient. Please watch until the end, and you'll witness the birth of a technology that will turn the world upside down." With that, Wang Bo moved to the side of the experiment table. As everyone knows, after World War II, humanity entered the nuclear age. But when it comes to the use of nuclear energy, we're still just at the very beginning stage of nuclear fission. And the challenge of applying nuclear energy to our daily lives isn't just about its uncontrollable nature. The real difficulty lies in the massive space required for its construction and the astronomical cost of the equipment. Today, I intend to solve this problem. Hearing Wang Bo's earth-shattering declaration, Lin Zichao, who was filming nearby, was left utterly stunned. Although he was just a junior reporter, an outsider in the field of physics, it didn't mean he couldn't grasp the significance of Wang Bo's words, for China and for the world. He was convinced that if the boy standing before him could truly overcome this challenge, humanity would step into a brand new era. But was it really possible? Could a high schooler, dismissed as an underachiever at number 1 high school, truly conquer a problem that had stumped countless renowned physicists? At that moment, Wang Bo took a deep breath at the experiment table and pulled away the cloth covering a small nuclear reactor. This was Stark-level technology making its debut in this parallel world. It also marked the beginning of Wang Bo, with the help of his system, astonishing the entire world. The palm-sized nuclear reactor sat on the table, casting a gentle blue glow. A miniature nuclear reactor. This is my answer. Lin Zichao could hardly believe his eyes. A nuclear reactor? How could it be this small? It was common knowledge that while experts had been researching compact nuclear reactors for some time, and progress had been swift, the smallest controllable nuclear fission reactor so far had only been used in nuclear submarines. This was possible thanks to technological advances and because the reactor's immense heat output could be cooled by the vast amounts of seawater around the submarine. Even so, the reactors used in submarines had diameters of over 10 meters. But the one before his eyes, as Lin Zichao quickly estimated, was only about 10 centimeters across, shrunk to just 1% of the usual size. How could this even be possible? This was beyond imagination. Well then, may I ask, Wang, how much energy can this small nuclear reactor produce? Hearing Lin Zichao's urgent question, Wang Bo gestured for him to calm down. About 500 million kilowatt-hours. If we put that in familiar terms, it's roughly the amount of electricity an average county would use in a month. A sharp gasp escaped Lin Zichao as he heard this. No one could have imagined that this tiny device before them could contain such an immense source of power. He took a few deep breaths, steadying himself, before asking a second question. It's not that I don't trust your results, Wang, but as far as I know, the nuclear fission reactions that can occur in such a small container are extremely limited. How can it possibly generate so much energy? Standing by the experimental bench, Wang Bo adjusted his protective goggles and replied calmly. You're right. Even in theory, nuclear fission couldn't achieve such high output. But what if it's not fission? Lin Zichao was dumbstruck. After all, in this day and age, every nuclear reactor in the world operates on the principle of nuclear fission, a fact so basic even middle schoolers know it. And now Wang Bo was claiming he didn't use fission? The flicker of hope that had just risen in Lin Zichao's heart began to fade. But Wang Bo's next words left him utterly speechless. What I've developed and applied here is nuclear fusion technology. What? At that moment, Lin Zichao shot up from his seat. This had to be a joke. Nuclear fusion was a field that every nation on Earth still struggled to break into. Even the most powerful country in the world was helpless in the face of those two words, nuclear fusion. It's no exaggeration to say that if fusion technology truly emerged, humanity would forever bid farewell to phrases like energy shortage. But for such a revolutionary technology, it wasn't just beyond a regular high schooler. It was beyond the reach of entire nations. Wang Bo, if you're just making things up to toy with me, then I'm afraid I'll have to excuse myself. As he spoke, Lin Zichao began gathering his things, preparing to leave. Just because you can't imagine it, Mr. Reporter, doesn't mean I can't do it. Perhaps in the ordinary world, nuclear fusion was still a distant dream. But in the Marvel universe, this technology had already matured and was in widespread use. Then, under Lin Zichao's incredulous gaze, Wang Bo wheeled out a massive hunk of iron from behind the lab bench. He recognized that machine. It was the latest model of steam turbine generator. He'd seen one just like it last year, when he reported on the city's power plant. Unlike the old models, this one had a huge central control screen. Not only could it generate electricity efficiently, it could also record output in real time, an incredibly convenient innovation. Looking at the machine before him, Wang Bo couldn't help but feel a pang of pain in his wallet. Normally, a standard steam turbine generator would cost around 30 to 50,000 yuan to purchase. But the one in front of him? The rental price alone was a staggering 100,000 yuan, and that was only thanks to a favor from Huang Haoyang, who managed to secure an insider's discounted rate. Otherwise, the cost would have been even more astronomical. What's more, Wang Bo wasn't renting just one, but 10 of these machines, sinking nearly 1,000,000 yuan into this endeavor. Still, painful as it was, Wang Bo refused to cut corners here. After all, with the immense power output of a small nuclear reactor, a regular generator wouldn't stand a chance. It would burn out in no time during energy conversion. And though he had all the theories in his mind, Wang Bo was eager to see with his own eyes just how astonishing the energy contained in this small nuclear reactor could be. So, under Lin Zichao's incredulous gaze, Wang Bo methodically wheeled out all 10 machines, connecting them to the massive internal energy conversion chamber at the center of the warehouse. The immense nuclear energy would be converted into internal energy outside, and this conversion chamber, crafted from the knowledge reserves in Wang Bo's mind, inspired by Stark, was designed to efficiently absorb and transmit this energy, ultimately transforming it into the mechanical force needed to spin the generator rotors and produce electricity. Once he linked the internal energy conversion chamber to the small nuclear reactor, the final step was complete. What was he planning? Was he about to demonstrate this little gadget's electricity-generating capability? By now, Lin Zichao's curiosity was fully piqued. He was determined to see for himself whether this contraption was the real deal or just an elaborate show. In about 3 to 5 minutes, Wang Bo had the small nuclear reactor fully connected to all 10 generators. Standing nearby, Huang Haoyang noticed Wang Bo's signal that everything was ready and took a deep breath. This is it. Success or failure hinges on this moment. With that, he threw the switch with determination. On cue, all 10 machines roared to life, and the digital displays on their control panels began steadily climbing as they recorded the increasing power output. Meanwhile, the small nuclear reactor on the workbench blazed with even brighter light as the machines came online. At that moment, Lin Zichao's eyes were glued to the numbers changing on the generator screens. For some reason, a voice deep inside told him that perhaps he truly was witnessing the rise of a genius. As for Wang Bo, though he had complete confidence in his creation, this was its first full-scale operation. He couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Huang Haoyang, on the other hand, could hardly contain himself. His eyes were round as saucers, afraid that something unexpected might happen at any second. And so, under the watchful gazes of all three, the small nuclear reactor continued its steady, unhurried operation. 1 minute passed, then 5, then half an hour. At this moment, Huang Haoyang, seeing that the machines were running smoothly, finally felt a weight lift from his heart. But Lin Zichao could hardly contain his excitement. After all, each of these 10 generators in front of him had a capacity of 1.2 million kilowatts. That meant, in just 1 hour, a single machine could convert 1.2 million kilowatts of energy, equivalent to 1.2 million kilowatt hours. Multiply that by 10, and you had 12 million kilowatts. Whether Wang Bo's bold claim of mastering nuclear fusion was true or not no longer mattered at this moment. What mattered was that the device before them, no bigger than a smartphone, truly contained a staggering 12 million kilowatts of energy. And judging by the unwavering brightness of this tiny gadget, it seemed that the hour-long power supply it had just delivered was nothing more than a simple task. What nonsense about Suchi City No. 1 High School? What nonsense about being just a department head? If someone like this is considered a poor student, then everyone at No. 1 High must be a genius. Now, even with just a little thought, Lin Zichao could tell there was something fishy about Wang Bo's expulsion. Mr. Reporter. Why yes, Mr. Wang? Lin Zichao no longer dared to speak to Wang Bo with his previous casual tone. He realized that despite the young man's age, his potential was already unstoppable, so his words naturally carried a new note of respect. What thrilled him even more was that this world-shaking technology had, by chance, ended up in his hands for an exclusive report. There was no doubt, as soon as the miniature nuclear reactor entered the public eye, his identity as a reporter would skyrocket. Meanwhile, Wang Bo had no idea about the reporter's tangled thoughts. He had been waiting for so long that he was starting to feel quite hungry. By my calculations, the reactor can keep running for almost 2 more days. Are you sure you want to wait here the entire time? Hearing this, Lin Zichao instantly recalled what Wang Bo had said earlier. Enough electricity to power a county for a whole month. So it was all true. Could it be that the nuclear fusion technology was real as well? Otherwise, how could such a tiny ring contain so much energy? Though Lin Zichao was eager to witness this miracle in its entirety, the camera's battery simply wouldn't last for 2 days of nonstop filming. It would be better to take the recorded footage back to the station and get this technology out to the world as soon as possible. With that thought, he respectfully said to Wang Bo, Mr. Wang, my idea is to take this footage back and have the station publish it for you at the earliest opportunity. What do you think? Hearing Lin Zichao's plan, Wang Bo nodded in agreement. Although he now possessed extensive knowledge in the field of physics, he was completely clueless when it came to publicity and promotion. He figured it would be better to leave such matters to the professional standing before him. I'll leave in your hands, then, Mr. Reporter. No need to be so formal. Here's my business card. Feel free to contact me anytime. After Wang Bo accepted the business card, Lin Zichao didn't linger for even a second. With a quick farewell to the pair, he hurried off and drove straight back to the station. Having let such a sensational scoop slip through their fingers, he could hardly wait to see the looks of regret on his colleagues' faces. The moment he returned to the station, Lin Zichao wasted no time and rushed straight to the deputy director's office, eager to show him the footage he had recorded. But the deputy director's attitude mirrored exactly how Lin Zichao himself had felt at the outset. After all, the idea that a high school dropout could invent something so groundbreaking sounded like a joke to anyone. No matter how Lin Zichao tried to explain, the deputy director simply wouldn't believe him. He even suspected that, after years of being sidelined, Lin Zichao had fabricated the story just to get out of his current predicament. For the rest of the afternoon, Lin Zichao visited every leader's office in the station, but not a single person believed the footage was genuine. Instead, they began to question his character and professionalism. By evening, Lin Zichao stumbled out of his workplace, drained and defeated, like a walking shadow. His heart was weighed down with disappointment, not just because no one at the station believed him, but because he had no way to use the station's resources to bring Wang Bo's achievement to the public eye. If the station refused to help, then he'd have to do it his own way. And when the story blew up, they could only blame themselves for missing their chance. With that thought, Lin Zichao's eyes grew resolute. The next day, as the press conference dawned, the sun rose just as it always did. But unlike any ordinary day, a single name once again captured the public's attention. Wang Bo, once known as the troublemaker expelled from number 1 high school, the scoundrel condemned by the public for wronging his own uncle. Now, in a way that no one could have predicted, he was back in the spotlight. This time, things were different. The previous scandal surrounding Wang Bo's expulsion had barely spread beyond Suchi City, let alone gained traction at the provincial level. But now everything had changed. The video of Wang Bo's press conference that surfaced online racked up a staggering 20 million views in just one night, and the numbers were still climbing at a frightening pace. Clearly, Wang Bo's humble press conference had caught the attention of people across all of China. At home, Lin Zichao hadn't slept a wink all night, but he showed not the slightest sign of fatigue. His eyes sparkled with excitement. He had worked as a reporter for nearly a decade, although for various reasons, he had made little progress in rank or position. But in the end, he had managed to build up a few connections. Just last night, he called in every favor he had and emptied his savings, all to boost the popularity of Wang Bo's video. For him, this was a high-stakes gamble. If the video failed to reach the public eye, not only would nearly a decade's worth of savings vanish overnight, but he'd also be sure to offend the station's higher-ups. Whether he could even keep his job would be anyone's guess. After a torturous, sleepless night, he finally saw the outcome. The video had gone viral. He'd won his bet. This meant he had seized a real opportunity, an opportunity to chase his dreams. Just thinking about never having to endure the scorn of his colleagues and superiors again filled him with a rush of exhilaration. As Lin Zichao was indulging in visions of his bright future, the sudden ring of his phone snapped him back to reality. Glancing at the caller ID, a cold smirk curled on his lips before he answered. Lin Zichao, are you trying to get yourself fired? How dare you pull a stunt like this behind the station's back? Do you have any idea what kind of damage such a fake video could do to our reputation? Listening to the deputy director's furious, almost hoarse shouting on the other end, Lin Zichao felt nothing but contempt. Just wait. Once I prove this video is real, you'll see who's really making a mess of things, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, Chao Chun, the man on the other end of the line, heard silence and assumed Lin Zichao had been cowed into submission. That thought brought a trace of satisfaction to his heart. Such was the allure of power. Even a top graduate from a prestigious university dared not utter a word of complaint under his pressure. Besides, his own nephew was graduating at the end of the year. He might as well have the kid take Lin Zichao's position. As for Lin Zichao, there was no need to fire him. The man had no family connections, but his abilities were undeniable. Keeping him on would still be useful to the station in many ways. Lin Zichao, for now, I want you back in the position of an intern reporter. It's time you learned what it really means to be a journalist. Almost 30, and still no sense of boundaries. Enduring the endless nagging on the phone, Lin Zichao could take it no longer. Shut up. Chao Chun, startled by the sudden outburst, went rigid with shock. Listen here, old dog Chao, forget about your so-called demotion. I've been your scapegoat and workhorse for 6 or 7 years now. Today you don't have to demote me. I quit. But remember this. The day will come when you'll be begging me to return. With that, he hung up without giving Chao Chun another chance to speak. But before he could even put his phone down, an unfamiliar number flashed across the screen, calling in. Hello, who is this? It's me, Brother Lin. I found your number on the business card, so I decided to give you a call. On the other end of the line came Wang Bo's voice, which instantly lifted Lin Zichao's spirits. Mr. Wang, I've already sent you the video. But on Wang Bo's end, all he could do was offer a wry smile. He had been dragged out of bed at the crack of dawn by Yang Ping, who insisted on showing him the now viral video. Seeing it gather such astonishing attention, Wang Bo immediately realized how much effort Lin Zichao must have put in, even though the internet was now flooded with skepticism and harsh criticism. After all, a high school student stepping onto a press conference stage, boldly claiming to have solved problems that had stumped leading physicists, such a thing was truly hard to believe. Still, that was enough. With such a high level of public attention, experts from across the academic world were sure to take notice. As the saying goes, laymen watch the excitement. Professionals look for the essence. Those who had spent years immersed in the field of physics would be able to discern whether the video offered real substance or was simply a flashy spectacle. Moreover, if Wang Bo's intuition was correct, even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance that the small nuclear reactor was real, the authorities would absolutely step in. Once the state was involved to clarify the facts, everything would become much simpler. He had, of course, considered reaching out directly to the relevant government departments, but the combination of 17-year-old and small nuclear reactor simply sounded too far-fetched. It was like a 5- or 6-year-old child showing up at the door of a mathematics institute, loudly claiming to have proved gold box conjecture. No one would take it seriously. They'd just shoo the child away as a joke. Back on the phone, Lin Zichao, hearing Wang Bo's long silence, thought he must be dissatisfied about something and quickly asked, "Mr. Wang, is there anything else you need, or anything you're unhappy with?" Hearing Lin's cautious and careful tone, Wang Bo couldn't help but laugh. "Brother Lin, I'm more than satisfied. In fact, my only complaint is that you keep calling me Mr. Wang. It sounds so distant. If you don't mind, just call me by my name." To be honest, Wang Bo was deeply grateful to Lin Zichao. As the saying goes, it's easy to add flowers to a brocade, but hard to send charcoal in snowy weather. When he was preparing the press conference, every journalist in the city avoided Wang Bo as if he were a plague. Only Lin Zichao came to attend the conference, and after it was over, he threw himself into helping Wang Bo with all his might. It's worth noting that the video's exposure came entirely from social media, not television. This meant that its viral success was solely the result of Lin's own efforts. The difficulties and sacrifices involved were self-evident. That's why, in Wang Bo's heart, he had long regarded Lin Zichao as a true friend. In the days that followed, Wang Bo stayed home, calm and composed, waiting patiently as if he were an angler at a tranquil pond. Every now and then, he would scroll through the comments under the press conference video. The replies were nothing but a chorus of scorn. A high school dropout. How dare he claim to have invented nuclear fusion technology? The world's really gone downhill. People will do anything for fame these days. Maybe Wang Bo really is a genius. Who knows? Look up Wang Bo, Suchi City, and see for yourself. Have you ever heard of a genius who got expelled from high school? Don't drag Suchi City into this. I'm from Suchi myself, and now our entire hometown's reputation has been ruined by this Wang Bo. For someone who dares to mock science like this, I suggest the authorities give him a harsh punishment. Tagging the relevant government departments now. Suchi City First High School. At that moment, inside his office, Feng Yuzi sneered coldly as he watched the video that was causing such an uproar online. Wang Bo really couldn't stay out of trouble, could he? But perhaps this wasn't such a bad thing. The commotion from the previous award ceremony was finally fading, and Feng had been racking his brain for a way to deal with Wang Bo again. After all, the kid hadn't just messed up his chance at a promotion, he had openly insulted him in front of the entire school. Truly unforgivable. Yet now, without any effort on his part, Wang Bo had managed to dig his own grave. "Director Feng, have you seen that viral video lately?" Glancing at his colleague who had struck up a conversation, Feng put on a practiced, insincere smile. "You mean the video with Wang Bo? Who knew he had such a knack for social media? He really knows how to make a viral hit." His colleague, however, dismissed it with a look of disdain. "What talent? I think it's all fake, shameless, that's what it is. Thank goodness you expelled that disgraceful student, Director Feng, or else First High would be the laughingstock of the city by now." Feigning benevolence, Feng Yuzi replied, "Let's not put it that way. Even though Wang Bo is no longer at the school, we still shared a teacher-student bond. I sincerely hope he manages to live a better life." "Director Feng, you're so magnanimous. No wonder the leadership thinks so highly of you. I get the feeling Director Feng won't be in this position much longer. Once this batch of students graduates, we'll probably have to call you Vice Principal Feng." Basking in the chorus of compliments, Feng Yuzi felt himself soaring with pride. "Yumin, have you seen that viral video that's been everywhere lately?" During the break between classes, Yang Tiantian hurried over to Zhou Yumin's desk to ask. Before Zhou Yumin could reply, their class monitor chimed in first. "How could I miss it? It's about the most famous alum of First High, the guy who invented a miniature nuclear reactor." The sarcastic undertone in Su Chen's voice made Yang Tiantian's brows knit together in a frown. Although she had long been aware of the class monitor's feelings for Zhou Yumin, this way of elevating oneself by belittling others still filled her with genuine disgust. Su Chen, who had just interrupted, didn't notice Yang Tiantian's look of revulsion at all. Striking what he thought was a dashing pose, he continued to show off in front of his goddess. "Trash who speaks and behaves so irresponsibly. I feel sick just thinking I once went to the same school as him." Immediately, his face assumed an expression of feigned sympathy. Sigh. Poor Yumin, to have known someone like him since junior high. But at least he got expelled in the last year. Now, we don't have to see that irritating face of his anymore. Looking at Su Chen, who wore an expression of supposed affection, Zhou Yumin felt not the slightest ripple in her heart. But she'd heard that his family's business was quite successful, ranking among the top in the entire Suchi city. And while Suchin wasn't exactly likable, his grades remained near the top thanks to tutoring and a wealth of educational resources. As for his looks, he was certainly above average. Among all her many suitors, he could be considered a quality candidate, so she couldn't afford to be too cold toward him. It's really nothing, class monitor. Although Wang Bo and I went to the same junior high, we barely knew each other. Just a few brief encounters, that's all. Hearing Zhou Yumin's soft, gentle voice, Su Chun felt an itch in his heart, as if a cat were scratching inside. Phew, that's good. Don't let that disgusting guy ruin your mood. Oh, by the way, Yumin, we just got a new batch of imported plants in my family's garden. I know you love flowers. How about this Sunday? But at that moment, Zhou Yumin's thoughts were entirely elsewhere, far away from Su Chun. Wang Bo, I can't understand how someone as smart as you could make such a foolish move. If you're hoping that childish behavior will prove your worth, to make number one high or me regret, then I must have misjudged you. A toad should know its place. A dose of reality is the best outcome for you now. Beijing, an old, inconspicuous apartment complex. Built in the 1970s, the buildings here were ancient by any standard. Problems like aging wiring and crumbling pavements were all too common. Yet, in such a place, fully armed soldiers could be seen patrolling every corner, making the security here arguably the tightest in all of China. The reason was simple. Everyone who lived here was a scientific luminary who had made extraordinary contributions to the country. At this moment, a group of officials from the Ministry of Science and Technology stood anxiously outside an apartment door, waiting for the results of an assessment inside. Well, Mr. He, did you notice anything unusual in the video? Inside the room, a sharp and capable middle-aged man asked cautiously. Though he had spent many years navigating the world of officialdom and had long since mastered the art of keeping his emotions in check, he couldn't help but let a hint of fervor slip through as he looked at the elderly man before him. In those years when the nation was rebuilding from ruins, Elder he had been a pillar of strength. Armed with nothing but a stub of a pencil and scrap paper, he had stubbornly broken through the technological blockade imposed by the United States. For that achievement alone, he and his peers had regarded Elder he as a lifelong idol. At this moment, He Jianhua was deeply shaken. With a lifetime immersed in the field of physics, he could not spot a single flaw in the video he had just watched. But that, in itself, was the greatest problem. In the world of physics, He Jianhua was considered a leading figure, not just in China, but on the global stage. And yet, even he had failed to detect the slightest sign of fakery. That could only mean one of two things. Either the person on the other side was a master of deception, or the nuclear fusion technology was real. The thought sent He Jianhua's breathing into a quickened rhythm. After all, this was the very thing he and his old colleagues had spent decades trying to conquer. If they truly gained control of this technology, then at the very least, in the field of nuclear applications, China would undoubtedly become the world's unchallenged leader. There isn't a trace of falsification. This young man named Wang Bo may very well have mastered genuine nuclear fusion technology. But Elder He, is that really possible? He's just a high school student. What if this Wang Bo used some underhanded means to obtain those experimental scenes, and then recreated them in this factory? His suspicion was understandable. Working in the Ministry of Science and Technology, the middle-aged man fully grasped the weight carried by the words nuclear fusion. And precisely because he understood, he found it almost impossible to believe. If Elder He had developed it, he would not have doubted it for a moment. With nearly 80 years of experience in physics, Elder He's achievements were beyond question. But this was only a teenager, still wet behind the ears. Nuclear fusion technology is already within reach. Just a few years ago, a handful of us old-timers were secretly invited to the United Kingdom to witness a nuclear fusion reaction. But because it was uncontrollable and had low energy conversion rates, it never found practical use. As he spoke, a touch of reminiscence flashed in Elder He's eyes. I'll never forget that scene for the rest of my life. The color released by the fusion reaction in the UK was exactly the same as that of the miniature reactor in the video. All told, fewer than 20 people worldwide have ever witnessed such a nuclear fusion scene, including us old fellows. Do you really think this youngster could have pulled off such a deception? The staff member nearby, hearing this, could only offer a slightly embarrassed smile. Back when the video first went viral, he had already looked into Wang Bo's family background down to the last detail. An orphan with a difficult family situation, the most accomplished relative in the family was merely a high school principal. Clearly, such connections would never reach this level. Before he could ponder any further, old Mr. He slowly stood up beside him. Book a ticket. I need to go to Suchi City myself. Let me see for myself whether it's my old eyes failing me, or if this young man called Wang Bo truly is a prodigy. Meanwhile, the voices online only grew louder and louder. A week after the video's release, the authorities finally issued their response. They scheduled a verification conference 5 days later at the Suchi City Military District, led by the renowned physicist, academician He Jianhua, to determine the authenticity of the technology shown in the video. The moment this news broke, it caused quite a stir among the public. The authorities are finally stepping in. Now this clown will finally be exposed. Well done. They should have banned this guy from the internet ages ago. Old Mr. He himself is getting involved. Wang Bo, even if scorned by thousands, this alone makes it worth it. Ah, poor old Mr. He, running around at his age because of someone like this. At the same time, Wang Bo received an official email from the Ministry of Science and Technology at home. The message was thousands of words long, but in essence, it told Wang Bo to bring his research to the Suchi City Military District for a live demonstration in 5 days. Reading the email, Wang Bo finally let out a long sigh of relief. Though the results were not yet public, things had come so far, the outcome was practically decided. Besides, with a founding pillar of the nation whom he deeply admired overseeing the process, there shouldn't be any surprises. Yang Ping, busy in the kitchen, heard the news and could barely contain her excitement. You rascal, so many big shots are going to be there. Don't get nervous and mess it up when the time comes. Wang Bo couldn't help but laugh at that. Auntie, don't worry. After all, I still owe you and Uncle a new apartment. I'll make sure everything goes smoothly. But Yang Ping wasn't satisfied with his answer and huffed in protest. What do you mean, a new apartment? It's 2. Aren't you even going to pay interest on the loan? Huang Haoyang, who had dropped out of school and was at home, could only shake his head helplessly at his wife's sharp tongue. 5 days passed in a blink. On that very morning, the front of Huang Haoyang's house was swarmed by curious onlookers and a crowd of reporters, leaving no space at all. Just as Wang Bo was fretting about how to get out, an inconspicuous sedan quietly pulled into the yard. Though there was nothing remarkable about the car, everyone recognized that iconic license plate. There was no mistaking who the elderly passenger inside was. At that moment, the crowd naturally parted and the noisy chatter faded away entirely as the car approached. Inside the vehicle, the driver watched the scene unfold, feeling deeply moved. As Mr. He's chauffeur, he had witnessed such moments countless times, yet each occasion still sent a surge of emotion through his heart. A welcoming corridor formed by the masses. This was the magnetism of the elderly gentleman in the back seat. To be his driver was, to him, a true honor. Inside the house, Huang Haoyang and his wife caught sight of the sedan, and just like frenzied fans seeing their idol, they urged Wang Bo on with wild excitement. You rascal, Mr. He actually came to pick you up in person. Hurry up, move. Don't keep Mr. He waiting. If you dare disappoint the old gentleman, don't think I won't break your legs when you get home. Oh, and do you think you could ask Mr. He for an autograph? Nonsense. He's not a celebrity. What do you need an autograph for? Watching the pair transformed into starstruck fans, Wang Bo could only sigh helplessly. Still, he dared not delay any further. He quickly slung the equipment needed for today's test over his shoulder, took a deep breath, and stepped out the door. Outside, Wang Bo didn't hesitate for a second. He hurried into the car at once. He had no doubt that if he were even a moment too slow, the curious onlookers outside would drown him in a sea of questions and chatter. Kid, these past days must have been rough, haven't they? Once seated, Wang Bo looked intently at the old man beside him. Mr. He was already in his 80s, yet with proper care and a lifelong love of exercise, he didn't look his age in the slightest. Years spent in positions of authority had given him a quiet, commanding aura, one that now pressed subtly on Wang Bo. I'm all right. Genuine gold can withstand the hottest flames. And besides, true wisdom is rare. There's no need to let the opinions of the majority trouble you. On hearing this, He Jianhua's eyes sparkled with appreciation. After all, though he was a scientist now, before the founding of the country, he had carried a rifle and fought on the battlefield. The presence he exuded was enough to make even that young official from the Ministry of Science tremble just days ago. Yet here was a youth, not even 20, speaking with such composure before him. He Jianhua couldn't help but be impressed. At the same time, he could tell from the tone that this youngster, though young, had a streak of pride. Pride itself was not a flaw. The key was whether one possessed the talent to back it up. So, in order to test him, He Jianhua steered the conversation toward physics as they spoke. The military district was far from the city center, so even though the driver didn't dawdle, it still took nearly 2 hours to get there. After stopping the car, opening the door for Mr. He, and watching the two of them leave, the driver finally let out a long breath. At that moment, he fished out a cigarette and lit it quietly, lost in thought. To be honest, After years of traveling all over the country with old he and meeting all sorts of influential figures, I thought my nerves had been tempered to steel. But today I was truly shaken by an unremarkable high school student. In just the past 2 hours, what had I witnessed? A teenager, not yet of age, was holding his own in a physics debate with old he, and in the end, he was even answering old he's questions, clearing up his doubts. Was I delirious from exhaustion, or was simply not fully awake? Meanwhile, he Jianhua, who stood silently beside Wang Bo, was at a loss for words. To be precise, he was genuinely startled by this child before him. During those brief 2 hours of discussion, he had fully witnessed the boy's astonishing insight and depth in physics. Especially in the final part, the conversation could no longer be called a discussion. It had become one-sided tutoring, with him asking questions and the boy providing answers. For a fleeting moment, he Jianhua experienced a strange sensation. He hadn't expected, after all these years, to once again become a student in the field of physics. A spark of hope quietly lit up in his heart. Perhaps, just perhaps, nuclear fusion technology might really be within reach. At that moment, Wang Bo remained completely unaware of what old he was thinking. It was his first time entering a military district, and his curiosity was boundless. His eyes darted everywhere, like a country bumpkin visiting a grand estate for the first time. During this, the soldiers on duty had already warned him countless times. If not for the fact that the renowned old he was standing beside him, they would have kicked the kid out long ago. By now, the provincial military district leaders had also arrived at the gate. To them, this might have seemed like nothing more than a farce, but since it involved old he, they all came in person out of respect to greet him. Old he, one by one, the district leaders stepped forward to greet he Jianhua. Not a single one acknowledged Wang Bo. In their eyes, it was this clueless young man who had dragged old he all the way from Beijing to Suchi City, subjecting him to the ordeal of travel. Wang Bo shrugged helplessly at their indifference. He could understand their lack of regard, but he was determined to prove, with real action, that they should never underestimate a youth simply because he seemed ordinary or poor. Meanwhile, as the group prepared to enter the military district, the cluster of reporters waiting outside grew restless. In this stifling heat, after hours of waiting, what were they here for if not to get first-hand news of the test results? After all, Wang Bo's video had gone viral, and with old he now involved, the reporters could tell just by instinct how closely the entire nation would follow this exposure event. A scoop on the test results could mean not just fame, but fortune. Yet this was no ordinary place. How could a military stronghold possibly allow a pack of reporters to just barge in? The heavily armed soldiers at the entrance stood their ground. Without orders from their superiors, not a single person would be allowed to pass. At this moment, Wang Bo, who was following Elder He, also noticed the commotion among the reporters by the gate. He glanced over and caught sight of a familiar figure in the crowd. "Brother Lin," he called out. Standing on the outskirts, Lin Zichao saw Wang Bo greet him, and he waved back excitedly. He hadn't come here today to try to get into the military district for an interview. After all, this incident had become a nationwide sensation. The reporters blocked outside were all renowned journalists from various provinces' TV stations, as well as some well-known online personalities. As a reporter from a city station, he simply didn't have enough clout. So his purpose in coming here was very simple. He was just here to cheer Wang Bo on. Even though no one on the outside believed it, as the sole audience member at that press conference, he knew the truth behind the technology. Once today's demonstration was validated, Lin Zichao knew that his own standing and career would rise along with Wang Bo in this technology. That alone filled him with deep gratitude toward this young man. Meanwhile, Wang Bo turned to Elder He and said, "Elder He, I wonder if I could personally appoint a reporter to record today's test data? After all, the equipment in my previous experiments was rather basic, and many properties couldn't be fully determined." Before Elder He could reply, Hao Zhigua, standing nearby, bristled with anger. As the top official of the Beichuan Provincial Military District, he hadn't come all the way to the Suchi City Military Subdivision just to humor Wang Bo. He was here out of deep respect for the elderly man he admired. Long ago, back when he himself was an unknown, he'd had the good fortune to meet the old gentleman once. Back then, the elder was barely 40, still in his prime. Now, decades later, so much had changed. Seeing the old man's stooped figure, Hao Zhigua's heart ached for him. Along with that came a growing dislike for Wang Bo. If it weren't for this ungrateful kid, Elder He wouldn't have had to travel all this way. "Absolutely not," he barked. "Today, your only job is to cooperate with the test. You're in no position to make demands." Listening to the general's harsh tone, Wang Bo felt a surge of frustration. "Sure, I might be young, but I've earned my keep with real skills. Why does everyone keep looking down on me?" Just as he was about to retort, Elder He's gentle voice came through. "No problem. Since you need it, You can choose whomever you like. How Jigwa might not have understood, but Elder he did. This was likely not just some so-called debunking. This young man's knowledge of physics was in no way inferior to his own. With someone so dedicated to scholarly pursuits, where would he find the time to seek the spotlight? Hearing this, Hao Jigwa found it difficult to contradict Elder he in front of everyone, so he simply signaled to the soldiers at the gate to let them through. Under the astonished and envious gazes of the other reporters, Lin Zichao, still bewildered, was led by the soldiers through the gates of the military district. Just a reporter from a local TV station. What's so special about him anyway? Exactly. He built his reputation on fake news. I don't think Lin Zichao is anything extraordinary at all. People like him should be collectively boycotted. Make it impossible for him to work in this industry. For all we know, Wang Bo and Lin Zichao are in this together, using these tricks just to chase traffic and attention. Let's all just wait here. Wait for Elder He to expose those two shameless scoundrels, and let them be forever nailed to the pillar of disgrace. At this very moment, inside a vast military-industrial testing ground, everything was ready. 5 military helicopter engines, dozens of armored vehicle engines, 20 high-powered military generators, and Wang Bo's original internal energy conversion chamber, pulled from storage, all stood prepared. These high-powered engines had all been removed from their respective equipment, originally scheduled for routine maintenance just a few days ago. But plans couldn't keep up with sudden changes, and then came the whole incident with Wang Bo. So, everyone had no choice but to postpone the maintenance, using these fuel-hungry beasts to test Wang Bo's invention. Today, all of them would be running at full power, drawing their energy from a single source, the small, glowing ring on the table, no bigger than the palm of a hand. Such an array of military hardware would be enough to sustain a small war. And, naturally, the energy consumption was staggering. Even a conventional nuclear reactor could barely supply enough power for these energy-devouring monsters. So how could this tiny gadget possibly contain such terrifying energy? With that thought, a hint of scorn crept onto everyone's faces. General Hao, please begin. As Elder He's voice rang out, tinged with excitement, Hao Jigwa felt an ache in his heart. If the old man discovered that all of this was nothing more than an elaborate farce, how bitterly disappointed he would be. If it were up to him, he would have preferred to fabricate a result just to comfort the old man. But this matter had already drawn nationwide attention, and the higher-ups had issued strict orders. The results must be made public and transparent. With such immense public pressure, he could not dare falsify anything. Begin. At Hao Jigwa's command, several waiting soldiers simultaneously threw the switches. In that instant, the miniature nuclear reactor seemed to come alive, bursting forth with a dazzling glow. The first connection was made to a helicopter engine. As everyone knows, the basic principle behind an engine is to convert the internal energy released from fuel into mechanical energy, thus powering the vehicle. The principle is not much different from that of a generator, so the internal energy conversion chamber is equally applicable here. A chorus of startled exclamations rippled through the experimental facility. The reason was simple. As the system was set in motion, the first helicopter engine actually began to run, slowly but unmistakably. How could this be possible? Even though it was just a single engine, it was designed for military use. All the technical staff present were well aware of its massive energy consumption. And yet, this tiny device before their eyes was somehow driving a machine that required such tremendous power. Before the stunned technicians could recover from their shock, the next moment completely blew their minds. The second engine, then the third. In less than a minute, 5 military helicopter engines, under the astonished gaze of everyone present, were roaring at full power. Even Hao Jigwa, who was usually slow to pick up on things, sensed that something extraordinary was happening. Though he knew nothing about physics, he certainly wasn't lacking in basic common sense. How could something so small possibly power so many engines at once? Didn't this mean that, in the future, the bulky fuel tanks on helicopters might be replaced by this tiny device? But unlike the average technicians and military officers like Hao Jigwa, Elder He, who had devoted his life to physics, saw the real significance at once. Decades ago, humanity had already begun exploring nuclear energy. The real challenge in a nuclear field wasn't how to unlock nuclear power, but how to harness it. Controllable versus uncontrollable energy. This has always been the insurmountable obstacle faced by experts in the field. That's why, although nuclear bombs were invented decades ago, even after all this time and the rapid advances in technology, nuclear energy has yet to permeate every aspect of daily life. But now, this little device before him seemed capable of delivering energy with near-perfect efficiency, allowing the engines to run continuously at maximum power. That fact alone was enough to prove that this little marvel possessed a level of ingenuity in the field of physics that rivaled anyone's. Yet this was not the reason he Jianhua had come all this way today. Nuclear fusion. That was his real purpose for traveling thousands of miles to be here. Suppressing the surge of excitement in his chest, he nodded to the soldier standing nearby. Receiving Elder He's signal, the soldier decisively threw the switch. This second switch controlled the engine of a military armored vehicle. With a sharp click, the first armored vehicle engine began to turn, slowly at first, then picking up speed. It's running. Look, it's running. Incredible. Absolutely unbelievable. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. Even if you beat me to death. How could something so small contain such terrifying power? At this moment, not a single person present doubted Wang Bo's achievement anymore. All that remained in their hearts was a burning curiosity, a curiosity to discover the true limits of this little device. Look, the second one is running too. Heavens, this is nothing short of a miracle. What kind of behavior is this? All this fuss and commotion. A sharp reprimand suddenly cut through the crowd's chorus of amazement. When they saw who had spoken, everyone immediately fell silent. Yet Lin Chongqing, the one who had spoken, paid no heed to their reactions. Instead, his gaze flickered with excitement and greed. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that, after all these years working within a military district, he would encounter such an opportunity. Lin Technology Group was a company that Lin Chongqing had founded with his brother, Lin Tianfang. Both were top graduates from Foha University, and with their keen intellects and ruthless methods, they had quickly risen above the crowded field of technology companies. Gradually, they became a leading force in the tech industry. With the backing of a powerful family in the capital, the brothers successfully transformed their company and entered the military-industrial sector. However, technologies relating to the military were always subject to government control for the sake of public safety and the interests of China. For Lin Technology Group, state regulation was inevitable. But, with the support of that prominent family in Beijing, such regulations were little more than a formality to the brothers. Now, in order to secure a military contract from the Beichuan Provincial Military District, the two brothers decided to have Lin Chongqing take up a post as an external chief engineer at the military base for 3 years, solely to win the favor of the district's leaders. Yet life in the barracks was far from comfortable for someone as accustomed to luxury as Lin Chongqing, and he found it difficult to adjust. Just as he was grumbling about his lot, Wang Bo arrived at the military base, bringing with him his miniature nuclear reactor. In that instant, Lin Chongqing felt that everything had suddenly become worthwhile, even wonderful. Casting a lingering glance at the alluring device on a laboratory bench, Lin Chongqing finally tore his gaze away, found a casual excuse, and slipped outside the test facility. He needed to strategize with his brother. How could they possibly get their hands on this technology from that penniless young man? Meanwhile, the testing inside the lab continued. Watching the dozens of armored vehicle engines roaring at full power in the center of the hall, the crowd felt a numb disbelief settling over their hearts. But unlike the rest, Elder He was growing more and more anxious. Dozens of armored vehicle engines, 5 helicopter engines, supplying energy to all of these at once. In theory, nuclear fission technology could manage such a feat, but only if the energy conversion rate was staggeringly high. But clearly, for the meticulous Elder He, what he had seen so far was still not enough to convince him completely that this glowing ring truly embodied fusion technology. What followed was the real highlight. These military-grade generators, though now built in a time of peace, were originally designed for war. In wartime, the massive electricity demands of an entire military district could be met by just a few of these little machines standing before them. In modern warfare, losing power means losing the ability to see or hear, like being blind and deaf, leaving you utterly at the enemy's mercy. In this sense, these compact generators in front of them were, without exaggeration, top-tier strategic assets. On the flip side, the challenge of powering these machines had long troubled countless military engineers. Even someone like Hao Zhigua, who barely understood technology, knew just how critical it was to solve the power supply issue. Every military exercise saw countless tactics left unused simply because there wasn't enough electricity. Such cases were far too common to count. Those civilian generators tested in the previous videos? Let's be serious. They didn't even come close to 1% of military standards in terms of output. And as for those dozens of armored vehicle engines and helicopter engines, when it came to energy consumption, they weren't even in the same league as these military generators. So, no one present could bring themselves to believe that this bowl-sized little device could possibly power these energy-hungry giants. Yet, that didn't diminish anyone's respect for Wang Bo. Not even Hao Jigua, who had been so critical before. After all, simply creating this little device was a remarkable achievement. Whether for military or civilian use, it would dramatically spur development across countless fields. And Wang Bo, still not yet even 20, had already surpassed the vast majority of so-called experts in the world. That was something no one could deny. With everyone's steady, expectant gaze upon him, the soldiers slowly pulled down the final switch. Did I imagine it? Or did the military generator just move? Could I be seeing things? Good heavens, is this really happening? My heart can't take this anymore. The generator's output is still climbing. 40%, 68%, 100%. As the first generator roared to full power, an absurd idea crept into everyone's minds. Does magic truly exist in this world? Otherwise, how can you explain what we're witnessing right now? At that moment, Elder He's hand, gripping his cane, was trembling uncontrollably. Even he hadn't expected that this tiny device could actually contain such immense energy. And this young man, he had truly mastered the secret of nuclear fusion. Long before he left the capital, countless people around him had tried to dissuade him, insisting there was no need to travel all the way to Suchi City just to investigate what they called a scam. But now, He Jianhua was deeply grateful for his unwavering resolve at the time. Never would I have imagined that, at the end of my days, I'd live to witness the birth of controllable nuclear fusion technology. To learn the way in the morning, and die content that evening. What more could I ask for? One after another, the remaining 4 generators whirred into motion. Hao Jigua hurriedly summoned a large number of technical personnel from the nearby military district to help record the detailed parameters of the miniature nuclear reactor. After all, before coming here, he had assumed this would be a mere formality. He never expected the technology to be real. At the same time, he turned sharply to his adjutant and barked an order. Suchi City's military district is to enter the highest state of alert. Every off-duty soldier is to report for duty immediately. Until the test is complete, I don't want a single suspicious person getting in. Not even a fly. At this moment, Lin Chongqing was trembling slightly, overwhelmed by excitement. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that on this very day, in an unremarkable place like Suchi City, such a world-changing marvel would be born. Controllable nuclear fusion. As a graduate of Fohai University, he knew all too well just how monumental this technology was, something that even the brightest minds in the research world of the United States had failed to conquer. And now, it had become reality in the hands of a high school student. He couldn't help but feel as if he were living in a dream. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, a sly and sinister smile crept across his face. After all, who would ever believe that a high schooler could achieve something like this? And wasn't this the perfect angle for Lin Group Technologies to exploit? The entire test lasted for the better part of the morning. Throughout, dozens of engines and 5 massive generators ran at peak efficiency, never pausing for a moment. Not once did they stop. As everyone began to worry that the relentless pace might burn the machines out, the glow from the miniature nuclear reactor on the test bench finally began to fade. How much output did we get? At He Jianhua's inquiry, the technicians sprang into action, compiling the data without delay. Roughly 20 million megajoules, came the answer. Hearing this, Wang Bo finally let out a sigh of relief. It seemed the energy contained within the miniature reactor matched almost exactly the 500 megawatt estimate he had announced at the press conference. And as he watched his reputation points on the system dashboard soar, Wang Bo's heart brimmed with joy. After all, the rise in reputation points wasn't just about the number of people present. The higher the caliber of the crowd, the greater the reputation earned. Take the current situation, for example. Everyone present is either a renowned researcher or a high-ranking military officer. Though the crowd is small, the prestige Wang Bo is gaining now is even greater than last time, when Feng Yuza publicly slighted him at the awards ceremony, making him infamous throughout the city. Adding to that, with Lin Zichao helping him release a trending video last time, Wang Bo's reputation points have now reached an astonishing 80,000. Before Wang Bo could even enjoy his success in private, he suddenly noticed everyone in the testing facility was staring at him as if he were some kind of anomaly. The tense silence hanging in the air made Wang Bo's head ache. Situations like this were not his forte. Suddenly, a sharp clap rang out. With Hao Jigua's applause, the strange atmosphere finally shattered. Thunderous applause erupted, echoing through the hall. Well done. If anyone deserves to be called a genius, it's you. Unbelievable. Comparing myself to him, I feel like I've wasted decades of my life. This is the real rising generation. If we, the old guard, are passed up by a genius like him, we have no complaints. Faced with the researchers' unrestrained praise, Wang Bo's cheeks flushed, a rare sight. Hao Jigua, meanwhile, said nothing, but the thoughtful look in his sharp eyes betrayed the turmoil beneath his calm exterior. Outside, a crowd of reporters still lingered, unwilling to leave. Though they claimed not to care, everyone here was a veteran of the media world. It was obvious to anyone that Wang Bo's story was red-hot. Even if it turned out to be a hoax, the aftermath would be anything but quiet. For these reporters, controversy meant traffic, and traffic meant money and fame. As for what kind of criticism or harm Wang Bo might face, that had nothing to do with them. Just as they were lost in thought, a sleek black Maybach slowly approached from the end of the road. Some clueless reporters were still speculating about what kind of person would drive such an ostentatious car to a military facility. Yet a few of the most seasoned journalists fell silent, squinting as they watched the vehicle approach. There are plenty of Maybachs in the country, but very few bear military plates. Given the vehicle's connection to the Beichuan Provincial Military District, several of them immediately realized what this could mean. Inside the car, Lin Tianfang was in a wonderful mood. After a half-hour phone call, he had already learned the full story from his younger brother, Lin Chongqing. Controllable nuclear fusion technology. What an enticing phrase. If they could acquire this technology, the influence of the Lin Group would no longer be confined to China. The two brothers would surely make their mark on the international stage. And the two brothers might just use this opportunity to break free from the control of that family. The rise of the Lin Group can truly be called legendary. In just a few years, relying on a handful of core military technologies, they built the company from scratch, from an obscure small enterprise to the leading tech group in the country. With the backing of that powerful family, the Lin Group began to take on a semi-state-owned character. As for Lin Tianfang, the company's president, he naturally acquired an air of legend himself. Some sensationalist media even dubbed him the most business-savvy arms expert. But in truth, the brothers were far from the geniuses outsiders imagined them to be. Over the years, most of the technological patents that Lin Group depended on for survival weren't invented by their own R&D department. Instead, the two brothers, leveraging the company's immense financial resources and the family's connections, bought them up from various smaller tech firms. Of course, the so-called buying wasn't always smooth sailing. There were always a few small companies stubborn enough to resist their acquisition. At times like these, less than above-board methods were needed to make them willing to sell. But as time went on, some people inevitably began to notice these shady dealings behind the Lin Group's success, especially the National Security Bureau, those meddlesome hounds. Yet this acquisition was different from all the rest. A miniature nuclear reactor was valuable enough for Lin Tianfang to risk being investigated by the National Security Bureau just to get his hands on the technology. The car rolled to a slow stop at the gates of the military district. Once he'd straightened his clothes, Lin Tianfang stepped out of the vehicle at an unhurried pace. The soldier guarding the gate was momentarily stunned when he saw Lin Tianfang, but quickly moved to let him pass. After all, nearly every soldier in the district recognized this man. Even their superiors showed him respect, since much of their equipment depended on supplies from Lin Group. Watching the soldier wave Lin Tianfang through, the reporters gathered behind him couldn't help but show envy in their eyes. Such is the privilege of power. While they had waited outside for hours without being allowed in, the president of Lin Group needed only to show his face to gain immediate entry. The contrast couldn't be clearer. At that moment, Lin Tianfang glanced at the soldier letting him through, a mocking smile curling at his lips. This was precisely why he was willing to pay any price, even if it meant being a lapdog to that family, just to keep climbing higher. Only by doing so could he rise above others. Only then could he treat a military stronghold, in others' eyes, like his own personal garden. But just as Lin Tianfang stepped through the gate, a shrill alarm suddenly blared without warning. The soldier's expression changed instantly at the sound of the siren. From the very first day of their enlistment, the instructors had taught them to recognize this particular alarm. In all their years of service, they had never once heard this alarm ring within the military district. According to the veterans, this level of alert had only sounded once before during the massive rescue operation for that great natural disaster more than a decade ago. And now, with the alarm blaring across the military district, it could only mean that something of equal magnitude was unfolding. Sorry, Mr. Lin, we must ask for your understanding. We cannot allow you to enter. We also kindly ask all journalists to please move back. This is the highest state of alert for the military district. Within a 500-meter radius, there can be no risks of any kind. Immediately, their faces turned grave as they raised their rifles. This was no longer the time for the journalists to argue or play tricks as they had just a moment ago. As soldiers, it was their duty to ensure that when the highest alert was sounded, they would carry out their superiors' orders to the letter. Seeing the soldiers' unwavering expressions, the assembled journalists were left bewildered. After all, this was a time of peace, except for the rarest emergencies. The military district would never declare the highest level of alert. So what on earth had happened in the base today? Yet Lin Tianfeng, the man turned away by the soldiers, showed no sign of anger. He simply nodded to show his understanding and returned to his car. Inside the car, however, he was consumed with excitement. Such extreme security measures, combined with the ongoing test inside the military district. There could be no mistake. It had to be true. The technology was real. Otherwise, why would such a high level of alarm be triggered? This only underscored the immense significance of the miniature nuclear reactor. As the thought struck him, Lin Tianfeng licked his lips, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Wang Bo, I hope you know what's best for you. Otherwise, you might not live to regret it. At that moment, Wang Bo could only look on helplessly, for ever since the test had concluded, he hadn't had a moment's peace. He found himself surrounded by a crowd of renowned scientists and engineers, who now circled him like eager fans, bombarding him with questions. Wang Bo couldn't help but feel a sense of elation. After all, to inspire such admiration from this group was an achievement in itself. Still, the situation was becoming overwhelming. It wasn't until Hao Zhigua intervened that Wang Bo was finally able to break free from the crowd. Watching Wang Bo being swarmed, Hao Zhigua felt a surge of irritation. What a joke! As if he didn't know exactly what these sly old foxes were up to. It was important to remember that this group of technical experts wasn't just from Beichuan province. There were many from other military districts as well. Hao Zhigua was all too familiar with the tricks they used to poach talent. If he didn't get this young man out of there soon, who knew? The miniature nuclear reactor might end up belonging to another military district. Looking at the military district commander who had come to his rescue, Wang Bo quickly expressed his gratitude. General Hao, I truly owe you my thanks. It's not just for getting me out of that tight spot a moment ago, but also for letting me use your facility and your time to help test this gadget specs. As Wang Bo fiddled with the glowing ring in his hand, Hao Zhigua maintained a stoic expression, but inside, he was practically drooling with envy. You rascal, at least you know you owe me. In that case, I'm going to bill you for all these expenses. Listening to Hao Zhigua grumble nonstop at his side, Wang Bo felt his head pounding. Was this really the commander of a military district? He was acting more like a fussy housekeeper. But Hao Zhigua wasn't concerned with appearances. His top priority now was figuring out how to recruit this kid onto his own military ship. Listen, kid, don't say I didn't look out for you. If you ever manage to mass-produce this little gadget, you'd better not forget the Beichuan military district. Our own district should be your very first supplier. Looking at this man, usually the epitome of military prestige, now acting so shamelessly, Wang Bo couldn't help but laugh. He teased. I still remember when I first walked through these doors. Someone here couldn't stand the sight of me. Who was that? Who would dare treat a member of our military district like that? Outrageous. As Hao Zhigua put on his self-righteous act, Wang Bo was left speechless. Still, Wang Bo felt no ill will toward this forthright man, even though they'd butted heads at first. In fact, Hao Zhigua had objectively helped him quite a bit since then. Wang Bo had always had a natural affinity for people in the military, so he saw no reason to turn down the suggestion. Don't worry, General Hao. If I ever get the chance, Beichuan Military District will be my first choice. Hearing this promise, Hao Zhigua was overjoyed. He was about to seize the opportunity to build a closer rapport with this little genius. After all, with Wang Bo's talent in physics, they'd be crossing paths often in the future. At that moment, Elder He interjected, All right, that's enough from you. You're already the leader of a military district, yet you're still acting like a child. Hearing Elder He's scolding, Hao Zhigua shrank his neck and fell silent. He could be bold and brash with others, but in front of this elderly man, he felt nothing but deep respect. Child, when you first came from the capital, I thought that if you were promising enough, I might make an exception and take you on as my own student. But after a talk in the car just now, and what you've accomplished here in the test range, your epic-making invention, I've given up on that idea, because even I am not qualified to teach you. Those nearby were all startled at Elder He's words. None of them could have imagined he would speak so highly of Wang Bo. After all, even on the international stage, Elder He was a towering figure in the field of physics. At first, Wang Bo was taken aback by what he heard, then a wry smile crept onto his face. He Jianhua's words were not wrong. In terms of sheer technological prowess, the normal world lagged far behind the Marvel Universe. What's more, the knowledge loaded into Wang Bo's mind was the absolute pinnacle from that other world. But I still hope you can follow a proper academic path. That's why I'm willing to pull some strings and recommend you for advanced studies at either Huaqing University or Beijing University. Hearing this, Wang Bo fell into contemplation. Now that the miniature nuclear reactor was finished, his next step was inevitably to research the Iron Man suit. In fact, the very purpose of building this little reactor was to power that suit. And only by constructing the suit could he guarantee even a basic level of safety for himself in this world. After all, following this incident, it was inevitable that many ambitious forces would take an interest in him. It's no exaggeration to say that if this technology were put up for sale and managed properly, the next world's richest person would be the one who benefited from this project. Profits so immense would certainly tempt many into taking desperate risks, so he couldn't afford to let his guard down. However, at a renowned university, he would naturally be under intense scrutiny, which would only make his experiments even more difficult. Thinking it through, Wang Bo made up his mind. By the time he walked out of the military district gates, it was nearly dusk, and his stomach was rumbling with hunger. Under the intense, almost greedy gazes of the assembled scientists, Wang Bo ultimately left the miniature nuclear reactor inside the testing facility. As for concerns over the technology being deciphered, that never even crossed his mind. With such different theoretical foundations, the scientists of this world had no way to unravel its secrets. It was like two entirely different languages. The Marvel tech system and this parallel world science were fundamentally worlds apart. What made it even harder was that there was no information about Marvel in this world at all. So if the scientists here wanted to crack this technology, they'd have to start from the most basic principles. Just as Wang Bo was worrying about how to get out of this remote area, a sleek, luxurious black sedan slowly pulled up in front of him. Inside the car, Lin Tianfeng was quietly observing Wang Bo outside. If he'd met someone with such an ordinary appearance on the street, he wouldn't have spared him a second glance. But now, his gaze was locked onto Wang Bo, as if he were appraising a priceless treasure. Although he privately attached great importance to Wang Bo, Lin Tianfeng had no intention of getting out of the car. Over the years, he'd recruited his fair share of scientific geniuses and had come to understand their kind all too well. If you don't break through the pride in their hearts, they become like double-edged swords, capable of harming your enemies, but just as likely to cut you as well. After taking a moment to steady his emotions, Lin Tianfeng returned to his usual composure and slowly rolled down the car window. At that moment, Wang Bo stood before the luxury car, confusion written all over his face. Was there something wrong with this car? Every time he took a step, the car would move as well, as if it absolutely had to stop directly in front of him. Just as Wang Bo was about to step forward and knock on the window to ask, the glass slid down on its own. Wang Bo, just those two words, yet Wang Bo could instantly feel the overbearing presence of the person inside the car. This kind of forceful attitude made him distinctly uncomfortable. After all, he'd seen plenty of people like this during his days at #1 high school. What do you want? Wang Bo replied impatiently. Lin Tianfeng, hearing this, didn't take offense. After all, this was a genius who had invented a miniature nuclear reactor, a young man who'd made a name for himself early on. A bit of arrogance was to be expected. Let me introduce myself. I'm Lin Tianfeng from Lin Technology Group. As he spoke, Lin Tianfeng's pride was written all over his face. He was confident that this young man must have heard his name before. Hearing the introduction, Wang Bo's pupils contracted ever so slightly. Even though he didn't know much about the military-industrial sector, the name Lin Tianfeng had reached his ears. Over the years, the media's commentary on Lin Tianfeng had been mixed, some praising, others criticizing. But none of that had slowed the rapid growth of Lin Group under his leadership. That alone proved that the man before him was no ordinary figure. Even so, it didn't mean this man had the right to be so condescending in front of him. Lin Tianfeng? Never heard of you. If you've got something to say, just say it. Wang Bo's voice was not quiet, and the reporters who hadn't yet left turned their curious gaze toward them. Hearing Wang Bo brush him off so bluntly, Lin Tianfeng's expression darkened. After so many years at the top, no one had ever dared to speak to him like that, except perhaps those from the National Security Bureau. But then he thought of the technology this boy held in his hands, and he forced himself to swallow his anger for now. My purpose here is simple. I'd like to invite you to join our company. And if you're willing, I'm prepared to offer $5 million for the rights to your miniature nuclear reactor technology. At this moment, Lin Tianfeng was brimming with confidence. He had done his homework before coming. This kid, Wang Bo, had lost his parents young, and while his family wasn't destitute, they certainly weren't well off. $5 million might not mean much to Lin Tianfeng, but he figured it should be enough to leave this young man speechless. Listening to Lin Tianfeng's offer, Wang Bo nearly burst out laughing. $5 million? Is he trying to shoo away a beggar? He'd spent $5 million just on the research and development of that miniature reactor. Now he was supposed to sell it for the same amount? What does he take me for? His charity case. Even though Wang Bo didn't know the exact price of the relevant technology, he did know that the going rate for small nuclear reactor technology was far more than what was being offered here. Forget 5 million. Even 500 million or 50 billion would have bidders fighting tooth and nail to get their hands on it. This Lin Tianfang was clearly taking advantage of his youth, trying to coerce and tempt him into handing over the technology. Seeing Wang Bo remain silent, Lin Tianfang's patience started to wear thin. Wang Bo, I don't have time to stand around while you think this over. Yes or no? Make up your mind. Hearing the head of the Lin group grow impatient, Wang Bo couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Although the man seemed calm on the surface, there was a faint urgency hidden between his words. Clearly, he knew that once word got out, securing Wang Bo and his technology would cost him hundreds or even thousands of times more. How about this? I'll add 2 million more, just for me personally. The contract for the technology transfer is right here. Sign it. As the driver handed over a pen and contract, Wang Bo remained unmoved. Mr. Lin, is it? I'm just some poor kid. There's no way I could ever climb high enough to reach your Lin group. And I'd advise you, Mr. Lin, to be a bit more genuine in the future. Don't assume everyone else is a fool. Upon hearing this advice, veins bulged on Lin Tianfang's forehead. The driver, seeing his boss so furious, began trembling with fear. In all these years, he'd never seen anyone dare scold the boss to his face. Wang Bo, seeing this scene, didn't bother with him any longer and turned to leave. Watching Wang Bo's departing figure, Lin Tianfang's eyes flashed with menace. All these years, no one's ever dared talk to me like that. Wang Bo, since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me if I destroy you completely. By the time Wang Bo got home, it was nearly midnight. For some reason, ever since he'd left the military compound, he'd had the uneasy feeling that someone was watching or following him. Yet, after checking again and again, he found no one, which only made his skin crawl all the more. Not wanting to wake Huang Haoyang and his wife, Wang Bo crept quietly into the house. As soon as he got home, he made a beeline for the kitchen. Aside from a bite of breakfast that morning, he hadn't eaten anything all day. Just as he began rummaging through the fridge, the sight of steaming hot food on the dining table caught his eye. Eat your dinner and get to bed, and stop raiding your mother's fridge. Hearing the voice from the bedroom, a wave of warmth swept through Wang Bo's heart. The dishes were still piping hot. He didn't need to ask to know how many times Yang Ping must have reheated them for him. Scooping big mouthfuls of rice, Wang Bo muttered under his breath. What's wrong with rummaging through the fridge? Just wait a couple of days until I get some money, and I'll buy you the biggest refrigerator out there. Fill it to the brim with delicacies from mountains and seas. Yet, the warmth and comfort at home stood in stark contrast to what was happening elsewhere. At that very moment, a team of military research scientists was working through the night, poring over the wreckage of the miniature nuclear reactor. To their astonishment, even this unassuming little device contained a wealth of principles and technologies none of them had ever even heard of before. All of them, including Elder He, found themselves at an impasse. How about this? Why not transfer the remains of the miniature nuclear reactor to our company for further research? Lin Chongqing suggested, feigning concern as he glanced at the frustrated faces around him. After all, this is just a military testing ground, and the research equipment here is far from adequate. Our Lin group, on the other hand, has made considerable progress and achievements in nuclear applications. I'm confident we could make significant headway in cracking the secrets of this miniature reactor. No one voiced any objections to Lin Chongqing's proposal. In their hearts, they knew he wasn't wrong. In this setting, making any real progress in deciphering the reactor seemed almost impossible. Seeing that the crowd was tempted, Lin Chongqing decided to fan the flames a little more. I understand your concerns. After all, without official approval from above, privately transferring such an important invention could easily bring trouble down on your heads. But let me assure you, I've already informed my brother about the situation here. To ease your worries, he contacted the relevant authorities overnight and secured an official permit from Vice Minister Zhang Wenqing of the Ministry of Science and Technology. This way, the transfer of the miniature nuclear reactor will have nothing to do with any of you. And if you're interested, Lin Group would be delighted to have you join our research and decryption efforts. The crowd was taken aback at first, but then understanding dawned on their faces. After all, most of them had heard, one way or another, that Lin Group maintained extremely close ties with a powerful family in Beijing. With the backing of such a family, pulling strings to get an official permit late at night hardly seemed difficult. Moreover, as Lin Group's military technology portfolio had grown over the years, the state had recently acquired a stake in the company, effectively turning it into a semi-state-owned enterprise. With government oversight and official paperwork, there was really nothing to worry about. Standing off to the side, Elder he furrowed his brow as he listened to Lin Chongqing's words. He had heard a thing or two about Lin Group. Its fame was certainly on the rise. But as someone in his position, how could Elder he fail to notice the hidden currents beneath the surface? He had no intention of letting a company with such questionable conduct get its hands on technology of such significance. But in the end, the arm cannot wrestle the thigh. Although old, he holds a special status. He has no official position in the bureaucracy, so it's not his place to intervene in decisions from above. Beijing, inside a certain conference room. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, yet this small meeting room was anything but quiet tonight. Within its modest space, some 20 or 30 people were crowded in. Is everyone here? At that moment, a figure of great importance in Huagua strode briskly into the room. The moment this person arrived, all discussions among those present came to an immediate halt. We're all here. Responding to the leader's inquiry, a burly middle-aged man seated to the side answered in a deep, steady voice. As the others glanced at the speaker, a flicker of apprehension appeared on every face in the room. This was Fu Guotai, a man with a military background who, before the age of 50, had risen to the post of director of the National Security Bureau. He was among the most trusted of those high-ranking leaders who frequently appeared on television. It wasn't just his exceptional competence that set him apart, but also his thunderous methods and a strictness that showed no trace of favoritism, qualities that left many here with headaches. But Fu Guotai cared little for these sentiments. From the moment he joined the military, he had sworn an oath of loyalty to his country. Any parasite feeding off Huagua, once exposed, he would crush without mercy. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Hong Guotao cleared his throat and began. I trust you all have some idea of the situation before coming here tonight. So, I'll get straight to the point. The small nuclear reactor that's been causing such a stir online these past few days, after rigorous testing by Old He and several other experts, has been confirmed. It's real. A wave of astonishment rippled through the room. Despite their earlier suspicions, many still found it hard to believe, even now. After all, this was a problem that stood among the most profound in all of physics. If, in the field of nuclear science, humanity had taken only 2 or 3 steps forward, then controlled nuclear fusion, a small, functioning reactor, would be the 100th step. For decades, countless scientists had toiled away, advancing only a little at a time. And now, an unknown, inexperienced youngster had made a leap so vast that the best of them could barely see his dust. It was nothing short of surreal. Yet, with the speaker being someone perched at the pinnacle of power in Huagua, none could afford to doubt him. Ignoring the stunned reactions around him, Hong Guotao continued. You are all experts in your respective fields. Tonight, we're here to discuss how we should proceed. I've heard that it was your department that signed off on the reactor's transfer. Let's start with you, Commissioner Zhang. As he spoke, Hong Guotao turned his gaze toward Zhang Buoheng, who sat at the head of the table. Listening to the dissatisfaction in the other's tone, a shadow flickered in Zhang Buoheng's eyes before he quickly explained. I've already criticized Zhang, winching about this. He's reached the position of Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Science and Technology, yet he's still so impatient in his work. Still, his actions were driven by the desire to break through the technology for controllable nuclear fusion, so I chose not to pursue the matter further. Hearing this, Fu Guotai, who was standing by, furrowed his brow. This was hardly an explanation. He was clearly making excuses for Zhang Wenqing's serious dereliction of duty. After years of deep work in the National Security Bureau, Fu Guotai had amassed a fair amount of political dirt, and the Zhang family was the most malignant tumor within the country. Over the years, they had used their power to cultivate a considerable network of influence. Lin's technology group was one such example. Yet the Zhangs, firmly rooted in the center of power, were well acquainted with the tactics of the National Security Bureau. Thus, despite their years of wrongdoing, Fu Guotai had never managed to grasp any truly decisive evidence against them, which left him deeply frustrated. Meanwhile, Zhang Buoheng watched the upright director of the National Security Bureau, whose face flickered with shifting emotions, and inwardly let out a cold laugh. Fu Guotai, if you can't even bring down Lin's group, which is merely one of my Zhang family subordinates, what right do you have to challenge me, the head of the Zhang family? Although countless thoughts swirled in his mind, not a trace of them showed on committee member Zhang's face as he continued. I suggest that Wang Bo hand over the technology for the small-scale nuclear reactor to the state. After all, technology of this caliber simply isn't safe in the hands of a private individual. As for compensation, we can discuss it. After all, as a citizen of our nation, I trust Wang Bo won't demand an outrageous sum. Upon hearing these words, Fu Guotai immediately objected. Was this any different from moral coercion? Our country is a truly free and democratic nation. not like certain other countries and families that resort to despicable acts of force and expropriation. Zhang Guoheng wasn't angered by Fu Guotai's veiled jab at himself and the Zhang family. After all, with so many years in politics, if he lost his composure over a few barb remarks, he'd hardly be fit to lead the Zhang family. Director Fu, that's where you're mistaken. Our nation stands tall among the peoples of the world, not only because of our deep heritage, but also because every citizen is united and willing to contribute selflessly, regardless of personal gain. Who knows, perhaps Wang Bo will gladly agree when he hears the decision from the state. Hearing these almost shameless words, Fu Guotai slammed his hand on the table. I absolutely cannot agree to this. Zhang Guoheng, if I asked you to donate your entire family fortune for the good of the country, would you be willing? You're just twisting logic to suit yourself. Listening to the heated argument between the two, Hong Guotao, who sat in the middle, rubbed his brow in exasperation and interrupted. All right, that's enough. Are you two planning to let anyone else speak? So, all matters concerning Huagua are to be decided by just the two of you? Seeing the leader's displeased tone, both Zhang Guoheng and Fu Guotai wisely shut their mouths, though the challenge in their eyes lingered. Clearly, the tension between them was far from over. Once these two heavyweights had finished their sparring, the rest of the group began to voice their own opinions, each offering suggestions on how to handle the technology in question. Hong Guotao didn't interrupt. He simply listened quietly as everyone put forth their views. Behind him, his secretary was frantically recording each person's stance, ensuring the leadership would have all the perspectives needed for a final decision. When the discussion had mostly run its course, Hong Guotao spoke up at just the right moment to share his own perspective. In my view, Director Fu has made some good points. Why has our nation, in just a few short decades, grown into a giant that even the great powers across the ocean now regard with apprehension? It's not because of anything else. It's because our guiding principle has always been to put the people first. If today we were to forcibly seize this technology from a high school student, then we would lose our core values. At these words, Zhang Guoheng could no longer sit still. He knew that taking matters into their own hands and delivering the wreckage to the Lin Group had already stirred dissatisfaction among the top brass. If they couldn't secure this lucrative prize in the end, wouldn't that mean losing everything with nothing to show for it? Leader, I think. Before Zhang Guoheng could finish, Hong Guotao waved his hand and cut him off. Commissioner Zhang, I know what's worrying you. You're afraid that another country might get hold of this technology, aren't you? Director Fu, since this was your suggestion, your National Security Bureau will take the lead. Make sure the technology doesn't leak out, and above all, ensure the young man's safety. Yes, sir. I guarantee the mission will be completed. Watching the seamless exchange between the two, Zhang Guoheng's expression darkened completely. So, they were already starting to sideline him. It seemed that, no matter how carefully the Zhang family had concealed their actions, some people had still caught on. Now he realized he'd have to begin planning a way out for his family. After the meeting, Hong Guotao asked Fu Guotai to stay behind. There's no problem with the young man's safety, is there? Rest assured, as director of the National Security Bureau, the moment the technology was confirmed, he'd already dispatched people to protect Wang Bo. It's just that the leadership hasn't decided whether to announce the existence of this technology, so I've only arranged for our people to protect him quietly, out of public view. Hearing this, Hong Guotao nodded. Until everything was settled, sending a high-profile security detail would be tantamount to telling the whole world that the miniature nuclear reactor technology was real. We committee members have discussed this technology, and there's really no need to keep it secret. Recently, Huagua has been repeatedly stifled by certain Western countries over technological issues, leaving everyone feeling frustrated and powerless. Since this technology will inevitably be made public in the future, they figured it's better to announce its existence now, to both lift the nation's spirits and inspire a sense of pride. When he opened his eyes again, it was already noon. Perhaps it was the exhaustion from yesterday's whirlwind of activity, but Wang Bo had slept more soundly than he had in a long time. Yet upon waking, he was surprised to find that there wasn't a soul in the house. How peculiar. Normally, at this hour, his aunt would be bustling about the kitchen, preparing lunch, while Huang Haoliang, who'd been dismissed from his teaching job due to Wang Bo's earlier troubles, had become an unemployed homebody with nowhere else to go. But today, neither of them was home. He walked into the living room and saw 2 packets of instant noodles and a note left on the dining table. An inexplicable sense of melancholy welled up inside him. He picked up the note, his aunt's crooked handwriting leaping out at him. Lazybones, get up and watch the news right now. For lunch, just make do with some instant noodles. Tonight, I'll treat you to a grand feast. Reading those 2 brief lines, Wang Bo was left bewildered, but he could only comply and turn on the TV. A 17-year-old stuns the world. A miniature nuclear reactor, groundbreaking technology set to change the future. Born into poverty, but refusing a mediocre life, young Wang Bo becomes the very embodiment of a comeback story. The brightest hope for Huawei's Nobel Prize in Physics. Every channel was reporting news about him. Even those that usually only aired entertainment gossip had, for once, broken tradition to cover Wang Bo's story. Even the comments section beneath the video of his press conference was overflowing with new, enthusiastic responses. Can't wait to see the naysayers proven wrong. Unbelievable, controlled nuclear fusion achieved by a teenager. Where are those keyboard warriors who looked down on people from Suchi City and insulted us? Wang Bo, the everlasting pride of Suchi City. Reading through these comments, Wang Bo felt a deep sense of comfort and satisfaction. He'd never cared much for the online insults hurled at him, but being misunderstood still left a bitter taste. Now, after the test results were released, Mr. He and the others had cleared his name at the very first opportunity. Wang Bo felt truly grateful from the bottom of his heart. As for where Huang Haoyang and his aunt had gone, he could more or less guess. Knowing his aunt's feisty and unyielding nature, she must have dragged Huang Haoyang around to visit every relative the moment the news broke, proudly showing off. After all, she'd endured her fair share of snide remarks and cold shoulder from these fair-weather kin. But now, someone of old He's stature had personally come forward to clear his nephew's name, and in an interview, he showered that rascal Wang Bo with praise. How could she possibly let this heaven-sent opportunity slip by? Just as Wang Bo was flipping through TV channels out of sheer boredom, the doorbell at his home rang. "Excuse me, is this the home of Huang Haoyang, Principal Huang?" Hearing the voice outside, Wang Bo was puzzled. Ever since Uncle Huang was dismissed, it had been a long time since anyone had come to visit. With questions swirling in his mind, Wang Bo still went ahead and opened the security door. "You must be Wang Bo, am I right?" Seeing the eager expression on the visitor's face, Wang Bo was completely baffled. "I'm from the city's education bureau. Sorry to intrude, but I've come to tell Principal Huang that he's been reinstated to his position. And in 3 months, the principal of number 3 high school will retire. Over the years, Principal Huang has led number 9 high school with dedication and distinction, and all of us have taken notice of his contributions and hard work. So after consultation among the leadership, it's been decided that when the principal of number 3 retires, Principal Huang will take his place." Seeing the visitors nodding and bowing, Wang Bo couldn't help but sneer inwardly. "Back when all the public outrage was directed at me, you didn't hesitate for a second before firing Uncle Huang. Where was your appreciation for his dedication and effort then?" With that thought, Wang Bo spoke up, his voice laced with sarcasm. "As I recall, my uncle was dismissed for allegedly abusing his position to give me special treatment and let me enter number 9 high school on my own. Tell me, am I even eligible to enroll now?" Wang Bo's emotionless words made the visitor break out in a cold sweat. Inwardly, he couldn't help but curse. Damn it, the mess these higher-ups made, and now I'm the one who has to clean it up. How is that fair? No matter what he felt, he still forced a polite smile. There was a mistake in the original investigation. It was a lapse in our bureau's work. Please don't hold it against us. Looking at the young man in front of him, who couldn't be much older than himself and probably just started working, Wang Bo decided not to make things harder for him. "All right, just leave the appointment letter here." Hearing that Wang Bo had accepted the appointment letter, the visitor let out a sigh of relief. His biggest fear had been that Wang Bo would act on impulse and throw him out of the house. If that happened, he knew he'd be in for some serious trouble when he got back. After all, things were different now. Thanks to the miniature nuclear reactor and controllable nuclear fusion technology, Wang Bo had become a national sensation throughout China. No one doubted that as time went on, the name Wang Bo would resonate far beyond these borders. This true prodigy would one day soar to unimaginable heights. At a moment like this, to get on Wang Bo's bad side, especially when they were clearly in the wrong, how could the leaders of the Education Bureau not be on edge? Unlike the tense atmosphere among the Education Bureau officials, at this moment, Feng Yuze, inside number 1 high school, looked utterly desolate. His future was over. Watching the school's official website being overrun and seeing ruthless criticism flooding in from major self-media platforms, he knew it wasn't just his job that was lost. He would also forever face the scorn of passersby on the street, pointed at and whispered about behind his back. Meanwhile, under the official Weibo account of number 1 high school, comments poured in. "So this is the high school that expelled the prodigy Wang Bo? Greetings from Xining Province, here to check in. What a joke. Decades of good reputation at number 1 high school, destroyed by a few clueless administrators. Didn't study hard, grade rapport? That's how number 1 high school evaluated Wang Bo. I'd love to witness the teaching methods at Suchi City number 1 high. What kind of school would label a genius who invented a miniature nuclear reactor as a failing student? This is hilarious. If he's a failing student, then are all Suchi City #1 students Nobel laureates? Please, everyone, from now on, don't tie #1 high school to Suchi City. I'm from Suchi myself, and turning away a student like this is a shame for all of us. Hey, the commenter above, your username looks familiar. Weren't you the one under the press conference video saying Wang Bo embarrassed Suchi City? Ahem, let's not get hung up on the details. At this moment, chaos reigned among all of the school's administrators. They had never imagined that expelling a student with no background whatsoever could bring such overwhelming trouble. After all, cases like this were hardly rare at #1 high. Their college acceptance rate was the cornerstone of their achievements. And if they hoped to climb any higher, it was essential for #1 high school to remain at the top every year in the national exams. To that end, expelling a few underachievers was never seen as anything unusual. But strictly speaking, Wang Bo wasn't actually an underachiever. His grades weren't stellar, but they were far from the bottom of the class. He was expelled simply because he had offended Zhang Fengxia and Feng Yuze, a fact well known throughout the school. And now, with Wang Bo's remarkable achievements, even national figures like Elder He and Hao Zhigua had praised him. According to rumors from reporters, even Lin Tianfeng, the head of the leading Lin technology group in the military industry, had personally reached out to recruit him. With so many honors surrounding Wang Bo, it only underscored his prodigious talent and highlighted just how blind and short-sighted the school's leadership had been. Right now, inside the principal's office, Tan Dawei was repeatedly apologizing to representatives from the provincial education department. Principal Tan, as the most renowned high school in the city, even the province, do you realize just how much impact expelling Wang Bo has had on the entire education system of Beichuan province? Right now, people all over the country are pointing fingers at us, cursing us out. They're saying the Education Bureau can't recognize talent, and they're calling you and the leadership team at #1 high school nothing but a bunch of useless freeloaders. At that moment, Tan Dawei didn't dare talk back in the slightest. Like a scolded schoolboy, he bowed again and again, apologizing profusely. Wearing a fawning and humble smile, he offered cigarettes to the others. Let me be clear with you, Tan Dawei. This incident has already caught the attention of top officials at the Ministry of Education. If you can't give the public and your superiors a satisfactory explanation, you'd better resign and go home to retire. With that, the group didn't even glance at the cigarettes offered by the principal of #1 high school. They stood up and strode out without a backward look. Watching them leave, Tan Dawei felt his heart sink into the depths of despair. He wasn't even 50 yet, and his career had been on the rise, with a real chance for further promotion. But now, this incident had completely cut off any hope of advancement. Not only that, he might even be facing dismissal. The thought of losing all his current wealth and status filled him with a restless anxiety. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down. Standing before the mirror, he muttered a few words to himself, trying his best to appear friendly and approachable. Then, he dialed the contact number listed on Wang Bo's student file. Hello. Hearing the young voice on the other end, Tan Dawei couldn't help but feel a sudden wave of nervousness. After all, whether he could keep his job might depend on the attitude of the person on the other end of this call. Is this Wang Bo? I'm Tan Dawei, the principal of #1 high school. If you're not busy right now, I'd like to talk to you about your admission. Wang Bo was momentarily taken aback. Then a cold smile appeared on his face. As the saying goes, when the upper beam is crooked, the lower beams are bound to be askew. The chaos at #1 high school couldn't be separated from this reckless principal. Since Tan Dawei took office, exorbitant fees for extra tutoring, recurring charges for sanitation and textbooks, and all sorts of unreasonable expenses had become the norm. Students from average families suffered deeply, and so Tan Dawei had earned himself a nickname among them, Tan the Skinner. Now, with Tan Dawei calling him, Wang Bo didn't need to guess what he wanted. No doubt, he wanted Wang Bo to return to #1 high school, hoping to minimize the negative impact of this whole situation. And maybe, he even hoped to claim some political credit from Wang Bo's success. After all, having a Nobel Prize-winning student was far more valuable than just boasting about college admission rates. But if he wanted Wang Bo to come back, it wouldn't be so easy. If there's anything to discuss, have Feng Yuze talk to me. I won't speak with anyone else. With those words, and without waiting for Tan Dawei to respond, Wang Bo hung up the phone. Listening to the incessant beeping from the other end of the phone, the principal of #1 high school felt his chest heave with agitation. The humiliation he suffered today was more than the sum of what he had endured in the past 10 years. His face darkened, and he strode quickly toward Feng Yuze's office. Director Feng. Hearing that familiar voice, Feng Yuze, who was sitting in his chair, sprang to his feet as if jolted by a spring. Principal Tan, what can I do for you? Looking at his once trusted right-hand man, Tan Dawe's mood didn't improve in the slightest. Instead, it was filled with endless disgust. Let Wang Bo come back to school. If you do, I can still keep your teaching position for you. Otherwise, you'd better pack your things now and make room for the new teacher. Hearing Principal Tan's icy tone, Feng Yuze glanced around the office at his colleagues, his eyes pleading for help. But unfortunately, not a single person dared to speak up for him at this moment. It wasn't just because the principal was in a rage. Even under normal circumstances, no one would stick their neck out for this guy. In the past, when Feng Yuze was in favor, everyone had to curry favor with him. Now that he'd fallen from grace, given the way he usually acted, everyone was only too eager to see him pack up and get out. Seeing the teachers all buried in their work, Tan Dawe's eyes flashed with a cold glint. There's a strict inspection from above these days. All of you had better watch yourselves. If any of you cause trouble for me, don't expect to get away with it. At his words, everyone nodded their heads rapidly, like pecking chicks. As they watched Principal Tan leave, the people in the office finally breathed a sigh of relief, paying no attention to Feng Yuze standing off to the side. Gazing at his indifferent colleagues, a shadow flickered across Feng Yuze's heart. But right now, that was the least of his concerns. The most pressing matter was figuring out how to get Wang Bo back to class. Seeing the contempt in his co-workers' eyes, he could easily imagine the ridicule he'd face if he were fired. If keeping his job meant swallowing his pride, so be it. Without hesitation, he grabbed his phone, found a secluded corner, and dialed the number he least wanted to see. At that moment, Wang Bo's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, a cold smirk played at the corners of his lips. He put the phone aside and went back to watching TV. On the other end, every ring of the phone was endless torment for Feng Yuze. He waited anxiously, and after about 2 minutes, the call disconnected automatically. Hearing the busy tone on the line, Feng Yuze's face flushed red. After all, having to beg a student, someone who was also his enemy, was hardly a dignified task. He didn't believe for a second that Wang Bo didn't recognize his number. So Feng Yuze could only comfort himself in his heart. Maybe Wang Bo wasn't near his phone and didn't see the call. After all, he's a busy man these days. With a heart full of unease, he dialed the number once more. To his surprise, this time the call was answered instantly. "What is it, Director Feng? I ignored your last call on purpose, and yet here you are, shamelessly calling again." On the other end, that familiar voice immediately tore away any pretense. His face flushed a deep purple, like an overripe eggplant. But reminded of the looming crisis in his career, he forced down his anger and adopted a calm, one might even say humble, demeanor. "Wang Bo, I know there have been some misunderstandings between us. No matter who is right or wrong, why don't we just let all go?" Listening to Feng Yuze's attempt to smooth things over, Wang Bo couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Things had come to this, yet Feng Yuze still refused to recognize his own faults, trying instead to cloud the truth. As a division director, when a teacher at school lost their morals, instead of seeking a just solution, he chose to further his own promotion by aiding the wrongdoers and framing students. After Wang Bo exposed him in public, rather than showing remorse, Feng Yuze actually twisted the facts at the awards assembly, trying to destroy Wang Bo's reputation completely. Thankfully, Wang Bo had the system's help. Otherwise, if it had been any ordinary student, their future would have been ruined by this man. Such despicable behavior. And when it all came to light, not only did he offer no apology, but his first thought was how to contain the fallout and save his position. The thought sent a surge of anger through Wang Bo. "Let's be direct, Feng Yuze. I might consider returning to number 1 high, but I have a condition." Hearing a hint of hope, Feng Yuze perked up instantly on the other end. "What's the condition? Name it. It's simple. If you can apologize to me in front of all the teachers and students at number 1 high, I'll consider coming back." Feng Yuze nearly choked in shock at Wang Bo's demand. Why else had he slunk away to such a remote, deserted spot to make this call, like a thief in the night? It was all to save face. But now Wang Bo wanted to humiliate him in front of everyone. For someone who valued his reputation above all, this was utterly unacceptable. "Wang Bo, don't push it too far. Leave some room for future dealings. That's the condition. Take it or leave it." Wang Bo, growing impatient with Feng Yuze's attempts to bargain, cut him off without hesitation. "Your career or your pride. You choose." With that, Wang Bo hung up. At that moment, Feng Yuze's hand, gripping the phone, was visibly trembling with rage. The next second, he hurled his phone to the ground with all his might. Those bloodshot eyes showed not a trace of a teacher's dignity. Instead, they looked more like those of a wild beast ready to devour its prey. Even after gaining fame, Wang Bo had plenty of troubles of his own. Take the never-ending ringing of his phone at this very moment, for example. If the callers weren't trying to arrange exclusive interviews, they were inviting him to join their companies. Most outrageous of all, even universities were asking him to give guest lectures. All afternoon, Wang Bo lost count of how many invitations he had turned down. It wasn't until he saw a particular number appear on the screen that he composed himself and answered the call with respect. "Hello, Teacher Li." At that moment, Li Hongmei was working overtime in her office. Hearing Wang Bo's greeting, her feelings were a tangled mix. So many of her former students, after making their mark on the world, had grown arrogant and lost all respect for their teachers. But what made Wang Bo truly remarkable was that even after achieving world-renowned success, he never lost sight of himself. "You rascal, you've really stirred up quite the storm this time." Catching the teasing note in Teacher Li's voice, Wang Bo couldn't help but chuckle. "No matter how famous I get, I'm still your student. Your good teaching made all the difference. Oh, don't give me too much credit. I certainly never taught you controlled nuclear fusion." At that, Wang Bo gave an embarrassed laugh. After a bit more banter between the two, Li Hongmei's voice suddenly became serious on the other end of the line. "Today, Principal Tan came to see me. He made it very clear he wants you to come back to number 1 high to finish your studies. To be honest with you, both Tan Dawei and Feng Yuza came to me today as well. I turned them all down. But if you want me to come back to number 1 high, I'll do it for you." Hearing Wang Bo's gentle yet resolute tone, Li Hongmei was filled with deep gratification. At last, she knew she'd judged him right. "My own view is very clear, too. You absolutely must not come back. For someone as gifted as you, high school would be nothing but a waste of time. You should pursue higher education. Only then can you truly make the most of your exceptional talent." Wang Bo was deeply moved by her words. After all, Li Hongmei's advice would surely offend Tan Dawei and do her career at number 1 high absolutely no favors. "Did you hear me?" Hearing only silence on the line, Li Hongmei grew anxious and pressed him for an answer. "I heard you, Teacher Li. Let's not dwell on unpleasant matters. Tomorrow, during the big break, let me treat you to quite the show." Catching the mischief in Wang Bo's voice, Li Hongmei knew at once that the boy was up to something. "Oh, you, Feng Yuza and Zhang Fengxia must have really pushed their luck to end up crossing you." After hanging up, Wang Bo finally enjoyed a rare moment of peace. He immediately opened up the system panel to check on the changes in his reputation score. Reputation, 80,340. Note, the increase in reputation is tied to the emotions of people in this world. Feelings such as shock, awe, or hatred triggered by the host's actions all contribute to a rise in reputation. Items none. Level 1 store. Small-scale nuclear reactor technology from Marvel's Iron Man series, already redeemed. Mark 1 armor manufacturing technology, the first-generation Iron Man suit, 10,000 reputation. Mark 2 armor manufacturing technology, second-generation suit, with the drawback of being unable to fly at high altitudes, 20,000 reputation. Mark 3 armor manufacturing technology, third-generation suit, the classic red and gold design, equipped with infrared lasers and mini-missiles, boasting formidable combat power, 50,000 reputation. Super Soldier Serum from Captain America, 100,000 reputation. Now that Wang Bo had more than 80,000 reputation points at his disposal, he certainly wasn't going to be stingy. The Mark 1 and Mark 2 armors felt far too basic, far beneath someone of his standing. If he was going to exchange for a suit, it had to be the flashy Mark 3. After all, compared to the third-generation armor's looks, the first two versions left much to be desired. For someone as obsessed with appearances as Wang Bo, wearing them would be pure torture. As his reputation points were deducted, a torrent of memories surged into Wang Bo's mind. This time, though, the process felt different from his first redemption. The influx of memories brought with it a strange sensation. Something was off. If he had to describe it, he would have called it a sense of incompleteness. "What's going on, system? Why does this exchange feel so odd?" Scan complete. Host has not redeemed the foundational knowledge for Mark 3, that is, the manufacturing technologies for Mark 1 and Mark 2 armors. Therefore, you cannot fabricate the Mark 3 suit. Upon hearing the system's reply, a faint melancholy welled up in Wang Bo's heart. Even after coming to this parallel world, it seemed he still couldn't escape the tricks of bundled sales and the art of squeezing every last penny from the customer. The cost of redeeming the Mark 3 armor alone was 80,000 reputation points in total. Wang Bo couldn't help but suspect that in a previous life, the system had been a cunning salesman, determined to drain every coin from the customer's pockets, no matter what. Under normal circumstances, Wang Bo would have fought tooth and nail against such malicious forces. But today, he couldn't afford to. He'd already burned 50,000 reputation points on the Mark 3. He doubted the system would be so kind as to offer him a refund. Left with no better option, Wang Bo could only grit his teeth and, fighting back tears, exchanged for the manufacturing technologies of the first two generations. All in all, after spending a total of 80,000 reputation points, the complete schematics for the armor finally materialized in his mind. After fully absorbing all the information, Wang Bo couldn't help but marvel privately at Stark's genius. Unlike the relatively straightforward small-scale nuclear reactor, the technology involved in this suit was astoundingly complex. Human biomechanics, energy supply issues, weapon installation. Such an array of complex and diverse knowledge, and yet Stark managed to develop it all on his own, without any help from others. This alone speaks volumes about just how brilliant this playboy truly is. Across the ocean, in the United States, it was the early hours before dawn. But at this moment, the Secretary of Defense felt not the slightest trace of sleepiness. He simply frowned, staring at the report before him. Just as he was lost in thought, a piercing ring from the telephone shattered his concentration. He dared not show any annoyance, for the black phone that rang was the direct line to the president. "Mr. President, a call this early. What's the matter?" On the other end of the line, President Wilson's voice blazed with fury. "Damn it, Andrew. Just how long did you think you could keep this from me? Are you planning to wait until the enemy's miniature nuclear reactors slaughter tens of thousands of our soldiers on the battlefield before you finally report to me?" Listening to the sharp questioning from the president, Secretary of Defense Andrew forced a wry smile. "Mr. President, there's no need to be alarmed. This information hasn't been confirmed yet, which means it could very well be a smokescreen released by the Chinese. After all, you know as well as I do just how difficult controlled nuclear fusion and miniature nuclear reactors are." Wilson paused at these words, silently cursing himself for losing his composure. That's right, such advanced technology was beyond even their own nation's reach. How could the Chinese possibly be the first to overcome it? He was a Stanford graduate, majoring in management, but that didn't mean he was unaware of just how terrifying a breakthrough controlled nuclear fusion would be. To put it bluntly, the world scientists had only just taken the very first step into nuclear fusion research, a journey with tens of thousands of miles still ahead. How could anyone, let alone a high school student, surpass all the world's scientists and leap across that chasm in a single bound? With that thought, he grew even more convinced that this was nothing more than a diversion thrown out by China to confuse them. Even so, on the phone, Wilson's tone remained stern and unyielding. "Andrew, you're the Secretary of Defense. No matter what issues you face, you must not be careless. Even the slightest possibility should be taken seriously." Hearing the reprimand, Andrew could only respond with repeated assurances. After hanging up, he gazed at the documents in front of him, a hint of hesitation flickering in his heart. Was it really worth paying such a steep price to target a mere young boy mentioned in the files? But as the president's warning echoed in his mind, he brushed away his doubts. He immediately picked up another phone. "Notify our agents in China. They must keep an extremely close watch on this Wang Bo. Zhang family residence, capital city." At this moment, Lin Tianfeng, who had always been unspeakably proud, was bowing his head with utmost respect, not daring to let even a trace of insolence show in his eyes. In Huagua, he knew all too well that no matter how glorious the Lin Corporation might seem, the man before him could topple it with a single word. How was the matter progressing? As Zhang Buoheng's question rang out, Lin Tianfeng dared not show even a hint of negligence, and quickly replied, "The remains of the small nuclear reactor have been transferred to the company premises. All non-essential projects at the Lin Corporation have been suspended. Every relevant researcher has signed a confidentiality agreement and is working around the clock in the lab to decrypt the data." Hearing this, the head of the Zhang family nodded in satisfaction. The reason he'd chosen the Lin brothers in the first place was precisely because they were reliable, fit to serve as a competent tool for accumulating wealth for the Zhangs. And what about Wang Bo? At the mention of Wang Bo, a thin bead of cold sweat slid down Lin Tianfeng's temple. "Wang Bo, negotiations are still ongoing." Listening to this hesitant reply, and recalling the humiliation he'd endured at yesterday's meeting, a savage glint flashed in Zhang Buoheng's eyes. "Still negotiating? If negotiations fail, then use other means. Do I really need to teach you that?" Witnessing such fury from Zhang Buoheng, Lin Tianfeng was deeply surprised. The committee member Zhang, known for his composure even if the sky were to fall, was now seething over Wang Bo. Realizing his own lapse, Zhang Buoheng adjusted his collar and calmed himself. Others might not know, but he was well aware. Judging by Hong Guotao's attitude yesterday, the higher-ups seemed to have caught wind of the Zhang family's secret dealings. This meant the Zhangs could be destroyed at any moment. He now needed a powerful bargaining chip, something so weighty that as long as he held it, even Huaguo itself would be wary of moving against the Zhangs. Wang Bo and the small nuclear reactor technology were precisely such trump cards. Meanwhile, Lin Tianfeng, standing nearby, was completely unaware of the Zhang family's crisis. His only concern at present was how to fulfill the task Zhang Buoheng had given him. Remembering how Wang Bo had humiliated him in front of the military district gates, with the press watching, and had even insulted him publicly, a chilling gleam flashed across Lin Tianfeng's eyes. Wang Bo, if you refuse to appreciate what's offered, then don't blame me for taking everything from you myself. There will come a day when you'll beg me on your knees. At number 1 high school, it was now the long break between classes. Unlike the usual running and calisthenics, today, under the principal's orders, all teachers and students were once again assembled in front of the main stage. The last time this happened was when Feng Yuze expelled Wang Bo. Can you guess why the school leaders have gathered us here today? Of course, it must be about that Wang Bo. If you ask me, Wang Bo is really something else. We're still struggling with high school physics, and he's already reached such incredible heights. Isn't that the truth? Back when we had all those practice exams, I used to mock him for having poor grades, but it turns out he just never bothered to compete with the likes of us. Being classmates with a Nobel Prize winner in physics. Now that's something to brag about. This time, old Feng Yuze is really in hot water. Serves him right for not recognizing true talent when he saw it. As the hushed murmurs of discussion rippled through the audience, Feng Yuze's face on stage grew even darker. No matter how uncomfortable he felt, he knew he had to apologize publicly to Wang Bo. It was the only way to save his job. He couldn't imagine how many people he'd offended over the years, given his old temperament. In the past, he could always rely on his status as the director of the First Division to throw his weight around. But if he lost that title, he'd be reduced to nothing in an instant. While he was lost in thought, Tan Dawei stepped forward and took the initiative to speak. Today, we've gathered everyone here to correct a mistake made by the school leadership. Due to negligence on the part of Director Feng and the leadership team at number 1 high school, an outstanding student like Wang Bo was forced to leave the school. This is a serious dereliction of duty on our part. With those words, he bowed deeply in front of everyone. At the very moment Tan Dawei lowered his head, his gaze drifted to a hidden camera in the audience. On the other end of that camera was Wang Bo himself. At this moment, Wang Bo was following the live broadcast on his phone, watching the drama unfold. Listening to Tan Dawei's grandiose speech, he felt nothing but contempt. Though Tan's words sounded noble, his sole aim was to lure Wang Bo back. As long as Wang Bo returned, nothing would happen to Tan, and he might even climb higher while Wang Bo was at school. But Wang Bo cared little for all that now. What truly interested him was how that old fox Feng Yuze would perform. Next, Director Feng Yuze will continue with his remarks. With the cue given, Feng Yuze forced himself to take an arduous step forward. Years of working in this position had accustomed him to being the center of attention before thousands. But now, under the stares of both students and teachers, a wave of nervousness, perhaps even fear, washed over him. He felt just like a condemned man, brought to the execution ground by Wang Bo, about to pay for his misdeeds. What are you standing there for, Feng Yuze? Get talking already. If you mess this up, you'd better watch your back. Hearing Tan Dawei's whispered warning beside him, Feng Yuze had no choice but to take a deep breath, trying to banish all the chaotic thoughts from his mind, at least for now. I made a serious mistake at work. I'm sorry, Wang Bo. Feng Yuze longed to redeem himself in this moment. After all, this apology was about keeping his own job. Yet perhaps out of pride, he simply couldn't bring himself to see the apology meeting through to the end. Damn, Wang Bo is incredible. He actually forced that old man to apologize right there in front of everyone. From now on, Brother Bo is my idol. Meanwhile, over in Class 3, Su Chun, the class president, felt a wave of unease. Just a couple days ago, in an effort to impress his crush, he had publicly slandered Wang Bo. Now, with both the principal and the department head of number 1 high school bowing their heads to this guy, Su Chun couldn't help but imagine what would happen if Wang Bo ever heard about what he'd said. The outcome didn't look promising. In the lineup, Yang Tiantian's eyes shone with admiration as she exclaimed, "My goodness, Wang Bo is just amazing. He's shown everyone what a true comeback looks like." But with the way things are now, I doubt Wang Bo even cares about this stuff anymore. With his controlled nuclear fusion technology, he might just become the youngest academician in the history of the Academy of Engineering. Yang Tiantian's praise made Zhou Yumin's heart swell with bitter regret. She remembered what Wang Bo had said as he left number 1 high school for the last time. My departure will be the school's greatest loss. All the school leaders will regret this decision day and night. Why hadn't she tried harder to hold on to him back then? She had been so infatuated with that boy. Why hadn't she believed in him just a little longer? She knew Yang Tiantian wasn't exaggerating. In fact, Zhou Yumin's own father had earned his doctorate under Master He, and now worked at a research institute in Beichuan Province. He had once predicted that if this technology was proven, it wouldn't just shake the country. Every nation would be scrambling to bestow honorary titles on Wang Bo. Looking at Wang Bo, shining in the spotlight, and then thinking of Su Chun, the suitor she'd once somewhat admired, Zhou Yumin felt a sharp sense of contrast. It was like comparing a phoenix to a barnyard chicken. With her proud nature, how could she bear to let a golden phoenix slip away right before her eyes? Maybe Wang Bo still had feelings for her. Maybe their relationship wasn't as hopeless as she'd feared. Once that thought took hold, it quickly spread through her mind. Her gaze grew resolute, as if she'd just made an important decision. On stage, seeing Feng Yuze falter like this, Tan Dawe's face darkened at once. He shot him a fierce glare, then nervously glanced over at the nearby camera. Just as Tan Dawe was about to speak up and try to salvage the situation, Feng Yuze's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Tan Dawe felt a surge of excitement. Ignoring the crowd of teachers and students waiting on the field, he hurriedly gestured for Feng Yuze to step aside and take the call. Feng Yuze quickly walked to a secluded corner, took a deep breath, and answered the phone. "Director Feng, I watched the apology meeting. It was decent enough," came Wang Bo's voice on the other end, sounding satisfied. Hearing Wang Bo's approval, Feng Yuze breathed a sigh of relief, and Tan Dawe, who had followed to listen in, was equally thrilled. He quickly signaled Feng Yuze to ask about Wang Bo's specific enrollment date. "Since you're satisfied, Wang Bo, when do you think would be a good time for us to complete your admission paperwork?" But on the other end, Wang Bo's voice remained calm. "Satisfaction is one thing. When did I ever say I'd return to Yizhong to study?" Feng Yuze's breath caught. After enduring so much humiliation and overcoming such immense psychological hurdles, was Wang Bo really going to respond like this? "You're breaking your word." Hearing the accusatory tone in Feng Yuze's voice, Tan Dawe quickly motioned for him to calm down. But in that moment, anger had completely seized Feng Yuze, and he was far beyond caring about anything else. Wang Bo simply chuckled softly at Feng Yuze's accusation. "Director Feng, all I ever said was that I would consider the matter. I've now considered it, and my decision is to decline. That's all. I have other things to attend to." As the busy tone sounded from the phone, both men knew, deep down, that their days as educators were now truly over. About a week after the demonstration of controlled nuclear fusion had been confirmed, the storm gradually subsided. Just as Wang Bo was preparing to dive into the next phase of exosuit development, an unforeseen incident erupted. The Lin Group's public relations department suddenly held a grand press conference, openly accusing Wang Bo of plagiarizing achievements that the Lin Group had spent years developing. "Friend from the press, first of all, on behalf of the Lin Group, I must apologize to the public. We are truly sorry. Due to the negligence of one of our technical staff, the controlled nuclear fusion technology our group had painstakingly developed was leaked, and what's worse, a finished product was lost. We owe the public an apology for failing your trust and support." As Lin Tianfeng bowed deeply from the stage, the entire nation of Hua was left utterly stunned by his statement. Then, to add weight to his words, he dramatically produced evidence that the Lin Group had begun relevant research a full 10 years earlier. His words sent shockwaves rippling through society. With the Lin Group's public accusation, online opinion once again shifted dramatically. The name Wang Bo found itself thrust back into the eye of the storm. "I knew it. How could such a young kid possibly have that kind of ability to explore realms that even the greatest physicists can't touch? Stealing someone else's work. Wang Bo really has no shame. What a disgrace. He's utterly humiliated Suchi City. I suggest Wang Bo make himself scarce and leave Suchi City quietly." At his computer, Lin Tianfeng watched as public opinion shifted once again, the corners of his lips curling into a self-satisfied smile. Perhaps, when it comes to pure physics, even 10 Lin Tianfengs couldn't compare to one Wang Bo. But so what? This world doesn't just reward talent and contributions. Sometimes, it's all about having the right means and methods. Take now, for instance. In the face of massive capital, what does individual genius really amount to? That night, outside the gates of the military district, Wang Bo's mocking tone still echoed vividly in his mind. It was precisely because of that moment that he looked forward to seeing Wang Bo, like a beaten dog, kneeling before him and begging for forgiveness. Isn't this a little too risky? Beside him, Lin Chanqing wore a deep frown of worry. After all, the value of that thing is obvious to everyone. If we mess with it, we could be ruined forever. Are you scared? Lin Tianfeng glanced at his brother, a strange smile playing on his lips. A great man once said, "With 50% profit, capital will take. Risks for 100% profit, it will trample every human law. With 300% profit, it will commit any crime, even at the risk of the gallows. So, tell me, what kind of profit is in front of us now? Lin Chongqing fell silent. Tens of trillions? Hundreds of trillions? In a sense, that thing couldn't even be measured by money anymore. But, no buts. Lin Tianfeng cut him off with a wave of his hand. Have we come this far without taking risks? When capital reaches the scale of billions and tens of billions, how many people can claim to have clean hands? Everyone's gambling. With the Zhang family backing us, why shouldn't we take a big gamble too? At this, a glint of red flashed in Lin Tianfeng's eyes, like a gambler craving his next fix. Maybe there's a safer way. Huh. Hearing Lin Chongqing's naive suggestion, Lin Tianfeng burst out laughing. Safe. If we've decided to go after this thing, there's no such thing as safety. A proper acquisition would be safe, sure, but we're nowhere near having that kind of money. Not enough cash, but still want the goods? Then we have to take on some risk. Don't worry, Lin Tianfeng said, moving forward to pat Lin Chongqing on the shoulder. Over the years, plenty of officials and tycoons have managed to escape abroad. As long as everything goes smoothly, we'll be just fine. It was clear that the head of the Lin Group had already been blinded by enormous profits and had no idea that the National Security Bureau had set its sights on him. Half a day after the conclusion of the notarization meeting, the aftershocks began to ripple once more. The first to be hit was the matter of Huang Haoyang's appointment. Less than a week after being reinstated, old Huang was once again gloriously laid off. Watching Huang Haoyang storm through the door, grumbling under his breath, Wang Bo couldn't help but find it amusing, though a twinge of guilt crept into his heart. After all, everything that happened had originated from him. But this time, Huang Haoyang was utterly unbothered. Others might not know the truth, but he did. His nephew was genuinely talented. Combined with that kid's sly personality, he could already picture those opportunists in the future begging him to come back to work. Before Wang Bo could offer any words of comfort, an unexpected phone call interrupted their conversation. He picked up the phone. It was Elder He calling. This is outrageous. The instant he answered, Wang Bo nearly jumped out of his skin at the furious outburst. I never imagined the Lin Group could be so shameless. If I had known it would come to this, I would never have let that scoundrel Lin Chongqing take away the miniature nuclear reactor's remains from the military district that day. Unlike outsiders, Elder He had met Wang Bo before. The two had even engaged in deep discussions about physics in the car. To put it kindly, it was an exchange. To be blunt, He Jianhua, a seasoned expert, had been completely outclassed by 17-year-old Wang Bo. Because of this, Elder He knew all too well what kind of world-shaking talent China would lose if the Lin Group continued down this path. Listening to He Jianhua's voice burning with anger on the other end of the call, Wang Bo hurriedly tried to calm him down. Elder He, please don't get so worked up. It's not worth damaging your health over people like that. How can I not be angry? Hearing Wang Bo's advice only deepened He Jianhua's guilt and fury. Such fraudulent, self-serving people are destroying the very foundation of our nation. Don't worry, kid. No matter what, I'll make sure you get justice. Hearing the unwavering resolve in Elder He's voice, Wang Bo quickly tried to dissuade him. Please, Elder He, your position is sensitive. You absolutely mustn't get involved. Although Elder He enjoyed great prestige in China, he held no official title. If he interfered forcefully in certain matters, it would only cause endless trouble. Just then, Wang Bo's eyes sparkled with an idea, and he said, if you really want to help me, there is actually something I need. Driven by his own sense of guilt, the old man agreed without hesitation. Whatever it is, just say the word. As long as it's not illegal, I promise I'll take care of it. Upon hearing this, Wang Bo looked like a fox who had just succeeded in its scheme, unable to hide a sly smile at the corner of his mouth. I need 30 million in funding, as well as purchasing rights for certain rare metals. I'll send you a list of them shortly. At the same time, I've heard that you own the country's most advanced biomechanics laboratory and related equipment. I'd like to borrow all of it, for at least 3 months. Hearing Wang Bo's demands, Old He nearly choked in shock. Are you trying to rob the rich right in front of me, kid? Even if you sold these old bones of mine, they wouldn't be worth all that. There's no way. Seeing that Old He was genuinely startled, Wang Bo hurried to flatter him. You are a priceless treasure to our country, sir. While Wang Bo tried to change the subject, He Jianhua on the other end of the line finally pieced things together and, with a mix of surprise and suspicion, asked, what do you need all this for, kid? Don't tell me you got another new invention up your sleeve. Wang Bo grinned. I knew nothing would get past you, sir. To be honest, the invention of the small nuclear reactor is just the prelude in my plan. The real showstopper is the invention that comes next. After Wang Bo said this, Old He fell silent for a long while. To be frank, A small nuclear reactor was already something that could shake the world to its core. Any physicist, upon seeing that little device glowing with a faint blue light, would be utterly captivated. But now, in Wang Bo's eyes, such a world-shaking masterpiece was merely a prelude? This revelation left the 80-something-year-old man deeply shocked. He took a long, steadying breath, calmed himself a little, and then asked, "Are you confident?" "Absolutely confident." Hearing the certainty in Wang Bo's voice, he was silent for a long time before he finally said, "I'll get everything ready for you. I'll send you the address to the lab shortly. From today on, for the next 3 months, the lab is yours and yours alone. As for funding, you're asking for 30 million, but I'll give you 50 million. After all, experiments always come with setbacks. During this period, I'll give you my full support. I hope you'll create something that will truly astonish this old man." Listening to He's calm and steady words, Wang Bo felt a sting at the tip of his nose. He had braced himself for rejection before making these requests, but never expected that not only would the old man agree, he would even add more funding on his own initiative. What immense trust this was. "Oh, by the way, are you sure you don't want me to step in regarding the Lin Group situation?" Hearing the concern in He's voice, Wang Bo slowly shook his head. "No need, sir. Please rest assured. I lost it myself, and I'll win it back by my own abilities. The Lin Group tried to ruin my reputation. Well then, in 3 months' time, I'll make the Lin brothers pay back 100-fold for what they've done." Now that his mind was made up, Wang Bo didn't hesitate any longer. After sharing dinner with Huang Haoyang and his wife at home, he packed his bags early the next morning and set out on his journey to the capital. There was quite a distance between Suchi City and the capital. Even by high-speed rail, it was well past lunchtime when he arrived in the city. After getting off the train, he grabbed a quick bite from a street vendor and then hailed a taxi to the location specified by Elder He. As the car drove onward, the scenery outside gradually grew more desolate. For reasons of confidentiality, and because of the dangers involved, the laboratory where Elder He specialized in human kinetics was situated in the suburbs of the suburbs. Wang Bo's choice of this particular lab had everything to do with his understanding of the inner workings of the battle armor. Now that the energy supply problem was solved, the greatest challenge lay in human kinetics, in plain terms, shock absorption. It was much like in the first Iron Man movie, where Stark was blasted from the sky by a tank shell. The combined force of the explosion and the fall would have turned an ordinary person into a pulp, yet he escaped with only minor injuries. The secret was in the suit's internal structure, which provided ample shock absorption for its wearer. Even after such violent impacts, the worst they experienced was some discomfort. This was one of the toughest technical hurdles Wang Bo now faced. Lost in thought, he didn't notice the car coming to a stop. One glance at the fare meter, and Wang Bo felt a pang in his chest. If there had been any public transportation to this remote spot, he'd never have let himself get fleeced by this driver. Stepping out, he found himself in front of a complex of buildings shaped like a sports stadium. The sheer scale of the place, along with the specialized equipment inside, spoke volumes about the trust and importance the nation placed in Elder He. After stating his purpose to the soldier on duty at the gate and presenting the required documents, Wang Bo was escorted to the laboratory building by a soldier. Inside the lab at that moment, the staff were in an uproar. "You gotta be kidding. Why are we giving up space for some snot-nosed kid? I don't care what kind of spectacle this Wang Bo is causing outside. Taking over our lab is simply out of the question." Exactly. Some nobody popping up out of nowhere, thinking he can just commandeer the whole lab. What nerve. Standing just outside the lab doors, Wang Bo couldn't help but give a wry smile as he overheard the commotion. Sure enough, being so young was always going to draw criticism, no matter where he went. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. Even though he had his reasons, interrupting the research team's experiments and forcing everyone out of the lab was, after all, an undeniable fact. But time waits for no one, and with the showdown against the Lin brothers looming ever closer, there was simply no room left for hesitation. With this thought, his resolve hardened. He pushed open the door before him. As the young man strode swiftly into the laboratory, how could everyone present not recognize who he was? "Wang Bo, don't even think you can drive us all out of the lab." That's right. There are only a handful of labs of this caliber in the entire world. Leaving it in the hands of a child like you is like letting a precious pearl gather dust. Wang Bo, I don't know what trick you used to deceive Old He, but you won't fool us." Wang Bo listened to their sneers without a flicker of irritation. His face remained calm as his gaze swept across the room. "Mark my words. In 3 months' time, this laboratory will become world-renowned because of the name Wang Bo. By then, you'll see for yourselves whether I deserve this laboratory, and you'll know whether Old He's judgment was truly flawed. But right now, your departure isn't up for discussion. It's Old He's direct order. As he spoke, Wang Bo produced the official document given to him by Old He. The signature, He Jianhua, stood out in bold characters. Allowing you to finish your current tasks before leaving is purely out of respect for Old He. If not for that, I'd have already shown you the door. At Wang Bo's words, the soldiers on duty behind him stepped forward in unison. For soldiers, obeying orders is their highest duty. In this highly classified research institute, Old He's word was absolute. The researchers were furious, but helpless. The document in Wang Bo's hand was as authoritative as an imperial edict within these walls. Fine, Wang Bo, we'll go. I'd like to see what sort of miracle you, this so-called genius, can conjure up in 3 months. With that hollow threat hanging in the air, the research team stormed out in indignation. As the last of them departed, the vast lab fell silent, leaving only Wang Bo behind. He gazed at the array of intricate instruments and devices. Though he'd never seen them before, the system's implanted memories made every operation crystal clear in his mind. As for the necessary materials and metals, Old He had arranged for them to be stored in the Institute's warehouse well before Wang Bo's arrival, ensuring he had everything he might need. Everything was ready, yet he had no intention of getting started just yet. Before he began his closed-door research on the battle armor, he intended to declare open war on the Lin group. It took about half an hour to record the video. Originally, a 3 to 5 minute video would only need 10 minutes at most. But after fiddling around for ages, Wang Bo still couldn't find where the beauty filter was on his old smartphone. In the end, he had no choice but to resign himself to fate and send the video to Lin Zichao. As always, he would need the help of this journalist friend to ensure the video reached every citizen in China. At this moment, Lin Zichao was a little excited. His life over the past couple of weeks had been a roller coaster of highs and lows. After Mr. He and others had jointly confirmed the authenticity of Wang Bo's invention, Lin Zichao became the only journalist allowed into the military district for interviews. His exclusive material was now in hot demand. Major TV stations and independent media outlets flooded him with countless job offers that others could only dream of. Even the once arrogant deputy director now had to bow and scrape, humbly asking him to return to work. Just as Lin Zichao was riding high, Lin Tianfeng's press conference instantly threw him back to square one. Having gone through all this, Lin Zichao realized that his fate was now tightly bound to Wang Bo, this high school student. So when Wang Bo came to him for help, he naturally agreed without hesitation. Hearing Lin Zichao's promise, Wang Bo finally felt at ease. After all, they'd worked together many times now, and he trusted Lin Zichao's ability to get things done. Once all the trivial matters were settled, Wang Bo looked around at the array of instruments and materials in the laboratory. He took a deep breath. This was different from the last time with the small nuclear reactor. When he walked out of this research institute in his battlesuit, he was certain the entire world would be swept up in a storm because of him. In truth, Lin Zichao did not let Wang Bo down. Thanks to his efforts, in less than a week, Wang Bo's video once again swept across the nation. Meanwhile, at the Lin group, Lin Tianfeng watched the video that had stirred up such a commotion these past 2 days, his face as dark as storm clouds. In the footage, Wang Bo was completely unlike his usual self. He appeared calm, even humble. To the uninformed masses, this looked like a sign that Wang Bo was feeling guilty. But Lin Tianfeng, who knew the inside story, understood that the technology belonged to Wang Bo all along. Where was the need for guilt? The video revealed only one piece of information. 3 months from now, Wang Bo would unilaterally invite the Lin group to a public arbitration. At that time, he would face the Lin group and the public, providing an explanation before a crowd of reporters. As the saying goes, there's always something odd when things deviate from the norm. In Lin Tianfeng's view, Wang Bo should have been furious, denouncing his slander in the video in a fit of rage. But none of what he had anticipated came to pass. Instead, they had agreed to hold some sort of notarization meeting. This left a lingering sense of unease in his heart. Yet Lin Tianfeng knew all too well that the Lin group could not refuse this notarization meeting. If they did, it would inevitably draw public criticism. And after all, the Lin group was not without competitors at this point. With those old rivals stirring the pot, it wouldn't take much for the so-called fact that the Lin group had invented controllable nuclear fusion technology to be thrown into doubt. More importantly, the Lin group needed Wang Bo. It had already been nearly a month since they had gotten their hands on the remains of the miniature nuclear reactor. During this time, under Lin Tianfeng's secret arrangements, countless researchers had been pouring their efforts into unlocking the technology behind the miniature reactor. But to everyone's disappointment, after a month of tremendous investment in both money and manpower, they had made no progress whatsoever. This not only infuriated Lin Tianfeng, but also left him feeling trapped. unable to act rashly lest he make things worse. For now, he could still rely on the Lin Group's reputation to muddle through. But if too much time passed, and they still couldn't build a miniature reactor, the truth would eventually come out. That's why Wang Bo couldn't be crushed just yet. After all this, Wang Bo should have realized that an individual is powerless in the face of vast capital. Once his pride had been worn down, Lin Tianfeng would find it much easier to manipulate him. Suppressing the anxiety in his chest, Lin Tianfeng immediately gathered the group's public relations department to prepare for this highly scrutinized notarization meeting. After making all the arrangements, he stood atop the Lin Group's headquarters, gazing down at the bustling traffic and pedestrians below, a trace of cruelty flashing in his eyes. Wang Bo, I hope you've learned your lesson from last time. Don't try any tricks this time. Otherwise, life is going to get very hard for you. Just over 2 weeks after Wang Bo had entered the laboratory, a small incident interrupted his research. According to the report from the gate's security detail, a middle-aged man outside, claiming to be Elder He's son, was insisting on forcing his way into the institute. If it had been anyone else, these well-trained soldiers wouldn't have tolerated such behavior. Trying to break into a top-secret facility? Normally, a swift blow from a rifle, but would have left him dazed for quite a while. But since the visitor claimed to be Elder He's son, none of them dared lay a hand on him. After all, out of respect for Elder He's contributions to the nation, they couldn't treat the great man's son harshly. With no other choice, they had to ask the person involved to come out and handle the matter. I understand, officer. I'll come down and meet this man right away. I'm sorry to trouble you. Hearing this, the soldier was quietly moved. They had been stationed here for a long time, their news somewhat limited, so they weren't yet aware of Wang Bo's achievements. But that didn't stop them from speculating in their hearts. After all, for Oldie to hold someone in such high regard, especially someone so young, this was undoubtedly a prodigy. Such a person, yet still so courteous and respectful to a handful of ordinary soldiers like themselves, truly warmed the hearts of the whole squad. Putting aside his experiment, Wang Bo hurried downstairs. He glanced at the middle-aged man in the lobby, standing before the display board, and immediately guessed that this was likely Old He's son. The resemblance between their square faces was simply uncanny. As Wang Bo was sizing up the man, he suddenly spoke without turning his head. Diligence is rewarded by heaven. Do you know who wrote the calligraphy on this display board? Wang Bo's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the 4 bold characters hanging on the wall. The brushwork is powerful and vigorous. The hand behind these words is strong, each stroke brimming with energy and force. It would take decades of practice to achieve such mastery. I'd wager these are Old He's own calligraphy. Exactly. These are my father's words. When I was a child, he once pointed to these characters and told me that scientific research is much like calligraphy. Without the patient grinding of time, all your efforts are but fleeting illusions. As he spoke, the man turned around, his gaze suddenly sharp as that of a hawk. This is no longer an age when an apple drops, and someone immediately discovers universal gravitation. Without extensive research and deduction, without years of groundwork, no one can hope to make the slightest breakthrough in science. Yet faced with that aggressive stare, Wang Bo remained unfazed. After all, he too had the system on his side. Just because others can't, doesn't mean I can't. You're still underestimating the potential of the human mind. The middle-aged man frowned at that, just about to retort, when his phone rang from his pocket. Glancing at the caller ID, a hint of resignation flashed across his face. He hesitated for a moment, then answered the call. He Yawen, you little rascal, where are you right now? Hearing He Jianhua's booming voice on the other end, He Yawen felt a mixture of helplessness and warmth. It had been a long time since he'd heard his father shout at him like this. Dad, I'm in the North Bear Country doing some research. Nonsense. The Institute's security office has nearly blown up the house phone looking for you. I don't care what you're up to. Get home right now, and don't you dare interrupt Xiao Bo's experiments. At that moment, Wang Bo couldn't help but marvel. He never would have imagined that the always composed Old He had this side to him when dealing with his own son. Instantly, this brought to mind the couple Huang Haoyang and his wife, far away 1,000 miles from here. After a few awkward exchanges, He Yawen finally managed, with some difficulty, to hang up the phone. Looking at the young man before him, he shook his head gently and said, I still don't believe it. You're just a high school student. What kind of world-shaking invention could you possibly come up with? Let me tell you this. The old man has been upright and honest his whole life, never asking anyone for favors. But to pull together this money for you, he practically pleaded with everyone he knew. At these words, Wang Bo felt his breath catch. He could well imagine how hard it must have been for the proud old man to swallow his pride and ask for help on his behalf. But even that isn't the most important thing. Money lost can always be earned back. What matters most is that I don't want him to become the target of public scorn because of you. If you fail, you'll ruin the reputation he's built over a lifetime. Do you understand that? Hearing He Yaoan's words, Wang Bo nodded solemnly. I understand. That's why I won't fail. I know your concerns, but after all, this was your father's decision, wasn't it? There are less than 3 months left. I hope you won't leave China. When the day of the notary hearing comes, I'll make sure you see exactly what kind of giant vessel your father has set the He family aboard. Beijing, in an old building. The structure looked rather worn, but no one would ever guess that this was the headquarters of the National Security Bureau, the country's most secretive agency. At this moment, Fu Guotai was in his office, briefing Hong Guotao on the intelligence he'd gathered. What's your take on the Lin Group incident? Asked the leader on the other end of the line. Fu Guotai replied at once. Sir, personally, I'm still more inclined to believe Wang Bo. Hong Guotao's brow furrowed slightly at this answer. Don't let your personal feelings get involved. Give me your reasoning. Chastened by the warning, Fu Guotai quickly assured him. Sir, I've long wanted to bring down the Lin Group. That tumor, but when it comes to right and wrong, I'd never let my judgment be clouded. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Fu Guotai paused, then continued. First of all, over the years, our bureau has been keeping a close eye on the Lin Group. I can say with certainty that they've never had a research project related to nuclear fusion. As for the so-called evidence presented at that previous press conference, it was pure fabrication. More than that, one of our bureau members recorded that Lin Tianfeng visited the capital late at night before the notary hearing. Listening to Fu Guotai's analysis, Hong Guotao, the bureau chief, felt a chill settle in his heart. Taking the miniature nuclear reactor debris from the military district, then staging a fake notary hearing. There was no way he could believe these were solely the Lin brothers' ideas. The only explanation was that someone much more powerful was backing them, emboldening Lin Tianfeng to act so recklessly. He himself had noticed various clues before, but simply hadn't wanted to believe them. Go on. Guotai Fu quickly continued speaking after hearing this. As for Wang Bo, we also saw confirmation from several people who were present, including Elder He and Hao Zhihua. The conclusion was unanimous. Wang Bo is indeed the inventor of the small nuclear reactor. Among them, Elder He was especially effusive in his praise, even going so far as to say that Wang Bo surpassed him in the field of physics. Guotao Hong nodded at this. Then it seems we're close to the truth of the matter. Director Fu, I'll leave this to you. If this is all true, then you must understand just how important Wang Bo is to the whole of China. Hearing Hong Guotao's instructions, a sense of solemnity filled Fu Guotai's heart. Yes, Chief. The National Security Bureau will make sure Wang Bo's safety is absolutely guaranteed. After ending the call, Fu Guotai let out a long sigh of relief. After all, any conversation with that leader always made his nerves tense. As for the Lin Group situation, he had already made up his mind long ago. According to the agent in charge of monitoring Wang Bo, lately the kid had borrowed Elder He's laboratory. No one quite knew what he was up to. But given his personality, after suffering such a heavy loss, there was no way he'd just let it go. So Fu Guotai decided to wait and see. If, at the public hearing 2.5 months later, Wang Bo could prove that the Lin Group had committed fraud, he would seize the opportunity to take down the Lin brothers. After all, the evidence he had right now wasn't enough to topple them, especially with the Zhang family support behind them. Kid, whether you can help China get rid of this cancer, it's all up to you. More than 2 months flew by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Wang Bo worked steadily in the lab, making impressive progress on his research. Meanwhile, outside the lab, quite a bit happened as well. First, there was Dawei Tan and Yuzafeng from No. 1 High School. Ever since Tianfeng Lin organized that sham public hearing, Yuzafeng had been relentless on his personal social media accounts, publicly criticizing Wang Bo every day and claiming he disgraced the school. Tan Dawei went even further, using Wang Bo as a cautionary example at a school assembly. The theme of the meeting was learning from negative examples to build a better No. 1 High School. During the assembly, Tan Dawei didn't shy away from mentioning Wang Bo by name, sparing no effort to disparage him. As for Hao Young Huang and his wife, they spent their days at home. Both knew Wang Bo was at a critical juncture, so though they worried, they didn't dare call him. Their daughter, Wei Qin Huang, visited several times. Seeing her father dismissed from his job pained her deeply, and she lashed out at Wang Bo, calling him useless for dragging others down with him. The agents from the National Security Bureau hadn't dared to rest for a single moment. In addition to stepping up their efforts to gather evidence of the Lin Group's criminal activities, they also had to assign more personnel to protect Wang Bo, just in case the Lin Group tried to silence him for good. But in reality, their worries were unnecessary. With something as precious as a miniature nuclear reactor, Lin Tianfeng, ever the cautious man, would never make a move against Wang Bo unless he had the technology fully under his control. As things stood, not only did he not have full control, but after nearly 3 months and a revolving door of research teams, there had still been no progress in cracking the invention. Meanwhile, He Yaoan, despite everything, ultimately didn't make it back to Beixiong. He chose to stay in China for a little longer. But that didn't mean he believed Wang Bo had any real hope of turning things around. He stayed only to witness the utter defeat of the man who had once boasted so arrogantly in front of him. With some people supportive, others pessimistic, and still others openly mocking, time slipped by quietly. Finally, the day of the press conference arrived. At dawn, Wang Bo was startled awake by the ringing of his phone. "Is it done?" Although phrased as a question, Oldie's voice on the other end was full of certainty. Yes, it's finally done. I'm glad I didn't let you down, and it's a good thing you gave me that extra 20 million. Otherwise, I might not have made the deadline." At this, Oldie chuckled knowingly. "So now you think I'm guaranteed not to be disappointed? Who knows? Maybe I won't be impressed by your mysterious invention at all." Hearing Oldie's teasing, Wang Bo let out a light laugh. "You'll be satisfied, I promise. In fact, let's make a bet. If you're not satisfied, I'll hand over the technology for the miniature nuclear reactor to you. How about that?" Oldie was taken aback by Wang Bo's words. He knew full well that this technology's value went far beyond what money could buy. If it ever went to auction, He Jianhua was certain that every country in the world would empty their treasuries to get their hands on it. "So confident, are you? Very well, this old man will be waiting to see what you've got." After hanging up, Wang Bo made another call, this time to Huang Haoyang. Though they hadn't spoken in a while, Wang Bo knew Uncle Huang must be worried sick. After offering a few words of reassurance, Wang Bo ended the call. He washed up, then stepped outside the lab. It was October now, and the air had turned chilly. A cold gust slipped down the back of his neck, making him shiver. But there wasn't a trace of coldness in his heart. Gazing at the human-shaped silhouette deep within the lab, all he felt was an overwhelming sense of anticipation. "Lin Tianfang, I hope you're ready for the surprise I prepared for you." The Crown Grand Hotel, one of the most luxurious hotels in Beijing, was known for prices high enough to make anyone's jaw drop. Therefore, on ordinary days, anyone who could come here was undoubtedly a person of high status and renown. But today, the entrance to the hotel was nothing short of bustling. The reason was simple. A notarization ceremony that had captured the attention of the entire society was about to be held here. Early in the morning, countless social media influencers and a throng of television reporters flocked to the waiting area for the event. Everyone was vying for a seat in the front row. They all knew that regardless of the outcome, today's event would spark an enormous social sensation. When the time came, the surge of public attention would be overwhelming. Without exaggeration, this notarization would give rise to several new top-tier influencers. With such a tempting prospect, how could they not fight tooth and nail for a spot? Watching the frenzied reporters, Lin Tianfang, hidden behind the scenes, couldn't help but curl his lips in a self-satisfied smile. Under his careful planning, the hype had finally reached its peak. The whole reason he had gone to such lengths to orchestrate this grand spectacle was not for show, but to guard against the hounds from the National Security Bureau. Lin Tianfang had no doubt that his fabrication had already slipped through the cracks in front of those people. After all, they had been sparring for years. Both sides knew each other's tactics inside out. However, Lin's group could still keep the public in the dark. As long as everyone firmly believed that the small nuclear reactor technology belonged to Lin's group. Then, even if national security knew the truth, there was little they could do, since there was no concrete evidence left behind. Now, the only weak link in the whole affair was the technology still in Wang Bo's hands. As long as, at this notarization, he could bring Wang Bo to heel and acquire his research, everything would fall seamlessly into place. By then, not only could he profit immensely from the technology, but also lead Lin's group onto the international stage. Most importantly, there might even be a chance for him and his brother to break free from the Zhang family's control. "Chief Fu, we're inside." At that moment, members of the National Security Bureau, disguised, had already entered the venue. "All right, keep a close eye on Lin Tianfang's every move and be vigilant for any foreign agents." Fu Guitai's voice came through the phone, full of concern. "Yes, Chief, don't worry. We won't let you down at a critical moment." With that, they each gave a discreet glance in different directions. Those foreign journalists, and a few Chinese-looking faces among them, seemed to be there only to report, but their backgrounds had already been thoroughly investigated by national security. Damn those Americans. They just can't stand to see China succeed. Meanwhile, the American agents, disguised and lurking, surveyed their surroundings with heightened alertness. Then, one of them cautiously pulled an old-fashioned phone from his coat. Although this phone looked unremarkable, it could evade surveillance by the Chinese National Security Bureau, making it the only channel for American agents to communicate with their homeland. Secretary Andrew, we've successfully infiltrated our target and will closely monitor every move of the Lin Group and that Wang Bo. After sending the message, the agent quickly put away the phone and pretended to be busy at work. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the United States, Andrew sat in his spacious office. Upon receiving the agent's message, he merely glanced at it before turning his attention back to other matters. After all, in his eyes, controllable nuclear fusion technology was just something fabricated by the Chinese. As a U.S. Secretary of Defense, he didn't have time to play hide-and-seek with them. There were far more pressing international issues awaiting his attention. The clock ticked on, minute by minute. There was now less than half an hour before the hearing was set to begin. Lin Tianfong had arrived early, standing confidently at the front of the venue, energetically mingling and chatting with the gathered reporters. By contrast, Wang Bo was nowhere to be seen. Wang Bo may not be that capable, but he sure knows how to put on airs. Oof. My thoughts exactly. Look at the time. He still hasn't shown up. He doesn't even have the basic decency to be punctual. Hearing the murmurs from the audience, a few members of the National Security Bureau couldn't help but feel uneasy. Their colleagues stationed at the Research Institute reported that Wang Bo was still in the laboratory and hadn't left yet. Everyone knew that even at the fastest pace, it would take at least half an hour to get from the lab to the Crown Grand Hotel. Was Wang Bo really planning on arriving at the very last minute? As time slipped by, their confidence wavered with each passing second. What's going on? Did something happen to Wang Bo? What could go wrong? If you ask me, he just doesn't dare to show up. I honestly don't understand why Elder He and Director Fu value him so much. Seriously? On occasion this grand, if Wang Bo dares to stand everyone up, he'll practically confirm the accusations of stealing from Lin Group. It wasn't just the National Security Bureau feeling the pressure. Lin Tianfong, the central figure of the hearing, also felt his heart pounding with anxiety. Could it be that Wang Bo has really been scared off by the scale of today's event? With so many agents from the National Security Bureau around him, this hearing is my only chance to confront him in person. If he doesn't show, things will get complicated. As the crowd below muttered curses, ridicule, or words of concern, half an hour slipped by unnoticed. Wang Bo still had not arrived. See for yourselves. Wang Bo is nothing but a fraud. Now you understand why it was such a wise decision for me to expel him back then. At this moment, under the arrangements of Tan Dawei, the entire school was watching the live broadcast of this public hearing. Seeing that Wang Bo didn't dare to show his face, Feng Yuze immediately seized the moment, stepping forward to publicly praise himself for the merit of expelling Wang Bo back then. At this very moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. After all, during this period filled with Wang Bo's countless dramatic reversals, he'd suffered more than his share of torment. Now at last, he saw a glimmer of hope. A ray of hope to nail Wang Bo firmly to the pillar of shame, an array of hope that promised his own future would be smooth and bright. As the students watched Feng Yuze ranting hysterically on stage, their expressions were a mix of disdain for him and outright contempt for Wang Bo. If I told you so, Wang Bo was always just a poor student here. How could a dropout suddenly turn into some kind of star? He just got lucky, picked up something that someone else left behind, and now he thinks he's made it. An orphan is an orphan. No sense of decency or moral bottom line at all. Witnessing both Feng Yuze's outburst on stage and the students' reactions below, Tan Dawei felt deeply relieved. After all these ups and downs, it seemed his job and prospects were finally secure. Meanwhile, at home, Huang Haoyang and his wife anxiously watched the television, waiting for Wang Bo, who still hadn't appeared. Maybe he's stuck in traffic. Hurry up and give Xiaobo a call, his wife urged anxiously. Huang Haoyang rolled his eyes at her nagging. Calling him now would just make him even more nervous. Let's not add to the chaos. Their daughter, Huang Weiqian, home on break, couldn't help but seize the chance to mock. Ah, traffic? Mom, how could you still be this naive at a time like this? Wang Bo is obviously a fraud. Not only did he take advantage of our family, he even tricked old Mr. He. I could tell from the start that he was no good. Dad's the only one who insists on being the nice guy. Well, now he's famous all over the country, isn't he? Shut your mouth, you brat. Before Huang Weiqian could continue her tirade, Yang Ping cut her off sharply. Can't you wish him a little good for once? Yet beside them, Huang Haoyang fell silent. He had a feeling, since that rascal still hadn't shown up, he must be hiding some big move up his sleeve. What on earth is that boy up to? At the same time, He Jianhua, glued to the television, muttered under his breath. But He Yaoan, standing by his side, seemed utterly unsurprised by any of it. Dad, you never should have pinned your hopes on that kid from the start. In science, without solid study and hard work, there's simply no way to achieve anything. You're the one who taught me that. Wang Bo is, what, 16 or 17 now? Even if he started learning in the womb, at best he's got, what, 20 years of experience. 20 years. If he's lucky, that's barely enough just to lay a foundation in physics. He Jianhua simply shook his head with a wry smile, saying nothing, his face full of silent resignation at his son's skepticism. In fact, it was just as Yaoan had said, this was exactly how he had taught him all these years, and it was something he had always firmly believed himself. When it comes to scholarship, the most important things are persistent effort and countless hours of research, not some elusive, intangible gift of talent. But up until recently, his faith in this belief was completely shattered by that young man he encountered at the Suchi City Military District. A teenager, barely more than a child, could actually debate him into silence in the field of physics. He could even answer his questions and clear up his doubts. This was no longer something that could be explained by hard work alone. It turned out that truly unparalleled genius does exist in this world. All we can say is, the two of us have been like frogs at the bottom of a well, seeing only a sliver of the sky. Just wait and see, Yaoan. I may not know exactly what that kid is up to, but I'm certain it will astonish the entire world. As Lin Tianfang looked out at the bustling venue, he knew it was time for him to take action. Suppressing his worries and agitation, he strode purposefully up to the podium. Friend from the press and new media, viewers from across the nation, welcome. I am Lin Tianfang, chairman of the Lin Group. It is a great honor to have you all here today. Hearing the humility from such a successful and capable leader, the audience below didn't hold back their applause. It was quite a while before the applause finally died down. Clearing his throat, Lin Tianfang continued. However, our other protagonist today, the young Mr. Wang Bo, seems to have gotten caught in traffic and has not yet arrived. At these words, the audience erupted into laughter. Everyone knew Lin Tianfang was making a joke. Traffic? At such an important notarization event, who wouldn't have accounted for that? The only explanation was that Wang Bo was lacking confidence and didn't dare to come face-to-face with the Lin Group. Seeing the crowd growing more animated, Lin Tianfang was just about to open his mouth and make another quip at Wang Bo's expense, dragging things out a little longer. But suddenly, his phone rang in his pocket. He was about to ignore it, but the moment he saw the caller ID, his pupils contracted sharply. Without hesitation, he answered the call right there on stage. What is it, Mr. Wang Bo? Did you oversleep? Or did you get the date wrong? Today is the big day for the notarization meeting. There are so many people here waiting for you, both on stage and off. Just as the crowd was about to laugh at Lin Tianfang's sarcasm, Wang Bo's next words brought the entire room to a standstill. Cut the nonsense, Lin Tianfang. The Human Dynamics Research Institute. Simulation Lab. You've got 1 hour. Get over here fast. If you're late, I won't be waiting. With that, Wang Bo hung up, leaving those cold and curt words hanging in the air. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the reporters in the audience erupted in an uproar. Who does Wang Bo think he is? Changing the location on a whim. I've been conducting interviews for years, and I've never seen anyone put on airs like this. People like him must not be indulged. That's right, President Lin. Let's just hold a notarization meeting right here. There's no need to pay attention to that clown Wang Bo. Meanwhile, on stage, Lin Tianfang's face had turned frighteningly dark the moment Wang Bo hung up on him. Wang Bo had dared to embarrass him in public. This was a blatant challenge to his authority, something Lin Tianfang could not tolerate. Listening to the crowd's suggestions, Lin Tianfang desperately wanted to do as they said, but he knew he couldn't. Under normal circumstances, he'd have 1,000 ways to deal with Wang Bo. But now, he had no choice. He had to go meet him. The technology was still out of reach. Even setting aside the potential impact on the Lin Group, Zhang Boheng would never let him off the hook. He remembered all too well just how much that man valued this technology. If he failed to secure it, he couldn't even imagine what fate awaited him and his brother under the combined pressure from the Zhang family and the National Security Bureau. With that thought, he forced down his anger and put his signature smile back on. Ladies and gentlemen, please, there's no need to get flustered. I'm sure Mr. Wang Bo has his reasons for this. Besides, the focus of today's notarization is, after all, between Lin Group and Mr. Wang Bo. Why don't we all go and see what he has in mind? Rest assured, Lin Group will provide transportation for everyone. Hearing these words, the crowd could not help but praise Lin Group's generosity and poise. Lin Tianfang simply responded with a faint smile before moving on to make arrangements. It must be said, after years in business, the Lin Group's influence was truly formidable. In just 15 minutes, over 100 chauffeured cars were lined up outside the hotel. Under the guidance of event staff, the guests boarded the vehicles one after another, heading to the location Wang Bo had mentioned on the phone. After about an hour, the impressive motorcade finally arrived at a research institute on the outskirts of town. The soldiers stationed there year-round were taken aback by the scene. Wang Bo had given them advance notice, but they never imagined it would be such a grand procession. For security reasons, the Institute had never before received so many visitors at once. Now, with this sudden influx of people, the soldiers had their hands full. As the journalists disembarked, the lead soldier stepped forward to address them. Ladies and gentlemen, please follow these soldiers to Simulation Lab number 3. Throughout your time here, you will be under constant surveillance and the watchful eyes of our soldiers. Please do not enter any other buildings. If you do, you will be immediately expelled from the Institute. For serious breaches, violators will be handed over to the authorities, including Lin Tianfang. All the journalists present were seasoned reporters accustomed to working on the front lines, so they were naturally aware of the strict protocols at these research institutes. They nodded in understanding right away, signaling that they were clear about the rules. With that, the soldiers said no more and began leading them toward test site number 3. After walking for about 10 minutes, the group finally arrived inside the experimental grounds. At the center of the site stood a massive, mysterious object, completely shrouded under a huge black cloth. Nearby, Wang Bo was busy at work, fussing over some preparations. The reporters exchanged looks of thinly disguised scorn. What a theatrical display. Exactly, dragging us all the way out here for this. If they don't give us a proper explanation, we won't let this slide. At the head of the group, Lin Tianfang gazed at the enormous shadow beneath the black covering, an uneasy foreboding lingering in the back of his mind. Wang Bo, meanwhile, was lost in his data, making adjustments with full concentration. The lead soldier approached and spoke up. Lab Assistant Wang, everyone has arrived. Hearing this, Wang Bo looked up and offered a brief word of thanks, then turned his gaze toward the entrance of the test site. Ignoring the reporter's grumbling, his eyes landed immediately on Lin Tianfang, a look that seemed to regard him as prey on the verge of walking straight into a trap. That unsettling glance made Lin Tianfang feel as if, for a moment, he truly was a fish about to take the bait. He forced himself to suppress his anxiety and addressed Wang Bo directly. Mr. Wang Bo, my colleagues and I are all here. This is your chosen venue. May I ask where the actual notarization will take place? Wang Bo didn't answer, absorbed in his work, but simply jerked his chin toward one side of the site. Lin Tianfang's eyelids twitched in frustration. When everyone followed Wang Bo's indication and looked over, they were all stunned. A few rows of mismatched, rickety stools, a makeshift office desk dragged in from somewhere. Not even a proper signboard in sight. Anyone in the know would realize this was meant to be a notarization meeting, but to the uninitiated, it looked more like a group of old men gathering downstairs for a game of chess. Seeing this all-too-familiar scene, Lin Zichao, standing at the back of the press corps, could only shake his head and let out a wry chuckle. Well, what do you know, compared to the last press conference Wang Bo held, this setup was even more slipshod. But think about the present situation. Nearly all of the country's top journalists were here, not to mention the president of a Lin group. And yet, in front of such an audience, Wang Bo still dared to pull a stunt like this. Was this what they meant by true mastery breeds boldness? This is outrageous. Look at the people here. Every one of us is somebody, and you expect us to sit on these shabby stools? Exactly. Wang Bo, go and fix this place up right now. At the very least, get us some real leather chairs. That's right. Be good and do as you're told. When it comes time for our program to write about you, maybe we'll go a bit easier, so you don't end up a total disgrace. To these few people, at this moment, Wang Bo was nothing more than a lamb waiting for slaughter, his fate entirely in the hands of this group of journalists. Naturally, he didn't dare disobey their orders. But hearing these pompous clowns speak so arrogantly, Wang Bo didn't even bother to lift his head. If you can't stand it, then get lost. Why make such a fuss? Wang Bo's blunt reply nearly left the reporters choking on their words. They were just about to argue with him. But Lin Tianfang, standing to the side, cut in sharply. Enough. The hearing won't last long. Just take your seats and make do. The icy tone of the Lin group's head left the reporters unable to keep up their act. They quickly found their seats without further protest. They might put on airs in front of Wang Bo, but when faced with Lin Tianfang, they had no choice but to lower themselves. There was even a seating order among the reporters. The nationally renowned journalists and social media stars, of course, claimed the front row. As for the likes of Lin Zichao, a small-time city TV reporter with neither connections nor fame, he was relegated to the very back. Seeing everyone settle into their seats, Wang Bo no longer quibbled. He wiped his face and walked up to the front of the room. "Can we get started, Mr. Wang Bo?" came Lin Tianfang's voice, every word dripping with barely suppressed anger. Wang Bo, as if oblivious to the fury, replied coolly, "Hold on. What's the rush?" Lin's chest heaved with unsteady breaths. struggling to contain himself. He knew Wang Bo's brilliance. How else could he have developed controllable nuclear fusion technology? He had once wanted to keep Wang Bo around, to be an endless source of profit for the Lin Group. But now that idea was gone. All he wanted was to get his hands on the miniature nuclear reactor technology, then crush this insufferable man without hesitation. At that moment, Wang Bo glanced around the room, searching. Finally, in the most inconspicuous corner, he spotted Lin Zichao. "Brother Lin, why are you hiding over there? Come on, come up to the front row." Then Wang Bo turned, his tone frosty as he addressed the arrogant reporters. "You guys go sit in the back row." The reporters erupted in outrage. "Wang Bo, you've gone too far." "Yeah, who do you think you are? Why should we all listen to you?" "Exactly. We're not moving." "What? You think you can beat us up?" Seeing them cling to their front row seats like children, Wang Bo's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Why should you move?" "Because this is my turf. Try making trouble here, and you'll find the consequences are a lot worse than just a beating." As he finished speaking, several soldiers responsible for maintaining order quickly stepped forward. The documents left by Elder he made it perfectly clear. For the next 2 months, Wang Bo would be the de facto head of this research institute, and the soldiers were naturally expected to obey his orders. As the soldiers stepped forward, the journalists who had been making a fuss instantly fell silent, gathering their belongings and slinking off to sit in the last row. The saying goes, a scholar can't reason with a soldier, and it seems this old adage holds true even today. Watching the reporters shuffle away in defeat, Wang Bo felt nothing but contempt. On my turf, did you really think you'd get a chance to push me around? Meanwhile, the other journalists couldn't hide their jealousy as they saw Lin Zichao, a young, unknown reporter, sitting front and center in the very first row. What's so special about him, anyway? He's just cozy with Wang Bo, that jinx. Exactly. After today, Wang Bo's reputation will be in ruins, and Lin Zichao will be dragged down with him. Journalists like him, who'll do anything for fame without a shred of integrity, ought to be kicked out. We should all write to the Suchi City TV station and demand they fire this troublemaker. That's right, I'll write a letter on behalf of our station as soon as we get back. Hear, hear. Yet, as Lin Zichao sat in the front row, he paid no mind to their complaints. Right now, his heart was pounding with excitement, because he knew the young man before him was nothing like the empty-headed figure painted by rumors. If Wang Bo had managed to wrangle all these reporters out here, he must be ready to strike back at all the unfair accusations swirling outside. And sitting in this prime spot, Lin Zichao was perfectly poised to capture it all. Once everything was in place, Wang Bo strode confidently onto the stage, picked up the microphone, and addressed the room. "Friends from the media, thank you for coming to today's hearing. As you all know, the purpose of this meeting is to put an end to a bitter dispute. Who, in fact, invented the technology behind the small nuclear reactor? The Lin Group claims that I, Wang Bo, copied and stole their work. Isn't that right, President Lin?" At Wang Bo's question, Lin Tianfeng gave a slight nod. "That's right. Our group has devoted over a decade to this research, pouring in the tireless efforts of countless scientists. In the end, we finally overcame the technical hurdles and succeeded. But just as we were about to unveil this technology for the benefit of humanity, we were brazenly plagiarized. As the head of Lin Group, I simply cannot tolerate this." Seeing Lin Tianfeng's righteous indignation and the faint shimmer of tears in his eyes, Wang Bo watched with a look of wonder. My, if you're not up for Best Actor at the Oscars next year, I'm not watching." Meanwhile, the onlookers below felt their own indignation rising as they watched the Lin Group president's heartfelt performance. This is outrageous. If justice isn't served for Lin Group today, who will dare pursue scientific research ever again? This is utterly disgraceful, to have such a scandal break out right in front of the foreign press. I suggest that Wang Bo be sentenced directly. There must be no leniency simply because he's a minor. Watching this crowd of people so easily swayed by Lin Tianfeng, Wang Bo couldn't help but laugh coldly to himself. Well, if that's what Mr. Lin says, then he must have some kind of evidence, right? Hearing Wang Bo's question, Lin Tianfeng responded with righteous indignation. "Of course I do." As he spoke, his assistant stepped forward, carrying a large box. Inside this box are some of our research documents and videos from the past decade. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Unfortunately, most of the materials are classified, so we can't make them public. We hope you'll all understand. With that, he had his team begin explaining the documents and playing the videos for the audience. Once everything had been presented, Lin Tianfeng felt a surge of smug satisfaction. Over the past 2 months, he had poured countless hours and a fortune into forging this so-called evidence that didn't actually exist. Now, with only 2 people knowing the real truth, it would be nearly impossible for anyone else to have the slightest doubt after seeing all this. After the presentation, Lin Tianfeng seized the perfect moment to shift the focus onto Wang Bo. Mr. Wang Bo, our Lin group has finished presenting its evidence. Now may we see yours? At this point, Wang Bo could only win the crowd over by producing a video of the miniature nuclear reactor's construction. Yet Lin Tianfeng wasn't worried about that at all. If Wang Bo dared to unveil the technical details of such a sensitive project in public, it wouldn't just be the Lin group objecting. The National Security Bureau would step in first. After all, releasing such critical technology to the public would carry unimaginable consequences. But without direct evidence, Wang Bo would have no choice but to accept defeat in this hearing. And when that moment came, Lin Tianfeng could then make a generous offer, not only bringing Wang Bo and his technology into the Lin group, but also presenting himself as magnanimous in the eyes of the public. It was, in his mind, the perfect scheme. I'm afraid I have no direct evidence to offer, as the technology behind the miniature nuclear reactor cannot be made public, Wang Bo said regretfully. Hearing this, the reporters in the audience were now all but convinced that the man before them was nothing but a fraud, trading on a false reputation. Shameless. Even now, he's still denying it. It's only when we see such scoundrels that the greatness of the Lin group truly stands out. Seeing Wang Bo's confession, Lin Tianfeng finally felt a weight lift from his heart. He was just about to invite Wang Bo to join his company when Wang Bo's next words caught him off guard. Mr. Lin, just now you said this achievement was the result of your company's full commitment, correct? Lin Tianfeng was momentarily stunned by this odd question, then quickly replied, That's right. Over the past decade or so, we've poured nearly all our resources, both manpower and materials, into this project. Such an explanation was also part of his plan. After all, in recent years, the Lin group had been faltering. They had consumed too much national funding without producing results to match, drawing plenty of criticism. Now, by saying this, Lin Tianfeng was essentially telling everyone, we are not corrupt or idle. We simply spent every penny where it mattered most. Naturally, this could silence those with suspicions. Very well. So, what you're saying is that the Lin group no longer has the capacity to develop another project on the same level as the small nuclear reactor, or anything even more advanced. Hearing Wang Bo's words, Lin Tianfeng felt a vague sense of unease creeping into his heart. But to avoid contradicting himself or leaving more loopholes, he had no choice but to remain silent, tacitly agreeing. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to open your eyes wide and see for yourselves the second gift from me, this so-called shameless copycat, to the world. With that, before anyone could respond, Wang Bo pulled the black cloth from the center of the stage with a swift motion. The crowd watched Wang Bo's actions with a mix of surprise and curiosity. Previously, everyone had assumed the object beneath the cloth was some mysterious piece of equipment from the Institute. But now it seemed Wang Bo had prepared this for the tribunal. In the next instant, the contents beneath the cloth left everyone gaping in shock. What on earth is that? There before them stood a massive halo, and in its center, suspended and secured, was a humanoid suit of armor, painted in striking yellow and red. Lin Tianfeng was just as stunned as everyone else. The moment he saw it, his instinct screamed at full volume. This thing would drag his fate straight into the abyss. Though fear gripped his heart, Lin Tianfeng managed to keep his expression calm. Humph. Mr. Wang Bo, there's no point in making a desperate struggle. Nothing you do today can change the ironclad fact that you have plagiarized and stolen the Lin Group's technology. With a steady hand, Wang Bo reached out and touched the cold surface of the armor. In a deep voice, he said, President Lin, since you claim I've stolen your technology, please tell me, what is the true purpose of the small nuclear reactor? Lin Tianfeng's heart skipped a beat at those words, but he still forced himself to answer stubbornly. Powering daily life, military applications. There are many possible uses. Wang Bo, don't try to stall for time. Admit your crime here and now, in front of everyone. I can even consider your youth, and show some leniency in your punishment. At this point, the Lin Group's president had lost all composure he had when he arrived. Throughout the exchange, Wang Bo had controlled the rhythm entirely. It gave Lin Tianfeng the distinct impression that he was now a trapped prey, ensnared in a web and being dragged, step by step, toward an endless abyss. Hearing Lin Tianfeng's response, Wang Bo shook his head with a mocking smile. You have no real understanding of the true purpose of a small nuclear reactor. It is only this suit of armor that is its rightful home. As soon as he finished speaking, a commotion swept through the crowd. No way. How could a chunk of metal like that require such a terrifying amount of energy? Exactly. That's enough electricity to power an average county for nearly 30 days. If you ask me, Wang Bo must have lost his mind. Now that he's about to be exposed, he's just putting on an act to cover it up. Listening to the crowd's heated debate, Lin Tianfeng gradually regained his composure. As a graduate of the world-renowned Fuhai University, even though he hadn't delved deeply into robotics or powered armor, he still had a fair understanding of the field. Even the world's most energy-hungry robots could operate for decades on the output of a small nuclear reactor. What's more, research and application of robots and powered armor around the globe were still at the most rudimentary stage. It's no exaggeration to say that merely replicating human actions, running, jumping, bending, turning, was already an extraordinary achievement. And yet, just now Wang Bo claimed that a revolutionary invention like a small nuclear reactor was made for something so trivial. It was simply the height of absurdity. At that moment, Lin Tianfeng was filled with a sense of shame. He was ashamed of his own earlier anxiety and fear. Lin Tianfeng, you're really losing your edge with age. How could you let a foolish youngster shake your confidence like that? He just happened to invent this by chance, and you actually thought he was someone remarkable. Meanwhile, in front of his television, Elder he frowned as he watched Wang Bo unveil his invention. Beside him, Yaoan spoke up at just the right moment. The world's most powerful robot is an underwater model, developed by our country, able to dive as deep as 6,000 meters. Its power requirement is 400 kilowatts. Even factoring in all supporting machinery, it never exceeds 800 kilowatts total. By that calculation, a small nuclear reactor could power it for over 70 years. Clearly, this is far from the best use for such a revolutionary technology. Listening to his son's sarcasm, He Jianhua couldn't help but feel a flicker of doubt. What's going on, Wang? Your talent should far surpass this. If this is all you have, then you've lost our wager for sure. Amid the skeptical murmurs from the audience, Wang Bo spoke slowly and deliberately. Your doubts come from ignorance. Next, I will show you the suit of armor I have painstakingly developed. Let me show you all. Am I truly a genius, or just someone seeking fame and recognition? Without paying heed to the crowd's jeers and ridicule, Wang Bo turned and said, General Hao, I'll need your help. Standing to the side, Hao Zhigua, hearing Wang Bo call his name, had no choice but to muster his courage and step up to the front. As he faced the constant flashes of cameras and the staccato of shutters, a pang of regret crept into his heart. A month ago, through Elder He's introduction, Wang Bo had managed to get in touch with his highest-ranking military officer of Beichuan province. In return for the promise of a fully charged miniature nuclear reactor, Hao Zhigua agreed to help arrange for a fighter jet from the capital to assist Wang Bo with his test. But what Wang Bo didn't know was that even Hao Zhigua himself had no authority to deploy a fighter jet in peacetime. The only reason he could agree was that agents from the National Security Bureau had arrived, carrying direct orders from above. Yet now, seeing how the situation had blown up, the general couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Young man, be honest with me. Do you really have this under control? When a fighter jet gets here, if this whole performance falls flat, we'll both be utterly disgraced. Looking at the cautious general, Wang Bo could only give a wry smile. Don't worry, General Hao. After this demonstration, just promise you won't pester me for this suit of armor. Hearing Wang Bo's self-assured remark, Hao Zhigua couldn't help but curl his lip in disbelief. Military exosuits, those only exist in the movies. In reality, it's simply impossible. As if I'd ever beg you for that pile of scrap metal. What a joke. Once the fighter jet was in position, Wang Bo called down to Lin Zichao in the audience. Brother Lin, I need a favor from you. What kind of favor? Just say it. Right now, Lin Zichao was thoroughly shaken. Just what was Wang Bo planning, to the point of involving a fighter jet? I need you to record everything you see from aboard the fighter jet from start to finish. Though the request left him completely baffled, Lin Zichao nonetheless gritted his teeth and agreed. Although Elder He's Research Institute was officially focused on human kinetics, it did have some involvement in military technology. As a result, the fighter jet had long been stationed at another testing facility. Before long, all preparations were complete. The footage from Lin Zichao's camera was successfully broadcast on the big screen at the demonstration. On the screen, the fighter jet could be seen slowly ascending into the sky. Mr. Wang Bo, please stop keeping us in suspense. At this point, no matter what kind of show you put on, it won't change the fact that you plagiarized the Lin Group's work. Besides, all of us here have valuable time. None of us can afford to indulge you in these pointless theatrics. Hearing Lin Tianfeng's remarks, the reporters in the audience began to grow increasingly impatient. That's right, Wang Bo, just stop struggling in vain. Just admit your mistake in front of the whole nation, and I'm sure President Lin won't make things too difficult for you. But in the very next second, the torrent of jeers and mockery from the crowd was abruptly silenced. On stage, a massive halo began to rotate slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3 enormous mechanical arms unfolded from within it. Wangbo now stood at the very center of that halo. The moment he stepped inside, it was as if the entire suit of armor had been awakened. It lit up in a brilliant glow. A powerful beam of red light swept over the scene, followed by a mechanical voice, cold and devoid of emotion. User of prehistoric suit number 1 detected. Wangbo. Equipping prehistoric suit number 1. Please stand by. As soon as the announcement ended, the 3 giant mechanical arms seemed to receive their command and began to operate. Before the stunned eyes of the audience, the arms slowly reached toward the armor, disassembled it with precision, and proceeded to piece it together around Wangbo's body. With each deft movement of the arms, the suit gradually took shape, until at last it was fully assembled on Wangbo. Then, all 3 thick mechanical arms extended at once into a black metallic case nearby, as though something extraordinary was hidden within. Under the collective gaze of the astounded crowd, a pale blue glow began to emerge into view. No way. Didn't Lin Tianfeng say earlier that there was only one missing miniature nuclear reactor? Then how do you explain this one? Could it be that Wangbo figured out the technology and built one himself? Are you kidding? Even if you had the blueprints, you probably couldn't even understand them, let alone build one. Hey, look, maybe it's just my imagination, but doesn't this miniature reactor look even brighter than the last one? Now that you mention it, it really does. Staring out at the restless and skeptical crowd below, Lin Tianfeng's composure began to crack. He never dreamed that in such a short time, Wangbo could possibly marshal the resources and energy to create another one. Noticing the confusion in everyone's eyes, Wangbo spoke up, his tone calm and even. That reporter isn't wrong. In fact, last time, due to a lack of funding, I could only manage to build the most basic version of a miniature nuclear reactor. But this time is different. With Elder He's support, every material used was the very best available. The energy storage capacity and supply stability of this model are a whole level above the previous one. At that moment, the journalists below could no longer bring themselves to mock Wangbo. They were too busy frantically jotting down every word he said. Damn it, it's that old man He Jianhua. Hearing Wangbo's explanation, Lin Tianfeng suddenly understood. No wonder, with this kid's net worth, there's no way he could have pulled this off on his own. So it was that old wretch meddling from behind the scenes. That one slip had nearly driven him to utter ruin. In the past, he could have relied on his own influence to muddle through such a situation. But now, he was reluctant. He couldn't let go. He couldn't give up the epic-making technology of the miniature nuclear reactor. He couldn't let go of this chance to break free from the Zhang family's grip. He couldn't surrender the opportunity for him and his brother to be remembered in history. Haunted by so many obsessions, he steeled himself for one final struggle. A measured round of applause broke the tension, drawing all eyes to Lin Tianfeng. With a mocking smile tugging at his lips, he spoke. Mr. Wangbo, I never thought you'd stoop to such madness. All for fame, and yet there's no limit to your shamelessness. You just created a similar light ring to deceive everyone here. Hearing the president of the Lin Corporation speak, the audience below seemed to awaken from a dream. So that's it. No wonder the color looked so vivid. We almost let that scoundrel trick us. And he even claimed to have improved the miniature nuclear reactor. What a brazen lie. Wangbo is truly full of hot air. A miracle of this magnitude isn't something you can simply tweak at will. Thank goodness Mr. Lin spoke up in time, or else we'd all been caught in that kid's web of lies. Seeing public opinion swing back to his side, Lin Tianfeng finally allowed himself a breath of relief. He was gambling. Gambling that Wangbo couldn't possibly build a second miniature nuclear reactor in such a short time. Gambling that it was all just posturing. After all, his own company's engineers had said the same thing. Even with the technology in hand, it would take the full might of the corporation at least a year or two to produce another one. And Wangbo was just one man. Even with He Jianhua's help, Lin Tianfeng refused to believe it. In less than 2 months, to create another miniature nuclear reactor, let alone an improved version, was simply impossible. Wangbo looked at Lin Tianfeng, whose expression bordered on mania, and his own lips curled with indifference. Lin Tianfeng, you're truly pitiful. For the sake of reputation and wealth, you'll stoop to anything. But in the end, all your schemes will come to nothing. Just empty effort, gone with the water. Watch closely. Today, I'll personally shatter every last ounce of your false hope. As Wangbo's emotionless voice echoed, 3 robotic arms finally delivered the brand-new miniature nuclear reactor into the chest cavity of the Hongwang-1. With this final, and most crucial, component in place, the entire suit of armor blazed with a brilliant light, as if it had come alive. At once, Wang Bo turned to the crowd. Don't blink, everyone. Every moment that follows will be recorded in history. As his words fell, the steel mask on Wang Bo's face closed with a decisive snap. The alloy armor sealed tightly around his body, encasing him from head to toe. Afterward, under the disbelieving gazes of everyone present, streams of fire burst forth from the armored suit's hands and feet. Propelled by this powerful thrust, the entire suit began to slowly rise into the air. Moments later, the suit hovered steadily above the ground, as the crowd stared, wide-eyed as if witnessing a ghost. Impossible. There shouldn't be any technology right now that allows a robot or exosuit to achieve such flawless hovering. Just this one breakthrough alone is enough to send shockwaves through the entire scientific community. Seeing the astonished faces around him, Wang Bo's lips curled into a playful smile. Everyone, it's far too soon to be surprised. Floating in the air is actually the least remarkable function of my manhwarerecap. Next, let me show you its true purpose. Before the crowd could even process his words, the tongues of flame at the suit's hands and feet suddenly intensified, unleashing a force dozens of times greater than before. With that terrifying burst of power, manhwarerecap was instantly propelled forward at a tremendous speed, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. What kind of speed is that? My goodness, are we witnessing a miracle? This manhwarerecap is enough to catapult the entire field of exosuit research forward by leaps and bounds. Look, the big screen. At those words, everyone immediately turned their attention to the display. By now, the armored suit had soared thousands of meters into the sky, calmly hovering beside a fighter jet. So that's why they brought out the jet. It's true, without the fighter jet, we never could have witnessed manhwarerecap's full capabilities. Lin Zichao really is blessed. He's managed to get exclusive interviews for 2 revolutionary inventions. Well, that's the luck of the draw. He happened to meet Wang Bo when he was still unknown. After today, Lin Zichao is bound to soar to new heights. By now, not a single person in the crowd harbored the slightest doubt about Wang Bo. After all, to develop such an advanced exosuit was proof enough that Wang Bo was a once-in-a-millennium genius, a figure destined to become a giant in the world of scientific research. How could someone like him ever resort to plagiarism, or even stoop to consider it? Meanwhile, on the stage, Lin Tianfeng sat collapsed on the floor, his face ashen with despair. He and the Lin group were finished. From this day forward, he and his brother would undoubtedly be abandoned by the Zhang family. Without the protection of Zhang Buang, considering the crimes they committed, it wouldn't be enough to execute them 8 times over. Even now, he couldn't understand how an obscure high school student could possibly achieve such greatness. But with the way people in this world thought, they could never comprehend the true power of Marvel and the system. At that moment, in front of his television, old Master He's hands trembled uncontrollably. Although this towering figure of the nation was already nearing the twilight of his years, it did not mean he was out of touch with the times. Power armor. Barring any surprises, this was likely to become the dominant theme in both future civilian life and military applications. Yet that future might still be centuries or even a millennium away. But now, within Elder He's own lifetime, someone had managed to bring this once conceptual technology into reality. How shocking and exhilarating this was. At this moment, watching the broadcast on television, Yaoan, for once, fell silent, holding back any further ridicule of Wang Bo. Even though the demonstration was simply a person hovering in midair, the underlying issues of biomechanics involved were immensely complicated. So complex, in fact, that leading international experts had yet to find a good solution. Just for this alone, he had to admit, Wang Bo truly had some extraordinary skills. And as he caught the provocative glint in his father's eyes, Yaoan, usually so composed, couldn't help but feel a mischievous urge rising within him. Don't celebrate too soon. This little bit of energy consumption doesn't even come close to 100 millionth the output of a small-scale nuclear reactor. That's actually contradicting what he said before. Hearing this almost petulant argument, Jianhua smiled knowingly. He understood that, though his son wouldn't admit it aloud, the prejudices he'd harbored were beginning to crumble. Gazing at the young figure on the TV, Jianhua felt a sense of anticipation stir within him for the first time. Wang, my boy, you've truly left me wanting more. Will you surprise me again? Meanwhile, Fu Guitai, who was also watching the live broadcast, could barely contain his excitement. First, because China had produced a once-in-a-century genius. Second, with the debut of the power armor, the National Security Bureau finally had a pretext to take action against the Lin Corporation. He immediately dialed the number of a National Security Bureau member present at the venue. Chief Fu, do you have instructions? Listen carefully. Keep Lin Tianfong under close surveillance. Do not let him leave the venue under any circumstances. Second, be on guard for any foreign spies inside. As soon as the power armor lands, protect Wang Bo at all costs. Hearing Fu Guotai's grave tone over the phone, the NSB member felt a chill run down his spine. Yes, Chief Fu. I guarantee this task will be completed. Inside the venue, after their initial shock, the reporters began to notice something odd. Hey, tell me, if this was just a simple test of the hovering function, why did they need to mobilize a fighter jet? Exactly. I was wondering about that too. Wouldn't a regular helicopter have sufficed? Maybe it's just young people wanting to make a splash. After all, having a fighter jet involved in the experiment does look pretty dazzling. Wang Bo is always messing around with these flashy but impractical things. What a waste of money for nothing. So what? If I were that young and had come up with so many astonishing inventions, I'd be even more arrogant than him. I'd apply to have 2 fighter jets transferred right away. Listening to the discussions below the stage, Hao Zhiguo frowned slightly. This was exactly what puzzled him. Clearly, the problem could be solved with just a single helicopter, so why did Wang Bo insist on requesting fighter jets? Unlike the reporters in the audience, Hao Zhiguo had previously worked with Wang Bo once. Although their encounter was brief, the maturity and poise this young man displayed didn't seem like the kind that would show off just for attention. Inside the battle suit, Wang Bo heard the chorus of doubts from the auditorium through the internal communication system. He hadn't originally intended to explain. After all, in a moment, the demonstration would answer all their questions. But thinking of his tarnished reputation online, he figured it was worth salvaging, so he immediately connected to the mic and spoke. I'm sure you're all very curious. Why did this experiment require fighter jets for filming? Because in the test that's about to begin, even a fighter jet might not be able to keep up. So please, hold your breath and keep your eyes wide open. Get ready to witness the debut of the Honghuang 1. What's he saying? Is Wang Bo really going to race against a fighter jet? You've got to be kidding. I admit Wang Bo is a genius, but that doesn't mean he can take us for fools. Exactly. At supersonic speed, the human body would be torn apart by the terrifying inertia. At these words, Hao Zhiguo's face darkened with a hint of displeasure. It should be known that the fighter jet assigned to Wang Bo was among the top models in the entire military. Its maximum speed could reach a staggering Mach 3, 3 times the speed of sound. Just imagine. That means this jet could cover a kilometer in just 1 second. From the southernmost tip of the country to the northernmost, you could make the journey in just over an hour on this jet. Such an astonishing speed was among the very best in the world. And now, armed with nothing but a tiny battle suit, Wang Bo actually intended to surpass it. For a seasoned veteran like him, this was nothing short of a pipe dream. In his eyes, Wang Bo had let all the praise and fame go to his head and was now making wild claims with no regard for reality. With that thought, his impression of Wang Bo dropped several notches. Up in the sky, Wang Bo had no idea what was running through the mind of the highest commander of the Beichuan Provincial Military District. In the past, due to numerous restrictions during the development phase, even he had never fully understood the true capabilities of the Honghuang 1 armor. Now, with this perfect opportunity before him, he was determined to see just how far this suit could really go. General Hao, could you please notify the pilot not to hover here any longer? Ask him to fly forward at full speed. Hao Zhiguo wanted to object, but on second thought, maybe letting this kid taste a little setback wasn't such a bad idea. He promptly picked up the communicator and issued the order. Pilot 003, cease hovering and proceed forward at maximum speed. Following the command, the pilot began to operate the fighter jet, which slowly started to accelerate. Witnessing this, Wang Bo leaned forward ever so slightly, adjusting the direction of the flames shooting from his armor's thrusters. 30 meters per second, 50 meters per second, 100 meters per second. Even as the fighter jet continued to pick up speed, the Honghuang 1 armor stayed steadily alongside its wing. What on earth? The speed has just broken 100 meters per second. That's already faster than a bullet train. And what's most unbelievable is that it's still accelerating. At this moment, Hao Zhiguo was just as astonished. Even though its top speed was still far below that of a jet, just by its current performance, this red and yellow armor was more than ready for standard military operations. It was no exaggeration to say that Wang Bo's suit had sparked a new revolution in military technology. After the debut of Honghuang 1, the world would have to completely redefine the very idea of individual combat. As the fighter jet's speed soared higher and higher, everyone held their breath in anticipation. They were desperate to know just where was the limit of this miraculous suit of armor. Finally, with a thunderous boom echoing from the screen, the sound barrier was shattered before their stunned eyes. It actually broke the speed of sound. Incredible! Wang Bo truly is a one-of-a-kind genius. Haha. Now, let's see who dares say China lacks talent. This year's Nobel Prize in Physics is as good as ours. Meanwhile, inside the cockpit, the pilot stared at the red and yellow armor flying beside him with a look as if he'd seen a ghost. No way. This was supersonic speed. No one could have imagined that this colorful hunk of metal could reach such astonishing levels. If it weren't for his rigorous training, any ordinary pilot would probably be too shocked to keep flying the jet. But before he could even begin to calm his pounding heart, he saw the armor in the distance turn its head ever so slightly to look at him, and in the next instant, its right arm gestured forward. The pilot, having seen this signal countless times, instantly understood its meaning. This guy was actually telling him to go faster. Well now, ever since this pilot first got behind the controls of a fighter jet, he had never suffered such indignity. Someone actually dared to complain that a fighter jet was too slow? How could anyone tolerate such an insult? At this moment, even this veteran pilot, with years of experience under his belt, was thoroughly provoked by Wang Bo's actions. He was determined to show that young man inside the battlesuit just how terrifying a fighter jet could be at full throttle. Mach 1, Mach 1.5, Mach 2. Although in theory, Mach 3 was the absolute limit for this fighter jet, under normal circumstances, Mach 2 was already more than enough for most wartime scenarios. Watching as the red and gold battlesuit disappeared from his side, the pilot finally breathed a small sigh of relief. Racing with me? You're still too green for this. But just as he was about to relax, Lin Zichao, filming from behind, suddenly swung his camera in another direction toward the fighter jet. Following the angle of the camera, the pilot was confronted with a sight he simply couldn't accept. The battlesuit had just changed direction, but it was still flying steadily right alongside the fighter jet. Impossible. How could decades of painstaking human engineering be so easily surpassed by a high school kid who hasn't even come of age? In this instant, his deeply held beliefs felt shaken to the core. His pride wouldn't let him admit defeat. Yet as a soldier, obeying orders was his sacred duty, so he didn't push the throttle any further. Reporting to command, fighter jet has reached Mach 2. Should I continue to accelerate? Meanwhile, in the command center, hearing the pilot's report, Hao Zhigua fell into a long silence. He simply couldn't believe it, that a mere youngster had managed to invent something this extraordinary. He even started to wonder if he was dreaming. How else could something so unbelievable be happening? No wonder that boy had requested a fighter jet. No wonder he'd asked for flight clearance across thousands of kilometers. He could hardly imagine what kind of shockwaves this livestream would send rippling around the world after the debut of Hongwang 1. Steadying his thoughts, he realized the most important thing now was to continue testing. Pilot 003, you have permission to break Mach 2. Continue accelerating. Receiving the order, the pilot's expression grew solemn as he slowly flipped open a red cover and pressed the button underneath. Even for a pilot as seasoned as himself, living in an era of peace meant he'd rarely, if ever, engaged the fighter's maximum performance mode. But today, to set this unprecedented record, this steel beast in the sky was finally being unleashed. As he pushed the control stick steadily forward, the fighter jet's speed soared once again. Watching the jet accelerate even further, the people across China who were tuning in to the livestream couldn't help but clench their fists in excitement. They were eager to know whether Mach 3, the top speed of a fighter jet, could truly test the upper limit of the Hongwang 1. While everyone watched with bated breath, the pilot's voice came slowly through the communicator and into the hall. Reporting to the commander, the jet has reached its maximum speed. As the pilot's report echoed and the footage showed the armored suit still keeping up effortlessly, the entire room erupted with excitement. This is unbelievable. The Hongwang 1 is simply astonishing. At its very first demonstration, it can already match the speed of our fighter jets. Match. Look at how effortlessly the suit is cruising. It's clearly not even close to its limit. Just as the room buzzed with excited debate, Wang Bo's voice sounded at just the right moment. Everyone, I regret to inform you that since the fighter jet has reached its limit, it can no longer keep up with the next part of the demonstration. A wave of disappointment swept through the crowd, including Hao Zhigua on stage. How they wished they could witness, with their own eyes, just where the limits of Hongwang 1 lay. Was that hope destined to remain a fantasy? But then, Wang Bo changed his tone and continued. To make sure everyone here and all our viewers watching the live stream can witness Hongwang 1's true performance, I prepared a little gadget to continue the tracking. As Wang Bo's words ended, a flying device about the size of a softball slowly rose up in the hall. I've named it the letter B. At its core is a miniature nuclear reactor. By sacrificing every other performance metric and focusing solely on speed, this little thing can reach speeds over Mach 10. Inside, it's programmed for both evasion and photography, ensuring stable and crystal-clear footage while keeping itself safe from harm. It will handle the tracking from here on out. As he spoke, the letter B took to the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished from sight. The distance that had just taken the fighter jet and Hong Wong 1 nearly 10 minutes to cross now took the letter B less than a minute. When the live feed came back, the crowd erupted in cheers once more. This meant they could now witness every second of this epic-making miracle. Meanwhile, under Hao Jigua's orders, the fighter jet began its return to base. Clearly, from this point on, even the newest model of fighter jet could only watch from the sidelines in the race for speed. With the letter B in action, Wang Bo finally allowed himself a surge of anticipation. He wanted to see just how far this Hong Huang 1, refined by both himself and the system, could truly go. With a thunderous roar, the suit accelerated in an instant, unleashing such a powerful shockwave that a massive cloud burst into existence behind it. With the immense boost from this powerful counterforce, the armor speed didn't just break past Mach 3, it surged straight into the realm of Mach 4. 4.3 Mach. 4.5 Mach. 4.8 Mach. 5 Mach. At that moment, you could hear a pin drop in the hall. At first, everyone believed that even if the Hong Wong 1 could surpass the speed of a fighter jet, it wouldn't be by much. But now, it was clear they couldn't have been more wrong. This suit of armor was a full 2 Machs ahead of the fastest fighter jets, and judging by the way it moved, like it still had more to give, everyone knew this was nowhere near its limit. Just as Wang Bo was about to push for even more speed, Hao Jigua in the audience suddenly remembered something and hurriedly called out to stop him. Wang Bo, you can't go any further. This time, the no-fly zone we secured for you is only a little over 1,000 kilometers. If you keep going, you'll easily break out of that zone, and an irreversible accident could happen. Hearing Hao Jigua's warning, the livestream viewers let out a collective sigh of disappointment. Such a landmark moment, and yet it was forced to a halt due to a lack of preparation. Naturally, this ignited the dissatisfaction of people all across China. And as Hao Jigua watched the criticism and complaints pour in on the livestream platform, he looked both aggrieved and helpless. Who could have imagined that what was supposed to be a simple demonstration would end up with Wang Bo pulling off something this astonishing? But Wang Bo, having heard Hao Jigua, didn't turn back as ordered. He maintained his blistering pace. General, what is the maximum flight ceiling for today's fighter jets? Hearing this out-of-the-blue question, Hao Jigua was momentarily taken aback, then answered instinctively. The maximum flight altitude is 25,000 meters. That record was set by the MiG-31 from Beixiong. What are you getting at? A subtle, meaningful smile crept onto Wang Bo's lips as he listened to Hao Jigua's question. General, do you know what records are really for? Records are made to be broken. As Wang Bo carried on this exchange with himself, everyone in the room looked puzzled. Then, in the very next moment, the Hong Wong 1 on the big screen jerked upward, rocketing straight toward the sky. 10,000 meters. 15,000 meters. 20,000 meters. As the altitude climbed ever closer to its limits, everyone's breath in the hall grew more and more tense. And finally, under the stunned gaze of people across China, the flight altitude effortlessly surpassed the previous record set by the Beixiong fighter. Oh my God, this is unbelievable. This defies all logic. How did he solve the low temperature problem? Exactly. At over 20,000 meters, the temperature is nearly 60 degrees below zero. Machines would normally fail at that. And what about oxygen supply? These are all huge challenges for high-altitude flight. If this were really wartime, dropping a nuclear weapon from this altitude would be unstoppable. At that very moment, old He, sitting in front of the television, suddenly choked on his breath, his face flushing deep red. Yaowen, standing nearby, forgot about his earlier quarrel with his father and hurried over, patting his back to help ease the suffocating tension in his chest. Finally catching his breath, old He stood up straight away. A genius of the highest order, truly a prodigy. I can hardly imagine. In an era where powered armor still exists only in theory, this young man has already raced ahead of his time. I dare say, with just these two technological breakthroughs, our nation can stand toe-to-toe with the all-powerful West. Hearing his father's praise, Yaowen, for once, didn't talk back. In truth, his own heart was far from calm. He never would have dreamed that the boy he met that day would possess such a world-leading mind. He had felt annoyed at his own immaturity before. His research project in the Northern Bear Nation was at a critical juncture. After all, how could he have agreed, in a fit of pique, to that kid's invitation to stay in China for 2 months? But now, looking back, it was precisely this immaturity that let him witness such a miracle today. At this moment, Wang Bo, soaring 30,000 meters above the ground, gazed down at the world below. A surge of pride welled up in his heart. He thought back to just a few months ago, when he was a bullied high schooler. Now here he was 30,000 meters in the sky, admired and celebrated by thousands. Every bit of it felt like a dream. General Hao, running this test here. There shouldn't be any accidents, right? Hearing Wang Bo's teasing voice over the comms, Hao Zhigua couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly. 30,000 meters up, there's not a thing out here. What kind of accident could possibly happen? Even so, since it was a live broadcast, he had to watch his words. Kid, be careful. A moment later, a tremendous roar erupted as the sound barrier was shattered yet again. Freed from all reservations, the Hongwang 1 unleashed its full power. Blue planet, 30,000 meters above sea level. The air is almost devoid of oxygen, the temperature plunging to minus 60 degrees. Survival in these conditions is nearly impossible. No living creature could exist here, so this domain had always been utterly silent. But today, a stranger had broken into this forbidden realm of life. In a flash, a streak of light, faster than the human eye could follow, tore across the sky. Perhaps it was the sheer speed, but the thin air compressed by immense kinetic force began to ignite. That beam of light blazed even brighter. If one looked closely at the very core of that mysterious glow, a faint human silhouette could just be made out. 6 Mach. So this is the maximum speed of the Honghuang 1. Inside the suit, Wang Bo watched as the Honghuang 1 operated at full power and slowly exhaled a deep breath. Such speed, compared to the technology of this world, aside from a handful of drones built purely for speed, had truly reached the very pinnacle of what was possible. As for the combat capabilities of the suit, because China strictly controls all weaponry, at this moment the Honghuang 1 wasn't equipped with any lethal weapons. So for this demonstration, Wang Bo's main goal from the beginning was simply to showcase the suit's flight speed and altitude. He believed that just these two aspects alone would be enough to attract the attention of China's top leadership. With this thought, Wang Bo prepared to descend and return to base. Meanwhile, across the Pacific in the United States, inside the president's office, as they watched the live broadcast, Secretary of Defense Andrew and President Wilson sat in stunned silence. After the initial shock, Wilson finally spoke, his voice tight with barely suppressed anger. Andrew, is this the fake news you were talking about? This is the smoke screen you claimed China was throwing out? If this is a smoke screen, then what does that make our country's physicists? Faulty duds. Hearing this, Andrew could only smile bitterly inside. Who could have imagined that this young man, named Wang Bo, could be such a prodigy? This young Chinese man's natural talent in physics was enough to overturn everything they thought they knew. It was precisely because it seemed impossible that Andrew had been careless earlier and failed to keep a close watch on this youngster. Now, listening to the president's furious questioning, Andrew didn't dare utter a word in rebuttal. After Wilson finished venting, as Secretary of Defense, Andrew hurried to offer a solution. Mr. President, perhaps this could also be an opportunity. What opportunity? An opportunity for us to just hand over the title of world's strongest nation? Despite the president's retort, Andrew remained composed and continued his analysis. Just as Wang Bo reached an altitude of 30,000 meters, I ordered our operations team to have him tracked closely by satellite. Once his test flight is over, he'll have to return and land at the Research Institute in Beijing. Based on his flight path, our experts have analyzed that he's certain to pass over China's eastern coastal region. And right now, our aircraft carrier, the USS Megan, is patrolling those very waters. Hearing this, Wilson's eyes lit up as a thought struck him. You're saying we might have a chance to intercept? But then, he recalled the terrifying speed of the Hongwang 1. Mach 6, this speed has already surpassed the maximum limit of any fighter jet. Intercepting it with conventional aircraft is simply impossible. Watching Wilson frown, Andrew instantly grasped what was on his mind. Interception is out of the question. Let's set aside the fact that the flight altitude and speed of the Honghuang 1 far exceed those of ordinary fighter jets. Even if we manage to intercept it, there's no way the Chinese authorities would ever allow us to take it away. Listening to Andrew's analysis, Wilson's irritation surged once again. Then what are you suggesting? My point is, we need to act quickly, so quickly that China won't even have time to react before everything is settled. We can dispatch fighter jets armed with lightweight missiles and directly shoot down that suit of armor. Then we immediately send a team to recover the wreckage and bring it back home for research. With our country's outstanding scientific capability, I believe that with the wreckage in hand, we'd be able to mass-produce both compact nuclear reactors and the suit of armor within a year. By then, conquering the world will no longer be just a dream for our great nation. Hearing Andrew's plan, Wilson, too, was filled with excitement. If they could bring these two technologies back to their homeland, then his upcoming re-election would be absolutely uncontested. As for whether Wang Bo would survive after being hit by a missile, that was never a consideration for either of them. Andrew, make the arrangements. With the order given, the Secretary of Defense dared not waste a single moment and rushed to contact the person in charge of the USS Megan. Meanwhile, inside the conference hall, the big screen was broadcasting live footage of Wang Bo's return journey, while General Hao Jigua was doing his best to handle a crowd of extremely zealous reporters on stage. General Hao, may I ask whether Mr. Wang Bo's research has had any support from the government? General Hao, you've been present at both of Mr. Wang Bo's demonstrations. Does this mean he's already reached a cooperation agreement with the Beichuan Provincial Military District? General Hao, as he was answering questions one by one, a shrill ringtone blared from his right pocket, making his expression change dramatically. That was the military district's wartime hotline, a line that only a select few senior officers in each district were authorized to carry. Hao Jigua had held this phone for 10 years, and in all that time, except during a handful of major disasters, it had never rung. Now, he couldn't care less about the reporters. He hurriedly answered the call. On the other end, a middle-aged man's voice came through urgently. General Hao, this is the National Security Bureau. Please inform Wang Bo at once. He must halt his descent and ascend immediately. Just now, 2 unidentified fighter jets breached our airspace over the East China Sea. We suspect they're targeting Wang Bo and the Honghuang 1 suit. The Eastern Theater Command has already dispatched fighter jets, and they'll arrive within 10 minutes. Tell Wang Bo he must hold on. Upon hearing this, Hao Jigua's face changed dramatically. He had just been caught up in shock and joy, completely forgetting how irresistible this suit of armor was, not just to any nation, but especially to the United States. The temptation was so overwhelming that, in less than half an hour since the emergence of the Honghuang 1, they had already thrown all international safety protocols to the wind, brazenly invading Chinese airspace in an attempt to seize it by force. Now, seeing this clueless crowd of reporters still swarming around him, relentless and noisy, Hao Jigua felt a surge of anger rise within him. Without hesitation, he pulled out the pistol at his waist and fired into the sky. Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out, instantly silencing the chaotic atmosphere in the hall. Everyone stared at this fierce and intimidating general. Though confusion filled their hearts, they wisely kept their mouths shut and made way for him. Wasting no time on explanations, Hao Jigua dashed to the center of the venue, grabbed the communicator, and relayed the urgent situation from the phone to Wang Bo. Inside the armor, Wang Bo finished listening to Hao Jigua's anxious instructions and was about to launch into the sky. But in that very instant, as if sensing something, his eyes narrowed behind the visor, gazing sharply in a particular direction. So the warning still came too late. I expected this might happen, but I didn't think those with ulterior motives would act so quickly. Let's hope these people don't go too far. Otherwise, even though the Honghuang 1 isn't armed, it's not something to be trifled with. In the distance, 2 fighter jets were racing toward Wang Bo's position. Although there were no national insignias on their fuselages, their model left nothing to doubt. The United States. At that moment, everyone in the venue, watching through the Messenger B's live feed, saw the 2 jets barreling toward them. What's going on? Are those fighters coming to escort Wang Bo back? Idiot, look at the model. It's clearly not one of our own. Foreign jets? How dare they trespass into our airspace? They must be out of their minds. Standing to the side, Hao Jigua felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't bear to imagine what would happen if such technology fell into American hands. The fate of China would be forever changed. Wang Bo heads southwest at full speed. Our own fighters are waiting to cover you there. As Hao Jigua's desperate shouts echoed, and people remembered the warning shots he'd just fired, a realization began to dawn among the crowd. Meanwhile, Lin Tianfeng, slumped on the stage, let a flicker of excitement flash across his eyes. Other countries have made their move. If Wang Bo were to die in this conflict, today's events would be buried forever, with no one left to bear witness. Even if those high-ranking officials knew he had committed a crime, there was nothing they could do about him. After all, in China, evidence is everything. No one has the authority to arrest someone without evidence. A glimmer of madness flickered in his eyes. Wang Bo, with the whole nation watching, just accept your fate and die. Shameless, absolutely shameless. At this moment, Elder, he was trembling uncontrollably from the violent surge of emotion. Immediately, get in touch with the embassy of the beautiful country at once. Lodge a stern protest against this act of blatant robbery. Diaoan, standing nearby, rushed forward to support him and try to reason with him. It's pointless. Do you really think the beautiful country will let go of such a juicy prize because of a few words of protest? The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, has always been the only rule between nations. Now, our only hope is that support from China arrives in time. If that happens, Wang Bo will still have a sliver of hope. At this moment, guided by Hao Zhigua, Wang Bo was speeding southwest at full throttle. But the two fighter jets behind him clearly understood they couldn't win in a race of speed. The instant Wang Bo changed course, they launched into a frenzied assault. Yet the two pilots from the beautiful country didn't immediately fire their missiles. The orders from above had been clear. Bring him down, but try to preserve the integrity of the armor as much as possible. So as long as the suit remained within missile lock range, they wouldn't be the first to use them. Rows of machine gun rounds tore through the sky, shrieking as they closed in on Wang Bo. Witnessing this, everyone at the venue shut their eyes tight. Hao Zhigua's heart was in his throat. Could the prehistoric-looking number 1 battle armor really withstand machine gun bullets nearly 20 millimeters in caliber? At last, under the watchful gaze of the entire nation, the bullets found their mark and made intimate contact with the armor. But to everyone's relief and joy, the moment the bullets struck the armor's surface, they bounced off with a harsh clang, repelled by its tough shell. Unlike the optimism in the room, Hao Zhigua's face remained grim and stern. If the suit could operate at such high speeds in the upper atmosphere, its shell must be incredibly strong. Machine gun rounds would hardly pose a threat. What truly worried him was another weapon carried by the jets, missiles. At high altitude, those were the truly lethal threat. Once locked on, there would be no escape. The immense heat wave from the explosion would engulf the entire suit in an instant. Even more terrifying was the shockwave that followed. Even inside the armor, Wang Bo's internal organs could be shattered by the force. Seeing that their machine gun fire couldn't bring down the suit, the fighter pilots began to lose patience. Chinese reinforcements could arrive at any second. Their window of opportunity was closing fast. The two of them immediately decided to deploy a lightweight missile. With the press of a red button, a missile trailing tongues of flame shot away from the fighter jet, hurtling toward Wang Bo at blinding speed. At nearly 10 times the speed of sound, even with his suit's firepower at maximum, there was no way to dodge it. In Wang Bo's eyes, the warhead rapidly grew larger, and in the next instant, it struck the back of his armored suit head-on. A deafening explosion ripped through the sky. The Honghuang No. 1 took a direct hit from the missile. It was as if all power had been drained from it, and it plummeted rapidly from the heavens. In a matter of seconds, it had fallen several thousand meters, crashing heavily onto an uninhabited island in the East China Sea as the onlookers watched in despair. No! At that moment, at home, Huang Haoyang was overcome with anguish as he witnessed the scene. Beside him, Yang Ping was sobbing uncontrollably. Although Wang Bo was not related to them by blood, after nearly a decade together, they had long since come to regard this kind-hearted boy as their own. Yet today, if I'd known, I never would have let him tinker with these things, no matter what. It's all my fault. All my fault. As Huang Haoyang pounded his chest and stamped his feet in remorse, Yang Ping, her eyes brimming with tears, reached out to rest her hand on his shoulder and comforted him. This was the child's dream. We had no right to stand in his way, did we? Far away in Beijing, Elder he was suffering just as deeply. He sat slumped in his chair at home, as if someone had ripped the backbone from his body. A direct missile strike, a fall from thousands of meters in the sky. There was no room for miracles. The sheer force of that impact would have crushed Wang Bo entirely. This rising star, a pillar of the nation and a genius without equal, had perished under the shameless scheming of the so-called beautiful country. The old man simply could not accept it. Yet, beside him, Yaowen's face remained calm. As an expert in human biomechanics, he understood all too well. The most formidable and challenging aspect of the Honghuang No. 1 was its protection of the wearer inside. The human body is fragile. Even a sudden, tiny acceleration can cause discomfort. And in the sky, where velocities are measured in multiples of the speed of sound, that discomfort can quickly become deadly. They had conducted similar experiments, decelerating abruptly at 2 Mach. In that instant, the pressure on the human chest could reach over 1,000 kilograms, as if 4 or 5 sows were pressing down on you. That level of force was far beyond what the human body could withstand. Yet just moments ago, Wang Bo had performed incredible maneuvers in midair, sudden stops, hairpin turns, bursts of acceleration, all at the terrifying speed of 6 Mach. Clearly, this suit of armor had pushed the science of human biomechanics to its very limits. Within its minuscule interior, it could dissipate the terrifying force that would otherwise have crushed the pilot. If that were truly the case, then perhaps Wang Bo, who had fallen from such a great height, might still have a chance to survive. Meanwhile, in the hall, as everyone watched Wang Bo, lifeless and seemingly beyond hope after plummeting from the sky, Lin Tianfeng stood on stage, letting out a maniacal, unhinged laugh. Though his own reputation was now in ruins, the death of Wang Bo opened up a sliver of possibility for him to maneuver his way out of this crisis. Everyone knew that he had framed Wang Bo, but the law demands evidence. As long as he refused to confess and his lawyer managed the proceedings well, clearing himself of all charges would be as easy as breathing. Reporting, Commander, target has been shot down. Crash site at 27 degrees, 17 minutes north, 118 degrees, 58 minutes east. Please dispatch ground forces to recover the wreckage as soon as possible. Fox 1, Fox 2, good work. The Chinese aircraft are en route. Return to base immediately. The two American pilots, receiving their orders, didn't hesitate for a moment and turned their planes to head home. At that very moment, on an unnamed island, the crash site of Honghuang 1. Among the wreckage, a few rocks slowly tumbled down. Hey, did any of you just see that? I think the fingers on Honghuang 1 moved a little. One reporter in the hall exclaimed in disbelief. You must be joking. What do you think this is, a movie? No one could survive a fall from thousands of meters up. Exactly. This isn't a novel. It's the real world. How does someone with such poor eyesight even become a reporter? Just as the jeers from the crowd hadn't yet died down, a thunderous explosion erupted from the big screen. Under the lens of the B drone, the pile of rubble that had buried Honghuang 1 suddenly blasted apart. A massive cloud of dust instantly engulfed the drone's camera, throwing the entire screen into chaos. Moments later, as the dust slowly settled, everyone stared in shock as the outline of the armored suit emerged. At that moment, Honghuang 1 was gently tapping the area around its own neck, and inside, Wang Bo's voice rang out, perfectly timed. Well, I'll be damned. That missile finally cured the neck pain that's been bothering me for years. In the stunned silence of the hall, Wang Bo's words echoed through the air. After a brief moment of silence, the room erupted into wild cheers and astonished cries. This is a miracle. Even the word miracle can't explain what we're seeing right now. How on earth did he do it? Hao Zhigua, upon hearing Wang Bo's voice, felt all his previous gloom and sorrow swept away in an instant. In their place bloomed boundless excitement and joy. Wang Bo, are you all right? Hearing Hao Zhigua's trembling, anxious voice, Wang Bo felt a warm surge in his heart. It's absolutely fine. The defenses of Honghuang 1 are far more sophisticated than you might imagine. As he assessed the overall damage to the armor, Wang Bo couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the power of Marvel technology and the system behind it. Even though it was only a lightweight missile, its force was enough to flip an armored vehicle. Yet, even after Honghuang 1 took the hit head-on, the damage was so minimal it could almost be ignored. That's great news. Those two fighter jets from the States are already turning back. What you need to do now is fly southwest immediately. At these words, a cold, sly smile appeared at the corner of Wang Bo's mouth. Hit and run? Since when is this world so forgiving? Just because he emerged unscathed didn't mean he could simply swallow this unprovoked attack. Besides, that missile had clearly been fired with lethal intent. If it weren't for the suit's near-perfect shock absorption, Wang Bo would be dead or crippled by now. If you want me dead, then don't blame me for fighting back. With this thought, Wang Bo immediately commanded the armor to soar into the sky. But instead of heading for the safety of the southwest, he turned and flew straight in the direction where the two fighter jets were returning. Witnessing this, Hao Zhigua was frightened out of his wits. This reckless kid, after barely escaping death, actually dared to turn back and court disaster. Wang Bo, listen to me. Don't do anything rash. The authorities will step in to seek justice for you. If you charge in now, you'll only put yourself in danger for nothing. Wang Bo understood his concern and responded to reassure him. Don't worry, General Hao. I, Wang Bo, have never acted without confidence. Honghuang 1's capabilities go far beyond just speed and altitude. Just watch and see. With that, Wang Bo cut off the communication. Back at the venue, Hao Zhigua tried to say more, but the persistent, busy tone in his headset only fueled his frustration. He's still too young. Isn't that the truth? Youthful and impulsive. I honestly can't imagine how such a small suit of armor could stand up to those massive fighter jets. And those jets are fully armed, bristling with missiles. Unlike the majority, who were pessimistic, Old Master, he had learned a thing or two from the day's many reversals. I figured out, whatever this kid sets his mind to, he does it with absolute confidence. If I have to go through a few more days like today, my old heart won't be able to take it. Sitting beside the Old Master, Yaowen's eyes gleamed with anticipation. The clash between powered armor and fighter jets promised to be a spectacular showdown. Meanwhile, Fox Hunter 1 and Fox Hunter 2 were already on their way back. The two pilots were now feeling completely at ease, even bordering on exhilarated. Although they had no idea what that suit of armor flying through the sky actually was, it didn't take a genius to realize it had to be an extraordinary invention. Otherwise, why would the top brass of the beautiful nation risk tearing up national security protocols and souring relations with China, all just to brazenly invade Chinese airspace and seize that suit? And now, such a crucial mission was being accomplished by their very own hands. There was no doubt in their minds that, once they returned, their promotions in the military would be smooth sailing. As the two of them daydreamed about the commendations and rewards awaiting them back home, suddenly, alarm bells blared from the radar. The screen showed an unidentified object hurtling toward their fighter jets at a mind-boggling speed. Inside the armor, Wang Bo watched as the two jets loomed larger and larger in his field of vision, a wild glint flashing in his eyes. What's going on? Why isn't it slowing down? Has the armor gone out of control? This is bad. At this rate, there's no way to avoid a collision. People in the control room spoke up, their voices tinged with genuine concern. And in the very next second, their fears were realized. The Hongwang 1, with unstoppable momentum, crashed headlong into the side wing of the Hunter Fox 2 jet. Like a bullet piercing through flesh, the Hongwang 1 plowed straight through the jet as if it were nothing, meeting hardly any resistance at all. The pilot of Hunter Fox 1, flying nearby, was still reeling from shock. What on earth just happened? Barely 3 to 5 seconds had passed since the alarm sounded on the radar, and in a blink Hunter Fox 2 beside him was struck down. Staring at the unknown weapon that had just torn through the jet, he realized it was actually that red and yellow armor from before. What kind of monstrous thing was this? Damn those higher-ups, what were they thinking? This was never a job for two fighter jets. Now, faced with this impossible scene, his courage utterly deserted him. Thoughts of promotion and glory vanished from his mind. All he cared about now was survival. He immediately slammed the throttle to full, sending his jet racing away at top speed, anything to get out of there alive. Meanwhile, Wang Bo gazed at the explosion in the sky where Hunter Fox 2 had been, feeling a faint pang of remorse in his heart. After all, that was a human life lost, and for someone who not long ago was just a high school student, he was hardly prepared for this. But after only a moment's hesitation, he forced the guilt from his mind. If the Hongwang 1 hadn't been so well defended, wouldn't he be the one lying dead today? He never set out to provoke others, but that didn't mean anyone could step all over him. As these thoughts raced through his mind, a brilliant burst of light erupted from the palm of the Hongwang 1. Wang Bo's gaze quickly locked onto the fighter jet, frantically fleeing the scene. Next, let me show you one of the standard weapons equipped on this battle suit. A torrent of energy surged into the palm of Hongwang No. 1's right arm, fueling its weapon system. The Arc Pulse Hand Cannon, the signature attack of Iron Man in the Marvel Universe. It could adjust its power output based on the strength of the enemy, ensuring that even the toughest foes could be defeated with optimal energy efficiency. As the energy continued to build, the launcher in his palm seemed to reach its critical point. Feeling the searing heat radiating from his right hand, Wang Bo couldn't help but be secretly alarmed. Just as the charging process finished, he clearly sensed the miniature nuclear reactor at his chest dim ever so slightly. After consuming such a massive amount of energy, a flicker of anticipation welled up in Wang Bo's heart. I wonder just how powerful this shot will be. As he pondered, Hongwang No. 1 raised its right arm and took aim. In the next instant, a blinding beam of light burst forth from his palm. A pillar of energy, thick as a grown man's leg, sliced through the air with unstoppable force, tearing straight toward the fleeing fighter jet. At that moment, the pilot, already terrified out of his wits, saw only a flash of dazzling light before his entire jet spun out of control. A thunderous explosion erupted. The Fox Hunter 1, struck by the laser, detonated midair in a burst of brilliance and tragedy, like fireworks in the night sky. Having accomplished all this, Hongwang No. 1 didn't even look back, but instead soared away at full speed. Inside the venue, an awed silence fell over the crowd. Every single person, even Hao Jigua, stood wide-eyed, their jaws practically on the floor at this surreal spectacle. Hey, slap me. Tell me I'm not dreaming. A sharp smack sounded. Damn, do you have to hit so hard? That really hurt. Not even the movies dare to shoot scenes like this. This day will be recorded in the annals of Chinese history. I can already picture Mr. Wang Bo standing on the Nobel Prize stage. As the shock and astonishment rippled through the hall, Hao Jigua snapped back to his senses and immediately began to worry. This rascal has caused such a huge scene this time. How am I supposed to keep all the credit for myself? No, I have to figure this out, no matter how difficult it is. No matter what, I must get a set of this battle armor for the Beichuan Provincial Military District. And this can't go on like this, happening again and again. If this kid comes up with another invention next time, there's no guarantee I'll get first dibs. I need to find a way to tie this kid to our military district for good. Just as several National Security Bureau members were still reeling from the astonishing scene, Fuguitai's call came through directly. Listen carefully. Lin Tianfeng doesn't have to be captured, and agents from other countries can be left alone. Right now, you all have only one task inside the venue. As soon as Wang Bo lands, make sure you protect this kid immediately. There must not be the slightest mistake. I'm already on my way with the team. Until we arrive, you must guarantee his personal safety at all costs. Upon hearing this, the members of the National Security Bureau hurriedly voiced their assent. They then cast pitiful glances at Lin Tianfeng, who sat slumped on the stage. In truth, after witnessing the debut of the Honghuang One, the CEO of the Lin Group had completely abandoned any hope of escape or turning the tables. After all, he had enough self-awareness to realize that, as the head of a corporation, he was no match for the will of the nation. Meanwhile, in front of the television, Elder he was roaring with laughter like a delighted child. Excellent, excellent. I knew I wasn't wrong about him. No wonder this kid dared to bet against me with the technology for a small-scale nuclear reactor. Now, my old friends will have nothing left to say. Though he hadn't mentioned it before, Elder he had actually endured a great deal of frustration while raising the 50 million in research funds for Wang Bo. Given Elder he's reputation, everyone was quick to lend him money. But even those who had fought alongside him in his youth urged him to reconsider. After all, it wasn't just about the money. If he lost the bet, his lifelong reputation would be tarnished. Although he Jianhua understood their concern, he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable, for it was as if they were questioning his judgment. For someone as proud as Elder he, this was hard to swallow. But now, with the unveiling of Wang Bo's Honghuang One, all those doubts had been utterly shattered. Seated next to Elder, he was He Yaoan, who had witnessed the entire development of the battle armor. His heart was still in turmoil. It wasn't just the astonishing performance of the armor that left him shaken. More than that, it was the complete collapse of his worldview. Until now, he had firmly believed that, in the field of scientific research, only years of dedicated study and abundant resources could yield great results. That was why he had traveled all the way abroad to study and conduct research. Yet, the scene before him had demolished that conviction. Wang Bo was merely a high school student, not yet of age. Even counting his time in the womb, he wasn't yet 20 years old. For most people, 20 years isn't even enough time to lay the groundwork for a career. And yet, Wang Bo had already reached heights never before seen. As for research conditions, according to He Yaoan's understanding, Wang Bo's parents had both passed away, and he had been living under his uncle's care for years. His monthly expenses barely amounted to a few hundred yuan. With such a meager lifestyle, how could anyone speak of research conditions? It was precisely Wang Bo, who started with nothing, who shattered everyone's expectations and single-handedly propelled the world of physics forward in great strides. This, truly, was beyond anyone's imagination. Dad, I've decided to return to China to build my career. And I want to start right here at your research institute. Hearing his son's resolute voice, He Jianhua raised his eyebrows, old heart full of comfort. His son had always set his sights high, believing that the conditions for research at home were limiting his development. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to study abroad alone in his youth. Yet now, under Wang Bo's influence, he finally realized that China's scientific research, whether in terms of resources or talent, was no less than that of any other country. In some respects, even surpassing them by a good margin. Having gone through all this, He Jianhua reckoned his son would come out of it a more mature man. Although he was pleased with his son's decision, He Jianhua kept his composure, not showing a hint of emotion. If you made up your mind, then go for it. As for my research institute, you're free to join if you wish. But don't count on your father's name to help you. If that's what you're after, you'd better head back overseas and spare me the embarrassment here. He Yaoan nodded firmly at his father's words. Don't worry, Dad. Your son doesn't have a weak backbone. Whatever I want, I'll earn it by my own ability. As the saying goes, some rejoice while others worry. Compared to the festive atmosphere in China, things were far less cheerful across the ocean in the United States. With a sharp crack, the sound of shattering glass echoed through the president's office as an enraged Wilson hurled his water glass to the floor. Shards of glass scattered in all directions, and everyone present barely dared to breathe. Each fighter jet costs $20 million. Add to that the expense of training the pilots. This time, we lost a full $50 million. As Wilson's furious tirade thundered through the room, Andrew hung his head even lower. $50 million. That kind of money could have been used to crush Wang Bo. But now, all of it was wiped out in a matter of minutes by that so-called battle armor. Tell me, was it that Wang Bo is simply too formidable, or are you all just utterly incompetent? After venting his anger, Wilson gradually calmed down. He turned, voice cold as steel, to the Secretary of Defense. Andrew, I don't care what it takes. In 2 months, I want both of those technologies in our hands. And I want Wang Bo dealt with, once and for all. Faced with the president's orders, Andrew could only feel a growing headache. He could figure out, without even thinking, the level of protection that the highest authorities in China would provide for these two technologies and for Wang Bo himself, after this notarization, would reach an almost absurd degree. From his perspective, there was simply no way or method to accomplish such an impossible task. But looking at the president, who was now raging with anger, he had no doubt that if he so much as uttered the word no, the very next second, his title as Minister of Defense would be stripped from him. Left with no choice, he could only grit his teeth and agree. The distance from the EC to the capital was nearly 1,000 kilometers. Yet, with the mighty Honghuang 1 operating at full speed, it took Wang Bo less than 10 minutes to return to the venue. As the battle armor descended slowly above the test grounds, everyone's eyes, once filled with skepticism, now brimmed with shock and genuine admiration. Under the gaze of the entire Chinese nation, the battle armor landed steadily on the ground. Looking at the armor's surface, riddled with countless bullet holes and the scars of missile strikes, everyone understood. What they had just witnessed was no illusion, but a reality beyond doubt. Just as Honghuang 1 settled into the designated spot within the halo, 3 immense mechanical arms came to life once again. User of Honghuang 1 detected. Wang Bo. We will now proceed to remove the armor for you. With the cue sounding, the 3 giant mechanical arms sprang into action. As the armor was carefully dismantled, Wang Bo's figure gradually emerged. Seeing Wang Bo completely unscathed, the crowd erupted in astonishment yet again. No one could have imagined that the armor's defensive capabilities would be so formidable. It withstood direct missile hits and fell from thousands of meters above. Yet he didn't even have a scratch. It was nothing short of miraculous. As Wang Bo stepped out at a leisurely pace, a swarm of reporters moved in to surround him. Suddenly, several people burst out from the crowd. The leader among them drew a pistol, firing a warning shot into the sky. National Security Bureau business. Everyone else stand back. After their announcement, they flashed their credentials, Haojigua. Confirming the authenticity of the National Security Bureau IDs, the general from Beichuan province relaxed his hand from his sidearm. At this moment, Haojigua's nerves were stretched to the limit. It was no exaggeration to say that if anything happened to this young man in front of him, he would go down in China's history as a criminal. Having just stepped out of his armor, Wang Bo looked bewildered as he found himself suddenly surrounded by a large group. Seeing the way they acted as if facing a grave threat, he couldn't help but feel nervous himself. Hey, brothers, what's going on here? Upon hearing this, one of the National Security Bureau members looked Wang Bo up and down with curiosity. After all, a genius of his caliber, there might not be a second one in all of China's history. But after watching for quite a while, no matter how he looked, Wang Bo seemed like nothing more than an ordinary person. There wasn't anything remarkable about him. This left the National Security Bureau member somewhat disappointed. The top directive from above is to ensure your personal safety. At this moment, Wang Bo was equally puzzled. Looking at the uncle from the National Security Bureau standing before him, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being judged solely by his appearance. That made him genuinely annoyed inside. If it weren't for his respect for elders and care for the young, he would have liked nothing better than to give this guy a piece of his mind. Meanwhile, the team leader who had orchestrated the operation felt a wave of relief as he saw Wang Bo being successfully protected, and noticed that the foreign agents in the audience hadn't made any suspicious moves. Without hesitation, he strode up to the stage. Lin Tianfeng, standing on stage, managed a bitter smile as he faced the man approaching him. Lin Tianfeng, you are suspected of engaging in unfair competition, disrupting the market, selling out state secrets, and misappropriating others' patented technology. Please come with us and cooperate with the National Security Bureau's investigation. The reporters below the stage, stunned by these explosive revelations, could hardly believe their ears. I never would have thought that Lin Tianfeng, who always looked so decent, would be involved in such shady dealings. Looks like he's committed some serious crimes. Otherwise, why would the National Security Bureau step in personally? We were almost fooled by this guy. Exactly. If Wang Bo had been wronged because of this, we'd all be guilty of betraying our country. As the crowd condemned Lin Tianfeng, Fu Guodai hurriedly arrived on the scene. Seeing the legendary head of the National Security Bureau, even the foreign agents lurking in the crowd instinctively shrank back. After all, his reputation in their circles was nothing short of fearsome. Anyone who fell into his hands rarely came out unscathed. But Fu Guotai had no time to bother with these small fry. He walked straight up to Wang Bo, his gaze carefully scanning Wang Bo from head to toe. Wang Bo found himself unnerved by that intense stare. "Sir, is there something you need?" Fu Guotai furrowed his brows slightly and asked, "Are you sure you're not hurt?" Realizing that the man was showing genuine concern, Wang Bo finally relaxed. After all, he wasn't interested in that sort of attention. "I'm sure I'm fine. I know the protective capabilities of the battle suit. With an impact like that, there's no way I could have been injured." Even after hearing this, Fu Guotai remained uneasy. He turned to the team leader who had arrested Lin Tianfong and instructed, "When things wrap up here, take him to the nearest hospital for a full checkup." "Yes, Chief Fu." Listening to their conversation, Wang Bo felt a mix of exasperation and surprise. "Chief Fu, that person's identity is most likely the top leader of the National Security Bureau." After confirming Wang Bo's safety, Fu Guotai headed straight over to Lin Tianfong, who had just been arrested. "Well, look at that. After all these years of playing cat and mouse, in the end, you still lost." Hearing the director of the National Security Bureau's taunt, Lin Tianfong couldn't help but feel defiant. "If it weren't for Wang Bo, that freak, I never would have suffered such a crushing defeat." Fu Guotai only smiled faintly at his words. "It has nothing to do with Wang Bo. No matter who dares to harm the interests of our nation, I will hunt them down relentlessly, and I won't let go until their last breath." Listening to the unwavering resolve in the man's voice, Lin Tianfong could only shake his head. "Victory or defeat, that's the way of the world. I have nothing more to say. But you, Fu Guotai, are only brave when you deal with the weak." Catching the implication in Lin Tianfong's words, Fu Guotai merely let out a cold laugh. "I know exactly what you're hinting at. Don't worry, before long, you might all end up locked up together." With that, Fu Guotai stopped wasting words and ordered his men to take Lin Tianfong away. Meanwhile, in a tightly guarded conference room somewhere in the capital, after more than 3 months, the familiar faces of China's top leaders, often seen on television, had once again gathered in this modestly sized room, all because of one person. As everyone assembled, Hong Guotao cleared his throat and announced the start of the meeting. Who would have thought that this young man, Wang Bo, could stir up so much trouble? Let's hear your thoughts. What's our stance on Wang Bo and the first-generation Hong Huang battle armor? Although the leader had spoken, a heavy silence fell over the room. Not a single person volunteered an opinion. Back when the National Security Bureau took action, everyone present had already received word. Fu Guotai moved against the head of the Lin group. This was explosive news. Everyone in the room had spent years navigating the political landscape, and they understood the situation all too well. For instance, Director Fu was a direct protege of committee member Hong Guotai, and the Lin group had deep ties with committee member Zhang Buang. On the surface, it seemed the National Security Bureau was simply handling a routine corruption case. But with these connections in mind, the whole affair became far more complicated. This move by Director Fu had openly brought the rivalry between these two powerhouses to the table. Although Zhang Buang was slightly less powerful than Hong Guotao in terms of official rank, the elder members of the Zhang family had made significant contributions to the country's development, and the family had extensive networks in both government and business. As the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Buang was certainly not someone Hong Guotao could easily overshadow. With these two giants now in open conflict, no one else dared to take sides before the situation became clear. As the silence in the conference room stretched on, Zhang Buang finally spoke up at just the right moment. "I believe that the manufacturing technology for this suit of armor must be brought under state ownership." Previously, when Commissioner Hong decided to let Wang Bo keep the technology for the miniature nuclear reactor, I was willing to accept it. But the situation is different now. This battle armor, named Prehistoric No. 1, clearly possesses tremendous destructive power. It would be highly inappropriate to let an individual keep it. Upon hearing this, many people in the audience nodded quietly to themselves. Regardless of factional disputes, Zhang Buang's words just now did make sense. Watching as more and more people began to side with Zhang Buang, Hong Guotao remained calm and composed, unmoved by the shifting tide. After a long pause, he finally spoke slowly. "So, if something is lethal, it can't be entrusted to an individual. In that case, perhaps we shouldn't allow knives to be sold in the market at all." The crowd below flushed red with embarrassment at his words. Yet Hong Guotao seemed not to notice, continuing in the same tone. "Oh, and while we're at it, I suppose drills, electric saws, and the like shouldn't be sold either. After all, those things are far too dangerous. Wouldn't you agree, everyone?" As he looked down at the audience, all of whom now kept their heads bowed in silence. A surge of anger welled up within Hong Guotao. A sharp slap rang out as his palm struck the table, shattering the heavy atmosphere in the conference room and making it clear just how furious the top leader truly was. I think you've all grown far too comfortable and forgotten your roots. Seeing their leader in such a towering rage, those sitting below couldn't help but shudder inwardly. I have no objection to reasonable regulation, but I am absolutely opposed to bringing this under state ownership. If every time we see something valuable, we try to pocket it for ourselves, then what makes us as leaders any different from bandits? At these words, Zhang Buoheng's brow furrowed. Commissioner Hong, that's not a fair comparison. No one here harbors any selfish motives. We're all thinking of what's best for our nation. If it's for our country, then all the more reason not to behave like this. Listening to Zhang Buoheng's empty platitudes, Hong Guitao cut him off without the slightest courtesy. How is this any different from the bullying ways of those arrogant Western countries? If we continue down this path, who will ever be willing to contribute to our nation again? The officials seated below were left unsettled by this confrontation. In the past, although these two heavyweights were at odds, at least they maintained appearances. But what had gotten into them today? Hong Guitao was showing Zhang Buoheng, the head of the Zhang family, no respect at all. Zhang Buoheng, having been interrupted, immediately darkened, but before he could retort, Zhang Wenqing, the Deputy Minister of Science and Technology, who sat nearby, could no longer remain silent. Though his Zhang family lacked the power of Hong Guitao's faction, he wasn't about to be bullied so easily. Commissioner Hong, that's going too far. How can we possibly compare ourselves to those Western nations, seizing technology from our own people? Besides, we're offering fair compensation for these innovations. I've heard that Wang Bo's family isn't well off. Our move to purchase these technologies might actually be just what he wants. Listening to Zhang Wenqing's unreasonable arguments, Hong Guitao could only sneer inwardly. Very well, Deputy Minister Zhang, let me ask you this. As the second in command of the Ministry of Science and Technology, what do you think these two technologies are worth? How much should we pay for them? Hundreds of millions? Billions? Or even tens of billions? Zhang Wenqing fell silent at this, his face shifting from pale to flushed. If you won't answer, I'll say it for you. Just considering the value of the Hong Huang one alone, in civilian applications or in military strategy, it's absolutely priceless. Even if we emptied the entire national treasury, Huagua couldn't afford it. Seeing that all the dissent in the room had been stifled, Hong Guitao immediately began to wrap up the day's meeting. I know many of you are deeply dissatisfied with today's decision. But let me make this clear. Today I, Hong Guitao, am making the final call. If you're unhappy, go ahead and release the details of today's meeting online. Let's see whose side the people of Huagua are really on. With that, he stormed out of the room. Watching Hong Guitao's departing figure, a shadow flickered in Zhang Buoheng's eyes. It wasn't just that Hong Guitao had shown such blatant disrespect to the Zhang family at today's meeting. Even more troubling was that just half an hour ago, Fu Guitai himself had come forward to arrest Lin Tianfang. This string of dangerous signals stirred a deep sense of foreboding in Zhang Buoheng, a veteran of the political world. This time, the Zhang family might really be in danger. Meanwhile, as Wang Bo left the conference hall, he couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and helplessness. He glanced at the National Security Bureau members trailing him like bodyguards. He almost felt like a prisoner. Director Fu, having you all follow me around like this can't go on forever. If there's something you need, just say it directly. Hearing Wang Bo's question, Fu Guitai took a deep breath and replied, Wang Bo, I'm here to officially relay a decision from Huagua's top leadership. Huagua hopes to work with you to jointly develop these two technologies and to refine their applications in both civilian and military fields. The patents for both technologies will remain under your name, but you are strictly forbidden from disclosing them to individuals or companies. Wang Bo was visibly surprised. He was all too aware of the allure of these two technologies. Had this happened in another country, especially one like the US, where power rules above all, he would have been forced to hand them over immediately. Yet now, the highest authorities in Huagua were entrusting him with these technologies. This was far beyond anything he'd expected. Seeing Wang Bo's unchanged expression, Fu Guitai misunderstood and thought he might be dissatisfied. Of course, this joint development won't leave you at a disadvantage. He immediately pulled out a bank card from his pocket, one he had prepared in advance. There's 100 million yuan on this card. And we're aware that your previous research expenses were raised by Elder He, totaling 50 million yuan. This sum has already been reimbursed to Elder He by the state as a unified allocation. As he explained this, Fu Guitai's face flushed for once. I know, compared to these two technological breakthroughs, this money is hardly worth mentioning. But working with the state brings many other benefits. For example, with the incident of you shooting down that fighter jet, the state will step in and handle everything for you. Watching Wang Bo leave, Fu Guotai finally let out a sigh of relief. Not daring to waste a moment, he quickly pulled out his phone and dialed his superior's number. At that very moment, Hong Guotao had just stepped out of the meeting room and hadn't even caught his breath before his phone rang. "Hello, Guotai. How did things go?" came a question from the other end. Hearing this, Fu Guotai replied with a touch of self-satisfaction. "Ah, Boss Hong, you know me well enough by now." With my heartfelt persuasion and sound reasoning, the young man finally accepted the card. He said he'd think it over, but once he took the card, well, he doesn't really have a choice anymore. Listening to his security bureau chief's near-rogue tone, Hong Guotao was rendered speechless. "You rascal, watch it with the Boss Hong business. I don't want to hear any of that gang-like talk from you again." But Fu Guotai didn't take his feigned anger seriously. How could that count as forming a clique? Besides, I only call you that in private. Unlike some people who openly build their own factions. Hearing Fu Guotai's pointed remark, Hong Guotao didn't argue. He simply let out a soft sigh. But that single sigh made the security bureau chief suddenly realize something. After all, whenever he had previously voiced the slightest criticism about the Zhang family, his superior would always harshly rebuke him. First, because there was insufficient evidence. Second, because the elders of the Zhang family had made indelible contributions to the country. And emotionally, his leader simply didn't want to believe that the Zhangs could be corrupt or criminal. Yet today, instead of rebuking or criticizing him, his leader simply sighed. Could this mean? "Guotai, do you think I've been too indecisive?" Fu Guotai grew solemn at these words. "Sir, please don't say that. Everyone has seen the contributions you've made to our country over the years. I also understand your concerns. After all, to move against a family like the Zhangs, with such a storied record, would provoke resistance from all sides. To put it more bluntly, toppling the Zhang family might even shake the foundations of society itself. I hesitated before, wondering if paying such a heavy price was really worth it. But these past couple of days, that kid Wang Bo has taught me a lesson." Hearing this, Hong Guotao's interest was piqued. "Oh, tell me, how did that boy manage to teach a lesson to someone like you, Deputy Director Fu?" Listening to his leader's question, Fu Guotai replied with genuine admiration. "Over this period, I went through Wang Bo's file in great detail. From the moment he began developing the miniature nuclear reactor, he faced countless hardships and obstacles. There were funding issues, mockery from all sides, and a shortage of experimental materials and equipment. He had countless chances to compromise along the way. Take the military district incident, for example. He could have accepted Lin Tianfeng's offer and joined the Lin Group. I'm sure the Lin Group would have treated him handsomely. But that kid simply refused to give in or settle for comfort. And you saw the final result yourself. He made a name for himself in a single stroke, and the nation seized the opportunity to uproot the Lin Group, that malignant tumor. A teenager with the courage to break free from convention and comfort. If he can do it, then we..." At these words, a flash of sharpness flickered in Hong Guotao's eyes. "Then all the more reason for us not to show a shred of fear or hesitation. That boy, he's not just a prodigy in physics. He's taught even us an important lesson in how to be a person. Deputy Director Fu, start organizing and gathering all the files related to the Zhang family. Once we've dealt with the diplomatic and public relations mess with the Americans, we'll move against Zhang's family." Hearing the firmness in Hong Guotao's tone, Fu Guotai was overjoyed. After all, the National Security Bureau had not been idle all these years. Evidence of the Zhang family's corruption and crimes had long been compiled and documented. It was precisely because he knew the extent of the Zhang family's misdeeds that he, who hated evil with a passion, found himself grinding his teeth in anger at Zhang Buang. Previously, he had hesitated to move against them, fearing the Zhang family's influence and the social repercussions of their arrest. But now, with direct orders from the top, he could finally act without restraint. Beijing, the Zhang residence. Though it was late at night, the study deep within the Zhang family compound was still brightly lit. At this moment, Zhang Buang sat at his desk, brow furrowed, clearly troubled by something weighing on his mind. Nearby, Zhang Wenqing kept yawning, growing impatient. "Big brother, it's nothing. That old man Hong Guotai has butted heads with you more than once. As for the Lin Group being taken down, it's because Lin Tianfeng was just too stupid. He couldn't even handle a mere Wang Bo, and ended up getting himself ruined instead." Watching his younger brother's nonchalant attitude, Zhang Buang's anger surged uncontrollably. "Foolish. How could I have such a foolish brother as you?" Watching Zhang Buang in such a furious state, any trace of drowsiness vanished from Zhang Wenqing's face. In the past, no matter how fiercely Hong Guotao and I fought, it was all behind the scenes. But today he interrupted my speech in public and didn't give me a chance to speak. That's as good as telling everyone present how dissatisfied he is with me. And then there's the Lin group. Lin Tianfeng committed a crime and framed Lin Bo. Just arresting Lin Tianfeng should have been enough. So why did Fu Guotai go straight for the Lin group as a whole? Their intentions are obvious. They want to clip our Zhang family's wings to weaken our influence. Listening to his older brother's analysis, Zhang Wenqing immediately began to panic. So what do we do now, big brother? Looking at his brother, who was clearly at a loss, Zhang Buoheng could only sigh in exasperation. But as he considered the crisis now looming over the Zhang family, the head of the household's eyes grew firm, as if he'd made an important decision. Wenqing, I remember Wang Bo has an uncle who's a principal over in Suchi City, right? I don't care what method you use. Make arrangements for this man to take a business trip, and the destination must be Anzhou, out west. Zhang Wenqing was taken aback by this, and looked utterly confused as he asked, Big brother, the Zhang family is facing life and death, and you're worrying about Wang Bo's uncle? Hearing his foolish brother's question, Zhang Buoheng replied impatiently, Just do as I say. I have my own plans for the Zhang family. Once he'd sent Zhang Wenqing away, Zhang Buoheng went to the safe tucked away in the corner of his study. The large safe contained neither secret documents nor piles of cash or gold. There was only a single mobile phone, lying all alone in the center. He picked it up and stared at the only contact saved on it, torn by inner conflict. If he really dialed this number, there would be no turning back for him or the Zhang family. But as he recalled Hong Guotao's strange attitude at today's meeting, he steeled his resolve. Without the slightest hesitation, he dialed the number. At that very moment, Zhang Zhang was enjoying a sumptuous lunch. As a student who had traveled all the way from China to study in America, he was undoubtedly a great success. During his time at Fort High University, his performance was outstanding. Even the professors were highly impressed with this young man from China. Scholarships of every kind seemed to fall into his hands with ease. So, after graduation, he achieved his goal and smoothly obtained a U.S. green card, becoming a full-fledged member of American society. Through his relentless efforts, he even secured a position at the U.S. Department of Defense. He became one of the rare Chinese faces in the entire Pentagon. On the surface, it all seemed like an inspiring success story. But what no one knew was that behind the inspiring figure of Zhang Zhang, there was another hidden side to him. He was, in fact, a chess piece the Zhang family had planted in the United States decades ago. This precaution was taken in case the Zhang family's covert dealings were ever exposed, leaving them with nowhere to hide in China. Just as Zhang Zhang was finishing his meal and preparing to get back to work, the phone in his left pocket began to vibrate softly. His face changed dramatically. After all, the phone in his left pocket was his only way to contact the family back in China. Although he always carried it with him, it hadn't rung for several years. A call today could only mean something serious had happened at home. Realizing this, he dared not delay. He hurried to a quiet, secluded corner and answered the call. It's been a long time, Xiaoyan. Hearing the familiar yet distant way he was addressed, Zhang Yin felt a surge of emotion well up in his eyes. Uncle Buoheng, is everything all right at home? At this, Zhang Buoheng let out a soft sigh. Hearing his uncle's sigh, Zhang Yin knew that something must have gone wrong at home. The head of the Zhang family would never call in silence unless something truly serious had happened. The weighty silence didn't last long. Zhang Yin was the first to break it. Uncle, if there's anything I can do to help, just say the word. Zhang Buoheng took a deep breath and said, These past couple of days, you must have heard about what's going on with Wang Bo in China. Zhang Yin nodded at this. I've heard. In fact, I also heard that our department head, Andrew, has received a strict order from the president. He's been given 2 months to secure 2 critical technologies and deal with Wang Bo. But China's National Security Bureau isn't to be underestimated. It's been nearly half a day since Wang Bo left the conference, and who knows how many national security agents are now shadowing him. This has made it impossible for our agents here to make a move. At the moment, there's not the slightest lead on the mission, and Director Andrew has already lost his temper several times. On the other end of the line, Zhang Buoheng listened to Zhang Yan's report, and a strange, subtle smile appeared on his lips. What if, he said, I could help Director Andrew accomplish this mission? Hearing that, Zhang Yan was genuinely startled. Uncle Buoheng, are you serious? If you do this, the Zhang family will lose any foothold we have left in China. Xiaoyan, just go to Andrew and hand him the phone. Zhang Buoheng's interruption was firm. Don't worry, I would never put the family in harm's way. Zhang Yan wanted to protest further, but hearing the unshakable note in his uncle's voice, he finally said nothing more, silently agreeing to his request. It was siesta time, and the whole building was nearly deserted. After making sure no one was around, Zhang Yin knocked on the door to Andrew's office. Come in. The moment he saw it was Zhang Yin, Andrew's mood soured instantly. These days, anything or anyone connected to China was the last thing he wanted to see. What's the matter, Mr. Zhang Zhang? Are you not busy enough with work that you have time to wander into my office for a chat? Zhang Yan didn't answer right away. He simply replied in a calm, measured voice. I'm here to help you solve a problem, Minister. As his words fell, he handed over a strangely designed cell phone to Andrew. Staring at Zhang Yan, a man known throughout the Defense Department as the perennial good guy, Andrew felt a sudden sense of unfamiliarity. But his attention was quickly captured by Zhang Yan's previous remark. Zhang Zhang, you should know, I'm not in the mood for jokes right now. Zhang Yan sat quietly across the desk, not moving a muscle, meeting Andrew's gaze with a steady calm. The next second, Andrew took the phone directly. Hello, Mr. Andrew. The voice on the other end was instantly recognizable. It was Zhang Buoheng, one of the top leaders of China. How on earth did this Zhang Zhang manage to get in touch with someone of such stature? Suppressing his questions for the moment, Andrew replied, Mr. Zhang, what made you think of calling me? With a grave tone, Zhang Buoheng replied, Mr. Andrew, I hear you're in need of assistance, and I am the one who can help you. Looking at Zhang Yan's composed expression, Andrew realized without asking that his current predicament had already been conveyed to Zhang Buoheng. Oh, then I'd like to know how exactly you plan to help, Mr. Zhang. Hearing Andrew's barely concealed eagerness, Zhang Buoheng wasted no time, laying out his plan in detail. For nearly 10 minutes, Andrew listened in silence as the leader of the Zhang family explained his proposal. When the explanation finished, Zhang Buoheng said no more, giving the defense minister a moment to think. After a brief consideration, Andrew had to admit this was presently the only way to bring both those technologies and Wangbo to the United States. With that realization, he didn't hesitate any longer. Mr. Zhang, you've done so much for us here in the U.S. I assume it's not all out of charity. Please, tell me what you want. At this, Zhang Buoheng didn't stand on ceremony. 50 U.S. green cards, $500 million, and a private jet from China to the U.S. Hearing these conditions, Andrew instinctively sensed something was off. Mr. Zhang, are you planning to defect from China? Zhang Buoheng burst out laughing at that. Mr. Andrew, it's not as simple as you make it sound. There's a saying in China, a wise bird chooses the right tree to nest in. My family and I simply yearn for the lifestyle in America. Listening to Zhang Buoheng's excuses, Andrew didn't believe a word of it, but he didn't press the issue. After all, he still needed Zhang for the time being. Well then, Mr. Zhang, here's to a successful partnership. After much persuasion, he finally managed to send off the group from the National Security Bureau. With his stomach growling in protest, Wangbo decided it was time for a late-night snack. But he wasn't planning to eat alone. He quickly pulled out his phone and dialed a number. In less than 20 minutes, Lin Zichao hurried over. Mr. Wang, what brings you to call me out at this hour? Seeing Lin Zichao arrive breathless, Wangbo couldn't help but chuckle to himself. What's the matter, ace reporter? Now that you're famous, you can't come out for a drink when I call. Wangbo's easygoing manner put Lin Zichao immediately at ease. Come on, I wouldn't dare. You're rarer than a giant panda these days. I just worry if I get too close, those big shots from the National Security Bureau might take me out too. Enough nonsense. Tonight, Brother Lin, we're not going home till we're drunk. Since it was late at night, most of the restaurants were already closed. The two of them wandered for quite a while before they finally found a small place that was still open. Once they were seated, a waiter hurried over and handed them a menu. Wangbo didn't stand on ceremony. He took the menu and immediately began picking out the priciest dishes. We'll have the house special crayfish, the best they've got. No, scratch that. Bring us the most expensive. Don't try to pass off anything subpar. Braised pork knuckle and sauce. And 2 orders of roast pigeon. Seeing that Wangbo was about to order even more, Lin Zichao quickly snatched the menu away. That's way too much food. How are we supposed to finish all this? Wangbo pouted in mock annoyance at Lin Zichao's stinginess. It's just one meal. You really have to be so tight with your money. Lin Zichao's eyes widened in protest. I never said I was treating. Wangbo shot back. After the notary meeting, with those 2 technologies under your belt, you're bound to make a fortune. So why are you still penny-pinching with a poor reporter like me? Hearing Lin Zichao's mock grievances, Wangbo let out a long sigh. Don't get me started. Sure, I got the money, but now I'm saddled with a mountain of debt. And besides, the next research project is going to cost a fortune too. Lin Zichao was left speechless by Wangbo's logic. So all this fuss is over a few hundred yuan for dinner? Still, despite his complaints, Lin Zichao was deeply grateful to Wangbo. He remembered all the times Wangbo had looked out for him. If it weren't for this young man before him, he would never have achieved the success he had today. So, grumbling all the while, he called out to the waiter, "Bring us 2 more bottles of Matai." The waiter, having received their order, dared not delay and hurried off to the kitchen to place it. Perhaps it was because there weren't many customers in the early hours. The food arrived with remarkable speed, and in no time at all, their table was filled with a dazzling array of dishes. Wang Bo was famished, so without a second thought, he grabbed his chopsticks and began to eat hungrily. Lin Zichao, however, didn't touch his food. Instead, he twisted open a bottle of liquor, poured himself a glass, and downed it in one go. Perhaps sensing that Lin Zichao had something weighing on his mind, Wang Bo put down his chopsticks as well. Without pretense, he filled his own glass to the brim. Watching Wang Bo finish his drink in one gulp, Lin Zichao shot him a glare. "You're just a kid. You're not even of age. What are you doing drinking?" Wang Bo just chuckled sheepishly. "My birthday's early. Strictly speaking, I'm already an adult." Hearing that, Lin Zichao didn't press the matter further, and the two of them began to drink, toasting each other back and forth. After a few rounds of drinks, Lin Zichao suddenly broke into a smile. "You know, in the first half of my life, I've faced nothing but oppression, contempt, and insults. It's never let up. Time and again, I've watched those worthless fools climb right over me, step by step. That kind of frustration, that sense of helplessness, it's enough to suffocate a man." Listening to the pain in Lin Zichao's voice, Wang Bo fell silent. In a way, Lin Zichao's plight was even more tragic than his own. He too had been in similar straits, but at least he'd had the system's help. No matter the circumstances, he always had faith that he could turn the tables. But for Lin Zichao, things were different. If Wang Bo had never appeared, his life would have continued on in hopelessness, year after year. After another drink, the former junior reporter finally spoke up. "There was a time when I blamed my parents. Why weren't they important officials or someone of status? Why were they just ordinary farmers? But meeting you, that truly taught me something. Your circumstances are far worse than mine. Yet even so, you've never abandoned your dreams. Compromise, making do, swallowing one's pride. These things always seemed so normal to me. But in you, I can't see a trace of that. Don't be fooled by my age. I've learned a lot from you. So even if I never work as a reporter again, I can still hold my head high and live with dignity." At these words, Wang Bo set his glass down and offered comfort. "Brother Lin, if something's bothering you, just say it out loud. You'll feel better." Hearing this, Lin Zichao didn't hesitate. "It's nothing really, just some petty people in the business. They've noticed there's something different about our relationship. They're afraid that all the big scoops about you will end up in my hands. So they've banded together, and now every employer is trying to blacklist me." Listening to Li Zichao's calm narration, Wang Bo's heart was ablaze with anger. He never expected that all his previous efforts to look out for Lin Zichao hadn't helped him at all. On the contrary, he'd only brought such trouble down on him. At the same time, Wang Bo was shocked by just how shameless these people could be, especially since they were all public figures, regularly appearing in front of others. Yet, in private, their jealousy and pettiness were far worse than he'd imagined. "They want to kick you out of the game, but I refuse to give them that satisfaction." Li Zichao, hearing this, just took it as Wang Bo venting his frustration and didn't pay it much mind. After all, this little guy was an undisputed genius in the field of physics. But when it came to scheming and political maneuvering, he was outmatched by that crowd by a long shot. With that, Wang Bo rummaged in his trouser pocket for a moment and finally pulled out a USB flash drive. "Brother Lin, take a look at what's on here." Seeing Wang Bo's mysterious expression, Lin Zichao's curiosity was piqued. He quickly took out his laptop and transferred the files from the USB drive. "Wait, are these the original videos shot by the messenger bee?" Wang Bo nodded. "They are." Then Lin Zichao, in a tone of disbelief, asked, "These are for me?" Wang Bo nodded again. "There's another video on the drive, a recording I made during the development process. It's the only copy. Every bit of my effort went into the Honghuang one. I poured my heart and soul into it. I see it as my own child. I'd never trust anyone else with it." Looking at this heavy, meaningful gift, Lin Zichao's eyes reddened, a rare sight. "No way, no way. Don't tell me you're almost 30 and still tearing up like a kid." Seeing Wang Bo pulling faces, Lin Zichao wiped his eyes and shot him a glare. "If I don't drink you under the table tonight, I'll write my last name backwards." After their drinking session, dawn was already breaking. Looking at Lin Zichao, now slumped like a puddle of mud, Wang Bo couldn't hide his disdain. "I thought you could handle your liquor. Turns out you're all talk." Despite his words, Wang Bo still hailed a cab to take Lin Zichao back to the hotel. After a long, exhausting ordeal, he finally managed to drop him off. Then, Wang Bo called another cab and hurried straight to Elder He's house. At this moment, in Elder He's home, Yaowen finally breathed a sigh of relief. The whole night had been nothing short of exhausting. Ever since watching Wang Bo's presentation at the notary meeting, Elder He had been on a non-stop high. The entire night, he'd either been bragging to himself about that young man, or on the phone with his old friends, showing off his sharp eye for talent. His energy was so remarkable that even Yawen could only marvel at it. And now, with daylight breaking, visitors kept arriving one after another. At this very moment, one of his father's former students was sitting in the living room. It was quite a coincidence, really. Turns out that this student of his father's worked at some research institute in Beichuan province. By that calculation, he was actually Wang Bo's fellow townsman. The shrill ringing of a telephone suddenly cut through Yawen's wandering thoughts. Who is this? Yawen's tone was less than pleasant as he answered the call. After all, anyone would be in a foul mood after a night spent glued to the phone. Uncle He, is that you? Hearing the voice on the other end, Wang Bo recognized it instantly. It was precisely because he recognized the voice that Wang Bo felt a touch awkward. After all, their first encounter hadn't exactly been a cordial one. But on hearing who it was, Yawen's attitude shifted in an instant. Wang Bo. Yes, it's me, Uncle He, Wang Bo replied. I was hoping to pay Elder He a visit today, to thank him in person for all his help during this time. Yawen's excitement was palpable at these words. Of course, my father will be absolutely delighted to see you. Where are you now? I'll send someone to pick you up. At that moment, Wang Bo, waiting at the entrance of the residential complex, could only sigh in resignation. I'm actually right outside the complex, but it seems no one's here to let me in. Without a moment's hesitation, Yawen shot back, wait for me at the gate, then grabbed his coat and hurried out the door. With Lao-san leading the way, Wang Bo finally made his way into the highly secured community. Upon entering the home, he saw Elder He already waiting for him by the side. Huh, you rascal. I thought you'd forgotten all about this old man now that you're living in the limelight. Wang Bo, hearing Elder He's mock reproach, immediately put on a long face. Don't even mention it. Last night nearly wore me out. It took everything I had just to escape that crowd and catch my breath. On the side, Yawen eyed Wang Bo's solitary figure and couldn't help but frown. The National Security Bureau is really being careless. This is the most sensitive time for you. How could they allow you to wander the streets alone like this? At that, Elder He shot his son a sharp look. You watch your tongue. Don't go criticizing the state. You may not see anyone around this rascal, but believe me, if there's even the slightest sign of trouble, the National Security Bureau will have people at his side in a heartbeat. Then, as if a new thought occurred to him, Elder He turned to Wang Bo with a teasing glint in his eye. Weren't you just complaining about Wang Bo yesterday, saying you couldn't stand him? And look at you now, all worried about his safety. Elder He, with the mischief of an old child, was clearly intent on bringing up old grievances, leaving Wang Bo visibly helpless. He was just about to smooth things over when Yawen beat him to it. Wang Bo, I owe you an apology. Please forgive my earlier actions. I truly never imagined there could be such a genius in this world. I'm also deeply grateful to you for giving me the chance to witness such advanced realms of physics in my lifetime. With that, he bowed deeply. Seeing Yawen's sincere and open expression, Wang Bo naturally couldn't bring himself to make things difficult for him. Please, Uncle He, there's no need for this. I understand why you acted the way you did back then. After all, anyone would find it unbelievable for a high school student to invent things like these. As he spoke, Wang Bo hurried to help him up. Let's put this all behind us from now on. Watching the two reconcile, Jianhua was visibly delighted. Good. Excellent. Yawen, even though you're decades older than Wang Bo, you'll still have to consult him on matters of physics in the future. Yawen nodded repeatedly at his father's words. By the way, Wang, what perfect timing for your visit. Today, a student who works in Beichuan province came to see me. He heard that such a genius had emerged from Beichuan and insisted that I introduce you to. Come, Song Yin, come meet your fellow townsman. As soon as Old He finished speaking, a man in his 40s emerged from the inner room. It's been a long time, Xiaobo. But as Wang Bo saw this man's face, his expression immediately darkened. It's you? And before he could say more, two more people walked out from the room. These three, Wang Bo recognized them all too well. Throughout his years in middle and high school, he had endured no small share of their ridicule and slander. Zhou Yuman, what are you doing here? You know each other? Old He, unaware of the tangled history, simply assumed the group already knew one another. He promptly invited everyone to come in and take a seat. Seeing Wang Bo frozen in place, Zhou Yuman quickly stepped forward and whispered, Wang Bo, I know you're upset, but this is Old He's house. You wouldn't want to make a scene here, would you? Hearing this, Wang Bo took a deep breath. Looking at the stooped figure of Old He could only follow along and step inside. In the living room, Old He sat down, unusually excited, pulling Wang Bo to sit beside him. He peppered Wang Bo with questions about the Honghuang 1 project. Faced with Old He's eager curiosity, Wang Bo couldn't help but be amused. Naturally, He held nothing back and shared everything openly. Listening to Wang Bo's wild and imaginative ideas, he couldn't help but clap his hands in admiration. Meanwhile, Zhou Songyin, sitting to the side, was left in shock and filled with endless regret. He regretted missing out on such an extraordinary talent back then. At yesterday's certification meeting, seeing Wang Bo shine all on his own, he realized that this young man was destined to soar. A compact nuclear reactor, the Hongwang 1 battle armor. The advent of these two breakthroughs was enough to propel Wang Bo to the very pinnacle of the physics world. What was most astonishing was that he was only 17. 17 years old. At such a young age, he had already achieved everything he could ever desire. He had no doubt at all, if Wang Bo wanted to immigrate to the beautiful country right now, they would roll out the red carpet for him, showering him with honorary university president titles, more than he could ever accept, and bestowing distinguished academic honors as easily as handing out candy. Whatever Wang Bo wanted, the government there would make it happen for him at the drop of a hat. Such treatment. Wasn't this exactly what everyone spends their whole life chasing? Back in middle school and high school, Wang Bo was nothing more than a penniless boy with nothing to his name. Naturally, the Zhou family had never thought much of him. But now everything had changed. If his own daughter could stick by Wang Bo's side, then Zhou Songyin himself wouldn't have to stay stuck in a small provincial research institute anymore. With that connection, there would be nowhere in all of China he couldn't go. Once everything settled down, if he could manage to get a few patents from this young man, then his own name might just become famous around the world as well. Who knows? Maybe people would stop calling him Researcher Zhou and start calling him Academician Zhou. With that thought, he shot a meaningful glance at his daughter, Zhou Yumin. Catching her father's encouraging look, Zhou Yumin turned her head, gazing in a daze at the young man before her. Truthfully, she had always held feelings for Wang Bo, but after entering high school, she'd met so many outstanding classmates. On one hand, there were suitors with stellar grades and privileged backgrounds. On the other, there was the impoverished boy from a small county, with nothing to his name. Given that choice, who wouldn't have chosen the first option without a second thought? Yet now, as Wang Bo revealed his astonishing talent, her old feelings for him surged back, even stronger than before. But seeing Wang Bo's silent, aloof expression, a hint of displeasure welled up in her heart. What did this mean? Yes, Wang Bo had displayed his extraordinary gifts, but now she, Zhou Yumin, had set aside her pride and come back to him. So why was he putting on this cold facade? Who was he trying to impress? All her life, no one had ever dared give her the cold shoulder. She had wanted to leave Wang Bo hanging, to wait for him to come coax her, to beg her forgiveness. But catching her father's urging eyes, she had no choice but to swallow her frustration and speak up. Wang Bo, don't be so stubborn. What happened in the past? Let's just say it was my fault. Let's put it all behind us and go back to how things were in middle school, can't we? Listening to Zhou Yumin's words, Elder He on the side was quite surprised as well. For what the girl was saying, Wang Bo had once had a relationship with her. He couldn't help but chuckle. Ah, fate truly works in mysterious ways. Kid, turns out there's already a connection between us. By seniority, you should be calling me Grandmaster. Then, He Jianhua turned his head and said to Zhou Songyin, who was standing nearby, Kid, you really lucked out. Raised such a great daughter, and now you've even snagged this young fellow. If I had a granddaughter, I'd definitely have a word or two with Wang Bo myself. Listening to his father's irreverent jokes, He Yaowen was speechless. Dad, even if I had a daughter, she'd be nearly 30 by now. She'd have to be at least 12 years older than this kid. Do you really think that's appropriate? Hearing this father-son banter, Wang Bo could only shake his head in silent exasperation. He then turned calmly toward his former lover, his face indifferent as he replied, You're overthinking this, Zhou Yumin. As for you, I hold no grudges. Let's part ways on good terms. But when it comes to your parents, those bitter, poisonous words they once hurled at mine, I can never forgive that. Today in Mr. He's home, I won't speak harshly. If you're here just to see Mr. He, it's none of my business. But if you're after me, I suggest you give up on that idea right now. At Wang Bo's words, Mr. He and his son finally realized something was off. Apparently, Wang Bo's relationship with Zhou Songyin's family was not what they had imagined. And as Wang Bo stood there, so unappreciative, Zhou Yumin's eyes welled up with tears. In her memory, whenever she softened her tone like this, wasn't Wang Bo always supposed to come running to apologize, then gingerly coax her back into a good mood? Why was everything turning out so differently now? Next to her, Zhou Songyin's expression darkened instantly. From his point of view, this young man might have achieved worldwide acclaim in physics. But emotionally, he was still little more than a child. He had traveled all the way to Beijing with his wife and daughter, hoping that his sincerity would erase all past unpleasantness. But now it was clear this boy wasn't having any of it. Though Zhou Songyan managed to keep his composure, Zhou Yuman's mother had reached her limit. She had doted on her daughter since she was a child, never laying a hand on her, never even raising her voice, afraid even a breath might hurt her. And now, to see her daughter brought to tears by this boy, how could she possibly endure it? Wang Bo, don't you dare take kindness for granted. My Yuman is as beautiful as a flower. There were so many chasing after her in high school. You should count yourself lucky that she even considered you. I'm telling you, don't fail to recognize a good thing when it's right in front of you. Looking at this blustering woman, all bark and no bite, Wang Bo suddenly felt as if he were back in middle school. He still remembered it was that afternoon after school when this very woman, along with Zhou Songyan, had cornered him at the school gate. Right in front of everyone, she shouted that he was a wild child, raised by no one, taught by no one. Back then, as a frightened, trembling child, he hadn't known how to fight back. But times had changed. He was no longer that bullied child who could only cower in fear. Looking at this chattering woman, Wang Bo's face showed a flicker of impatience. So what do you think I should do then? Seeing Wang Bo's apparent concession, the woman shot a proud glance at her husband, then said, "It's simple. Now that you and Yumin are together, we're all one family. One family doesn't keep things from each other. Adding your Uncle Zhou's name to your patent. Surely that's not too much to ask. This way, it'll help your Uncle Zhou at work, and it won't do you any harm. As for money, well, it's not like you're hurting for it," she went on, listing all the things Wang Bo ought to do, oblivious to how the others were reacting. She had no idea that Oldie's face had already darkened with anger. Though it was the woman speaking, seeing Zhou Songyan's calm silence, Oldie now understood all too well what his former student had come here for. "Get out of my house." With those words, Oldie suddenly stood up. He rose so quickly that he nearly stumbled, and Yawen and Wang Bo rushed to steady him. I never imagined that after a lifetime of honesty, He Jianhua, would end up teaching such a shameless person. "You will leave my home this instant." Meanwhile, Wang Bo gave a cold laugh and turned to the woman. "What you said, I could do all of it, but there's just one problem. Are you even worthy? To be honest, from the moment you insulted my parents at the school gate, reconciliation was no longer possible. My life isn't worth much. A few insults are nothing to me. But no one has the right to speak ill of my parents. If it weren't for the laws of this civilized country, I'd have made sure the two of you never spoke again." With a look in Wang Bo's eyes as fierce as a wild beast, the Zhou family shrank back, taking several steps away in fear. Yawen, seeing his own father so upset, was likewise overcome with anger. "Are you waiting to be served dinner? Get out now." With Wang Bo and the He family united in their indignation, Zhou Songyan and his family had no choice but to slink away in defeat. After He Jianhua had calmed down a bit, Wang Bo explained the purpose of his visit. "Mr. He, there are 30 million on this card. It's my way of thanking you for your help." Seeing Wang Bo like this, He Jianhua felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He was certain that the folks at the National Security Bureau had told the kid early on that the government would reimburse those 50 million for him. Wang Bo wouldn't need to pay out of his own pocket anymore. You have to know, this kid wasn't well off before. All 30 million would have been an astronomical figure for him. Yet despite that, he showed not a hint of hesitation. Very firmly and sincerely, he offered up that sum as a token of gratitude. It spoke volumes about his character. "All right, son, I understand your intentions." The old man waved him off. "But take your money back." "But Mr. He," Wang Bo tried to protest, but He Jianhua cut him off with a brisk gesture. "If you keep arguing, I'll get really upset." At that, Wang Bo could only smile awkwardly and tuck the card away. "Mr. He, there's still something I'd like to ask you." Wang Bo suddenly remembered about the patents for the small nuclear reactor and the exosuit. "Patents? Nonsense." He Jianhua interrupted before Wang Bo could finish. "Have you ever seen patents for atomic bombs or nuclear weapons? Applying for a patent means you have to make some of the technology public. For research at this strategic level, you can't reveal even a fraction, not even 1/10,000th. Upon hearing this, Wang Bo nodded. He'd looked into the matter before coming here. He was only asking again for confirmation. With the business concluded, He Yawen hurried over, pulling Wang Bo aside like a curious child, peppering him with all sorts of questions about the Honghuang one. The National Security Bureau had arranged for a car to pick him up around noon. Originally, Wang Bo hadn't wanted to trouble the Bureau, but after seeing his face plastered all over the internet in news articles and photos, he realized that if he took a regular train, the other passengers might eat him alive. So, after having lunch at Mr. He's house, Wang Bo made his goodbyes in a hurry. With a farewell to Mr. He, his journey to the capital came to a smooth end. The trip from the capital to Suchi City spanned over 1,000 miles. Even with clear roads, it took the better part of the afternoon. By the time he arrived at Huang Haoliang's house, Night had already fallen. Thanking the National Security Bureau staff, Wang Bo hurried inside. He stepped through the door and, seeing only Yang Ping at home, asked in surprise, "Auntie, where's my uncle?" Yang Ping, clearly annoyed, replied, "Don't even mention it. The folks at the Education Bureau really move fast. The moment your commendation ceremony ended, your uncle was reinstated to his old post in the very next second." Wang Bo couldn't help a hint of disappointment. "Just reinstated?" Catching the implication in his tone, Yang Ping shot him a glare. "Of course it's not just that. Your uncle's been sent off for a month of training, and when he's back, he'll be promoted to principal of number 3 middle school." Hearing that Huang Haoliang was moving up in the world, Wang Bo was genuinely happy for him. "Here, Annie. From now on, you can't say your big nephew is only good at wasting money." Yang Ping didn't even glance at the card Wang Bo handed over to her. "Don't be in such a hurry to give it back. Take care of redeeming the house first. No more loafing around at my place, eating and drinking for free." Wang Bo was momentarily taken aback by her words, but then a warm feeling swept through his heart. "Auntie, don't worry. Tomorrow, I'll go and get the house back. Your nephew is a real big shot now. A bit of money like this is no problem at all." Watching Wang Bo swagger with pride, Yang Ping rolled her eyes and snatched the card right out of his hand. "How much do you owe? Did you count the interest? If it's short by even a penny, you'll be spending the night on the streets." Wang Bo just chuckled and leaned in to whisper in her ear. Seeing his aunt freeze in surprise, he couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. But once Yang Ping snapped out of it, she put on a stubborn front. "If it's not that much. After all this trouble, I thought you'd make a fortune." Seeing his aunt put up such a tough act, Wang Bo just shook his head and went back to his bedroom to rest. The next day, with money in hand, Wang Bo immediately set about reclaiming his family's house. After all, it was the only thing his late parents had left him, the one place that held their memory. Whatever happened, he couldn't let it go. But the 3-month deadline had already passed, and the agent couldn't stop the new owner from moving in. Fortunately, the new owner wasn't doing so well financially either. After buying the house, he didn't have anything left over for renovations. So, the furnishings and decorations inside were mostly unchanged. That made things much simpler. Wang Bo went straight to the door and offered to buy back the house at a premium. Perhaps because Wang Bo's fame had soared recently, the new resident recognized him right away as the man in the spotlight these days. He agreed to sell on the spot and refused to accept even a penny more than what he'd paid. But Wang Bo wasn't about to take advantage of him. He'd heard that the man had bought the house with a loan, and the interest alone was a hefty sum. So, after some insistence, Wang Bo bought the house back for 20% above the market price. Stepping into his home once more, Wang Bo was overwhelmed by emotion. He remembered leaving this house with nothing to his name. Yet now, in less than half a year, he'd not only made the acquaintance of such influential figures as Old Master He and Fu Guitai, but he himself had become a man of great accomplishment. But this was far from the end. He knew that with the system in hand, this was only the beginning. Open System Interface. As Wang Bo silently uttered the command, that familiar interface slowly unfolded in his mind once again. Without hesitation, he navigated straight to his reputation points balance. Right now, he was brimming with anticipation, eager to see just how many surprises this press conference would bring him. But when Wang Bo saw that number, he almost stumbled in shock. 179,900. Nearly 180,000 reputation points. Goodness. This single trip had truly shown Wang Bo what it meant to turn his life around and sing a new song. With numbers like these, what reason was there to hesitate? He went straight for the ultimate reward of the Tier 1 mall, the Super Soldier Serum Manufacturing Theory, valued at 100,000 reputation points. As soon as the points were deducted, a torrent of strange and complex memories surged into Wang Bo's mind. This time, the memory transfer took much longer than it had for things like the compact nuclear reactor technology or the principles behind the combat armor. That only made Wang Bo's expectations grow even higher. He couldn't help but wonder just how formidable this super soldier serum could be. After about 5 minutes, the transmission was finally complete. As Wang Bo sorted through and absorbed the information, a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. Though he'd seen it in movies before, only by truly understanding it did he realize the terrifying extent to which the super soldier serum could enhance a person. Unlike combat armor, which protected its wearer from the outside, the serum worked by directly empowering the person who received it. This kind of intrinsic strength was far more reliable than anything granted by external means. And the serum's effects weren't limited to strength and speed. On a deeper level, it also increased muscle density. That meant anyone injected with the serum would gain a frightening level of resilience. This explained why, in the movies, Captain America could take a bullet and keep moving as if nothing had happened. The impact of the bullet was simply absorbed by his super-dense muscles. Only with the serum in his veins could Wang Bo truly guarantee his own safety. And as he redeemed the final product in the Tier 1 mall, every item instantly turned gray and became unavailable for purchase. Now, the entire mall offered only a single option: unlock Tier 2 mall. Seeing this, Wang Bo couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. If the Tier 1 mall's items were already this incredible, then what kind of mind-boggling goods awaited in the Tier 2 mall? With excitement, Wang Bo pressed the unlock button. But instead of a new mall appearing as he'd expected, nothing happened. At the same time, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. To unlock the Tier 2 mall, you need 150,000 reputation points. You currently do not have enough reputation points. Please keep up the effort. Hearing the system's message, Wang Bo could hardly hold back his curses. This system was simply outrageous. Demanding reputation points to redeem items was one thing, but this... Back when he was redeeming the battle armor, the system tried to push bundled sales on him. If he didn't buy the basic version, the advanced one was useless anyway. And now, even opening the shop costs reputation points? And so many of them at that? But Wang Bo had no choice but to rely on the system for now. So, faced with the system's unreasonable charges, he could only swallow his anger and accept it. After taking care of so many things, Wang Bo decided not to dive straight into serum research. He'd been busy for so long, it was time to give himself a 2-day break and rest up properly. At that moment, Huang Haoyang had just gotten off the train, looking rather weary. Traveling from Suchi City to Anzhou Province had been a journey of more than 2,000 kilometers, with transfers along the way that kept him on constant alert. He had no idea why this investigation was being rushed so urgently. The very moment he was reinstated to his original position, the file for this research assignment landed on his desk. And the province had even sent someone specifically to oversee the whole matter. This puzzled him, but as soon as he recalled the promise made by the envoy, as long as he completed the research trip smoothly, he would be promoted to principal of number 3 middle school upon his return. With that assurance, he let go of his misgivings. It was now evening. The western region of Anzhou was nothing like Suchi City. As night fell, a biting wind whipped down from the mountains, gusting sharply around his neck, making Huang Haoyang deeply uncomfortable. Gazing at the empty train station, he felt utterly perplexed. He'd been to Anzhou before, as a major tourist province. Even in off-season, it was usually bustling with people. Why, on this particular day, was the station completely deserted? Just as he puzzled over this, several figures appeared under the dim, distant lights. Seeing them, Huang Haoyang felt a surge of relief and hurried over to ask for directions. But before he could call out, the group whipped out handguns from their waists in a flash. Alarm bells rang in his mind. Years of military training kicked in, and he instinctively tried to react. But his opponents were all highly trained, and age was not on Huang Haoyang's side. 2 shots rang out, each striking him square in the chest. But instead of the pain he expected, he looked down to find syringe-like darts pressed against his chest. Tranquilizer darts. A wave of weakness washed over him. Drowsiness smothered his mind. He collapsed onto the ground. As their target fell, the shadowy figures stepped out into the open. They were foreigners, and standing behind them was none other than Zhang Wenqing. "Mr. Zhang, we've secured the target. From here on, it's up to your Zhang family's influence," the leader said, speaking clumsy Mandarin. "No problem. Leave it to me," Zhang Wenqing replied with absolute confidence. Immediately, his gaze shifted to the fallen Huang Haoyang. Whether the Zhang family can truly find a foothold in America now depends on how much you matter to Wang Bo. It had already been 3 days since the incident at the notary conference. For those 3 days, Wang Bo had been holed up at home, either catching up on sleep or browsing Weibo, savoring this rare moment of leisure. It's worth mentioning that ever since the conference, the number of followers on Wang Bo's previously quiet Weibo account had skyrocketed. By this morning, his followers had astonishingly surpassed 30 million. This left Wang Bo both surprised and bemused. Most of his new followers were young people. They worshipped Wang Bo for his near-miraculous rise to fame. Some enthusiastic fans had even created an official Wang Bo fan club. On Weibo, they started calling him Teacher Wang Jr. as a sign of deep respect. Wang Bo himself found this both funny and a little exasperating. But where there are true fans, there are always detractors. Though they were a minority, some people, jealous of Wang Bo's achievements, left spiteful comments on his homepage. "I don't see what's so special about Wang Bo. He just stumbled into inventing those 2 things. Nothing impressive about that." "Exactly. And honestly, he's got a vicious streak. Remember at the notary conference, he killed those pilots in the 2 fighter jets." "Right. Thanks for reminding me. For someone who treats human life so cheaply, The country ought to severely punish him. Yet these voices were quickly drowned out by a tide of support for Wang Bo online. Stumbled into it? No one with even a kindergarten education would say something like that. Exactly. If you think it's so easy, try writing out a basic formula for a miniature nuclear reactor. If you can even recognize the symbols, I'll be impressed. Agreed with the comment above. People who blame luck should probably go back to prenatal education, or maybe get their heads checked. As for what happened at the notary conference, anyone could see Teacher Wang Jr. was forced to defend himself. Come on, don't argue with the haters. In their eyes, Teacher Wang Jr. should just tie his hands and let others walk all over him. Teacher Wang Jr., just ignore this bunch of trolls. The others invaded our airspace and strutted around in our territorial waters, and still some people want to defend those aggressors. Spineless. Watching the trolls get absolutely roasted, Wang Bo couldn't help but feel amused and decided to stir the pot a little more. Recalling a famous retort from his previous life, Wang Bo typed out a response in the comment section. Look, Teacher Wang Jr. just commented. Let me see, what did he say? Oh, I can't take it. Teacher Wang Jr. is hilarious. Beneath the trolls' comments, Wang Bo's reply stood out boldly. Jealousy has split you at the cellular level. This was a phrase that had once taken the internet by storm in Wang Bo's previous world. But now, in this new world, Wang Bo had somehow become the original creator of that very saying. Mr. Wang's comment paints such a vivid picture. Exactly. I can practically see those haters' faces twisted in anger. Don't forget, though, some of those haters still don't know what protoplasmic separation even means. They haven't graduated from prenatal education yet. I didn't expect it. Mr. Wang isn't just a physics genius. He's clearly a biology expert, too. Just as the heated discussion was reaching its peak online, a dissenting voice cut through the crowd. Oh, Wang Bo, an expert in biology? What a ridiculous joke. I'm a student at Suchi number 1 high. In our whole school, Wang Bo's biology grades are practically at the bottom. Here's proof. See for yourself. A photo of Wang Bo's previous biology report card was actually attached right there in the comments. At that very moment, Su Chun sat staring nervously at his phone screen. Yes, it was he, the class monitor of Class 3, who had posted Wang Bo's grade report on Weibo. His reasons were simple. He needed an outlet for the anger festering inside him. His secret crush on Zhou Yuman was no secret at all within Suchi number 1 high. Until recently, Zhou Yuman's attitude toward him had been fairly clear, showing more than a little interest in him. To everyone else, the pair were considered a match made in heaven, Golden Boy and Jade Girl. But ever since that notarization meeting of Wang Bo's a few days ago, everything had changed. Zhou Yuman's attitude toward him had grown cold overnight. The look in her eyes was no longer gentle. Instead, it was laced with unfamiliarity, even a trace of disdain and disgust. How could Su Chun possibly tolerate this? Raised in privilege, he had never known such humiliation. And to make matters worse, according to Yang Tian, Zhou Yuman's entire family had traveled all the way to Beijing just for Wang Bo. That sense of betrayal cut even deeper. You wretch. You couldn't wait to throw yourself into that bastard's arms, could you? And Wang Bo, why doesn't nobody like him get to develop such technology? All that fame, all that status and fortune, this should be mine. Mine! After venting, all he felt was a wave of helplessness. The truth was, he no longer even qualified to stand before Wang Bo. Even the source of his lifelong arrogance, his own father, had sternly warned him never to associate with Zhou Yuman again. The unspoken message was clear: do not cross Wang Bo. Without all that, what was left of him? Just as he was wallowing in frustration, the internet offered him a glimmer of hope. Here, he didn't need to worry about his identity being exposed, nor did he have to fear Wang Bo's revenge. He could now slander the one who had taken everything from him without the slightest scruple. Watching the online uproar being stirred up once again, Wang Bo frowned deeply. He clicked on the image, and there it was, a transcript from his first year of high school. Boldly displayed on it was Biology, 39 points. In truth, Wang Bo's biology grade had never been that bad. He still had a faint memory of that particular test. It seemed that some classmates sitting nearby had played a prank and snatched his test paper, which was why he hadn't finished it. He knew what had happened, but the bystanders online, who relished every bit of gossip, certainly didn't. This transcript, too, acted like a battle trumpet, reigniting those haters' fighting spirit. 39 points. I could do better than that with my eyes closed. So this is your so-called genius? What a joke. I bet he only knows about plasmolysis, yet he's still showing off his ignorance here. Hearing the endless mockery from the haters, Wang Bo's fans were quick to push back. So what if teacher Xiao Wang isn't good at biology? He's still contributing to the country through research. That's right. Why bother knowing so much? It's better to be like Xiao Wang and master one field. Xiao Wang may not excel at biology, but he's won a Nobel Prize. You haters know biology. Will the Nobel Committee hand you an award? Watching the two camps argue back and forth, Wang Bo felt a headache coming on. In an effort to end this smoke-free war and clear his own name, Wang Bo left a comment. You say I don't know biology. Well, let me tell you, my next project will be to venture into biological research. Such a declaration instantly set off a storm in the comment section. Wang Bo's fans hurried to dissuade him. Teacher Xiao Wang, this is just the haters trying to provoke you. You don't need to pay them any mind. Yes, there's no need to stoop to their level. Just keep working on your physics research. But hearing Wang Bo sound so impulsive, some onlookers even turned against him or left his fanbase. Sigh, how could Wang Bo be so rash? Exactly, cross-disciplinary research isn't something you can just jump into overnight. He's still too young. His words run ahead of his judgment. I'm unfollowing. No matter how dazzling his success, such arrogance is never lasting. As for the haters, seeing public opinion shift in their favor, they were all the more delighted. Going into biology now? Do you think you're good at everything? I just took a bite of food and nearly spat it out. Wang Bo is hilarious. Dr. Wang the biologist, what will you invent next? Faced with this chorus of ridicule, Wang Bo remained unruffled. He immediately composed himself and replied online with utmost seriousness. I'm going to develop a serum that will enhance various human functions, even if just a little. As soon as he said this, Wang Bo's fans were left speechless. Now, a sense of sorrow welled up in their hearts. If Wang Bo were standing before them at that moment, these fans would have shouted at him. We are prepared to fight to the death. Why would you surrender first, Your Majesty? As for his detractors, upon seeing Wang Bo's declaration, they nearly laughed themselves out of their seats. Enhance human abilities? Is Wang Bo turning to peddling health supplements now? Let this post stand as proof. If Wang Bo actually achieves anything in the field of biology, I'll eat my hat while standing on my head. You're right, stop trying to scam a free meal here. Reading the flood of mocking comments on Weibo, Wang Bo felt a glimmer of anticipation. He couldn't help but wonder what expressions these people would wear when the super soldier's serum finally saw the light of day. With that, he decided to cut his vacation short. He took out the phone given to him by the National Security Bureau and dialed a number stored within. At that moment, Fu Guotai was accompanying Hong Guotao on a rare fishing trip, savoring the hard-won leisure. Although it was supposed to be a holiday, their conversation kept circling back to work every few minutes. After all, for these two, it wasn't hard to work. The real challenge was not getting involved in the affairs of China. Have you secured all the evidence? Hearing the question from his superior, Fu Guotai promptly replied, Rest assured, we've had a clear direction for quite some time. We haven't taken action yet primarily because of the Zhang family's influence in China. Hong Guotao nodded slightly at this. We still can't be too hasty. After all, there are quite a few enterprises connected to the Zhang family. If we act rashly and bring them down, it could cause widespread panic among the people. We have to plan carefully, minimize the impact, and only then make our move. Listening to Hong Guotao's words, Fu Guotai felt genuine admiration. This was precisely why he was willing to follow this man. Perhaps, in the eyes of his family, Hong Guotao wasn't the best husband or father, but to the whole of China, he was undoubtedly a capable leader. Just as the two were about to return to their discussion, Hong Guotao's secretary stepped forward and interrupted. Sir, you might find this interesting. As he spoke, the secretary presented a tablet with both hands. Glancing at the screen, a flicker of surprise crossed Hong Guotao's eyes. Seeing this rare expression, Fu Guotai's curiosity was piqued as well. After all, there weren't many things in all of China that could genuinely astonish this man. Sir, what's going on? Watching the anxious look on the National Security Bureau director's face, Hong Guotao shook his head and chuckled. I didn't expect that kid to stir up such a fuss. Take a look for yourself. As he spoke, he handed over the tablet. Fu Guotai quickly took it, and with just a glance, the name Wang Bo leaped right out at him. He continued, reading downward. What he saw next nearly made him drop his fishing rod in shock. This kid is really bold. Venturing into the field of biology? If it were an ordinary person making such a claim, it would be nothing. But with Wang Bo's current fame, even a casual remark could spark a huge reaction. Noticing the look of disapproval on Fu Guotai's face, Hong Guotao, sitting nearby, simply smiled gently. He's still just a kid. Don't be too strict with him. All in all, this boy has done a lot for our country. Say what you will, but with those two technologies alone, even if he jokes around online 10,000 times, I'll have his back. Just as Fu Guotai was about to respond, his phone rang in his pocket. He glanced at the caller ID, let out a cold chuckle, and answered. Hey, Moshi Moshi, hello there, big boss, what's up? Hearing Wang Bo's unusual greeting, Fu Guotai's head buzzed in disbelief. It took him a few moments to collect himself before he burst out angrily. "You brat, you've got the nerve to call me? Why can't you control that mouth of yours? It's like a pair of loose pants with no belt. Why do you always have to blurt out everything online?" Listening to this barrage from the chief of the National Security Bureau, Wang Bo couldn't help but think the guy sounded just like a nagging parent. But as the saying goes, one must bow their head when under the eaves. Remembering why he made this call, Wang Bo had no choice but to offer a sheepish apology. My bad. Boss, I promise you, next time I'll be more tight-lipped. I'll check with you before I say anything. Seeing the kid's attitude wasn't too bad, Fu Guotai's anger subsided a little. "All right, out with it. Why are you calling me?" Now that they were getting to the point, Wang Bo perked up. Director Fu, I'd like to requisition the country's top-level biochemical laboratory. And I'll need the supporting biochemical equipment as well. I'll send you a detailed list. Also, I'll need 300 million yuan in funding." Hearing Wang Bo's outrageous demands, Fu Guotai on the other end of the line was doing his utmost to keep his temper in check. Anything else? But Wang Bo seemed completely unfazed by the anger in Fu Guotai's voice and replied nonchalantly, "That's about it for now. If I think of anything else, I'll let you know." Hearing Wang Bo's careless tone, Fu Guotai could no longer contain himself. "You little rascal, are you trying to rob the rich or something? And tell me, what exactly do you need a biochemical lab and all that equipment for? You're not focusing on your armor at all. What kind of mischief are you up to this time?" Beside him, Hong Guotao's face also showed a look of surprise. Was this kid actually serious about it? On the other end of the line, Wang Bo couldn't help but feel resigned. Why did everyone think he was joking? He was being completely serious, after all. Despite his internal complaints, Wang Bo understood just how incredible the idea of developing a super soldier serum sounded. With something so unbelievable, mere words probably wouldn't convince this director of the National Security Bureau. What's more, developing it would cost a fortune, and he couldn't just ask for everything for free without feeling a little guilty. "One finished set of armor," he said, "and I guarantee this armor will surpass the previous Hong Huang. One in both defensive capabilities and endurance. Plus, I can throw in a few little extras with the suit." As Wang Bo spoke, Hong Guotao nodded in agreement without hesitation. Seeing their superior's approval, Fu Guotai had no choice but to agree, even though he was clearly displeased. After hanging up, Fu Guotai looked genuinely perplexed. "Boss, why did you agree to let that kid borrow all these facilities and equipment? Isn't it just a waste? And 300 million yuan, do you really think a single set of armor is worth that much?" At this, Hong Guotao smiled calmly. "Guotai, you're still too impatient. 300 million for one set of armor is certainly expensive. But this way, our country will become the first in the world to officially incorporate powered armor into its active forces. In the great power game, as they say, fall behind by a step, and you'll always be behind. Our nation should always strive to be the first to eat the crab." Watching how quickly his superior could see the big picture, Fu Guotai felt a deep sense of respect. As for the money, the equipment, and the facilities, consider a lesson for that kid. Let him hit a wall in the field of biology. Maybe then he'll learn some humility. "Guotai, you must keep a close eye on him for me. With his talent, it won't be long, 8 or 10 years at most, before he becomes a true pillar of our nation's spirit." As Hong Guotao finished speaking, the fishing float on the water's surface suddenly jerked. Wang Bo, who had just put down the phone, also felt a bit odd. By all rights, Fu Guotai shouldn't have agreed so easily. The things he'd asked for were worth a fortune. Even with the director's authority, it wasn't easy to approve such a request. Wang Bo had actually prepared a bottom line in his mind. 3 sets of armor, plus 5 finished miniature nuclear reactors. After all, this was his own country. He couldn't be too stingy. But who could have guessed that the old man wouldn't even haggle, agreeing on the spot without hesitation? If this old guy ever went into business, he'd bankrupt himself in no time. If Fu Guotai could hear Wang Bo's inner thoughts right now, he'd probably have given this kid a good beating. The National Security Bureau was remarkably efficient. Once the top leader issued an order, everything was coordinated at lightning speed. In less than 3 hours, the car sent to pick up Wang Bo was already parked at his doorstep. Seeing the car arrive, Wang Bo didn't hesitate any longer. He quickly packed a few things and stepped out the door. The location of the biochemical laboratory was extremely well hidden. On the way, Wang Bo was even blindfolded for a while, just to prevent him from knowing the exact location. By the time they reached their destination, night had already fallen. Looking around at the endless expanse of the barren Gobi Desert, Wang Bo had no doubt. If he dared wander off in the lab, he'd likely end up lost and stranded on this desolate land. And standing before him was a lab with a peculiar design. It was the most advanced in the country. Wang Bo touched his nose in anticipation. What young man doesn't dream of being a hero? Even though the super soldier serum wouldn't actually turn him into Superman, in some ways, the strength of that captain from the movies had already surpassed ordinary human limits. Just imagining himself becoming that powerful set Wang Bo's heart ablaze with excitement. Meanwhile, Huang Haoyang slowly regained consciousness amidst the turbulence. Feeling the restraints on his wrists and the black hood covering his head, he quickly deduced what had happened. He'd been kidnapped. Outside, a deafening roar echoed, snuffing out any thought Huang Haoyang might have had of putting up a fight. That sound was unmistakable to a former soldier like him. A military transport plane. If he wasn't mistaken, right now, he was thousands of meters up in the sky. Huang Haoyang knew he wasn't one of those retired agents in blockbuster movies who could take on 100 enemies alone. So in this situation, trying anything reckless would be nothing short of suicide. But who could it be that would go to such lengths, mobilizing this much force, just to kidnap him? As Huang Haoyang pondered and wrestled with confusion, time slipped by quietly. At last, after a jolt, the engine's roar faded and then fell completely silent. The cargo door swung open, and outside, he heard a few halting words of Mandarin. At that moment, Andrew was in high spirits. He never expected things to go so smoothly. After that notarization meeting, he'd pored over Wang Bo's personal file again and again. He was confident. As long as Huang Haoyang was in their hands, Wang Bo would walk right into their trap. Mr. Zhang, thank you so much for your help this time. If it weren't for your Zhang family, our beautiful country wouldn't have succeeded so easily in inviting Mr. Huang over as a guest. Given that, I'm sure Mr. Wang Bo will soon pay a visit to our beautiful country as well. Zhang Guoheng merely nodded slightly at those words, while Zhang Wenqing, standing nearby, couldn't help but show a look of self-satisfaction upon hearing Andrew's remarks. That's right, Minister Andrew. The Zhang family has been operating in China for decades. Those aren't just empty words. Take a National Security Bureau, for example. You can't get around them. But our Zhang family? We're able to keep track of their every move. And as for this military transport plane, only the Zhang family has the clout to evade the watchful eyes of China's top brass. As Zhang Wenqing boasted, Andrew couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Back in China, the Zhang family was a force to be reckoned with. Even the Ministry of Defense tread carefully around them. But now, with the whole family defecting to America, they were just tigers in a cage, waiting to be dealt with. Zhang Guoheng, standing off to the side, understood this all too well. Seeing the contempt on Andrew's face, the patriarch of the Zhang family felt a surge of bitterness that he could barely suppress. But as the saying goes, when you're under someone else's roof, you have no choice but to bow your head. If he'd had any other option, he would never have left China. Yet the subtle attitudes of Hong Guitao and Fu Guitai had left him tormented. Years of political instinct told him, if he still clung to his power and position at this point, the only thing waiting for him would be prison. Meanwhile, the agents behind Andrew didn't bother exchanging pleasantries with the Zhang family. They strode onto the plane, swiftly pulled the black hood off Huang Haoyang's head, and began comparing his face to the photographs. After confirming his identity, they nodded at Andrew. Freed from the darkness, Huang Haoyang took a long moment to adjust to the light. Only after quite some time did he manage to open his eyes. Standing at the cabin door was none other than Commissioner Zhang, a frequent face on television. With the conversation he'd just overheard, Huang Haoyang instantly realized he was caught up in a conspiracy against Wang Bo. Zhang Guoheng, you animal! How could you do this? How can you face China after what you've done? Your family's elders were founding heroes of our country. Now you've brought disgrace upon them. Zhang Guoheng, however, showed not a shred of guilt. Instead, his face twisted with emotion. So, you remember how much my family contributed to China? Then look at how China has treated us. Just those measly few thousand yuan a month in salary. Watching Zhang Guoheng's hysterical outburst, Huang Haoyang's expression turned mocking. You're feeling guilty, aren't you, Zhang Guoheng? In terms of authority, just look around. How many people in China ever had more power than you? What more do you expect from China? If it's money you want, then resign your post as commissioner and go into business. With your family's influence in China, nothing would stand in your way. Why don't you do it? Shut up. At this moment, Zhang Guoheng seemed to have been stabbed right in his sore spot, roaring furiously at Huang Haoyang. But Huang Haoyang ignored him entirely, continuing as if he hadn't heard a word. I'll tell you why. Your Zhang family has fallen to this state, all because of your greed, Zhang Guoheng. Smack. Utterly enraged and shamed, Zhang Guoheng could no longer tolerate Huang Haoyang's insults and slapped him hard across the face. He struck with all his strength, not holding back in the slightest. Huang Haoyang crashed to the ground, the blow leaving him sprawled for a long moment before he could even try to get up. Yet the former committee member still seemed unsatisfied, moving forward as if to land a few more kicks. Andrew, witnessing the scene, gave a subtle signal with his eyes to several agents nearby. They instantly understood their superior's intent, swiftly intervening to restrain Zhang Buoheng and, in the same motion, escorting Huang Haoyang out of the room. Watching his elder brother being hauled away, Zhang Wenqing was about to explode, but Zhang Buoheng stopped him with an outstretched hand. Andrew merely offered a cold, thin smile, saying nothing more. In China, your Zhang family might still be a tiger, but here in the States, you're nothing but a soft, helpless fruit, ripe for the taking. Crash! Inside Hong Guotao's office, the leader of China flew into a rage for the first time. Sitting behind his desk, Fu Guotai stared wordlessly at the shattered teacup lying on the floor. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine the Zhang family could be so spineless. Zhang Buoheng has utterly disgraced the legacy of his forebears. Clearly, news of the Zhang family's defection had reached his ears. What are you even doing as director of the National Security Bureau? You let the Zhang family slip away right under your nose. Fu Guotai felt a wave of bitter grievance at these words. The truth was, Zhang Buoheng's father had been a founding member of the Bureau, and Zhang Buoheng himself had risen to such a high position. He knew every trick and tactic in their playbook. On top of that, the Zhang family's influence in the military meant that slipping out of the country without alerting anyone was hardly a challenge for them. But staring at his furious superior, Fu Guotai could only swallow his frustration and accept the blame in silence. What's the situation with Uncle Wang Bo? Hearing the question, Fu Guotai's eyes flickered with pain. We had already sent people to protect him in secret. But the Zhang family's old guard in the Bureau, combined with their deep infiltration over the years, they knew our every move. All the dozen or so agents we sent, every single one was silenced. Hearing that these traitors had so many lives on their hands, the leader's anger only burned fiercer. I want a red notice issued immediately. Wanted worldwide, the Zhang family. Fearing that Wang Bo might act on impulse, Fu Guotai immediately locked down the news. But paper can never fully cover fire, with aggressive promotion from the beautiful country. The news that Principal Huang Haoyang is visiting the beautiful country for academic exchange soon spread across the globe. About a month after Wang Bo entered the lab, his research was making tremendous progress. The battle armor he was developing for the nation was now complete. Compared to the previous Hong Huang one, this suit had the full support of the state behind its creation. For this reason, Wang Bo was able to use only the most advanced materials. Most importantly, because it was a national project, this was the first time Wang Bo's armor came equipped with laser weaponry. Meanwhile, the super soldier serum was also nearing completion. It would only take another couple of days to finish. So, today Wang Bo decided to do something rare for himself. Take a day off. He opened Weibo, as usual, and began scrolling, only to find it filled with news about Huang Haoyang's visit to the beautiful country, especially beneath his own account. Even though the National Security Bureau had already contacted the internet regulators to try and delete the posts, it was far too late. Staring at the official announcement from the beautiful country, Wang Bo felt a creeping sense of dread. He knew that at this crucial moment, right after he had made a name for himself, Uncle Huang would never cause him trouble. This trip abroad, he realized, was almost certainly not Uncle Huang's choice. With that in mind, he decided to call home for more information. The phone had barely finished its first ring when it was answered. Hello, Annie, do you know anything about Uncle's business trip? Yang Ping, on the other end, sounded just as puzzled. I've been wondering about that myself. When he left, he only said he was going to Anzhou province. He never mentioned going abroad. Hearing her answer, Wang Bo's heart sank. He was now sure that something had happened to his uncle. Though he already had his suspicions, Wang Bo kept any trace of worry from his voice so as not to alarm Yang Ping. Ha, Annie, it looks like you and Uncle aren't as close as you think. Even I, his nephew, knew about this, and you were left in the dark. Who knows, maybe Uncle will bring back a foreign bride this time. Yang Ping was so exasperated by his teasing that she didn't even notice the inconsistencies in the story. You little rascal, a month away from home, and you've gotten bold, huh? Daring to stir up trouble between me and your uncle. Just wait until you get back. I'll skin you alive. Hearing that Yang Ping wasn't dwelling on Uncle Huang's whereabouts, Wang Bo finally felt a bit of relief. Still worried about Uncle Huang's safety, Wang Bo ended the call after a few more casual words. Without missing a beat, he immediately dialed Fu Guotai's number. At this very moment, the director of the National Security Bureau, already troubled by the current situation, felt his headache intensify when he saw the incoming call. Suppressing his negative emotions, he adjusted his tone slightly before answering the call. Hello, Wang Bo. So, how's your progress going on that biochemical research of yours? Hearing Fu Guotai's gentle tone, Wang Bo felt a chill run down his spine. Director Fu, has anyone ever told you that you're terrible at changing the subject? Just tell me straight, what's going on with my uncle? Fu Guotai tried to stall and keep things under wraps, but Wang Bo cut him off directly. Director Fu, as much as I want to trust you, your lying skills are absolutely hopeless. Realizing there was no way to keep things hidden, Fu Guotai recounted the whole story to Wang Bo. As for whether this kid would act impulsively, that was never a concern. Ever since the incident with Huang Hai, Fu had stationed a large number of people around the biochemical lab. First, to ensure Wang Bo's safety. Second, to prevent Wang Bo from hearing any news and doing something reckless. As Wang Bo listened to the sequence of events, his expression grew increasingly grim. He hadn't expected that, just to obtain his and his uncle's technology, those in the States would stoop to such desperate measures. What's more, he couldn't believe that the Zhang family, who had contributed so much to China, would betray their own country. He found it utterly disgraceful. The only small comfort was that, as long as the Americans hadn't gotten their hands on him, Uncle Huang's safety should be assured for now. Wang Bo, you have to trust the country. This matter, China will give you a satisfactory answer. China will never allow one of our citizens to be imprisoned overseas. Never. Wang Bo answered repeatedly, assuring them he wouldn't act rashly. After hanging up, members of the National Security Bureau in the distance seemed to sense something. They made no attempt to hide their approach, drawing closer to Wang Bo to guard against any chance he might escape. Relax, I'm not going anywhere. Wang Bo waved at them, signaling that he had no intention of running off. With that, he turned and walked into the lab. Captain, should we go inside and keep an eye on him? If he tries to escape in that powered armor, we won't be able to stop him. The team leader shot that man a glare. According to our intel, it took Wang Bo over 3 months to build the first prototype. It's only been less than a month this time. No need to rush. Inside the lab, Wang Bo's gaze fell on a vial on the workbench, pulsing with a blue glow. The super soldier serum wasn't finished yet, but if he worked around the clock, he was confident he could complete it by tomorrow night. It wasn't that Wang Bo didn't trust China. Those 2 pieces of technology were simply too tempting to ignore. Faced with war machines like the Honghuang 1 and the compact nuclear reactor, he simply couldn't believe that diplomatic pressure alone would be enough to compel the Americans to release their captives. If things continued this way, it would only further escalate the conflict between these 2 great powers. Although Wang Bo deeply despised the underhanded tactics of the American government, he knew the people of both nations were innocent. There was no need to drag them into this mess on his account. At that realization, Wang Bo made up his mind. Late the next night, while darkness blanketed the world outside, the laboratory was ablaze with light. Wang Bo, bare-chested, slowly stepped into the container before him, a vessel that resembled a space capsule. Sensing someone's presence inside, the hatch automatically sealed shut. As soon as Wang Bo entered, a host of programs on the control console sprang to life. Above him, 3 tubes of pale blue liquid began to flow steadily into the chamber, directed by the console. Agony. It was a searing, burning pain. At that moment, Wang Bo felt as if his body were being wrenched apart. And this was after the system's improvements. He couldn't even imagine the kind of torment endured by the captain of the original American team described in the novel. As the last of the solution was infused, an intense light erupted inside the chamber. At the same time, Wang Bo's body began to change in subtle but unmistakable ways. The transformation lasted nearly 10 minutes before the glow inside the chamber gradually faded. As the final traces of light vanished, the hatch slowly opened. Wang Bo, utterly spent, tumbled out of the chamber as if all strength had left him. He was exhausted to his core, yet he could feel, deep within, the surge of newfound power coursing through him. After resting and regaining a sliver of strength, Wang Bo, still lying on the ground, turned his head to gaze at the battle suit standing silently beside him. He knew the time had come to set out. Captain, why don't you go inside and get some rest? I'll keep watch a bit longer, one of the guards offered. The captain shook his head slightly at the suggestion. We're in a critical period right now, especially with Wang Bo. Absolutely nothing can happen to him. If anything at all goes wrong, the consequences for our country would be far too great. The state security officer seemed unconcerned. We already paid the price last time. This time, the agency has deployed its best to protect the kid. If something were to happen to him again, that would just be... Before he could finish tempting fate, a cold, imposing suit of armor suddenly shot up from the distant biolab. Everyone froze at the sight for a split second, but then sprang into action. Damn it! How did Wang Bo finish his development so quickly? It's only been a month. Alert the higher-ups. Scramble the jets to intercept. Back at the State Security Bureau, Fu Guotai had also received word that Wang Bo had broken out from the laboratory. Ignoring his growing anxiety, He quickly called the military district to request fighter jets for interception. But just a second before he could dial out, Wang Bo's call came through. "You little brat. Get your butt back here right now." At that moment, the armored suit soaring tens of thousands of meters above the ground clearly lurched in midair. Inside the suit, Fu Guotai's voice continued to echo relentlessly. "Director Fu, I must say, you're as vigorous as ever, even at your age." Even with the super soldier serum in his veins, Wang Bo almost couldn't withstand this sudden sonic assault. "Cut the nonsense. Now, immediately, turn around and fly home, or I swear I'll have your hide." Wang Bo stopped joking when he heard this and spoke earnestly. "Director Fu, in your opinion, what are the odds that the Americans will actually release him? Not long ago, even their neighbor, Maple Country, dared to detain our citizens over a chip dispute. This time, faced with a wild card that is Hong Huang 1, the Americans will never let it go until they get what they want." On the other end of the line, Fu Guotai fell silent. Indeed, the promise he'd given Wang Bo earlier was only meant to temporarily calm him down. Given how ruthless the Americans could be, if Wang Bo didn't intervene, Huang Haoyang might never make it back home. Even so, you're still not allowed to go. Listen to me. I will find a way to bring your uncle home. Hearing the resolute tone in Fu Guotai's voice, Wang Bo knew the man wasn't just paying him lip service. But rescuing his uncle wasn't Wang Bo's only goal. He also wanted those who dared threaten his family to pay a price. With this thought, he spoke up. "Director Fu, I appreciate your concern, but in your position, it's not so easy to act freely. But from where I stand, that man raised me for more than a decade. He's no different from a father to me. If I were powerless, I'd accept it. But now that I have the ability, I simply have to act. And I understand your worries. I've already documented all the technology behind the miniature nuclear reactor and the armored suit. If I haven't returned by the designated time, the files will be sent to your inbox automatically. Rest assured, even if things go awry and I end up detained in America, I will never work for them. Not for a single second." Fu Guotai, who had weathered countless storms, couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness listening to Wang Bo's words, heavy with determination. "You kid, you." As silence lingered on the line, Wang Bo continued. "Director Fu, don't worry. I made plenty of preparations for this mission. I haven't spent this whole month just working on that one set of battle armor, you know. My real breakthrough has been the inventions in the biochemical lab." Hearing Wang Bo talk like this, Fu Guotai didn't take it to heart. He assumed the kid was just trying to comfort him. In his mind, once Wang Bo left, there was no way he'd be coming back. After all, no matter how advanced the battle armor is, it can't stand up to the might of an entire nation. What's more, with Huang Haoyang being held as a hostage, Wang Bo would inevitably have his hands tied, unable to unleash his full strength. After hanging up the phone, Hong Guotao, who had been quietly listening beside him, let out a heavy sigh. "He's gone." The director of the National Security Bureau nodded with great difficulty. "Ah, our country has lost a true genius." Seeing the man's dejected figure, Fu Guotai felt his own spirits sink to a new low. At that moment, Lin Zichao was sleeping soundly. Even though it was already morning, he'd been up almost the entire night working overtime. Thanks to the materials Wang Bo had passed along earlier, he had successfully landed a job at the national television station. Now, he was working as a reporter for a primetime program. Everything was going well. The only thing that weighed on his mind was that sense of gratitude. For Wang Bo, it may have been just a small favor, but for Lin Zichao, it was nothing short of a life-changing kindness. Yet looking at himself, after receiving such a great favor, he hadn't managed to repay it in any way, which truly left him feeling uneasy. Suddenly, the shrill ring of his phone shattered Lin Zichao's pleasant dream. "Who's calling at this hour?" Annoyed, Lin Zichao was about to hang up, but the caller ID caught his eye and instantly snapped him awake. "Hey Zichao, you awake?" The familiar voice on the other end chased away the last traces of sleep. "I'm up. What's up you calling at this hour?" Wang Bo didn't bother with pleasantries and got straight to the point. "I need a favor from you." That woke Lin Zichao up completely. "Say it. Whatever it is, as long as it's not murder or arson, I'll get it done for you, no problem." Hearing Lin Zichao's reply, Wang Bo was left a little speechless. "So in your mind, that's the kind of guy I am?" But watching the hazy outline of the distant coastline, Wang Bo knew time was running short. "Zichao, I need you to broadcast a live feed of Letter B for me." Lin Zichao immediately sensed that something unusual was going on. As something happened. Hearing the question, Wang Bo spoke up. "Zichao, I'll explain everything when I get back. For now, just do exactly as I say." Hearing the slightly anxious tone on the other end, Lin Zichao stopped asking questions. He answered in a deep voice and immediately climbed out of bed to start preparing. After 2 or 3 minutes, the video finally connected. Watching the suit of armor speeding through the air, Lin Zichao felt perplexed, but recalling Wang Bo's earlier urgency, he dared not waste any time. He quickly mobilized his network and resources to broaden the impact of this live broadcast. What's going on? Isn't that the suit of armor shown earlier at the public demonstration? Why does it look so different now? This suit looks much better, solid and safe at a glance. Unlike the previous one, which looked so fragile it was almost alarming. Hey, isn't that Mr. Wang inside? Where is he headed in the armor? Yeah, where's he going? At that moment, Wang Bo lifted his gaze to the distant horizon. Beneath the armor, several black dots slowly appeared. Clearly, the beautiful nation's radar was not to be underestimated. Long before Wang Bo entered their airspace, he had already been detected, and several fighter jets had been dispatched to monitor him. As the coastline gradually emerged in the distance, a trace of icy resolve flickered in Wang Bo's eyes. Beautiful nation, our showdown starts now. As Wang Bo crossed into the beautiful nation's territorial waters, several jets closed in to surround him. Their mission was to prevent any unexpected moves. Though Wang Bo came alone, the destructive power of the armor at his command was undeniable. If he so wished, he could unleash considerable havoc on the beautiful nation's homeland. Back in China, thanks to Lin Zichao's efforts, more and more people tuned in to the live coverage by the Xinfeng drone. Meanwhile, to increase international pressure on the beautiful nation, Hong Guidhao personally ordered the disclosure of the entire incident. With this move, the beautiful nation found itself in the wrong. What's more, with Wang Bo's situation being broadcast live, and so many eyes watching, the beautiful nation would likely restrain themselves from going too far. The beautiful nation is shameless, absolutely shameless. They call themselves the world's police and claim to uphold peace. This is what that looks like. Wang Bo is being reckless. Going over there alone only plays into their hands. Easy for you to say. If your own family was held hostage, could you stay calm? With that armor, maybe Wang Bo still has a chance. I wouldn't bet on it. The armor is powerful, sure, but to take on an entire country? That's a stretch. Inside the armor, Wang Bo's communication system suddenly chimed. Seeing the unfamiliar call, Wang Bo didn't hesitate. He answered directly. On the other end, the voice of Defense Minister Andrew came through. Hello, Mr. Wang Bo. Perhaps the government of the beautiful country had already received word, for Wang Bo was broadcasting the entire meeting live through his letter B system. As a result, Andrew spoke with particular caution. It is a great honor to welcome the famous Mr. Wang Bo to visit our beautiful nation. We in the beautiful country are always eager to receive talents, such as Mr. Wang. Given the potential dangers of the battle armor, we have had to take some minor precautions. Please don't take offense, Mr. Wang. Listening to the defense minister's insincere words, Wang Bo felt nothing but disdain. But since his own uncle was still in this man's hands, he couldn't afford to fall out with him just yet. Mr. Andrew, I completely understand. I, too, look forward to our meeting. Hearing Wang Bo's tactful response over the phone, Andrew let out a silent sigh of relief. After all, he'd never had a good impression of people from Hua country. In the past, those who held secrets from Hua country always had iron wills. No matter what methods he tried, it was nearly impossible to get what he wanted from them. But this time was different. The stakes were nothing less than the methods for building a miniature nuclear reactor and the battle armor. If things went wrong, and he failed to get these two technologies from Wang Bo, the president, in his rage, would surely find an excuse to throw him into prison. Then he'd spend the rest of his days in a filthy, dark cell. But for now, luck seemed to be on his side. Wang Bo didn't seem to hold any deep-seated hostility toward the beautiful country. And, after all, he was just a kid, compared to those hardened Hua country insiders he'd interrogated before, far too inexperienced. Andrew was confident that, with his own methods, he'd soon be able to bring this young man under his control. While Andrew was lost in thought, Wang Bo, escorted by a squadron of fighter jets, arrived at the East Coast branch of the Department of Defense. Mr. Wang, please land on the rooftop of this building. Our people are waiting there to receive you. Wang Bo looked down at the building below, then at the circling fighter jets. He drew a deep breath, then guided the battle armor into a slow, careful descent. Though it was only a branch office, the arrival of such a high-profile guest had put over 100 agents, dispatched from across the country, on the highest alert, not daring to relax for even a moment. As the battle armor settled onto the rooftop, tension hung heavy in the air. Everyone held their breath. They'd all undergone special training beforehand and knew just how terrifying this suit of armor could be. A top speed of 6 Mach. It could plunge from a stratosphere without a scratch. It had smashed a fighter jet to pieces head-on, and it could unleash devastating pulse blasts. And then there was the fact that the person inside, controlling all this power, was a boy not yet 18. More than one palm grew slick with nervous sweat. After all, teenagers were known for their unpredictable moods, and this time, they had kidnapped his uncle. If Wang Bo were to lose control of his emotions, then it would fall to them to stop this steel beast's rampage at the risk of their own lives. At this moment, Wang Bo hovered in the air, silently observing the situation on the rooftop. There was an armed squad of nearly 100 men, and hidden in various corners of the rooftop were heavy weapons such as Gatling guns and portable anti-aircraft missiles. Taking in this scene, Wang Bo's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile. Who would have thought that the loss of just 2 fighter jets last time would leave the Americans so frightened? A flicker of disdain crossed his mind. If it were the original Primeval 1 suit, this kind of lineup, plus the fighter jets circling above, might have truly been too much to handle. But the suit Wang Bo wore now, though still a Mark III, was equipped with upgraded materials and weaponry. Its combat power was leagues beyond the previous Primeval 1. With this setup, if he got serious, he could settle the fight in under 5 minutes. But fighting wasn't why he'd come here. Ensuring Huang Haoyang's safety was the priority of this trip to the United States. With this thought, he slowly descended to the designated spot on the rooftop. Under the tense gaze of everyone present, the armor gradually opened, and Wang Bo stepped out. Seeing this, the agents present all breathed a sigh of relief. At least now, their lives weren't in immediate danger. The instant Wang Bo left the armor, several agents swiftly moved in, positioning themselves between him and the suit to prevent any further contact. Witnessing this, Andrew's satisfaction grew. The more cooperative Wang Bo appeared, the more it proved he held no real hostility toward the United States. That would certainly make the next stage of persuasion much easier. Meanwhile, in China's livestream chat, the moment Wang Bo stepped out of his armor, the feed exploded with comments. Wang Bo is out of his mind. Sigh, with the armor on, he still had a chance to negotiate or resist. But now, without it, he's just an ordinary man. Now he's just a fish on the chopping block, waiting to be cut up. He only has 2 paths left. 1. Grit his teeth, refuse to give in, and become a hero of China. 2. Defect to the Americans, and become the most terrifying traitor our country has ever known. At this moment, in the He family home, He Yaowen watched the scene with a sinking heart. He hadn't dared tell his father about the live stream or the real story behind everything. He knew all too well how much He Jianhua despised betrayal of their country. He also knew how much hope his father had pinned on Wang Bo. He Yaowen had no doubt that if his father learned of the Zhang family's defection and the peril Wang Bo now faced, the shock might be too much for him. That's why, until the dust settled, he absolutely couldn't bring himself to tell his father any of this. But now, with all of Wang Bo's baffling moves, He Yaowen could see no hope that this matter would be resolved smoothly. Yet he knew all too well that this young man was not someone who would give up easily. Wang Bo, what exactly are you trying to do? As He Yaowen pondered, He returned from his morning exercises and opened the door. Startled, He Yaowen hurried to put away his phone. Yaowen, I hate to nag you, but if you have time, you should get out and exercise more. Staying cooped up upstairs all the time isn't good for your health. Just look at you. Climbing the stairs wears you out. At my age, I still put you to shame. On any other day, if He Yaowen heard his father teasing him like this, he would have fired back without hesitation. But today, he simply didn't have the heart for it. Seeing his son so unresponsive, He Jianhua continued. By the way, is that Wang Bo kid still messing around in that biochemical lab? At the mention of Wang Bo, He Yaowen stiffened with alarm. Yes. He's still holed up in the lab. He noticed his son's anxious manner, and though he found it odd, he didn't press the issue. Instead, he grumbled, that boy, not long ago I praised him, and now he's lost all sense of himself. Got a bit of talent, and ran off to dabble in biology. Has he never heard the saying, each profession is a world apart? He's just wasting precious time with all this nonsense. And that one upstairs, if he won't stop the kid, the least he could do is not help him borrow a lab. Hearing his father's dangerous remarks, He Yaowen could only give a wry smile. Kid, you really have to come back soon. Otherwise, the old man will have only me left to scold. Meanwhile, Wang Bo, escorted by a team of agents, arrived at Andrew's office. He hadn't even stepped through the door when the enthusiastic Minister of Defense came out to greet him. Welcome. Mr. Wang Bo, though we haven't met before, your name truly precedes you. Those 2 inventions of yours, nothing short of miracles, have been a real eye-opener for me. As the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling man. Although Wang Bo knew this old fox was up to no good, under so many watchful eyes, he wasn't about to turn hostile on the spot. Mr. Andrew, you flatter me. But before Wang Bo could say more, a nearby agent signaled to take down the floating bee drone that was recording from midair. After all, in their eyes, the upcoming conversation was definitely not for public ears. The agent moved with remarkable speed. An ordinary person wouldn't have stood a chance. But was Wang Bo an ordinary person? Having received the super serum, both his reflexes and agility had surpassed the limits of any human being. Just as the butt of the agent's rifle was about to strike the letter B, Wang Bo intervened and stopped him. Seeing his man intercepted, Andrew's expression flickered with surprise. After all, these agents had been handpicked from the military, soldiers who had undergone a rigorous selection process, followed by years of grueling training. Any one of them could take on 10 opponents at once. Yet here was Wang Bo, a youth of merely 18, able to match their speed and react in time. Andrew couldn't help but feel a genuine sense of astonishment. The agent who had been stopped was flushed red with humiliation. To be thwarted by a mere youngster, especially in front of his colleagues and his direct superior, was a stinging blow to his pride. It was as if someone had given him a resounding slap across the face. As he pulled his hand back and prepared for a second attempt, Andrew, standing to the side, interjected sternly, "That's enough. How can you be so discourteous to our esteemed guest?" With his superior's intervention, the agent, though still seething, had no choice but to back down, albeit reluctantly. Wang Bo seized the moment and spoke. "Mr. Andrew, are you really so concerned about this little gadget? Or is it that what comes next is too sensitive for others to witness?" Andrew was momentarily taken aback by the question, then burst out laughing. "Of course not. Since Mr. Wang Bo is fond of it, let's keep this little device here. Let the people of China, and indeed the whole world, see the hospitality of our great nation." Andrew was in an exceptionally good mood at this point. In his eyes, the seemingly impossible task assigned by the president was, through a series of unexpected turns, now on the verge of completion. What he relished even more, though, was Wang Bo's earlier act of defiance. This young man seemed to believe that as long as the letter B was running and the broadcast continued, Andrew wouldn't dare lay a finger on him. It was much like a scene where a burly man breaks into a home occupied by a young woman living alone. The young woman cowers in the corner, clutching a tiny stick, putting on a brave face though her courage is wavering, convinced that this will somehow keep her safe. Little does she know, to the strong man, it's nothing more than a joke. At Andrew's invitation, the group proceeded to the division's conference room. On the way, Andrew made an effort to appear friendly. After all, he still needed to coax those 2 pieces of technology out of Wang Bo. "Mr. Wang Bo, you seem to be quite the fitness enthusiast. I must say, our agent didn't hold back just now, yet you stopped him with ease." Raising an eyebrow at this, Wang Bo responded, "Mr. Andrew, is there something you're trying to say?" Andrew took no offense at Wang Bo's bluntness. "Nothing in particular, but if you enjoy working out, our National Defense Headquarters has a fully equipped gym you might like to see. If you have the time, you're welcome to stay here and experience things a bit longer." Though it sounded like casual conversation, the defense minister made no effort to hide his intent to win him over. "Oh, if I had the chance, I'd like to explore your beautiful country. But Mr. Andrew kidnapped my uncle. Honestly, that has cast a shadow over my feelings for this nation." Hearing Wang Bo expose the matter so openly, Andrew didn't show the slightest sign of panic. Instead, he burst into hearty laughter. "Who's been spreading rumors about me, Andrew? Mr. Huang Haoyang just happened to visit our country, and out of admiration for him, I invited Mr. Huang as a guest to my department. How can anyone call that kidnapping?" In a live stream chat, viewers watched this high-ranking official's two-faced performance and erupted in outrage. This old guy really has no shame. Huh, admiration for Mr. Huang? If it weren't for Wang Bo, would you even know a high school principal? I'm starting to wonder if those exosoot lasers could even burn through this old fox's thick skin. With the 2 of them exchanging polite yet pointed words, the group finally arrived at the conference room. Wang Bo didn't stand on ceremony. He went straight to the seat at the center of the table and took his place. Scanning the room, he saw it was packed tight with agents, and he frowned slightly. "Mr. Andrew, I don't care for crowds." Andrew paused for a moment, then waved his hand, signaling most of the agents to leave. Only a handful of the most elite remained. Though Andrew didn't believe that Wang Bo, now out of his exosuit, could pose any real threat, caution never hurts. Keeping a few agents behind couldn't be a bad thing. Seeing this, Wang Bo let the matter drop and got straight to business. "Mr. Andrew, let's not beat around the bush. I'll come right to the point. Your country wants the 2 technologies in my possession. That's simple. Just meet my 2 conditions." Andrew smiled faintly. "I think there's a misunderstanding, Mr. Wang Bo. Our country values freedom and equality above all. Of course we wouldn't covet your technology. Still, since you have requests, why not share them? As a friend, if there's something I can help with, I certainly will." Listening to Andrew's insincere words, Wang Bo laughed coldly to himself. If it weren't for the drone recording this, he was sure the conversation would be playing out very differently. My first condition, I want to see my uncle and make sure he is safe. And I want him safely escorted back to China. Andrew showed no surprise at Wang Bo's first demand. In fact, ever since Wang Bo had stepped out of his exosuit, Huang Haoyang's value as a hostage had already vanished. In this way, he didn't mind doing Wang Bo a favor and agreed to release Wang Bo's uncle. Of course, that's no problem. Mr. Huang is under the protection of our beautiful country here. And as his friend, it's my unquestionable duty to ensure his safe return to China. As the two spoke, Huang Haoyang was brought in by staff from the Ministry of Defense. Seeing Wang Bo sitting in the conference room, Huang Haoyang felt a mix of anger and emotion. He was angry because Wang Bo was so stubborn. After all, this beautiful country had gone to such great lengths and risks to bring him here. Wasn't it all for whatever was inside this kid's head? And yet this reckless boy had walked right into their hands without a second thought. He could easily imagine that if the beautiful country got what it wanted today, the two of them, uncle and nephew, would become traitors to China. But he was also moved, because even knowing the risks, this kid had come without hesitation. All these years of caring for him hadn't been in vain. Noticing the fierce look on Huang Haoyang's face, Wang Bo instinctively shrank his neck. Uncle, don't get rough. You know how this messenger bee works. Everyone in the country is watching us right now. Hearing this, Huang Haoyang also noticed the little device floating in the air. He could only take a deep breath and suppress his anger. Are you confident? Listening to Huang Haoyang's seemingly random question, Andrew and the others, along with the live stream audience, were utterly baffled. But Wang Bo understood exactly what his uncle meant. I am. Don't worry, just go home. Though his voice was soft, Huang Haoyang could hear an unshakable resolve in it. All right, then I'll wait for you back home. This cryptic exchange left Andrew's face clouded. He disliked anything that was beyond his understanding, especially when it came to Wang Bo. Mr. Huang, your private jet back to your country is ready. There's no time to lose. Let's set out at once. Huang Haoyang gave Wang Bo a long, searching look, then turned and walked out of the conference room without another word. Mr. Wang Bo, may I ask what your second request is? Andrew's question didn't get an immediate answer from Wang Bo. No rush, Minister. Let's wait until my uncle has safely arrived back in China before we continue. Seeing how cautious Wang Bo was, Andrew didn't press the matter. After all, a few hours wouldn't make a difference to him. He might as well give this young man some peace of mind, and at the same time, show the world just how friendly and tolerant the beautiful country could be. Mr. Wang Bo, since the end of the hearing, we haven't heard from you at all. I'm curious, what have you been up to these past couple of months? Watching Andrew's constant probing, a faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared on Wang Bo's face. Oh, it seems the minister is quite concerned about my whereabouts. Hearing Wang Bo's retort, and seeing his current expression, Andrew couldn't help but feel a strange illusion. Sitting before him was not some underage high school student, but a seasoned veteran on the political stage. Ah, Mr. Wang Bo, you're being too humorous. I felt an instant connection with you the moment we met. As your friend, of course I'd like to know more about your past stories. Listening to this old fox's nauseatingly flattering words, along with his clumsy Chinese, Wang Bo felt so awkward that, if he could, he might have dug a perfectly shaped 3-bedroom apartment into the smooth conference room floor with his toes. It's nothing much. Lately, I've become fascinated with the field of biology. I'm planning to develop a serum that can enhance human capabilities. Andrew was momentarily taken aback by this. He had, in fact, heard something about it before. As early as a month ago, agents undercover in China had been watching Wang Bo's every move in great detail. Even the fact that this kid had posted online about venturing into the field of biology had been carefully documented and reported to Andrew. After that, Wang Bo was taken away by the National Security Bureau to a most mysterious location. Everyone, Andrew included, believed Wang Bo was there to conduct some kind of physics research. After all, the boy's talent in physics was beyond question. But now it seemed Wang Bo truly had gone to do research in biology. Had the top brass in China gone mad? How could they allow something so absurd to happen? Meanwhile, in a live stream chat, viewers were speechless as Wang Bo so openly admitted to this embarrassment. Well, now Wang Bo's managed to lose face all the way overseas. Fame came too young for him. He's getting carried away. Tell me about it. He's making all of us in China look bad. Regaining his composure, Andrew replied half-heartedly, Mr. Wang Bo, I still suggest you specialize in one field. After all, that's your real strength. With that, Andrew lost all interest in continuing the conversation. To him, the kid in front of him, aside from his astonishing talent in physics, was like any other child. Take that earlier boast about venturing into biology, for instance. Any adult knows that biology, when explored deeply, is an incredibly complex and obscure discipline. Yet this boy, with barely passing grades in high school, dared to skip all the learning and boldly claim he'd develop a serum to enhance human abilities. It was nothing short of preposterous. When it came to this kind of brash, reckless kid, Andrew was fully confident he could pry his mouth open. Meanwhile, Wang Bo, seeing that Andrew had finally run out of things to say, let out a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Damn, is this guy really the Minister of Defense? He talks so much. Why not just hire a comedian instead? The old men downstairs in my building don't talk half as much as you. The next few hours passed in utter silence in the conference room. Just as Wang Bo was about to doze off, the phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, Wang Bo didn't hesitate and picked up immediately. Director Fu. On the other end, hearing Wang Bo's voice, Fu Guotai fell silent for a long moment. Finally, he spoke. Your uncle has already been picked up, don't worry. Hearing that Huang Haoliang had returned safely to China, Wang Bo felt a huge weight lift off his heart. Take care of yourself over there. Hearing Fu Guotai's concerned tone, Wang Bo felt a surge of warmth. Don't worry, old Fu. When I get back, you'd better treat me to a feast. Despite Wang Bo's cheeky tone, Fu Guotai felt not the slightest trace of anger. He knew that Wang Bo's current predicament was inseparable from the National Security Bureau's failure. Even though Zhang's defection was an unpredictable factor, after all, Huang Haoliang had been taken from their custody. There was no shirking their responsibility. All right, kid, when you get back, I'll personally give you a hero's welcome. Andrew, listening in on the conversation, had already figured out who was on the other end of the line. What infuriated him most was that this kid in front of him showed absolutely no regard for America. Everyone knew there was no way they'd let Wang Bo return to China. Yet this guy was already thinking about going back for a celebratory meal. Mr. Wang Bo, are you ready to tell us your second condition? Andrew interrupted. At that, Wang Bo said his goodbyes to Fu Guotai and hung up. No need to rush, Mr. Andrew. My second condition is very simple. But I'll only tell you if you bring Zhang Boheng and Zhang Wenqing here. Andrew was clearly annoyed at this, but he still turned to his men and ordered them to bring the two over. After all, with the livestream of B News, the appearance of the Zhang brothers was a slap in the face to China. And, as the Minister of Defense, Andrew was all too happy to see it happen. Before long, the two former high-ranking officials of China were brought into the conference room. Wang Bo looked at the very people responsible for landing him in this predicament. He gave a cold laugh and spoke slowly. Mr. Andrew, my condition is very simple. If you kill these two, I'll give you what you want. Before Andrew could respond to Wang Bo's proposal, Zhang Wenqing, standing nearby, cut in with a mocking tone. So you're Wang Bo, huh? Looks like you've completely lost your mind, thinking you can actually kill us. Our Zhang family has fallen to this state all because of you, you ungrateful clown. Andrew frowned at Zhang Wenqing for interrupting him and shot him a look of disgust. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that this was all happening live on Signal B's broadcast, Andrew might have agreed to Wang Bo's condition. As far as the United States was concerned, the Zhang family had long outlived its usefulness. If trading both their lives for Wang Bo's technology was possible, it would be a bargain they couldn't refuse. But now that was impossible. Countless eyes were glued to this broadcast. If the United States were to kill people in public, it would not only brand them as ruthless in the eyes of the world, it would also make those considering allegiance to the U.S. hesitate, worried for their own safety. Mr. Wang Bo, I'm afraid I can't accept your terms. The United States is a land of beauty and freedom. Acts of senseless violence are absolutely forbidden. So you can't agree? Then there's nothing left to discuss. Wang Bo interrupted Andrew bluntly. You should have said so earlier. If that's the case, I'll just do it myself. As he spoke, Wang Bo stood up and began stretching, warming up his muscles. A burst of laughter erupted. Wang Bo, have you really lost it? Are you actually thinking of making a move right in front of these elite agents? Zhang Wenqing couldn't help but jeer loudly. Meanwhile, the Chinese livestream chat exploded in a frenzy. What is Wang Bo planning to do? I have no idea, but surely he's not going to do a calisthenics routine in front of everyone. Is he seriously thinking he can fight his way out of the Pentagon? That's it. Looks like this former genius has finally been driven mad. Watching the screen, Fu Guotai and Hong Guotao were both filled with confusion. This wasn't a movie. There was no way someone could take on 100 people alone. In their eyes, Wang Bo was completely out of options and couldn't possibly escape captivity in America. Back at Yilao's home, Yaowen's palms were slick with sweat as he watched. Big brother, you can't be this reckless. How could you even think about making a move in a place like that? Inside the meeting room, Andrew nearly burst out laughing as he watched Wang Bo warm up before him. As Secretary of Defense, he'd seen all manner of crises over the years. but someone actually trying to fight their way out of the Pentagon by force was a first. He quickly shot a look to the agents behind him. Be careful, don't harm our distinguished guest. A few agents behind him cracked their knuckles and strode forward, sneers spreading across their faces. As the burly men closed in, Wang Bo acted as if he hadn't noticed them at all, continuing his squats and stretches without a care. Yet the corner of his lips curled into a cold, chilling smile. Mr. Andrew, it seems you really weren't listening to me at all, he said, his tone icy. I believe I mentioned I've been working on developing a serum that enhances human capabilities, didn't I? You don't actually think. That was a joke, do you? Andrew froze, momentarily caught off guard by Wang Bo's words. But before he could process what they meant, in the very next instant, Wang Bo, still in the middle of his squats, tensed the muscles in his legs and then exploded into motion. The force generated by his movement was so overwhelming that Wang Bo vanished from their sight in the blink of an eye. In the next heartbeat, two agents felt a searing pain slam into their chests. It was as if they'd been struck head-on by a speeding locomotive. Before anyone could react, the two elite agents from the United States were sent hurtling backward at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow. With a tremendous crash, they slammed hard into the wall. Everyone stood frozen, their minds struggling to process the impossibility of what they had just witnessed. Meanwhile, the livestream audience back in China erupted as if a nuclear bomb had been dropped into the chat. What the heck was that? Did I see that right? Wang Bo, with that skinny frame, just sent those two hulks flying. Those agents must each weigh at least 200 pounds. 400 pounds sent flying more than 10 meters. Can a human even do that? So this serum to enhance human abilities is real? Teacher Xiao Wang really is a genius in biology too. Watching this unfold, Fu Guotai could hardly believe his eyes. This kid wasn't joking after all. He really managed to create something this terrifying. Even Hong Guotao, who had just witnessed that utterly extraordinary blow, found himself unsettled. Let's hope the kid can make it out of the States in one piece. Inside the conference room, under the incredulous gazes of the Zhang brothers and Andrew, Wang Bo flexed his right arm, the one he'd just used to strike, and spoke slowly. Now, do you still think I was joking earlier, Mr. Andrew? At that moment, Andrew stared into Wang Bo's calm eyes and, for a split second, felt an uncanny illusion, as if he was facing not a teenage high school student, but a ferocious, primeval beast. But he snapped out of it at once, pulled out his phone, and tried to call for backup. There were more than 100 fully armed agents in the building. As soon as they arrived, any problem would be solved in no time. But Wang Bo had no intention of giving him that chance. With a swift motion, he grabbed a steel pen from the conference table and hurled it across the room. The super soldier serum enhances the human body in far more ways than just strength and speed. Its effects are especially evident in aspects like reflexes and control. That's why, the moment the pen slipped from his fingers, Wang Bo was confident it would hit its mark. Bolstered by terrifying force, the pen shot out like a bullet leaving the barrel of a gun. A piercing scream erupted from Andrew's mouth. The agents present, along with the Zhang brothers, seemed to snap out of a trance, turning in shock to look at Andrew behind them. At this moment, the defense minister's right palm had a gaping hole in it, plain for all to see. What was even more shocking was that, after piercing straight through his palm, the pen didn't lose any momentum and lodged itself directly in a nearby cell phone. What kind of monstrous strength and speed would it take to accomplish that? No one dared to move a muscle at the sight, knowing full well there were plenty more pens still lying on the table. Seeing that control over the situation had returned to his hands, Wang Bo offered a polite smile and addressed the defense minister. My sincerest apologies, Mr. Andrew, until I've finished my business here. I don't want to see any more of your men. At his words, cold sweat streamed down Andrew's face. For the first time, he truly loathed this meeting room. Why did they have to stock so many pens? Why did they have to make this soundproofing so perfect? He also cursed himself for his arrogance, for thinking it was safe to bring only a few unarmed agents. But who could have expected that, even stripped of his armor, this child would still possess such terrifying skills? As everyone else stood frozen, Wang Bo turned away and walked directly toward the Zhang brothers. You are guilty of two crimes, he declared. First, you have defiled the honor forged by countless martyrs of China over the past century. Second, you had the audacity to target my family. As Wang Bo approached, Zhang Guoheng managed to stay on his feet, but Zhang Wenqing collapsed to the ground in terror. Wang Bo, so what if you kill us both today? Zhang Guoheng shouted. You'll still spend the rest of your life trapped in this so-called land of liberty, never to know freedom. My brother and I will be waiting for you in the afterlife. With that, a vicious look flashed across Zhang Guoheng's face as he grabbed a chair and swung it down at Wang Bo. Wang Bo, unmoved by this last act of defiance, found it beneath his attention. In the next instant, Wang Bo's hands shot out like lightning, clamping onto Zhang Buheng's head. With a surge of raw power, Zhang Buheng's neck twisted at an unnatural angle. He crumpled to the floor, lifeless. Witnessing this, Zhang Wenqing felt a chill shoot straight through his skull. "Be big brother, please, let me go," he pleaded. "This wasn't my idea. It was all Zhang Buheng. He pushed me into this." As they spoke, a stream of yellow liquid suddenly pooled beneath the seat of the former high-ranking official. Seeing this, Wang Bo felt only utter contempt in his heart. If you'd known it would come to this, why did you make those choices in the first place? Amidst the stunned gazes of everyone present, Wang Bo followed through without hesitation and snapped the man's neck. The scene sent the livestream audience into a frenzy once again. Teacher Wang is absolutely unstoppable. He's a true hero for ridding our country of traitors. I'm a fan now. If anyone dares badmouth Teacher Wang in the future, they'll have to answer to me. What a cathartic moment. This kind of traitorous parasite deserves exactly this fate. Don't get too excited just yet. Now comes the real test. The crucial question is, how will Teacher Wang get out of the U.S.? With that, the mood in the chat deflated like wilted eggplants. It was true. While the justice was satisfying, the real problem remained. How would Wang Bo return home? Back in the conference room, Wang Bo finally let out a small sigh of relief. He had come to the U.S. for two reasons. First, to bring Huang Haoyang safely back to China. Second, to personally deal with the two traitors who had dared lay hands on his family. As for how to get back home afterwards, well, there was a ready-made bargaining chip right here. Noticing Wang Bo's gaze settling on him, Andrew felt a chill run down his spine, a cold dread taking over. Just moments earlier, a single pen had shattered the defense secretary's bravado completely. "You useless fools, get in there. Stop him. Don't let him get any closer." Hearing this, the remaining agents, though clearly lacking confidence, had no choice but to step forward and block Wang Bo's path. Behind them, Andrew tried to ratchet up the psychological pressure on Wang Bo. "Mr. Wang, even though you destroyed my phone, don't forget, your messenger bee is broadcasting everything happening in this conference room. I'm certain my team has already received the alert and is rushing here as we speak." As if to confirm Andrew's words, Wang Bo's phone buzzed several times in his pocket. That vibration was the sign someone was tampering with his battlesuit. Seeing Wang Bo hesitate, Andrew assumed he had succeeded in intimidating him, and a sly satisfaction crept across his face. Sensing Wang Bo's moment of doubt, he decided to press further. "Mr. Wang, surrender now. You have no chance of winning. Unlike the agents you just defeated, the ones outside are fully armed. No matter how skilled you are, can you really stop bullets? Why not sit down and talk? We've already seen your astonishing talents in both physics and biology. I'm confident that the United States would reward you with the highest honors." Listening to the defense secretary's endless prattle, Wang Bo finally lost his patience. In the next instant, moving with lightning speed, he closed in on an agent and landed a solid punch to the man's abdomen. Under the terrifying force, the agent immediately lost consciousness and collapsed. The other agent nearby finally snapped out of shock and quickly moved to fight back. But Wang Bo, having injected the serum, was completely out of his league. Under Andrew's horrified gaze, Wang Bo effortlessly lifted the burly man, who weighed over 200 pounds, with just one hand. This was simply beyond anything a human could do. With a single, powerful motion, he flung the man aside as if he weighed nothing. After all this, Wang Bo merely glanced at Andrew with a calm, almost indifferent demeanor. "Let's go, Mr. Minister. It looks like you'll be accompanying me for a while." Outside the door, dozens of fully armed agents stood guard in front of the conference room. They dared not act rashly, knowing their superior was inside with the madman. As they tried to peer through the crack in the door to assess the situation within, the very next moment, the conference room doors flew off their hinges and crashed outward. The sheer force of the doors sent the agents closest to the entrance flying back. Witnessing this, even these battle-hardened agents outside were left stunned and disoriented. Hell, is this even something a human could do? Inside, as the smoke began to clear, Wang Bo emerged slowly, holding Andrew hostage. Gazing at the corridor packed wall-to-wall with agents, Wang Bo let out an unfazed chuckle. "Your men are certainly enthusiastic, Mr. Minister." Seeing their target appear, the agents instantly raised their guns. Yet Wang Bo remained unruffled. He simply tightened his grip around Andrew's neck, increasing the pressure. "Don't be reckless, everyone. You wouldn't want your fine superior to die because of your rashness, would you?" Hearing Wang Bo's icy tone, Andrew felt a chill run down his spine. "Put your guns down. Now, damn it, do you all want me dead?" Faced with Andrew's furious outburst, the agents hesitated no longer and quickly lowered their weapons. Well, since you're not daring to shoot, you'll just have to watch me walk out. With those words, Wang Bo pressed the defense minister forward, striding quickly toward the elevators. The elevators were external, and through the glass walls, Wang Bo could see that there wasn't a soul downstairs, just a strangely shaped truck parked outside. Once inside the elevator, Wang Bo wasted no time. He hurriedly took out his phone to locate his armor. Seeing the armor slowly moving away on his tracker, Wang Bo's face darkened. Give it up, Mr. Wang Bo. If nothing unexpected has happened, your armor is already loaded onto a transport and on its way elsewhere. Surrender is your only option now. Almost as if to confirm Andrew's words, the elevator came to a slow, deliberate stop at that very moment. Wang Bo's expression grew grim. Damn it, they're faster than I thought. Watching the truck drive away, Wang Bo felt his heart gradually sink. But in the next moment, a steely resolve flashed in his eyes, as if he had reached an important decision deep within. At this instant, Andrew, despite the throbbing pain in his hand, forced himself to stand up, catching sight of Wang Bo, who looked utterly at a loss. Mr. Wang Bo, you must know very well. Holding me hostage won't get you out of here, he said, his voice steady. I'm not nearly important enough for that. Not when compared to you. Wang Bo understood this perfectly. Even if he had the defense minister as a hostage, or even the president himself, the United States would never allow him to walk away freely. Ultimately, it all came down to those few pieces of technology in his hands. Their allure was simply too great. Seeing Wang Bo fall silent, Andrew hurried to press his advantage, continuing his persuasion. Don't worry, Mr. Wang Bo. As long as you stay here in the United States peacefully, contributing your talents to our nation's development, we can let bygones be bygones over what happened today. Listening to the defense minister's blatant attempt at recruitment, viewers in the live stream from China were seething with rage. Andrew is shameless. How can he say something like that? They're not even bothering to hide their true intentions anymore. No wonder they're known for their hegemony. So brazen and overbearing. Sigh, Teacher Xiao Wang is really in danger this time. Yeah, with my IQ of 180, even I can't see a single possible way for Teacher Xiao Wang to make it back to China. You upstairs, do you even hear yourself? Just as the whole live stream seemed to be in mourning for Wang Bo, a voice suddenly broke through the sorrow. Look what Teacher Xiao Wang is doing. Instantly, everyone's attention snapped back to the live stream feed. To their astonishment, Wang Bo, right before their eyes, tore off a layer of steel from the top of the elevator with his bare hands. Is he even human? I have a feeling that so-called serum might be an invention every bit as groundbreaking as the power armor. Agreed, that kind of strength is far beyond what any normal person could achieve. If this gets deployed in the military, it would be terrifying. Andrew, watching all this unfold, suddenly burst into manic laughter. Originally, the United States only wanted Wang Bo's miniature nuclear reactor technology and the power armor designs. But to their surprise, he'd brought along an extra gift, this terrifying serum technology. At that moment, Wang Bo glanced down from nearly 10 stories up, taking a deep breath. He turned to Andrew with a wide grin. Watch closely, old man. Today I'll put on a show for you. Then, under Andrew's incredulous gaze, Wang Bo used the steel plate he'd ripped free as a shield, smashed through the reinforced glass of the external elevator, and leapt from nearly 10 stories high. No! Watching Wang Bo choose death over surrender, Andrew felt a wave of despair wash over him. He could already picture how furious the president would be for failing to secure not just 2, but 3 critical technologies. His own career might very well come to an abrupt end because of this. Yet, as he watched Wang Bo plummet to his apparent death, Andrew couldn't help but feel a sliver of relief. At least this terrifying genius would not fall into the hands of Huagua. At this moment, grief swept through the livestream chat. Sigh, Teacher Wang really has such an unyielding character. To avoid aiding evil, he'd rather die to prove his resolve. He's truly a role model for our generation. I suggest the nation posthumously honor Teacher Wang as a martyr. I agree. Meanwhile, in Beijing, at the headquarters of the National Security Bureau of Huagua, staring at the image of Wang Bo leaping from such a height, Fu Guotai felt his heart shatter. He never imagined this young man would have the courage to die to protect his country's secrets, refusing to hand over the technology to the beautiful country. He couldn't accept that his own failure had ultimately led to the death of such a prodigious youth. Fu Guotai, you always considered yourself a patriot, but in the end, you brought about the loss of a once-in-a-millennium genius for your nation. This single mistake would be enough to etch your name on Huagua's pillar of shame forever. Now utterly disheartened, He could think of nothing but resigning once this was over, drifting aimlessly through the rest of his days. With a tremendous crash, the heavy steel plate, pulled by gravity, slammed into the ground, and Wang Bo fell along with it. Some viewers, unable to bear the sight, turned away. They couldn't bring themselves to see their hero's body bloodied and broken. Was it just my imagination, or did Teacher Wang's finger just move? Don't get your hopes up. It's a 10-story fall. No one could survive that. It's not a trick of the eye. Teacher Wang really did move. Oh my God, am I seeing this right? Teacher Wang is actually getting up. Wang Bo slowly rose to his feet. Even after leaping from the 10th floor, despite the super soldier serum coursing through his veins, the impact was almost unbearable. He flexed his joints, marveling inwardly at the serum's incredible power. A fall from such a height would have been certain death for any ordinary person. But for Wang Bo, the injuries amounted to nothing more than a few scrapes on the surface. As for the terrifying force of the impact, it had been instantly absorbed by his enhanced muscles and bones. Inside the elevator, Andrew stared at Wang Bo, utterly dumbfounded, as if his eyes might pop out his head. He still remembered when Wang Bo first mentioned the serum on Weibo. A slight enhancement to all human abilities. Is this what you call just a little? Are you kidding me? Jumping from the 10th floor and still able to stand up, this is no different from a legend in real life. And what happened next made the defense minister blurt out a curse. Mother, is God playing a joke on me? Under everyone's incredulous gaze, Wang Bo actually began to run, slowly at first. Watching his speed gradually increase, the live streaming room in China erupted in excitement. He's like a celestial being, 10 floors, over 30 meters, and he's completely unharmed. The effects of this serum are simply unbelievable. Seeing a serum capable of such miracles, Andrew's eyes gleamed with unrestrained greed. Before he could even issue an order, his phone rang in his pocket. Hello, Mr. President. On the other end, Wilson, calling from the White House, spoke in a breathless rush. Andrew, no matter what it costs, Wang Bo must be captured alive. With the armor and this serum, it's only a matter of time before our great nation dominates the world. Hearing this, Andrew immediately assured him over the phone that he would bring Wang Bo back unharmed. As soon as the call ended, Andrew grabbed the communicator and issued orders to the pursuing agents. Switch all weapons to tranquilizer rounds. There's only one order, bring the kid back alive at all costs. Hearing the command from the very top, over 100 seasoned agents wasted no time, swiftly organizing the chase. Watching the cars speed out from below, Andrew finally allowed himself a sigh of relief. So many twists and turns had happened today, it was about time to put an end to this whole ordeal. At that moment, Wang Bo was jogging along the road. He hadn't had a chance to train after taking the serum, so he wasn't entirely used to the surge of strength in his body. But as he kept running, Wang Bo gradually started to gain control over his new physique. No way. Is Mr. Wang really planning to chase that truck on foot? Well, there's not much else he can do. Do you see any car on the road daring to stop and give him a ride? But if that's the case, there's no way he'll catch up to the armor. What a shame, he's come this far, only to fall short at the last moment. Amid the heated discussion, one netizen voiced a question. Maybe it's just me, but doesn't it seem like all the cars around him are slowing down? Could someone be stopping, planning to give Mr. Wang a lift? Come on, who would dare stop for a man the Defense Department is after? Then how do you explain what we're seeing right now? It was as if the doubts of the crowd had been heard. At this moment, the camera operated by the letter B began to slowly pull back. And finally, everyone could see the truth behind what was happening. A collective gasp rippled through the live stream. On the screen, Wang Bo was sprinting at breakneck speed. If he were simply running, the audience might not have been so stunned. But what was truly terrifying was that his speed was nearly matching that of the cars racing beside him. You had to realize, even though the road was packed with traffic, those cars were definitely going no slower than 50 kilometers per hour. In other words, Wang Bo was now dashing at a shocking 50 kilometers per hour. Even more astonishing, his speed continued to climb. Was this really within human physical limits? Even beasts wouldn't run like this. Back at home, He-Alan was so shocked by what he saw that the cup in his hand slipped right to the floor. A 10-story leap. An explosive sprint. He didn't need to think twice to understand just how terrifying an invention Wang Bo had created. He still remembered how his own father had once flown into a rage over Wang Bo's so-called lack of ambition. He himself had thought Wang Bo, having achieved fame so young, was becoming a bit arrogant. But looking at it now, wasn't the real fool him, after all? At this moment, as Wang Bo watched the cars around him fly by in reverse, his body felt unbelievably light. He never would have dreamed of this. Since childhood, he'd always failed his physical fitness tests, always coming in last in the 1,000-meter run. Yet here he was, living his moment of glory. If he took this to the Olympics, he'd sweep every gold medal on the track. Wait, no, this is a life-or-death situation, and here you are daydreaming? Banishing those wild thoughts from his mind, Wang Bo focused his gaze on the truck speeding ahead. Meanwhile, the truck driver up ahead nearly suffered a stroke from what he was seeing. As a professional driver, he had spent years transporting secret equipment and documents for the defense ministry. He'd faced assassins before, survived countless brushes with death, and forged nerves of steel. Yet none of those life-and-death experiences could compare with the shock of this moment. What had he just seen in his rearview mirror? A teenager, actually running, chasing after a truck speeding down the highway? And even more absurdly, he was catching up. Was he dreaming, or had God simply not woken up today? How else could something so utterly impossible be happening? The agents escorting the truck were also shaken to their core, their composure in tatters. Still, duty was duty. Without hesitation, they flung open the car doors and unleashed a furious hail of bullets behind them. But unfortunately, with so many cars on the road, the strange young man, seeing them draw their weapons, immediately ducked behind a passing vehicle for cover. This rendered his weapon completely useless. At this moment, Wang Bo, who was hiding behind a car, watched as bullets whizzed past at breakneck speed. A cold smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. Tranquilizer rounds, huh? So Andrew really can't bring himself to kill me after all. With that thought, Wang Bo's moves became bolder. He suddenly accelerated, darting out from behind the car. Before leaving, he even remembered to break off the unfortunate car owner's side mirror and take it with him. Weighing the mirror in his hand as he sprinted, Wang Bo drew a deep breath. Seizing the moment while the agent in the truck was reloading, he hurled it with all his might. The simple side mirror, empowered by terrifying strength, shot toward the agent like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, it was right at the agent's chest. Seeing the side mirror appear out of nowhere before his eyes, the agent's mind went completely blank in that instant. A moment later, a monstrous force crashed into him, sending this battle-hardened agent flying straight off the truck. And the driver beside him was nearly scared out of his wits. What did I just witness? The escorting agent had fired countless rounds, and that kid at the back was totally unscathed. But then the guy tossed the side mirror, and it blasted not only the agent, but also the truck's door clean off. Are you trying to shoot an action movie here? Right now, the driver had only one thought in his head. Survive this surreal day, then quit immediately and go work on a construction site. If things like this happen a few more times, he's afraid his heart just won't take it. Meanwhile, in a live stream chat, as they watched Wang Bo rampage across the beautiful country like a war god, everyone went wild with excitement. Holy crap, Teacher Xiao Wang just made a name for himself in one battle, hunting down Americans in broad daylight on their own turf. What a legendary feat. Korean movies have elevator war gods, but today, I declare Teacher Xiao Wang the mirror war god. Teacher Xiao Wang, forever the greatest. At that moment, Andrew listened to the trembling report from the armored transport's driver. His face darkened instantly. He hadn't expected the serum to be this powerful. Such an intense enhancement was practically a perfect evolution. Given all the data displayed so far, he had no doubt. Even barehanded, this kid now fully deserved the title of Earth's mightiest being. Tigers, lions, compared to Wang Bo right now, they were nothing. And if this serum were widely deployed in the military, the beautiful country could sweep aside all obstacles and dominate the world within decades. He immediately turned and instructed the staff behind him. Contact the traffic department immediately. Evacuate the entire street. Wang Bo's top speed is only around 60 kilometers per hour. As long as the truck runs at full speed, there's no way that kid can catch up. Hearing their superiors' orders, these men didn't dare hesitate. They hurried off to handle the necessary arrangements. Next, Andrew dialed the nearest hospital. Hello, Director Smith. I need to requisition your hospital's helicopter immediately. Send a pilot to stand by in the helicopter right now. Hearing Andrew's anxious voice, the person on the other end instantly realized that something serious was happening. Without a moment's hesitation, as soon as the call ended, he rushed off to make arrangements for the helicopter. Once everything was set in motion, Andrew contacted the truck driver. Change your destination. Now I want you to head to St. John's Hospital at full speed. There will be a helicopter there to meet you. With all that done, Andrew finally let out a sigh of relief. Watching the live broadcast from the messenger bee and seeing Wang Bo sprinting at full tilt, a cold smirk appeared on his lips. Little mouse, once the battle armor is on the helicopter, all your wild dreams will be shattered. Unless your serum can make you fly. But I don't think that's possible. As the number of cars on the road dwindled, Wang Bo's brows knitted in concern. He hadn't expected Andrew to be so efficient. Within just over 10 minutes, the entire street had been sealed off. With no traffic to slow it down, there was simply no way he could catch up to a truck running at full speed. Realizing this, Wang Bo acted without hesitation. He snatched 2 side mirrors off an unlucky bystander's car and hurled them with all his might. With Wang Bo's strike, 2 of the truck's tires exploded in a burst of force. The truck's speed instantly plummeted. Seeing this, Wang Bo's face lit up with delight, and he was just about to strike again, hoping to bring the truck to a complete stop. But at that moment, the pursuers' vehicles finally caught up from behind. Inside those cars, Andrew's furious voice echoed. "You useless fools! Don't let the truck stop, no matter what. You must keep that brat from getting any closer." Andrew's frenzied shouting over the radio snapped everyone to attention. Immediately, they rolled down their windows, raised their tranquilizer guns, and began firing at Wang Bo to pin him down. As the tranquilizer darts flew toward him, Wang Bo felt a surge of irritation. Compared to regular bullets, tranquilizer darts were much slower, and since they couldn't be fired in rapid bursts, there was no way to create a proper barrage. What's more, with his enhanced vision and reflexes, dodging these darts was barely a challenge for Wang Bo. Still, with their interference, his speed inevitably dropped. Now, he could just barely hang onto the back of the truck, making sure he didn't lose it. At the same time, out on the road, aside from the handful of pursuing vehicles, not a single civilian car was to be seen. This left Wang Bo's rearview mirror technique with nowhere to shine. In an instant, the situation ground to a standstill. Seeing this unfold, Andrew burst into wild laughter. A stalemate. This was exactly the scenario he hoped for. As long as the armor made it onto the helicopter, no matter how capable Wang Bo was, there'd be no escaping from the clutches of the beautiful country. By then, this kid would be nothing more than a plaything in his palm. Meanwhile, Fu Guotai watched Wang Bo caught in deadlock, his heart clenching with worry. "Kid, I may not know what tricks the beautiful country has up its sleeve, but right now, a stalemate is the worst-case scenario for you. You have to find a way to break through, or there's no hope of making it back to China. If you do, I'll personally throw you a welcome home banquet." Time ticked slowly by as the standoff dragged on, each second heavier than the last. With St. John's Hospital finally in sight, the truck driver let out a long sigh of relief. As long as he delivered the mysterious armor to the helipad, his mission would be complete. Right then, inside the building, Andrew sharply commanded the agents harassing Wang Bo. "All personnel, you must intercept Wang Bo before the armor is loaded onto the helicopter. Even if it costs your lives, do you understand?" Hearing the defense minister's order, everyone drew a deep breath, a wild gleam flashing in their eyes. Trained to the highest standard, they were prepared to lay down their lives at a moment's notice. If the minister gave the word, they would not hesitate. As he spoke, the truck ahead rolled into the hospital grounds, coming to a slow stop in front of the helipad. The surrounding cars all accelerated, pulling up in a tight line between Wang Bo and the helipad. In a flash, over 20 agents poured out from 5 or 6 vehicles, taking up fighting stances, determined to stop this young adversary right here. Meanwhile, Wang Bo caught sight of the helicopter on the helipad behind the truck, its rotor blades still spinning. In that instant, he saw straight through Andrew's plan. Before the stunned eyes of the agents, Wang Bo grabbed a solid roadside signpost and bent it with his bare hands. The screech of metal scraping against the pavement pierced the air, and Wang Bo's gaze grew cold and sharp. If that's how it is, let's see who moves faster. With that thought, Wang Bo launched himself forward, his legs exploding with strength. He moved so swiftly that, for a split second, it seemed he vanished from everyone's sight. "Open fire!" Seeing Wang Bo approach at such a bizarre, lightning-fast speed, the lead agent shouted in panic. "Don't hold back. Use all your ammo. If you want to survive, you must suppress this monster. Hold on just a little longer. The minister's backup will be here any moment." Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Bo swung his club in a wide arc, striking the man squarely in the chest. A guttural gasp escaped the agent, the excruciating pain making him feel as if he'd been hit by a speeding car. In the next instant, under the astonished gaze of everyone present, the unfortunate agent was sent flying by that single blow. He shot backwards like a cannonball, crashing straight into a parked car nearby. No one could tell if he was alive or dead. Wang Bo then flashed a brilliant smile, his white teeth gleaming as he addressed the crowd. "If it's a fight you want, then fight. What's with all the talking? So who's next?" At that moment, the staff and patients of St. John's Hospital stood frozen in shock, eyes wide as they witnessed the scene. "Hey, did I see that right just now? That young man, the one with yellow skin, he just tossed a guy who must weigh over 200 pounds more than 20 meters away." The medical staff standing nearby remained silent, but their stunned expressions said it all. Seeing this, The patient who had just spoken let out a sigh of relief. Apparently, he hadn't been imagining things after all. Otherwise, he'd really have to consider signing up for a psychiatric appointment. Are they filming a movie or something? No way. I don't see any cameras. Besides, if they were shooting a movie in the hospital, they would have let us know in advance, right? Then how do you explain what we just saw? Right now, Wong Bo was in a fantastic mood. The satisfying swing of his club had brought him a rush of exhilaration. No wonder so many people overseas love playing baseball, so this is what it feels like. Fortunately, these comments stayed in Wong Bo's mind. If he'd said them out loud, the agents in front of him would have been dumbfounded. Seriously, who uses a 200-pound living person as a baseball? Jokes aside, Wong Bo knew he didn't have time to waste. No sooner had he landed that blow than he vanished from sight once more. Moving like a phantom, he left the agents too wary to relax for even a moment. They quickly formed into groups of 3, standing back-to-back to create a defensive formation with no blind spots. As tranquilizer darts began to whiz toward him, Wong Bo stayed alert. Even though, with his current physical condition, tranquilizers meant for ordinary people would almost certainly have no effect on him. He still dodged them just to be safe. The crowd barely had time to catch their breath as Wong Bo retreated step by step. Suddenly, the hand gripping the iron club shifted position, reversing his grip. In a heartbeat, the club that had dominated up close transformed into a deadly javelin for ranged attacks. With a tremendous whoosh, the makeshift spear shot out like a shooting star. Its powerful momentum sending the tail whipping and cutting the air, radiating a sense of unstoppable force. "Get out of the way!" someone shouted in panic. He hadn't even finished speaking when it happened. That terrifying javelin shot straight through 2 3-man teams, then slammed deep into a concrete wall dozens of meters away. Seeing the 6 men killed instantly on the spot, and the long spear still smoldering on the distant wall, the agents were struck with terror. Their legs trembled uncontrollably. Perhaps these people had endured countless grueling drills, but all that training was meant for ordinary emergencies. Yet when confronted with something far beyond their comprehension, like ghosts or monsters, they were no different from anyone else. They felt fear, too. And right now, the boy in front of them looked every bit like a supernatural creature in their eyes. Watching the crowd on the verge of collapse, Andrew's heart also sank. A moment later, it seemed he made up his mind. He grabbed his radio and barked an order. "Everyone, no need for prisoners. Fire at will. Whatever happens, that kid must not get near the combat armor." Hearing the command come through, the agents glanced at their sidearms, and a surge of confidence returned. Across the way, Wong Bo saw the agents abandon their tranquilizer guns and reach for live weapons. A sense of foreboding pricked at him. Clearly, Andrew now saw him as a threat to be eliminated. His mind raced with possibilities, but his body never stopped moving. With a nimble sidestep, he dashed to the side of the agent's vehicle. Under their astonished gazes, Wong Bo tore a car door clean off with his bare hands and hoisted it as a shield. No sooner had he raised his makeshift shield than a hailstorm of bullets came pouring toward him. Ordinary car doors would have been riddled through in an instant. But these weren't ordinary civilian vehicles. Their cars were specially reinforced and bulletproof. Watching Wong Bo advance slowly through the gunfire, shield held high, the agents were dumbstruck. With so many bullets hitting the door, the sheer recoil should have been enough to kill a person or even a bull. And yet, this young man not only stayed on his feet, he actually kept moving forward. Didn't his arms ache at all? As the agents began reloading, Wong Bo seized the moment and darted out from behind the door. Despite their shock, these agents were battle-hardened soldiers. Even during reloads, they worked in shifts to keep the firepower constant. So Wong Bo still took a few bullets. But for someone who'd been injected with the super soldier serum, these wounds were no more than a nuisance. Unless the bullets were a large enough caliber, or hit a vital spot like the eyes or temples, it was nearly impossible to kill him given his dramatically increased muscle density. Under the disbelieving stares of the agents, Wong Bo crouched low and struck a pose like a discus thrower. A second later, he hurled the car door with all his might. Unlike the previous javelin attack, this time Wong Bo hurled the car door, its massive surface area making for a devastating strike. If any of these agents were hit by this blow, they'd be lucky to escape with their lives. At the very least, they'd be gravely injured. In an instant, the group scattered like startled birds, every man for himself, each desperate to survive. Yet even so, a few still failed to dodge in time. The huge car door, propelled by an unstoppable force, clipped them as it swept past. Even the slightest graze was enough. In a flash, several agents were left badly wounded, completely losing the ability to fight. As for those who managed to leap clear, Wong Bo gave them no respite. He bent forward slightly, then launched himself out like a hunting leopard, relentless, and swift. In just 3 minutes, over 20 special agents were down, every single one of them dealt with. Wang Bo's prize for victory was a few gunshot wounds, none too deep, but bleeding nonetheless. But at this moment, he had no time to care about such things, because right before him, the helicopter's rotors had already started spinning. Inside the helicopter, Andrew slumped powerlessly in his seat as the aircraft began a liftoff. Today, this kid had shocked him again and again. Just seconds ago, Wang Bo had taken down more than 20 fully armed agents in under 3 minutes. And that was with Wang Bo racing against the clock and without any firearms of his own. My God, if this guy ever found himself on a battlefield with plenty of time and a weapon in hand, Andrew had no doubt Wang Bo could wipe out an entire company and walk away without a scratch. That was simply beyond belief. Though Andrew was shaken by the power of the serum, as Secretary of Defense, he was secretly exhilarated. He wasn't afraid the serum was too strong. On the contrary, he hoped it was even stronger. Because as the helicopter lifted off, it meant this world-shaking invention was now in America's hands. And as the one who made it all possible, he might in a few years leapfrog the vice presidency and claim the pinnacle of power itself. After all, any one of these 3 technological breakthroughs would be a monumental achievement. Andrew was still lost in visions of his bright future when suddenly, on the surveillance feed, Wang Bo sprang into action. The very next second, Wang Bo leapt toward the helicopter, which had just left the ground. Meanwhile, in a live broadcast room back in China, countless viewers were sighing in regret for Wang Bo. Just one step away, what a shame. Exactly. The battle armor was right there, yet he could only watch as it was taken away. Is China really about to lose such a brilliant talent? Wait, what's Wang Bo doing? He's actually charging at the helicopter. Has he snapped under the pressure of defeat? The next moment, under everyone's astonished gaze, Wang Bo grabbed hold of a thick railing on the helipad with his left hand. With his right, he seized the helicopter's landing gear, striking a pose as if he were about to drag the aircraft back down. He actually wants to use sheer human strength to stop a helicopter from taking off. Watching Wang Bo's seemingly suicidal act, a cold smirk appeared at the corner of Andrew's mouth. Meanwhile, back in the capital, Fu Guotai and Hong Guotao shook their heads in dismay as they witnessed what they saw as Wang Bo's childish behavior. In their eyes, Wang Bo was simply lashing out in frustration, unable to bear the agony of failing at the very last step. After all, how could human strength possibly compare to the terrifying thrust of a helicopter? This was a helicopter specially outfitted for the hospital. It might look like a civilian craft from the outside, but its power was formidable enough to haul nearly 3 tons of weight through the skies with ease. Such force was something no human body could ever endure. Inside the Chinese livestream chat, viewers watching Wang Bo's desperate struggle felt a wave of sorrow. To them, it seemed Wang Bo's extreme actions were nothing but the result of his inability to accept defeat. Just as everyone in the live stream was mourning Wang Bo's inevitable imprisonment in America for the rest of his life, someone in the chat noticed something strange. Look, the helicopter actually isn't rising any higher. No way. Teacher Wang really managed to hold the helicopter down. Come on, Teacher Wang, don't give up. At that moment, inside the Defense Ministry building, Andrew also realized that something was wrong. He immediately grabbed his radio. Damn it. Pilot, what are you doing? Increase the throttle and get airborne now. Inside the cockpit, the pilot was sweating bullets. He desperately wanted to obey the defense minister's order, but he simply couldn't, because the helicopter was already at maximum power. He swore, in his entire career, he had never witnessed anything so insane. A young man, actually stopping a helicopter from taking off with his bare hands. Unlike those agents from before, he was only tasked with transporting the exosuit, so he didn't care whether Wang Bo lived or died. Right from the start, he had pushed the throttle to the max, with no concern for whether the youth below would be torn to shreds. But as the control stick reached its limit, the pilot suddenly realized what sort of monster was clinging to the landing gear. At that moment, watching the veins bulging on Wang Bo's arms in the live feed, Yaowen couldn't help but break into a nervous sweat for him. Come on, kid, just one last push. Hang in there. You'll be able to go home. Wang Bo's face was flushed bright red from the sheer effort. If the helicopter's force increased, even a little, he knew he might really lose his grip. But now, he could feel the pull from the helicopter wasn't getting any stronger. He understood. This iron beast before him had reached its limit too. Taking a deep breath, Wang Bo summoned all his strength. The next second, his left arm pulled with all its might, driving his right arm to unleash everything he had. Under the disbelieving gazes of everyone present, the helicopter actually began to descend, slowly and steadily. Witnessing this astonishing scene, the hospital staff gathered nearby could hardly contain their shock, their mouths agape in disbelief. One could easily imagine that after this incident, the neurology department of this hospital would soon be overflowing with patients. At this moment, as the helicopter continued its gradual descent, even the pilot began to panic. He hastily opened the window, tore off his helmet and headset, and hurled them at Wang Bo. "Damn yellow-skinned duck! Let go of my hand, you lunatic!" Struck by the flying debris, Wang Bo slightly lifted his head, a sinister grin twisting across his tense, vein-pulsing face. "Whatever gibberish you're spouting, I don't understand a word. Get down. Now. Out." With Wang Bo's fury, an even greater surge of power erupted from within him. He yanked the helicopter straight down to the ground. A resounding blast echoed through the air, signaling the end of this struggle. Wang Bo had emerged victorious. Just as the helicopter was about to crash, Wang Bo made a swift leap, instantly clearing himself from the heart of the impending explosion, wary of being hit by flying shrapnel. In the next moment, a cloud of smoke swallowed him whole. As the screen filled with swirling dust and debris, every single person watching instinctively held their breath. Andrew, at this moment, was filled with bitter regret that he hadn't done whatever it took to eliminate this dangerous man the very first chance he had. How much longer until the nearest backup arrives at St. John's Hospital? Seeing Andrew's blazing fury, no one dared to show the slightest hesitation. They answered immediately. "It'll take another 3 to 5 minutes. Damn it." At these words, Andrew's expression turned dark and grim. In truth, the support team was moving as fast as possible. The problem was simply that Wang Bo acted with such incredible speed. From a moment he started attacking in the conference room to the helicopter's crash, only 10 minutes had passed. No rescue could possibly keep up with that. All Andrew could do now was pray. Pray that Wang Bo had perished in the explosion. Pray that the suit had been damaged by the blast. Under the tense gaze of everyone present, the smoke began to dissipate. In the hazy depths of the scene, a pale blue light suddenly flickered into life. Wang Bo's voice, carried through the armor's communication system, rang out in the live broadcast. "It feels good to be back." The live stream instantly exploded with excitement. "My God, unbelievable! Wang Bo actually managed to reclaim the suit from the Americans. Teacher Xiao Wang, you're absolutely unstoppable. A miniature nuclear reactor, power armor, the serum, every single one, like a miracle straight out of legend. If Teacher Xiao Wang makes it home safely, the country will surely hail him as a national hero." Seeing Wang Bo successfully enter the power armor, the two top officials in the capital finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the very least, now they saw hope. The hope that Wang Bo might actually return home. Immediately, dispatch warships and fighter jets to the very edge of our territorial waters in the East China Sea. If Wang Bo manages to return safely, make sure he is protected at all costs the moment he arrives. Listening to Hong Guotao's commanding tone, one that brooked no argument, the chief secretary, standing beside him, felt a chill run down his spine. He had never seen this leader show such grave concern for a single person before. But when he thought of Wang Bo's achievements, the secretary's heart eased. An invention so brilliant would be accorded the highest honors in any country. Without further hesitation, he hurried off to make arrangements. Meanwhile, Andrew looked like a gambler who had just lost everything, his eyes bloodshot. "No, I haven't lost yet. Wang Bo, I won't let you leave so easily." He whipped his head around to the staff member at his side. "Give me the East Coast Military District. Now." Startled by the almost feral intensity in his minister's eyes, the staffer jumped. He stammered an acknowledgement and rushed to make the call. Andrew's gaze remained locked on Wang Bo's figure on screen. "Watch closely. I swear, I won't let you walk out of the United States alive." Amid the stunned cheers and shouts of onlookers, the battle armor flared with light once again. In the very next moment, it soared straight into the air. Just as Wang Bo was about to escape, the long-awaited reinforcements from the Defense Department finally arrived, albeit late. The agents took in the chaos and devastation at the hospital. The lead agent's face darkened instantly. He gave a sharp order, directing everyone to open fire wildly at the armored figure hovering above. These agents were far better equipped than those Wang Bo had faced before, but the high-strength titanium alloy of his suit rendered their bullets all but useless. Realizing this, the leader quickly ordered a ceasefire. He then reached into the vehicle and pulled out a compact rocket launcher. Seeing this, a cold smile played at the corner of Wang Bo's lips. He raised his left hand ever so slightly, and before the agent could even fire, a searing glow burst from his palm. A heartbeat later, The pulse cannon struck silently. With a thunderous explosion, the rocket was detonated before it ever left the launcher, erupting amid the crowd of agents. Amid the fiery blast and swirling smoke, Wang Bo, clad in his battle armor, shot skyward. Watching all this unfold, Andrew's palms were slick with cold sweat. Even though he had already made arrangements at sea, this young man on the screen had delivered far too many surprises today. At this point, Andrew's nerves were stretched thin, his every thought tinged with paranoia. Meanwhile, high above, Wang Bo's suit displayed a radar feed across his visor. A massive cluster of military units awaited him several dozen kilometers ahead. He regarded the dense array of blips with a steely expression. Andrew had gone to extraordinary lengths, sparing no expense, just to stop him. But the armor I wear now is quite different from the previous Hong Huang one. Not only has its defensive capability been greatly enhanced, it's also, with government approval, fully armed and loaded with a formidable array of weapons and ammunition. Gazing at the horizon, where warships and fighter jets slowly appeared, Wang Bo felt not a trace of fear in his heart. Instead, he was charged with an eager excitement, itching to test himself. Eagle 1, Eagle 2, scramble the jets. At that moment, Colonel Stankin of the Beautiful Nation, in charge of the interception operation, watched Wang Bo's approach and issued his commands in a deep, steady voice. The instant the order was given, 2 fighter jets were catapulted from the deck of the USS Morley, ready for combat. Remember, soldiers, show no mercy. We must send this disgraceful wretch who humiliated our beautiful nation straight to the ocean floor before the eyes of the world. Let him feed the fish. Hearing the captain's icy tone, the 2 pilots felt a murderous resolve flicker across their faces. Ever since that brat Wang Bo had shot down 2 of their jets over Chinese airspace, the beautiful nation, especially its air force, had suffered a humiliating blow. But this time would be different. Though, again, 2 jets were dispatched. The payload they carried, high-caliber machine gun rounds and powerful missiles, would ensure that Brat and his toy would be buried at sea together. As the armored figure approached, the 2 seasoned pilots didn't hesitate for a moment. They pressed the missile launch buttons without delay. Years of combat training had ingrained in them the instinct to go all out no matter the opponent. A thunderous roar echoed. A missile, nearly as tall as a grown man, dropped from the bay beneath a fighter. The moment it separated from the jet, its rear ignited with a surge of energy. In an instant, the missile shot forward, accelerating to supersonic speeds. Inside his armor, Wang Bo watched as the missile's data was tracked across his display, his expression growing somber. A medium-class missile, the kind that could effortlessly blast a crater several meters wide into the ground. Not even a tank, the king of ground warfare, could withstand a strike of this magnitude. Even with his enhanced armor, Wang Bo felt uncertain about surviving a direct hit. With this thought, he instantly veered upward, rocketing toward the sky. Witnessing this, the fighter pilots sneered with contempt. After all, the beautiful nation, world leader in technology, had long mastered advanced missile tracking systems. If this Chinese challenger thought a simple turn could outmaneuver their missiles, he was being hopelessly naive. As expected, the moment the missile sensed its target's change in direction, it adjusted course without delay, hot on Wang Bo's trail as he soared skyward. In the live stream, the viewers watching this scene all felt their hearts leap into their throats. Mr. Wang is in real danger. Danger? Says who? It's just a measly little missile. Hasn't Mr. Wang's armor withstood worse before? You fool, didn't you see the size of that missile on the screen? It's several times larger than the ones from before. If you ask me, that missile's powerful enough to bring down an entire apartment building. And to make matters worse, it's a tracking missile. 5 kilometers. 3 kilometers. 1 kilometer. At that moment, soaring at high altitude, Wang Bo glanced back at the rapidly approaching missile, his expression calm and untroubled. He was waiting for the perfect opportunity to deal with this relentless pursuer. Suddenly, the alarms inside his armor blared out. The missile had finally entered the ideal range. Countermeasures, deploy. With Wang Bo's command, a round, disc-shaped device shot out from the right leg of his armor. Moments later, a swarm of countermeasure charges burst forth. Boom! Under the barrage of countermeasures, the missile exploded in midair, shattering into a rain of deadly shrapnel. Even from a kilometer away, the fragments rattled against Wang Bo's armor, peppering it with sharp, metallic impacts. Seeing the missile intercepted so smoothly, cheers erupted in the livestream chat. But Colonel Stankin, witnessing this scene, found his face unable to hide his frustration. Damn it! Even countermeasures are installed now? It was clear that China intended to turn this thing into a true weapon of war. If that was the case, there was no way he could let this kid return to China. Orders. All Falcon Squadron fighters aboard the Mori aircraft carrier. Take off immediately. No matter the cost, stop him. With the colonel's words, nearly 40 fighter jets began to launch one after another. They circled high in the sky, forming an impenetrable defensive line. Looking at the dense mass of fighters ahead, everyone felt a sense of despair settle over them. Such a force was enough to handle any conventional war. Could Wang Bo's armor possibly escape a lineup this terrifying? As if confirming everyone's fears in the very next moment, the fighters began an overwhelming assault. 40 jets launched their attack in waves. They quickly surrounded Wang Bo as he approached. From a distance, Wang Bo and his armored suit looked like a wild beast trapped in a cage, unable to break free. Now, at the heart of the fighter formation, Wang Bo watched their seamless coordination and couldn't help but sense danger. In the next instant, he powered up his armor, ready to make his escape. But before the armor could accelerate, a hail of machine gun bullets rained down. Unlike the previous encounter over the East China Sea, this time there were 40 fighter jets, meaning 80 20mm machine guns firing in unison. A merciless web of fire left nowhere to escape, its overwhelming force stacking upon itself with terrifying intensity. It drove Wang Bo straight back to the center of the encirclement. In the midst of the ring, Wang Bo lay pinned down, unable to move. Stangen's lips curled into a faint smile. Ever since the release of Wang Bo's Honghuang 1, the upper echelons of the United States have been making preparations well in advance. After all, they had to be ready for the worst-case scenario, that this battle suit would stand in direct opposition to their country. That's why he had received orders early on to train the fleet's pilots to deal with such agile and unpredictable exosuits. And this slow-boil, frog-in-the-pot style of encirclement was the very solution he had devised. Perhaps the armor was incredibly tough, able to withstand machine gun fire. But the saying quantity breeds a new quality was no joke. Maybe you can block 10, 100 bullets, but can this suit withstand 1,000, 10,000 rounds? And reality unfolded exactly as the colonel had predicted. Under the near-maniacal barrage from the fighter jets, the surface of the suit began to show countless dents, some deep, some shallow. Inside the armor, the electronic systems blared warnings. Multiple areas on the exterior were sustaining varying degrees of damage. Watching Wang Bo, trapped and immobilized, Fu Guotai's eyes blazed with fury. He longed to give the order for the Navy's ships sent to support Wang Bo to cross the border and break him out of danger. But he couldn't. Even if they entered U.S. waters, there was no guarantee they could save Wang Bo. After all, the might of the U.S. military, especially its Navy, was beyond question. And even if they did succeed, such a blatant move would be nothing short of a declaration of war. With Wang Bo's technology as bait, it was entirely possible that a conflict could erupt between the two countries. A war with casualties in the millions. That was something Fu Guotai simply could not bear. At that thought, a wave of helplessness welled up in his heart. Perhaps his title as Director of National Security sounded intimidating on ordinary days, but in a confrontation of this scale, there was little he could do. At this moment, the livestream was showing scenes from inside the encirclement. The sky-blackening swarm of fighter jets was so oppressive that even through a screen, everyone watching could feel an overwhelming sense of suffocation. "Teacher Wang, can you still make it back?" As soon as these words were spoken, the entire livestream fell into silence. No one could answer that question. Or rather, no one dared to give a confident answer. Even Wang Bo's harshest critics had, for the moment, fallen silent. After all, faced with matters of national importance, even they knew where their loyalties lay. In just a matter of seconds, the battle armor had already suffered severe damage. Wang Bo took a deep breath. He knew he had to do something. If he kept doing what he had before, using the palm-mounted pulse cannon to shoot down each enemy one by one, that strategy was hardly feasible. Not to mention whether the armor's defenses would even last that long. Even if they did, the energy from the miniature nuclear reactor simply wouldn't be enough. The last time he destroyed a fighter jet with a single shot, that one attack had already dimmed the output of the reactor. Judging by today's numbers, even 2 or 3 mini-reactors might not cut it. Was it time to use that method? As the electronic systems continued blaring warnings, Wang Bo no longer hesitated. In the next moment, he slowly raised both hands, as if making a gesture of surrender. Watching this scene, Stan King burst into a sickly laugh. Wang Bo, the very same Wang Bo who had run rampant on American soil, whom even the Secretary of Defense, Andrew, couldn't rein in. Now, right in the middle of his encirclement, Wang Bo was actually putting on a show of surrender. What a satisfying accomplishment this was. Though he was in high spirits, the colonel clearly had no intention of letting Wang Bo go. After all, the orders from above were to eliminate this young upstart. As for the technology Wang Bo held, The higher-ups were convinced that, so long as they had the wreckage of the armor, their own scientific capabilities would eventually allow them to reproduce it. Of course, compared to capturing Wang Bo alive, this would take a bit more time. Meanwhile, seeing Wang Bo's supposed surrender, viewers in China wore looks of disappointment. In the end, he just couldn't hold out. Sigh. There's no shame in surrendering. Who doesn't want to live, after all? That's right. No matter how much of a genius he is, he's still just a kid. Anyone would fear death. Fear? Call it what it is, he's scared. This traitor. If you think you're so brave, why don't you go try? Besides, even if you wanted to betray the country, they wouldn't even want you. Just as the two sides were caught up in a heated argument, a voice suddenly cut through the commotion. On the screen, the arms of the battle armor, slowly raised, began to emit an unusual red glow. And as each second passed, the color only grew more intense. Seeing this eerie light, the battle-hardened Colonel Stan King instinctively sensed danger. All units expand the encirclement immediately. Use medium-range missiles. Fire at will. Do not, under any circumstances, give that kid a chance to catch his breath. The pilots, receiving their orders, wasted no time. They swiftly widened the perimeter, ensuring that the blast and shrapnel from the missiles wouldn't damage their own jets. Once they'd reached the designated safe distance, their countless training sessions kicked in. They pressed the missile launch buttons in perfect unison. 40 missiles were launched simultaneously from their base. In the next moment, they streaked through the air, trailing blazing tongues of fire, hurtling straight toward the armored suit at breakneck speed. The sheer despair of that scene was nothing short of apocalyptic. Some viewers in the live stream couldn't bear to watch and exited immediately, unable to witness the fate of this Chinese prodigy, the very moment when even his remains would be obliterated. But just as the missiles were about to enter the 1-kilometer perimeter surrounding the armored suit, a sharp glint flashed in Wang Bo's eyes. Energy fully charged. In the blink of an eye, Wang Bo activated the suit, spinning at a full 360 degrees with a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow. As the suit whirled, so too did a dazzling, sinister red line of light erupt, encircling him with blazing brilliance. The entire maneuver unfolded in a split second, and as Wang Bo lowered his hands, it was as if the world itself had been frozen in place. The very next instant, time resumed, and the countless missiles streaking toward Wang Bo, along with the entire formation of fighter jets closing in to encircle him, all exploded in an instant. Not a single one survived. At that moment, Stankin stared at the countless fragments raining down from the sky, feeling as if he were trapped in a dream. He couldn't believe it. Wang Bo's counterattack had been so overwhelming, so terrifying. A single move had utterly shattered their encirclement. Get out of my way, useless fools. The furious colonel shoved aside the soldier manning the communications console. Eagle 1, report in. Respond now. Eagle 2. The operations commanding officer called out each unit through the comms, refusing to accept defeat. But all that answered him was the relentless static of empty channels, each burst of noise shattering the last sliver of hope in his heart. Stankin didn't even dare recall what had just happened. He feared that if he remembered that flash of red light, he would lose his mind. Meanwhile, in Beijing, inside the director of National Security's office, Fu Guotai threw back his head in uninhibited laughter, his voice echoing through the entire building. On any other day, the staff might have thought their leader had lost his mind again. But today, not a single person said a word. Even they were still lost in that miraculous scene, unable to collect themselves for a long while. Finally, after some time, one staff member was the first to recover, leading the room in applause. Clap, clap. More and more people joined in, their applause swelling. Some even found their eyes welling up with emotion at that moment. They knew just how much it meant for Wang Bo to return home safely. It was of immense importance to everyone in the National Security Bureau. Even though there had been unpredictable factors, like the Zhang family's betrayal, the fact remained that Wang Bo's uncle had been abducted on their watch. That was the very spark that had dragged Wang Bo into the heart of the American crisis. Though no outsider had ever said it to their faces, the agents of the National Security Bureau had endured countless accusations and looks of blame. It was as if the entire world was silently condemning their incompetence and failure. Moreover, what tormented them even more was the guilt weighing on their consciences. To be chosen by the National Security Bureau, they undoubtedly carried within them a profound loyalty and faith in their homeland. Yet now, the genius youth who could propel China to new heights had slipped through their fingers. A crushing sense of guilt pressed down on their hearts, as heavy as a mountain. Still, if Wang Bo could return home safely this time, even though the Bureau's mistake could never be undone, at least their hearts might find a measure of relief. At the He family residence, He Yaowen was watching Wang Bo's dazzling performance on the screen, his emotions surging fiercely within him. His grip on the water glass was so tight that his knuckles had turned white. Fortunately, he hadn't injected himself with super serum, or he might have shattered the cup right then and there. To the layperson, it was all spectacle, but the experts saw the real marvel. That flash of red light, though it appeared only for an instant, was unmistakable to him. It was infrared radiation. In other words, what the outside world commonly calls a laser. Although some in the field of physics had once speculated about applying lasers to military technology, it had remained nothing more than a theory. After all, countless hypotheses are proposed in the world of physics every day. And a hypothesis, by its very nature, is not only impractical, it often lacks even the barest theoretical foundation. Yet today, someone had taken this wild idea and turned it into reality. And not just that, but they cranked up the power to supercharged, annihilating an entire squadron of fighter jets and dozens of missiles in a single, breathtaking moment. Even someone as highly educated as He Yaowen couldn't help but feel the urge to curse in disbelief. Meanwhile, old master he looked on with worry written all over his face. What on earth was going on with his son today? One minute he was trembling with excitement. The next he seemed utterly deflated, like an eggplant left out in the frost. Could it be that some academic or experimental setback had rattled him so badly it was affecting his nerves? The thought made the old man even more anxious. Without betraying his concern, he quietly returned to his own room and called an old comrade who now served as chief of neurology at a military hospital. Meanwhile, Wang Bo himself stared at the system panel projected inside his battle armor, his heart pounding. He had mentally prepared himself for this, but the terrifying energy consumption of that move still caught him off guard. Just traveling from China to the U.S., a journey of over 10,000 kilometers, had consumed only a quarter of the reactor's energy. Yet that one attack had drained nearly half in an instant. Wang Bo couldn't help but let out a bitter smile as he took it all in. Unless he faced a truly desperate situation, he would never unleash this ultimate weapon again. The infrared beam, commonly known as a laser in the movies, was originally a feature of the Mark VI armor, the very same weapon seen in Iron Man 2. Although Wang Bo didn't yet possess the knowledge required to build the Mark VI, when it came to the science of laser beams, his current understanding was enough to work things out on his own. Unlike the frantic Stankin, Andrew, who was now back on American soil, caught the crucial point amidst a shock and heartache. Without hesitation, he grabbed the radio. "Colonel Stankin, send out more pursuit units immediately. After that last strike, the small nuclear reactor at the core of the armor has clearly dimmed. This is our only chance at victory." Hearing Andrew's analysis, Stankin, aboard the warship, fell into silence and hesitation. The aircraft carrier, the USS Mori, had started with 85 carrier-based aircraft. Yet in just a few short minutes, that number had plummeted by half, as if falling off a cliff. Try again? If Wang Bo still had some hidden trick up his sleeve, if anything happened to those jets, the Mori would be left defenseless. Listening to the silence on the other end of the radio, Andrew grew more and more anxious. He knew that this battle-hardened colonel had been utterly shaken by Wang Bo's unfathomable tactics. But if Wang Bo was allowed to escape, then the price America would pay in the future would be far greater than the loss of a few dozen aircraft. High above at 10,000 meters, Wang Bo gazed quietly down at the ocean below. Though clouds veiled the sky, the electronic systems in his armor magnified the scene, laying out every detail of the sea's surface before his eyes. Seeing the warships below now motionless, a faint, mocking smile crept across Wang Bo's lips. In truth, from the moment he donned the armor, no one could have stopped his escape. If he really needed to, he could soar up to 30,000 meters. At that altitude, not a single fighter or missile would be able to touch him. But Wang Bo was never one to simply cut his losses. This time, Huang Haoyang's abduction had involved the Zhang family, but when it came to the mastermind, it was still the American government. Although he was not yet strong enough to take on America head-to-head, he could at least collect a bit of interest. You want me to meet my end at the bottom of the sea? Then let's see whose methods are sharper. To be honest, if the commander on that warship truly had the nerve to send out another massive wave of fighters to hunt him down, Wang Bo would have no choice but to escape by climbing even higher. After all, the energy left in the small nuclear reactor was running low. If he kept pushing his luck, something would go wrong sooner or later. But now, it seemed the commander had been thoroughly intimidated. Wang Bo turned his head and flashed a broad grin at the drone's camera. "Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Andrew. There's no need for you to see me off as I return to China. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll be too heartbroken." Hearing Wang Bo's words, laced with mockery, Andrew was so infuriated that his anger surged uncontrollably. A sudden gasp escaped the crowd. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, this powerful minister of defense, a commanding figure in the political arena, was actually driven to the point of coughing up blood by a mere youngster. A mouthful of dark blood spilled out, and Andrew's face turned ashen in an instant. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined this outcome. He had always regarded Wang Bo as a trapped prey, yet now, Wang Bo had managed to leave America in broad daylight, completely unscathed. At that moment, he also realized that with this young man's departure, his own political career was finished. His old rivals and opposition parties would seize on this scandal and never let go. He knew all too well that the rest of his life would likely be spent behind bars. Meanwhile, in the president's office, Wilson's expression was grim. Despite all their elaborate preparations, he had never expected that the kid would manage to slip away. To make matters worse, an entire squadron of fighter jets had been lost aboard the USS Morley. Even for a nation as wealthy as America, a loss of $1 billion stung deeply. What was even more disastrous was that the entire incident had been recorded and broadcasted live by that little gadget known as Letter B. It was as if America had been publicly humiliated before the eyes of the world. What troubled Wilson even more was the uncertainty. After such a catastrophic failure, would the powerful family backing him continue their support as before? With the next election looming, whether he could secure another term was now anyone's guess. At that moment, Wang Bo was still technically within American territorial waters. But ahead, there were no more obstacles in his way. Several hours later, Wang Bo finally reached the edge of China's East Sea. In the instant he crossed into Chinese waters, the radar on the warship sent to escort him picked up his signal right away. Wang Bo. Suddenly, Fu Guotai's voice burst through Wang Bo's armor communicator, so loud it nearly blew out Wang Bo's eardrums. Director Fu, it's a good thing I've been injected with the serum, Wang Bo replied. If I hadn't, your shout would have left me deaf for sure. Hearing Wang Bo's familiar voice, Fu Guotai's heart surged with emotion. Ever since he'd received word that Wang Bo had escaped from the research institute, his heart had sunk into despair. He understood Wang Bo's actions. After all, whose heart wouldn't ache when a loved one was taken hostage? But from the moment Wang Bo entered American airspace, Fu had all but given up hope for his return. In his position, he was privy to information that ordinary people could never access. For instance, he knew all too well the lengths that Minister Andrew would go to when recruiting talent. However, that kid Wang Bo actually managed to fight his way out from layer upon layer of encirclement. This left the Director of National Security truly incredulous. Cut the nonsense. He jumped for the 10th floor and walked away without a scratch. You think my yelling is enough to deafen him? Listening to this, Wang Bo couldn't help but feel at a loss for words. Weren't these supposed to be China's top brass? Why were they swearing so casually? On the other end, after calming himself down, Fu Guotai hastily instructed, Kid, fly at full speed in the southeast direction from your current position. Our naval warship is waiting there to pick you up. Hearing this, Wang Bo didn't hesitate or act stubborn. He immediately adjusted his course, as instructed. After all, things had escalated far beyond expectations this time, and now the electronic system was frantically warning him that the energy of the miniature nuclear reactor was nearly depleted. If he insisted on flying all the way back to Suchi City, there was a real risk of running out of power mid-flight and crashing the suit into the sea. Although, with the physical enhancements from the serum, even falling into the ocean wouldn't threaten Wang Bo's life. Still, how embarrassing would that be? Especially with the B drone filming everything right from the sidelines. He flew for about 20 or 30 kilometers. At the edge of his vision, the brightly colored national flag finally appeared before Wang Bo's eyes. Only then did he truly breathe a sigh of relief. Immediately, Wang Bo began maneuvering the suit to drop in altitude. With a stylish dive, the battle suit landed steadily on the deck. All the sailors on board rushed over at once. Though many had seen this suit in action on video before, this was the first time they witnessed it with their own eyes. Looking at the battered and scarred armor, it wasn't hard to imagine. Just hours ago, it had endured a ferocious battle. At this moment, a few senior officers on deck couldn't hide the fiery admiration in their eyes as they gazed at the suit. They had seen the live stream earlier. Wang Bo's display of the blazing red laser was still vivid in their minds. Why did the Americans dare to sail their warships into our territorial waters time and again? At the root, it was because they believed China's naval strength was inferior to theirs. And, to be fair, that was largely true. For instance, an American carrier strike group alone was more than enough to overwhelm the Navy of a strong, mid-sized military power. And the U.S. currently had 11 such carrier strike groups in active service. That's the very foundation of their dominance at sea. But now, the situation just might be starting to change. Just moments ago, in a direct confrontation, this very suit managed to break through the encirclement of an entire carrier fleet. What a staggering feat this was. A single aircraft carrier, costing nearly $5 billion US, couldn't even stop a combat suit worth only a few tens of millions of yuan? And that was just one suit. What if there were 10 or 8 of them? They reckoned it might not be impossible to defeat an entire carrier fleet in a direct confrontation. While these thoughts raced through their minds, the combat suit, which had been sealed shut all this time, finally opened at that moment. As the suit unfolded, a young man slowly stepped out from within. Seeing someone so young, and then catching sight of the combat suit behind him, an object that looked more like a piece of art than a weapon. These officers, despite having tried to prepare themselves mentally, still found themselves reeling from shock. After all, the boy was strikingly young. Yet, despite his youth, he showed no lack of national pride and backbone. Faced with the threats and temptations from the United States, this young man not only refused to yield in the slightest, but also managed to escape smoothly through a series of miraculous maneuvers. For this alone, he had earned their deepest respect. Clap, clap. As the leading officers started to applaud, a thunderous wave of applause erupted across the entire warship. Faced with such a warm reception, Wang Bo, for once, found his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. He quickly spoke up. "Thank you, everyone. I'm truly grateful to all of you for coming such a long way to bring me home." As he spoke, Wang Bo pressed his palms together and offered everyone a slight bow, expressing his heartfelt thanks. Clap, 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 clap. Yet the applause from every officer and soldier on deck showed no sign of stopping. Some even whistled, calling out Wang Bo's name with exuberant cheers. Seeing all this, Wang Bo was overwhelmed with emotion. Perhaps, when it came to treatment and research conditions, China wasn't the most ideal place for him. But standing before this group of supporters and seeing the countless Chinese people in the live stream cheering for his return, Wang Bo was convinced he had made the right choice. On the deck, the applause thundered on, and the scene lasted for a full 3 minutes. Well done. That's the spirit, young man. Standing up to power. This is what our youth should aspire to. As the soldiers showered him with praise and admiration, Wang Bo lost count of how many times he had expressed his thanks. At last, it was only after a few officers issued orders that the group of soldiers reluctantly dispersed and returned to their posts. Though the officers couldn't hide their envy as they looked at the combat suit, they knew that, as mid-ranking officers, they had no say in how such a treasure would be allocated. Their immediate priority, therefore, was to leave a good impression on the young man before them. After all, he was the true owner of the suit, and his word would carry more weight than anyone else's. So, despite Wang Bo's polite refusals, the officers simply ushered him into the captain's lounge, insisting he get some rest. There were still a few hours left before they returned to Suchi City, though he had just endured nearly 10 hours of travel and combat. For Wang Bo, who had been injected with the super soldier serum, none of this truly mattered. Once he turned off the communication device, his full attention and anticipation shifted to the system. Open the system panel. As Wang Bo silently recited the command in his mind, that familiar interface once again appeared before his eyes. Reputation, 498,390. Note, the increase in reputation value is tied to the emotions of people in this world. Feelings such as shock, inspiration, or even hatred caused by the host's presence can all contribute to the reputation score. Items none. Level 1 store. Upgradable at 150,000 reputation points. Miniature nuclear reactor technology from the Marvel Universe, Iron Man series. 1,000 reputation points, currently unavailable for exchange. Mark 1 armor manufacturing technology, the original Iron Man suit. 10,000 reputation points, currently unavailable for exchange. Mark 2 armor manufacturing technology, second generation suit. Drawback, incapable of high-altitude flight. 20,000 reputation points, currently unavailable for exchange. Mark 3 armor manufacturing technology, third generation suit. Classic red and gold design, equipped with infrared lasers and mini-missiles, extremely powerful in combat. 50,000 reputation points, currently unavailable for exchange. Super Soldier Serum, from the Captain of the Beautiful Country. 100,000 reputation points, currently unavailable for exchange. Staring at that hefty sum, nearly 500,000, Wang Bo, who could face down a fleet of fighter jets without batting an eye, now found his own breath quickening ever so slightly. Damn, I finally made it. 400,000 reputation points. Tomorrow, when I have breakfast, I'm going to order 2 bowls of soy milk. Drink one, admire the other. No special reason, just for the fun of it. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Bo immediately proceeded to upgrade the store. The store is upgrading. Time remaining until completion. 8 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Watching this display, Wang Bo's anticipation only grew. After all, the goods in the level 1 store had already given him the power to challenge even the mightiest nations. So what kind of marvels awaited in the next level store? They must be truly extraordinary. The more Wang Bo thought about it, the more restless with excitement he became. Finally, he decided to put all thoughts aside and simply collapsed onto the bed. Sleep was always the best way to endure a long wait. When he woke again, the warship had already entered the harbor. Glancing at the clock, he realized he'd only slept for 2 hours. Yet he felt utterly refreshed and full of energy, all thanks to the effects of the serum. After exchanging a few words with the soldiers on board, Wang Bo disembarked. He'd only been away from China for half a day. Yet setting foot on home soil again filled his heart with warmth and familiarity. As he exited the port, he spotted a National Security Bureau vehicle waiting for him. What was different this time was that the person driving him today turned out to be the director of the National Security Bureau himself. "Director Fu, what are you doing? This is far too much for me." Fu Guotai, hearing this, rolled down the window and shot Wang Bo a look. "Cut the nonsense and get in the car quick." Seeing his resolute expression, Wang Bo knew it wouldn't be polite to refuse. He had no choice but to get in. He hadn't interacted much with this director. This was only their third meeting, counting today. Naturally, the two had little to talk about on the way home. It was about 300 kilometers from the naval port to Suchi City. Even with Fu Guotai driving at a brisk pace, the journey still took over 4 hours. By the time they arrived at Wang Bo's apartment complex, dusk had already fallen. As he was about to get out, Wang Bo turned and invited him. "Director Fu, it's already so dark outside. Why don't you stay at my place for the night?" Fu Guotai didn't reply. He lit a cigarette, shook his head, and said nothing. Seeing he had nothing more to say, Wang Bo felt a little awkward himself. Just as he was about to take his leave, Fu Guotai exhaled a ring of smoke and spoke quietly. "Thank you." Though the words were softly spoken, Wang Bo caught them clearly. Hearing his gratitude, Wang Bo was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly understood what he meant. Before Wang Bo could muster a polite reply, the proud and aloof director rolled up the window without hesitation and drove off, leaving Wang Bo standing alone in the cold night breeze, feeling a bit lost. He had never seen such a stiff and unyielding expression of thanks before. There were less than 2 hours left until the countdown to the mall's opening. Wang Bo decided to check in at Huang Haoliang's place, first to let him know he was safe. Even though his uncle probably already knew he had returned safely from the earlier livestream, Wang Bo understood them both well. Unless they saw him in person, they wouldn't be at ease. Arriving at Huang Haoliang's door, Wang Bo didn't bother with formalities. He simply took out his key and let himself in. "I'm starving. Absolutely starving." Hearing Wang Bo's voice, Huang Haoliang and his wife immediately rushed out from the inner room. Seeing Wang Bo safe and sound, Huang Haoliang managed to keep his composure, but Yang Ping, standing beside him, couldn't hold back her tears. "Don't cry like that. What are you crying for?" Huang Haoliang grumbled. "The rascal's back, isn't he?" Yang Ping shot him a glare and retorted mercilessly. "I'm the one with no composure? Who was it that sat watching the live stream with trembling hands all day? If this kid hadn't come back, I'd have dragged you to the hospital for Parkinson's." Watching the two bicker, Wang Bo felt a wave of warmth inside. Having lost his parents at a young age, he'd received no shortage of care from Uncle Huang and Annie Yang over the years. They treated him like their own son, and in truth, he regarded them as his second set of parents, reborn in his life. Perhaps, on the surface, Wang Bo always seemed carefree and indifferent, as if nothing in the world could disturb him. But when it came to these two people before him, he would go to any lengths, sparing no cost, to eliminate anyone who dared threaten them. After dinner, preoccupied with thoughts of the Level 2 marketplace, Wang Bo decided not to linger any longer. He hurried back home. Just as Wang Bo stepped through his front door, the system's voice echoed in his mind at that very moment. Level 2 marketplace fully loaded. Product list updated. Please make your selections, host. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Bo was taken aback. Back when he only had access to the Level 1 marketplace, the system's notifications always came in a cold, neutral tone. But now, with the system's upgrade, the notification had unexpectedly become a woman's voice. Well, the tone was still icy cold. But Wang Bo had always had a soft spot for those aloof, elegant voices. It seemed the system knew how much he'd been spending lately. If it didn't improve its service quality, it really would be letting down its most devoted patron. With a blend of sarcasm and anticipation swirling in his heart, Wang Bo eagerly opened the newly updated system interface. Reputation, 348,390. Note, The increase in reputation is linked to the emotions of people in this world. Emotions such as shock, gratitude, or hatred caused by the host's appearance can all boost reputation. Items none. Level 2 Marketplace. Spend a total of 2 million to unlock the next level marketplace. Current spending 0/2 000 000. Marvel Series. Artificial Intelligence Technology. Larval Stage. Jarvis, from the Marvel Iron Man series. 100,000 reputation. Mark 5 Armor Manufacturing Technology. Suitcase suit. Less defensive, but easy to carry. 100,000 reputation. Mark 6 Armor Manufacturing Technology. New energy suit. Features an all-new arc reactor. Much more powerful. 150,000 reputation. Mark 7 Armor Manufacturing Technology. Flight pod suit. Features rapid deployment and an array of onboard weaponry. Designed for combat. 200,000 reputation. Stark Element Synthesis Technology, a brand new element discovered by Tony Stark, reduces pollution from miniature arc reactors, enhances performance, and can be used underwater. 200,000 reputation. Vibranium Synthesis Technology, one of the toughest metals in the Marvel Universe, capable of absorbing sound and kinetic shocks. 500,000 reputation. At this, Wong Bo couldn't help but swallow hard. What on earth? Vibranium, that legendary treasure so rare in the Marvel Universe, could actually be synthesized now, thanks to the system's modifications? Does this mean that this nearly invincible metal, something so tough, can now be mass-produced by me? Imagining a future where all his battle armor might be forged entirely out of vibranium, Wong Bo couldn't help but drool at the thought. If such armor ever came into existence, the peril he faced today would seem like child's play. Even if the onslaught of 40 fighter jets' machine guns were multiplied tenfold, vibranium would still shield him from every bullet. But what truly stunned him was the appearance of a brand new product line beneath those items. Transformers Series. Bumblebee Manufacturing Technology, a decent, standard warrior from Transformers. 200,000 reputation points. One-time, all-spark, an essential item that grants life to a Transformer. Each can only awaken one Transformer. 100,000 reputation points. Megatron Manufacturing Technology. Optimus Prime Manufacturing Technology. The prices only grew more and more outrageous as he scrolled, and Wong Bo wisely decided to stop right there. Any further, and he was afraid his blood pressure wouldn't be able to handle it. Beyond these two series, he noticed yet another module at the very bottom of the interface. Limited time offer. Bumblebee Manufacturing Technology plus one-time all-spark bundle plus Jarvis Artificial Intelligence. Original price, 400,000 reputation points. Now, in celebration of the Level 2 Mall grand opening, limited time offer, only 348,000. Staring at the bundle, Wong Bo couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy. Where had those cool, aloof, and uncompromising systems from the novels gone? Why had he become a shrewd, opportunistic merchant? A limited time offer? 348,000? Is this a store anniversary sale? Just admit you're targeting my balance and be done with it. For the first time, Wong Bo actually felt his reputation points balance was excessive. He figured that, even if he only had 200,000 or 300,000 points left, the system would still find a way to sell him that Bumblebee bundle. That being said, after careful consideration, Wong Bo still went ahead and exchanged for Bumblebee. It was a decision he made after weighing all the options. He already had battle armor, though the Level 2 Mall's armor was even more powerful. But for Wong Bo at this moment, that didn't make such a significant difference. The Transformers, on the other hand, were a different story. If he could build them, it would be like gaining a whole team of invisible bodyguards. Incidents like Uncle Huang's kidnapping would never happen again. Most importantly, Wong Bo just couldn't resist a bargain. As soon as Wong Bo made the exchange, an enormous flood of memories poured into his mind, far more overwhelming than before. Transformers, in the strictest sense, aren't the invention of any scientist. They are living beings, each born from the Allspark. They, who had established the Cybertronian civilization, were nothing less than visitors from another world compared to the one before. But now, in this universe, after the system's modifications, those mechanical civilizations of Cybertron had astonishingly become inventions in Wong Bo's hands. This revelation left him somewhat unsettled. Yet perhaps this was for the best. With the creature's intelligence suppressed, Wong Bo no longer had to worry about issues of loyalty. When the time came, he could simply integrate artificial intelligence to monitor them. After all, with sentient species, one could never be too careful. The next morning, at the crack of dawn, the shrill ring of the telephone jolted Wong Bo awake. Seeing it was his old uncle calling, he ignored it, hung up, turned over, and went back to sleep. But less than 5 minutes later, Huang Haoliang showed up at his door in person. He barged straight into Wang Bo's bedroom as soon as the door opened, yanking the covers right off him. "You little rascal! Trying to test my patience, huh? You dare hang up on me?" Hearing his uncle's roar, Wang Bo reluctantly sat up, eyes still closed. Seeing his nephew's lazy demeanor, Huang Haoyang, once a soldier, could hardly stand it. He marched right over and flicked Wang Bo hard on the forehead. In the past, that would have been enough to jolt Wang Bo wide awake from the pain. But now, with the serum coursing through his veins, Wang Bo's skin was tough and his body sturdy. Huang Haoyang's flick only left his own hand tingling slightly. Other than that, it did little good. Seeing Huang Haoyang about to lose his temper, Wang Bo didn't dare stay in bed any longer. He quickly climbed out, grinning sheepishly. "What's up, uncle? It's so early. Your dear nephew hasn't had enough sleep yet." Huang Haoyang shot him a glare, clearly annoyed. "Ever since you dropped out, you've only gotten lazier. The sun's almost up and you're still not done sleeping." Wang Bo, head bowed for a scolding, risked a glance at the clock and the still dark sky outside. The sun's nearly up? There wasn't a hint of dawn yet. Still, Wang Bo knew better than to talk back to his uncle now, or he'd get an earful for sure. "Here." With that, Huang Haoyang handed him a stack of documents. "These are your enrollment papers. Starting today, you're marching straight to number 9 high and attending class." Wang Bo felt a headache coming on. He was already swamped with things to do. How could he find time to play at being a high schooler? But looking at his uncle's unwavering resolve, Wang Bo dared not argue. At 6:30 in the morning, with the sky still a murky gray, Wang Bo, wearing a look of utter misery, arrived punctually at the gates of number 9 high, backpack in tow. Everything had been so rushed, his uncle hadn't even managed to get him a school uniform. All he could do was make do with his old one. As soon as he stepped through the gates of number 9 high, everyone turned to point and whisper about him. Seeing this, Wang Bo's heart clenched with anxiety. If he were recognized the moment he stepped through the school gates, then all his efforts at disguise that morning would have been for nothing. On his way here, Huang Haoyang had repeatedly reminded himself not to reveal his identity. After all, Wang Bo was now a celebrity known around the world. If the entire student body found out that it was Wang Bo attending classes, the whole school would be thrown into chaos. "Hey, buddy, which class are you from? Why aren't you even wearing the school uniform?" Someone suddenly slapped Wang Bo on the back. Perhaps it was the effect of the serum, but his first instinct was to toss the person aside. But his strong sense of reason held him back. If he threw someone weighing over 100 pounds 20 meters in front of the whole school, Wang Bo could forget about ever attending class again. "I'm from class 11. I just transferred today, so I haven't received my uniform yet." Hearing this, the other person clapped his hands. "What a coincidence, buddy. I'm from class 11 too. Come on, I'll take you there." On the way, Wang Bo learned that this outgoing guy's name was Zheng Li. "Brother Li, why was everyone pointing and whispering about me just now?" Hearing Wang Bo call him Brother Li, Zheng Li thought to himself that this kid really knew how to get along. It's all because of the uniform. Normally, hardly anyone at number 9 high bothers to wear the school uniform. But things are different now. Wang Bo's curiosity was piqued. What's so different about it? Seeing the genuine confusion in Wang Bo's eyes, Zheng Li was shocked. Could he really not know? "No way, buddy, you really don't know? Our principal, Huang Haoyang, Principal Huang, is Wang Bo's uncle. Because of that connection, Education Bureau officials, even the top dogs at the Education Department, come by every other day for inspections." Zheng Li curled his lip at this point. They call an inspection, but really they're just coming to cozy up to the principal. After all, his nephew is now the hottest figure in China. Even the Americans tried to poach him a few days ago. Hearing Zheng Li praise him like that, even someone as thick-skinned as Wang Bo couldn't help blushing. As they spoke, the two of them arrived at Class 11's classroom. The moment they entered, the noisy class fell silent, and every gaze turned their way. After all, daring to show up without a uniform at this hour was bound to attract attention. After a brief silence, a burly boy sitting in the last row spoke up. "Hey, Little E, who's this guy?" Despite the mocking tone of the nickname, Zheng Li didn't dare show any anger. In fact, a flicker of fear passed through his eyes. "Brother Xian, this is our new transfer student. What's your name?" After chatting for so long, Zheng Li suddenly realized he didn't even know the newcomer's name. "My name is Yang Wan." Every time Wang Bo thought about how this name was written in his student record at number 9 middle school, he felt a wave of frustration well up inside him. His old uncle really hadn't put much thought into coming up with a name for him. "Yangwen? Why not just call me Zhang San, or at least see while you're at it?" As Wang Bo's mind wandered, Wu Xian was sizing up this new transfer student. Taking in his clothes and his thin, frail frame, a trace of disdain flashed in Wu Xian's eyes. He spoke up without hesitation. "So, Yangwen? Well, there's an unwritten rule in Class 11. Whenever there's a new student, it's their job to handle cleaning duties, wipe down the blackboard, and fetch water for everyone. Wang Bo grinned at that. All right, no problem. Anyone here thirsty? Zheng Li, standing nearby, parted his lips as if to say something, but when he caught sight of Wu Xian's fierce glare, the words died in his throat. Seeing how sensible Wang Bo was, Wu Xian didn't bother with pleasantries and simply held out his water cup. I'll have a cup then. With Wu Xian taking the lead, a few of the other loafing high schoolers sitting nearby chimed in one after another. Give me one too. Me as well. Noticing Zheng Li's uneasy expression, Wu Xian's lips curled with a playful smirk. Hey, little Li, are you thirsty too? Why don't you pass your cup to the new kid as well? Zheng Li wanted to refuse, but a glance at Wu Xian, who was idly cracking his knuckles, brought back some unpleasant memories. He had no choice but to swallow his conscience and hand his cup over to Wang Bo. After 2 classes, it was time for the long recess. With Wang Bo's current level of knowledge, tackling the science curriculum was practically a breeze. He finished all the homework assigned in the first 2 periods within just 5 minutes of the 20-minute break. With that done, Wang Bo didn't waste a second. He found a broom and dustpan in a corner of the classroom and set about cleaning, working with quiet diligence and not a word of complaint. After sweeping up, he even washed a few rags and began wiping down the classroom windows. Watching Wang Bo being bullied so badly made even Wu Xian's cronies feel a twinge of guilt. Xianji, this kid doesn't seem like a troublemaker at all, one of them muttered. Maybe we ought to take it easy on him. Wu Xian's face darkened at his underling's words, and he spun around, slapping him hard across the face. Who runs number 9 middle school? You or me? With that, the others all dropped their heads, swallowing their anger in silence. Meanwhile, Zheng Li, when no one was paying attention, pulled Wang Bo aside. Yang Wen, you're too obedient, man. They tell you to do something, and you actually do it. You just need to show a little attitude to Xianji, that's all. Upon hearing this, Wang Bo was momentarily taken aback. Then he asked, Isn't this the rule in class 11? Perhaps feeling guilty about making Wang Bo fetch water earlier, Zheng Li glanced around to make sure no one was listening, then spoke a bit more openly. What rule? That Wu Xian is just a good-for-nothing troublemaker. He struts around class 11 like he owns the place, lording it over everyone. Hearing this, Wang Bo's interest was piqued. You've got so many people in your class, and you all just let him boss you around? Why not just go up there and give him a beating? At these words, Zheng Li's face first flushed with anger, but then, as if a balloon had suddenly deflated, he slumped in defeat. Sai, you don't understand. For starters, that guy transferred from sports school. He's a real fighter. And I hear his dad used to be a gangster. Now he runs a pretty big real estate company. Ordinary folks like us really can't afford to mess with him. By the time the two of them returned to the classroom, it was almost time for class to start. Moments later, the teacher for this period strode briskly into the room. At his arrival, every student in the class fell silent, sitting up straight and preparing for the lesson. Even Wu Xian's gang in the very last row curbed their usual antics, not daring to act out during this teacher's class. At this moment, Lu Hao, the homeroom teacher of class 11, was in a foul mood. Ever since the principal's nephew became famous, 9th middle school had turned into something of a zoo. All sorts of leaders, big and small, came wandering through, hoping to cozy up to Huang Haoyang. To a man of Lu Hao's integrity, this was nothing but an annoyance. And as a veteran teacher, he knew all too well the bad temper of young Zhang, stubborn to a fault, even more so than himself. If anyone thought they could cozy up and get something out of his nephew Wang Bo, they were dreaming. Suppressing his irritation, Lu Hao was about to begin the lesson. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Wang Bo in the crowd, not wearing the school uniform. A fresh wave of frustration surged within him. Granted, this was the worst school in all of Suchi City. But in this old teacher's eyes, students should at least look like students. Always trying to stand out, dressed in flashy clothes. How could anyone focus on studying like that? With this thought, Lu Hao was just about to open his mouth and reprimand him. But as he looked at this unfamiliar, yet oddly familiar face, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. He was certain he hadn't seen this student at 9th middle before. But why did he feel so familiar? Lu Hao stood on the podium, eyes fixed intently on the new student. Wu Xian and his friends assumed the old stick in the mud was upset about Wang Bo not wearing the uniform. That new kid is in for it now. Old Lu is a master when it comes to dishing out punishments. Who cares? Either way, we're in for some entertainment. At that moment, a sudden flash of insight crossed Lu Hao's mind as he stood on the podium. How could this young fellow in front of him look so much like the person in the photograph in Principal Huang's office? But logically, that shouldn't be possible, though that person was also about high school age. With his level of expertise, He should be working in a national-level laboratory right now, conducting groundbreaking research in physics or biology. How could he possibly appear in the classroom of a mediocre high school like this? Unless the thought of his boss, who was as stubborn as a mule, flashed through Lu Hao's mind. Suddenly, the idea of Wang Bo showing up in this classroom didn't seem all that far-fetched. "All right then, let's begin the lesson," he finally said. To everyone's surprise, the notoriously obstinate old teacher didn't make things difficult for Wang Bo. The whole class, including Wu Xin and his friends, erupted in a wave of astonishment. What on earth was going on? This stubborn old man had once made Wu Xin stand outside through an entire class just for not wearing his uniform. And now, for this new transfer student, he chose to turn a blind eye? Witnessing this, Wu Xin's expression darkened. The old man's behavior seemed to suggest that he, Wu Xin, wasn't as important as this newcomer. How could he possibly maintain his authority in Class 11, or even the whole school, after this? Wang Bo, of course, was oblivious to all this, although the old teacher's math lessons were decent. With Wang Bo's current breadth of knowledge, these topics were child's play. He soon tuned out of the lesson, grabbed a stack of scratch paper, and began working out the technical design for the bumblebee. Before long, most of the class period had slipped by. Seeing that the main content was covered, Lu Hao decided to go over yesterday's homework. After all, there were a few challenging problems in the assignment. "Has anyone figured out this problem?" he asked. "Don't be shy. If you understand it, stand up and explain it to the class." But as silence filled the room, Lu Hao was just about to start explaining himself, when Wu Xin's voice rang out from the back. "Teacher, just because we don't know it doesn't mean the new student doesn't." Wu Xin's cronies, catching on to his intent, immediately joined in, stirring up the crowd. That's right. Ever since class began, Yang Wen has been scribbling away like crazy. For him, a little math problem like this should be a piece of cake. As the class rallied behind the idea, a cold sweat broke out on Lu Hao's forehead. Letting this guy solve a high school math problem? That would be like firing a cannon at a sparrow. If he dared to call on Wang Bo to answer, he had no doubt he'd be roasted alive by tomorrow. How could he be so reckless as to ask someone at the pinnacle of academic achievement to answer a mere classroom question? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lu Hao shot a fierce glare at the troublemakers in the back row. Just as he was about to bluff his way through, Wang Bo suddenly stood up. "Teacher, there are actually 5 different ways to solve this problem." As Wang Bo began to explain calmly and confidently, the expressions of the students in the audience shifted from scorn to surprise and finally to utter shock. The most astonished of all was Wu Xin, who sat in the very last row. He had intended to use this opportunity to embarrass Wang Bo in front of the whole class. But things didn't go as planned. Instead, the new guy managed to steal the spotlight in a way that was neither too grand nor too small, just enough to make an impression. Up on the podium, Lu Hao listened to Wang Bo's imaginative approach to the problem, utterly enthralled. It wasn't until 2 or 3 minutes after Wang Bo finished and sat down that Lu Hao finally snapped back to reality. Looking at Wang Bo, whose expression remained calm and composed, Lu Hao felt a deep sense of shock. A true expert can be recognized by just a single move. This was a joint exam question for the entire city. Even with all the teachers combined, they had managed to come up with only 3 possible solutions. Yet with just a glance, Wang Bo had provided 5 different methods. Such mathematical talent was truly astounding. Thank you for your answer," Lu Hao stammered. "That's all for today's class." With that, Lu Hao didn't say another word. He didn't even bother to pick up his lesson plan. He just dashed straight out of the classroom. Back in the office, he grabbed his water cup and drained it in one gulp. Feeling the sweat-soaked shirt clinging to his back, he headed straight for Huang Haoliang's office. No matter what, he was determined to get Wang Bo transferred to another class today. After all, with a student like this, what teacher wouldn't feel immense pressure? Meanwhile, back in the classroom, the students watched as Lu Hao made his frantic exit. The whole room erupted in cheers. "Hey, new guy, you're incredible. You actually managed to scare off that stubborn old teacher. You're the first one to ever do that." Hearing his classmates' praise, Wang Bo responded with a gentle smile. Watching Wang Bo quickly blend in and become one of the group, Wu Xin, sitting in the back, grew darker and more sullen. Suddenly, swoosh, Wang Bo instinctively tilted his head and a metal stool flew past him from the side. The next second, the stool crashed into the wall with a loud, grating noise. Seeing Wu Xin's menacing expression, everyone immediately stopped talking to Wang Bo and hurried back to their seats. Staring at this relentless classmate, Wang Bo's face grew a shade more serious. He had been through far bigger trials. Though his age hadn't changed, his mind was already mature. He had no intention of stooping to quarrel with someone like Wu Xin, but he hadn't expected Wu Xin to escalate things even further. At that moment, as it seemed Wang Bo was about to be dealt with, Zheng Li's mind was caught in a tangle of hesitation. To be honest, he actually liked this simple-minded transfer student who called him brotherly. But he also knew that if he stood up now, Wu Exin, already boiling with rage, might turn on him too. Don't move, Zheng Li. Don't get involved, no matter what happens. At this moment, the rational voice in his mind was screaming at him, warning him not to meddle in other people's business. But as he watched Wang Bo about to be beaten, in the next second, Zheng Li still took a step forward. Xing, calm down, he said. The words had barely left his mouth before regret washed over Zheng Li. But since he'd already spoken, there was no backing down now. Xing, we're all classmates here. Whatever the problem is, there's no need to get this angry. Hearing this only stoked Wu Xing's fury even more. Well, isn't this something? This new kid had barely been here half a day, and already someone was standing up to him for his sake. If things kept on like this, wouldn't the whole class be turned upside down? He was determined to show everyone today just what happened to those who dared to cross him in this class. Without another word, he abruptly changed direction and strode straight toward Zheng Li. Without hesitation, he swung his fist at Zheng Li's face. If that punch landed, Zheng Li would be left with more than just a bruise. Around the classroom, a few timid girls covered their eyes, unable to watch the disaster about to unfold. 1 second, 2 seconds. A moment passed, but Zheng Li's scream of pain never came. Everyone looked up in shock. The transfer student's hand had clamped firmly around Wu Xing's forearm, stopping his fist just a hair's breadth from Zheng Li's nose. It couldn't move even an inch closer. The entire room stared in disbelief. What on earth was going on? Wu Xing might not have been popular, but when it came to fighting, he'd never lost a match at number 9 middle school. Yet now he'd been stopped by this thin, frail-looking new kid. Wu Xing himself was stunned for a moment. Then veins bulged angrily on his face. Since transferring to number 9, he'd never suffered such humiliation. With that thought, he poured more strength into his arm, determined to show this new kid just how foolish it was to challenge him in a contest of strength. But the more strength he exerted, the more Wu Xing realized something was seriously wrong. What was happening? He was already using every ounce of his strength, yet he couldn't break free from this boy's grip. Seeing Wu Xing trembling slightly from the effort, his underlings were struck dumb. They knew just how strong Wu Xing was. Back at the sports school, if it hadn't been for a fight, he could have made the provincial team in shot put. And yet, the undisputed strongman of number 9 was being held at bay by a newcomer. Meanwhile, the one called Yangwen stood there calm as a breeze, as if he hadn't even started trying. At this point, Wu Xing felt utterly humiliated and tried to yank his hand free for another swing, only to be horrified to discover that he couldn't break free from Wang Bo's grip at all. The sensation was as if his forearm had been clamped by an iron vise, immobilizing him completely. As Wang Bo's grip grew ever stronger, Wu Xing could no longer bear the pain. In front of the entire class, he collapsed to his knees. Are you all just going to stand there and watch? Hurry up and help me now. Wu Xing's furious roar snapped his group of followers back to their senses. They grabbed whatever they could find and rushed over. Watching a handful of high school boys charging at him, Wang Bo couldn't help but let a faint, amused smile tug at his lips. Back in the States, I've faced off against fully armed special ops teams more times than I can count. And now, am I supposed to let few kids push me around? That would be the ultimate disgrace. In the next instant, Wang Bo gave a slight twist with his left hand, and Wu Xing was flung through the air. Before everyone's stunned eyes, Wu Xing crashed hard into the wall at the back of the classroom. The shock reverberated through his entire body, leaving him feeling as if he'd been shattered to pieces. It took him a moment to recover, and just as he was about to jump back into the fray to help his gang take down that new kid, he looked up, and the sight before him left him utterly dumbfounded. Barely 10 seconds had passed since he'd been thrown. Yet in that short time, all his buddies were already sprawled on the floor, groaning in pain. Standing off to the side, Zheng Li was just as stunned. Was this a movie shoot? Wing Chun? Ip Man? I can take on 10 at once. But this was real life. High school fights never end with one guy taking down 10. It was absurd. And yet, here it was happening right before his eyes. Wang Bo dusted off his hands, then calmly returned to his seat. In truth, while the moves looked impressive, Wang Bo had barely used any force. The boys only appeared to be in agony. They weren't really hurt at all. After all, they were just a bunch of hot-blooded high school kids. Fighting and showing off wasn't hard to understand. Right now, the boys in class were looking at Wang Bo with wild enthusiasm, their gazes practically worshipful, and the girls' eyes held a new spark, admiration, maybe even a hint of infatuation. A student who's unbeatable in a fight, and aside from not being classically handsome, he's basically the perfect novel hero. Noticing the girl's adoring glances, Wang Bo thought for a moment that his looks had finally won them over. He couldn't help but feel a bit cocky inside. Does this serum improve my looks too? Maybe I should find a way to get a few more shots. That way, finding a wife in the future won't be an issue. Even Wu Xin, thick-skinned as he was, had realized by now that this new transfer student was not to be trifled with. Struggling to his feet, he glared fiercely at Wang Bo and said, "Kid, you've got guts. If you dare, don't leave after school. Meet me outside the school's north gate. We'll settle this there." Standing to the side, Zheng Li quickly urged, "When don't go. Wu Xian's family is in real estate. They own more than a few construction teams. Those people are ruthless. It's not worth it to get yourself beaten up." Hearing this, Wang Bo simply waved his hand dismissively. Before he could say a word, the teacher for the next class walked into the room. The boys who'd been knocked to the ground saw the teacher arrive. Instead of getting up, they remained sprawled out, howling and groaning to attract the teacher's attention. Before the teacher could even ask what had happened, one of Wu Xian's lackeys piped up to complain. "Teacher, you have to stand up for us. We just wanted to make friends with the new student." But out of nowhere, he lashed out at us. Listening to this, the teacher was rendered speechless. He knew these boys all too well. They were never the type to genuinely make friends. Looking at the scene, he guessed what had happened. Most likely, they picked a fight only to end up on the losing side. And then there was the transfer student himself, sitting calmly at his desk. Good grief. Was this someone he could handle? Just a short while ago, during the break, Mr. Liu Hao had filled him in, and he'd nearly dropped right onto the floor in shock. Someone this formidable, and he still comes to school? Didn't he realize he was scaring all the teachers to death? Gazing down at the students playing the victim, the teacher could only sigh in resignation. Of all the people to provoke, they had to pick him. This was the guy who could jump from the 10th floor, dust himself off, and walk away as if nothing had happened. If any of these boys could beat him, it would be a miracle. Without hesitation, the teacher chose to ignore their antics and started the day's lesson. Seeing the teacher paying them no mind, the boys made a bit more fuss, then, realizing it was pointless, got up one by one and returned to their seats. Meanwhile, Wu Xian picked up on something odd in the teacher's subtle reaction. 2 classes in a row now, both teachers had acted strangely toward the new transfer student. Far too strange. Could he have misjudged this kid? Did the new guy have some powerful background? While Wu Xian was still brooding over this, the teacher had already begun his lecture. The 40-minute class passed in a flash. Before they knew it, lunchtime was approaching. Many students had already given up on listening, busy packing their bags and eager to race to the cafeteria. But just then, the sound of footsteps in the hallway brought an instant hush over the restless Class 11. Several people entered the classroom. The one leading them was none other than the school's vice principal. "Students, these guests are leaders from the neighboring city's education bureau, here to conduct a research visit at our school. Let's welcome them with a round of applause." With that, the vice principal took the lead, clapping his hands enthusiastically. Seeing this, everyone in the class followed suit, clapping in a mechanical, almost automatic fashion to welcome these leaders whose names they couldn't even remember. After all, scenes like this have played out countless times over the past 2 days. The visiting leaders, basking in the enthusiastic applause from the audience, lifted their chins ever so slightly, thoroughly enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. About a minute passed, and it seemed time to move on. The leading official raised his hand, signaling for everyone to stop clapping. But just as his gaze swept over the room, he noticed a student with his head down, scribbling away at something, completely ignoring their presence. The leaders, who prided themselves on their status, instantly felt their faces fall. "What's going on here, Principal Song? How could a prestigious school like 9th High allow a student to show up out of uniform? This isn't just an embarrassment for Principal Huang. It's a disgrace to our national hero, young Wang Bo." As the officials pinned these heavy accusations to him, Song Feng felt a bead of cold sweat break out on his forehead. "I'm sorry, leaders. That student, Yang Wen, is, I understand, a relative of Principal Huang's wife. He just transferred here today and hasn't received his uniform yet." Song Feng subtly revealed the student's connection to Huang Haoyang. The officials, though displeased, could only swallow their frustration. After all, times had changed for Huang Haoyang. With the backing of his nephew, he could send word all the way up to the highest authorities, far beyond the reach of these district-level officials. Their plan had been for the student to apologize, giving everyone an easy way out and letting the matter drop. But to their surprise, the boy simply ignored them and kept his head down, working away at his calculations. This was more than just a lack of respect. It was blatant, unapologetic defiance. "Principal Song, what kind of students are you admitting to 9th High these days? Not a trace of respect for teachers or tradition." As the officials barked their stern rebukes, Song Feng hadn't even opened his mouth when, Wang Bo, seated below the stage, was jolted from his thoughts by their grating voices. He looked up at those targeting him, impatience etched across his face. Enough with the rambling. If you have something to say, just say it. Stop wasting everyone's time. Respect for teachers? You think you're worthy of being my teacher? Wang Bo's blunt words left the whole class stunned. What on earth? This new student was something else. He'd actually clashed head-on with the Education Bureau's leaders in front of everyone. At the back of the room, Wu Xian let out a cold, amused smile. Well now, that was just perfect, a pillow delivered right when he needed a rest. He'd been racking his brains for a way to get this kid thrown out of ninth high, and now the opportunity had landed right in his lap. Unexpectedly, that fool managed to get himself kicked out all on his own. Well, that works out, saving him a lot of trouble. The Education Bureau official who had just been rebuffed turned pale with rage. No longer caring about maintaining his composure, he threatened outright. Do you believe that, with just one word from me, you won't even have a school to attend? Hearing this almost laughable threat, Wang Bo let out a scornful chuckle. Under the astonished gaze of everyone present, he slowly shook his head. I don't believe it. Looking at this unconventional student, who gave him no respect at all, the officials lost their patience. They immediately turned to Song Feng, who stood off to the side. Principal Song, I don't think I need to explain how you should deal with a student of such poor character. With the implication so clear, Song Feng found himself in a difficult position. If it were just an ordinary student, it would be simple. But the trouble was this student had been brought here by Huang Haoyang. If he acted rashly, would he end up offending his superior? Yet seeing the furious expressions of the officials, Song Feng dared not hesitate. Just as he was about to speak, intending to expel Wang Bo from the classroom, a conversation from the distance interrupted him. Haha, old Huang, you really are something. Forcing one of our country's treasures to attend high school. No one else could pull that off. Hearing the teasing words, Huang Haoyang could only force a bitter smile. He replied, Director Fu, please don't poke fun at me. And besides, that kid is hardly a national treasure. A giant panda is worth far more than that silly boy. At this, Fu Guotai burst out laughing. That's not how I see it. Sure, the kid can stir up trouble, but when it comes to contributions to our country, he's second to none. The conversation from afar reached the ears of the Education Bureau officials. They turned to look, and, good heavens, their knees nearly buckled. They recognized Huang Haoyang, but who was the man talking to him? Even though they'd never met him, it was obvious. This was someone of incredible importance. Otherwise, why would the top official of Suchi City be following behind him like an obedient child? As soon as he entered Class 11, Huang Haoyang spotted Wang Bo and immediately called out irritably, You little rascal, you really outdid yourself. I just wanted you to go to school, and you went and brought someone like him here. Hearing Huang Haoyang's sarcastic tone, Wang Bo could only reply helplessly. What could I do, uncle? If I told you, you probably would have given me a beating. Then Wang Bo turned to Fu Guotai and said, Director Fu, a phone call to my uncle would have been enough. You really didn't need to come all this way yourself. Hearing Wang Bo's polite words, Fu Guotai simply waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. After dropping you off yesterday, I still had some things to take care of in Suchi City, so I didn't leave right away. As the conversation flowed, Wang Bo no longer hid his identity. In the next moment, he simply took off his hat. The moment everyone saw that unmistakably familiar face, the entire classroom erupted in chaos. No way, it's Wang Bo. Oh my God, who could believe this? Teacher Wang is actually here in our class. No wonder he just rattled off the answer to that tough question, and with 5 different solutions no less. If it's Teacher Wang, then nothing is surprising at all. And just now, the way he handled 10 people at once. What a sight. Forget about 10. He could probably take on 100 if he wanted to. That's the guy who single-handedly broke into the Pentagon with his bare hands. Back in the last row, Wu Xian's gang of followers were completely stunned. What the heck? How could this be? They had just tried to pick a fight with Wang Bo himself. Images flashed through their minds. Just a few days ago, on a live broadcast, American agents had been flattened like pancakes. At the thought, a chill ran down their spines. If Wang Bo had taken things even a bit seriously just now, none of them would have walked away in one piece. At this moment, Wu Xian was even more shaken. He had always lorded over his peers at school, throwing his weight around. But that courage only existed when facing ordinary high schoolers. Now, confronted with Wang Bo, a person who was superhuman in both intelligence and strength, he didn't have the slightest thought of resistance left. All that remained was a deep, overwhelming fear. With a loud crash, the once untouchable Wu Xian of number 9 high slid off his chair and landed on the floor with a thud. That thunderous fall finally snapped the dazed Education Bureau officials out of their shock. Damn it! What rotten luck! Just when it was finally their turn to visit number 9 high and pay respects to Huang Haoliang, they had to run headlong into the toughest wall imaginable. It wasn't hard for them to imagine. With just a single word from this young man, their own official careers could be over in an instant. Seeing the classroom in such an uproar, Huang Haoliang was completely at a loss. Song Feng, what's going on here? Hearing his superior's voice, Song Feng snapped out of his stupor. Thank goodness Huang Haoliang and the others had arrived just in time. If they'd been even a moment later, he might have thrown Wang Bo out of the classroom himself. Immediately, Song Feng turned a look of resentment toward the visiting officials. Principal Huang, these Education Bureau leaders who came to inspect actually demanded that I expel Wang Bo without any explanation. Huang Haoliang's expression turned stormy at these words. What was their reason? Seeing his principal's anger, Song Feng dared not delay and quickly replied. The reason is simply that Wang Bo was not wearing his school uniform. I already explained during the process that this student is a recent transfer, so it's understandable. But they wouldn't listen, insisting that I expel Wang Bo. Before Huang Haoliang could say a word, the top official from Suchi City, who was standing beside Fu Guotai, spoke up. Is what he said true? Faced with this stern question, the group turned pale, their lips trembling, minds blank with fear. Seeing their reaction, Fu Guotai and the others instantly understood what was going on. Get out of my sight. You've disgraced yourselves. Go back and await further punishment. How could the government of Huagua raise such pampered, good-for-nothings like you? Fu Guotai's scolding rang out with no trace of politeness, and none of the group dared to show even a hint of dissatisfaction. After all, even the highest-ranking official in Suchi City was only following this man's lead. It was clear just how formidable this middle-aged man must be. Once the pompous officials had left the room, Fu Guotai pointed toward the door. Come with me, kid. I happen to have something I'd like to discuss with you. Wang Bo shrugged at the invitation and was about to follow the director of national security out, when, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Zheng Li standing off to the side. He stopped in his tracks and turned back into the classroom. As Wang Bo approached, Wu Exin, who was slumped on the floor, broke out in a cold sweat. Looking at the school bully, sprawled helplessly, Wang Bo couldn't help but find it amusing. He bent down and whispered into Wu Exin's ear. Zheng Li is my friend. If you want to spend the rest of your life behind bars, then by all means, try laying a hand on him. Hearing this, Wu Exin stared into Wang Bo's emotionless eyes and shook his head vigorously. Seeing this, Wang Bo finally felt at ease. He walked over to Zheng Li, tore a page from his notebook, and scribbled his phone number on it. Brother Li, here's my number. If you ever need anything, just call me. At Wang Bo's words, Zheng Li's face flushed bright red. His hand shook as he took the note from Wang Bo. Satisfied, Wang Bo didn't linger any longer. After all, it wouldn't do to keep Director Fu, such a high-ranking official, waiting. Once outside the classroom, Wang Bo followed Fu Guotai onto the sports field. Director Fu, let's not beat around the bush. What's this about? After hesitating for a long moment, Fu Guotai finally spoke. Wang Bo, I know this is asking a lot, but if it's at all possible, I'd like to represent Huagua and purchase a batch of that serum from you. As soon as he said this, Fu Guotai visibly relaxed, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. And then, almost amused by his own nervousness, he gave a self-deprecating chuckle. He'd been the director of national security for years, but never had he felt the need to tread so carefully. But now, there's no other choice. After all, the technology Wang Bo possesses is simply too formidable. A compact nuclear reactor, battle armor, super soldier serum. Any one of these could elevate a nation's overall strength to a whole new level. Wang Bo fell silent for a moment after hearing this, then spoke up. Director Fu, it's not that I want to embarrass you. It's just that the super serum is far too dangerous. If it were to go into mass production, it would seriously disrupt social order. Can you imagine how many police officers it would take to apprehend a criminal who's injected with the super serum? Hearing Wang Bo's pointed question, Fu Guotai promised firmly. I guarantee that this batch of super serum will never fall into the wrong hands. It will be delivered under the strict surveillance of our National Security Bureau, and only screened soldiers in the military will be allowed to use it. Seeing Fu Guotai's confident assurance, Wang Bo let out a quiet sigh. Director Fu, I trust you, but I can't trust everyone. Take today's Education Bureau officials, for example, or the Zhang family. At that, Fu Guotai looked as if he'd been struck by lightning. Yes, he had been full of confidence when he took on the task of protecting Huang Haoliang. But look how that turned out. As the saying goes, you can guard against thieves day and night, but it's hardest to guard against those close to home. Fu Guotai could vouch for his own absolute loyalty to the country and society. But what about others? What about those who received the serum? How could he guarantee their loyalty? Seeing Fu Guotai fall silent, Wang Bo felt a wave of relief inside. This was exactly why, in the Marvel Universe, the super serum was never widely distributed. Something this terrifying, if produced en masse, would surely send crime rates soaring. At the same time, Wang Bo had his own reasons for caution. After all, he was still the only one who had been injected with the serum. This meant ordinary people posed almost no threat to him. He had no need to worry about his own safety. But if the super serum were to spread, everything would change. It would mean there'd be many more super soldiers just like him. In that case, his own safety would be greatly compromised. Without some further means to ensure his own security, he absolutely would not let others receive the super serum. After refusing Fu Guotai, Wang Bo felt a twinge of guilt. After all, when he caused a stir in America, it was China that stepped in to clean up the aftermath for him. He couldn't afford to be too petty. Watching Fu Guotai leave, Wang Bo found himself unable to feel any joy. 3 sets of battle armor, plus the corresponding compact reactors. Wang Bo could have kicked himself for his generosity. Although he had the theory clear in his mind, actually building the thing took a great deal of time. But there was no other way. Whether it was previous research, funding, or support from across the ocean, the Chinese government had provided him with substantial help. On top of that, the set of battle armor he had promised earlier had been destroyed during Wang Bo's trip to America. This left him with a lingering sense of guilt. Returning a favor for a favor, that had always been Wang Bo's way. Whoever treated him well, he would repay in kind. After Deputy Director Fu's intervention, Huang Haoyang finally stopped insisting that Wang Bo go back to school. That was a huge relief for Wang Bo. Given his current status, campus life was no longer a good fit for him. Once home, he packed his things and threw himself into a new round of scientific research. Meanwhile, the government of America was in the midst of massive upheaval. Although Wilson's administration was desperately trying to minimize the fallout from the previous incident, there had simply been too many witnesses at the time. And now, with his political rivals fanning the flames, public opinion online was spiraling out of control, and voices of opposition were growing louder by the day. In some states, there were even protests and demonstrations breaking out. At that moment, President Wilson sat in the Oval Office, overwhelmed by the mountain of documents before him. Although he had already dismissed Defense Secretary Andrew for gross negligence and handed him over to the judicial authorities, the consequences of this blunder were simply too great to contain. Now, anyone could see that a golden opportunity for America to dominate the world had slipped right through the fingers of these incompetent officials. Clearly, with such a colossal political disaster, scapegoating Andrew alone would never be enough to calm public outrage. Just as Wilson was deep in thought, the phone on his desk rang. Seeing the caller ID, the president's scalp tingled with dread. He took a deep breath and answered, "Hello, Mr. Drew." But on the other end, the head of the Drew family offered no reply to the president's greeting. Hearing only silence, Wilson grew increasingly anxious. "Mr. Drew, please, let me explain. The blame for this incident lies entirely with that fool Andrew." But the Drew family patriarch, clearly running out of patience, cut him off. "Wilson." The stern voice on the other end made Wilson instantly fall silent, waiting for his fate to be decided. "I think it's time for you to step aside and give up your presidency." That cold, emotionless command struck Wilson like a blow to the spine, leaving him collapsed and powerless in his chair. He knew that public opinion didn't matter, nor did the attacks from his political opponents. As long as the oldest family in America stood behind him, everything could be smoothed over. But now, it was obvious that the Drew family had lost patience. He wanted to speak up again, to plead his case. But when the words reached his lips, he found he couldn't say them. Because he understood, no amount of begging would make a difference anymore. After he hung up the phone, he knew exactly what awaited him. The light in his eyes had already faded. 2 months had passed since Wang Bo entered the laboratory. Suddenly, a bombshell of news swept across the globe. The President of the United States, Wilson, had actually failed to win re-election. This was, without a doubt, a rare occurrence. Among the dozens of presidents in U.S. history, only a handful had ever lost their bid for a second term. For everyone else, barring some catastrophic incident, a second term was almost guaranteed. And yet, Wilson was stepping down? When leaders around the world learned who the new president would be, they all drew sharp breaths in shock. Adam, the infamous hawkish figure. Most remembered him from a certain war in the Middle East. At the time, Adam held only the rank of Major General. Yet he had defied orders from his superiors and resolutely launched a war of brutal slaughter. Later, even when brought before a military tribunal, he showed not a hint of remorse. He insisted that everything he had done was for the good of America. With a peerless genius emerging in China, the U.S. had chosen such an aggressive warmonger as their new president. What could be their intention? Under the scrutiny of the entire world, the new president delivered his inaugural address, and his words were nothing short of forceful. His message was singular and unmistakable. Anyone or anything that had shamed America would pay a heavy price. This wasn't even a veiled threat. It was as clear as day. It was obvious that this change in leadership was aimed squarely at Wang Bo. At that very moment, inside his laboratory, Wang Bo watched the new president's statements and could only let out a cold laugh. Make him pay the price? He hadn't even begun to settle accounts with them, and yet this group was already out to make trouble for him. Even a clay figurine has a temper, let alone someone as unapologetic as Wang Bo. With that thought, he opened Weibo once again. Right now, Wang Bo's personal account was filled with harmonious voices. Because of his previous actions in America and the advent of the super serum, Wang Bo's haters had been thoroughly crushed. Now, they didn't even dare risk a comment under his posts. One careless word, and Wang Bo's diehard fans would tear into them without mercy. But now, with Wang Bo's latest post, these people finally saw a sliver of breathing room. To celebrate the honorable retirement of President Wilson of the United States, I've decided to hold a press conference in the middle of next month. Spoiler alert in advance. This time, the product will be about intelligent robots. These words stirred up a storm that swept across the entire world. Seriously? Here the new president has just taken office, and you're already celebrating his predecessor's retirement. Isn't that just a blatant slap in the face? This was nothing short of directly challenging the new hawkish president. A teenage boy, still in high school, actually had the courage to go head-to-head with the leader of the world's most powerful nation. This truly astonished everyone. But then, recalling all that Wang Bo had accomplished in the United States before, people found themselves less surprised. After all, he was the kind of formidable figure who could break out from the heavy encirclement of the United States. Compared to that, this latest act of provocation seemed almost child's play. Meanwhile, Adam, sitting in the presidential office, glanced at the childish provocation on Weibo and responded with a cold, dismissive smile. Though he was known as a representative of the Hawks, he hadn't risen to the presidency just to lose his composure over a few taunting words. He stood up slowly and walked to the window, gazing in the direction of China. A press conference, is it? Perhaps this is a good opportunity. Back on Wang Bo's Weibo, the comment section had exploded. Intelligent robots. What a dazzling and dreamlike field this is. Unlike the exosuits Wang Bo had developed before, the difficulty of this project lay entirely in the word intelligent. To be able to think independently, respond to emergencies, and make autonomous judgments. That is the true standard of intelligence. And up until now, nothing but the human brain has been capable of such feats. Now, with Wang Bo's bold declaration, it seemed he was about to create an entirely new mechanical mind. Was it even possible? Even though Wang Bo had already worked so many miracles, very few people could bring themselves to believe it this time. Wang Bo is really full of himself. Exactly. Intelligent robots? Does he really think he's omniscient and omnipotent? I'm a computer programming major, and with the technology we have now, there's simply no way to build a machine that can think independently. Looks like that so-called serum has gone to his head. The comments were full of Wang Bo's haters and trolls hired by certain foreign interests, here just to stir things up, but Wang Bo's fans were having none of it. These days anyone thinks they can run their mouth online. Have you forgotten how Mr. Wang gave you all a lesson last time? Besides, Mr. Wang never said he'd actually build intelligent robots. He only said it was in a related direction. Watching the heated arguments raging online, Wang Bo simply shook his head and lost interest. No amount of words will help. When the real thing appears, those clowns will be silenced. Turning away, his gaze landed on the bright yellow sports car sitting in the center of the lab, and his eyes burned with excitement. The body of Bumblebee was now fully assembled. Unlike in the movies, where Transformers are a genuine race of living beings, in this world, thanks to the technological modifications brought by the multiversal tech system, Transformers are merely the creations of Wang Bo. Everything was ready. Now it was time to grant wisdom to this first Transformer. Open system panel. With his thought, the digital interface popped up in his mind once again. Fame points, 15,320. Items, one-time all-spark times 1. Essential for granting Transformers intelligence. Wasting no time, Wang Bo decisively retrieved the single-use all-spark from the item menu. Cool to the touch, its design was unlike the cube-shaped all-spark from the movies. Instead, it took on a strange, pyramid-like shape. Feeling its unusual texture, an air of obsession flickered in Wang Bo's eyes. This was a treasure capable of creating an entire race. At the same time, as he studied its austere exterior, an inexplicable sense welled up within him. The material of this allspark must be a metal far surpassing vibranium. With that thought, Wongbo spent half a day tinkering with the allspark in the lab. He tried every detector and piece of equipment, but came up with absolutely nothing. Seeing this, Wongbo had no choice but to set it aside for now. After all, there was no limit to how many single-use allsparks he could redeem. As his knowledge grew over time, he believed he would one day unravel the secrets of the allspark's origin. With that in mind, Wongbo stopped hesitating and placed the single-use allspark on a bumblebee's body. The moment the allspark touched the transformer, a strange light flashed, and then a visible stream of energy slowly began to flow into the machine. The energy stream grew larger and larger until it enveloped Bumblebee's entire body. Watching the energy infuse the machine, Wongbo left it be. After all, there was a second matter he needed to attend to. Artificial intelligence. Jarvis. The reason Iron Man possessed such formidable combat power was inseparable from the command and analysis provided by this AI. Long ago, using the knowledge the system had bestowed upon him, Wongbo had already completed the programming for this powerful artificial intelligence. Now, all that remained was to run it. Taking a deep breath, Wongbo pressed the activation button. Instantly, it was as if an invisible wave swept through every electronic device in the lab. As Wongbo waited anxiously, filled with anticipation, a voice reached his ears. "Hello, sir. Artificial Intelligence Jarvis is pleased to be at your service." Hearing this greeting, so unfamiliar, yet oddly familiar, Wongbo was instantly thrilled. "Jarvis, I've always been here, sir." Listening to the male mechanical voice, Wongbo finally felt certain. The artificial intelligence was up and running. From now on, when he donned his battle armor, he would no longer have to strain his mind or exhaust himself. Eager to test Jarvis's capabilities, Wongbo's playful side emerged. "Jarvis, what is this?" As he spoke, Wongbo's hand rested on a piece of lab equipment. He asked, full of anticipation. "Sir, this is the latest domestically developed liquid chromatography instrument. Its power consumption is..." Listening to Jarvis's articulate explanation, Wongbo was both amazed and delighted. No wonder he was Tony Stark's right-hand assistant. Simply incredible. Then, like a curious child, Wongbo peppered Jarvis with questions, asking about nearly every piece of equipment in the laboratory. With his brain connected to the internet, Jarvis responded to every inquiry with ease. Finally, Wongbo's gaze shifted to the center of the lab, where Bumblebee and the Allspark were transferring energy. "Jarvis, can you tell what this is?" Clinging to a sliver of hope, Wongbo still voiced the question. This time, however, Jarvis fell into a long silence. After a while, Jarvis's voice returned. "Unknown element. Its composition is far too complex for analysis." Hearing this, a glimmer of disappointment flickered in Wongbo's eyes. It seemed the Allspark was indeed a completely unknown entity in this world. Perhaps sensing Wongbo's disappointment, Jarvis offered a considerate suggestion. "Sir, within the system's artificial intelligence exchange sequence, I am classified as a juvenile form. In other words, the most basic level of artificial intelligence. I believe that as I continue to upgrade, you will surely obtain the answers you seek." Wongbo was taken aback at first, and then a chill ran down his spine. What on earth? Jarvis actually knew about the existence of the system. After all, the multiverse technology system was Wongbo's foundation for achieving fame in this world. It was his greatest secret, one he had never intended to share with anyone, even if that someone was merely an artificial intelligence. "System, what's going on? How does this AI know about your existence?" As Wongbo asked the question, that cool, aloof female voice echoed in his mind once more. "Host, there's no need to worry. The artificial intelligence is set as an extension of the system's will. It is absolutely loyal to the host. There is not the slightest possibility of betrayal, nor will it ever expose the existence of the system." Hearing the explanation from the system, Wongbo finally felt a weight lift from his heart. As time passed, the energy streams radiating from the spark gradually diminished. Eventually, the energy dissipated completely, and the machine that had been bathed in the flow of power now glowed with a faint, gentle light. Then, in the very next instant, under Wongbo's stunned gaze, the bumblebee that had, just a moment ago, been in the shape of a car, began its transformation. Watching the intricate process unfold, Wongbo couldn't help but feel a surge of awe within him. No wonder this being was valued at 300,000 prestige points. There was simply no comparison to his previous suits of armor. Now, the newly born Bumblebee gazed around with its two basketball-sized mechanical eyes, brimming with curiosity at everything in its surroundings. When its gaze landed on the human standing at its feet, a new sensation stirred within this newborn creature. It knew instinctively that this tiny living being before it was its master. To be stared at by this 5-meter-tall giant, even Wang Bo, with all his experience facing grand spectacles, couldn't help but feel a twinge of nervousness. He had no idea what kind of attitude this newly awakened Bumblebee would have towards him. If it did turn hostile, even with the super soldier serum in his veins, he doubted he could withstand an attack from this formidable being. After all, he knew all too well from the movies just how powerful the Transformers were in battle. Just then, as Wang Bo watched warily, the freshly awakened Bumblebee slowly lowered itself and extended a hand toward him. Was this a gesture of submission? Carefully, Wang Bo placed his own hand on a Bumblebee's outstretched palm. Sensing that its master had accepted its pledge, Bumblebee, newly awakened, was overcome with joy. In the next instant, it leapt up, bouncing around excitedly in place. Witnessing this, Wang Bo finally let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, Bumblebee's newly formed consciousness was as innocent as that of a child. It shouldn't be too difficult to tame. Still, caution could never hurt. To guard against the possibility of a Transformer rebellion, Wang Bo decided to have Jarvis implant a self-destruct protocol into Bumblebee's mind, just in case. But as Jarvis began the infiltration, Bumblebee, who had been so cheerful a heartbeat ago, suddenly seemed to sense an attack. In the blink of an eye, its gaze turned fierce and menacing. Inside the lab, Jarvis's voice rang out in alarm. "Sir, it has detected my intrusion and is now launching a counterattack." At these words, Wang Bo's face changed drastically. If Jarvis, worth 100,000 prestige points, was lost just like that, he felt he'd have nowhere left to cry. "Bumblebee, stop!" Hearing its master's command, Bumblebee turned its head. Though clearly displeased, it reluctantly ceased its attack. "What's going on, Jarvis?" "Sir, its evolutionary level is simply too high. In my juvenile state, I have no way of breaking in. Unless it voluntarily lowers its defenses, there's no way to plant a self-destruct program." Hearing this, Wang Bo felt not a trace of dissatisfaction. On the contrary, a sense of delight welled up in his heart. If even Jarvis couldn't break into Bumblebee's mind, that meant no hacker on Earth could possibly breach a Transformer's brain. Later, following Wang Bo's command, Bumblebee reluctantly let down his mental defenses, allowing Jarvis to plant the self-destruct program in his mind. With that done, Wang Bo turned his attention to fulfilling his promise to Guitai, delivering 3 sets of power armor. Just over a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this time, the remarks Wang Bo had posted on Weibo continued to ferment and spread. With covert backing from the American government, many world-renowned figures joined the chorus denouncing Wang Bo. Even the CEO of the famous fruit phone company made a public statement. He declared that Wang Bo's irresponsible remarks amounted to questioning and ridiculing all the experts in the field of artificial intelligence. He demanded that this reckless youngster issue a public apology and admit his mistake. With those words, Wang Bo was pushed to the very edge of the global AI research community. All of Wang Bo's fans held their breath, anxious for what might come next. Amidst worry, cold indifference, and even some who were ready to kick him while he was down, the press conference quietly approached. Beichuan Hotel. As a provincial-level state-run hotel, it had long been the venue of choice for business and political elites to conduct their affairs. But today, this hotel, open for decades, will be closed for an entire day. No outsiders would be allowed in. The only purpose was to host a grand and unprecedented press conference. At the break of dawn, the entrance to Beichuan Hotel's conference hall was already packed to bursting. Reporters from every direction had assembled, all eager to attend this event that had captured the nation's and world's attention. Brother Lin, spotting Lin Zichao, Wang Bo, who had been preparing at the venue since early morning, immediately strode over to greet him. Taking in Wang Bo's appearance, Lin Zichao couldn't help but marvel. "Is that serum of yours a facelift in a bottle or what?" Wang Bo was momentarily stunned, then gave Lin a playful punch, laughing as he scolded. "Get out of here." Seeing how well Lin Zichao was doing for himself now, Wang Bo felt genuinely happy for him. As Wang Bo's fist came flying, Lin Zichao quickly dodged in a comical fashion. "Careful there, my frail little frame can't handle one of your punches." Then, glancing at the sea of people in the hall, Lin Zichao quipped, "Professor Wang, you sure do have some impressive pull." A single sentence on Weibo was enough to summon reporters from all over the country. Hearing this, Wang Bo could only spread his hands in resignation. "Come on, give me a break. Most of them are here because of my previous reputation. As for the intelligent robot, besides you, who else really believes in it?" Lin Zichao blinked at his words, joking. "I never said I actually believe it myself." The assembled reporters in the crowd also noticed Wang Bo stepping into the center of the room. Watching the two of them chatting with such familiarity, envy and admiration flickered across their faces. Wang Bo's guess was spot on. Almost none of them truly believed he could deliver any real breakthrough. After all, we're talking about intelligent robots here. To put it dramatically, Wang Bo was claiming he would create an entirely new species. Since returning from the States, it had barely been 2 months. And now he was saying he'd create a new form of life in such a short time? Who did he think he was, the goddess Niwa herself? Pinching a clay figure and breathing life into it with a puff of air? True, Wang Bo had already performed plenty of miracles before. A compact nuclear reactor, battle armor, super soldier serum. But compared to what he was promising now, those achievements paled in comparison. Yet the reporters still came. And for good reason. Even if Wang Bo revealed nothing at all today, even if this entire press conference was just an elaborate joke, it wouldn't change his standing in China one bit. Those 3 world-shaking inventions alone had earned him towering merit in the eyes of the nation. To put it bluntly, as long as Wang Bo didn't betray the country, any request he made would be seriously considered. And just as Wang Bo was chatting with Lin Zichao, Fu Guotai led the National Security Bureau team briskly into the hall. Seeing their arrival, Wang Bo hesitated no longer. He bounded up the steps, returning quickly to the stage, and officially kicked off the press conference. As Wang Bo reached the center of the platform, the noisy atmosphere below was instantly hushed. Seeing this, Wang Bo was filled with mixed emotions. He still remembered his very first press conference. Back then, not a single reporter had even bothered to show up. At the second event, even though the reporters did come, it was only out of respect for Lin Tianfeng and mostly to watch him make a fool of himself. But now, just by standing on stage, not a soul dared ignore or belittle him. As the crowd noticed Wang Bo drifting off in thought, Lin Zichao, seated in the front row, quickly waved his hand. Snapped back to attention, Wang Bo cleared his throat. Hello, friend from the press. I'm Wang Bo. I believe you're all already familiar with the purpose of this conference and the product I'm about to unveil. I won't go into unnecessary details any further. Now, let's welcome the star of today's event, Bumblebee. As he spoke, Wang Bo gestured toward the backstage area of the press conference. The crowd was taken aback by his words. Could it be that the development of an intelligent robot had really succeeded? Otherwise, how could Wang Bo sound so confident as he spoke? Down in the audience, Fu Guotai's face was a mix of skepticism and a hint of anticipation. Unlike the rest of the reporters, he had been keeping close tabs on Wang Bo's schedule for the past 2 months. It was precisely because he knew so much that he found it hard to believe. 3 fully functional suits of armor had already been handed over. If today's intelligent robot turned out to be real, wouldn't that mean Wang Bo had managed, in just 2 months, to produce 3 sets of armor, 3 miniature nuclear reactors, and also develop an intelligent robot? Are you kidding me? Even a sow couldn't be that productive. And yet the facts spoke for themselves. This level of productivity was real. Of course, it wasn't Wang Bo who was miraculously prolific, but Jarvis. With the help of this artificial intelligence, what used to take over a month to build a suit of armor could now be accomplished in less than a week. As the audience from the National Security Bureau found themselves drawn in by Wang Bo's confidence, a flicker of something unusual passed through the eyes of several Chinese reporters sitting below the stage. Meanwhile, just as Wang Bo finished speaking, a sleek, bright yellow sports car slowly glided out from backstage. The dazzling design of the car caught everyone's attention. This car is absolutely stunning. Yeah, I've never seen a sports car this beautiful before. Just imagine how eye-catching it would be to drive this down the street. Did Mr. Wang design this himself? His talent and sense of style totally outshined those big car manufacturers. Wang Bo was momentarily taken aback by the comments, but quickly realized what was happening. This had to be the system's doing. From the start, the system had said that this world had no memory of any products made with system technology. What Wang Bo hadn't expected, though, was just how thorough the system was. It had erased the existence of even this kind of car model. While the crowd was still mesmerized by the car's design, a few different voices rose from the audience. Mr. Wang, weren't you going to show us an intelligent robot? Yeah, what's with the car? I get it. Mr. Wang must be warming us up with a look at his beloved car. Hearing the questions from the floor, Wang Bo cleared his throat and said, Everyone, there's no need to guess. In fact, this car is the star of today's event. At those words, everyone's jaws dropped in shock. What on earth? You said it would be an intelligent robot. So what's the meaning of rolling out a sports car now? Hearing this, Fu Guotai almost toppled over in shock. At this moment, all he wanted to do was rush onto the stage, grab that kid by the collar, and shake some sense in his still half-asleep head. Are you talking nonsense in your sleep right now? What about this car is intelligent? And in what way does this car resemble a robot at all? It's important to remember that the journalists here today aren't just from China. There are also many well-known reporters from abroad, which means this is a global live broadcast. If it were only being shown in China, Fu Guodai could have contacted the internet authorities to minimize the fallout. But now, he didn't have nearly enough clout to halt a broadcast that was being streamed to the entire world. On stage, Wang Bo suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He looked up to see Fu Guotai glaring at him with a murderous stare. Wang Bo could only scratch his head with an awkward grin. Then, turning back to the crowd, he raised his voice and said, "I wonder if any of you noticed, when this machine entered, it already displayed its intelligence." The audience was taken aback, then began to rack their brains for anything unusual about the flashy sports car's entrance. A moment later, a few keen-eyed reporters seemed to recall something. "I remember now, there was no driver in the car when it came in." Prompted by the reporter's reminder, the crowd suddenly realized what had happened. That's right. Come to think of it, the car drove from backstage to the center of the stage, and there was never anyone behind the wheel. So, this is autonomous driving? After the brief initial shock, the confusion quickly followed. How is this considered intelligent? These days, which of the world's top car manufacturers doesn't have self-driving technology? Just because of this, Wang Bo dared to boast about developing an intelligent robot? Has he gone mad with a desire for fame? The Chinese reporters kept quiet, for fear of offending Wang Bo. Not one dared to challenge him first. But the foreign reporters had no such reservations, especially those from America, who were practically hoping for Wang Bo to embarrass himself. Now that such a golden opportunity had presented itself, how could they possibly let it slip by? "Mr. Wang Bo, are you making a mockery of us?" Yes, this so-called autonomous driving technology was invented by companies over a decade ago. You dare present this outdated trick as an intelligent robot? Mr. Wang Bo, I acknowledge your major contributions to both physics and biology. But that doesn't give you the right to brazenly deceive the whole world. Are all Chinese people this shameless? Arrogant fools. Hearing those words, Wang Bo let out a cold laugh in his heart and was just about to speak up in rebuttal. But the reporters from China couldn't hold back any longer. Damn it. Although they themselves had mocked Wang Bo before, that was, after all, an internal matter within China. But now, these foreign troublemakers were openly insulting Wang Bo and showing contempt for China. How could anyone tolerate that? Shut your filthy mouths. Exactly. How dare you insult teacher Xiao Wang? Do you even deserve to? If you think autonomous driving technology is outdated, why don't you come up here and develop something better? Just a few days ago, didn't your American companies have one autopilot accident after another? As the crowd of Chinese reporters voiced their outrage, Wang Bo looked on in astonishment. Then, a sudden surge of emotion welled up inside him. This was exactly why Wang Bo loved his country. Perhaps, within China itself, scheming and rivalry were nothing unusual. But when faced with insults or oppression from outsiders, the vast majority of Chinese always managed to unite and stand together. This was the power of national cohesion. Taking a deep breath, Wang Bo slowly raised his hand, signaling the quarreling reporters to quiet down. "Everyone, please leave this matter to me." Hearing this, the Chinese reporters ceased their shouting. After all, excitement was one thing, but Wang Bo was the host today, and it wouldn't do to embarrass him. Wang Bo's expression turned cold as he looked at the foreign journalists who had spoken so rudely earlier. "You call me arrogant? You call me a frog at the bottom of a well? What you don't realize is that, in my eyes, it is you who are the most ignorant of all." The foreign reporters in the audience were instantly furious at Wang Bo's insult, leaping up to retort. Silence. Wang Bo's sudden roar cut them off, his voice booming with authority. Strengthened by the serum, his outburst was full of power. The foreign reporters who met Wang Bo's gaze felt their spirits seized in an instant. For a moment, they were overwhelmed by the illusion that the man on stage had already ascended to the next stage of human evolution, and that before such a being, all they could do was submit. Witnessing the aura radiating from Wang Bo on stage, Fu Guotai, seated in the audience, was shocked as well. Though he had seen the power of the super serum in live broadcasts, seeing it in person was a different experience altogether. He never imagined that the enhancement brought about by the super serum could reach such heights. In fact, throughout the course of biological evolution, there has always been a hierarchy. Higher-level creatures wield an overwhelming intimidation over those beneath them. The root of this intimidation is simple. Powerful beings pose a mortal threat to the weak. That sense of threat leaves the weaker creature's mind blank and their body frozen in an instant. It's just like when a person stands at the edge of a deep abyss or finds themselves atop a towering skyscraper. Most people, faced with such situations, would feel their legs go weak and their minds go blank. After all, one careless move could mean instant death. That intense, overwhelming sense of fatal danger. Fu Guotai was shocked to sense it emanating from Wang Bo himself. Now, he was deeply relieved that Wang Bo hadn't agreed to his proposal back at the university. If something this terrifying were to spread, the impact on society's order would be unimaginable. Glancing at the silent foreign journalists, Wang Bo let out a cold, mocking laugh. Just watch. The next scene is going to leave your jaws on the floor. With that, Wang Bo turned around and patted the hood of the sports car with his right hand. Rise, my friend. Let the world witness the true form of a transformer. 1 second. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. A couple of minutes slipped by, and nothing happened. Seeing this, Wang Bo couldn't help but feel a wave of embarrassment. He could only turn around, forcing a smile as he addressed the gathered reporters. Ladies and gentlemen, please wait a moment. This fellow is a bit shy. Let me have another word with him. He immediately bent over, leaning toward the side mirror, and said with a hint of irritation, I'm telling you, Bumblebee, you're in front of all these people today. If you make me lose face, I'll make sure you regret it. But as Bumblebee remained completely motionless, Wang Bo had no choice but to change tactics, putting on a pleading expression. Come on, buddy, just help me out this once. I swear, after this is over, I'll buy you the most expensive gasoline there is. Watching Wang Bo on stage, talking to the car, the foreign reporters in the audience were dumbfounded at first, then burst into wild laughter. Oh my God, what on earth is Wang Bo doing? Good heavens, is this what passes for genius? Talking to a car? Haha, forgive my ignorance, but I truly have no idea what the brilliant Dr. Wang is up to right now. Maybe our friends from China can explain it to us. After all, they've always held this genius in the highest regard. Meanwhile, the Chinese journalists in the crowd were blushing furiously. They simply couldn't understand what Wang Bo was doing, making a spectacle of himself before the whole world. Talking to a pile of lifeless metal? If it weren't for the fact that Wang Bo had already created so many earth-shattering inventions, they'd be tempted to drag him straight to a psychiatric hospital. Fu Guotai, watching from the audience, was equally baffled by what he saw. But unlike the others, he wasn't worried. With what he knew of Wang Bo, this guy was definitely not one to make empty boasts. Every move he made must have had a deeper meaning behind it. At that moment, Wang Bo, who had been saying all the right things on stage, finally lost his patience. He stood up abruptly and gave the car door a forceful kick. You little rascal, if you don't get up right now. Believe it or not, I'll bring over 3 or 5 strong men and have them pee all over your hood. Hearing Wang Bo's absurd threat, the audience erupted with laughter once more. To these foreign journalists, Wang Bo seemed no different from a clown. All the praise he'd received before was, in their eyes, nothing but exaggeration from his fellow countrymen. Some of them even started to doubt whether this eccentric young man was truly the inventor of those breakthrough technologies. As for the reporters from China, they were so embarrassed they wished they could bury their heads in the ground. However, the wild, mocking laughter didn't last long. It came to an abrupt halt. The next moment, to everyone's astonishment, the sports car at the center of the stage began to move, seemingly in response to Wang Bo's threat. Under the stunned gaze of all present, the car started to transform. The hood, the doors, the trunk, every part began a series of intricate, almost hair-raising changes. As the seconds ticked by, the sleek, eye-catching car from before was nowhere to be seen. Look, quick, what is that? Do you see? That car, it's changing into something humanoid. The crowd snapped out of their shock at the reporter's exclamation. They watched dumbfounded as limbs and a torso gradually emerged from the vehicle's shifting frame. What on earth was this thing? No one present could naively believe that the car they'd seen earlier was just an ordinary automobile. At last, with every eye locked in disbelief, Bumblebee completed its first public transformation. Standing nearby, Fu Guotai felt his mind was struggling to keep up. He swore, after more than a decade working at the National Security Bureau, he'd seen his fair share of jaw-dropping moments. But ever since he'd met Wang Bo, it seemed his seasoned nerves weren't quite enough to handle the constant shock. Gazing up at the towering figure, more than 5 meters tall, everyone was left speechless. After a long pause, a Chinese journalist finally found his voice and murmured, "My God, is this really happening? It's utterly unbelievable. A car turning into a robot. Who would have thought that Mr. Wang's robot was hidden inside a car all along?" Standing beside him, Fu Guotai was stunned, yet filled with admiration for Wang Bo. To connect cars and robots like this. Such wild, imaginative thinking, most people couldn't even dream of it. But as for Wang Bo, not only did he come up with the idea, he actually managed to turn it into reality. This was truly unbelievable. As the director of the National Security Bureau, he was no stranger to common sense. To transform such a fantastical vision into reality, anyone could imagine the countless obstacles standing in the way. But Wang Bo managed to shatter every one of those difficulties, and in the end, he made it happen. This alone was enough to show just how astonishingly gifted this young man was. Gazing at the 5-meter-tall giant standing before them, the Chinese reporters, who had finally snapped out of their daze, suddenly became energized, brimming with excitement as they fired off sharp questions at the foreign journalists beside them. Well, big shot reporters, why aren't you laughing now? That's right, go on, keep laughing. Laugh at teacher Xiao Wang and call him arrogant. Teacher Xiao Wang was right all along. What a bunch of ignorant people. An amateur dares to question teacher Xiao Wang? That's like showing off your swordplay in front of Guangdong. Overestimating yourselves. Why don't you all hurry back to your own countries and learn some manners, integrity, and shame? Hearing the mocking jeers from the Chinese reporters, the foreign journalists couldn't hide their embarrassment. Stiff-necked, they tried to argue back. What are you all so smug about? For all we know, Wang Bo just built this giant hunk of metal to fool everyone. Exactly. Weren't you saying this is supposed to be an intelligent robot? From what I can see, the thing can't even move. It's nothing more than a useless prop. Oomph. Wang Bo must have racked his brains just to get his name out there. To think he'd cobble together such a flashy fake just to mislead people. Who can disagree? Even the CEO of Apple said that true artificial intelligence is impossible in this era. When it comes to AI, who could possibly be more authoritative than Apple? If even they say it's impossible, Wang Bo should just admit he's wrong and stop struggling. Meanwhile, Wang Bo glanced over the frozen bumblebee beside him, momentarily at a loss for words. Unlike the Autobots in the movies, the one standing next to him had only just come into the world. It hadn't had a chance to truly experience this world yet, and faced with such a crowd for the first time, the newly born bumblebee was understandably nervous. But Wang Bo hadn't expected it to be so nervous that it couldn't move at all. Well, if you're too scared to move, let me give you a hand. With that, Wang Bo clapped his hands and called out to the audience below. Dear reporters, would anyone like to take an intermission? If you need to use the restroom, now's your chance. All the reporters in the audience were momentarily stunned by Wang Bo's absurd suggestion. Intermission? A bathroom break? The press conference hadn't even been going for half an hour. Who would need a bathroom break now? But up on stage, hearing Wang Bo's thinly veiled threat, the already nervous bumblebee could hold it in no longer. Immediately, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the first Autobot slowly turned its head. With a thoroughly aggrieved tone, it spoke. Boss, could you please stop threatening me with peeing all the time? My body is quite fragile, and that kind of acidic liquid really will make me rust. As everyone stared at the massive figure speaking on stage, the entire hall fell into absolute silence. Seeing all eyes widen in disbelief at him, Bumblebee nervously hunched his shoulders. The very next moment, it was as if a nuclear bomb had been dropped in the venue. The atmosphere exploded with excitement. What the heck? This giant can actually speak Mandarin so fluently. This is nothing short of a miracle. The foreign journalists, after a brief moment of shock, came back to their senses. Maybe it's just a pre-recorded voice. This doesn't prove anything at all. Hearing this, the domestic reporters immediately drowned them out with sharp retorts. You gotta be kidding me. If it weren't for this being a global broadcast, I'd be cursing you out right now. Ha, you're being too polite. If it were me, I'd just go up there and teach those old foreign guys a lesson or two. They're just being willfully contrarian. The expressions and gestures that robot just made. No one could fake that. These people have thrown professional ethics out the window just to discredit teacher Xiao Wang. Watching the foreign journalists still struggling to argue in the crowd, Wang Bo felt a twinge of contempt in his heart. He then raised his hand slightly, calming the noisy atmosphere in the hall. Dear reporter, since you claim that all of this is just an act, why don't you come up and interview it yourself? The reporter who was called out stepped directly onto the stage, refusing to believe that Wang Bo could truly be such a genius. How could one person possibly achieve such brilliance in so many fields at once? At this moment, he was filled with doubt, convinced that the robot before him was nothing but a performance. Bumblebee frowned at the address. Sir, I'm not called Bumble. That's a name for a puppy. The audience burst out laughing. No one had expected the robot to be so witty. Yet Bumblebee's next words nearly brought the house down with laughter. Just now, boss called my name a total of 21 times, yet you still couldn't remember it. Based on my database analysis, it's possible you're experiencing memory decline. According to my map search, the nearest psychiatric hospital to the Beichuan Hotel is 2.5 kilometers to the southwest. If you take a taxi, the estimated fare is... At those words, The whole crowd erupted in uproarious laughter. This bumblebee was simply too impressive. It had just taken that rude foreign journalist and flattened him with a verbal thrashing. Did you hear that? Don't embarrass yourself up there any longer. Yeah, maybe you should hurry off to get checked at a psychiatric hospital. I'll call you a car. Don't wait till it gets any worse. Listening to the wave of mockery from the audience below, the journalist's face flushed so red it looked almost purple with humiliation. And to make matters even worse, after saying all that, Bumblebee on stage actually winked playfully at Wongbo. Damn it, that was obviously intentional. Seeing this robot display such human-like behavior, everyone's laughter faded, replaced by a subtle sense of awe. Was this really a robot? The way it spoke, its gestures, its emotional expressions, there wasn't a hint of awkwardness or stiffness. If you were to trade out that 5-meter-tall mechanical exterior for a human body, no one would ever believe that what was inside was merely an artificial intelligence created in a lab. At this point, the foreign journalist on stage could no longer bear to remain there. After all, journalism is a profession that lives and dies by the tongue. And now, he had been rendered speechless, toyed with by an artificial intelligence. He wished he could just vanish into thin air. Off to the side, the group from the National Security Bureau was stunned beyond words. Wongbo had actually created real artificial intelligence. This was simply unbelievable. This was a brand new form of life, unlike any other human invention before. Up until now, all of humanity's inventions could only be called tools. But after today's press conference, everything had changed. Because in Wongbo's hands, something entirely new, a living being, had been created. From mind to body, all of it born from this young man's ingenuity. At this moment, Wongbo was no different from the creators of legend. A sharp, urgent burst of applause echoed through the hall. It came from Lin Zichao, sitting in the front row, his heart filled with excitement. The young man on stage was not only a close friend despite their age gap, but also the very benefactor who had enabled Lin Zichao to get this far in life. Before the press conference began, Lin Zichao had still felt a trace of anxiety. After all, Wongbo was venturing into a realm far beyond what anyone had dared before. Intelligent robots. Although the term had recently entered the public consciousness, and some companies used it as a marketing gimmick, everyone knew those. So-called intelligent products were nothing more than simple question-and-answer programs. They were hardly true intelligence. True intelligence should be just like a human being, capable of independent, self-directed thought, able to respond sensibly to outside stimuli, to feel happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. That is what real intelligence means. In other words, true life. Yet now, looking at the eloquent giant at the center of the stage, Lin Zichao realized all his worries had been completely unnecessary. Wongbo had not only invented true artificial intelligence, but had also integrated it with automotive technology to create this flawless 5-meter-tall robot. As Lin Zichao's applause rang out, everyone present snapped back to their senses. One after another, they offered their most enthusiastic applause to this unprecedented genius standing on stage. Even those foreign journalists who had once harbored hostility toward Wongbo had to admit, the young man before them possessed a mind that was far ahead of his time. While the hall was filled with applause, a few Chinese journalists in the audience exchanged unusual glances. Taking advantage of the distraction, they slowly slipped their hands into their backpacks. A National Security Bureau agent, noticing something amiss, was about to act when Fu Guotai, standing beside him, held him back. "Don't worry, I already had a word with that kid," he whispered. "With the strength he is now, dealing with a few petty troublemakers like these is no problem at all. Our job is to protect the innocent people in the crowd." Just as the applause thundered on, chaos erupted. The Chinese journalists, hidden among the crowd, drew pistols from their bags and took aim at Wongbo on stage. But Wongbo, long prepared for danger, instantly sensed the threat and dove to the ground in a flash. Bang! 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 3 shots whizzed past Wongbo, missing him by a hair's breadth. The moment before, the audience had been clapping. In the next, they scattered in a frenzy like startled birds. National security agents sprang into action, moving quickly through the commotion. The best defense is a good offense. Their only mission now was to bring these spineless traitors to justice. Glancing up at the display board behind the stage, Wongbo saw several bullet holes, each the size of a fingertip, with wisps of smoke curling out. A chill ran through him, but at the same time, he was deeply grateful. Thank goodness Director Fu had warned him early on, pointing out the suspicious individuals mixed in with the crowd and revealing their identities. Without that warning, he might not have survived today. It's easy to forget, though Wang Bo had once single-handedly defeated a fully armed special ops team in the beautiful country. That had been a head-on confrontation. In the chaos of today's packed hall, with over 1,000 people present, he couldn't be certain he could defend himself against a sneak attack. If a bullet had struck his head or other vital areas, even with the serum in his system, it would have been useless. Relieved yet unsettled, Wang Bo's heart was full of questions. In theory, everyone attending the event had undergone strict security checks beforehand. How, then, had weapons like guns, strictly forbidden in China, been smuggled in by these people? Watching Wang Bo suddenly react, the assassins couldn't help but pause in surprise. They had never imagined that, after concealing themselves so thoroughly, Wang Bo would still manage to evade them. Though they were shocked, their hands never stopped moving. In an instant, dozens more bullets tore through the air. By now, Wang Bo had fully regained his composure. Dodging these incoming bullets would have been child's play for him. Yet he didn't move at all. Only a faint, elusive smile flickered at the corner of his lips. Seeing Wang Bo standing there, motionless, the assassin's eyes lit up with overwhelming excitement. After all, before carrying out this assassination, they had prepared meticulously. They had pored over Wang Bo's files no less than 100 times. Especially the account of Wang Bo breaking out of the Ministry of Defense barehanded and reclaiming his armor. That particular feat weighed heavily on their minds. In the end, they reached a conclusion. They would have only one chance to kill him. That chance would come only if they could shoot him before he had time to react. But now, Wang Bo had managed to dodge their first attack. A chill of dread crept over their hearts. Still, the promise of a hefty reward pushed them to strike again. But this time, for some unknown reason, Wang Bo seemed distracted. This was nothing short of a godsend. Meanwhile, offstage, Fu Guotai had just subdued one of the assassins and caught sight of this scene. His heart clenched with anxiety. What's going on? By all rights, with Wang Bo's skill, dodging these bullets shouldn't be difficult at all. It was important to note that the guns smuggled in by this group weren't ordinary firearms. They were replicas made with 3D printing technology. That was how they had managed to slip them past security and into the venue. But as with all things, there were pros and cons. The 3D printed pistols could evade detection. But compared to real guns, their power and muzzle velocity were far inferior. For someone of Wang Bo's abilities, dodging them should have been effortless. So why now? At that very moment, across the ocean in the White House, the newly inaugurated President Adam watched the chaos at the press conference with unconcealed excitement, especially when he saw Wang Bo teetering on the brink of death. The president's joy overflowed. Money makes the world go round. No matter where you are, the truth of that saying holds. For just a few tens of millions of dollars, he'd bought off several Chinese nationals. Exchanging pocket change for Wang Bo's life was a bargain. The thought of eliminating such a major threat to America the moment he took office filled him with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Wang Bo felt an extraordinary calm settle over him. He knew he could dodge the bullets with ease. But he chose not to, because, right beside him, the newborn little one was clearly growing restless. At this moment, Bumblebee was seething with anger. Although his boss could be ill-tempered and often threatened him with that corrosive liquid, he was, after all, the one who created him, his very own father, in a way. And now, the crowd below had drawn out strange weapons to harm his creator. Bumblebee could not stand for this. In the next instant, this newborn Autobot, moving faster than the eye could follow, dashed to Wang Bo's side and shielded him beneath his own body. With a deafening clang, a volley of bullets struck Bumblebee's metallic frame. For over a century, firearms had ruled over all forms of life, but now, they had met their greatest adversary. This new life form stood its ground, enduring the barrage of bullets with nothing but its own body, a feat no other creature had ever dared or managed to accomplish. The moment the bullets made contact, they shattered against Bumblebee's unyielding exterior. Having been transformed by the Allspark, Bumblebee's body had become an unknown and mysterious metal, so advanced that neither Wang Bo's own knowledge nor the AI Jarvis could decipher its nature. The assassins below stared in utter disbelief at Bumblebee, who had just leapt forward to protect Wang Bo. What the hell? Sure, they knew this thing was intelligent, but this was next-level smart. From a first shot to this moment, just 3 to 5 seconds had passed, and it had already reacted. Even the reporters who had been frantically fleeing came to a halt at the sight before them. They were utterly stunned by the display of this intelligent robot. Who could have imagined a 5-meter-tall robot rolling, leaping, and sprinting like a human being? Yet here was this giant machine, performing an astonishing sequence of maneuvers in mere moments. Such extraordinary agility, combined with intelligence on par with humanity. Without a doubt, This was a brand new species in every sense of the word. The assassins realized the situation was beyond salvaging. "Fall back," the leader shouted. Instantly, the killers each grabbed a hostage and began withdrawing in an orderly fashion toward the exits. Seeing this, Fu Guotai finally breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, Wang Bo's safety was no longer in jeopardy. As for these assassins, if they could get away after such a brazen act, then Fu Guotai might as well dig a hole and bury himself. For now, his only concern was how to resolve this without harm coming to the hostages. Meanwhile, the assassins, surrounded by national security officers, had made it outside the conference hall. Using their hostages as shields, they commandeered a van and sped away. Just as Guotai Fu was about to give the order to commence the arrest in the middle of the venue, Wang Bo, who was being held tightly in Bumblebee's arms, spoke up. "Director Fu, leave this matter to us." Guotai Fu was taken aback by these words. What did that kid just say? At that moment, Wang Bo finally managed to wriggle one arm free from Bumblebee's embrace. Without missing a beat, he landed a solid knock right on Bumblebee's forehead. "You idiot, were you trying to strangle me?" Stung by Wang Bo's blow, Bumblebee immediately let go, lifting his massive mechanical arm to rub the spot Wang Bo had just struck, looking utterly aggrieved. Wang Bo crouched on the ground, gasping for breath. Good grief, if he hadn't taken a dose of serum beforehand, he thought he might have actually been strangled to death today. Catching his breath, Wang Bo stood up, and for good measure, gave the pitifully posing Bumblebee a swift kick. "Quit playing dead, get up and get to work." Then Wang Bo turned to Guotai Fu and said, "Director Fu, these people are after me. I have this habit. I settle my own scores with my own hands." With that, Wang Bo turned to Bumblebee and said, "Let's go. Let's see just how well we work together." Before Guotai Fu could say a word to stop them, the next scene left him utterly stunned. As soon as Wang Bo finished speaking, the 5-meter-tall giant robot transformed once again, right back into the flashy sports car from before. In the next second, the stylish sports car slid to a stop right in front of Wang Bo, its doors swinging open automatically. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Bo slid inside. As soon as he settled in, Bumblebee's engine roared to life, an excited growl echoing as if celebrating their very first battle together. In a flash, the sports car shot forward like an arrow loose from a bow. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from Guotai Fu's sight. Out on the street at that moment, a van was speeding away in a desperate escape. Inside, the faces of several assassins were dark with anxiety. They knew full well that today's operation had crossed the line with the Huagua government, committing such a brazen crime, and right in front of a global livestream, no less. No country would ever tolerate something like this happening on their soil. Their only hope now was that the hostages in their hands would make the Huagua authorities hesitate. Maybe, just maybe, it might buy them a sliver of a chance. As the assassins brooded, a thunderous roar suddenly filled their ears from behind. Through the rearview mirror, they caught sight of that miraculous sports car from the venue, bearing down on them. "Step on it. Faster," the lead assassin barked without hesitation. The driver slammed the pedal to the floor. But none of it mattered in the face of Bumblebee's power. Even in the form of sports car, nothing could stop him. But after being modified by the spark, its speed was simply incomparable to that of ordinary vehicles. Within a few heartbeats, the van and Bumblebee were already side by side. Seeing Wang Bo catching up, everyone in the van instantly panicked. They still remembered the footage from before, where Wang Bo wreaked havoc in America. They knew that facing such a monster head-on, they didn't stand a chance. Just as the assassins were about to shoot out Bumblebee's tires, something astonishing happened. Bumblebee, barreling down the highway, suddenly morphed a massive mechanical arm. In a flash, the arm tore the van's door clean off. A rush of frigid wind blasted into the vehicle. The assassins inside were left utterly bewildered by the chaos. What the? Who knew it could pull off a stunt like this? Not only could it transform into a full robot, but it could also just morph a single arm when needed. Was there anything this thing couldn't do? But that wasn't the end. After tearing off the door, the mechanical arm seemed unsatisfied. In the next instant, it reached down and gripped the van's undercarriage. Under the stunned gazes of both hostages and assassins, the arm suddenly flexed. With a terrifying force, it hurled the entire van skyward, sending it spinning at high speed. As the van whirled through the air, the hostages and assassins alike were flung out, tossed from the vehicle by the centrifugal force. Now, suspended 5 or 6 meters above the ground, the only thought in the hostages' minds was, "I'd rather let the assassins take me. At this rate, the two of you are going to finish us off before anyone else does." And just as the hostages were sent flying into the air, Wang Bo flung open the car door and leapt out. Jumping from a speeding vehicle would have been suicide for anyone else. But for Wang Bo now, it was as routine as breathing. Seeing their boss land safely, the pale yellow sports car sprang into action. Midair, the car began transforming at lightning speed. In less than a split second, it switched to combat mode. Spotting the hostages flung into the sky, Bumblebee wasted no time. He reached out and snatched all 3 hostages into his arms, and the moment they touched down, he shifted back into car form. The entire sequence took only 3 to 5 seconds. One moment, the hostages were airborne. The next, they felt a giant robotic hand wrap securely around their waists, pulling them into Bumblebee's embrace. Then, the instant they hit the ground, they inexplicably found themselves seated safely in the sports car, without a scratch on them. Meanwhile, in the helicopter overhead, tasked with pursuit and surveillance, the National Security Bureau agents who witnessed this scene couldn't help but doubt their own eyes. What on earth had they just witnessed? In just a few seconds, that sports car astonishingly transformed into a gigantic robot while airborne. The moment it touched down, it shifted back into a sleek sports car. With this almost unbelievable maneuver, the hostage was rescued. Was this some kind of circus act? Even in the movies, they wouldn't dare film something so outrageous. As for those assassins, luck was not on their side. Wang Bo certainly had no intention of letting Bumblebee save them as well. The 5 killers were thrown to the ground like ragged cloths, brutally and without mercy. 3 of them died on the spot, and the remaining 2 were left severely injured, barely hanging on. Witnessing this, Wang Bo felt not even a flicker of sympathy. If you set out to kill, you should be ready to be killed in return. At that moment, the gravely wounded leader of the assassins looked at his barely breathing companion beside him, his face twisted with grief. There had been a total of 20 in their assassination squad. Most had been taken down by the National Security Bureau at the venue, and now only the 2 of them were left alive. He spat out a mouthful of dark blood, feeling a slight relief. Lifting his head to look at the young man approaching steadily, a flash of ruthless determination appeared in his eyes. It was all because of this guy in front of him that they had ended up in such dire straits. By now, the hefty rewards promised by his homeland were the last thing on his mind. Only a single thought consumed him: revenge. He glanced at a handgun lying less than 3 meters away and, without hesitation, began crawling toward it, dragging his battered body across the ground. Wang Bo, walking calmly towards him, immediately saw through his intent. When the assassin was just a meter from the pistol, Wang Bo casually grabbed a piece of debris from the van wreckage and hurled it with all his might. Fueled by immense force, the chunk of metal shot forward at breakneck speed. It struck the handgun with pinpoint accuracy. The 3D printed pistol, already more fragile than a standard weapon, simply couldn't withstand such a blow. Under the assassin's despairing gaze, the gun shattered instantly, and the thrown debris, its momentum unchecked, drove itself deep into the ground. Don't make another move. Wang Bo's voice was icy and flat. Or next time, what explodes might be your head. Hearing Wang Bo's chilling tone, the assassin could only close his eyes in resignation. At this point, he was utterly out of options. As the killer finally gave up his struggle, Wang Bo allowed himself a sigh of relief. If he didn't leave even a single survivor for Wutai, that old fellow would probably nag his ear off for days. Soon after, the National Security Bureau arrived to take the severely wounded assassin away. With that, the incident came to a complete close. And thanks to the earlier livestream, Wang Bo's name once again echoed around the world. There was another name that gained equal fame. Transformers, Bumblebee. Watching the failed assassination attempt, Adam, who was far away in the United States, grew dark with anger. Though he had never truly expected those useless lackeys to take care of Wang Bo. Still, that kid was simply astonishing. In such a short span of time, yet another invention capable of changing the world had been born from his hands. This made the President of the United States all the more wary of the young man. It seems we can't afford to wait any longer. We must eliminate this threat as quickly as possible. Otherwise, before long, with this boy's support, China will surpass us. The day after the press conference, all of Apple's social media platforms were swarmed by Wang Bo's passionate fans. Apple CEO, come out and take your punishment. I remember someone once bragged that Mr. Wang was just putting on a show and claimed to be an authority in intelligent tech. Well, I have to laugh. In my opinion, he's only an authority when it comes to getting slapped in the face. I strongly suggest that Mr. Wang start his own company to challenge Apple. Let's show them what Chinese people are truly capable of in the field of AI. Reading the suggestions in the comments, Wang Bo fell into deep thought. Indeed, as the technologies unlocked by the system became ever more sophisticated, Wang Bo needed his own resources and capital to ensure his research could proceed smoothly. Constantly asking Fu Guotai for funding and borrowing labs was hardly a long-term solution. With that thought, Wang Bo dialed the number and laid out his plans in full. Listening to Wang Bo's ideas on the other end of the line, Fu Guotai fell silent. In truth, from the bottom of his heart, he supported Wang Bo's desire to start company. Given the boy's talent and the technologies at his disposal, there was no doubt that in a short time, his company would reach the heights of the former Lin Group. It would stimulate the national economy and, at the same time, win Wang Bo over. A perfect win-win. But the biggest problem was that every technology Wang Bo held was simply too advanced. Not a single one seemed suitable for commercial release or public use. Hearing this concern, Wang Bo felt a surge of relief. His greatest fear had been that Fu Guotai would flatly refuse him. Such a response would have implicitly revealed the attitude of China's highest authorities. But now, Director Fu, as long as you agree, I've already considered everything since I'm proposing this idea. Hearing the confidence in Wang Bo's voice, Fu Guotai made a prompt decision. Kid, if you can convince me, then go ahead and do it. Well, as Hong Guotao asked his question, Fu Guotai quickly responded. Although this kid kept me guessing, he seemed full of confidence. And he said he'd hand me a detailed project proposal within 3 days. Listening to the Bureau Chief of National Security speak with such composure, the other man couldn't help but marvel. How come you have so much faith in this young fellow now? Hearing this, Fu Guotai was taken aback at first, then gave a wry smile. It's not that I want to, but I've just witnessed too many miracles from him. Compared to those feats that seemed almost divine, starting a company feels like a trivial matter. Over the course of 3 days, with Wang Bo's rather shaky language skills, he finally managed to cobble together a project proposal. Energy. That was the foundation he set for his soon-to-be-established company. When Wang Bo, brimming with confidence, handed the report to Fu Guotai, instead of seeing delight on the older man's face, he saw furrowed brows. Clearly, there were concerns. Kid, I'm not trying to rain on your parade. But you have to understand, turning nuclear fusion into a viable energy source is riddled with challenges. Just managing the controls alone is a massive question mark. If you're tinkering with a small-scale one, maybe it's manageable. But if you build something bigger, if that thing were to accidentally blow up, its destructive power would be far more frightening than nuclear fission. Hearing the caution in his voice, Wang Bo rubbed his hands together and grinned. That's why we're not building it on land. Fu Guotai raised an eyebrow in surprise. Not on land? Then where? You're not suggesting we build it out at sea? Fu Guotai's words were meant as a joke, a little jab at Wang Bo. After all, most reactors are built near the coast, relying on seawater to cool overheated equipment. But no one's ever heard of a reactor being built directly in the ocean. With so much seawater flooding in, the entire reaction process simply couldn't proceed smoothly. It's not about the technology or the equipment. It's dictated by the very nature of the elements involved in nuclear fission. Unfazed by Fu Guotai's teasing, Wang Bo's eyes gleamed as he replied, "What if I really could build it on the ocean floor?" At these words, the bureau chief shot up from his seat in a flash. "Impossible. Kid, I know you're a genius, but don't try to pull the wool over my eyes on this one. Countless scientists in this country have studied this issue, and it's simply not something science is capable of achieving. It's determined by the elements themselves." You couldn't really blame Fu Guotai for getting agitated. After all of Wang Bo's previous inventions, as astonishing as they were, still followed the natural progression of science. Take, for example, the small-scale nuclear reactor he developed before. Scientists had already theorized about such a thing long ago. It was just that, limited by current technology, it couldn't be realized yet. But no one doubted that one day in the future, when technology finally matured, small nuclear reactors would become a reality. Wang Bo's genius lay in bringing what could only be achieved in the future to life perfectly in this era. However, the idea of building a nuclear reactor on the seabed was a completely different matter. It was a paradox, pure and simple. It had nothing to do with technology or equipment. No matter how far humanity advanced, it could never be done. This was determined by the fundamental nature of matter itself, something no one could change. Watching Fu Guotai, who was visibly agitated, Wang Bo responded with a mysterious smile and said, "What if I told you there was an element that could make it possible?" Hearing Wang Bo's seemingly absurd claim, the director of the Security Bureau waved his hand dismissively and declared, "Impossible. You're not the first scientist to entertain this idea. I can tell you with absolute certainty, there's not a single element that can achieve what you describe. In fact, there isn't one. Not yet." Wang Bo's confident tone left Fu Guotai momentarily stunned. "What do you mean, not yet?" Wang Bo replied calmly, "We haven't tried them all yet." Fu Guotai was left gaping at Wang Bo's astonishing words. "All 118 elements. No, clearly, There are still elements out there that humanity has yet to discover, and it's that brand new element that can make it possible. Stunned by Wang Bo's conviction, Fu Guotai could only stare at him in shock. After what felt like an eternity, he finally managed to speak, his voice strained. You mean to say you want to create a brand new element yourself? Wang Bo nodded, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Of course, otherwise, how would I start my company? Get out, you little brat. Out of my office now. The director's thunderous roar echoed from his office. Everyone in the security bureau was startled. Ever since Wang Bo had shown up, it seemed their director's temper had become increasingly unpredictable, as if his midlife crisis had arrived ahead of schedule. Standing outside the bureau's entrance, Wang Bo hesitated. He wondered if he should go back inside and ask Fu Guotai to reimburse his travel expenses. After all, he truly was strapped for cash. But then he remembered the director's murderous glare and shuddered involuntarily. Forget it. I'll just put it on his tab for now. As Wang Bo muttered to himself, his phone suddenly rang deep in his pocket. Send me what you need by email. You really are something else. Leaving only these gruff words, Director Fu hung up the phone. Listening to the beeping on the other end, Wang Bo was startled at first, but then felt a warmth bloom in his heart. It seems the interest on the taxi fare can be a gift to Director Da. By the time he returned home, dusk was already settling in. He hadn't even bothered with dinner. Wang Bo headed straight to his bedroom the moment he arrived. Silently reciting in his mind, he summoned the system interface once more before his eyes. Reputation, 986,500. Note, reputation points increase in relation to the emotions of people in this world. Emotions such as shock, gratitude, or hatred arising from the host's actions can all boost reputation. Items none. Level 2 Mall. Unlocks upon spending 2 million. Current spending, 348,000/2,000,000. Marvel Series. Artificial Intelligence Technology. Early Development. Jarvis, from Marvel's Iron Man series. Not available for exchange. Mark 5 Armor Manufacturing Technology. Suitcase-style armor. Less defensive but highly portable. 100,000 reputation points. Mark 6 Armor Manufacturing Technology. New energy suit. Equipped with a brand new arc reactor. Far superior performance. 150,000 reputation points. Mark 7 Armor Manufacturing Technology. Flight pod armor. Featuring a rapid deployment system. Designed for combat and capable of carrying a wide array of weapons. 200,000 reputation points. Stark Element Synthesis Technology. A groundbreaking element discovered by Iron Man Stark. Reduces microreactor pollution while enhancing performance. Suitable for underwater applications. 200,000 reputation points. Vibranium Element Synthesis Technology. One of the toughest metals in the Marvel Universe. Capable of absorbing sound and vibrations. 500,000 reputation points. Transformers Series. Bumblebee Manufacturing Technology. A well-rounded warrior from the Transformers universe. Not available for exchange. Single-use Allspark. Essential for giving life to a Transformer. Each can only awaken one Transformer. 100,000 reputation points. Megatron Manufacturing Technology. Optimus Prime Manufacturing Technology. Staring at his reputation points, over 900,000, Wang Bo couldn't help but roll back and forth on his bed in excitement. If it weren't for the fear of the old man downstairs coming up to knock on his door, he would have let out a few howls of joy. But after the initial surge of excitement, Wang Bo was faced with a dilemma. Though he had a fortune in his hands, there were simply too many things he wanted. Armors, vibranium, and those awe-inspiring Transformers. After weighing his options, Wang Bo decided to exchange for the Mark 5, Mark 6, and Mark 7 armors first. The reasoning was simple. As his inventions grew increasingly outlandish, he knew there would be more and more people, especially from that powerful nation, plotting to assassinate him. The incident at Bumblebee's unveiling was case in point. Even though he had the super serum, there was still a lingering risk. A portable suit of armor. Perhaps this would be the best choice for now. Moreover, in preparation for the upcoming task of building a nuclear reactor on the seafloor, exchanging for a new energy battlesuit was absolutely necessary. It's important to note that only suits powered by the new energy, the so-called Stark element, could make deep-sea diving truly effortless. And since a construction project was about to begin on the ocean floor, King Bo had already made up his mind about the corresponding transformer technology. As he pondered, his shopping cart was quickly filled to the brim. 3 sets of battle suits, 1 set of transformer technology, a single-use Allspark, and the Stark element itself. A grand total of 900,000 reputation points spent. Before King Bo could even feel the sting of such a hefty purchase, a torrent of unfamiliar memories surged through his mind yet again. Because he had bought so many items this time, the entire process of absorbing the new knowledge lasted nearly half an hour. When the glow finally faded, King Bo collapsed onto his bed, completely drained. His head throbbed with a faint but persistent ache, and he couldn't help but marvel at the experience. No wonder the system had placed the super serum in the first-tier shop. If an ordinary person attempted to absorb such an overwhelming flood of information, their head would surely explode. After a round of grumbling, King Bo began to digest the knowledge he'd just received. As he gradually sorted through the key points, especially the details about the Stark element, he was left utterly astounded. He no longer doubted for a second. If he truly launched this energy company with this tiny element alone, he could become the world's richest man in no time. 1 month later, in the South China Sea, a research vessel glided smoothly across the calm surface of the water. As an expert in the field of energy, Chun Zixuan had been reluctant to come on this trip in the first place. After all, the idea of building a nuclear reactor on the ocean floor sounded like pure fantasy to anyone. It's common knowledge that seawater is the greatest nemesis of nuclear reactions. Typically, nuclear power plants only use seawater to flood the core when they need to shut down a reactor. In other words, with seawater present, a nuclear reaction simply can't take place. Yet, he'd been ordered to accompany this boy in front of him, just to survey the terrain and prepare for constructing an underwater nuclear reactor. Chun Zixuan couldn't help but wonder if this young man had mastered some kind of dark magic. Otherwise, how could the higher-ups all lose their heads at the same time? "Brother Chun, what do you think of this spot?" The boy's voice rang out from afar, snapping him out of his thoughts. Looking at the youth before him, so young he seemed almost unreal, Chun Zixuan felt a surge of frustration. After all, he was a top researcher and a graduate of a prestigious university. Yet his superiors had abruptly interrupted an experiment he'd been working on for more than half a year. Now, they'd saddled him with such a ludicrous task. It was obvious they didn't take him seriously at all. "Whatever," he replied curtly. "Since you're just here to play around like the spoiled rich kid you are, do as you please." Hearing Chun Zixuan's words, which sounded more like a sulky retort, several members of the National Security Bureau escort, standing nearby, grew visibly displeased even before Wang Bo could respond. Damn it! No matter what, Teacher Xiao Wang is a national hero who has made tremendous contributions to the entire country. How dare a half-baked researcher like you take jabs at him with your words? Chun, let's be clear. With respect, you're only a researcher. Without respect, you wouldn't even count for anything next to Teacher Xiao Wang. Exactly. Do you really think Teacher Xiao Wang is someone you can push around? You have no idea. If we're talking about achievements in this field, Teacher Xiao Wang leaves you in the dust by miles. Sensing the tension building in the air, Wang Bo quickly stepped in to ease the situation. Everyone, researcher Xiao Chun has been buried in his lab for a long time. It's perfectly normal that he hasn't heard of me. Hearing the open disdain in their voices, Chun Zixuan was nearly seething with anger. This is exactly like that saying, when a scholar meets a soldier, there's no way to reason with him. And now, this kid in front of him is supposed to be miles ahead of him? Back when he first entered the lab, this kid was probably still in middle school. But the higher-ups' orders were not to be defied, and all Chun Zixuan could do now was hope the task here would be over as soon as possible. From here, head southeast for another 12 nautical miles. The seabed there is flat, and there are no flammable or explosive resources like natural gas. Hearing his answer, Wang Bo offered his thanks. He then instructed the pilot to change direction and head for their new destination. With nothing better to do along the way, Wang Bo struck up conversation with a few of the National Security Bureau members beside him. "So where's Deputy Director Fu? Why didn't he come along?" Hearing a question from their idol, all the National Security Bureau members tensed up. The young man in the lead even blushed bright red. "Well, Teacher Xiao Wang, our Deputy Director Fu said he had some other matters to handle, so he couldn't make it." Wang Bo nodded, indicating he understood. But the next second, the young man, clearly not one for subtlety, couldn't help but spill the truth about his boss. In reality, Deputy Director Fu has plenty of free time. But lately, he's felt like he's always circling around you, and he's worried you'll think he has nothing better to do. So he came up with that excuse. Hearing this loyal subordinate expose Deputy Director Fu like that, Wang Bo nearly lost his footing. Good grief. Is this really the head of the National Security Bureau? Why does he seem so childish? Always playing these games only kids would bother with. Just to avoid being underestimated, he tries to act as busy as possible. Clearly, this Deputy Director Fu has a bit of a prideful side after all. With their banter filling the air, the group finally reached their destination. Chun Zixuan then instructed the pilot to bring the vessel to a stop. As the boat came to a halt, Wang Bo couldn't help but gaze out over the sea. But no matter how long he stared, he couldn't spot anything out of the ordinary. Seeing this, Wang Bo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Truly, every craft has its own master. Just by observing the surface of the sea, one could deduce what lay beneath the waves. This young researcher, Chun, really knew his stuff. To be safe, I think I'd better go down and have a look myself. At these words, everyone present was caught off guard. Chun Zixuan, standing nearby, instantly looked displeased. Firstly, because this young man in front of him actually dared to question his professional judgment. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suggested personally going down to take a look. Secondly, he was genuinely infuriated by Wang Bo's ignorance. Did he think this was some shallow resort beach where you could just swim down for a peek? Did he really believe he could just dive down and take a look? This was the deep sea. The average depth of the entire South China Sea is over 1,200 meters. And by Chun Zixuan's estimate, this particular area had to be at least 2,000 meters deep. Even the most experienced divers, equipped with the most advanced gear, couldn't go down 1,000 meters. Yet now this reckless young man was saying he'd go down and have a look. If that's not sheer madness, what is? The members of the National Security Bureau, standing nearby, were equally perplexed. Of the 3 sets of armor built for China, Wang Bo had repeatedly emphasized that they were not designed for underwater missions. After all, the armor was powered by a miniature nuclear reactor at its core. Under the immense pressure of the deep sea, there was no guarantee water wouldn't seep in. If it malfunctioned on the ocean floor, the only thing waiting for the pilot would be death. But aside from the armor, Teacher Wang had no other way to reach 2,000 meters below the surface. Oblivious to what everyone else was thinking, Wang Bo simply returned to the cabin. Moments later, he emerged, carrying a suitcase. As Wang Bo approached with his case, Chun Zixuan's eyes flashed with disdain. He had no patience for charlatans and show-offs. Wang Bo, is that your diving gear in the suitcase? Come on, suit up. Show us how a human being is supposed to dive 2,000 meters into the sea. Wang Bo ignored his sarcastic tone altogether. Taking a deep breath, he pressed his thumb onto the handle of the suitcase. As soon as his finger touched the handle, a red light scanned over it. Then Jarvis's voice sounded. Welcome, sir. The Hongwang Mark II armor is at your service. Chun Zixuan was momentarily taken aback, then let out a cold laugh. You really play the part, don't you? With acting like that, you're wasted here. You should be in Hollywood. After the identity verification, Wang Bo didn't hesitate. He lifted the suitcase up to his chest with both hands. In the next instant, as if detecting something, the armor triggered and the case automatically sprang open. The upper part of the box continued to transform, eventually morphing into a massive chest plate that encased Wang Bo within. Excess segments of the armor followed the contours of his body, climbing upward until they completely enveloped his head. Meanwhile, the lower half of the box slowly disassembled itself, then reassembled to cover Wang Bo's abdomen, legs, and feet. In less than 10 seconds, the entire suit of armor was fully donned. As the mask snapped into place, the armor erupted with a dazzling brilliance. At the center of his chest, a compact nuclear reactor began to hum to life. But unlike the pale blue glow from before, this time the core radiated a profound, deep blue light. Chun Zixuan, witnessing this spectacle, was utterly stupefied. What in the world is this thing? He'd only secluded himself in the lab for half a year. Had the world turned upside down in that time? How else to explain what he was seeing before his very eyes? Already, Chun Zixuan's attitude toward the man in front of him was shifting. He hadn't even seen the armor's true capabilities yet, but just the incredibly intricate self-deployment process told him this suit was no ordinary invention. The nearby National Security Bureau members were just as shocked. It had only been a few months, and now someone had built a suit of armor capable of taking on a squadron of fighter jets, and made it so portable. The battle armor currently being tested by the military still required nearly 5 minutes to put on. And that was only with robotic arms providing assistance at a dedicated station. Without them, it would take even longer. Don't underestimate those 3 to 5 minutes. In modern warfare, a few minutes are enough to decide the outcome of a battle. But now, not only could he stroll around carrying the armor with ease, but he could deploy it anytime, anywhere, in a matter of seconds. This wasn't just impressive, it was downright cheating. The young man who just called out Lao Fu remembered the synthesized voice he'd heard a moment ago and suddenly realized. Hongwang number 2. Teacher Xiao Wang. Is this the upgraded version of Hongwang number 1? Wang Bo nodded and began to explain. That's right. Not only is it more portable, but there's more. As he spoke, Wang Bo extended a forefinger and tapped the reactor on his chest. This miniature reactor here uses a new element. With that, the armor can now operate underwater without any issues. Bombarded by Wang Bo's avalanche of information, Chun Zixuan was nearly knocked off his feet. He stared fixedly at the blue glowing reactor on Wang Bo's chest, shaking his head in disbelief. Impossible. How could something this small possibly be a miniature reactor? Watching the hysterical researcher, the members of the National Security Bureau couldn't help but show sympathetic expressions. Just over half a year ago, they too had experienced that same feeling of having their worldview shattered. And even if it is a miniature reactor, there's no way it could possibly operate underwater. There isn't a single element capable of sustaining a nuclear reaction in the deep sea. Not a single one. Staring at the researcher, whose eyes were bloodshot and bulging as wide as a cow's, Wong-bo felt genuinely concerned that his eyes might just pop out in the next second. Researcher Chun, I'll proceed with an on-site survey now, Wong-bo said. The footage from the seabed will be broadcast through this little guy. This is your area of expertise, so please keep an eye on it, and let us know if this stretch of the seafloor is suitable for building a large-scale nuclear reactor. As he spoke, a tiny device flew out from behind Wong-bo. A Signal B. The National Security Bureau members were all quite familiar with this little gadget. But for Chun Zixuan, seeing these things, each one more fantastical than the last, appear before him, his mind felt like it was buzzing with static. Once he'd finished giving instructions, Wong-bo didn't hesitate. Piloting his exosuit, he launched himself into the air and, in the next instant, dove straight into the ocean. All that was left behind was a dazed Chun Zixuan, silently questioning the very fabric of reality. 2,000 meters beneath the sea, catching sight of the conditions on the ocean floor, Wong-bo let out a quiet sigh of relief. It seemed that old Fu hadn't just sent him here to go through the motions. This Chun Zixuan truly had some real expertise. Aside from a few scattered, jagged rocks, the seabed was surprisingly flat. Now, all he needed to do was clear out an area about the size of a soccer field, a suitable foundation for the nuclear reactor. With that thought in mind, Wong-bo got straight to work. The Mark V suit, essentially a suitcase-sized exosuit, was incredibly portable. But that portability came at a price. It couldn't carry many weapons. If he'd been wearing the Mark III when diving to these depths, a few missiles would have made short work of the scattered rocks. But as things stood, Wong-bo had no choice but to play the role of a weary laborer. Several pulses shot from the palm cannons and massive stones, each towering over a person, were blasted apart in a matter of seconds. In no time, Wong-bo was buzzing around like a diligent little bee. Finally, after clearing away a particularly stubborn boulder, and just as he was about to tackle the next one, several gigantic sea creatures suddenly appeared and attacked. Wong-bo had no choice but to drop the stone he was holding and dodge aside. 3 quick pulses from his cannons convinced the creatures that this bizarre-looking intruder was not someone to be trifled with. As they fled in a panic, Wong-bo breathed a sigh of relief. But just as he prepared to resume his work, he noticed even more sea creatures closing in from all directions. Your attacks, just now, were way too flashy. These deep-sea creatures are highly phototactic. Chun Zixuan's voice echoed from within the armored suit. Suddenly, Wong-bo, who had been puzzled, instantly understood. Seeing the growing swarm of marine creatures closing in from afar, he realized there was nothing more he could do here, and without hesitation, he activated his battle suit and left the ocean floor. Meanwhile, everyone on the deck stared at the monitor, their nerves stretched tight as they glanced anxiously at the spot where Wong-bo had just dived. About half an hour later, the calm surface of the sea suddenly erupted into chaos. Then, to everyone's astonishment, a figure burst from the water, soaring high into the sky. With a graceful backflip, the armored suit landed squarely on the deck. The National Security Bureau agents had clearly seen such feats before. They watched the scene unfold with practiced calm. But Chun Zixuan, standing nearby, was completely thrown off. What the heck is going on? That kid named Wong-bo. He actually took that flashy, tight-fitting suit and dove 2,000 meters beneath the sea? That's a depth where the pressure is 200 times the standard atmosphere. Do you have any idea what that means? Even an ordinary submarine at that depth would be crushed flat. There's no other outcome. And yet, this thin-looking battle suit managed to withstand such terrifying pressure. Chun Zixuan desperately wanted to convince himself it was all fake. But the deep-sea octopuses clinging to Wong-bo's armor were proof enough. The boy had definitely reached that depth just now. Wong-bo glanced at the tentacled octopuses wriggling on his shoulders, at a bit of a loss for words. Well, looks like lunch is going to be a feast today. Jarvis, get in touch with that guy for me. Have him come over and help. Upon hearing Wong-bo's command, everyone present was left completely baffled. Work at 2,000 meters below the sea. Who could possibly help him with that? But seeing Wong-bo didn't intend to explain, everyone had to stifle their curiosity for now. About half an hour later, a black dot appeared on the far horizon. Moments later, the roar of helicopter blades thundered from the distance. Everyone recognized that familiar sound. A helicopter. But how is that possible? There were more than 1,000 miles from land out here. A typical helicopter's maximum range was about that distance at best. If a helicopter couldn't locate the research vessel in time, running out of fuel would mean certain doom. That's why it was nearly unheard of for a helicopter to fly more than 300 kilometers over open sea, let alone in the middle of an endless ocean with no place to land. Yet this pilot had nerves of steel. But seeing Wang Bo's calm expression, everyone understood at once. The helicopter must be the backup he'd mentioned. But what Wang Bo faced now was a different challenge. The interference from deep-sea creatures at 2,000 meters below the surface. What's the use of calling it a helicopter, anyway? As the helicopter drew closer, everyone finally got a good look at it. What on earth is that? Is that even a helicopter? Just judging by the length of its body, this colossal beast was nearly twice the size of a typical helicopter. Even the standard military choppers paled in comparison. Where in the world did Wang Bo find such a giant machine? And what truly stunned everyone was that hanging beneath the helicopter was a massive structure. At the very center of this contraption, a deep blue light pulsed and flickered. A wild, absurd guess began to form in everyone's mind. Could it be? Was this helicopter carrying a nuclear reactor? But that's impossible. A standard helicopter can barely carry a maximum load of around 3 tons. As for the monster dangling beneath this one, never mind 3 tons, it looked like it weighed at least 30 tons, if not more. Yet the bizarre-looking helicopter overhead wasn't even straining in the slightest. Could it be that this so-called nuclear reactor was just an empty shell? Maybe it only looked heavy, but wasn't actually that weighty? As everyone speculated wildly, the helicopter steadily approached, finally hovering right above the research vessel. Then, at Wang Bo's signal, it began to descend slowly. As the nuclear reactor touched down, everyone could feel the ship sink noticeably under the weight. Damn it! There's no way that thing is just for show. They'd bet anything. If that thing weighed less than 50 tons, they'd eat the entire research ship themselves. With the reactor safely placed on deck, curiosity began to bubble up in everyone's hearts. They all wanted to see for themselves just what kind of legendary pilot had the guts and skill to pull off such a stunt. After all, to fly over 1,000 miles into open sea, that's a real wolf in pilot's clothing. And as the helicopter landed, they could finally get a clear look at the cockpit. But strangely enough, the cockpit was completely empty. Hey, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Where's the pilot in that thing? So I thought my eyes were just getting old, but it turns out you're seeing things too. Guess we're in the same boat. Huh, you guys saw it too? I thought I was the only one who saw an empty cockpit. With their mutual confirmation, they were finally forced to accept an unbelievable truth. There really was no one in that helicopter. A drone, maybe? Come on, get real. What drone ever looked like a helicopter this size? Then how do you explain what's right in front of us? As the group's argument grew louder and more chaotic, Wang Bo could only shake his head in exasperation. To put an end to the ruckus, Wang Bo had to raise his voice and call out. Good job. Dizziness. Just landed on the deck. At the sound of Wang Bo's command, the absurdly huge helicopter above them suddenly began to change. On the body of the machine, countless parts began shifting and changing positions. On a larger scale, the entire helicopter was astonishingly transforming, its very shape morphing into that of a humanoid. At last, under the bewildered and chaotic gazes of everyone present, a colossal transformer nearly 10 meters tall landed heavily on the deck. The blast of air from its landing alone was so powerful that everyone barely managed to stay on their feet. In the next instant, the giant transformer's eyes locked directly onto Wang Bo, who stood on the deck. Amid the stunned stares of the crowd, this nearly 10-meter-tall behemoth slowly bent its right leg, kneeling down in front of Wang Bo, and spoke in a deep, respectful voice. Master, I am Dizziness of the Decepticons. I salute you. Seeing this iron giant kneeling before Wang Bo, the National Security Bureau agents fell into a long, heavy silence. It was only after a while that a few of them managed to awkwardly turn their heads and ask, Teacher Wang, is this also your invention? Listening to their stammering, Wang Bo couldn't help but feel a hint of pride. Still, to maintain his image of calm brilliance, he kept his expression casual and nonchalant. That's right. Over the past month or so, I had some free time. I tinkered a bit and came up with this little gadget. Didn't expect it would actually come in handy today. Hearing this, the few of them looked at the towering giant and could only offer wry smiles. A little gadget? If you want to show off, just say so. After all, this isn't the first or second time you've pulled a Versailles asterisk on us. If this counts as a little gadget, then who knows what on earth could be called a real invention? As they spoke, Wang Bo looked up at the 10-meter-tall transformer before him. Indeed, the helicopter-shaped fellow in front of him was the second Autobot Wong Bo had purchased at a cost of 250,000 reputation points. Dizziness of the Decepticons. This nuclear reactor-powered giant, weighing 50 or 60 tons. No ordinary helicopter could ever hope to lift something like that without at least 20 or 30 of them. But for dizziness, transformed by the Allspark, hoisting such weight was barely an effort. Meanwhile, Chun Zixuan, standing nearby, was completely dumbstruck. What the heck? A suitcase that turns into battle armor. A helicopter that can transform into a robot. And even more outrageous, this robot actually has intelligence. In the roaring wind, with his hair in utter disarray, Chun Zixuan looked truly desolate. Dizziness, you'll come with me next. Let's go down to the seabed and clear out some rubble. Upon hearing this, Dizziness showed no hesitation. To him, his master's orders were absolute. But before the man and the transformer could get moving, Chun Zixuan couldn't hold back any longer. He dashed forward and clung tightly to Dizziness's ankle. No, you can't go down there. Then he turned his head to Wong Bo, exclaiming, Are you out of your mind? You actually want to take this guy down with you? Asterisk Versailles is a popular internet slang in Chinese, used to describe someone who shows off or humble brags, often by downplaying their own achievements in a way that actually highlights them. Do you have any idea what a water pressure of 2,000 meters would do? It would snap this guy's fragile joints in an instant. And besides, I don't even know how this thing manages to transform into a helicopter. But have you ever seen a helicopter that can go underwater? That would fry every single electronic component the moment it touched water. Listening to researcher Xiao Qin's loud questioning, Wong Bo could only shrug helplessly. Perhaps, for the metals and elements found on Earth, he wasn't wrong. But after being transformed by the Allspark, the metal inside a transformer had already evolved into an incredibly mysterious element. Even Jarvis, who possesses data on every element in the world, couldn't analyze it. Wong Bo had run experiments before, even the medium-range missiles he once dreaded. The metal before him could withstand them with ease. As for the water pressure at 2,000 meters, to these beings, it was little more than a splash in a puddle. Don't forget, in the original story, Megatron was sunk to the depths of the ocean, tens of thousands of meters down. Yet even then, after being revived, his body was completely unscathed. Gazing down at this pesky human clinging to his feet, Dizzy's optics flickered with impatience and a hint of cruelty. In truth, as a Decepticon, his temper had always been terrible. The only ones he would ever yield to were those he truly recognized in his spark. For example, Megatron in the original story, or now, his own creator, Wong Bo. But as for the rest of humanity, he felt only disdain and contempt. In the past, he would have squashed any human who dared bother him with a single swipe. But things are different now. His master had given him a clear command. Without permission, he was not to harm a single human being. With that thought, Dizzy simply pressed down gently with his right foot, sending the oblivious human flying away. Seeing that Chun Zixuan had been dealt with, Wong Bo closed his mask and dove straight into the sea. Dizzy followed close behind, and under the stunned gazes of the crowd, he hoisted the 50-ton nuclear reactor onto his shoulder as if it weighed nothing. In the next instant, he leaped, plunging straight into the water. Before long, Wong Bo and Dizzy returned to the exact spot from earlier. After setting down the nuclear reactor, the two-man team began clearing the rubble from the seafloor. And whenever a foolish sea creature wandered too close, Dizzy, the brutal one, showed no mercy. With his nearly 1-meter-long mechanical hand, he would simply snatch them up and crush them. After about half an hour of work, they finally cleared an area the size of a soccer field. Seeing this, Dizzy wasted no time and moved the nuclear reactor to the center of the site. We're ready to begin deployment, Jarvis. Inside his armor, Wong Bo surveyed the preparations and issued a firm command. No problem, sir. Initiating deployment immediately. As Jarvis's voice faded, the exaggeratedly shaped foundation beneath the nuclear reactor responded in an instant. In the very next second, as if activated by some unseen signal, mechanical limbs shot out rapidly. Under Wong Bo's watchful gaze, those mechanical legs began to spin at high speed. Then, with a powerful force, they drove themselves deep into the hard sea bedrock. Witnessing the reactor anchoring itself so securely, Wong Bo finally let out a sigh of relief. Without missing a beat, he worked in tandem with Dizziness, taking down the sea creatures that tried to interfere. Time blurred as Wong Bo fought, his hands eventually growing numb from the relentless battles. At last, Jarvis's voice sounded again in the suit. Sir, the nuclear reactor is fully deployed. I've activated low-frequency sound waves to drive away the surrounding marine life. As Jarvis finished speaking, the frenzied schools of fish that had been rushing madly toward them suddenly halted. Then, As if gripped by fear, they scattered in all directions, fleeing from the reactor as fast as they could. Wangbo turned back, gazing at the deep blue glow of the reactor, a look of fascination flickering in his eyes. If this could operate smoothly, then maybe, just maybe, his financial troubles would finally be solved. With the reactor now in position, Wangbo and his transformer companion wasted no time. They rose and returned to the survey vessel without hesitation. As Wangbo, in dizziness, boarded the ship, the seabed reactor officially began its operation. Watching the data rising steadily on the screens, Chen Zixuan was left questioning everything he knew about reality. Had he been locked away in his lab for half a year, or had a century slipped by, building a nuclear reactor on the ocean floor? Even 100 years from now, this might still be nothing more than a dream. As Jarvis kept sending back streams of data, Wangbo finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. This time was different from all the times before. Wangbo's previous world-shaking inventions had always relied on the system's help. But this time was different. While the core of the reactor was based on Stark's element, the rest, the framework, the development of pressure-resistant materials, all of it had been built from Wangbo's own knowledge and ingenuity. So even though Jarvis had run countless simulations before they set out, Wangbo couldn't help but feel nervous. But now, watching the reactor run smoothly, a quiet pride welled up in his heart. "Looks like I'm pretty amazing, even without the system," he muttered with a hint of swagger. About 3 hours later, after Wangbo and his team had confirmed that the reactor was completely stable, he dialed Fu Guotai's number. Well, did it work? At that moment, the Director of National Security was doing his best to sound calm, yet his voice still betrayed a trace of urgency. Hearing no immediate reply from the other end, Fu Guotai grew anxious. Damn it! What on earth was going on? Whether it works out or not, just give me a straight answer, will you? Just as Fu Guotai was about to erupt in curses, Wangbo's voice finally drifted lazily through the receiver. Ahem, ahem. Comrade Old Fu, I heard you're swamped with work. I honestly didn't want to bother you with this call. Cut the crap. Spit out the result. Now. Hearing the impatient urging from the other end, Wangbo didn't dare keep him in suspense any longer. It's been deployed successfully. The nuclear reactor is now up and running smoothly. Fu Guotai shot to his feet at those words. It really worked? Give me the coordinates. Without hesitation, Wangbo sent over the exact latitude and longitude. Fu Guotai pored over the map, matching the coordinates, searching the location with care. It took him a while, but he finally pinpointed the spot. Staring at the map, Fu Guotai could hardly believe what he was seeing. Kid, don't mess with me. If I remember right, that stretch of ocean is at least 1,500 meters deep. In some places, the surveyors said it's close to 2,000 meters. Just working underwater there is tough enough, let alone building a nuclear reactor. Wangbo could only smile helplessly at the skepticism. It seemed that without some detailed video evidence, Director Fu would never be at ease. Jarvis, send the recently recorded data to Director Fu's inbox. Right away, sir. In a flash, the massive video file landed in Director Fu's email, all thanks to Jarvis. Fu Guotai, still half doubting, opened the file. But as the footage played on, his shock only grew. A portable battle suit? It can dive to the seabed? And that 10-meter-tall robot shaped like a helicopter? What on earth is that supposed to be? And then, as Fu Guotai saw the nuclear reactor operating steadily on the ocean floor, he was completely floored. How could a nuclear fusion reaction be running underwater? He and Wangbo hadn't even spoken for a month. Good grief. Just a month. And you've managed to cook up all this? Are you even human? Not even livestock. Is this productive? Meanwhile, Wangbo had no idea what was racing through Fu Guotai's mind. Watching the reactor hum along underwater, Wangbo laid out his next plan. Director Fu, the safety issues you were concerned about have now been resolved. Given the depth of the reactor and its distance from the mainland, even in the event of an explosion or nuclear leak, the mainland would remain unaffected. On the other end of the line, Fu Guotai still hadn't recovered from his shock. All one could do in response to Wangbo's words was nod in agreement. I've studied this location. There are many islands nearby, an ideal spot for building a power station. If we could construct 10 nuclear reactors of this scale on the ocean floor off the southern and eastern coasts, the west-to-east electricity transmission project could be brought to a halt. Listening to Wangbo's astonishing claims, Fu Guotai nearly choked on his own breath. Young man, do you even realize what you're saying? The combined population of the central and eastern regions now accounts for over 70% of the entire country. With such a vast population, do you have any idea how much electricity is consumed just for daily living? And that's not even counting the staggering demands of industry. With just 10 nuclear reactors, each weighing a few dozen tons. There's no way to meet such an enormous energy demand. Hearing this, the corners of Wang Bo's mouth lifted in a subtle, enigmatic smile. Of course, conventional radioactive elements like uranium could never make that possible. But what if there were an element with a radioactivity 100 times greater than uranium? At this, Fu Guotai was momentarily stunned. Before he could respond, someone on the other end of the line cut in. Impossible. At this point, Chun Zixuan could no longer contain himself. There isn't a single known radioactive element that holds such terrifying energy. Watching the now frantic Chun Zixuan, Wang Bo spoke calmly. Then what if it's an unknown element? To be even clearer, what if I were to create an entirely new element? These two earth-shattering questions from Wang Bo left Chun Zixuan completely dumbfounded. Create an element? With so many giants of chemistry standing tall in the modern era, it seems no one has ever dared to claim they could actually create a new element, let alone conduct the relevant experiments. Such an idea hasn't even been put forward. Impossible. How could anyone in this world reach such heights in chemistry? Impossible. Meanwhile, several members of the National Security Bureau, who were also Wang Bo's devoted admirers, looked on at the head-shaking Chun Zixuan with growing dissatisfaction. Come on. How dare you repeatedly question our all-knowing, all-capable teacher Wang? Aren't you just asking to be proven wrong by him yet again? But the real problem is, even after being proven wrong, you never seem to learn. And still, you persist in this endless argument. Researcher Chun, since you claim it's impossible, why don't you explain to us how the nuclear reactor on the screen is able to function in the deep sea? Faced with the Bureau's pointed questions, Chun Zixuan fell instantly silent. That's right. If not for the existence of a brand new element, what we're witnessing right now simply defies explanation. On the other end of the call, as Fu Guotai began to grasp the implications, his hand started to tremble uncontrollably. West-to-East power transmission. As one of the key projects in the Western Development Initiative, Huawei's government has poured a fortune into it over the years. A rough estimate puts the total investment at well over 500 billion Huawei yuan. It is, without question, a massive financial burden. Yet, not a single leader has dared to halt the project. The reason is simple. If the Western region were to lose its thermal and hydroelectric power generation, the entire development of the East would grind to a halt. Worse still, the very livelihood of the people could be thrown into turmoil. But now, Wang Bo was actually claiming he could solve this problem. One must realize, such a casual statement could very well mean saving the country hundreds of billions each year. At this thought, Fu Guotai hurriedly spoke up. Kid, I'll call the higher-ups right away. Don't worry. If this project truly gets up and running, you can be sure the country won't forget your contribution. Hearing Director Fu's teasing, Wang Bo let out a hearty laugh. Well then, I'll be counting on your support for my energy company in the future, Director Fu. The project was approved swiftly. In fact, leaders like Hong Guotao were even more anxious than Wang Bo himself. After all, with every day of delay, the West-to-East power transmission project was bleeding billions. You never appreciate the cost of daily necessities until you're the one footing the bill. Nowadays, these few leaders were pinching every penny since so many areas, public welfare, national defense, and more, demanded funding. Once home, Wang Bo didn't even stop to rest, staying up all night preparing the documents needed to establish his company. Before 6 in the morning, he was already out the door. Under the dumbfounded gaze of the breakfast shop owner, he polished off 3 bowls of tofu pudding and more than 20 fried dough sticks. Fully fed, he marched straight to the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. As he stepped through the front doors, eager to get the paperwork done quickly, Wang Bo decided to make use of his newfound fame. He took off his hat and held his head high, just short of grabbing a megaphone to announce, "I'm Wang Bo." But the curious crowd he'd imagined never materialized. The simple truth was, his rather ordinary face wasn't exactly memorable. Resigned, Wang Bo had no choice but to queue up like everyone else. The staff were highly efficient. After just over an hour, it was finally his turn. As Wang Bo stepped forward, the clerk on the other side of the desk glanced at him with a flicker of doubt. The more the clerk looked, the more he felt he'd seen this man somewhere before. Meanwhile, Wang Bo grew uneasy under the persistent gaze. Without another word, he stepped forward and handed over his documents. "Hello, I'd like to register a company. These are my papers." After scrutinizing Wang Bo for some time, the clerk simply couldn't place where he'd seen him before. Seeing the long line behind, the clerk didn't dare delay, shook his head, and took the documents. Then, he handed Wang Bo a form. "Please fill in the company name and type." Upon hearing this, Wang Bo didn't hesitate. After all, he had no time to waste right now. As for the company's name, he had already made up his mind long ago. In just about 2 or 3 minutes, the form was filled out and handed back to the staff member from before. That person was already swamped with work, and just as he was about to stamp the form, the contents caught his eye and made him pause. New Future Technology and Energy Company, Limited? What on earth is that? To be honest, this fellow had worked at the Bureau of Industry and Commerce for 3 to 5 years. He'd seen all kinds of companies, big and small. Some traded goods, some ran live-streaming businesses, and some were in the food industry. Even the more unusual companies weren't new to him. Adult products, pharmaceuticals, he'd processed them all. But this, what kind of company was this? Developing energy, researching technological patents? It wasn't just him. Even the entire Suchi City Bureau probably hadn't handled an application for a company like this before. Although there weren't regulations against an individual starting an energy company, typically, such ventures required massive investment and were funded by the state. After all, for a private individual to open an energy company was stretching things too far, both financially and technically. Staring at the youthful face in front of him, the staff member drew in a long breath and tried to reason with him. Hey, young man, don't mess around here. Can't you see how busy I am? Go on home, all right? Otherwise, I'll have to call your parents. Wang Bo almost stumbled hearing that. He was at least a minor celebrity now, so why was he being treated like a mischievous child? But seeing that Wang Bo was completely unfazed, the staff member could only sigh in exasperation. If you don't leave, I'm calling security to have you removed. As he spoke, the staff member made a show of tossing the form into the trash bin. But just as he let go, something in his peripheral vision caught his attention. The name Wang Bo listed as the legal representative. That familiar name sparked a flurry of thoughts in his mind. Huh, same name as Teacher Wang. Must be another die-hard fan of Teacher Wang. Judging by his age, he's probably about the same as the real one. Wait, am I seeing things, or does this kid look just like Teacher Wang? Wait a second. Even someone as oblivious as this staff member couldn't ignore the growing sense that something was off. Same name, similar age, resemblance in appearance. Still in Suchi City, and registering a technology and energy company. With all these pieces falling into place, it was as if a bucket of ice water had been dumped over his head, snapping him wide awake from his daze. What the? Your Teacher Wang. With that single exclamation, the once bustling atmosphere in the Bureau of Industry and Commerce lobby instantly fell silent. At that moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on the spot where Wang Bo was standing. Realizing his identity had been exposed, Wang Bo had no choice but to take off his hat, looking quite reluctant as he did so. Hello, everyone, he greeted. When the crowd saw that familiar face, the whole room erupted in excitement. Oh my gosh, it really is Teacher Xiao Wang. I can't believe it. I'm actually seeing him in person. Teacher Xiao Wang, can I get a photo with you? Teacher Xiao Wang, my kid absolutely adores you. Could you sign an autograph for me? Surrounded by such enthusiastic fans, Wang Bo couldn't help but feel a little lightheaded. So this is what it's like for celebrities to meet their fans. Not bad at all. No wonder so many people want to be stars. But that feeling didn't last long in his mind. Countless fans were clamoring for his autograph and a photo together. Seeing them line up of their own accord, he couldn't bring himself to refuse, so he started arranging photos and autographs for each fan in turn. 10 minutes passed. Half an hour. A full hour. After a solid hour of nonstop autograph signing, Wang Bo looked at the ever-lengthening line outside the door and began to feel overwhelmed. This was just insane. If he had to sign for everyone, he'd be at it until the end of time, just as he was fretting over how to escape this predicament. Several leaders from the Bureau of Industry and Commerce arrived outside, right on time, to save the day. At the front was a portly middle-aged man, who, upon spotting Wang Bo in the midst of the crowd, hurriedly strode forward. Mr. Wang, hello. I am Tang Ming, director of the Suchi City Bureau of Industry and Commerce. I can't believe today's matters have troubled you enough to come here personally. If you have any business needs, just give us a call. We'll send someone to handle it for you. After all, your current status is quite sensitive, and going out in public brings plenty of inconveniences. Normally, faced with this sort of ingratiating attitude, Wang Bo might have exchanged a few pleasantries. But now, half-driven mad by the relentless fans, he couldn't be bothered with any of that. Tang Ming, a seasoned official, was quick to read the situation. Seeing the distress in Wang Bo's eyes, he raised his voice at once. Everyone, I'm very sorry, but Mr. Wang and I have an extremely important matter to attend to today. I ask for your understanding. With that, paying no heed to the crowd's protests and complaints, he led Wang Bo straight upstairs. Inside the office, Wang Bo gulped down the glass of water Tang Ming handed him, caring little for appearances. Watching Wang Bo in such a disheveled state, the pot-bellied director couldn't help but find a novel sight. After all, up to now, whether during his live broadcast trip to America or at the Transformers press conference, This young man had always come across as fierce and decisive. His current appearance was a far cry from how he looked before. Setting down his glass of water, Wang Bo let out a breath and said, "Director Tang, I really can't thank you enough. If it weren't for you, I'd still be buried in that crowd." Hearing Wang Bo's gratitude, Tang Ming couldn't help but feel a bit flattered and caught off guard. After all, this was someone who could speak as an equal with those powerful figures at the top. A simple word of thanks from him, if word got out, would do wonders for Tang Ming's prospects for promotion. "Please, Mr. Wang, there's no need to say that," Tang Ming replied. "You are a great benefactor to our nation. Helping you resolve a small issue like this is the least I can do." There was no denying it. Tang Ming really was worthy of the position he held at such a young age. His words, every one of them, put Wang Bo completely at ease. "You're too kind, Director Tang," Wang Bo said. Just as the two were chatting, the staff member who had helped Wang Bo earlier knocked on the door, visibly nervous. He brought in the documents Wang Bo had submitted, along with the filled-out forms, and placed them before the leadership. As he left, the staff member shot Wang Bo a pleading glance. After all, just a short while ago, he had nearly called security to throw Wang Bo out. If he had upset Wang Bo, and Wang Bo decided to complain about him in front of Director Tang, well, that could mean he'd have to pack up and go home for good. Tang Ming gave Wang Bo's application a quick once-over and immediately felt troubled. By rights, this was a form he absolutely could not approve. The reason was simple. Although this new future technology energy company appeared to be focused solely on energy development, in the end, it would inevitably involve power supply, in other words, electricity generation. And in China, this was strictly forbidden. No individual or organization was allowed to operate a power plant privately. Only mixed ownership enterprises were permitted to provide power distribution services. It was a rule set in stone, one that no one was allowed to break. But that only applied to ordinary people. And this man before him, who was he? He was someone important enough to warrant personal protection from the head of national security himself. For all Tang Ming knew, Wang Bo might already have some kind of high-level agreement in place. Perhaps all that was needed now was Tang Ming's signature. With that thought, Tang Ming spoke cautiously. "Mr. Wang, if I may ask something rather bold, does the higher authority know about your company? As you're aware, energy companies require extremely complex documentation, and without instructions from above, I don't dare stamp this form just like that." Wang Bo was taken aback for a moment, but quickly understood what Tang Ming was getting at. He was just about to explain when an unfamiliar phone call came through. He answered, and a strong, confident voice came across the line. "Hello, is this Mr. Wang Bo?" Wang Bo was taken aback by the question, not having the faintest idea who this could be. "Yes, this is Wang Bo. And who am I speaking to?" The middle-aged man on the other end of the line introduced himself. "I'm Wang Sudong, Director of the National Energy Administration. As it happens, I share the same surname as Dr. Wang, so you could say we're distant relatives." Hearing the cordial tone from the other side, Wang Bo exchanged a few polite words before steering the conversation to the main point. "Director Wang, may I ask what prompted you to call me today?" Wang Sudong was momentarily taken aback by Wang Bo's question. Then he replied, sounding somewhat exasperated. What high food didn't tell you? That old rascal. I never know what he's up to these days." Wang Bo couldn't help but smile wryly at the director's complaint. "The thing is, the authorities are paying close attention to your energy company," Wang Sudong continued. "After all, it's a massive project that could potentially replace the West-East Power Transmission Initiative. If this technology is rolled out nationwide, it might even solve all of Huawei's energy problems." Wang Bo felt a bit embarrassed by such high praise from the director. Then, after a brief pause, Wang Sudong spoke again. "So, the state intends to take a stake in your company." At this, Wang Bo's brow furrowed. The whole reason he started this company wasn't just for profit. More importantly, he needed a private and secure space to carry out his experiments. After all, having to borrow other people's labs all the time made it far too easy for prying eyes to uncover what he was inventing. And at such a critical juncture in relations with the West, Wang Bo knew he needed to keep some cards close to his chest. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Director Wang, is the government planning to take control of new future tech energy and turn it into a state-owned enterprise?" Sensing the uncertainty in Wang Bo's tone, the director explained, "No, not at all. We'd only hold a very small share. The government's investment is simply to help you handle issues that might be difficult for you to manage privately. After all, once your company is established, you can't run alone. And you can be sure that certain shameless foreign powers will try every trick in the book to plant their people inside your company and get their hands on your work. With the government as a shareholder, it gives us both the authority and justification to help you weed out any such threats." Wang Bo felt relief wash over him. If control of the company had really slipped out of his hands, everything he'd worked for would have been meaningless. Of course, the government won't take your shares for nothing. We'll also invest a substantial sum as capital for our stake. The exact amount is still under discussion, but rest assured, it won't be less than 10 figures. Before Wang Bo could respond, Tang Ming, who had been listening nearby, dropped his insulated cup. It clattered loudly to the floor, sending a piercing clang through the room. What the heck? Replace the West-East Power Transmission Project. Solve the national energy shortage. Billions in investment? At this moment, Tang Ming was completely thrown off balance. He had always known that this so-called New Future Technology Energy Company was no ordinary enterprise. After all, it was founded by Wang Bo, that prodigious youth who stood at the forefront of physics, biology, and intelligent robotics. But even so, he never expected the company to be this massive in scale. Its very establishment aimed to solve the nationwide energy shortage. Who would believe it? After explaining the specific details, the director of the Energy Bureau hung up the phone. To avoid any future awkwardness about not recognizing each other's calls, Wang Bo decisively opened his contacts and quickly made a note for this Director Wang. Just then, as Wang Bo opened his contacts, Tang Ming's gaze drifted over, almost involuntarily. And what a sight it was. That single glance nearly sent the director of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce into shock. Director Fu Guotai from the National Security Bureau. Director Wang Sudong from the National Energy Administration. Elder He. Commander Hao Zhigua from the Beichuan Provincial Military District. Good heavens! What kind of contact list is this? On this land of Huagua, is there any problem that this phone can't resolve? Right now, Tang Ming had not the slightest doubt. If this phone were ever put up for auction, the most prominent figures in society would scramble for it, reputation be damned. At that point, Wang Bo, whose call had just ended, suddenly remembered that Tang Ming was still standing there, waiting. He quickly turned and apologized. Director Tang, I was rather abrupt. I had no idea that getting this energy company approved would involve so much. I'll go back right now and complete all the necessary documents and certifications. No need. Before Wang Bo could finish, Tang Ming hurriedly waved his hand. Since the higher-ups already know and are giving their full support, there's simply no reason for anything to get held up at my desk. What a joke. This is a project that could replace the West to East Power Transmission Initiative. Tang Ming might not fully grasp the details, but he knew even a day's delay would cost enormous manpower, resources, and capital. And, judging by Director Wang's tone, the state intended to invest and safeguard the company's progress. At a critical moment like this, any hesitation would exile him from this circle for good. Without another thought, Tang Ming sprang into action. He immediately ordered his staff to bring over the official seal. He had to personally approve this application. With the freshly approved documents in hand, Wang Bo was in high spirits. He patted his rumbling stomach and glanced up at the late hour. Without hesitation, Wang Bo ducked into a small restaurant nearby, ordered 5 bowls of braised pork over rice, and started eating heartily. Under the astonished gazes of the customers and the restaurant owner, Wang Bo polished off the very last grain of rice, then let out a deeply contented sigh, utterly satisfied. Patting his now mostly full stomach, he picked up the phone and dialed Mr. He's number. At that moment, Jianhua, he was in the laboratory, guiding students through an experiment. Suddenly, his phone started ringing in his pocket. At first, he didn't intend to answer. But when he caught a glimpse of the caller ID out of the corner of his eye, the elderly professor was instantly filled with excitement. Without hesitation, he set aside the student he was mentoring and hurried out of the lab. Everyone inside the lab looked on with curiosity. Who could be calling? Who was so important that Professor He, who treated scientific research as his very life, would drop everything to answer right away? No sooner had he stepped out of the laboratory building than Jianhua, he picked up the phone, unable to wait a moment longer. You rascal, so you still remember to call this old man? I thought you'd forgotten about these old bones of mine, now that you've made a name for yourself. Hearing the old professor's teasing on the other end, Wang Bo gave a wry smile and hurriedly apologized. How could I, Professor He? I've just been swamped lately. As soon as I managed to free up some time, I called you right away. Hearing this, the professor's mood improved greatly. You really know how to talk, boy. All right, out with it. What's this call about? Sensing Professor He gets straight to the point, Wang Bo didn't hesitate and spoke his mind directly. It's like this, Professor He. I've just started a new company, and I'm in need of top-tier scientific and managerial talent. I remember you're an honorary professor at Capital University. I was hoping you could help me out with this. Wang Bo's voice wasn't loud, but in a small restaurant with only a handful of tables, his words carried clearly to everyone present. Someone nearly choked. I almost spat out my food. My God, this young man's got some nerve. Yeah, that's some tall tale he's spinning. Honorary professor at Capital University, really? Starting a company and looking for top scientific and management talent? He doesn't even look old enough for this. If you ask me, he's probably trying to skip out on the bill with this story. The restaurant owner even spoke up, trying to be helpful. Hey kid, if you're short on cash, just say so. It's no big deal. Let your uncle here treat you. Seeing the mix of ridicule and sympathy from those around him, Wang Bo could only sigh inwardly. Can't even have a peaceful meal these days. Still, he didn't dare make a scene, remembering all too well the crowd of fans that had mobbed him at the business registration office earlier. The last thing he wanted was a repeat of that ordeal. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Professor he had no idea about Wang Bo's awkward situation. Hearing the request, he agreed without the slightest hesitation. No problem, kid. With your reputation these days, even without my help, you'd have no trouble attracting talented people just by putting out the word. These old bones of mine can, at best, add a finishing touch to what you've already achieved. Hearing old Mr. He's humble words, Wang Bo hurriedly waved his hands and replied, "Oh, not at all. Anyone who can pass your review must be outstanding, both in their skills and their character. In fact, you're saving me a great deal of trouble." Catching the subtle flattery in Wang Bo's words, old Mr. He couldn't help but smile, his mood visibly brightening. "Now, don't get too pleased with yourself just yet, young man. What you said is all well and good, but I do have a few conditions of my own." Wang Bo instantly sobered up at these words, quickly responding, "Of course, please, tell me your conditions. I'll do everything I can to make it happen." Hearing Wang Bo's earnest promise over the phone, old Mr. He, gratified, did not stand on ceremony. "First, young man, I want to join the company you're setting up. Give me any title you like. It doesn't matter which one. I just want my name associated with you." This unexpected request caught Wang Bo off guard for a moment, but after a brief pause, he understood exactly what old Mr. He was after. The old gentleman wanted to lend his support and protection to Wang Bo's company. After all, old Mr. He's status was vastly different from Wang Bo's. Even though Wang Bo's inventions were, in some ways, beyond even what old Mr. He could achieve, that didn't mean Wang Bo's influence surpassed his. Old Mr. He was someone who had contributed greatly to the entire nation. The affection and respect the people of China felt for him was something Wang Bo simply could not compare to. And Wang Bo could already see it, with old Mr. He joining. The whole new future technology energy company would, at least within China, have doors open to them wherever they went. Before Wang Bo could even finish digesting this wave of gratitude, old Mr. He raised his second condition. "Young man, I want you to teach at Jingxing University." Wang Bo was just about to protest and explain, but old Mr. He cut in immediately. "Of course, you don't have to take on a regular teaching load like other professors. If you can give just 1 or 2 lectures a year, that's enough." Well, that was that. Wang Bo had been planning to use his packed schedule as a polite excuse to turn down the job. But old Mr. He had already anticipated his every move, blocking off all escape routes before Wang Bo could even try. "Mr. He, it's not that I don't want to accept. It's just that I'm really not the right person to be a professor at Jingxing University. You know me, I'm decent enough at inventing things, but when it comes to teaching, I'd just be leading the students astray." But as soon as Wang Bo finished, old Mr. He made his stance clear. "I'm not negotiating on this. Just consider it as doing me a personal favor." Realizing that old Mr. He was putting his foot down, Wang Bo couldn't refuse any further. He could only grit his teeth and agree. As soon as he hung up, everyone in the restaurant turned to stare at Wang Bo, their eyes wide with astonishment. In the end, it was an elderly man at a nearby table who finally broke the silence and spoke first. "Young man, I've lived a long life, but this is the first time I've ever seen someone boast so convincingly, almost as if it were real." The entire room erupted with laughter at his words. "Oh my, I can't take it, this is killing me. This kid insists on finishing his performance to the end. With that kind of dedication, it's a pity he doesn't become an actor. Honestly, he really is cut out for the stage. I almost believed him just now." Faced with all this ridicule, Wang Bo said nothing more. After all, he needed to hurry off to the capital. There were still some formalities he had to take care of. And as for the talent that old he had introduced to him, he would need to meet them soon. With that thought, Wang Bo reached into his wallet and pulled out a 100 yuan bill. Just as he was about to set it on the table, he hesitated, feeling the pinch. He quickly replaced it with a 50 and slapped it on the table instead. With a broad gesture, he declared, "Keep the change." The restaurant owner could only stare speechlessly. "Keep the change? Each rice bowl costs 11, and you order 5. You actually still owe me 5 yuan. Before the owner could speak, a thunderous roar from outside swept closer and closer. The deafening sound of an engine instantly drew the attention of every passerby. Inside the small restaurant, Both the diners and the owner looked on in shock as a bright yellow figure shot past the window like a bolt of lightning, drifted with a sharp swerve, and came to an abrupt stop right in front of the restaurant. Whose sport car is that? That's so cool. That streamlined design is just flawless. I've never seen a sports car look this good. I wonder which company just launched this model. Wait a minute. The more I look at it, the more familiar it seems. Hey, now that you mention it, I think I've seen this car somewhere before, too. The next second, under the envious and astonished eyes of the crowd, the car door swung open on its own. What's going on? Why is there no driver in the cockpit? What on earth is this? Those exclamations instantly jogged the memories of a few bystanders who'd been racking their brains. Wait, I remember now. Isn't this the Bumblebee that Teacher Wong unveiled at the press conference? Yes, that's it. The intelligent robot car. What do you mean, intelligent robot? Teacher Wong already made it official. It's a whole new species, a transformer. Hold on. If it's here, doesn't that mean Teacher Wong must be nearby? At these words, the crowd bubbled over with excitement, eagerly looking around for anyone who resembled Wong Bo. And in that very moment, the unremarkable door of the small restaurant swung open. A young man walked straight toward the yellow sports car. The sight of their own boss, Bumblebee, filled everyone with excitement, and the car's headlights flickered several times in response. Inside the restaurant, all eyes were fixed in stunned disbelief as the young man, who had remained silent in the face of their mockery, suddenly plopped himself down into Bumblebee's driver's seat. Could that really be Teacher Xiao Wong? One of the diners stammered, his voice trembling. No one in the restaurant replied. All that could be heard was the nervous sound of people swallowing hard. Teacher Xiao Wong, isn't this just way too low-key? After those inventions of his came out, calling him filthy rich is no exaggeration. And yet, here he is, eating at this little hole in the wall. Meanwhile, the restaurant's owner and chef, looking deeply regretful, smacked his own forehead. I should have realized sooner. Who else but Teacher Xiao Wong could polish off half a pot of rice in one go, without even catching his breath? After his bout of frustration, the owner seemed to remember something and immediately hurried off to the kitchen. He was going to pull up the security footage from earlier, pick out a few clear snapshots, and frame them right at the entrance. Then, he'd record a video and upload it online. As for the title of the video, he'd already thought it through. Shocking. What kind of divine rice bowl could make Teacher Xiao Wong eat 5 huge servings in a row? From Suchi City to the capital, Bumblebee sped along the whole way, and they managed to arrive before nightfall. Originally, Wong Bo had planned to travel to the capital in Vertigo. After all, flying would have been much more convenient. But considering the capital's airspace restrictions and Bumblebee's pitiful, pleading request, he decided against taking the helicopter form of Vertigo. Wong Bo could tell that, although the Transformers in this world were now a form of life he had created, thanks to the system's unique modifications, the fundamental faction rivalry, the conflict between Decepticons and Autobots, was still deeply ingrained. Otherwise, Bumblebee wouldn't be so averse to Vertigo. But Wong Bo didn't mind this at all. After all, as he unlocked more and more Transformer technology, this new life form would inevitably keep growing stronger and larger in number. By then, if they ever truly united, perhaps Wong Bo himself would have reason to be concerned. Upon arriving in the capital, his first stop was not to visit Elder He. Instead, he headed straight to the National Energy Administration. He went to meet Director Wang Sudong, a relative who had spoken to him on the phone. Since it was already evening, only a handful of windows in the entire Energy Administration building were still lit. Wong Bo thought he should check in with the security guard first. After all, it was an important government office, and it wouldn't be right to just stroll in unannounced. But to his surprise, the guard recognized him immediately and waved him through without a word. Looks like Director Wong must have given him a heads up. With that, Wong Bo walked boldly into the courtyard. Before he even stepped inside the building, Wang Sudong, having received the news, came out to greet him. Sorry to trouble you to make a trip in person, Teacher Xiao Wong. I'm afraid your fans online are going to roast me alive for this. Hearing his playful remark, Wong Bo didn't dare put on airs. After all, the man before him was the head of a vice-ministerial-level institution. Director Wong, please don't call me that. The nickname Teacher Xiao Wong is just something the folks online use for fun. If you don't mind, you could just call me Wong Bo or simply Xiao Wong. Upon hearing this, Wang Sudong studied the young man before him and felt genuinely satisfied. Renowned from a young age, but neither wealth nor fame had clouded his mind. He remained true to himself, modest and composed. Such temperament was truly rare. Haha, Xiao Wong feels a bit awkward. Reminds me of my old mentors calling me that. I'll just call you Wong Bo. After a few pleasantries, Wang Sudong welcomed Wong Bo into his office. Inside, the office was simple, a bookshelf for documents, a desk, and a few chairs. At this hour, the secretary had already left for the day, so Wang Sudong personally set about making tea. Seeing this, Wang Bo hurriedly stood up to intervene. "Director Wang, please don't trouble yourself." But Wang Sudong replied, "I was supposed to make a trip to Suchi City myself. After all, I've heard a bit about what your company is planning. If things go smoothly, this project could bring great benefits to the country and the people. But as you can see from the stack of files on my desk, I really can't get away at the moment." Noticing Wang Sudong's apologetic tone, Wang Bo quickly responded, "Not at all, Director Wang. You're responsible for overseeing the nation's entire energy strategy. Your time is precious. I'm just a free man these days, so making a trip is no trouble at all." Hearing Wang Bo's understanding, the vice ministerial official smiled, then shifted to the main topic and dispensed with further formalities. "Did you bring the documents?" Wang Bo immediately handed over the prepared paperwork. Wang Sudong took the file and began to review it right away. After a while, the content of the proposal left this senior official visibly shaken. He composed himself and spoke in a steady voice. "If you're willing, you could set your company's headquarters in the capital. Even though space in Beijing is extremely tight these days, if you have the intention, I'd wager that even for a spot inside the Third Ring Road, the city's top officials would grit their teeth and find a way to make it happen." Wang Bo was taken aback. He hadn't expected such strong support from the state. After all, the planned area in his proposal was no small matter. If it were really built in the heart of Beijing, it would take tens of billions to secure that kind of prime land. Watching Wang Bo fall into deep thought, Wang Sudong didn't rush him. He simply waited for the young man to make his decision. After much deliberation, Wang Bo ultimately declined Wang Sudong's proposal. First, Suchi City was his home, and Wang Bo still felt attached to it. What's more, the city wasn't far from the coastline, which would make it convenient for him to deploy the remaining nuclear reactors later on. Second, the capital was crowded, with too many prying eyes. Inevitably, he would be under constant surveillance. Although Wang Bo now had the super serum and the protection of the Transformers, so his safety wasn't a concern. It would undoubtedly make his future research constrained and awkward. After all, Wang Bo had no intention of letting anyone catch wind of any information regarding the system. After leaving the documents in Wang Sudong's office, Wang Bo considered his mission complete. As for the details of establishing the new company, the director of the Energy Bureau agreed to handle everything himself. This truly allowed Wang Bo to breathe a sigh of relief. Just as he was walking out the main gate of the Energy Bureau, he saw that many staff members who had already finished work were being called back by Wang Sudong for overtime. Noticing the disgruntled expressions on their faces, Wang Bo instinctively drew his neck in. If they found out that the culprit behind their overtime was standing right in front of them, Wang Bo doubted he'd be able to leave the bureau in one piece today. By the time he arrived at Old He's apartment complex, it was already late at night. Just as Wang Bo was about to call He Yaoan and ask him to come down and let him in, the soldiers at the gate automatically stepped aside to clear a path. Clearly, they recognized who he was. Nodding in acknowledgement, Wang Bo strode confidently into the complex. Watching his figure recede into the distance, those battle-hardened soldiers all let out a collective sigh of relief. Fortunately, Oldie called ahead. Otherwise, duty would have forced them to stop the young man. But recalling his actions in America, even these soldiers with peacekeeping experience couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Arriving at Old He's door, Wang Bo was just about to knock when the door swung open on its own. It seemed Oldie knew he'd be coming tonight and had left the door unlocked for him. As Wang Bo entered, he saw Old He and He Yaoan sitting on the couch, watching TV. Seeing Wang Bo come in, Old He's face lit up with a delighted smile. "You're here. There's some noodles in the kitchen. Go cook yourself a bowl to fill up." Hearing this, Wang Bo didn't stand on ceremony and headed straight to the kitchen. After all, he'd been traveling all afternoon and was feeling quite hungry. Once he'd eaten and drunk his fill, Wang Bo got up, intending to wash the dishes. But He Yaoan quickly stopped him. "I'll do it. The old man wants to have a word with you." Hearing this, Wang Bo could only step aside. But when He Yaoan saw the plates on the table, all wiped clean, his expression instantly collapsed. He shot Wang Bo an exasperated glare. "The old man told you to have noodles, not to polish off everything on the table." Catching Wang Bo's little trick in the act, he could only play dumb and feign innocence. "Really? I saw those plates of braised beef set out, and thought Old He had prepared them just for me." Hearing this, He Yaoan was at a loss for words. Damn it, he distinctly remembered putting that big chunk of braised beef deep in the back of the fridge. Staring at the now empty refrigerator, He Yaoan felt a deep sense of regret. He swore to himself that from now on, whenever this kid came over, he would make sure to lock the kitchen door. After hurrying into the living room, Wang Bo made a beeline for the sofa and sat down on one side. Oldie couldn't help but sigh inwardly as he gazed at the young man before him. It had only been 3 to 5 months since Wang Bo last left this place. In just over 100 days, such a short span of time, this kid developed blood serum, infiltrated the United States on his own, engineered the creation of a transformer, and took down an assassin syndicate. He still remembered how Yaoan had cautioned him 1,000 times to stay calm before showing him the replay of Wang Bo's journey to the States. Even knowing Wang Bo had returned safely, watching those harrowing moments still made He Jianhua break out in a cold sweat. Seeing old He staring at him in a daze, Wang Bo felt a bit puzzled. "Mr. He, I was wondering if you had any news regarding the favor I asked you." At this, He Jianhua raised an eyebrow. "What's the rush? You haven't even fulfilled the request I made, and you're already thinking about your reward?" In response, Wang Bo patted his chest confidently. "Come on, Mr. He. A man's word is his bond. If it's just about working for my company, no problem. If you want it, the boss seat is all yours." Seeing Wang Bo acting so cheeky, He Jianhua shook his head in mock annoyance. "What would I do as a boss? These old bones aren't about to build a nuclear reactor under the sea. Besides, that's not what I was talking about." Wang Bo was briefly taken aback, then realized what he meant. "You mean becoming a teacher? No problem. Landing a teaching position at Beijing University is something I'd be thrilled about." In truth, he had never really intended to be a teacher. Wang Bo was well aware of his own strengths and limitations. He could handle a bit of lab work, sure, but actually lecturing in a classroom? Yeah, right. The real reason he agreed so readily was simply to play along. After all, once his company started running, old He wouldn't be able to drag him off to teach. This was a national project, crucial to industry and people's livelihood. By then, his so-called teaching role would naturally fade away. Sitting to the side, old He watched Wang Bo grinning foolishly to himself, clearly understanding what he was thinking. "I'm telling you, kid, don't think you can just coast your way out of this with me. I've already scheduled tomorrow's class for you. Tomorrow afternoon, you need to hurry over to Capital University and give a lecture." Hearing what Elder He said, Wang Bo, who had just been basking in his own smugness, was completely stunned. "Elder He, it's not that I've already boasted about you to the president and dean of Capital University. Don't embarrass me." Well, with those words, Elder He had completely cut off his retreat. There was no way out now. He had to go, whether he was ready or not. The next morning at dawn, it wasn't even 6 o'clock when Jarvis woke him up right on time. "Jarvis, help me pick out a suitable outfit." "No problem, sir." As they spoke, Wang Bo's watch automatically projected a display. In the 3D projection, a version of himself appeared, dressed in a stylish yet casual suit. His muscles, defined but not overly exaggerated, looked particularly striking in that outfit. The saying goes, a fine horse needs a good saddle, and a man needs good clothes. How true it is. "Sir, I've organized all the details of the outfit, the brand, price, and the nearest stores. In your memo for easy access at any time. In addition, based on your schedule, you still have some time this morning for a suitable haircut." Listening to Jarvis's thorough suggestions, Wang Bo felt more and more that the 100,000 reputation points he'd spent were well worth it. After all, he was going to teach at Capital University. He couldn't show up looking sloppy. And Jarvis's advice hit the nail on the head. Just imagining that he might encounter a gentle and caring senior sister at this top university made Wang Bo feel a rush of warmth under his nose. A thoughtful and understanding older girl. Who could possibly resist that? Hauling shopping bags out of the mall, Wang Bo inwardly cursed Jarvis for being such a spendthrift. A single outfit cost over 10,000 yuan. Seriously, why not just rob a bank? But heartache aside, for the happiness of his future, Wang Bo could only grit his teeth and go along with it. With that in mind, he hopped on a shared bike and headed to the hair salon Jarvis had recommended. By the time he walked out of the salon, it was nearly noon. When Wang Bo looked at his reflection in the mirror, he could hardly believe his eyes. Is that really me? Although Jarvis had already shown him a simulation, seeing the transformation in real life still made his heart race with excitement. He looked incredible. The staff at the salon were visibly startled by this peculiar customer. Wearing clothes worth tens of thousands, riding a shared bike, twisting and turning in front of the glass window after his haircut. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't seem dangerous, they might have called the psychiatric hospital. Glancing at the time, Wang Bo realized he didn't have much time left to dawdle. He quickly hailed a cab and headed straight for Jingxing University. As for the Bumblebee, that flashy ride was simply too conspicuous. Under Wang Bo's repeated instructions, it had no choice but to park dejectedly in Mystery's neighborhood, looking rather out of place. By the time he arrived at his destination, it was already close to 1 in the afternoon. After getting out of the taxi, Wang Bo made a beeline for a shop in the university town known for its stewed pork with bread, a specialty of the capital, or so he'd heard. Last time, he'd been in such a rush that he hadn't gotten a chance to try it, but today he was determined to indulge. "I'll have 5 large portions of stewed pork, and add 2 extra bread rolls into each," he ordered with gusto. The shop owner gave him a surprised glance, but quickly replied, "All right, coming right up." Since the lunch rush had passed, the shop was fairly empty now. Besides Wang Bo's table, only a group of university students sat chatting and eating at a nearby table. They slurped their stewed pork, laughter and conversation melding with the aroma of the food. At that moment, Guozhua, paying no heed to any ladylike decorum, crossed her legs and stuffed a hefty chunk of bread into her mouth. "Eat up. We got to hurry back for class soon," she said between bites. Next to her, Wang Shuefan frowned, clearly disgruntled. "The school really dropped this on us out of nowhere, calling an extra class at the last minute. It's like they're catching us completely off guard," she complained. Xing Lianchao, rubbing his not quite clean-shaven chin, added, "I heard some rumors around the department. Apparently, the professor coming to teach us today is no ordinary figure. The leadership in our physics department pulled some serious strings to get this person here. Our dean had to call in countless favors. Word is, even our honorary professors got involved." Guozhirua's eyes widened in shock. "Wait, what? Even the honorary professors had to step in? Aren't our honorary professors all famous academicians from across China? For someone to make even the academicians reach out, does that mean today's lecturer is some international heavyweight?" Xing Lianchao shook his head. "I don't know the details, but the word is this person is incredibly high profile. And even though they've lowered themselves to come here, they've only agreed to give 1 or 2 lectures a year." Hearing this, Wang Shuefan forgot all about the delicious stew in her bowl. Just for 1 class? What could we possibly learn from that? I honestly think it's not worth inviting people like that. The Earth doesn't stop spinning for anyone. Why should Jingxing University's physics department lower itself and go begging? As she spoke, Wang Shuefan waved her arm, white and slender like a jade lotus root, in the air as if scolding that high and mighty professor right to their face. Xing Lianchao, watching her puffed cheeks, pouty lips, and those bright arms shining in the sunlight, felt his heart flutter uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Wang Bo, who was busy wolfing down his stewed pork, was so startled by the conversation that he didn't even dare to lift his head. Judging by what they were saying, 8 or 9 times out of 10, those people were talking about him. Damn it! How on earth had the school leadership been introducing him to the students? Clearly, he really did have urgent matters that kept him from taking on extra classes. Yet somehow, in the students telling his name, Wang Bo was stamped with the label of arrogance and conceit. Thinking this, Wang Bo hurried up his meal, just hoping to leave this place as soon as possible. But fate had other plans. The outgoing Guozhua, sitting nearby, had noticed him from the very beginning. She thought, though he looked rather young, anyone eating in University Town at this hour was almost certainly from Beijing University. Besides, with that well-fitted suit and crisp hairstyle, even if his looks were average, he still managed to catch Guozhirua's eye. "Hey there, are you from the physics department too?" Hearing Guozhirua's friendly greeting, Wang Bo felt as if he'd been jolted by electricity, instantly sitting up straight. Instinctively, Wang Bo wanted to reply that he wasn't, but after a moment's thought, he did have a class at the physics department later. Didn't that make him at least half a member? I suppose you could say that. Meanwhile, Wang Shuefan, sitting to the side, glanced at Wang Bo and then lost interest. After all, at Beijing University, she had plenty of admirers. Even though Wang Bo was well-dressed, he simply didn't catch her attention. Well, what a coincidence. We're from the physics department too. Say, buddy, are you rushing back for that last-minute class as well? Honestly, our physics department at Beta has contributed so much talent to the country. We've never had to bend over backwards like this before. If I ever run into that teacher in private, I swear I'll teach him what respect is." Seeing Xing Lianchao bristling with indignation, Wang Bo broke out in a cold sweat, managing only a vague reply. He quickly polished off his stewed pork and got ready to pay and leave. But Xing Lianchao, perhaps eager to show off in front of his goddess, waved his hand grandly. "You go ahead, buddy, this meal's on me. See you in class later." Wang Bo nodded his thanks, then beat a hasty and awkward retreat. "Zhirua, did you take a liking to that guy just now?" Hearing Wang Shuefan's teasing, Guozhua blushed bright red and protested. "Of course not. I just thought he looked unfamiliar, and since he might be from our department, I wanted to say hi." Xing Lianchao, sitting nearby, didn't mind at all. Clearly, with that kid's looks, he was no threat to his own standing with the goddess. Once he saw everyone had more or less finished eating, Xing got up to pay. "Boss, put it all on that table's bill. That'll be 610. Hearing this, Xing Lianchao nearly had his eyes pop out of his head. "Don't think you can fool me, because I don't know the prices." Altogether, even counting that guy, there were only 4 portions of stewed pork intestines. It shouldn't be more than 200 yuan at most. The shop owner shot him a sideways glance and retorted, "Who said 4 portions? That kid alone ate 5 portions, with extra meat and bread, no less." As he spoke, he gestured subtly toward the other side. Following the direction of his gaze, they saw 5 empty bowls stacked neatly together. Suddenly recalling how that fellow had rushed out in such a fluster, Xing Lianchao felt utterly bewildered as the chilly wind swept by. Meanwhile, Wang Bo had unexpectedly gleaned the story behind this lecture from a few students, giving him a pretty good idea of the situation. After entering the campus and taking in the sight of the towering teaching buildings and all manner of oddly shaped structures, Wang Bo decisively pulled out his phone and dialed number. "Hello, Dean's son." On the other end, Sun Changsheng, dean of the School of Physics, was momentarily taken aback. Then, as if remembering something, he exclaimed with excitement, "Is this Wang Bo?" Wang Bo nodded at the sound of his name. "Yes, Dean Sunday. It's me. Welcome, welcome." Right then, Sun Changsheng couldn't be bothered with his meeting. In front of the entire department's leaders and teachers, he started chatting away with Wang Bo. "You have no idea, young man. Just to get you, the great master, to come, I had to send Jianhua a mountain of cigarettes and liquor. I've nearly emptied my coffers for this." Wang Bo gave a wry smile at that, and hearing the noisy background over the phone, he said, "If you're busy, please go ahead. I arrived early, so I'll just stroll around campus for a bit. We're actually in a meeting right now, discussing your visit as a matter of fact. If you don't mind, you're welcome to join us and listen in." Hearing Sun Changsheng's words, Wang Bo felt a sense of ease. No wonder he was a renowned scholar in the country. Even when dealing with a junior like himself, he spoke with genuine respect. "Very well, Dean Sunday. I'll gladly accept your invitation. This is a great opportunity for me to learn from my seniors." Once Wang Bo agreed, Sun Changsheng hung up the phone and immediately sent someone to escort him. On the 3rd floor of the physics department building, the conference room wasn't large, but around the semicircular table sat all the faculty's most distinguished figures. The lowest rank among them was full professor. Associate professors and regular lecturers weren't even qualified to attend this meeting. Yet at this moment, Yin Shufeng, the department head seated at the chief spot, looked far from pleased. A visiting professor had personally extended the invitation. The dean himself had gone out. Rumor had it, even the president of Beijing University had pulled some strings. What a tremendous honor this was. And yet, despite all this, that man had only grudgingly agreed to come, on the outrageous condition that he would give just 1 or 2 lectures a year. Was this inviting a teacher, or summoning a lord? In all his years at Beijing University, Yin Shufeng had never seen the physics department stoop so low. Even if the visitor today were a Nobel Prize laureate, they shouldn't expect a warm welcome here. Several senior professors were also clearly displeased. After all, with age comes a strong sense of the importance of character. Someone who puts on such airs, how good could their character possibly be? A strange and heavy silence settled over the conference room. Suddenly, the sound of knocking broke the quiet. The staff member assigned to greet the guest stood respectfully outside and called out, "Director, the guest has arrived." Hearing this, Sun Changsheng suppressed his excitement as best he could, his voice trembling as he replied, "Let them in." The staff, careful not to keep the leadership waiting, hurriedly opened the door, gesturing politely to the person outside. "Please, this way." The next moment, Wang Bo strode confidently into the conference room. At the sight of their visitor, every senior member of the physics department, without exception, stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Who is this? How can someone be so young? He looks barely in his 20s. Not only were the university leaders, still unaware of the full story, caught off guard, even Sun Changsheng, who knew who Wang Bo was, found himself taken aback. Although he had seen Wang Bo on television many times before, seeing him in person, so young, was still hard to believe. Youth itself isn't a problem, but when paired with those 3 almost miraculous inventions, astonishing hardly seems an adequate word. Still, shock aside, Sun Changsheng was the first to recover and spoke up. "With new clothes and a new haircut, I almost didn't recognize you." Wang Bo chuckled in response. "Well, since I'm going to be teaching at Peking University, I figured I ought to make myself presentable." Hearing this, Sun Changsheng was delighted. This youngster's attitude showed he truly valued the opportunity to teach at Peking University. Previously, Sun had worried that, after all the trouble they'd gone through to recruit him, Wang Bo might actually be annoyed by their persistence. After all, compared to Wang Bo's earlier scientific achievements, teaching could easily be seen as a waste of his time. Yet off to the side, Yin Shufeng found himself so frustrated he could only let out a cold, incredulous laugh. "So, from what you're saying, making yourself presentable is some kind of major feat?" Teaching at the top university in China. Shouldn't you at least show the basic respect of looking the part? As department chair and professor, Yin Shufeng found himself increasingly dissatisfied with this young man before him. Before Wang Bo even had the chance to introduce himself, Yin abruptly cut in. Director Sun, don't say I'm just playing the senior here, but I must firmly oppose this candidate for the teaching position. No sooner had Yin finished speaking than several other professors, who had already been harboring doubts about Wang Bo, chimed in to voice their agreement. That's right. I think we should reconsider. No disrespect to Director Sun, but this young fellow is simply too inexperienced. That's right. Most of the students we admit are older than him, let alone our faculty. He's simply too young to be a teacher here. Faculty positions at our college are precious. I truly hope Director Sun will reconsider this decision carefully. I've heard that Professor He's son, He Yaoan, is planning to build his career in China. That spot would suit him perfectly. I agree. That young man made quite a name for himself up in the Northern Bear Country. Now that he's back home, Beijing University is clearly the best place for him. Listening to their back and forth, Sun Changsheng could only shake his head and give a wry smile. He knew exactly what these veteran professors were really thinking. Age was one thing, but more importantly, it was about Wang Bo's attitude. Teaching only 2 classes a year. Hardly anyone in the entire country could get away with that. If he were someone of Professor He's stature, that might be understandable. But for a young man, still in his prime, to make such demands, to them, it was nothing short of an affront to Beijing University and the physics department. How could these old professors, who had devoted half their lives to this place, possibly accept that? This decision is final and will not be changed. But I ask you all, just let this young man introduce himself. Once you hear him, I believe you'll understand why I'm so resolute. With that, he shot a meaningful glance at the absent-minded Wang Bo, standing to the side. Catching the cue, Wang Bo quickly collected himself, stepped forward, and began his introduction. Professors, directors, respected seniors, it's a great honor to have the chance to work with all of you in the coming days. My name is Wang Bo, just an ordinary name. Please take care of me. The professors listened to this almost childlike introduction and were instantly furious. Are you kidding me? That's your idea of an introduction. Have you ever heard of anyone who just says their name in a job interview? You can't even manage the most basic show of respect. This is nothing less than a slap in the face to our physics department. For the next 3 to 5 minutes, the room was filled with angry voices denouncing Wang Bo. Just when everyone thought Director Sun would lose his temper and throw this young man out of the meeting room. After all, Sun was famously strict and uncompromising in academic matters. Sun Changsheng, seated at the head of the table, said nothing. Instead, he simply smiled, a knowing, enigmatic smile. A few of the quicker minds in the room sensed something was off. Wang Bo, why does that name sound so familiar? Wait, I remember now. Isn't that the young guy who invented the exosuit, the serum, and the transformers? Now that you mention it, I think you're right. Of course, if he weren't that Wang Bo, why would the university president, our director, and even Professor He all join forces to invite him here? No wonder, then. I always wondered why Director Sun would agree to such outrageous terms. If it's that Wang Bo, then it's not surprising at all. Everyone present was sharp as a tack. They'd only failed to notice in the heat of the moment. Now, as the realization dawned, the discussions continued, but all opposition had quietly faded away. Are you kidding? This is Wang Bo we're talking about. Only a fool would object. Perhaps their physics department boasted many professors and even academicians, but not a single Nobel laureate. Yet, this young man before them, if he wished, could easily apply for 3 or 5 Nobel Prizes at once. If only the boy had made more strides in chemistry, they'd half suspect that, aside from the Nobel Prize in Literature, the rest might all go to him next year. What they didn't know, however, was that after acquiring the Stark element, Wang Bo had already filled that gap. So if the stars aligned, he might very well take to the stage several times next year. I still don't agree. Seeing that everyone else had dropped their objections, Yin Shufeng spoke up in a resolute tone. At that moment, all eyes turned to him. The professor sitting beside him even gave his sleeve a discreet tug. A moment ago, everyone in the room could still fall back on their expertise to dismiss the newcomer. After all, these are the leading minds of China's physics community. But now the candidate was Wang Bo. If even he didn't make the cut, none of them had any business teaching. They might as well retire to the countryside and tend the fields. Meeting their questioning gazes, Yin Shufeng cleared his throat. Please don't misunderstand. I have not the slightest doubt about Comrade Wang Bo's professional abilities. After all, his genius is clear for all to see. But teaching is a different matter from research. With only 1 or 2 classes a year, even if Wang Bo can teach, the students might not be able to keep up. Hearing Yin Shufeng's concerns, the others nodded in agreement. Sun Changsheng, too, looked troubled. If Wang Bo could work full-time, or even part-time, he'd appoint him as a professor on the spot. But he knew that was wishful thinking. To tie such a talent solely to the physics department would be a loss for all of China. Director Yin, you can set your mind at ease about that. Since I, Wang Bo, have agreed to teach, I certainly won't take it lightly. Though I only come once or twice a year, I'll make sure these students achieve the best results. Looking at Wang Bo's confidence, Sun Chongxing couldn't help but catch his enthusiasm. Very well. Us old-timers will be waiting to see your brilliance. As he spoke, Sun Chongxing, without seeking anyone else's opinion, reached out his hand to Wang Bo. Welcome to the physics department of Jingqing University. On hearing this, Wang Bo composed himself and shook hands with Director Sun. My pleasure. Xuefan, what are you looking at on your phone? As Xing Lianxiao leaned over, Wang Xuefan edged away with a look of annoyance. But thick-skinned as ever, Xing Lianxiao didn't seem to mind at all. Hey, Xuefan, you're a fan of Teacher Wang too? His voice was loud enough that a few classmates sitting in the front row turned around. Wow, I didn't expect Teacher Wang to actually have female fans. Hearing the teasing, Wang Xuefan blushed. What's wrong with being a female fan? I was one of Teacher Wang's very first supporters. Guozhao, standing nearby, chimed in as well. By the way, that Wang Bo is really something. He's even a few years younger than us, but he's managed to create such terrifying inventions. On hearing this, Xing Lianxiao nodded in admiration. One of the professors who taught our class mentioned it before. He said that with just a handful of inventions from Wang Bo, within 50 years, China's national strength could have a real shot at becoming the strongest in the world. This left Guozhou all wide-eyed in surprise. The professors actually gave him such high praise. After all, professors at Beijing University have a reputation that sets them apart from those at ordinary schools. They're practically at the forefront of the entire field of physics research. Yet even they had spoken so highly of a high school student's achievements. One can only imagine how astonishing those inventions must be. Meanwhile, Wang Xuefan's eyes were sparkling with admiration. Of course, that's Teacher Wang we're talking about. No matter how impossible something seems, he can pull it off. As the group continued their conversation, more and more people joined in the chatter. About 20 minutes passed before someone finally lost patience. What's going on? Why hasn't the new teacher shown up yet? No wonder he's got a reputation for being high and mighty. He's already leaving us hanging before class even starts. Whatever. Who needs his class, anyway? It's not like we can't study on our own. With that, a few students grabbed their bags and headed for the door. Before they could reach it, some sharp-eyed students spotted a group approaching from a distance. They're here, look outside. Whoa, isn't that Dean's son? No way. Is the dean actually coming to teach our class himself? That can't be right. Dean's son is a real academician. He might teach graduate students, but undergraduates? No chance. As they spoke, Sun Chongxing had already arrived, with a young man following behind him. Who's that? No idea. Look at him with those sunglasses, trying to act cool. Wait, doesn't he look kind of familiar to you? Now that you mention it, I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Is that the new teacher? No way. He's way too young for that. Wang Xuefan and the others were equally puzzled. As soon as they entered the classroom, Sun Chongxing strode directly to the podium, glanced at the students seated before him, and announced in a clear, ringing voice. Hello, everyone. Due to his age, Professor Feng, who used to teach you atomic physics, has honorably retired. However, at the earnest invitation of the university leadership, we have brought in a new teacher of great renown for all of you. Let's give a warm round of applause. With that, Dean's son began clapping enthusiastically. Hearing the dean's introduction, the students' curiosity was instantly piqued. They were eager to see who this mysterious newcomer could be, someone worthy of such a grand introduction from Dean's son himself. And now, let's invite your new instructor, Wang Bo, to the stage to greet everyone. Without hesitation, Wang Bo stepped up to the podium and took off his sunglasses. Greetings, students of Jingqing University. The moment his words fell, the entire classroom was plunged into sudden silence. A split second later, the room erupted into a frenzy. Oh my God, it's Wang Bo. It's really teacher, Xiao Wang in the flesh. Incredible. I can't believe our department managed to bring in such a superstar. Wang Bo is going to be our new instructor. I'll be bragging about this for the rest of my life. In that instant, every trace of impatience in the room vanished. In its place surged an overwhelming wave of excitement and exhilaration. The large tiered lecture hall was instantly electrified with energy. How on earth is it Xiao Wang? Our department must be something special to actually bring him here. Now I've got something to brag about when I see the guys from Huaqing University next door. At that very moment, Xing Lianxiao, lost in the crowd, was utterly stunned. Who could have imagined that the person who devoured 5 big bowls of stew at the snack shop was actually the world-famous teacher Xiao Wang? And even more absurd, Wang Bo had actually become his own teacher. At any other time, he would have welcomed him with open arms. But now, what a predicament. He had just badmouthed the new teacher of the restaurant, right in front of teacher Xiao Wang, no less. And now he had to sit in his class. If this didn't end up awkward, even Xing Lianxiao wouldn't believe it. Meanwhile, beside him, Wang Shuifan's small hands were clenched tightly, her face still softly rounded with baby fat, blushing with excitement, making her look utterly charming in that moment. She could hardly believe it. Just a moment ago, she had been daydreaming about her idol. And now, here he was, standing before her, flesh and blood. Even more incredible, they had already crossed paths once before, at that little restaurant. Oh my god, that's teacher Xiao Wang. At this moment, Guozhua's eyes were wide with astonishment, her heart pounding with awe. Sigh, now I regret it. Why didn't I have the nerve to ask for his contact info back then? Maybe this could even spark the perfect student-teacher romance. But I have to say, after Mr. Wang's makeover, he's looking much more dashing. Back at the restaurant, I didn't recognize him at all. Listening to the classroom buzzing with excitement, Yin Shufeng and the other senior professors who had followed along couldn't help but feel a little sour inside. You little rascals. When we old-timers teach you, you all look like you're half asleep. But let Wang Bo take the podium, and suddenly you're all full of energy. Talk about making us old teachers lose face. After a brief grumble, Yin Shufeng peered through the small classroom window. He and the other professors still harbored doubts about Wang Bo's ability to teach. After all, being brilliant in academia and being a good teacher are two very different things. Few present actually believed Wang Bo could successfully handle a class on atomic physics. But in stark contrast to the teachers, the students at Jingdao were thrilled to have Wang Bo. First, there was no question about Mr. Wang's professional expertise. Second, there was the age factor. After all, their previous instructors had all been elderly men and women. While those lectures were packed with substance, they were undeniably a bit dry. Young people, after all, are drawn to things that are new and exciting. Seeing such an enthusiastic crowd, Wang Bo cleared his throat to bring the lively chatter in the classroom under control. As soon as Wang Bo spoke, everyone fell silent in an instant. With dozens of Jingda students staring at him, Wang Bo showed not a hint of stage fright. Everyone, even though most of you probably know me already, I'd still like to introduce myself. My name is Wang Bo, from Suchi, Beichuan Province. I'm the inventor of the miniature nuclear reactor, the prehistoric series Exosuit, the Super Serum, and the Transformers project. These are all things you can look up online. Now, let me tell you something you won't find on the internet. I'm male. I like women, especially those who are the gentle, nurturing type. I have absolutely no resistance to that. If any of you know someone who fits the bill, don't forget to introduce us. A burst of laughter rippled through the class. Come on, you may be our teacher, but you're just a teenager yourself. Already so eager to find a partner? What does that say about those of us still single? Seeing the room's spirits lifted, Wang Bo added, in my class, there aren't so many rules. I'll teach at my own pace. If you have any questions, feel free to ask at any time. Watching how quickly the class warmed up, Director Yin outside the room gave Wang Bo an extra look. This kid really knows how to liven up a room. He's nothing like the stereotype of a bookish scientist buried in research. On the podium, before Wang Bo could even begin his first class, a wave of enthusiastic hands shot up from the audience, eager to ask him questions. Me, pick me, Teacher Wang. As Wang Bo hesitated over whom to call on, his eyes happened to catch a few students he'd met earlier that day at the restaurant. If I'm not mistaken, that's Guozhua, isn't it? Hearing her idol mention her name, Guozhua leapt to her feet, excitement radiating from her. Teacher Wang, why did you decide to come and teach at Peking University? At the question, Wang Bo's expression grew serious, and he replied in a solemn tone. Peking University, as the highest institution of learning in China, has always been a place I've admired. It's truly an honor for me to have the opportunity to work here. Of course, that's just the official answer. With a sudden change in his tone, he instantly captured everyone's attention. The truth is, I was too focused on my research before and ran out of money. So, to make a living, I had no choice but to come to Peking University and find something to do. Hearing this down-to-earth explanation, the crowd was stunned for a second before the room erupted in laughter. Oh my goodness, Teacher Wang really dares to speak his mind. No wonder he's the one who stood his ground against America. I can't take it. I'm dying of laughter. Seated below, Sun Changshan couldn't help but smile wryly at Wang Bo's words. This young man is certainly something else. As Guozhua took her seat, a flurry of hands shot up again, as students eagerly vied for the next question. Everyone, I'd love to keep chatting with all of you. but the big boss is sitting right there in the audience. I can't just slack off so blatantly, you know. Hearing Wang Bo drag him into the conversation, Sun Changsheng could only shake his head and chuckle helplessly. Well then, let's officially begin our study of atomic physics. With that, Wang Bo didn't hesitate any longer. He reached into his backpack and pulled out a few palm-sized gadgets. All eyes in the room followed him curiously as he set the little devices in the corners of the classroom, then asked the student by the door to turn off the lights. "We're ready, Jarvis." While the students whispered among themselves, wondering whom Wang Bo was talking to, a deep male mechanical voice suddenly sounded. "No problem, sir. Initiating holographic 3D projection now." As Jarvis's words faded, the small gadgets in the corners activated, releasing a mysterious blue glow. In an instant, incredibly lifelike interfaces materialized in midair throughout the classroom. Unlike the commercial 3D technology people had seen before, what Wang Bo brought today was true black tech from the Marvel Universe. Unless you looked really closely, it was almost impossible to tell if it was real or not. "Oh my god, is this a 3D projection? You can actually do this. This is way too cool. I swear from now on, I'll attend every single one of Mr. Wang's classes, never skipping again." Wang Shuafan and the others were utterly astonished by what Wang Bo had just accomplished. This was nothing like the usual two-dimensional projections. The immersive 3D, full-scale experience was simply beyond words. At that very moment, even Sun Changsheng in the front row, along with a group of professors waiting outside, were completely stunned. Although this wasn't their particular field of study, their positions meant they had some understanding of 3D projection technology. Over the past few years, many movie theaters had used the 3D label to boost ticket sales. But anyone with a keen eye knew those rough techniques were still a far cry from the real thing. What is true holographic projection? It's when a projected car comes speeding at you, and you instinctively jump out of the way. It's when a chair appears before you, and without hesitation, you'd sit down as if it were solid. And now, right inside this classroom, what once seemed impossible had become reality. How could these seasoned scholars not be astounded? Just as everyone was still marveling at the technology, Mr. Wang's very first class began in earnest. Everyone, as you all know, everything in our universe is made up of atoms, and atoms can be regarded as the origin of everything. As he spoke, Wang Bo made a sweeping gesture with his hand. Instantly, the cosmic scene suspended in midair shattered into countless atoms, scattering in every direction. The realism was breathtaking. Even though everyone knew it was virtual, they couldn't help but flinch and move aside. With Jarvis assisting, and Wang Bo's explanations weaving through scene after scene, the visuals kept shifting seamlessly. The students at Jing University, experiencing this style of teaching for the first time, were absolutely enthralled. At 3:30, the chimes signaling the end of class rang right on time. Usually by then, students' minds would have wandered off the moment the bell sounded. But this time was different. No one was distracted, and no one wanted the class to end. The professors outside had been standing for a full hour and a half. Yet all their attention was focused on Wang Bo's lesson, so absorbed that they didn't even notice their own physical fatigue. Hearing the end of class bell, Wang Bo, his throat dry from speaking, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking out at the students, utterly captivated, he thought to himself that his very first teaching experience hadn't been a failure after all. All right, everyone, that's all for today's class. Thank you all so much for listening. Thank you, everyone. With that, Wang Bo gave a bow on the podium. Silence. The room was completely still. Seeing the scene before him, Wang Bo began to sweat. With so much advanced knowledge in his mind, surely he hadn't done that badly? Before he could ask Sun Changsheng for feedback, this titan of Chinese physics suddenly broke into enthusiastic applause. A round of heartfelt clapping echoed through the hall. With the dean taking the lead, the students snapped out of their daze. They quickly followed, joining in the applause. In an instant, thunderous applause echoed throughout the entire physics department building. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Outside the classroom, a group of senior professors nodded repeatedly in approval. Even Yin Shufeng, who had repeatedly opposed Wang Bo's appointment, was finally convinced at this moment. Sigh, that old fellow He Jianhua was right after all. There truly are ordinary people and geniuses in this world. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to explain what I've just witnessed. Another seasoned professor next to him nodded in agreement and said, with just the material this young man covered today, a little organization would be enough to publish a top-tier article in the world's most prestigious scientific journals. Inside the classroom, 3 or 4 minutes had already passed since Wang Bo announced the end of class. Yet not a single person had left their seat. They clapped enthusiastically for Wang Bo, Some even whistled in admiration. "Mr. Wong, you're amazing." "Okay, give us another one." "Mr. Wong, when's your next class?" "No matter what, I'll definitely be there." Faced with such warmth and excitement, Wong Bo felt a bit embarrassed. "I still have some of my own research project to work on," he said, "so I probably won't be coming again this semester." At these words, disappointment spread across the faces of the crowd. Even Sun Changsheng frowned slightly. After all, although today's lecture was extraordinary, Wong Bo hadn't even covered a tenth of the entire course content. They couldn't possibly send the students into the final exam with just this little knowledge. But Wong Bo had already thought of a solution. "For the upcoming classes, my partner Jarvis will take over for me." As he spoke, the projection in midair shifted, and the artificial intelligence everyone had been so curious about appeared and greeted the class. Wong Bo quickly stepped down from the podium. "Dean Sun, I'll leave these projection devices with you," he said. "Just have someone set them up before each class, and the students can continue attending as usual." Watching Jarvis interacting with the students at the center of the classroom, Sun Changsheng hesitated for a moment. Will this really work? He wondered aloud. After all, he'd only heard about Wong Bo's invention, but had never actually seen it in action, so he still had his doubts. "Don't worry, Dean Sunday. I promise you, Jarvis's lectures will be every bit as good as mine, if not better. You're welcome to sit in and observe any time. If there's ever an issue, I'll immediately put my own work aside and come teach in person." With all arrangements made, Wong Bo looked up, ready to bid the class farewell. "Study hard, everyone. I can give you all a little spoiler. Whoever scores first place in the final exam for this course will receive a special reward." Hearing this, the students were instantly fired up, determined to give it their all. After all, a reward from Teacher Wong was sure to be something extraordinary. And as Teacher Wong's #1 fan, Wong Shuafan, sitting in the audience, silently vowed to herself that she would take first place in this course. Meanwhile, Wong Bo, who had arrived at the dean's office, gulped down a large glass of water in one go. "You rascal, are you planning to drink all the water in my office dry?" the dean grumbled. Wong Bo wiped his mouth and grinned. "With your status, surely you won't miss a couple of glasses of water." Hearing this cheeky reply, Sun Changsheng let it slide without further comment. "He Jianhua, that old fellow, has organized a gathering. It's full of outstanding graduates from our university here in Beijing. It's all for your sake, to help you pick your team. Here's the address." Wong Bo quickly and carefully took the slip of paper handed to him. After all, everything he'd been running around for lately boiled down to one thing: recruiting talent for new future company. Seeing how eager Wong Bo was, Dean Sun didn't keep him any longer. Go on. But if your artificial intelligence doesn't teach these kids well, just wait and see how I'll deal with you." Wong Bo hurriedly assured him that it wouldn't happen, bid the dean farewell, and got ready to leave. Just as he was about to step out the door, Sun Changsheng suddenly called him back. "Kid, in class you once said, perhaps in the not-so-distant future, a brand-new atom will be discovered. Was that just a joke?" Wong Bo was taken aback for a moment, then offered a meaningful smile. "Who's to say, Dean Sun? Maybe some genius really will discover a brand-new atom one day." Hearing Wong Bo's flippant answer, the dean just waved him off. Understanding the cue, Wong Bo left the office. As he watched the young man's figure disappear down the hallway, Sun Changsheng fell into deep contemplation. A brand new element. Was it possible? After all, a few years ago, the 118th element had been created, sparking the hunt for element 119. But since then, the atomic structures became so complex and unstable that all attempts had ended in failure. Countless scientists had tried, but all to no avail. Some even claimed that it would be at least 100 years before element 119 could be created. And yet, this young man had just said that a brand new atom might appear soon. Was it just empty talk, or did he mean something more? Once outside the office, Wong Bo wasted no time and called for the bumblebee, which roared up to the school gates. Amidst the stunned stares of onlookers, man and machine sped away in a flash, heading straight for their destination. Upon arrival, the urgency that had driven Wong Bo all the way there evaporated as he found himself awestruck by the charming little restaurant he had chosen for the meeting. Though the place wasn't exactly large, nor situated in a prime location, and, to top it off, the restaurant didn't even have a signboard, its business was nevertheless astonishingly brisk. Even at this hour, well before the usual mealtime, every seat was already taken. Lively conversations from all corners of the country mingled in the air, accompanied by the steady clink of glasses. The atmosphere was full of life and warmth. In the main hall, Wong Bo stopped a waiter and gave him his room number. The attendant immediately led the way, guiding him through the restaurant. The private dining rooms were located in the backyard. But the moment Wong Bo stepped into the courtyard, he was utterly taken aback by what he saw. Unlike the hustle and bustle of the outer hall, The inner courtyard exuded a profound tranquility. Just a single wall separated the two spaces, yet the effect was striking. It was clear the owner had poured considerable thought into the restaurant's design. Winter had passed, but the temperature was still below freezing. Yet in this open-air courtyard, Wang Bo felt no trace of the chill. Even more surprising, several lush, subtropical plants stood proudly in the center of the garden. Wang Bo couldn't help but marvel at the sight. Noticing his guest was captivated by the view, the waiter offered an explanation. "Sir, this is our restaurant's inner courtyard, designed especially for our distinguished guests to conduct their business in privacy. It looks like an open-air garden, but in fact, they're the highly transparent insulating layer covering the top. Otherwise, these southern plants wouldn't survive here." Wang Bo nodded in understanding, realizing how this marvel had come to be. Though he hadn't said much, the waiter became quite chatty. As they walked, he enthusiastically pointed out the courtyard's unique features. "That calligraphy was acquired by our proprietress 2 years ago. Rumor has it, it's the work of a master from the Song dynasty. And that one over there was a gift from a business tycoon in the south to our proprietress. There's also this piece." Listening to the waiter's introductions, Wang Bo couldn't help but be secretly impressed. The courtyard's landscape, he supposed, could be recreated with enough money. But the calligraphy and paintings hanging in this corridor, those couldn't be obtained with money alone. Without the right connections and background, such rare treasures would be out of reach. Now, Wang Bo was growing increasingly curious about this proprietress, the waiter kept mentioning. At the far end of the corridor, Sky Room 003. This was the private room reserved for him by Elder He. It was also the reason the waiter treated Wang Bo with such deference. After all, anyone admitted to the inner courtyard was already someone of considerable standing. But to have a sky room reserved through the proprietress herself, there were fewer than 10 people in all of Beijing who could manage that. So young, and already able to dine in a room of this caliber, the waiter didn't need to guess to know that this young man must have a truly formidable background. Watching the waiter bow and quietly withdraw, Wang Bo didn't hesitate. He pushed the door open and stepped into the private room. The decor inside was unexpectedly simple. There was a massive round table and a few business tables set up for guests to discuss their affairs. By the time Wang Bo entered, the room was already quite full. Yet perhaps because Master He had not yet arrived, no one dared to take a seat at the round table. Instead, people clustered in small groups, chatting quietly around the business tables. Observing these students of Master He, Wang Bo noted their spirited demeanor and nodded with satisfaction. After all, if nothing went awry, these very people were destined to become the core leadership of the new future company. But just as Wang Bo was sizing them up, they were sizing him up as well. Master He had been retired for nearly a decade. Though he still held an honorary professorship, he hadn't taken on any students since stepping down. In other words, the youngest of He Jianhua's students would be in their 20s at the very least. And yet, the young man before them looked no older than 20. Clearly, he couldn't be one of Master He's students. "Hey kid, are you sure you're in the right room?" "That's right. This is a gathering for teacher and students. Our mentor never had any students as young as you." "Are you a waiter?" "Sorry, but we haven't ordered food yet." Wang Bo caught the confusion in their eyes and understood instantly. Master He must not have told them the true purpose of this gathering. Otherwise, with his current notoriety, there's no way they wouldn't recognize him. Just as Wang Bo was about to introduce himself, a different voice suddenly broke through the crowd. "It seems Yi Wei Yao is running this restaurant worse and worse. This little waiter isn't even in uniform, and barges into the private room without knocking. Truly lacking in manners." Those present frowned at the outburst, a hint of dissatisfaction apparent, but when their eyes turned to the middle-aged man who had spoken, none voiced any objection. It seemed there was a reason to be cautious around him. Wang Bo, whose mood had been fairly good, felt his face darken at these words. Those who knew him understood that Wang Bo could not stand any insult to his family. And yet, this clueless middle-aged man had directly called him ill-mannered. It was as if he'd insulted not just Wang Bo, but his parents and Uncle Huang's family as well. How could he possibly let that go? Just as Wang Bo was about to erupt, a woman in her early 30s spoke up, trying to mediate. "Senior Su, perhaps this young man has only just started working here. There's no need to make things so difficult for him." Su Gang, the man addressed, simply snorted in response. With his status, he really had no need to argue with a mere waiter. Thanks to this woman's timely intervention, the fierce glint in Wang Bo's eyes gradually faded away. Thanks to this interruption, Wang Bo no longer felt the urge to reveal his identity right away. Now, he was even more interested in observing the true character of these people. After all, when it came to joining new future company, Wang Bo cared about more than just talent. Integrity was just as important. "Young man, I'm really sorry about earlier. Everything's fine here now, so you can go about your business. Looking at the warm-hearted lady, an idea suddenly came to Wang Bo. Senior, actually, I'm also one of Professor He's students. As he spoke, he produced the address given to him by Professor He, the handwriting unmistakably He Jian was. Oh, that really is the professor's handwriting. Well, would you look at that? What did our teacher take on such a young junior? Exactly. The professor sure kept this under wraps. We didn't hear a single word about it. Clearly, he's treating us like outsiders. No way, when he gets here, we have to make him drink a few rounds. Faced with the group's enthusiasm, Wang Bo could only scratch his head in mock shyness. And after learning Wang Bo's identity, the lady was all the more welcoming, eagerly ushering him over to the sofa to sit down. A few words into their conversation, Wang Bo learned that the kind lady before him was named Li Shui. When it came time to introduce himself, Wang Bo didn't hesitate, using the same alias he'd used when enrolling at number 9 high. Yangwen. Yangwen, huh? From now on, we'll call you Xiaowen. Don't take what happened earlier to heart. Senior Su was just venting his frustration at you. There was no real malice. Listening to the seniors back and forth, Wang Bo's interest was piqued. Venting his frustration? Hearing this, Li Shui glanced over at Su Gang in the distance and lowered her voice. You still remember that Yi Weiyao he mentioned earlier, right? Seeing the caution on everyone's faces, Wang Bo nodded obediently, playing the part of the model junior. Strictly speaking, she's also one of Professor He's students, and she happens to be the owner of this very restaurant. Wang Bo's eyes flashed with surprise at that. He hadn't expected that the proprietress who had caught his interest earlier would turn out to be his senior. Sisterly, then why hasn't Senior Yi Weiyao come to our gathering today? At this, a shadow seemed to pass over Li Shui's face. As for that, you'd better ask Professor He yourself. We're not really at liberty to say. Seeing how wary she was, Wang Bo knew better than to press. Then sisterly, is there some kind of grudge between Senior Su Gang and Senior Yi? Otherwise, why would he take it out on me? Li Shui made no attempt to hide the truth. It's nothing more than a matter of the heart, really. You have no idea. Our junior Yi was once the campus belle of Peking University. I still remember during the freshman orientation, that group of boys practically surrounded her, leaving not even an inch of space. Our Senior Su Gang was no exception. I heard it was Su Gang himself who pushed for Yi Weiyao to pursue her graduate studies under Professor He. But this senior sister of yours has standards that are far from ordinary. Even though Su Gang is already outstanding, this junior sister still didn't think much of him. Naturally, things ended on a sour note. As Li Shui explained, Wang Bo gradually pieced things together. So this is how love turns into resentment. Wang Bo glanced at Su Gang, a trace of sympathy in his eyes. Still, whatever the reason, it doesn't justify insulting my family. At this moment, Su Gang was also quite displeased with this new junior. Although he had made a mistake at first, it was understandable. After all, with someone so young, who would imagine he was Professor He's student? Now that the misunderstanding had happened, as the youngest disciple, shouldn't he come over with a cup of tea, clear up the confusion, and then respectfully offer tea to his senior brother? Wouldn't that settle everything? But instead, that little fellow had no intention of paying him any mind, choosing to chat away with other senior brothers and sisters instead. In Su Gang's eyes, this was nothing short of disrespect. Before he could say anything, the door to the private dining room swung open. Professor He Jianhua, just finished with work in the lab, had hurried over. Is everyone here? At his arrival, everyone immediately stood up. Even the previously overbearing Su Gang put on a respectful face. Hello, Professor He. Hearing their greetings, He Jianhua waved his hand dismissively. All right, you're all adults now. No need for all this formality. Let's get seated. Though everyone responded, not a single person actually moved. And Professor He didn't hesitate. He knew that if he didn't sit down first, none of his students would dare to take their seats. He strode to the main seat and sat down without ceremony. Once he was seated, Su Gang made his move as well, intending to sit beside him. After all, at previous gatherings he, as the senior disciple, always sat in the seat of honor. But today, things were different. You there, come on, have a drink with this old man today. With that, Professor He even patted the seat that usually belonged to Su Gang. With just those few words, the senior brother who was about to sit down instantly froze in place. The rest of the group was equally stunned. Everyone knew that, though Professor He was their teacher in name, he had always treated all his students impartially. Never had he shown favoritism to anyone. But today, he made an exception, inviting this new junior to sit by his side. Just who was this young one, the new junior? Seeing this, Wang Bo didn't stand on ceremony. If it were someone else's seat, he might have politely declined. But if it was Su Gang's seat, well, that was another story. Under the warning gaze of the senior brother, Wang Bo strolled past him at a leisurely pace and plopped himself down in the seat without a care. Master I have to say the spot you picked for me is just perfect. As he spoke, he wiggled his hips a little, looking thoroughly pleased with himself. Su Gang, witnessing this, had veins bulging instantly on his forehead, making him look utterly menacing. Quite the sight. Once everyone had found their seats, this rather unconventional gathering of teacher and students officially began. With dish after dish being brought out, the initial stiffness among the group quickly gave way to lively chatter, as everyone started discussing their lives and experiences with those nearby. Meanwhile, over at Old He's table, students kept coming over to toast him. Watching He Jianhua take on every toast without hesitation, Wang Bo couldn't help but marvel at the man. Damn, this old gentleman's drinking capacity was truly no joke. Even with his own body now enhanced by super serum, Wang Bo wasn't certain he could outdrink this octogenarian. And, while sharing drinks with the others, the shrewd Old He quickly noticed that this young man was deliberately keeping his identity under wraps, wanting to quietly observe his fellow students. So, in conversation, he tactfully avoided mentioning Wang Bo's name. After a few rounds of drinks and a full complement of dishes, Wang Bo finally got a sense of everyone's personalities at the table. The vast majority, he realized, were of good character. After all, with Old He's own temperament, his students wouldn't stray far from the mark. But there were always exceptions, people like Su Gang, domineering, jealous, the type who, no matter how capable, would never be brought into the ranks of a new future company. When it was clear that everyone had eaten their fill, Old He spoke up, intending to steer the meeting toward its main topic. I'm sure you're all wondering why we're holding this teacher-student gathering so early this year. At his words, everyone put down their chopsticks, giving him their full attention. The truth is, it's all because of this young fellow here. Your junior brother is planning to start an energy company. If you're interested, you might want to consider joining him. At this, everyone turned to Wang Bo in astonishment. An energy company? Good heavens! Wasn't that industry controlled by the state? Setting aside the incredible cost, just getting the company approved would be a massive hurdle. Yet from the way Old He spoke, it sounded as if this younger brother had already set things in motion. Their curiosity about this mysterious junior only grew. After the initial shock, a hint of discomfort crept in. Wasn't the teacher playing favorites a bit too blatantly? They were, after all, graduates of the prestigious Beijing University and disciples of Old He himself. All of them work at internationally renowned corporations. Among them, the most successful is their eldest senior brother, Su Gang, who holds the position of president at a top-tier international energy company. But now, Old He actually intends for them to give up those dream jobs that everyone else envies, and instead come help their junior brother set up this unreliable energy company? That's nothing short of playing a joke with their futures and livelihoods. As He Jianhua looked at the silent crowd, he understood exactly what they were thinking. But unlike his students, with his current status, he has access to information far beyond the reach of most people. For example, that colossal project 2,000 meters deep in the South China Sea, or the soon-to-launch venture in the East China Sea. It's precisely because he knows these things that he is so eager to send his own students to Wang Bo's new future company. At this early stage, there's still a significant talent gap. If they wait until this company rockets into the world's top 100 or even top 10, it'll be much harder for his students to join. At that moment, Su Gang, who had long been dissatisfied with Wang Bo, looked around at the silent crowd and spoke up at just the right moment. Teacher, it's not that we mean to disrespect you, but we all have families, parents to care for, and children to raise. If we really quit our jobs to indulge in our junior brother's reckless adventure, who's going to provide for our families? Hearing Su Gang's words, the others at the table nodded slightly, expressing their agreement. As students, they naturally wouldn't dare direct their grievances at Old He, so the youngest junior brother became the target of everyone's frustration. In that instant, every gaze turned toward him grew cold and unfriendly. Su Gang, seeing his plan succeed, allowed a hint of satisfaction to flicker in his eyes. To have risen to president at a Fortune 500 energy company, this eldest senior brother clearly knows how to manipulate people's hearts. With just a few words, he had deftly shifted all the tension onto his junior brother. No doubt, the young man must be panicking by now. Perhaps, after this, he'll finally learn the meaning of respecting his elders and honoring his teachers. As Wang Bo saw himself become the villain of the room and caught a glimpse of Su Gang's sanctimonious expression, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. For the second time, this so-called eldest senior brother had, for the second time, stabbed him in the back without hesitation. Wang Bo glanced up at Old He, who sat at the head of the table, and restrained himself from causing a scene. There was no need to disrupt the reunion and embarrass the elder. there would be other chances to deal with Su Gang in the future. He shrugged, then stood up. Now that he understood the situation, there was no point in hiding his true identity any longer. If they wanted reassurance, he would give them reassurance. To put it bluntly, in today's China, his name alone is the greatest guarantee anyone could ask for. But before he could stand up and announce his identity, the door to the private room was pushed open. The newcomer was dressed in a rose-red cheongsam, exuding the elegance of the Republic era. The slit of the dress ran up to her calves, hugging her figure perfectly, with glimpses of her sculpted calves, so delicately beautiful they seemed like works of art, stirring the hearts of everyone present with the subtle allure of a cat's gentle touch. Her waist was slender, easily encircled by a single hand, exuding both seduction and a fragile grace. Draped over her shoulders was a soft, furry shawl, adding a touch of sensuality without seeming wanton. Such a young woman, as if stepped out from a painting, entered the room and instantly became the center of everyone's attention. Especially Su Gang, whose eyes revealed a look of utter fascination. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, the woman walked gracefully to Mr. He's side and poured herself a glass of wine. "Teacher, your student Yi Wei Yao offers you a toast." With that, she paid no heed to anyone's reaction and downed the wine in one smooth motion. Witnessing this, He Jianhua fell silent for a moment, then finally picked up his own glass and drank. Meanwhile, Wang Bo could not help but take a closer look at this mysterious senior sister. Since becoming famous, he had met his share of beautiful women. Take Wang Xuefan and Guo Zhuo, for example. Both exceptional beauties, no less stunning than the most popular actresses. Yet compared to the woman before him, they simply could not hold a candle. This senior sister possessed a beauty almost unearthly. In nearly 20 years of life, Wang Bo had never seen such allure in a single person. At this moment, Su Gang gazed at his dream goddess, his heart pounding uncontrollably. Any resentment he once harbored toward her had completely vanished. If Yi Wei Yao were to glance his way now, this eldest brother would surely rush over like an eager puppy, desperate to please her in any way possible. But in truth, Yi Wei Yao wouldn't spare him even a fraction of her attention. After the toast, the young proprietress did not linger. "Teacher, senior brothers and sisters, I'll leave you to your meal. If you need anything, just call for me at any time." With those words, she bowed to Mr. He, then turned and left with effortless grace. Before leaving, Yi Wei Yao cast a curious glance at Wang Bo. Since Mr. He's retirement, she had met all her fellow disciples. But this young man was a stranger. This was the first time she had seen him. Could he be the teacher's last disciple? As Yi Wei Yao walked away, without sparing him a glance, veins bulged on Su Gang's forehead in frustration. If not for the teacher's presence, he would have seized her hand and demanded to know what she really meant by all this. With the senior sister's departure, the atmosphere in the private room suddenly grew quiet. Mr. He, in particular, seemed to sink into melancholy. After 2 more cups of wine, he turned to Wang Bo and said, "Kid, you go ahead and tell them what's going on. This old man will head back first." Seeing this, Wang Bo hurriedly stood up and moved forward to help old He, and everyone else also rose to their feet at that moment. "Enough, just let this kid see me out. My driver is waiting outside, so there's no need to worry. You all go on and enjoy your meal." With that, the two of them left the private room. Once outside the restaurant, old He suddenly grabbed Wang Bo's hand and said, "Kid, you should really consider that little girl, Yi Wei Yao. She may not be a researcher, but when it comes to management, there's no one better." In just a couple of years since graduating from Beijing University, this young woman has gone from having nothing to amassing assets worth billions. Hearing this, Wang Bo was genuinely taken aback. He knew how rare it was for a woman to achieve such heights. Right now, this young lady needs a bigger stage, and your new future company is just the place for her. Consider it a favor to me, bring her on board. Hearing the almost pleading tone in old He's voice, Wang Bo felt a little surprised. Just what kind of relationship did Yi Wei Yao have with this elder to make the usually reserved old He speak so earnestly? "Don't worry, old He. If you ask, I'll make it happen. It doesn't matter how outstanding the senior sister is. Even if she weren't, for your sake, I'd still do it." Hearing the boy's light-hearted banter, old He's mood visibly improved. Wang Bo watched as old He left, then turned and re-entered the restaurant. But he didn't hurry back to the private room. Instead, he approached a waiter to ask where the boss lady's office was. Apparently, the servers at the restaurant had been asked this question countless times before. With practiced indifference, one of them tossed out a line, "Eat your meal and stay out of trouble," then promptly returned to their duties. Getting nowhere, Wang Bo could only resort to a less conventional method. "Jarvis, scan this building and locate Senior Sister Ye's position for me." As Wang Bo finished speaking, his wristwatch emitted a strange red glow. Jarvis's voice soon followed. Sir, I have located a life form matching Miss Yi Yao's biometric profile. She's in the southwest room on the 3rd floor. With the answer in hand, Wang Bo didn't hesitate. He quietly made his way outside, and using the uneven surface of the wall, began to climb up. At this moment, Yi Yao, who had just entered her office, let out a long, calming breath. Although her relationship with her mentor was complicated for certain reasons, seeing the old man still so full of vigor put her mind at ease. The office itself was lavishly decorated, but what stood out the most was the pure white carpet at its center. Gently unfastening the buckles on her shoes, she watched as her delicate feet playfully kicked off the expensive high heels. Barefoot, she stepped onto the soft carpet, then hurried toward a locked cabinet. When she opened the door, she wasn't greeted by classified documents or stacks of cash, but instead, an entire cabinet filled with snacks, arms overflowing with a colorful bounty of treats. Yi Weiyao happily spread them across the carpet. After much deliberation, she finally picked out a single packet from the pile. This woman, whom outsiders saw as a powerhouse, now indulged herself like a carefree girl, savoring each bite. Outside, on the restaurant's wall, Wang Bo was scaling upward with the agility of a monkey. If it weren't for the secluded location and the dim evening light, he wouldn't dare pull off such a stunt in public. He had no desire to end up trending on social media again. Right now, Wang Bo was more than a little disgruntled. The memory of the discrimination from the waiters and diners in the main hall still lingered. No one had said anything outright, but their eyes had spoken for them. Someone like you thinks you can win over the boss lady? Dream on. It was utterly intolerable. There were two things Wang Bo hated most in life: people dragging his family into things, and people slighting his handsome face. This was plain, unvarnished jealousy. If it weren't for Elder He's request, Wang Bo would have turned around and left on the spot, refusing to take such humiliation. Well, all right, for the sake of new future company's development, he could swallow his pride. But all this forbearance was for the sake of the company, for the country, definitely not for some cool, beautiful senior sister. Absolutely not. Caught up in his thoughts, he almost moved himself with his own selflessness. This should be the room. In the next moment, Wang Bo climbed onto the windowsill and slipped into the room. But when he steadied himself and took in the scene before him, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. The elegant and aloof boss lady from the private dining room was now sprawled on the carpet like the girl next door, feet swaying, munching snacks with abandon. Yi Weiyao, equally startled, hadn't expected that while she was airing out the room, someone would actually climb in from outside. After all, this was the 3rd floor. In the split second that followed, the boss lady drew a breath, clearly about to call out. Wang Bo, startled, sprang into action. No way. If some bystander caught him like this, his reputation would be ruined forever. He could already imagine tomorrow's top, trending headline. Famous teen scientist Wang Bo scales the wall of a stunning widow, twisted human nature, or the collapse of morality. Without hesitation, he lunged forward and clapped a hand over Yi Yao's mouth. A muffled protest escaped her lips. Calm down, senior sister. Take a closer look, it's me. After all, Yi Yao was a seasoned businesswoman. Her strong composure allowed her to regain her calm the moment she heard this familiar address. She quickly signaled Wang Bo to let go. Seeing that she had recognized him, Wang Bo breathed a sigh of relief and released his grip. After a brief moment of calm, both of them became aware of the faintly ambiguous atmosphere in the room, and an awkward silence settled between them. A moment later, Yi Yao regained her usual commanding presence, a hint of annoyance flickering across her face as she asked, "So, junior brother, is that it? I'm quite curious. What exactly could be so important that you'd risk your life climbing in through the 3rd floor window?" Hearing the subtle sarcasm in her tone, Wang Bo gave a wry smile. He knew his actions had indeed been reckless. "I'm truly sorry, senior sister. There were special circumstances. Teacher, he insisted that I come up here to find you, but those staff downstairs clearly have no idea about our connection. Left with no choice, your junior brother had to resort to this." When she heard it was about He Jianhua, Yi Weiyao set aside her anger and gestured for Wang Bo to continue. "Here's the situation. I'm planning to start an energy company. I just arrived here, not lacking in technology or funding, but I have no experience running a business. So teacher, he recommended your talents to me. Senior sister, you have no idea how highly teacher he thinks of you. He sang your praises so much, I thought my ears would fall off." Listening to Wang Bo's rambling explanation, Yi Weiyao quickly grasped the gist of the situation. Though it sounded unusual, she didn't believe Wang Bo would lie in Teacher He's name. A single phone call could expose him, so there was no point. What's more, Teacher He surely knew her current circumstances. With several companies under her name, she easily made 8 figures a year. Yet even so, Teacher, he was urging her to join this so-called energy company. That was certainly thought-provoking. But before she could ponder it further, a heated argument erupted outside the door, abruptly snapping her from her thoughts. The next moment, her office door was shoved open with brute force. Su Gang stormed in, his eyes blazing with fury as he took in the scene before him. Back in the private room, Yi Yuiao's presence had once again stirred this senior brother's heartstrings. Fueled by alcohol, Su Gang had marched straight up to the third floor, barging into her office, determined to confess his feelings once more. But the scene before him left him completely shell-shocked. That junior brother called Yang Won and his dream goddess were sitting together on the carpet. Yi Weiyao had even taken off her shoes. If he had arrived a moment later, would there have been even less clothing? In an instant, a torrent of humiliation, frustration, and countless other negative emotions overwhelmed Su Gang, completely robbing him of reason. "You scum!" The moment Su Gang's furious roar echoed through the room, the expressions of the two who had just stood up darkened immediately. Before Wang Bo could react, Yi Weiyao spoke first, her voice cold as ice. "Su Gang, out of respect for you as my senior disciple, I have shown you courtesy. But don't push your luck. This is my office. Now, I'm asking you to leave immediately." As she spoke, a group of staff from downstairs hurriedly rushed up. "Weiyao, I've told you all before. Without my permission, no one is allowed on the third floor. Or do none of you want your jobs anymore?" Seeing their usually composed boss truly furious for once, everyone trembled in fear, hardly daring to breathe. The head server had no choice but to step forward and explain. "I'm sorry, Weiyao. This man claimed to be your senior, so we let our guard down and didn't stop him." As she spoke, the supervisor shot a glance to the side. A couple of male servers immediately understood and stepped forward to haul the drunken man downstairs. Being dragged away, Su Gang swayed unsteadily, sobering up just a bit in the process. The memory of what had just happened fanned the flames of rage within him. He was left with only one thought. He would ruin those two, no matter what. Before Yi Weiyao and Wang Bo could return to their conversation, the floor supervisor hurried back up the stairs. "Yi Weiyao, you'd better come downstairs. Your senior is making a scene in the main hall." Seeing the breathless staff member's anxious face, an uneasy feeling crept into Yi Yuiao's heart. The group had barely reached the second floor when Su Gang's vulgar tirades drifted up from the hall below. "Yi Weiyao, you shameless woman. I'm doing you a favor by liking you. Yet you have the nerve to take up with a boy half your age. Utterly disgraceful." Though her face remained composed as she listened to her senior's insults, Yi Yuiao's trembling hand betrayed the turmoil inside her. "What are you all waiting for? Call the police now." Hearing their boss's order, the staff didn't dare hesitate and rushed to make the call. "Wait." Wang Bo stepped forward, blocking the staff from reaching for the phone. "Senior sister, even if we call the police, it'll take them at least 20 minutes to arrive. I don't mind waiting, but that's plenty of time for your reputation to be damaged. Why not let me handle this?" "You?" Yi Weiyao shot him a doubtful look. To be honest, she'd weathered storms far worse than this. She knew countless ways to deal with troublemakers. But not today. The man making a drunken spectacle downstairs was, after all, her senior in name. If she really used those old tricks to deal with Su Gang, she feared it would hurt that elderly man's feelings and dignity. Remember, you absolutely must not use force. If you make a scene in public, it's our teacher who'll lose face. Wang Bo grinned and nodded at her when he heard this. "Senior sister, if I sort out this mess, you'd better consider letting me have that CEO position at your company." With that, and before Yi Weiyao could object, he headed downstairs. By now, a crowd of diners had already gathered in the lobby on the first floor. Even the senior brothers and sisters from the private room upstairs were there, all trying to persuade their eldest senior brother to return to the private room. "Senior brother, don't make a scene. You're making things difficult for our teacher." "That's right, eldest brother. If something's wrong, can't we talk it over in private behind closed doors? Why must you make everything public and embarrass our teacher in front of everyone?" Normally, Su Gang would never have behaved like this. But now, with the alcohol taking hold and after what he'd seen upstairs, he simply couldn't care less about such things. "Everyone get out of my way. I'm not the one embarrassing our teacher. It's that shameless couple upstairs." At these words, the crowd fell into an awkward silence. A shameless couple, really? Even if there's something going on between them, so what? Men and women are meant for each other. What's so strange about that? But now, by making such a fuss here without rhyme or reason, Su Gang was only giving the onlookers even more reason to gossip and misunderstand. TSK, who would have thought the cool and composed lady boss had another side to her? Who can blame her? Any woman would like a strapping young man in his teens. If I'd known, I would have volunteered myself. I'm no less capable than that greenhorn. The crowd burst out laughing at these lewd remarks. If I were you, I'd keep my mouth shut. A cold voice cut through the laughter from behind, and everyone turned to see a young man, about 20 years old, step forward. The rude diner from before, a hothead by nature, felt his pride wounded by being called out like this in public. "You little brat. Do you want me to?" He was about to turn and teach the newcomer a lesson, but the moment he met the young man's icy gaze, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. He sobered up instantly. With super serum coursing through him, plus 2 deadly encounters with assassins and agents, Wang Bo was no longer the ordinary high school student he once was. It's no exaggeration to say that now, even an average person would feel a chill run down their spine and their knees tremble just by meeting his eyes. Seeing that the crowd had gone silent, Wang Bo didn't hesitate. He strode straight into the center of the crowd, heading for Su Gang. Wherever he walked, people stepped aside for him without a word. "Senior brother, you're drunk. Let's save these jokes and talk about them back in the private room." As they spoke, Wang Bo's right hand landed squarely on Su Gang's shoulder. "Damn you, you." But before Su Gang could finish his threat, a sharp pain shot through his chest, snapping him back to his senses. Impossible. Yangwen had merely rested his palm here, yet it felt as if a massive boulder was crushing him. Just as Su Gang was about to struggle free, his eyes met Wang Bo's, almost against his will. In that moment, as he gazed into those emotionless eyes, an uncanny sense seized his heart. He felt as if he wasn't facing a teenager, but rather a sheer cliff towering above him, or a wild beast poised to strike. Seeing Su Gang frozen stiff, Wang Bo didn't hesitate. He simply grabbed him and led him toward the private dining room. Witnessing this, the senior brothers and sisters all clicked their tongues in amazement. They had tried for ages to persuade Su Gang with no success, yet this junior brother had managed to subdue him with just a few words. What kind of trick had he used? As the main player in the drama willingly followed Wang Bo away, the onlookers lost interest and began to disperse. Back in the private room, Yi Weiyao, one of the main characters in this whole affair, was already seated. The moment Su Gang saw his goddess in the room, emotions surged within him. He shrugged off Wang Bo's hand and strode forward, saying, "Weiyao, I'm sorry. I lost control today, but my feelings for you are real." Yi Weiyao remained unmoved, and confusion and anger flickered across Su Gang's face as he turned his wrath on Wang Bo instead. "What's so great about this pauper? I'm the CEO of manhwarerecap, one of the world's top 500 companies. I can give you everything you want. What can this idiot possibly offer you?" At these words, the senior brothers and sisters in the room exchanged wary glances. Manhwarecap, in the entire energy sector, it was a true titan. Sure, a handful of Chinese state-owned enterprises might outrank Manhwa in size, but when it came to real influence, none could compare, not even close. If this company so chose, power shortages would sweep across countless countries worldwide. And as Manhwa's CEO, Su Gang's status was naturally sky-high. It was no exaggeration to say that if anyone here dared to cross him, their job could vanish in an instant. Watching this so-called senior brother hurl insults at him, Wang Bo's patience ran dry. Before Yi Weiyao could respond, he casually scratched his ear and retorted, "Manhwa Energy, is it really that impressive? As it happens, I'm planning to start my own energy company soon. If you don't mind, President Su, perhaps you could give me some pointers." Su Gang was momentarily stunned by Wang Bo's words, then quickly straightened up and turned to Yi Weiyao with a self-satisfied smirk. "Did you see that, Yi Weiyao? This is the kind of status and identity I have now. Even if I point at this guy's nose and curse him out, all he can do is grovel and beg for my favor. A woman as outstanding as you. How could you possibly choose someone so spineless? Only a high-caliber man like me would truly be worthy of you." "Idiot, I'm talking about our 2 companies going head-to-head. You really can't understand plain speech, can you? Unbelievable." The way Wang Bo bluntly interrupted left everyone in the room utterly stunned. "What on earth? You're just a fledgling energy company, and you've actually declared open war on Manhwa Corporation. This isn't just a case of a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It's like an ant trying to block a tank. It's sheer recklessness, completely delusional. You're clearly not in this business to make money. At this rate, we might as well announce the bankruptcy of that so-called new future company right now." Meanwhile, Yi Weiyao watched Wang Bo's baffling behavior with a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. But she didn't let herself grow anxious or doubtful. She believed that any apprentice her teacher had chosen couldn't possibly be so mediocre. At that moment, Su Gang could barely stop himself from cracking up at Wang Bo's wild boasting. He almost laughed his teeth out. "Go head-to-head. Who do you think you are? What do you have that could possibly compete with me, with Manhwa Corporation? What makes you qualified to be my rival? That tiny excuse for a company of yours. There's no need for me to lift a finger." Any subsidiary under Maiha's name could crush you effortlessly. While Su Gang wore a face of utter arrogance, Wang Bo looked on with cool indifference, choosing not to hide his identity any longer. I wonder if the name Wang Bo is enough to qualify. Compared to Su Gang's bluster, Wang Bo's words were remarkably calm. Yet the name Wang Bo still managed to cut through the air, reaching everyone's ears with razor-sharp clarity. Inside the private room, even Su Gang, who'd been brimming with bravado just moments before, fell silent. Though he'd spent most of his career working abroad, that didn't mean he was clueless about what was happening back home. Wang Bo. He stood at the very pinnacle of technological innovation. Background, wealth, none of those external trappings were necessary. That young man, by sheer personal merit alone, drew the attention of countless powerful factions. Never mind that Wang Bo and the world's most powerful nation had a famously strained relationship. If he so much as hinted at wanting to move there, the entire government would roll out the red carpet to welcome him as an immigrant. If he ever expressed a desire to run for president, even the true power brokers, the big capitalists, might seriously consider supporting him. After all, what's a presidency compared to dominating the world? Before Su Gang returned to the country on leave, the Maiha Corporation Board had repeatedly emphasized that if he ever got the chance, he must convey the company's goodwill to that young man. As for recruiting Wang Bo to join their ranks, not a single board member dared even dream of it. After all, while Maiha Corporation did have a place in the energy industry, trying to compete for talent against giants like the American and Chinese governments was nothing short of a pipe dream. At least they had the sense to recognize that much. And, right at this critical moment, this young man actually mentioned Wang Bo. Could it be? Was there some connection between the two of them? As for those senior brothers and sisters, things were different for them. Thanks to domestic live streams, they'd seen Wang Bo's face countless times. Before, because of his hairstyle and clothes, no one had made the connection. But now, the moment their little junior brother brought it up, they all realized it instantly. Oh my God! The little junior brother is actually Wang Bo. Heavens, this is unbelievable. Our professor actually took Wang Bo as a disciple. This is just too impressive. Seeing the atmosphere in the private room explode in an instant, Yi Wei Yao, sitting off to the side, let her cherry-red lips part in surprise. No wonder their junior brother had been able to climb in through the third-floor window. For most people, that would be incredibly dangerous. But for the legendary Wang Bo, accomplishing such a feat was nothing out of the ordinary. At this moment, Su Gang stood frozen, eyes wide in shock. How he wished that all of this were just the drunken hallucinations of a tipsy night. But unfortunately, the moment he learned the man before him was Wang Bo, all his drunkenness had been completely blown away. All that remained was a bottomless fear. Junior brother, I'm sorry, I had a few too many drinks tonight and said some foolish things. You're a generous man. Please, don't take it to heart. Watching Su Gang, now wringing his hands and apologizing, a cold smirk played at the corner of Wang Bo's lips. Senior Su, if I'm not mistaken, this is the first time you've ever called me junior brother since we met, isn't it? Seeing his junior brother's sharp tone, Su Gang's already hunched frame shrank even lower, his face full of obsequiousness as he prepared to apologize yet again. But Wang Bo, long since tired of this charade, cut straight to the point. Su Gang, let me be clear. From the very moment you insulted my family, I never planned to let you off. Magnanimity? Generosity? Sorry, I don't have any of those things. I just know that I never let a grudge last overnight. Otherwise, I can't sleep easy. Once you get back to Maiha Corporation, tell your bosses this. From now on, we're enemies. Tell them they'd better put up a good fight, or else when my new future energy company enters the ring, you'll all be nothing but pushovers. Hearing Wang Bo's words, which were clearly not a joke, Su Gang was instantly thrown into panic. Although, deep down, he didn't really believe Wang Bo had what it took to bring down his old company. He couldn't forget that their company had plenty of competitors as well. In the past, because of their lack of strength, they didn't dare to make trouble. If Wang Bo, in a moment of recklessness, took those technologies and handed them over, the consequences. Wang Shitty, are you still not leaving? Seeing Wang Bo's eyes fixed on him, Su Gang felt a chill run down his spine. Recalling this man's impressive feats in America, he simply didn't have the courage to stay any longer. Watching Su Gang leave with his tail between his legs, everyone silently rejoiced. Previously, constrained by Su Gang's status, they had been forced to swallow their anger. Now, with such an impressive junior brother backing them, they naturally had nothing left to fear from the guy. No wonder our professor personally showed up to persuade him. I used to suspect this junior brother must be the professor's grandson. Otherwise, why would he go out of his way to help him? But now it seems the professor wasn't helping the junior brother at all. He was helping us. Exactly. With those few technologies in Junior Brothers' hands, it's obvious that this new future company will break into the Fortune Global 500 in no time. By then, it definitely won't be easy for us to get in. Hearing the praise from his senior brothers and sisters, Wang Bo scratched his head in embarrassment. Sisterly, here's my contact information. I'll have to trouble you to organize everyone's resumes and areas of expertise and send them over to me. Hearing Wang Bo's request, Li Shui was momentarily surprised, but quickly nodded. No problem, Junior Brother. I'll have it ready and send it to you tonight. After a few more pleasantries, it was getting late. Everyone had family waiting at home. It wouldn't do to go back too late. Besides, they had clearly noticed the unusual closeness between this junior brother and sister Yi Weiyao. Otherwise, why would Wang Bo have come down from upstairs earlier? Understanding the situation, they made themselves scarce, leaving the young pair some time alone. With the others gradually departing, the spacious private room soon held only Wang Bo and Yi Weiyao. After all, Wang Bo had already seen a side of her that others never had, so the lady boss no longer stood on ceremony. She kicked off her shoes and reclined halfway on the reception sofa. The soft cushions did nothing to hide her figure. In fact, they accentuated her curves all the more. Her arms, smooth as jade, supported her swan-like neck, blending allure and purity in a way that was hard to resist. Who could possibly withstand such a sight? Noticing Wang Bo's eyes glued to her, Yi Weiyao found it amusing and teased. Had your fill of looking, little rascal? Wang Bo didn't feel awkward at all. He rubbed his nose and replied, Sister, I've handled everything for you. The management of New Future Company is in your hands now. At this moment, inside the private room, the two were discussing some of the specific details about setting up the company. Are you really serious about declaring war on Manhwa Corporation? If it's just for Su Gang, there's absolutely no need for us to go up against such a giant. Hearing this, Wang Bo simply shook his head. Senior, I might not know much about running a business, but I do understand the basics. The energy market is only so big, and there's only so much of the pie to go around. And since I've decided to start a company, it's only natural that I aim for the biggest and the best. If we're bound to face off against Manhwa Corporation sooner or later, then we might as well resolve it early. Seeing that Yi Weiyao was about to say more, Wang Bo gently raised his hand to stop her. Senior, I know what's worrying you. But once you truly understand what New Future Company has at its core, you'll see where my confidence comes from today. Moved by Wang Bo's confidence, Yi Weiyao found herself swept along by his determination and decided not to argue further. Oh, by the way, I left your number with Senior Li Shui. She'll be sending over some documents soon, so keep an eye out for them. Wang Bo's offhand comment left the proprietress momentarily stunned. How did you even get my number? In response, Wang Bo simply smiled and said nothing. It's a joke, really. In this world, aside from a handful of ultra-secure sites, is there any information that Jarvis can't get his hands on? Fruit Company headquarters. In the largest conference room on the top floor, the room was filled with the company's top executives. On the big screen, a video was being projected, a clip of Wang Bo's previous lecture at Jingxing University. The video wasn't long, about half an hour. As the footage ended, a heavy silence settled over the meeting room, with everyone lost in thought. Complete holographic 3D projection technology, and that incredibly advanced artificial intelligence, Jarvis. Gentlemen, if this Wang Bo truly intends to enter the software and operating system markets, what do we have to stand against him? Listening to Chairman Bianca's pointed question, the entire room fell into silence. I just don't buy it. How could a kid with no foundation whatsoever shake the decades-long reign of Fruit Company? One director slammed the table in anger. We have hundreds of millions, even billions of fans worldwide. And if you think about the loyalty our users have, Mr. Carter, aren't you being a bit overly anxious? Hearing this, the chairman shook his head in disappointment. That's naive. User loyalty only holds when products are of similar quality. But now Wang Bo can put holographic projection into something as small as a watch. It shouldn't be much trouble for him to bring it to phones next. When the time comes, how many customers do you think our so-called stickiness can actually retain for us? Hearing this, that board member's face flushed slightly. And with that artificial intelligence, Jarvis, do you really think our simple question-and-answer Siri is even in the same league? Seeing the room fall into stunned silence, Carter rubbed his brow in frustration. Cooper, I'm here, boss, answered a middle-aged man from the seats. The holographic projection equipment is currently installed in a classroom at Beijing University. I will do whatever it takes to get you its detailed specifications. As for your technical department, I'm authorizing you to pull our top engineers from all our branches worldwide. The head office will make sure your budget is fully covered. I have only one demand. Within 1 month, I want to see holographic projection technology implemented at our company headquarters. Yes, sir. With that, the head of the tech department stood up and strode swiftly out of the conference room. Carter didn't blame Cooper for his abruptness. On the contrary, he appreciated his dedication and efficiency. Then the chairman of Fruit Company turned his gaze to another person. Rodney, I want you to personally travel to China and get in touch with this Wang Bo. Discuss with him the acquisition of both the holographic projection and Jarvis technologies. Upon hearing this, the head of the project department's eyes narrowed slightly. Boss, what's our budget for this? Carter paused for a moment, then replied in a low voice. $5 billion plus 5% of our company's shares. His offer sent a wave of shock around the room. Such a high acquisition price was nearly equivalent to a year's profits for Fruit Company. But despite their astonishment, not a single person voiced any objection. As seasoned investment sharks, they understood the true value of these two technologies. If anything, even tripling the price wouldn't be too much. Faced with this daunting mission, Rodney felt a headache coming on. He could only hope Wang Bo was still unaware of just how valuable his technology was. After all, with shares plus cash, the total offer was worth hundreds of billions of US dollars. A price that staggering would be hard for anyone to resist. Meanwhile, at the neighboring four-star group, a similar scene was unfolding. Tonight, countless people would spend a sleepless night, all because of Wang Bo's lecture. Kid, I've transferred the funds to your account. Check it when you get a chance. Also, I've upgraded your bank card permissions. If you really need to use the money, just keep an eye on things. Early in the morning, Wang Bo was woken up by a call from Fu Guotai. Previously, Director Wang Sudong from the Energy Bureau had informed him that the state would invest some capital in exchange for a minority stake. Looking at the long string of zeros in the bank notification on his phone, Wang Bo, who was always obsessed with money, instantly shook off any trace of sleepiness. 20 billion. Even though he had mentally prepared himself beforehand, actually seeing such a massive sum still sent a rush of excitement surging through him. Before he could bask in the feeling for long, Director Fu's stern voice shot through the phone. Listen up, kid. Let me make this clear. The nation has given you the green light all the way on this project, and now the funds are in place. If you mess this up and can't deliver, I swear. He trailed off, suddenly remembering the freakish strength of this young man. Truth be told, he probably couldn't beat him up even if he wanted to. Relax, old Fu. I promise that within 3 months, I'll have all the underwater reactors deployed and running. By then, you can leave the entire eastern region's power supply to our new future energy company. All right, I won't keep you. I got a mountain of things to take care of. Oh, and don't forget to transfer the travel expenses from my last business trip to the capital. I'm hanging up now. As the busy tone buzzed in his ear, Fu Guotai was left utterly bewildered. Damn it. With 20 billion sitting in the bank, the interest alone each day is well into the hundreds of thousands. And yet, this guy still has the nerve to nickel and dime me over a couple hundred yuan for taxi fare. After hanging up, Wang Bo felt completely refreshed, as though all the cobwebs in his mind had been swept away. It's true what they say. With money in your pocket, anything gets easier. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode out of the hotel, flagged down a cab, and headed straight for Yi Yuiao's little tavern. Seeing Wang Bo show up so early in the morning, the lady boss couldn't help but be curious. What's got you so cheerful today, Big Boss Wang? Something good happened. Hearing Yi Yuiao tease him, Wang Bo reached up and touched his face. Is it really that obvious? Not at all, except your smile's so wide, I can practically see your wisdom teeth. Later that morning, Wang Bo and Yi Yuiao took the Bumblebee and made their way to Suchi City. After grabbing a quick bite, the two of them started scouting for a suitable location to serve as the company's headquarters. Eventually, they set their sights on a spacious building in a relatively remote part of Suchi City's development zone. Isn't this location a bit out of the way? Yi Yuiao asked, a hint of concern in her voice. Wang Bo shook his head. We're in the nuclear energy business, after all. Later on, we'll need plenty of land for new facilities. If we aim for a prime location, the costs will skyrocket. Yi Yuiao nodded in agreement. After all, when it came to technical know-how, nobody was more authoritative than the young man standing in front of her. Meanwhile, Lu Hongwei was feeling quite troubled. As a seasoned investor, in the past 20 years, he'd made a fortune thanks to his unique insight, trading gold, dabbling in futures, investing in companies. Everything he touched seemed to turn to gold. Yet, just as Lu Hongwei was riding high on his success, reality slapped him hard in the face. About 5 years ago, through some insider information, he learned that the Suchi city government intended to redesign the development zone, aiming to turn it into another economic pillar of the city. Lu Hongwei, who had long been immersed in the investment world, would never let such a golden opportunity slip by. Ignoring his family's objections, he resolutely poured all of his family's savings into building this tower. But as fate would have it, A sudden change in the political winds brought about a new administration, and the freshly appointed leaders overturned the entire plan without hesitation. In an instant, Lu Hongwei's luxurious CBD, once envisioned as a bustling commercial center, became nothing more than an isolated, deserted building. All his assets were now tied up in this mass of steel and concrete that no one cared about. Losing all his capital was a devastating blow for any investor, nothing short of ruinous. After that, he began to drown his sorrows in alcohol day after day, his spirit slowly sinking deeper into despair. He shook the empty bottle in his hand, and just as he was about to get up to buy more liquor, his phone rang in his pocket. "Hello, who's this?" "Is this Mr. Lu Hongwei?" A pleasant female voice came through the line. "We're very interested in your building on Yanlan Avenue. If possible, we'd like to meet and discuss it with you in person." At those words, Lu Hongwei instantly sobered up. "Where are you now? I'll come right over. We're right downstairs at your building. If it's convenient, please come down now." As soon as the call ended, Lu Hongwei hurried out, anxious that if he was late, the caller might be gone. About half an hour later, a man in his 50s appeared in Wang Bo's line of sight, pedaling a shared bicycle. Seeing Wang Bo and his companion waiting, Lu Hongwei felt a surge of impatience. He was just about to get off the bike and head over when, as luck would have it, there wasn't even a bike return point in this remote place. After a struggle, he finally managed to park the bike, then jogged over to the two of them. "Sorry to have kept you waiting." Seeing Lu Hongwei arrive, slightly out of breath, Wang Bo smiled and said, "It's no trouble at all, Mr. Lu." At the same time, Yi Weiyao, standing to the side, chimed in, "I didn't expect the owner of such a grand building to arrive on a shared bicycle. Mr. Lu, you certainly keep a low profile." When Lu Hongwei looked up at the two speakers, the man seemed rather ordinary, nothing particularly noteworthy about him. But the woman was truly stunning. Over the years, Lu Hongwei had traveled far and wide, meeting all sorts of people. In his heyday, even second-tier celebrities would come drink with him. Yet compared to the woman before him, those women, whether in temperament or looks, were simply not in the same league. After a brief moment of distraction, Lu Hongwei felt a hint of disappointment. After all, he was here to talk business today, not to admire beautiful women. But looking at these two young kids in front of him, even if you added their ages together, they wouldn't be as old as he was. At most, they'd rent one or two small shops. Given his current financial situation, that bit of rent was like a drop in the bucket. Still, even the smallest morsel is better than nothing, and since they'd already come all this way, it wouldn't do to let them leave empty-handed. "So, what kind of business are you in? How much space do you need?" Watching the landlord's sudden shift to a cold demeanor, Yi Weiyao didn't seem to mind at all. "Why don't you show us around the building first, Mr. Lu? After all, we're not very familiar with the layout of this place yet." Hearing this, Lu Hongwei sneered to himself. "Get to know the layout, huh? People like you come in, thinking you might rent a couple of shops, or maybe a studio, and you want to act like you're going to inspect the whole place? I've seen your type too many times, see the buildings in a remote location, don't want to refuse outright, so you go through the motions, wander around, then leave saying you'll discuss it, and never show up again. Young people, are you renting or not? If you are, just tell me how much space you want and what for. I'll find a suitable spot and show you. If you're not, then let's not waste each other's time." Hearing the landlord's unfriendly tone, Wang Bo's face immediately darkened. He was here to buy the entire building, not to be looked down upon. People like Goen Bureau Chief Fu Guotai, Dean of the Physics Department Sun Changsheng, and Energy Bureau Chief Wang Sudong. These were figures whose slightest move would send ripples through all of Huaguo. Even so, none of them had ever dared give him such an attitude. And yet here, in such a remote development zone, someone actually dared to show him a cold face. How could he possibly put up with that? Before he could erupt, Yi Weiyao discreetly poked him in the side, signaling him to keep calm. She then spoke up in a frosty tone. "Mr. Lu, you're being a bit too hasty. Even when people buy goods, they get to inspect them first. We simply want to see the building's interior, yet you're trying to block us at every turn. Are you hiding something? My boss and I have come all this way as a sign of good faith, but what about your sincerity, Mr. Lu?" Standing to the side, Wang Bo couldn't help but marvel at Yi Weyao's poised and righteous rebuttal. No wonder she'd achieved so much in the business world. Though still young, his senior sister's presence in negotiations was undeniable. No wonder old he had insisted Wang Bo recruit her back then. Listening to this sharp retort from the pretty young woman, Lu Hongwei was left speechless. With no better option, he pulled out his keys and, none too cheerfully, led them into the building. The building had 31 floors in total, with more than a dozen offices on each level, plus a spacious communal work area. Perhaps because the building was only a few years old, and its location was so remote. Apart from a few floors that showed signs of renovation, the rest of the building remained untouched. As they made their way downstairs, Yi Weiyao and Wang Bo exchanged a subtle glance, making it clear that both had taken a liking to this place. So, have you picked out a floor you like? It's not easy for young people to start their own business. If you're able to rent 2 units, I can offer you a bit of a discount, the agent offered. Yi Weiyao, on the other hand, didn't bother to reply. She simply took out her phone and started making a call on her own. Xiao Lu, find me a building appraisal agency right away. I need to verify the credentials of a certain office tower. I'll send you the building's location and specs in a moment. That's all for now. At that moment, Lu Hongwei observed the calm expressions on their faces and listened to the woman's phone conversation. Even with his usually thick skin, he couldn't help but sense that something was off. Are you two planning to rent the entire floor? Lu Hongwei asked, his voice cautious. Wang Bo ignored him completely. Yi Weiyao, standing beside him, replied without missing a beat. Mr. Lu, if the credentials check out, we'll just purchase the whole building. Hearing these words from the poised young woman nearly made Lu Hongwei stumble in shock. But seeing that neither of them wished to say more, he had no choice but to suppress his doubts. The building inspection team moved with impressive speed. Since this office tower had only been built recently, all the necessary certificates and documentation were fairly complete. What would normally take at least a month was more or less finished in a single afternoon. How did it go? Yi Weiyao inquired. Not daring to slack off in front of their employer, the team leader replied, No issues, Ms. Yi. Still, the time frame was rushed. If you're really pressed, you can sign a supplementary contract with the building's current owner. The contract can state that if any quality issues arise during the inspection period, you can request a full refund at any time. That way, we can take our time and give you a thorough assessment. Upon hearing this, Yi Weiyao glanced at Wang Bo for his opinion. Normally, there'd be no need to rush, but this time was different. Every day of delay meant the Huawei government would burn through hundreds of millions more on the west-to-east power transmission project. For Wang Bo personally, it would also stall his progress on the next phase of his research. Seeing Wang Bo nod in agreement, Yi Weiyao understood his decision and promptly said to the inspection team, Let's do it your way. Once they were sure there were no major problems, the two of them headed to the bank with Lu Hongwei to handle the transfer procedures. As they arrived at the bank, Yi Weyao's legal team, whom she'd arranged for in advance, was already waiting in the lobby. When they saw their client enter, the lawyers quickly stood up and greeted her respectfully, Ms. Yi. Witnessing this scene, Wang Bo wasn't the least bit surprised. After all, Oldie had mentioned before that this young lady wielded tremendous power in the business world, enough to astonish anyone. A mere team of lawyers was hardly worth mentioning in her case. Standing nearby, Lu Hongwei, however, found himself utterly bewildered. After years of hustling in the investment circles, he might not have much left to his name, but his perspective was still sharp. Xinxing Law Firm. Those were the 7 bold characters emblazoned on the badges of these lawyers. It was the most prestigious firm in the entire legal profession. Any case handled by them was almost guaranteed victory. In China, only a handful of top celebrities and high-powered business moguls could afford to keep a Xinxing lawyer on retainer as their personal legal advisor. Yet this woman had brought an entire team along with her? This was simply beyond belief. At a nod from Yi Weiyao, several lawyers swiftly set to work. The entire process was astonishingly efficient. Negotiating the price, a task typically tedious and complicated, became a breeze in the hands of these eloquent legal professionals. 1,960 million. That was the final offer for the entire building. Seeing Lu Hongwei's face fall in utter defeat, Wang Bo immediately knew the old fox had been squeezed for every last cent. When it was time to pay, the branch's bank managers and even the president themselves turned up. After all, a transaction nearing 2 billion was a significant feather in their cap. Sir, please enter your account number and password. With the bank manager beaming obsequiously and the transfer terminal presented to him, Wang Bo didn't hesitate. He punched in his details without delay. Insufficient authority. Please enable higher-level authentication. At these words, everyone froze, and the managers looked even more perplexed. They were all banking veterans. 9-figure transactions were rare, but not unheard of in their careers. But this? They had never encountered anything like it. Insufficient authority? Since when did the transfer terminals at China's banks have such a feature? Even the team of Xinxing lawyers looked utterly baffled. They'd been in the business for over a decade, specializing in legal disputes over financial dealings. The amounts they'd handled had, if not surpassed 100 billion, certainly come close. Yet none of them had ever seen a situation like this. Brother Wang, do you know what's going on here? Someone asked. As the team leader, Wang Hongfei frowned deeply. He vaguely recalled witnessing something similar when he first started his career, but it was so long ago that his memory was hazy, leaving him unable to judge what was happening now. Crash! The sudden sound of porcelain shattering cut through everyone's confusion. At this moment, Xia Xingye was so agitated that his whole body was trembling slightly. As the branch manager, he never imagined in his wildest dreams that he would encounter a client of this caliber during his tenure. Ordinary, silver, platinum, black, gold, diamond. And above these ranks, there is the private banking client. These are the levels of bank customers that most people might come across, and even well-known celebrities or wealthy business people rarely go beyond this range in everyday life. But what no one realizes is that above all these levels, there exists yet another, even higher tier, the obsidian tier. To become a client at this level, it's no longer just a matter of the numbers on your account. Far more important is the client's true power and influence. Take, for example, Carter, the chairman of the world's top tech company. This young and low-profile capitalist, while not leading in personal wealth, only barely squeezed into last year's Forbes Top 100. But when it comes to influence, few can compare. With the launch of a single new product, he can generate a cash flow of $1.3 trillion. It's no exaggeration to say that every decision he makes sends ripples across the entire world. And now, the person standing before him was a trillion-level figure, and yet so astonishingly young. How could he not be shaken to his core? Honored Sir, Xia Xingye, manager of the Sushi City branch of the Bank of China, offers you his deepest respect. With these words, the manager actually bowed deeply to Wang Bo in front of everyone. Watching from the side, Yi Weiyao was filled with curiosity. Over the years, she had made her mark in the business world, and while she wouldn't claim to have a fortune beyond measure, she certainly had billions to her name. By all rights, she should already be the highest-level client the bank had. But now it was clear she was not. What surprised her most was that, even at her level, she had never heard a single word about this mysterious privilege. Just how high must the secrecy surrounding it be? After instructing staff to clean up the broken teacup on the floor, Xia Xingye stepped forward and said respectfully to Wang Bo, "If you don't mind, please follow me to the confidential room so we can verify your privileges." Wang Bo couldn't help but feel speechless at this. Although Fu Guotai had given him a heads up earlier, he hadn't expected things to get so complicated. After a moment's thought, Wang Bo got up and left with the manager, leaving the others behind, bewildered and quietly wondering what was going on. Bank of China, confidential room. In reality, out of nearly 500 branches across the country, only those in provincial capitals or cities with exceptionally high economic development are equipped with such a room. And this tiny space, less than 10 square meters in size, has just one purpose: to verify the identity of Obsidian tier clients. Seeing that Jarvis on his watch showed no response at all, Wang Bo was secretly astonished. Ever since the birth of the artificial intelligence Jarvis, aside from that one time when he hacked into a transformer's brain, he had never encountered a similar situation. But today, "Sir, please wait a moment. I need to start up the machine and verify your identity." Hearing Xia Xingye's extremely humble tone, Wang Bo nodded casually, paying it no mind. Seeing this, the branch manager dared not delay and hurried over to the machine to verify his identity. After a set of sophisticated electronic scanning devices conducted a series of fingerprint, iris, and voice recognition checks on Manager Xia, the machine activated smoothly. About half an hour later, the two of them finally emerged from the secure room. Wang Bo was still Wang Bo, and Xia Xingye was still Xia Xingye. The only difference was that the manager's attitude toward Wang Bo had grown even more deferential. "I never imagined that you would be the legendary Mr. Wang. In fact, I should have guessed it earlier. Someone so young, yet holding obsidian-level clearance. There's probably only you in all of China." Their conversation left everyone else in the room utterly baffled, especially the few bank managers present. Obsidian-level clearance? They had worked in banking for so many years, yet had never even heard of such a thing. Meanwhile, among the Xinxing law firm team, the pondering Wang Hongfei was suddenly jolted awake by those very words. Obsidian. He remembered that the old director of their firm had once mentioned it in passing. Whenever a client with obsidian clearance appeared at a bank, the entire law firm was to drop everything at once. All attention and resources were to be devoted to serving that person exclusively. Xinxing law firm might be one of the top firms in the industry, but if they ever cross someone like that, to disappear would only take a single word from such a person. The transfer process went exceptionally smoothly. In just about 15 minutes, everything was settled. Having received the money, Lu Hongwei dared not linger a moment longer. Even he could tell that this young man's background was powerful enough to be terrifying. And considering how he'd previously made things difficult for these two in the building, if he continued to hang around in front of them now, he feared something terrible might happen to him. Once they walked out the bank's main doors, the Xinxing law firm's assignment was finally complete. Before Wang Bo left, Wang Hongfei respectfully handed him his business card. Watching the two of them leave, this nationally renowned, gold medal lawyer finally let out a long breath of relief. Brother Wong, why are you so afraid of that guy? It's not like he eats people or anything. At this, Wang Hongfei replied with lingering dread. You're not afraid because you don't understand what obsidian really means. Let me put it this way. Across every bank in the world, client tiers are not all the same. For example, Huagua Bank's customer tiers range from regular, silver, platinum, black gold, diamond, all the way up to private banking clients. In contrast, the Federal Bank in the United States classifies its customers as D-level, C-level, B-level, and A-level. Each bank has its own circumstances and standards. However, there's one customer tier that is universally recognized by all major banks around the world. And that is obsidian. At this point, everyone couldn't help but swallow nervously. I don't know much about this level myself. I only heard the former director mention it once. Any obsidian user, if they so wish, could trigger a massive economic crisis on a global scale. Stepping out of the bank, Wang Bo finally let out a sigh of relief. The eager, burning gaze from Sha Xingye just now had truly made his skin crawl. Right before he left, that old fox had even slipped him a ring with a mysterious air. For a perfectly straight guy like Wang Bo, the gesture had sent an involuntary chill down his spine. Examining the ring in his hand, Yi Weiyao spoke up from beside him. This is probably some kind of status symbol. After all, your previous bank card didn't really stand out in any way. From now on, whenever you go to a bank, just show them this ring, and you'll be treated to that so-called obsidian-level service. Hearing this, Wang Bo nodded, then nonchalantly slipped the ring into his pocket. By the way, aren't you the least bit upset? I mean, you just spent nearly 2 billion. Seeing the delicate wrinkle on Yi Yuyao's nose, Wang Bo couldn't help but laugh out loud. I feel worse for Lu Hongwei. Just wait. Within a year, the value of this building will surpass everyone's wildest expectations. With the company headquarters location settled, everything else became much simpler. Next, the two of them split up to handle their respective tasks. Wang Bo took charge of purchasing all the equipment and instruments needed for the project. Meanwhile, Yi Weiyao was responsible for the building's interior renovation and the paperwork for the company's grand opening. Watching his senior sister walk away, a flicker of unusual emotion passed through Wang Bo's eyes. Jarvis. I'm here, sir. As he spoke, a faint red glow shimmered from his watch. What exactly happened in the bank secure room just now? Sir, that room was flooded with high-frequency signal interference. Unfortunately, I couldn't find any related information online. Wang Bo nodded slightly at this. After all, in a country like Huagua with over 1 billion people, it was only natural to expect some hidden, cutting-edge technologies behind the scenes. He quickly put the matter aside and got straight to the point. Jarvis, I want you to find a suitable spot near headquarters and build an underground laboratory. You can access any funds you need from the bank card. At the same time, I'll have Vertigo and Hornet assist you. In short, you must ensure everything is up to standard, while keeping the operation completely secret from everyone. Yes, sir. This task might be nearly impossible for anyone else. After all, in a world blanketed with surveillance cameras, pulling off such a massive undertaking without attracting any attention is practically unthinkable. But Jarvis is different. As the world's only artificial intelligence, hacking into a few defenseless cameras is child's play for him. With everything arranged, Wang Bo called for a car and headed home. He'd been away for nearly a week, and during this time, he'd barely had a chance to catch his breath. Now, with a rare moment of respite, he was determined to get a good night's sleep. The next day, it was already close to noon when he woke up. Struggling out of bed, Wang Bo stared at the 2 or 3 dozen missed calls on his phone, his head throbbing with frustration. He hadn't even managed to call anyone back yet. Suddenly, a sharp alert sounded from his wrist. Jarvis's voice came through, urgent and clear. Sir, unknown personnel are interfering with the holographic projection equipment you left at Jingxing University. At those words, Wang Bo's eyes narrowed sharply. Can you access the cameras in the classroom or hallway and identify who's there? Jarvis paused for a brief moment before responding promptly. Yes, sir. However, the local area network firewall at Jingxing University is highly secure. It will be difficult to break in without alerting the relevant parties. Hearing Jarvis's reply, Wang Bo mentally kicked himself for overlooking this. As the nation's top university, there was no way their system would be left open for outsiders to breach. Thinking quickly, Wang Bo didn't hesitate. He grabbed his phone, planning to call Dean Sun to figure out what was going on. But before he could dial, an unknown number flashed on his screen. Hello, who is this? On the other end, hearing Wang Bo's slightly rushed voice, someone burst out laughing. Mr. Wang, I bet my colleagues that the moment they touch the equipment you left at Jingxing University, you know about it right away. Now that the real players had shown up, Wang Bo narrowed his eyes and asked coldly, Who are you? The caller, unperturbed by Wang Bo's frosty tone, replied, Mr. Wang, we mean you no harm. On the contrary, we're here to offer you a generous gift. It's a bit inconvenient to talk over the phone. How about this, Mr. Wang? Let's meet in person and discuss the details. Listening to the suggestion, Wang Bo let out a cold chuckle and agreed, naming a location before hanging up without another word. He was determined to find out exactly what these unexpected visitors were up to. 3 hours later, Rodney, looking exhausted, stepped off a plane in Suchi City. To complete the task assigned by Mr. Carter, he had gone nearly a whole day without sleep. Yet, even so, he didn't dare allow himself a moment's rest, for the person he was about to meet, by some measures, was even more intimidating than his own boss. Power armor, nuclear reactors, transformers, and that mysterious serum that could let a man fight his way, bare-handed, right out of the Department of Defense. Not to mention the very reason for his visit, holographic projection technology and artificial intelligence. All of these sprang from the mind of this formidable individual. If this man ever turned his talents to business, Rodney had no doubt. In less than a year, he'd become Apple's fiercest competitor. Beyond the airport doors, Apple's local branch in Suchi City had already sent a car to wait for him. Once inside, exhausted as he was, Rodney didn't even consider sleeping. Instead, he pulled out his files and went over the information about Wang Bo again and again, determined to ensure this acquisition would go off without a hitch. Following the address Wang Bo had provided, the car eventually stopped in front of a small restaurant. Glancing at the noisy interior and the less-than-ideal hygiene, this man, who was more accustomed to dining at Michelin-starred establishments, couldn't help but frown slightly. But remembering his mission, he forced down his discomfort and stepped inside. Wang Bo had already arrived some time earlier. This very restaurant had, in fact, become an online sensation, all thanks to Wang Bo's legendary 5 bowls of braised pork. Grateful for Wang Bo's patronage, the owner had closed the place for the whole afternoon, reserving it just for this meeting. Hello, Mr. Wang Bo. As soon as Rodney entered, he spotted Wang Bo and strode over warmly, as if greeting an old friend after many years apart. It said that no one strikes a smiling face. Seeing Rodney's enthusiastic approach, Wang Bo extended his hand in return and invited him to sit down. The moment he took his seat, Jarvis's voice came through the earpiece. Sir, I've checked the surrounding surveillance. There's nothing suspicious nearby. As for the man in front of you, he's Rodney Hall, the project director from Apple's headquarters. Hearing Jarvis's briefing and recalling the earlier incident at Capital University, Wang Bo more or less guessed Rodney's intentions. The nearly 50-year-old executive wasted no time. After a brief introduction, he got straight to the point. Here's the situation, Mr. Wang Bo. I'm sure you're already aware that I head the project department at Apple. My sole purpose today is to discuss a partnership between our headquarters and you, specifically regarding holographic projection technology and artificial intelligence. At that, a faint, mocking smile curled at the corner of Wang Bo's lips. I still remember that before the Transformers launch event, one of your company's presidents publicly stated that people like me, who seek attention, deserve to be shunned by everyone. So why are you looking to work with me now? As Wang Bo brought up old grievances, the seasoned project manager looked slightly embarrassed, adjusting his glasses before quickly pulling a document from his briefcase. Mr. Wang, first of all, I want to apologize for our company's inappropriate remarks and behavior in the past. With that, the department manager, a man in his 50s, actually stood up and offered Wang Bo a formal bow. After straightening up, he pushed the document across the table toward Wang Bo. The person who made those inappropriate comments was our chief operating officer, who has now been dismissed from his position. Hearing this, Wang Bo let out a cold, derisive laugh. A scapegoat, huh? He didn't believe for a second that those remarks hadn't been backed by other senior executives behind the scenes. But now that they were showing such contrition, Wang Bo decided not to press the issue further. Seeing Wang Bo remain silent, Rodney cleared his throat and continued. Although your two technologies are indeed world firsts, if I may speak frankly, compared to the comprehensive systems of a large corporation, your inventions still have a few vulnerabilities. For example, in the field of artificial intelligence, your design and creativity are outstanding, but I wonder if you've considered the safety aspects. If the security of your AI technology doesn't meet the mark, your patents could be easily cracked, and soon the world would be flooded with all kinds of artificial intelligence. At that point, what you hold would rapidly lose its value. Listening to the project manager's alarmist warnings, Wang Bo put on a look of feigned panic. Mr. Rodney, if that's the case, what should I do? Sensing the bait had been taken, Rodney's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile. It's very simple, Mr. Wang. Our fruit company is second to none in these areas. We'd like to offer you $2 billion in exchange for a 51% share in these two technologies, and form a deep partnership with you. Wang Bo couldn't help but scoff inwardly at this old fox's words. Partnership? Yeah, right. 51%. Wasn't that just a buyout in disguise? Wang Bo could already imagine. If he agreed today, he'd completely lose any say over these two technologies. Seeing Wang Bo's impassive expression, Rodney was starting to feel uneasy. After all, if this acquisition failed, it might mean creating a powerful rival for Fruit Company in the future. Yet, despite his growing anxiety, he knew he couldn't let it show at the negotiating table. Mr. Wang, I must say, your genius truly exceeds everyone's wildest imagination. Our technical department previously conducted a thorough examination of the Jarvis program, and many of its programming concepts and structures were so impressive that even Cooper, the head of our tech division, couldn't stop praising them. As Wang Bo listened to the man in front of him droning on, he cursed inwardly. No surprise, this man was, after all, the head of a project team at a world-renowned company. Those seemingly casual remarks were, in fact, calculated to pile on psychological pressure. Technical examination? Who are you trying to fool? Just admit you tried to crack the code and made a pirated copy. Why dress it up? And now you're dropping the famous name of Cooper from the programming world. All just psychological tactics, hoping I'd feel guilty and sign this agreement without a fuss. This trick might work on others, but when it comes to Wang Bo, oh, since your company has already examined the code successfully, why go to such lengths to seek me out? Don't worry, I'm a very magnanimous person. If your company wants to release an AI, go ahead. I won't object in the slightest. What a joke. Born of the system, armed with Marvel-level technology, even if this AI was just in its infancy, it was hardly something you could crack open at will. When Wang Bo refused to take the bait, Rodney was cursing Cooper's incompetence in his heart. They'd mobilized top talent from branches all around the world, and even set up a dedicated R&D department for this. Over 100 people working around the clock for nearly a week, and they'd achieved nothing. Worse, that AI had hacked quite a few of their own programs. Without a single bargaining chip, what kind of negotiation was this supposed to be? Seeing Wang Bo's patience wearing thin, Rodney forced down his frustration and tried to placate him. Mr. Wang, aren't you interested in hearing our final offer? Wang Bo perked up at that. Let's hear it. $5 billion plus a 5% stake. Rodney quoted a staggering figure, brimming with confidence. Although it differed somewhat from Mr. Carter's previous offer, business negotiations were all about leaving room to maneuver. But to his disappointment, he didn't see the slightest spark of excitement on Wang Bo's face. Mr. Rodney, may I ask, as the head of your project division, how much do you think this technology is truly worth? Wang Bo took a sip of tea, his expression calm and unhurried. Mr. Wang, the patent is only one part of it. Marketing, operations, and launching the product will all require massive investments of manpower and resources from the company. If making money from science were really that easy, why don't we see any scientists on the Forbes list? I believe there isn't a single company in the world that could offer a higher price than ours. Upon hearing this, Wang Bo burst out laughing. Just because others can't, doesn't mean I can't. Has any other scientist achieved what I have? Faced with Wang Bo's almost arrogant declaration, he made no attempt to argue. This young man had every right to say such things. Mr. Wang, what is the price you have in mind? If it's within reason, I'll do my best to persuade the board. Though they were on opposite sides of the table, Wang Bo had to admit that this Chinese man, nearly 50, possessed an almost flawless sense for negotiation. $3 trillion? I'm not sure either. You're an insider. You should understand that something like this is almost impossible to value in terms of money. Even if you did put that much cash on the table, I still wouldn't sell. Rodney fell silent at these words. In truth, before he'd even come here, he hadn't really expected the negotiations to succeed. If Wang Bo were an outsider, things might be different. But the man who could create artificial intelligence surely knew its worth better than anyone. As Rodney began to gather his documents, preparing to leave, Wang Bo found himself feeling a genuine appreciation for talent. Let me share something with you. I'm about to start my own company. Mr. Rodney, I truly admire your abilities. Would you be interested in joining us? I can guarantee that the compensation will be no less than what you're getting at Apple. Wang Bo's words left the project manager at a loss for words. He'd always been the one poaching talent from others. This was the first time someone had tried to poach him. But he had to admit, the offer was tempting. As a computer science professional, how could he not be moved by the chance to work with such groundbreaking technology? But being tempted is not the same as taking action. His family and friends were all back home, something he could never just leave behind. As soon as he left the restaurant, Rodney immediately called Chairman Carter. It was the middle of the night on the other side of the ocean, but the man at the helm picked up right away. Listening to Rodney's report, Carter couldn't help but laugh out loud. $3 trillion? Looks like this kid has no intention of selling. The entire company's market value is only $2.5 trillion. Hearing the relaxed tone on the other end of the line, Rodney asked cautiously, "You saw this coming, sir?" Rodney, in fact, after you left, the board held another meeting. The result was, if Wang Bo is willing, we're authorized to offer up to 40% of the shares. 40%. At this, Rodney swallowed hard. By yesterday's valuation, that would be 40% of $2.5 trillion. That's a full $10 trillion in assets. In other words, if Wang Bo agrees, he'll instantly become the richest man on the planet. As for this kid wanting to start his own company, keep a close watch on him for now. If he really starts to threaten us, we'll join forces with the major corporations and cut off their access to clients. When the lips are gone, the teeth feel the cold. Those old hands in the industry know this well. Having wrapped up matters here, Wang Bo hurried through his lunch and rushed straight to the National Laboratory without wasting a moment. After all, the top priority was finishing the construction of the remaining 9 undersea nuclear reactors. Only then could the company officially open, paving the way for Wang Bo to unlock and develop advanced system technologies. 3 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. Without the help of Dizzy and Bumblebee, the entire construction process slowed down considerably. Wang Bo pushed himself to the limits, barely managing to complete these colossal machines within the deadline. As for the secret laboratory, with those 2 transformers lending a hand, progress that was nothing short of swift. The main framework was essentially finished, leaving just the final touches and installing the experimental equipment. Meanwhile, the headquarters' interior renovation had long been completed, and Yi Weiyao had nearly finished assembling the entire staff. Gazing at these massive machines before him, each one glowing with a deep blue light, a flicker of excitement flashed in Wang Bo's eyes. These undersea nuclear reactors were destined to give New Future Energy Technology Company a spectacular grand opening. It was the 4th day of the 3rd lunar month, a Sunday. According to the almanac, it was an auspicious day for starting a business. Today was the official unveiling and grand opening of New Future Energy Technology Company. Attracted by Wang Bo's reputation, a swarm of society's elite flocked to the event. Some came to offer their congratulations, some came out of curiosity, and others just wanted to see if he would succeed or fail. But most were eager to see what this rising star, once the talk of the town, was actually up to. TSK, I never would have guessed your name still carries this much weight. Hearing Yi Yuiyao's teasing, Wang Bo instantly lifted his chin with pride. Of course. Who do you think I am? They call me the little prince of networking. I've been around for years, and if I've got anything, it's friends. As Wang Bo bragged and joked, Yi Weiyao tucked a few mischievous strands of hair behind her ear and shook her head with a smile. Sure, you've invited everyone, but don't forget, our company is still just an empty shell. We don't even have a single real business operation yet. Looking at the dutiful CEO, Wang Bo chuckled and said, "Who says we don't have business? Believe it or not, New Future Energy Technology Company will hit its peak the very day it opens. Once the opening ceremony is over, we'll instantly become the leading force in the domestic energy industry." Upon hearing this, Yi Weiyao shook her head without the slightest trace of courtesy. "I don't believe it." Seeing that even his most trusted lieutenant didn't have faith in him, Wang Bo was fuming. "Senior sister, you're really crushing your junior brother's confidence here." Looking at Wang Bo's face, so serious at this moment, Yi Weiyao still found it hard to believe him. The leading enterprise in the country's energy sector. Anyone with even a little knowledge of the industry would understand just how weighty those words were. Unlike most light industry sectors, where companies might top out at a few tens of billions, the ceiling for energy is staggeringly high. Take, for example, the largest state-owned energy company in the country, the petrochemical group. It's one of the world's top 5 corporations, holding its ground among giants. And getting to that level is inseparable from the nation's strong backing behind the scenes. It's no exaggeration to say that if the petrochemical group were to vanish, the entire country would be plunged into an energy crisis. For a company of that scale, Wang Bo was claiming he could catch up in just the time it takes to hold an opening ceremony? Isn't that pure fantasy? Junior brother, I know you have undeniable authority in the field of technology, but business doesn't work like this. I've been in business for years, and I've never seen a company become the industry leader right from its opening day. Especially not in energy, a field where money burns fast. So, senior sister, how about we make a little wager? Seeing the sly, fox-like smile on Wang Bo's face, the competitive spirit in this strong-willed woman was instantly roused. Fine, what are we betting on? If, within 24 hours after the opening ceremony, New Future's overall influence and the level of national investment are less than any domestic company, I'll give you 1% of New Future shares. Yi Weiyao curled her lips at his words. Only 1%? Aren't you being a bit stingy? What if I lose? If you lose, senior sister, it's simple. Just give me a kiss. Hearing Wang Bo's condition, the always cool-headed boss lady couldn't help but recall that fleeting moment of ambiguity between them in the restaurant office that day. A blush spread across her cheeks. You rascal, still trying to take advantage, are you? Noticing that his senior sister wasn't angry, Wang Bo pressed his luck. With such a beautiful senior sister, there's no such thing as enough. So, Madam President, are you accepting this bet or not? Listening to Wang Bo's goading, Yi Weiyao shot him an annoyed glare. Prepare the share transfer agreement. Don't you dare go back on your word later. Meanwhile, in the parking lot of New Future's headquarters, the newly hired security team was so busy they could barely keep their feet on the ground. Countless luxury cars streamed in one after another, and any person you picked from those vehicles was someone you'd normally only see on television. With so many people arriving, and considering that all these security guards were new and not yet familiar with the layout of the parking lot, a few delays in directing traffic were inevitable. Fortunately, these high-profile guests proved to be relatively patient. Most importantly, they were willing to show respect for the young power broker behind New Future. Of course, not everyone was willing to do Wang Bo such a favor. Suddenly, a sharp slap rang out, slicing straight through the noisy air of the parking lot. Useless! Are you trying to lose your job? Do you even know who's sitting in that car? Hurry up and clear that parking space now. The harsh, blustering rebuke echoed across the lot, drawing everyone's eyes to the scene. There they saw a middle-aged Chinese man in a suit, finger pointed angrily at a young security guard, hurling abuse. His face was flushed with rage, while the young man looked visibly anxious, shifting uncomfortably under the scrutiny. The crowd, feeling both pity and indignation, could hardly contain their anger. What kind of society is this, where people are still getting slapped? Everyone else could wait, but not him? One of the energy company presidents, brimming with a sense of justice, could stand it no longer and was about to step forward to intervene. But someone nearby recognized the man in the suit and hastily held the president back. What are you doing? He's bullying the young man. Why shouldn't I step in? The person holding him back spoke in a low, urgent voice. That's Ruan Lian from Ninkong Energy. If you want to ruin your career, then go ahead and meddle. Hearing this, the president felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head, instantly sobering him up. Just as Ruan Lian was berating the guard, the head of security arrived in the nick of time. Mr. Ruan, it's such a joyous day for our company's grand opening. Why get so upset? The man who appeared was one of Wang Bo's fellow disciples, named Chang Yuanzheng. Seeing that the newcomer was a student of Master He, Ruan Lian had no choice but to rein in his anger, huffing coldly. What's going on here? Faced with his superior's question, the young security guard grew even more nervous. Manager Chang, according to the order of arrival, this parking space belongs to another guest. But this gentleman insisted on cutting in line and demanded to park here. Hearing this, Ruan Lian's barely contained rage flared up again. So now you're saying I'm the one at fault? You're just a lousy security guard. Don't think I can't have you fired with a single word. Now that the full story was clear, Chang Yuanjing's expression darkened at once, causing a scene in the parking lot and threatening to get his employee fired. Ruan Lian's tone and attitude made it obvious he didn't take New Future Company seriously at all. True, Ninkong Energy was a powerful force in the country, and it had extensive ties to Manhwa Corporation on the international stage, but that didn't give him the right to act so arrogantly here. Let's not forget, the greatest backer behind their company was Wang Bo. That man stood at the very pinnacle of the entire field of physical and biological research. If Ruan Lian thought that just because New Future was newly established, it was an easy target, he couldn't be more mistaken. At this moment, Ruan Lian looked around the room with a satisfied smirk, clearly relishing the silence, or rather, the fear of those present. As the head of the largest private energy group in the country, Ninkong didn't exactly have a sterling reputation. Yet with the support of Manhwa Corporation, they commanded advanced technologies and resources. That's why, in competition after competition, Ninkong Energy always managed to come out on top with ease. They might not be able to compete with the biggest state-owned enterprises, but within the industry, they wielded considerable influence. As for all the jeers and insults, being called Manhwa's lackey, and worse, Ruan Lian simply brushed them off. If you're not envied, you're mediocre. That was the creed he lived by. If those people weren't shouting at the top of their lungs, how could he ever prove his extraordinary achievements? As for the outcome of the farce playing out before him, he already knew exactly how it would end. No matter how foolish Chang Yuanjing might be, he wasn't about to risk offending him over a mere security guard. But over on Chang Yuanjing's side, things weren't so simple. Although the rights and wrongs of the situation were perfectly clear, He couldn't just act according to reason. After all, the name Ninkong carried enormous weight throughout the country. No matter what energy projects New Future might launch in the future, it would be hard to avoid dealing with Ruan Lian. Given all this, Chang Yuanzheng didn't dare to make a hasty decision. He had no choice but to call Wang Bo for guidance. Seeing this, the billionaire president Ruan frowned ever so slightly, muttering to himself that Chang was being childish. Such a trivial matter, and he actually needed to ask for instructions. Once the call connected, Chang Yuanzheng briefly explained the situation to Wang Bo. Senior brother, do what needs to be done. The backbone of New Future is not so soft. We won't bow our heads just because of a little Ninkong, came Wang Bo's voice, calm and utterly unshaken. Hearing this, Chang Yuanzheng stiffened with respect. Yes, chairman. Even though Wang Bo addressed him as senior brother, Chang Yuanzheng wouldn't dare overstep by the slightest margin. After hanging up, Chang Yuanzheng hurried back. Spotting Chang Yuanzheng trotting over, Ruan Lian shot a cold glance at the young security guard, who was trembling uncontrollably. The corners of his mouth curled into a frosty smile. He wanted everyone present to see what happened to those who crossed him. I'm sorry, President Ruan. Since you're in New Future's parking lot, I'll have to ask you to follow our rules. Though New Future has just been established, that doesn't mean there are no rules here. Wouldn't you agree, President Ruan? Chang Yuanzheng's voice, resolute and steady, echoed across the entire parking lot. His attitude left no room for doubt. On New Future's turf, don't you dare try to lord over me. If you're a dragon, you'll have to coil up. If you're a tiger, you'll have to lie low. Damn, this is exactly the kind of company I'd expect from Wang Bo. Their style is just like his. Sigh. Sure, it feels good to vent, but that's hardly the wisest move. True enough. Running a company isn't the same as doing research. You can't just do whatever you please. I can already see the tragic fate that awaits New Future. Offending Ninkong means every resource will be locked down, tight as can be. So this is what Wang Bo really wants. At this moment, Ruan Lian's face darkened completely. He had never imagined that a newly founded company would dare defy him so openly. If it weren't for the person sitting in the car, he would have turned on his heel and left without a second thought. Just as the standoff reached its peak, the door of the black sedan behind them suddenly swung open. Everyone was caught off guard to see there was someone still inside. What? I remember Ruan Lian got out from the driver's seat. Who in the world could make that arrogant man humble himself as a chauffeur? The next second, a man stepped out of the car, a knightian gentleman in a sharply tailored suit, exuding a distinct air of old-world chivalry. A collective gasp swept through the industry veterans present as they recognized his face, while the newcomers remained puzzled. Who's this old-timer? Why is he making such a grand entrance? If you don't want to go bankrupt, you'd better keep your voice down. A seasoned mogul from the industry hissed a stern warning. Chang Yuanzheng, who was still facing off against Ruan Lian, felt his pupils contract sharply at the sight of the new arrival. It was Prit Harris, the Asia Regional Director of Meha Corporation. Was this because of Su Gang's involvement? Otherwise, why would Meha send such a heavyweight to attend New Future's opening ceremony? In fact, before joining New Future, Chang Yuanzheng had worked in the energy sector himself. That experience made him all too aware, and even a little afraid, of the graying man before him. In Asia, aside from countries like China, with their powerful state-owned enterprises and self-sufficient energy capabilities, every other small nation dared not cross this man. To put it bluntly, a single word from this old fox could plunge a small country into an energy crisis the next moment, leading to economic collapse and social unrest. Therefore, in the vast majority of Asian countries, the mere appearance of this figure is enough to command the highest level of respect. No wonder Ruan Lian, who usually looks down on others with his nose in the air, would willingly play the role of a chauffeur. If it's for this person, it's not surprising at all. Mr. Chang, I presume. Prit spoke up in exceptionally fluent Mandarin. Hello, Mr. Harris. I never expected that the opening of our small company would actually warrant your personal attention. Seeing Chang Yuanzheng looking somewhat uneasy, Prit offered a slight, reassuring smile. You're too polite, Mr. Chang. It's just that this old man of mine still has arrangements this afternoon, which is why Mr. Wan was so eager to secure this parking spot. I wonder if Mr. Chang could make an exception for me, these old bones of mine. Hearing this, Chang Yuanzheng found himself caught in a dilemma. If it were just Ruan Lian pestering him, he would never have indulged him. What a joke. The chairman has already given his orders. Just who does Ruan think he is? Besides, with Wang Bo's reputation and achievements, even a powerful company like Ninkong Energy might not be able to outshine New Future. But the situation was now entirely different. This was Machi Corporation. If he offended Harris here today, it would be nearly impossible for New Future to step beyond their borders and venture into the world stage in the future. Everyone present felt a wave of frustration. As entrepreneurs from China, their loyalties naturally lay with their own people. To see this foreigner acting so arrogantly on their home turf was hard to swallow. But what could they do about it? With a mere nod, he could elevate Ningkong Energy to a position that would easily outclass most domestic energy companies. Lacking the strength to resist, all they could do was grit their teeth and endure. Chang Yuanzheng sighed softly, deciding to step aside and yield the parking spot. After all, the situation was beyond his control. He couldn't let his pride and dignity jeopardize the future of New Future. Seeing Chang Yuanzheng's concession, Mr. Ruan allowed a sinister grin to creep across his face. He was just about to launch his taunt when a voice suddenly interrupted him. Having Mr. Harris grace us with his presence is truly an immense honor for New Future. Startled by the unexpected voice, everyone instinctively turned to see who had spoken. At such a critical moment, just who had the audacity to interject? When they caught sight of the young figure, everyone immediately understood. Given his formidable reputation, this little interruption was nothing more than a minor episode for him. Seeing his junior step forward in person, Chang Yuanzheng let out a heavy sigh of relief and quickly stepped aside, leaving the matter for Wang Bo to handle. Seeing is believing. Mr. Wang, you are indeed a remarkable young talent. Hearing this polite remark from the Machu Corporation executive, Wang Bo responded with a cold, knowing smile. Not at all. Mr. Harris is the one who truly embodies strength and vitality in his golden years. Upon hearing this, Chang Yuanzheng, standing nearby, rubbed his forehead in exasperation. His young junior brother really doesn't let himself suffer the slightest loss. Someone had just praised him for his youth, and he immediately shot back with strength in old age. If that's not a veiled jab at Harris's age, then what is? The others standing nearby listened to Wang Bo's greeting, laced with gunpowder. A sheen of cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Good grief, this young man really does live by his own rules. But he has the talent to back up his arrogance. Still, no one could tell if having someone like him enter the energy industry, sharing the same table, would be a blessing or a curse. Harris, however, only responded with a slight smile. After years in the business world, and having met leaders from all over the globe, he wasn't about to lose his composure over a few sharp words from a greenhorn. This high-level executive of the Asian division could afford to be patient, but Ruan Lian, standing beside him, could not. As the most loyal lapdog of Manhwa Corporation in China, he knew full well that his own Ningkong company had only come this far thanks to the strong support from the man before him. Without Manhwa's preferential allocation of resources, Ruan Lian was painfully aware he would be nothing. Wang Bo, you're just a newcomer to this industry. You'd better watch how you speak. Otherwise, getting in was easy, but being kicked out will be even easier. Wang Bo merely curled his lips in a mocking smile at this loyal watchdog. His meaning unmistakable. Just a dog, hardly worthy of conversation. Ruan Lian nearly exploded with rage on the spot. But with Mr. Harris yet to speak, he had no choice but to hold himself back. I'm sorry, Mr. Harris, but at New Future Company, our guiding principle is equal development and win-win cooperation. That applies even to parking. I'm afraid we won't be able to give up this parking spot for you. If you're pressed for time, perhaps you could come back another day when it's less crowded? Though Wang Bo's words were clearly meant to send him away, the head of Manhwa's Asia division didn't seem the least bit bothered. Mr. Wang, there's no need to rush. You haven't even asked whether the gentleman who owns the spot is willing to help me out. If he volunteers to give up his space, wouldn't that be in line with your company's policy? Wang Bo's brow furrowed slightly at this, the mark of someone fit to be a top executive at a Fortune 500 company. With one remark, Harris had deftly redirected the issue. Wang Bo himself had no fear of Manhwa, but everyone present was involved in energy in one way or another. Naturally, none of them wanted to embarrass Mr. Harris. As Wang Bo had expected, Harris's calm gaze swept over the group. The owner of the parking spot, the president of a domestic energy company, nodded so vigorously it was as if his head was on a spring. No problem at all. I'm more than happy to help Mr. Harris. Since you're busy, please take the parking spot. I'll just get back in line. I'll get back in line. With that, he hurriedly told his driver to turn the car around. What a joke. He was only here today to show some support for New Future Corporation. Getting caught in the middle of these two big shots was never part of the plan. Seeing this, the corners of Harris's mouth curled ever so slightly, quietly signaling the conclusion of this little standoff. Wang Bo, on the other hand, simply shrugged with an indifferent air. Well then, if that's the case, I have no objections. Hearing this, Ruan Lian couldn't suppress a burst of hearty laughter, openly mocking Wang Bo's overconfidence. How could he hope to play games with a figure like Harris? With the conflict seemingly resolved, everyone thought the matter was closed. But unexpectedly, Wang Bo shifted the conversation. Mr. Harris, we've also been waiting here for quite a while. I imagine everyone behind us is growing impatient too. How about I handle the parking? That way you'll save some time as well. What do you think? At Wang Bo's suggestion, a wave of disappointment swept through the crowd. Even Wang Bo, it seemed, had no choice but to bow his head to Manhwa Corporation. Though hope was fading, many still pinned their last wishes on this young man who had worked miracles time and again, hoping he could shoulder the hopes of China's energy industry and help free them from Manhwa's grip on the international stage. But now, was it all too much to hope for? Yet Chang Yuanzheng, standing nearby, looked on with anticipation. He knew his junior's temperament well. Wang Bo was not one to suffer a loss quietly. If someone dared to make things hard for him, he would make sure to return the favor. Ruan Lian, meanwhile, glanced at Wang Bo, who seemed to have swallowed his pride and was now offering to play valet. Scorn flickered in his arrogant gaze. So, Wang Bo, aren't you supposed to be something special? Didn't you invent all those world-shaking technologies? But what does it matter? In the face of overwhelming capital, you still have to lower your head. With this thought, Ruan Lian, in a deliberately flippant manner, handed his keys to the chairman of New Future Corporation, hoping to humiliate him while he had the chance. But to his surprise, Wang Bo didn't even glance at him. Instead, he strode right past, heading straight for the sleek black luxury car. Huh, what's going on? He didn't even take the car keys. How's he supposed to park the car? As everyone stood there puzzled, Wang Bo stopped about 3 or 5 meters from the car. He slowly slipped off his suit jacket and rolled up his shirt sleeves. Then, lowering his body slightly, he poised himself, ready to sprint. In the next instant, his thigh muscles tensed and bulged, a burst of raw power sending Wang Bo streaking out of sight in a flash. Before anyone could react, he was already at the front of the car, leaning forward, his right arm extended before him. Under the stunned gaze of everyone present, Wang Bo strode straight into Harris's car. A tremendous crash echoed throughout the entire parking lot, reverberating long after the impact. It was as if a meteor had collided with the earth. The luxury sedan, worth several million yuan, was actually sent skidding several meters by the terrifying force of Wang Bo's blow. The screech of tires dragging across the ground was piercingly sharp. Finally, under the wide-eyed stares of the crowd, the car came to a slow halt right inside the parking space. What the hell just happened? Inside the New Future Company's parking lot, wisps of smoke curled up from the ground, and 2 shocking skid marks scarred the concrete. Every detail struck the crowd like a blow to the senses. No one could have imagined that the mild-mannered, humble Wang Bo they had just seen would launch a counterattack the very next second. And what a counterattack it was. Utterly inhuman. Off to the side, Ruan Lian's hand still hung in midair, having just offered the car keys, but the sudden turn of events had left him completely dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? Have an argument if you want, talk things out if you must, but what on earth made you suddenly resort to brute force? Staring at the car door, where a palm-deep, human-shaped dent had appeared, the CEO of Ninkong Energy couldn't help but swallow hard. Thank goodness the laws here are strict, and this young man seems to have a decent temper. Otherwise, given the few provocative remarks he'd just made, he might not have made it out alive. As for the representative from Manhwa Corporation's Asia Division, a man in his 50s from the Kingdom of Knights, he, too, had been scared out of his wits. This was a man who'd seen plenty in his day, but never anything as utterly unbelievable as this. A living, breathing person had just sent a steel-framed luxury car flying several meters. This simply defies all logic. What's more, unlike the others, he knew full well that this sedan had been custom-built at great expense. The entire vehicle was armored with extremely costly bulletproof materials, designed to guarantee his safety at critical moments. But ultimate protection came at a price. The car was far heavier than any ordinary sedan. A standard car weighed about 1.5 tons, but this modified beast tipped the scales at a shocking 2.5 tons. With both weight and defense maxed out, this young man had still managed to leave the car looking like that. If it had been an ordinary car, one hit like that would have totaled it on the spot. After all this, Wang Bo paid no mind to the shocked stares around him. He turned his head and, in a gentle tone, apologized to Harris. My apologies, Mr. Harris. I just turned 18 and haven't got my driver's license yet, so I had to help you park in my own special way. I trust you won't mind, will you? Hearing this, Harris snapped out of his shock, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly as he replied. Of course not. In fact, I should thank Mr. Wang for giving an old man like me the chance to witness the wonders of the super serum firsthand. Meanwhile, Ruan Lian, standing nearby, felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss when Wang Bo's gaze swept over him. He quickly shook his head fervently, making it clear he wouldn't mind in the slightest. Seeing the dispute resolved so peacefully, Wang Bo's signature smile returned to his face. Excellent. In that case, please, everyone, head to the reception hall. Our grand opening ceremony is about to begin. At this, Chang Yuanzheng hurriedly signaled the hostesses to guide the distinguished guests toward the reception area. Once all the guests had been ushered out of the parking lot, Chang Yuanzheng finally finished his tasks and rushed over to Wang Bo's side. Chairman. Hearing his senior greet him, Wang Bo didn't respond with his usual light-hearted banter. Instead, he looked calmly at the car that had been hit, and, after a long pause, he spoke. Senior, remember this. In New Future, we don't have to bow to anyone's whims. We don't do anything illegal, but we absolutely won't let others trample on us, either. Hearing Wang Bo's advice, Chang Yuanzheng's face flushed red with embarrassment. Understand, Chairman. I promise, I'll never let something like this happen again. Wang Bo nodded at that, then turned his gaze to the young security guard standing nearby. The company will cover your medical expenses. Plus, you'll get an extra month's salary. The guard was stunned by this unexpected good fortune, unable to process what had just happened. He had thought that, after causing such a big scene, he'd at least be fired, if not made to pay for the company's losses out of his own pocket. But now, it seemed the chairman not only wasn't blaming him, but was actually rewarding him with compensation. He truly hadn't expected this. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you so much. As Wang Bo watched Harris and Ruan Lian leave, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Hurting my people? It won't be that easy to walk away. By the time Wang Bo entered the reception hall, every seat was already filled. He glanced at his watch. The time was just about right. Without delay, Wang Bo made a call to President Yi, signaling her to begin. Receiving the order from her boss, Yi Weiyao didn't hesitate. Microphone in hand, she strode confidently to the stage. Distinguished guests, thank you all for attending the grand opening of New Future Company. I am Yi Weiyao, president of New Future Company. As the audience took in the woman speaking on stage, they were all visibly shocked. Well, New Future Company actually managed to get her as their president. Who would have thought that woman would come to work for Wang Bo? Nearby, there were also a few people who hadn't heard of Yi Weiyao. One of them craned his neck to ask, "Hey man, who's that woman? Is she famous?" The person being asked looked at him in astonishment. You've never heard of Yi Weiyao? Where have you been, Mars? You must have at least heard of Biao Real Estate, the one that used to run ads on CCTV Channel 1. Well, the woman standing right there is their biggest shareholder. Hearing this, the man who had asked the question nearly popped his eyes out in shock. Someone that impressive must be worth at least a few billion, right? So why would she lower herself to become the president of a brand new company like New Future? His confusion was shared by others around them. After all, someone with that kind of wealth rarely set aside their status to work for others. If it were a Fortune 500 company, perhaps it would make sense. But this was just an obscure little enterprise. Just then, a seasoned executive who knew the inside story spoke up. When you think about it, it's actually not that strange. She graduated from Beijing University and was a student of Master He. And given the close relationship between Wang Bo and Master He, the two of them are practically fellow apprentices now. As murmurs of surprise rippled through the audience, Yi Weiyao shot a subtle glance backstage, right at Wang Bo. See, I really do have a bit of a reputation in this circle. For you to have someone like me as your president, you should count your lucky stars. Noticing this, Wang Bo couldn't help but smile to himself. He hadn't expected his senior sister to have such a playful and charming side. After finishing the formalities and polite greetings, Yi Weiyao smoothly handed the stage over to Wang Bo. After all, he was the true host of New Future. Hello, friends and distinguished guests. I'm Wang Bo, chairman of New Future. I'm sure most of you have heard my name. Quite a few of you even bumped into me in the parking lot just now. As soon as he said this, the majority of the audience looked puzzled. Those who had witnessed Wang Bo's heroic performance in the parking lot could only shake their heads in silence. Really? You think that was something to brag about? And you're mentioning it again here. On stage, Wang Bo tugged at the collar of his suit. If I'd known this would happen, I wouldn't have shown off in the parking lot earlier. Sure, it made me look cool for a moment, but it cost me a perfectly good shirt. Now, wearing this ill-fitting suit, he felt distinctly uncomfortable. But although Wang Bo didn't care for wearing suits himself, that didn't mean he didn't appreciate them on others. Standing beside him was Yi Weiyao, dressed in a tailored, cream-gray business suit. Her lustrous black hair was neatly coiled at the back of her head, her face touched with a hint of subtle makeup, giving her an air of refined maturity and cool elegance. Watching Wang Bo seem a little distracted at that moment, Yi Weiyao couldn't help but feel exasperated. Honestly, how can our boss be so absent-minded? If you're nervous, I can understand, but spacing out at a moment like this? That's really showing no respect at all to the audience gathered here. Ahem, ahem. Two gentle coughs brought Wang Bo's wandering thoughts back to the present. I believe everyone here already has some understanding of our new future company. There are quite a few journalist friends in the audience as well. Many of us are already acquainted. In order not to waste your precious time, I won't bore you with lengthy introductions. Instead, we'll proceed with the most efficient approach for this opening ceremony. So now, I'll hand the floor over to you. If anyone has questions, feel free to ask. Standing to the side, Yi Weiyao nearly stumbled on the spot, listening to Wang Bo's offhand remarks. No opening speech at all, just relying on questions from the audience? Since when is an opening ceremony run like this? The executives and reporters in the audience were also caught off guard by Wang Bo's unconventional announcement. Everyone here has some understanding of new future company? How could he say something like that? The projects, the types of energy, the applied technologies, not a single detail had been revealed. What do we possibly know? And to skip over the motivational and introductory segments entirely, that was something no one expected. This sudden, unorthodox move left the seasoned reporters, usually eager to seize the first question, momentarily at a loss. For a brief moment, the entire venue was enveloped in silence. Why? Does no one have any questions? If there's nothing you'd like to ask, then we'll move on to the next segment. I have a question. Just as Wang Bo was about to continue, a well-known independent media personality stood up and interrupted. Mr. Wang, as you know, the energy sector has always been a field with a very high barrier to entry, especially when it comes to capital investment. It stops most entrepreneurs in their tracks. May I ask, Mr. Wang, how much capital reserve new future company has prepared for this venture? Wang Bo showed no sign of hesitation at this pointed question. He took up the microphone and answered directly. As for the exact figure, I'm afraid I can't disclose that, as it's confidential company information. But I can tell you this. New Future's reserve funds will absolutely not be less than 10 billion. His words sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. A starting capital of 10 billion. On that point alone, New Future Company was already ahead of most other energy enterprises. And with the technology Wang Bo held, given enough time, there was no telling how much more capital he could secure. It seemed funding would never be an issue for New Future. Now that someone had broken the ice, the reporters grew animated, firing a barrage of questions at Wang Bo. But with time limited, Wang Bo couldn't possibly answer them all, so he selected a few questions from prominent journalists. Mr. Wang, could you tell us what kind of energy research and manufacturing New Future Energy Company plans to focus on? Is it fossil fuels like coal, or clean energy sources such as wind and solar power? Wang Bo responded with a faint smile. Neither. The field our company is venturing into is nuclear energy. At Wang Bo's answer, everyone present was utterly astonished. Although Wang Bo's claim to fame had always been his work on small-scale nuclear reactors, no one had ever imagined that his company would actually pursue research in this direction. The reason was simple. Laws and government regulations strictly prohibit private enterprises from engaging in nuclear energy applications. Yet now Wang Bo was openly declaring it. Did that mean? Sitting in the front row, Ruan Lian's expression darkened. He hadn't expected that the nuclear energy development he'd applied for multiple times and been rejected would be approved for Xinhuailai Company by the state. It was a hard pill for him to swallow. Meanwhile, Harris sensed that something was off. Unlike most Western countries, in China, the law and its rules are held above all else. No one is above them, whether a political leader or a business tycoon. If the law is broken, there's no room for negotiation. Consequences come swiftly. One rule in particular states that private companies are forbidden from participating in nuclear energy research and development. But now, this rule seemed to have been bent for Xinhuailai Company. Did this mean that the company possessed a value? A value so significant it could prompt the country to make exceptions to its steadfast rules and regulations? Mr. Wang, hello. I'm a BBC reporter. Since you said your project is in the field of nuclear energy, could you tell us specifically how you plan to proceed? And more importantly, with nuclear development in private hands, how can you guarantee the safety of your reactors? At these rather pointed questions, many journalists in the room nodded in agreement. Clearly, this was on everyone's mind. Wang Bo laughed heartily. Excellent questions from our friend here. But if you don't mind, let me keep you in suspense for now. Both of your questions will be answered in the next part of our presentation. As the BBC reporter sat down, Wang Bo gestured casually to another journalist, handing over the floor. Mr. Wang, may I ask what inspired you to found this company? And what kind of commitment and responsibility does Xinhuailai Company have toward the nation and society? Wang Bo folded his hands and replied, "My inspiration? It's quite simple. I wanted to make money. When I was a child, my family was poor, so one of my dreams was to be wealthy. With money, I'd finally be able to order breakfast without worrying about whether I could afford a bowl of tofu pudding or a glass of soy milk." Wang Bo's playful words drew a round of laughter from the audience. Even President Yi, seated on stage, was amused by Wang Bo's humor. "As for the responsibility you mentioned, well, that's just as simple. My new future energy technology company will, within 3 months of its founding, completely resolve the energy shortage problem in Huagua." As Wang Bo finished speaking, a heavy silence fell over the entire room. Then, after that brief stillness, the hall suddenly erupted into a clamor. Did I hear that right? Did that guy just say new future is going to solve what problem exactly? The nationwide energy shortage. That's some outrageous boasting. Looks like all those achievements in science and technology have really gone to this kid's head. Does he even realize that it's only thanks to several massive state-owned enterprises, along with countless private energy companies, that Huagua's energy supply is barely being maintained? The sheer scale of that production. How could a tiny company like New Future possibly take it on? No wonder everyone was so shocked. Solve the entire country's energy supply problem? That was simply too far-fetched. If this were some small nation, people might not be so surprised, but we're talking about Huagua, a superpower with a fifth of the world population. The corresponding energy consumption is astronomical. Western electricity transmission projects, hydroelectric stations, nuclear power plants, colossal state-owned companies, and hundreds of energy enterprises. And even with all these safeguards, blackouts still occasionally happen across Huagua. That alone shows just how terrifying the scale of energy consumption is. Perhaps if Wang Bo's earlier invention, the small-scale nuclear reactor, could be mass-produced by the thousands or tens of thousands, this goal might just be achievable. But what about safety? Let's not forget, we're talking about nuclear fusion reactions here. Even if the odds of disaster are low, a single explosion would be catastrophic beyond imagination. With the small nuclear reactors ruled out, what grounds does Wang Bo have to make such grand claims about solving the nation's energy crisis? And to make matters worse for the energy tycoons present, Wang Bo's declaration made them look utterly irrelevant. If you alone, with a single company, can solve what hundreds or thousands of our businesses can't, what does that make us? Isn't that just a roundabout way of calling us all useless? If you ask me, Chairman Wang doesn't think much of any of us here. Well, can you blame him? The man's a famous scientist, a prodigy who's well connected with the powers that be. Why would he bother to respect us, the so-called country bumpkins of the industry? Seeing the crowd's mounting indignation, how could Yuan Lian, who had already suffered a setback at Wang Bo's hands, let this golden opportunity slip by? He seized the moment and added mockingly, "Exactly, President Wang, we all know you're a genius, but there's no need to humiliate us like this. Everyone here came in good faith, so why must you make a mockery of us with your words?" Watching the crowd, who had been successfully stirred up by his words, Yuan Lian felt a surge of delight. Just as he was about to say something more to fan the flames, he suddenly remembered Wang Bo's almost supernatural skills back in the parking lot. A chill ran down his spine, and he thought better of speaking again. On stage, Wang Bo naturally caught these subtle gestures from Yuan Lian, a flicker of cold light flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Yi Weiyao, standing nearby, could only rub her forehead in exasperation at what she heard. She knew he was never one to play by the rules, but this was just too much. Did everything that popped into his head have to be said out loud? He even claimed he could solve the nation's energy crisis. Did he have any idea what kind of statement that was? Despite her inward grumbling, Yi Weiyao never forgot her role. With the help of the staff, she managed, with some difficulty, to calm the guests back down. Once it was over, she shot Wang Bo a sharp glance, the message in her eyes crystal clear. "If you dare spew nonsense on stage again, don't expect me to clean up after you a second time." Seeing this, Wang Bo could only spread his hands in a gesture of helpless innocence. He was only telling the truth. Why wouldn't anyone believe him? The opening ceremony gradually returned to order, and the reporters began a new round of questions. Mr. Wang, after fielding 2 more questions, Wang Bo sensibly brought the Q&A session to a close. What followed was the usual series of visions and statements about the future of New Future Company. These were the standard cliches, and naturally, it wasn't Wang Bo, the chairman, who would read them. Once the host took over, Wang Bo retreated backstage for a break. After about an hour, the long-winded speeches finally came to an end. By all rights, the next step would be the ribbon-cutting ceremony. But suddenly, Wang Bo burst out from backstage, interrupting the proceedings. "Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the opening of New Future Company. Everyone here is a friend. And since we're all friends, I, Wang Bo, can't be stingy. If you don't mind, let me use letter B to give you all a tour of the project's new future company is working on. At his words, the audience's interest was immediately piqued. Many company openings had included this kind of tour before. They called it a project showcase, but in truth, it was mostly a chance to flex some muscle and show off the company's strength, paving the way for future business. But new future company was working in the nuclear field, a domain known for its secrecy. Everyone had assumed there'd be no tour at all, but now it seemed. As people pondered this, the main screen in the lounge suddenly lit up, showing footage shot by letter B. Hey, where is that? Are those images taken out at sea? Wow, what's so special about that? Nuclear reactors are always built by the sea, so that seawater can be used for cooling and shutting down the reaction in emergencies. But the footage from the messenger B doesn't look like it was shot by the seaside. Could it be that the laboratory is actually on some isolated island? TSK, that must be it. No wonder, with such a legendary inventor, the state support is truly unrivaled. They even provided an entire island. Amid the murmurs and speculation from the audience, something new finally appeared in the footage. In the distance, a few black dots gradually emerged on the messenger B's feed. As they drew closer, everyone realized those were 3 military vessels from China. At that moment, Captain Lu Jinzhong was just as puzzled as anyone. Before dawn that morning, he had received a baffling order. He was to transport this massive hunk of metal before him, along with an outrageously large helicopter and a few members of the State Security Bureau, to a specific set of coordinates in the East China Sea. What on earth was this about? He was commanding a warship, after all. Since when had he ever taken on transport missions like this? If word got out, his old comrades would surely laugh themselves silly. But an order is an order. No matter how much he grumbled in his heart, duty was duty, and he would carry it out. Upon reaching the designated location, Lu Jinzhong ordered the escort fleet to halt, then approached the state security members. Comrades, this is the spot indicated by the coordinates I received. At his words, the group immediately perked up. After thanking him, they began to circle the warship and survey the surroundings. Can we be certain? There shouldn't be any issue. The old professors from the First Institute of Oceanography pounded their chests and gave me their word. The seabed here is perfectly flat. Still, it's best to be cautious. Listening to their conversation, Captain Lu's curiosity only grew, but true to his military discipline and principles, he kept his questions to himself. After a brief discussion, the team leader strode quickly to the helicopter and spoke with great respect. Comrade Xianyun, this is the designated location. But just to be sure, would you mind going down and taking a look to check the situation on the sea floor? Watching this man address the helicopter as if it were a person, Lu Jinzhong's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He began to seriously suspect that he'd been duped by a group of lunatics with fake credentials. Otherwise, why would a warship be used for a transport mission? And what sane person would talk to a helicopter as if it could answer? Just as the captain was mired in confusion, the very next second, what happened made him wonder if he himself ought to see a psychiatrist. Aboard the warship, under the incredulous gaze of Lu Jinzhong and every single soldier present, that oversized helicopter actually stirred at the sound. In an instant, its entire body underwent an incredibly complex transformation. The tail of the helicopter shifted into a pair of legs, while the cabin morphed into a torso. It was as if only a heartbeat had passed, and yet it also felt like a century had slipped by. Before everyone's eyes now stood a mechanical giant, 10 meters tall, crafted with astounding intricacy and precision. All the soldiers on the warship, except for a few National Security Bureau members who had been mentally prepared, stood frozen in shock. The awakened Dizzy, wearing an expression of impatience, snapped at the person who had just shouted at it. Pathetic little insect, don't presume to give me orders. The mission my master entrusted to me. I will see it done with all my strength. I don't need your reminders. As Dizzy's furious roar echoed, everyone finally shook themselves out of their stupor. Lu Jinzhong, in particular, seemed utterly transfixed, muttering to himself as if his soul had been stolen. My heavens, is this a miracle? Or have I just been away for too long? Since when do helicopters come with this feature? The National Security Bureau official who had just been berated was badly shaken as well. Though he had a strong psychological constitution that only applied to ordinary situations. When a mechanical giant far beyond the bounds of reason roared in your face, all the calm he'd trained for simply vanished. After venting its irritation, Dizzy wasted no more time and was about to dive into the sea for reconnaissance. But suddenly, its innate combat instincts blared in its mind. Without a moment's hesitation, this Decepticon transformer snapped its mask into place and drew its signature weapon from its back, readying itself for battle. Seeing Dizzy in this stance, everyone felt their tension rise, mingled with confusion. What on earth was wrong with this guy? Only Lu Jinzhong seemed to realize something. He hurried back into the command room. Ship 2, Ship 3, this is the flagship. The robot on the deck is not an enemy. Stand down and secure your weapons immediately. Hearing their superior's voice, the commanders of the other two warships breathed a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, a giant robot over 10 meters tall had appeared out of thin air on the flagship nearly a kilometer away. It had given them quite a fright. With no idea what was going on, both escort ships had immediately aimed their weapons at the uninvited guest. Even so, they weren't at all confident they could actually take down the giant. Returning to the deck, attention lingered on Dizzy, bristling with weapons and exuding an almost terrifying battle instinct. Lu Jinzhong, equal parts curious and anxious, couldn't help but wonder. If a firefight had actually broken out just now, would these three warships really have been able to subdue this colossal being before them? Sensing the disappearance of hostility, Dizzy let out a cold snort and put away his weapons. He cast a wary glance at everyone present, then swiftly turned and leapt into the sea. Meanwhile, at the new future headquarters building, every guest stared wide-eyed at the screen. What the heck? What on earth was that thing just now? A towering, 10-meter-tall transformer, bristling with bizarre-looking weapons. Aren't you going to give us an explanation? Catching sight of the crowd's incredulous and almost predatory gazes, Wang Bo stepped forward at just the right moment to explain. That's a new type of transformer, called Dizzy. But please, everyone, don't get the wrong idea. This isn't today's main topic. At his words, everyone's eyelids twitched with disbelief. New type? That's putting it mildly. Last time, it was just a sports car. Now you've gone and built a military helicopter? And to make it even more outrageous, that last transformer, Bumblebee, was at most 6 meters tall. But this one just now? It must have been at least 10 meters. In just 3 or 4 months, you've made such a huge leap forward. Are you even human? What really left everyone speechless, though, was that Wang Bo had just claimed this wasn't even the main point. As the guests reeled from shock, something began to stir on the seafloor. With a tremendous crash and a surge of waves, Dizzy shot up from beneath the sea and vaulted onto the deck in a single bound. Seeing Dizzy emerge, completely unscathed, Lu Jinzhong felt his heart skip a beat. What's going on? You're a robot, and you can dive underwater? Aren't you worried about the water damaging your electronics? This wasn't just a casual dip, a few meters deep and back. This was the deep sea, thousands of meters beneath the surface. Paying no mind to the stunned looks of those around him, Dizzy's eyes quickly scanned the area as soon as he came aboard. Spotting the signal be flying overhead, he lowered himself slightly and spoke respectfully. Master, the seafloor has been leveled. Before coming up, I cleared away all the rubble. Shall I begin the installation now? At these words, everyone on the deck and in the hall looked bewildered. Installation? Installation of what? In the middle of this endless sea? What could you possibly be installing? Yes, go ahead. Wang Bo's voice came through the signal bee. With his master's permission, Dizzy didn't hesitate for a moment. In the next instant, to everyone's disbelief, this 10-meter-tall giant simply hoisted a massive, mysterious device from the deck onto his shoulder. Upon seeing this, Captain Lu's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He'd been there when they'd first transported that hunk of metal. It had taken several cranes, struggling together, just to lift the thing. If this thing weighs less than 50 tons, he vowed, he'd dash naked across the deck in front of everyone. The next second, Vertigo summoned his strength in his legs and leapt straight into the sea. But this time, unlike before, the signal bee followed him and dove into the depths as well. 1,500 meters beneath the surface. Down here, most species can't survive. Only a handful of deep-sea fish can live at ease in such an environment. But today, an unexpected visitor had barged into their world. The screen showed Vertigo, after nearly 10 minutes of descent, finally reaching the ocean floor. The people in the reception room were not only shocked by this scene, but also genuinely admired Wang Bo's genius. Intelligent robots had always seemed like a distant dream. Yet in the hands of this young man, they were becoming reality. What's more, they've made leaps in progress within just 3 or 4 months. Looking at this transformer before them, capable of flight and deep-sea dives alike. If Wang Bo had chosen a different industry, say, intelligent robotics, no one present would doubt it. He could propel his company into the ranks of the world's top 500 in no time. But instead, Wang Bo had chosen the energy sector. Wasn't that turning his back on a surer path? And just as regret settled in around the room, Vertigo carefully placed the nuclear reactor he'd been carrying onto the seabed. The moment the reactor touched down, Jarvis's voice rang out through the venue. Sir, suitable terrain detected. Shall we deploy subsea nuclear reactor number 2? As the AI's announcement echoed, every mouth in the room fell open in astonishment. That massive hunk of metal. Was it really a nuclear reactor? A nuclear reactor deployed on the seafloor? How absurd did that sound? Everyone present was a heavyweight in the energy industry. They all knew the most basic requirements for a functioning nuclear reactor. And now Wang Bo was attempting nuclear reactions in seawater? It sounded downright fantastical. The BBC reporter who'd spoken up earlier struggled to raise his hand once more. Mr. Wang, is this your answer to my question? Wang Bo met the reporter's gaze, nodding firmly, his face set with determination. Yes, this is my answer. Earlier, you asked how we could guarantee the safety of nuclear fusion. Building a reactor on a deserted ocean floor. That is new future solution. This way, even if something goes wrong with the reactor, it could never affect the public. Before Wang Bo could finish, the reporter could no longer hold back his laughter. And as his laughter rang out, it swept through the entire room, drawing everyone in. Haha, this is killing me. Is he serious? Is Wang Bo really planning to build a nuclear reactor on the ocean floor? This so-called great scientist, Wang must have fried his brain from overthinking. I think it's not just overthinking. He's completely lost his mind. Otherwise, how could he forget even the most basic common sense? I thought I was coming to an opening ceremony today, but it turns out I'm here to watch a comedy. Meanwhile, Ruan Lian was laughing so hard he could barely keep his mouth shut. Mr. Harris, did you hear that? Wang Bo actually wants to build a nuclear reactor underwater. With opponents like this, you really don't have anything to worry about. There's no need for you to even show up. But Harris, the regional director for Asia at the Mika Corporation, couldn't bring himself to laugh. He didn't know exactly what Wang Bo was up to, but he was sure of one thing. The Chinese government wouldn't mess around. If they dispatched naval ships to support Wang Bo, it meant this project might actually be real. Still, even with decades of experience in the energy sector, Harris couldn't wrap his head around how anyone could pull off such an outlandish project. On stage, watching the crowd erupt in laughter, Yi Weiyao fell into a momentary silence. She knew her junior, despite his usual carefree and unreliable demeanor, had never let anyone down when it came to serious matters. But to achieve what Wang Bo described would require overcoming so many obstacles. Junior, your senior sister really wants to see how you're going to make a nuclear reaction happen at the bottom of the sea. Standing in the center of the storm, Wang Bo glanced at the mocking crowd, a helpless smile tugging at his lips. After all this, you still haven't learned what it feels like to be proven wrong? Brains are a wonderful thing. Why can't these people ever use theirs? Without another word, he ignored them all and gave Jarvis an order. Begin deployment. Yes, sir. With Jarvis's reply, the footage from the B drone showed the nuclear reactor, now under Wang Bo's command, suddenly coming to life. In the blink of an eye, deployment began. The audience watching the footage sensed something was off. This act was looking a little too real. Once deployment was complete, just like before, the number 2 underwater reactor glowed with a deep blue light. And in the reception hall, a hush fell over the crowd. Everyone was stunned into silence by what they saw. No way, this can't be real, can it? I'm not sure, but that's Wang Bo up there. He's turned the impossible into reality more than once. This can't be right. Theoretically, it should be absolutely impossible to create a nuclear reaction underwater. But how do you explain that blue glow in the footage? It looks exactly like the miniature nuclear reactor Wang Bo built back then. As the public opinion began to shift, Ruan Lian, sitting nearby, could no longer keep his composure. This is a false proposition from the start. Don't let yourselves be fooled. Look carefully, everyone. That color isn't what you'd see in a normal nuclear fusion reaction. At his words, the crowd leaned in for a closer look. Now that you mention it, President Ruan, it really does seem off. Right, it's definitely deeper and more intense than the usual color from nuclear fusion. What's going on here, Mr. Wang? If you ask me, this guy is just putting on a show to grab attention. Faced with the mounting questions, Wang Bo didn't hesitate. He issued a direct order toward the other side. Xianyun, start laying out the pipeline connections. Route the reactor's output into the energy storage units. Xianyun sprang into action the moment the command was given, swiftly beginning the operation more than 1,000 meters deep beneath the sea. After about half an hour of intense work, every connection was finally in place. As Xianyun completed the final step, the digital display on the energy storage device began to surge, its numbers climbing at breakneck speed. Watching those rapidly rising numbers, everyone present was left in utter disbelief. Was the nuclear reactor beneath the sea really running? If not, how could the energy storage figures be skyrocketing like this? At this moment, Ruan Lian completely forgot his earlier apprehension toward Wang Bo. A gut feeling told him that this newborn, new future company might soon become Ningkong Energy's greatest rival. A surge of crisis swept over him. pushing him to his feet as he retorted, "Impossible, President Wang. We can't just take your word for it. You put up a big screen, play some questionable video, and expect everyone to believe there's a nuclear reactor under the sea? Who could accept that? Other than your people at New Future, who's actually seen this technology with their own eyes? Who can guarantee this is real?" Hearing Wan Lian's challenge, quite a few in the audience nodded quietly to themselves. He's right. Maybe you just faked a flashy video to boost your company's profile? In today's cutthroat competition, these tricks aren't exactly rare. As for convincing them there's a nuclear reactor on the seafloor, that's even harder than making them believe Ultraman is real. While the crowd pressed for answers and waited for Wang Bo's response, a powerful, resonant voice boomed from backstage. "Will my testimony be convincing enough?" All eyes turned instinctively toward the source of the voice, eager to see just who could make such a bold claim. But when they saw the newcomer's face, everyone present gasped in shock. What on earth? How could someone like him show up at the opening ceremony of an energy company? That's a huge taboo. Even Yi Weiyao, who stood nearby, was momentarily stunned when she saw who had arrived. Impossible. Ordinarily, having city-level or even provincial officials attend a local company's opening was already the limit. But this man, just in terms of official rank, must be at least vice-ministerial level. What's more, he's directly in charge of this sector. With something so sensitive, shouldn't he be avoiding any appearance of impropriety? In stark contrast, the once arrogant Wan Lian shrank back at the sight of the newcomer, as though a mouse had spotted a cat, drawing in his neck and not daring to utter another word. Amidst everyone's stunned gazes, the middle-aged man strode confidently to the front of the platform. Wang Bo greeted him with a cheerful smile. "Sorry to trouble you to make the trip. You're working hard too, Director Wang." The newcomer was none other than Wang Sudong, the director of the National Energy Bureau. "Yeah, you've really made a splash this time, kid. In all the years of energy directors, none have ever approached an energy company like this before." Wang Bo, pleased with the stroke of luck, chuckled sheepishly. "Oh, come on, Director Wang. After all, the state holds shares in our New Future company too. It's all in the family, so of course you're going to look after us. And besides, you always say we're both Wangs, so if you're not helping me, who would you help?" Amused by Wang Bo's smooth talk, Wang Sudong shook his head with a helpless laugh. He then turned to address the crowd in a clear, steady voice. "Everyone, I know you all have questions. To be honest, when I first heard about Mr. Wang's subsea nuclear reactor project, it gave me quite a shock. But the truth is, several months ago, the #1 subsea nuclear reactor was already deployed in the South China Sea. With rigorous testing from numerous top scientists and engineers, I can assure you all, the reactor is running smoothly, and its output is hundreds of times greater than a conventional reactor." His words set off another wave of astonished murmurs among the audience. Hundreds of times greater. How could that be? After all, even if this uses nuclear fusion technology, just look at the reactor size on the screen. It seemed that, once installed, the reactor took up only about half the space of a football field, far smaller than any standard nuclear reactor. With such a compact design, even with fusion, how could it possibly achieve such staggering output? Seeing the skeptical looks from the crowd below, Wang Sudong remained unfazed. "I'm no expert in the field, so let's invite the project's initiator, Mr. Wang Bo, to explain the details." With that, Wang Bo stepped up to the front. "Jarvis, can you help me turn off the lights in the reception hall?" "With pleasure, sir." As Jarvis's voice faded, the lights in the reception hall dimmed at once. At the same moment, gentle blue glows began to shine from several corners of the hall. In an instant, the massive structure of a nuclear reactor sprang vividly into view. Such an astonishing maneuver left everyone present utterly stunned and speechless. So this is the holographic projection Wang Bo used during his lecture at Jingqing University. Wang Bo truly is a genius. He's managed to achieve dazzling success in so many different fields. Who could deny it? While we're still struggling to understand just one area, he's already mastered several. Sigh, comparing ourselves to him is just torture. Next to him, it feels like I've wasted decades of my life. Meanwhile, Wang Bo paid no mind to their astonishment and proceeded to give a detailed explanation of the construction principles behind the undersea nuclear reactor. Of course, when it came to key components or technologies that required confidentiality, he naturally omitted those details during his presentation. As they listened to Wang Bo's boundless and imaginative ideas, everyone in the audience couldn't help but secretly marvel at his ingenuity. Standing to the side, Yi Weiyao watched Wang Bo as he earnestly explained, and for a fleeting moment, a tiny ripple stirred in her heart. Who would have thought? This junior disciple of mine, who's usually so carefree, is actually quite impressive when he gets serious. After about half an hour, Wang Bo finally finished explaining the overall external structure of the undersea nuclear reactor. Next, I'll address the two questions that everyone is most concerned about. First, how is it possible to conduct a nuclear reaction underwater? And second, why is the energy output of this reactor so remarkably high? At these words, the entire audience perked up, listening intently. These were precisely the questions that had puzzled them all. Everyone wondered what extraordinary method this young man had used to solve two problems that had long seemed unsolvable. Looking at this group of heavyweight figures in China's energy sector, all now sitting at the edge of their seats like eager schoolchildren awaiting his explanation, Wang Bo felt a surge of pride welling up inside. The truth is actually quite simple. The reason these two problems have remained unsolved is because of the raw materials. In other words, the limitations of atoms themselves. If that's the case, why not just use a different atom? Wouldn't that resolve the issue? No sooner had he spoken than a well-known company president in the audience stood up and objected. That's impossible. Decades ago, every known atom was already tested. Among all known elements, none is more suitable for nuclear reactions than palladium. At this, Wang Bo responded with a mysterious smile. If the known ones won't do, then why can't we create one ourselves? Before anyone could fully grasp the meaning behind his words, Wang Bo suddenly swept his arm, and a holographic projection in the hall shifted instantly. All other images vanished from above the reception hall, leaving only a giant sphere floating in midair. As everyone gazed, bewildered, at the sphere overhead, the regional director from Manhwa Corporation in Asia leapt to his feet, bursting with excitement. Because he had put too much force into it, the old gentleman from the Kingdom of Knights nearly lost his balance. It wasn't surprising that his emotions were running so high. After all, sitting in his position required far more than just a bit of management. Especially in the field of energy, and in particular, nuclear energy, the very area where Manhwa Corporation excelled. This gentleman in his 50s from the Kingdom of Knights could rightfully be called an expert. And with his professional eye, how could he not recognize that the sphere projected before him in the hologram was nothing less than an enlarged atom? If it were merely an ordinary atomic structure, there would be nothing extraordinary about it. Yet this expert had already run through all the known 118 atomic structures in his mind countless times, and not a single one matched the atom before him. Either his memory was failing him, or, the moment he considered the second possibility, even this seasoned Manhwa Corporation executive, accustomed to storms and upheavals, couldn't stop his hands from trembling. If that truly was the case, then this new future energy technology company could very well grow into Manhwa Corporation's greatest rival in a matter of years. Seeing the confusion on the faces of the audience, Wang Bo seized the moment to explain. As we all know, radioactive atoms are the essential raw material for nuclear fission and even fusion. However, among the 118 existing atoms, not a single one can undergo nuclear reactions in seawater. Hearing Wang Bo's explanation, everyone nodded in agreement. But what if I told you that our new future company has discovered a brand new atom? Does the idea of an underwater nuclear reactor still sound so impossible? With this earth-shattering declaration from Wang Bo, everyone present was left utterly stunned. What did he mean by this? Was Wang Bo claiming to have created a brand new atom? Was that atom, glowing deep blue, one that had never existed in the entire history of humankind? How could that be possible? Everyone knew that countless nations, corporations, and research institutes had poured limitless funding and scientific manpower into the quest to create new atoms, only to end in failure every time. And now, Wang Bo was saying that new future company had already mastered the very new element that humanity had long dreamed of? How could the audience not feel as if they had wandered into a dream? Though Wang Bo's conclusion about a new atom was almost impossible to believe. Strangely, not a single person in the room spoke up to object. Indeed, if it weren't for a brand new atom, how could anyone explain a nuclear reactor built on the ocean floor? If it weren't for a brand new atom, how could there possibly be such terrifying energy output? At that moment, Wang Bo swept his arm with a grand flourish. The spherical hologram instantly expanded, enveloping everyone in the reception hall, unafraid of seawater, far beyond the radiation levels of conventional atoms. That is the unique property of this atom I have created. As Wang Bo explained, everyone gazed at the marvelous arrangement within the atom, a hint of fascination flickering in their eyes. This brand new element, I've named it Bo. With that, Wang Bo's presentation came to a complete end, yet the audience remained stunned, unable to react. After all, the existence of a new atom was simply too astonishing to process. As Wang Bo concluded, Wang Sudong stepped forward. Ladies and gentlemen, our Energy Bureau has now established a deep partnership with Mr. Wang Bo. We will be providing capital, technology, and personnel in exchange for a 20% stake in New Future Corporation. With those words, everyone present felt as if they'd been struck by lightning. They hadn't even digested the last bombshell, and now another one had dropped? The Energy Bureau was partnering with Wang Bo. Wasn't the Bureau a representative of the Chinese government, a symbol of the state itself? Why not just say outright that the nation is standing alongside New Future? But what shocked everyone most was China's attitude. Ordinarily, with such a monumental invention, the state would never let it slip from its grasp. After all, the potential and significance of a brand new atom are immense. Whether for military purposes or civilian life, the possibilities for development are vast. It's no exaggeration to say that, if used wisely, this atom could elevate every aspect of China's society. Yet now, the Chinese government had chosen not to seize full control. Instead, they opted for a 20% stake, throwing their weight behind Wang Bo's New Future. What an extraordinary show of trust. Meanwhile, in the audience, Harris's face darkened the moment he heard Wang Sudong's announcement. When something so unusual happens, there's always more beneath the surface. Historically, the Chinese government would either take full control, as with state-owned enterprises, or, if it was a private company, simply let the market run its course within legal boundaries, without any interference. But now, they were investing without taking control. Such a break from the norm spoke volumes about the special status of both New Future and Wang Bo. As the Chinese government's trust in Wang Bo really reached this level. Sitting nearby, Wan Lian didn't catch his boss's muttered words. His own heart was already gripped by panic. Anyone with eyes could see that New Future, though just starting out, was still very much in its infancy. But that hardly mattered with the game being played this way, with the state pouring in funding, and the world's most brilliant scientists backing their technology. Wan Lian was no longer thinking about how to maintain Ningkong Energy's leading position. All he could hope for now was that, after New Future knocked Ningkong off its pedestal, they wouldn't come after them any further. At that thought, he could hardly resist giving himself a couple of slaps. What was so bad about just waiting a little longer in the parking lot? Why did he have to act on impulse, rushing in to snatch that one parking spot, and end up offending someone as deranged as Wang Bo? Now look at the mess he was in. For the sake of some meaningless pride and a lousy parking space, he might have to put the family business, built up over decades, on the line. Meanwhile, on stage, Wang Sudong paid no attention to the crowd's murmurs and astonishment and continued. What you all just saw on the screen, that was our number 2 undersea nuclear reactor. In fact, over the past several months, the Huagu government and Mr. Wang Bo have jointly overseen and developed a total of 9 nuclear reactors. Apart from the one that has already been deployed offshore, the other 8 are being gradually installed on the seabed and surrounding waters. When the project is complete, there will be 10 nuclear reactors in total, running at full capacity beneath the sea. According to our experts' estimates, the combined output of these 10 reactors will be about 3 times the total energy consumption of Eastern Huagu. In other words, once the grid conversion is finished, there will never again be an energy shortage in Eastern Huagu, and the costly west-to-east power transmission project can finally retire from the stage of history. Listening to Wang Sudong's steady, powerful voice, the audience fell utterly silent. It turned out that, during the earlier Q&A, when Wang Bo said he would completely resolve Huagua's energy shortage within 3 months, he had truly meant it. It turned out there really was a company capable of solving one of Huagua's most persistent problems through its own efforts. Before this, although Wang Bo had already produced some world-shaking inventions, things like powered armor and transformers had little direct impact on the average citizen's daily life. So after the initial surprise, most people just shrugged and moved on. But this time it was different. With the advent of undersea nuclear reactor technology, there would no longer be any threat of power outages caused by energy shortages. And as costs fell, the everyday expenses for electricity and utilities would surely drop as well. This was a truly monumental project, one that would benefit both the people and the country. Well done, Teacher Xiao Wang. As a reporter shouted out, abandoning all decorum, the atmosphere in the hall instantly ignited. Bravo! The birth of New Future Company will dramatically improve people's lives across Huagu. A true hero serves the nation and its people. Only now can we say that Teacher Xiao Wang is truly worthy of our admiration. It's no exaggeration to say that, on the strength of this undersea reactor technology alone, the name Wang Bo now stands shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Elder, He, and other greats. Our Huagu has produced a true genius, such a young and unparalleled national treasure. Watching the feverish atmosphere in the audience and hearing their unabashed praise, Wang Bo was deeply moved, bowing repeatedly to express his gratitude. Beside him, Yu Yao's delicate hands applauded softly, celebrating both Wang Bo's genius and his remarkable contributions. Although she had come on the recommendation of Elder He, and knew that the new future company was unlikely to be mediocre, she still couldn't help feeling a bit apprehensive on her way here. Yi Weiyao prided herself on her business acumen and talent. In just 2 or 3 short years, she had gone from a penniless college graduate to someone with assets in the billions, always surrounded by admirers wherever she went. Yet, here at New Future, aside from a modest share of the company, her salary, and the title of vice president, what else did she really have? If it weren't for the sake of Elder He and her junior fellow disciple, she honestly wouldn't have come. But she never could have imagined that her junior fellow would turn out to be so formidable. The company had only just opened its doors, and already it had solved the entire energy supply problem for Eastern China. Now, she had not the slightest doubt that New Future would soon rise to the ranks of the Fortune Global 500, and in record time. The grand opening ceremony lasted 3 to 4 hours, and though the guests were reluctant for it to end, New Future's debut finally drew to a close. To thank everyone for their support, Wang Bo didn't put on any airs. He personally went to the company in trance to see off each of the visiting executives and reporters. After all, having more friends means more opportunities. Even though Wang Bo was now enjoying the limelight, he knew better than to disregard anyone. Seeing Wang Bo himself come out to bid them farewell, the guests felt honored and proud. Even if New Future was still just an unknown startup, it wouldn't be long, just a few short months. Once those 10 undersea nuclear reactors powered all of Eastern China, the company's daily revenue would be measured in billions. When that day came, they could all boast about this very moment, being warmly received and personally seen off by the CEO of a future Fortune Global 500 company. At the entrance, Wang Bo greeted everyone with a smile. He didn't recognize some faces, but that didn't stop him from showing his friendliness. Yet, as the crowd gradually thinned, 2 familiar faces finally appeared before him. At that moment, Ruan Lian's eyes darted nervously, unable to meet Wang Bo's gaze. His greatest wish was to become invisible, hoping Wang Bo would simply overlook him. With New Future taking on such a massive project, surely Wang Bo would be far too busy to recall the confrontation in the parking lot. But things rarely go as planned. No matter how much he tried to avoid it, Wang Bo still saw them, and greeted them with genuine warmth. Mr. Eris, Mr. Ruan Lian. Faced with the enthusiastic Wang Bo, Ruan Lian couldn't very well pretend not to notice him. As for Harris, backed by the might of Manhwa Corporation, he certainly wasn't intimidated by a fledgling company like New Future. Mr. Wang, today's grand opening was truly an eye-opener for me. Hearing Harris's praise, Wang Bo responded with a faint smile, saying nothing in return. Ruan Lian, standing to the side, nervously rubbed his hands together, his face full of flattery as he stepped forward and complimented. President Wang, you are truly a remarkable young man. Not only have you reached the pinnacle of the scientific community, but your business acumen is equally impressive. I have to admit, I'm thoroughly convinced today. Wang Bo listened to his capitulation in silence, a wry, meaningful smile playing at the corners of his lips as he regarded Ruan Lian with calm, untroubled eyes. Ever since their confrontation in the parking lot, Ruan Lian had developed a lingering fear of Wang Bo. Now, with New Future receiving such open, undisguised support from the authorities, that apprehension only grew stronger. Under Wang Bo's gaze, he felt as if countless ants were crawling over his skin, making him deeply uncomfortable. Perhaps it was a long, drawn-out moment, or maybe only an instant. Harris, unable to bear the awkwardness any longer, finally interjected. Mr. Wang, it hasn't been easy establishing New Future. You wouldn't want to see the company you built with your own hands destroyed, would you? At these words, Wang Bo's eyes remained unfazed, his gaze still calm as he turned toward the Manhwa executive. Mr. Harris, it sounds like you're hinting at something. But here in China, I honestly can't think of any force capable of toppling New Future. Despite the pointed tone in Wang Bo's words, the venerable British gentleman didn't take offense. He simply smiled gently. With official support, you and your company can certainly move unhindered within China's borders, Mr. Wang. But what about beyond China? Out there, your so-called official backing becomes meaningless. And I believe, given your ambition, you wouldn't confine New Future's reach to China alone, would you? Wang Bo listened to this reasoning with a non-committal expression, a trace of impatience flickering between his brows. Let's be direct, Mr. Harris. What exactly are you trying to say? Or rather, what is the true purpose of your visit? At this, the scholarly old man dropped his pretense and spoke in a low, serious voice. To put it plainly, Mr. Wang, I came to China this time for one simple reason: to mend the relationship between you and Manhwa Corporation. In the past, our former president, Su Gang, had an unfortunate altercation with you in Beijing. Allow me to sincerely apologize for leaving you with a poor impression of our company. As for that man, Su Gang, we dismissed him the very moment we heard the news. At this point, Harris paused briefly before continuing. What I've just said reflects the attitude of Manhwa Corporation up until the opening ceremony. But after the ceremony, our headquarters has adopted an entirely new approach. According to the latest figures, Manhwa Corporation's total market value stands at $7.5 trillion. If you wish, we are willing to offer 30% of our shares to participate in your undersea nuclear reactor and wave atom development projects. Hearing this, Ruan Lian, standing to the side, nearly lost his balance. 30%. That's $2.25 trillion. What does that even mean? The price of the most advanced fighter jets is around $20 million apiece, while a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier costs several billion. $2.25 trillion. It's no exaggeration to say that if such a sum fell into the hands of a warmonger, it would be enough to spark a third world war. Such an astronomical figure was now being discussed between the two parties as casually as if it were nothing. Listening to this sincere tone, Wangbo merely smiled with a hint of disdain. It might seem, from their words, that Manhwa Corporation was being extraordinarily sincere, but in truth, it was nothing of the sort. The real value of money has always depended on productivity, that is, the level of technological advancement. For instance, today's rapid technological progress means rice yields per acre have surpassed 800 pounds, which is why rice only costs a few dollars per pound. But not so long ago, in the Qing dynasty, the maximum yield per acre was only about 180 pounds, and naturally, rice prices then soared. The executives at Manhwa Corporation understood this well. If Wangbo's new future company went ahead and built undersea nuclear reactors on a large scale, it wouldn't be long before every nation's energy shortages would be completely resolved. At that point, Manhwa Corporation's market value wouldn't even be worth mentioning. Forget 7.5 trillion. Even 1 trillion would be a stretch. Wangbo would sooner eat all those undersea reactors live on stream. So, this move wasn't about appreciating Wangbo's technology. It was about pulling the rug out from under him. They wanted to buy his technology, bury it, and safeguard their own company's valuation. Realizing this, Wangbo slowly shook his head. I think your Manhwa Corporation's top brass still hasn't figured out what's really going on. This isn't a question of money or the issue of Su Gang. The problem is that Manhwa Corporation is standing in my way. In this industry, the pie is only so big. If someone takes more, others will have less. And I want to be the one who eats the most of it. Do you understand? Listening to Wangbo's calm, yet resolute words, Harris's brow furrowed deeply. His worst fear had finally come true. Wangbo didn't care about money at all. What he wanted was to make New Future as big as it could possibly be. Manhwa Corporation had dealt with opponents of this kind before. But without exception, relying on Manhwa's control over the world's oil fields, coal, and nuclear reactor technologies, those so-called competitors had all been played with and crushed effortlessly. Yet New Future, though just a newly established company, was nothing like the companies that had previously taken on Manhwa. With the backing of the Chinese government, New Future had a safety net. Whether or not it could break into the international market, it would always have a solid foundation to fall back on. Manhwa, on the other hand, had no way to simply charge into China and force New Future into bankruptcy. As for resources, New Future had no reason to be intimidated. The oil fields and nuclear technology controlled by Manhwa might be lifelines for other companies, but to Wangbo and New Future, they were little more than a joke. Hadn't they just recently developed an entirely new element just to launch a new project? Even if, for now, New Future might not pose a threat to Manhwa, given enough time. At the thought of this, a wave of crisis washed over the gentleman from the Knight's Nation, forcing him to steel himself and speak up once more. Mr. Wang, if that's your goal, you don't need to go to such great lengths. I can assure you, with 30% of Manhwa's shares in your hands, you would be the undisputed leader in the energy sector. Wangbo broke into open laughter at his words, making no effort to hide his amusement. The sound of his laughter drew curious glances from the people nearby, who had no idea what was going on. Mr. Harris, you're underestimating my appetite if you think several $1 trillion would satisfy me. Let me be clear, even if you gave me the entire cake right now, it still wouldn't be enough. So, I'll be the one to make this cake truly enormous. In truth, Wangbo wasn't doing all this for pride alone. He could already foresee that, as the system's marketplace continued to upgrade, the kinds of technologies and items he could exchange for would become ever more extraordinary. If he ended up with a fleet of spaceships one day, even draining all of Earth's energy might not be enough to power a single voyage. To avoid such an awkward predicament in the future, Wangbo had a plan ahead: seize control of the energy industry now, and keep making it bigger and stronger. And since the cake is going to get bigger, it only makes sense to clear out the parasites first. Let's start from within Huagua itself. As he spoke, Wang Bo turned his gaze toward Ruan Lian, who was standing nearby. Nincon Company is just a puppet propped up by your Maiha group here in the country, isn't it? Since fate has brought me and President Wan together, I think I'll start by crushing this company as a little greeting to Maiha. What do you think, Mr. Harris? Wang Bo didn't bother lowering his voice, so everyone passing by clearly heard his earth-shaking declaration. Crush Nincon Company. My goodness, Wang Bo really doesn't hold back. He's starting off by taking on the biggest private energy firm in the country. Talk about bad luck for Ruan Lian. Of all the people he could have crossed, he had to run into this one. I'd say Nincon's chances look grim this time. Across from Wang Bo, Ruan Lian's legs shook uncontrollably, his whole demeanor dazed and unsteady. Harris, the general manager for Maiha, saw that this young President Wang was leaving no room for negotiation. He let out a cold snort before turning on his heel and walking away. Wang Bo, however, wasn't the least bit fazed. With the same warmth as before, he continued to see the guests out with enthusiasm. By the time the commotion had settled down, it was already close to evening. Looking at his team of exhausted employees, the newly appointed president Wang decided to show some rare generosity. Senior Chong, head to the best hotel nearby and book a few big tables. Tonight, dinner's on me. Everyone eat your fill. At his words, spirits immediately lifted. While praising Wang Bo aloud, the team felt a growing sense of belonging to New Future. Outside the gates of New Future Company, Wang Bo watched as the shuttle buses departed one by one, yet, unusually, he didn't get in himself. Aren't you coming? Yi Weiyao, now changed in her casual clothes, stood nearby. Wang Bo couldn't hide the appreciation in his eyes as he looked at her. I'll skip it. There's still work to do at the National Laboratory, and some data from the underwater reactor needs to be evaluated. President Yi nodded, not pressing him to join the celebration. She knew there was little she could help with when it came to research, so the best she could do was not get in Wang Bo's way. It was the beginning of spring, but the night air still bit with a lingering chill. A sharp wind swept by, and Yi Weiyao instinctively pulled her collar tighter against the cold. Seeing this, Wang Bo didn't hesitate. He took off his own jacket and draped it over her shoulders. No, if you give it to me, what about you? Yi Weiyao tried to refuse, but Wang Bo simply smiled. Don't worry. Don't forget, I've had the super serum. A little cold like this is nothing to me. With that, he insisted, slipping the jacket firmly onto her shoulders despite her protests. Feeling the lingering warmth in the suit jacket, the iron-willed businesswoman couldn't help but let a faint blush steal across her face. In the distance, another chartered car was slowly approaching. As this was the company's very first gathering, and she was the CEO, she felt it was her duty to attend. I'll head over first. Take care of yourself. Don't work too late. Otherwise you'll end up keeling over from exhaustion at a young age, she teased. Hearing President Ye's banter, Wang Bo let out a hearty laugh. Don't worry. As long as someone hasn't fulfilled her end of the bet, there's no way I'm dying anytime soon. At the mention of the bet, Yi Yao's delicate, porcelain face instantly flushed red. Without another word, she yanked open the car door and hurried the driver to set off. After seeing Yi Weiyao off, Wang Bo carefully glanced around. Once he was sure the coast was clear, he took off running in a specific direction. About 4 or 5 kilometers from the New Future headquarters, in a patch of wasteland, Wang Bo checked the coordinates on his watch over and over, confirming without a doubt that this was the place. Following Jarvis's instructions, he finally found, hidden deep in a clump of grass, a piece of metal that looked remarkably like an ordinary rock. Making sure yet again that no one was around, Wang Bo resolutely pressed his palm onto its surface. The moment his hand touched the stone-shaped metal, it emitted an eerie red glow, instantly enveloping his whole body. Faced with this, Wang Bo stood still, allowing the red light to scan him up and down again and again. After about 10 seconds, the glow faded away. A metallic female voice sounded from the metal object. Biometric scan successful. Identity confirmed. Highest level authority, Wang Bo. Welcome, Mr. Wang Bo. Underground Laboratory 1 awaits your arrival. As soon as the words ended, the patch of overgrown grass parted to either side, revealing, within moments, a 3 or 4 square meter entrance to an underground facility right before his eyes. Without a second's hesitation, Wang Bo stepped inside. He was determined to see for himself what the laboratory, built with countless resources and effort, truly looked like. Sensing someone on the stairs, the elevator began to operate automatically. As the elevator descended, lights flickered on one by one along the entire corridor. The laboratory was nearly 50 meters underground, so even with the swift-moving elevator, it took a good 2 or 3 minutes to reach the destination. Stepping out of the elevator, Wang Bo found himself in a corridor about 10 meters long. At the end of the hallway was a thick, heavy-looking metal door. Sir, both this corridor and the elevator shaft are rigged with numerous infrared sensors and thermal weapons, Jarvis explained. By our calculations, in such a confined space, these defenses should be more than enough to repel any thermal weapon assault native to this planet. Listening to Jarvis's briefing, Wang Bo didn't slow his pace. He strode straight up to the alloy door. Sir, the outermost protective gates and walls are all made from gold titanium alloy. It's almost impossible for firearms below 15 millimeters caliber to inflict any damage on them. Just as Wang Bo stood before the massive gate, a familiar red light swept over him, and the door slid open in response. Even though he'd braced himself for surprises, the sight inside the laboratory still left him utterly astonished. The entire facility stretched over 30 to 40,000 square meters, about the size of 2 or 3 football fields. Though underground, the soaring 10-meter-high ceilings made the space feel vast and open. Within this testing ground, every imaginable instrument and device was present. Some were so tightly regulated that Wang Bo had never expected to see them here. Jarvis, where did all this equipment come from? As far as I know, most of these instruments aren't even available for purchase. Sir, please forgive my initiative. To facilitate your future research, I accessed certain websites in America and stole the blueprints for these devices. Wang Bo nearly dropped his jaw in shock. Good heavens! Jarvis had fabricated all these intricate, sophisticated machines himself? No wonder, when building the lab, the material list Jarvis provided consisted mostly of rare parts and raw materials. So, he'd never intended to buy any equipment at all. As Wang Bo remained silent, Jarvis grew a bit uneasy. Sir, devices and instruments with high security classifications are always assigned serial numbers at the factory. If you were to purchase them directly, it would be easy for someone to discover your plans to build an underground lab. Jarvis's explanation stirred a trace of doubt in Wang Bo's mind. You hacked into American websites. Weren't you worried about being detected? Sites with this kind of information have extremely high security. At your current level, can you really steal data without leaving a trace? Yes, sir. That's why, to muddy the waters, I simultaneously infiltrated all the major security websites across America. This way, they won't know what you're really up to. Wang Bo almost fell over in disbelief. Well, if we're talking ruthless efficiency, Jarvis certainly wins. Without hesitation, he'd simply invaded every security site on the other side of the ocean. Now Wang Bo could easily imagine the chaos erupting in the Pentagon right about now. At that moment, the entire American cybersecurity department had been stripped of their leave, forced into 24-hour shifts. On the giant screen, red alerts flashed relentlessly, and Herbert, the department head, wore a look of deep distress. In just 30 seconds, the most highly classified websites in the country had been breached one after another. And what was even more outrageous, they had absolutely no idea who the intruder was. Haven't you located the source of the attack yet? Watching the minister raging, the lead technician was sweating profusely with anxiety. I'm terribly sorry, Minister Herbert. We've done everything we possibly can. But the person who hacked into our website is using an entirely new method of attack. The path is encrypted, making it completely impossible for us to track them. Seeing the country's top hacker helpless in the face of this crisis, Herbert's fury boiled over. He hurled his water cup across the room. In the vast command center, apart from Herbert's angry roar, not a single other sound could be heard. After touring the experimental field, Wang Bo thought everything was finished and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, Jarvis's voice came from his watch, stopping him. Sir, this is the outer testing ground. You can grant access here to personnel you designate. Deeper inside, there's your private laboratory. Wang Bo was taken aback by this revelation. Guided by Jarvis, he followed an inconspicuous passageway and ventured deeper into the lab. Sir, the walls of this corridor are equipped with high-powered ultrasonic weapons. If the system detects the life signs of any stranger, the defenses will activate automatically. Currently, you're the only person with unrestricted access. Of course, you may add others to the list, but for your safety, it's not recommended. Compared to the massive alloy doors outside, the entrance to this private laboratory was much more understated in both size and color. Yet, Wang Bo didn't dare underestimate it in the slightest, for he recognized something familiar embedded in the door. The walls and door of your personal laboratory were constructed with a trace amount of starchium, or should I say, Bo element. The manufacturing process reduced its radioactivity while preserving the other atomic properties. As a result, in terms of toughness and resistance to heat and cold, it's significantly superior to ordinary titanium gold alloy. Unlike the large experimental field outside, this private lab was much smaller, about the size of a soccer field. It was packed with all manner of laboratory instruments and equipment, some familiar to Wang Bo, others not. Several robotic arms, controlled by Jarvis, stood ready, waiting in silence to assist Wang Bo the moment he needed them. In the corners of the lab, 8 holographic projectors were evenly spaced, and on one side of the laboratory, Bumblebee stood quietly at rest. Seeing Bumblebee parked there, Wang Bo suddenly thought of a question. The entrance to that laboratory, just now, was only about twice the height of a person. For humans, that's certainly enough, but for the towering Transformers, how did they manage to get inside? Puzzled, Wang Bo turned to Jarvis and asked the question on his mind. Sir, to accommodate the various forms of the Transformer race, there's a helicopter landing pad and a fighter jet launch catapult at the very back of the laboratory, Jarvis replied. Hearing this thoughtful design from Jarvis, Wang Bo felt more than ever that the 100,000 reputation points he spent back then were truly worth it. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Transformers, the Honghuang 1 and Honghuang 2 battlesuits Wang Bo had previously developed stood there in silence, as if patiently awaiting his inspection. Under Jarvis' guidance, Wang Bo continued his tour to the very core of Underground Lab 1, the new energy nuclear reactor. This was also the energy source that powered the entire laboratory. Unlike those built under the sea, this reactor had no need to contend with water pressure or the harassment of marine life during its construction. Back when he was working on national projects, Wang Bo had intentionally held back a little. To avoid drawing too much attention, he kept some tricks up his sleeve for the underwater reactor project. But here, in his own laboratory, there was no need for restraint. For a variety of reasons, the output of this single nuclear reactor far exceeded the combined total of those 10 reactors outside. After completing his tour of the lab, Wang Bo didn't hesitate for a moment and hurried back to his private workspace. He couldn't wait to see just how much today's grand opening of the new future would bring him in returns. Open the system panel, he commanded silently in his mind. With that familiar thought, the system interface instantly appeared before his eyes. Reputation, 1,573,200. Note: reputation increases with the emotions of people in this world. Shock, gratitude, hatred, and other feelings caused by the host's actions will all boost your reputation. Items none. Secondary shop. Spend 2 million to unlock the next tier. Current spending: 1,248,000/2,000,000. Marvel Series. Artificial Intelligence Technology. Larval Stage. Jarvis, from Marvel's Iron Man series. Not redeemable. Mark V Suit Manufacturing Technology. Suitcase armor. Less protective but highly portable. 100,000 reputation points. Not redeemable. Mark VI Suit Manufacturing Technology. New energy suit. Featuring a brand new nuclear reactor with significantly enhanced performance. 150,000 reputation points. Not redeemable. Mark VII Suit Manufacturing Technology. Flight pod armor. Equipped with a rapid deployment system. Combat ready with extensive weapon loadout. 200,000 reputation points. Not redeemable. Stark Element Synthesis Technology. A brand new element discovered by Iron Man's Tony Stark, capable of reducing pollution from small nuclear reactors while enhancing their performance and enabling underwater applications. 200,000 reputation points. Not available for exchange. Vibranium Element Synthesis Technology. One of the toughest metals in the Marvel Universe, with sound-absorbing and shock-absorbing properties. 500,000 reputation points. Transformers Series. Bumblebee Manufacturing Technology. A by-the-book warrior from Transformers. Not available for exchange. Single-use Allspark. The essential artifact that gives life to Transformers. Each can awaken only one Transformer. 100,000 reputation points. Megatron Manufacturing Technology. Optimus Prime Manufacturing Technology. Staring at the millions sitting in his account, Wang Bo suddenly straightened his back with pride. What was all this hard work for, anyway? He'd invested so much effort in developing the underwater nuclear reactor project, and even gone out of his way to provoke the Mayha Corporation. Wasn't it all for these reputation points? Looking at the 7-digit figure on his balance sheet, Wang Bo instantly felt that all his recent struggles had been worthwhile. And, through so many exchanges, Wang Bo had also begun to see a pattern in how reputation points accumulated. Emotions like shock and disgust, according to the system's evaluation, seemed to count as lower-tier emotions. Simply put, they weren't worth much. But emotions like being moved, grateful, or respectful were on a higher tier, and whenever Wang Bo managed to inspire those feelings in others, his reputation points would soar. What excited Wang Bo even more was that the million-plus points were only the beginning. As the media coverage spread, soon all of Huagua, and even the world, would know about the underwater nuclear reactor project. When that happened, he'd have another chance to reap a bountiful harvest. As for what to exchange for right now, Wang Bo's mind was already made up. After all, he couldn't just let Jarvis build a fighter jet catapult for nothing. Besides, he'd been eyeing that guy for a long time. The undisputed leader of the Decepticons in the Transformers universe, Megatron, a legendary figure who once swept across Cybertron and the cosmos, forcing the Autobots into desperate straits time and again. Without hesitation, Wong-Bo turned his gaze to the system panel. Megatron chassis manufacturing technology, fighter jet form, one of the top combat powers in the Transformers world. Ordinary Transformers stand no chance against him. The current leader of the Decepticons. 1 million reputation points. Expensive. Ridiculously expensive. With the Allspark included, it would cost him a total of 1.1 million reputation points. That price was enough for Wong-Bo to exchange for 4 or 5 complete sets of other Transformers technology. But thinking back to the original work and Megatron's overwhelming combat prowess, Wong-Bo clenched his teeth and went for it. Megatron chassis manufacturing technology, fighter jet form, exchange successful. Single-use Allspark ×1 exchange successful. Accompanied by the system's notification, that intense, tingling sensation swept over him once more as an overwhelming torrent of knowledge surged wildly into Wong-Bo's mind. The entire process lasted a full 20 minutes. When the final trickle of information was absorbed, Wong-Bo was left gasping for breath, a flicker of shock flashing through his eyes. What a complex manufacturing process. It was countless times more intricate than what he'd previously seen with the Shocker and the Bumblebee. No wonder this was the kind of work that could make someone the leader of a whole faction. Now that the blueprints were etched in his mind, all that remained was to turn them into reality. With that thought, he didn't hesitate a moment. He strode directly over and climbed into the nearby Bumblebee. But as Wong-Bo entered the car, the vehicle gave a disgruntled shake, as if expressing its dissatisfaction. Wong-Bo paused for a moment at this, then suddenly remembered something. He placed one hand on the steering wheel and spoke in a soothing, almost parental tone. "All right, little guy. I know you've been feeling left out since the Shocker stole the spotlight for a while. I promise, next time we head out for some fun, you'll be the first I bring along, all right?" At these words, Bumblebee finally settled down. Guided by Jarvis's controls, a deep, winding runway appeared before Bumblebee. With Wong-Bo's command, the little fellow revved up with all its might and shot forward along the track. Leaving the number 1 underground laboratory behind, Wong-Bo rode Bumblebee straight toward the city center. He recalled that Director Wong lived in a guest house in Suchi City. He made a quick call to Wong Sudong, arranging to meet for a late-night meal. Normally, Director Wong was not in the habit of eating at such hours. But he could read between the lines. If this kid was seeking him out so late, there must be something important, so he agreed. By the time Wong-Bo reached the city center, it was nearly 11. There were only a few cars left on the road, giving Bumblebee plenty of space to race freely. After about 20 minutes, a bright yellow car pulled up promptly at the guest house entrance. Seeing the automatic car door swing open, Wong Sudong didn't stand on ceremony. He'd been eyeing this Bumblebee for ages, but propriety had kept him from asking for a ride. Now that the chance was here, he wasn't about to let it slip by. As soon as he sat down inside, the seatbelt clicked into place on its own. Before Director Wong could react, a forceful acceleration pressed him back in his seat, and Bumblebee shot off like an arrow loose from its bow. Guided by the navigation system, it took them just a few short minutes to arrive at a restaurant that was still open for business. Just as Wong Sudong was about to get out, Wong-Bo grabbed his arm. "What's up?" Seeing the confusion on Wong Sudong's face, Wong-Bo handed him a pair of sunglasses. "If you don't want to get mobbed, you'd better put these on. With the two of us, the odds of being recognized are just too high." Hearing this, although Wong Sudong was reluctant, he still took the sunglasses and put them on. Once their disguises were complete, the two of them got out of the car. Seeing the stranger finally get off, Bumblebee let out a sigh of relief. For some reason, ever since this friend of the boss had gotten in, he'd been groping around everywhere inside, making Bumblebee feel extremely uncomfortable. If possible, next time they should let that guy Vertigo give this person a ride. Now that would be quite a scene. After parking Bumblebee in a hidden corner, the two of them headed straight for the restaurant. They hadn't even reached the door when a waiter came out to greet them. Wong Sudong knew that China had allocated quite a bit of funding to this guy, so when it came time to order, he was anything but polite, picking out only the most expensive dishes. Watching the waiter jot down the dishes with practiced ease, Wong-Bo could only force a smile, his heart aching at the cost. After all, he was here to ask for a favor. It wouldn't do to seem stingy. Seeing the prices on the menu, the waiter showed no sign of holding back and led them directly to a private room. In the main hall, the other diners watched these two oddballs, who were still wearing sunglasses at night, until they entered their private room before returning to their own meals. Meanwhile, the restaurant staff gathered around the waiter who had just taken their order. "Are you crazy?" Anyone can tell those two aren't normal. Who knows if they'll actually pay? Yet you went and gave them a private room. The waiter, however, looked at them with disdain. What do you know? If they try to dine and dash, it'll be much easier for the guys to handle them in a private room. Once inside the private room, the two of them finally took off their sunglasses. Wang Bo, with a fawning grin, pulled out the innermost chair and invited Director Wang to sit. Seeing this, Wang Sudong made himself comfortable without hesitation. You're not the sort to show up at the Three Treasures Hall for nothing. Come on, tell me what you want. Let me see if I'll be able to afford this meal after all. With the conversation at this point, Wang Bo didn't hold back. Turning to his watch, he said, Jarvis, send Director Wang the materials I need. Certainly, sir. As they spoke, Wang Sudong's phone chimed. He opened it to find a document that had seemingly appeared out of thin air. Witnessing this, Director Wang was both shocked and filled with envy. Artificial intelligence Jarvis, such a freakish piece of black technology. If only he had it, work at the Energy Bureau would be so much easier. Lost in thought, Wang Sudong opened the document before him. Seeing the densely packed list of materials inside, Wang Sudong felt his scalp tingle. What are you planning? Freeing Taiwan or taking down a terrorist cell? What on earth do you need so many rare metals and military-grade, semi-finished products for? At this, Wang Bo could only rub his hands together and chuckle awkwardly. You're exaggerating. It wouldn't take all that much to liberate Taiwan. Those Taiwan independence types are nothing but cowards. A little show of force from our military, and they'll come running back. Hearing this nonsense, Wang Sudong cut him off impatiently. Stop with the nonsense. Just tell me straight. What exactly do you want? Seeing this, Wang Bo pulled out the justification he prepared in advance. I was looking into the previous west-east electricity transmission methods. Ultra-high voltage, direct current transmission. This method of energy transfer isn't suitable for a nuclear-powered undersea reactor project. The massive flow of energy could easily burn out the lines and cripple an entire city. So, I'm planning to develop a new way of transporting energy with less loss. Wang Sudong raised an eyebrow at this. You got a plan? Wang Bo nodded. I have some ideas, but we'll only know if it works after we've tested it. Energy transmission losses. That really was a tough nut to crack. If this kid could actually solve the problem, maybe he could get him everything on that list. Granted, this kid had snuck some personal requests in the mix, but as long as he could truly get results, it was worth considering. Watching Director Wang sink into thought, Wang Bo couldn't help but feel nervous. It was true he needed new transmission lines and energy storage equipment, but it was also true he'd slipped a few extra items into the list. Whether or not he could gather all the materials needed to build Megatron's body depended on whether this director said yes. After a long silence, Wang Sudong finally replied in a low voice. I can get you what you need, but I expect results. Understood. Hearing this promise, Wang Bo quickly assured him. Don't worry, Director. I'll make sure the lights of our country never go out. With business settled, it was finally time to eat. It was close to midnight, so the restaurant was nearly empty, and the kitchen brought out food at lightning speed. In no time, 6 dishes and a soup filled the entire table. With so much food, there was no way the two of them could finish it all. Wang Sudong had already planned to pack up the leftovers to take back. After all, he hadn't come alone. Other staff from the Energy Bureau were waiting. It wasn't every day you could get a little treat from Wang Bo, this young millionaire. It would be a waste not to improve the team's dinner. But what he never expected was that the well-mannered young man in front of him would eat with such ferocity. While he'd only managed a few bites, Wang Bo had already polished off 6 plates, leaving just a big bowl of soup. What, were you starving in a past life? Haven't you eaten in 8 generations? Noticing Director Wang's chopsticks had paused, Wang Bo, still stuffing his mouth, urged him. Director Wang, please eat, don't stand on ceremony with me. But faced with the empty plates on the table and Wang Bo, who was still being overly polite, Wang Sudong found himself at a loss for words. Under the director's resentful gaze, just before leaving the restaurant, Wang Bo ordered another large spread to take away. And this time, the usually stingy Wang was unexpectedly generous. After all, Wang Sudong had done him such a big favor. He had to show his appreciation. The next day, Wang Bo was still burrowed under his covers when a call came in from President Yi. The moment he heard his senior sister's alluring voice, Wang Bo shook off all traces of sleep, got up for a quick wash, and then hopped into his bumblebee to head straight for the new future headquarters. The instant Wang Bo stepped into the building, every pair of eyes turned his way. Feeling the fervent respect in their gazes, Wang Bo knew that yesterday's deep-sea reactor project had certainly earned him a lot of credit in their eyes. Good morning, Chairman. Everywhere he passed, greetings followed in a steady stream, and Wang Bo, for his part, responded to each one without putting on airs. Hey, our chairman isn't just talented, he's got real character, too. Exactly. Those other CEOs out there, they treat their staff like servants, but look at our young Chairman Wang. He's worlds apart. What's even more impressive is, after gaining this much power, our chairman hasn't forgotten to give back to China 10 underwater nuclear reactors in one go. He solved the energy crisis along the entire eastern coast. If only I had that kind of vision and skill one day. Bauer, go take a nap. In your dreams, anything is possible. After exchanging greetings for half the morning, Wang Bo finally made his way through the crowd and took the elevator up to the 30th floor. At the door to the CEO's office, the secretary saw the chairman approaching and was about to announce him. But Wang Bo waved her off, then tiptoed and quietly pushed the door open. Inside, Yi Weiyao was completely absorbed in paperwork. Just as Wang Bo was about to sneak up and give his senior sister a little scare, President Yi spoke up without even lifting her head. Chairman Wang, you're a public figure now. Next time, please knock before you come in. Could you stop sneaking around like that? Caught in the act, Wang Bo could only flash a sheepish grin and reply. Come on, senior sister. With our relationship, knocking would just make things feel awkward, don't you think? At his words, Yi Weiyao shot him an exasperated look, then handed him a tablet. See for yourself. Curious, Wang Bo leaned in for a look. Whoa, he hadn't expected this at all. What a surprise. All the news segments, trending topics on major platforms, and a vast number of well-known independent media outlets were reporting on the grand opening ceremony of New Future yesterday. For a while, the words Wang Bo, New Future, Undersea Nuclear Reactor Project swept across every corner of the internet. Unlike before, this time there was hardly any negative coverage about Wang Bo online. Instead, the commentary was overwhelmingly full of praise and positive reviews. It seems that indeed, the power of the authorities is unrivaled on Chinese soil. At the Capital University, during a course on atomic physics, the enormous lecture hall was packed to the brim, with not a single seat left unoccupied. Almost every student from the entire physics department had squeezed into the room, and, even more astonishing, students from other departments had flocked here to attend the lecture as well. The instructor on stage was not some seasoned professor with decades of teaching experience. Instead, it was an artificial intelligence that had come into existence less than half a year ago. Yet, with the aid of cutting-edge holographic projection technology, this course still managed to draw crowds of students eager to sit in. Even professors from some of the nation's top universities traveled great distances just to witness this remarkable artificial intelligence in action. The lecture lasted about an hour and a half. All right, everyone, that's all for today's lesson. Jarvis, the artificial intelligence, warmly welcomes you to join us again next time. After finishing the lecture, Jarvis was about to fade away as usual. But today, he was intercepted by a throng of enthusiastic students. Professor Jarvis, you must have known about Mr. Wang's undersea nuclear reactor project in advance, right? And what about that new element? I still can't wrap my head around it. What kind of atomic structure would allow for nuclear reactions underwater? Professor, when is Mr. Wang coming back to teach? Do you know? Yeah, if he doesn't come soon, those of us in our final year will have graduated already. Bombarded by a cascade of questions, Jarvis, for once, displayed a hint of human-like embarrassment. Though he tried to gently persuade the students, their excitement was simply too overwhelming. Just as the situation seemed to spiral out of control, it was up to the renowned Dean's son to restore order. All right, that's enough. Do you all plan on skipping your next classes, or what? At the sound of his stern rebuke, everyone in the room shrank back, quickly packed up their things, and hurried off to their next class. When the last student had left, the seasoned academic stood, gazing at the holographic projection equipment in the corner, momentarily lost in thought. He could hardly believe it. A casual remark made in his office that day had actually come true. That kid really had managed to discover an entirely new atom. Though his own expertise lay in physics, by this stage, son Changxing knew full well what it meant to have uncovered a brand new element. What brought him even greater comfort was that the once lackadaisical youngster, when facing the nation and its people, showed not a shred of hesitation. At the very first opportunity, he applied this groundbreaking invention to improve people's lives. There had been some who once doubted Sun Changxing's judgment, questioning why he had hired such an unorthodox, inexperienced youth. As a teacher, now, all those idle whispers had vanished without a trace, and wherever he went, Sun could walk tall and proud. Kid, you did great. For this alone, next time you're up for a professorship, I'll give it to you without a second thought. Meanwhile, even Hong Witao, busy as ever with official business, made a rare exception. He took a moment to check the news about Wang Bo. The senior secretary at his side, noticing the faint smile tugging at the leader's lips, couldn't help but wonder. Commissioner, didn't you already know about that project? Why does this make you so happy? At these words, Hong Guotao rubbed his aching shoulders and shook his head. This is different. Seeing this, the secretary quickly stepped forward to give his boss a shoulder massage. If we're talking about money or research facilities, those fancy Western countries have a far greater advantage than we do, Hong continued. But when it comes to truly keeping someone like Wang Bo here, it's never just about those things. Understanding the deeper meaning in his leader's words, the secretary asked at just the right moment. Then what does it take? It's the affection and respect of the people. That's what truly keeps such talent rooted here. When someone becomes a symbol of national pride, his heart inevitably becomes bound to this land. That's the best outcome for all of Huagua. Elsewhere, Wang Bo remained oblivious to the attention his company's grand opening was attracting among the country's top leaders. At that moment, he was standing before a map with Yi Weiyao, discussing which city should serve as the pilot site. The higher-ups want the first pilot city to be Suchi, Yi explained. First, because the new future headquarters is right here. No matter what unexpected issues arise, we can handle them at once. Second, Suchi's economy is relatively advanced, which will really put the undersea reactor's power supply to the test. Wang Bo listened and fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Truth be told, Suchi was a solid choice. Coastal, economically developed, with high energy consumption, but not home to any key industries. Even if there were power issues, any outages would have minimal impact. Most importantly, with Wang Bo himself overseeing things here, who could be more authoritative in the event of a problem? All right, let's make Suchi the first pilot city. As the chairman made his decision, Yi Weiyao marked it on the map. Soon, she would coordinate with a national project leader to communicate new future's intentions and move the next phase forward. I'll have Jarvis run a simulation of the energy docking procedures. In the next couple of days, organize our company's technical staff and have them all go and learn. After all, this is our own project. If even our own employees aren't familiar with it, that would be quite embarrassing. Hearing Wang Bo's instructions, President Yi nodded in agreement. Her elegant brows drew together slightly as she said, "There's one more issue. If everything goes smoothly, the second round of pilot projects will roll out in a month, expanding the reach to 14 cities. With the number of technical staff we currently have, we can manage 2 or 3 cities, but there's no way we can cover 14. I've already posted job openings online. Thanks to the reputation of New Future, we've attracted plenty of applicants, but very few of them are truly technically qualified." Wang Bo nodded at her words. Staff shortages were indeed a serious problem. Should I lower the hiring standards a bit? Upon hearing the suggestion, Wang Bo shook his head firmly. Quality over quantity, especially when it comes to nuclear energy, we need to raise our standards, not lower them. How about this, senior sister? You used to run quite a sizable business. See if you know anyone in this field. As for me, I'll get in touch with Director Fu. After all, once the West-East electricity transmission project is gradually phased out, there will be plenty of skilled researchers looking for new opportunities. Some of them are bound to meet our new future standards. Yi Weiyao nodded at his proposal, hoping they could resolve New Future's talent shortage before the second pilot phase began. After dealing with these issues, they barely had a moment to breathe before Chang Jingyuan burst in from outside, excitement lighting up his face. We've struck gold. We've really struck gold this time. This is it. New Future is about to take off. Watching the project manager practically bounce into the room, Wang Bo looked on with curiosity. What's got you so excited, senior brother? What's the big news? Chang Jingyuan looked at him in amazement and blurted out. What, Chairman, you don't know about this yet. Just last night, the top brass from Machu Corporation's China division held an emergency meeting and decided to pull out of the Chinese market completely. They're withdrawing all their investments from China. Many companies took a heavy hit, but the one suffering most is Ningkong Corporation. Officially, Machu claims it's a strategic shift at headquarters, a change in investment direction. But anyone with eyes can see that their retreat is because of us. New Future. Several major energy group CEOs have already reached out to express their goodwill. And more than a few energy experts from Huaqing University have now called New Future the new leader of China's energy sector. Listening to Chang Yuanjing's words, Wang Bo felt a surge of secret astonishment at Manhwa Corporation's decisiveness. Clearly, the other side understood. In this game, no matter how it played out, the newly established Future Corporation, with official backing, was already in an invincible position. Meanwhile, Manhwa, operating on Huagua's home turf, had no choice but to take the blows passively, with no other path available. Yet even so, the sheer ruthlessness of cutting off one's own arm to survive was not something just anyone could muster. But right now, Wang Bo wasn't dwelling on any of that. With Manhwa's latest move, it seemed the wager he made with Yi Xianyu yesterday had reached its conclusion, too. As Chang Yuanzheng departed, a hush fell over the office, the silence almost tangible. After a while, it was Wang Bo who finally broke the quiet. Senior Yi, didn't we make a little bet before? Yi Weiyao looked at him in complete confusion. Huh? What are you talking about? I mean, we made a bet, right? If New Future's overall influence in the energy sector reached the top spot within 24 hours of the grand opening. Well, you know what that means, right? Wang Bo pressed. At this, President Yi displayed the full extent of the thick-skinned business acumen she'd honed over the years, feigning innocence as she replied. Did I? I don't remember saying that at all. When did this even happen? Seeing this, Wang Bo pouted in protest. Come on, senior. You can't just go back on your word like that. Watching his senior's slightly conflicted expression, the atmosphere in the room instantly turned both ambiguous and a little awkward. Don't be fooled by how composed and outgoing she seemed in public, handling business titans with apparent ease. In reality, those who knew her privately understood that Yi Yuiyao's personality was nothing like the bold image she projected. Quite the opposite. In the depths of her heart lived a quiet, innocent girl. People are like that, aren't they? Especially when it comes to personality, always full of contradictions. At this moment, Yi Weiyao was dressed in a pale lavender knit top with a low neckline and a pair of black fitted pants, standing there with her delicate hands unconsciously clenched. As for Wang Bo, he was even more at a loss. Facing rivals, he could always keep a cool, ruthless edge, but in front of this beautiful woman, how much experience could you really expect from a high school student? Lost in nervous uncertainty, the two of them ended up standing there for a full 20 minutes. At last, President Yi rubbed her forehead, glanced at Wang Bo, and gave a little smile. Come on, let's get this over with. I've still got a mountain of work waiting for me. Wang Bo murmured his agreement. It was clear Yi Weiyao was just as new to this. Her nervousness showed in a series of little gestures, straightening her clothes, smoothing her hair. Finally, she faced Wang Bo, chin lifting ever so slightly, her eyes narrowing with a newfound resolve. Seeing this, Wang Bo summoned his courage, leaned forward, inching closer and closer to her. Because of the height difference between the two, and with this being Wang Bo's first time, his skills left much to be desired. His lips finally landed on Yi Yuiyao's upper lip, savoring the warmth and delicate fragrance that lingered there. In that moment, Wang Bo felt incredibly grateful for his good habits. He neither smoked nor drank. Otherwise, what a terrible impression he would have left on his beautiful senior. Their lips met. The two of them stayed close, their heads leaning together. Yet after only 3 or 5 seconds, Yi Weiyao pulled away like a startled fawn, quickly dodging to the side. All that remained was Wang Bo, lingering in place, reliving the sensation with a sense of longing. Seeing his face, which looked rather sly and mischievous, Yu Yao's annoyance flared up, and, throwing caution to the wind, she swung her foot at him without any concern for appearances. But Wang Bo's reflexes were sharp. There was no way he'd let President Yi land her kick. In a flash, his right hand caught her ankle. Let me go. Let go of me right now. As they found themselves in such a compromising position, the blush on Yi Yuiyao's cheeks deepened even further. But Chairman Wang wasn't about to let go so easily. Was he supposed to let himself be kicked just like that? If he gave in so easily today, how would he keep his standing at New Future in the days to come? Seeing that force wouldn't work, President Yi had no choice but to soften her tone, a hint of pleading creeping in. Junior, could you please let go? Your grip is so strong. It's hurting my ankle. Wang Bo pursed his lips at this feeble excuse. With the control he now had over his strength, there was simply no way he'd squeeze too hard by accident. He knew it was just a pretext, but he didn't want to push this little lady too far. After all, if he drove her away, and she left him to handle the whole New Future mess alone, he'd be in over his head. With that thought, Wang Bo reluctantly released the warm, gentle touch in his hand. Chairman Wang looked very pleased with himself as he let go. Surely, after this lesson, the little lady would know not to mess with him so easily. But to his surprise, as soon as Yi Weiyao regained her freedom, she immediately put distance between them. Next thing he knew, all sorts of things were flying at his head. A water cup, a sofa cushion. With 2 sizable bumps on his head, Wang Bo strutted out of the headquarters building, still full of bravado. Without another word, he pulled out his phone and dialed Director Fu. Hey, old Fu. On the other end of the line, Fu Guotai was speechless at this ridiculous greeting. Ever since he'd gotten close to this kid, his title as Director of National Security no longer intimidated him in the slightest. Say what you need to say, and make it quick. I'm busy as hell and don't have time to chat. Wang Bo chuckled and replied, Director Fu, you know how it is. These days at New Future, we're so busy with that project, we barely have time to breathe. And on top of that, we're about to face the challenge of expanding the pilot program. See if you can find a way to send us some extra hands. Hearing about the predicament New Future was in, Guitai Fu wasn't the least bit surprised. In fact, with the success of the pilot project, nuclear reactor power supply would soon be rolled out across eastern China. It was inevitable that New Future would face a significant shortage of personnel. This was something the top leaders of China had anticipated early on, and they had already come up with a solution. After all, every gain comes with a loss. The implementation of the undersea nuclear reactor project would inevitably lead to the decline of the west-to-east power transmission program. That, in turn, would create a large number of unemployed workers, just the talent pool Wang Bo needed to fill his staffing gap. Hearing about the government's decision, Wang Bo slapped his forehead and exclaimed, that's brilliant. No wonder our leaders are so impressive. Their thinking aligns perfectly with mine. As for the specific coordination, Director Fu, I'll have to trouble you to handle it with extra care. After discussing this matter, the two shared a few casual words. Just as they were about to hang up, Fu Guitai's tone suddenly turned serious as he asked Wang Bo a question. Kid, the structure of New Future is a first in all of China. The state has a stake, but not a controlling one. The decision-making power is still in your hands. And with the Hidden Dragon project taking off, New Future is sure to rise rapidly. It won't be long before you'll face the question of going public. What are your thoughts on that? Hearing mention of the Hidden Dragon project, Wang Bo paused for a moment, feeling a twinge of envy. Why hadn't he come up with such a poetic name himself? Compared to that, his own unimaginative undersea nuclear reactor project sounded downright clunky. After a moment's thought, Wang Bo gave his answer. My thinking is not to go public. What a joke. New Future already attracted enough attention as it was. If the company went public and issued shares, not only would his own stake be diluted and his say diminished, it would also draw even more public scrutiny, completely at odds with Wang Bo's philosophy of quietly making a fortune behind the scenes. Hearing Wang Bo's answer, Fu Guitai let out a sigh of relief on the other end of the line. After all, once a company goes public, it becomes crowded and chaotic, and keeping technology confidential becomes all the more challenging. By the way, be careful. Even though Maiha Corporation has withdrawn its investment, Ninkong Energy still has considerable influence at home. And for what I know, Ruan Lian is not the type to give up fame and profit easily. He'll do everything in his power to maintain his position in the country. I'm not worried about fair competition. New Future strength speaks for itself. What I fear is that guy pulling a dirty trick when you least expect it. Hearing this warning, Wang Bo felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Don't worry, Director Fu. You know me. No one's ever managed to get the better of me, and I doubt anyone ever will. In the days that followed, everything settled into a steady rhythm. For once, Wang Bo found himself with a bit of free time and spent it at home with Uncle Huang and his wife. Seeing the remarkable achievements their nephew had made in less than a year, the couple felt a deep and genuine pride. But this peaceful life didn't last long. Barely a week had passed before Director Wang Sudong, known for his astonishing efficiency, had already gathered all the special materials listed on the previous inventory. Faced with this situation, Wang Bo had no choice but to cut his break short. After all, he'd been eagerly awaiting the completion of Megatron for quite some time. At the Beichuan Provincial Military District, watching the massive military helicopter effortlessly hoist several dozen tons of special materials into the air, the soldiers nearby could do nothing but stare, wide-eyed and dumbfounded. Standing off to the side was Wang Bo's old friend, the top leader of the district, Hao Zhigua, whose expression was tinged with envy. You rascal, you're really something, aren't you? You got your big break here with me, and now look at you. And anyway, we're from the same hometown. Don't you think you should show a little gratitude? Wang Bo could only roll his eyes at this. He barely had time to catch his breath these days. How could he possibly spare the energy for anything else? If all else fails, I'll introduce you to my daughter. Honestly, you'd be getting the better end of that deal. Wang Bo nearly tripped over himself at that. Good grief, was that really his own daughter? He was offering her up so casually. Seeing Wang Bo's look of hesitation, Hao Zhigua grew more exasperated. Don't act so coy now. Sure, my daughter's a couple years older than you, but she's a real beauty. There were so many people lining up to court her, you could stretch them from the northern border of Beichuan all the way down south. But judging by old Hao's own looks, Wang Bo couldn't help but harbor some doubts. In the past, Wang Bo might have taken a chance just for the fun of it. But now, as Chairman Wang, he'd already been thoroughly captivated by his own lady boss. His heart simply wasn't open to anyone else. After a round of bickering, Wang Bo finally managed to extricate himself from the old man's clutches, though it cost him a full set of battle armor to do so. Still, Wang Bo's efforts weren't for nothing. Hao Zhigua agreed that, should Wang Bo ever need it, some of the military district's industrial equipment could be temporarily lent to him. On the surface, borrowing didn't seem all that advantageous. But let's not forget, Wang Bo had Jarvis, the ultimate copycat. As long as Jarvis got a look at the equipment, the manufacturing process would be as good as his. Once the materials were transported back to headquarters, Wangbo wasted no time in ordering Dizzy to deliver some of the supplies to Underground Lab 1. After another round of hectic activity, all the components for Megatron's body were finally assembled. When Jarvis wasn't around, Wangbo still had to do all the manufacturing himself. But now, with Jarvis, the artificial intelligence, at his side, there was no need for Wangbo to tie up all his time with this work. Over the course of 2 or 3 days, he painstakingly recreated the blueprints from Megatron's body, flawlessly uploading them into the core database of the New Future Corporation. As for concerns about hackers breaking in or information getting leaked, he didn't worry about any of that. Firstly, with Jarvis guarding the system, Wangbo was confident that nobody in the world could breach New Future's database. Secondly, even if someone did manage to break in and steal Megatron's manufacturing technology, so what? Without the Allspark, all they'd be making is a pile of worthless scrap metal. Sir, due to the complexity of the manufacturing process, building a body for the new Transformer will take about a month, Jarvis reported. Wangbo had more or less expected this. Once he got home, he closed his door, opened the system interface again, and eagerly checked his reputation points balance. After yesterday's media coverage, the whole of China now knew about the Hidden Dragon project. If, before this, Wangbo's unveiling of the exosuit and the reactor had merely left people a little amazed, this time, everyone was closely following the fate of New Future Corporation and its new project. The reason was simple. All those previous inventions, no matter how groundbreaking, felt too distant from the lives of ordinary people. But this was different. The report said that if the pilot project succeeded, the chance of power outages in China would plummet, and electricity bills might drop off a cliff. This was directly tied to people's own interests. How could ordinary folks not care? Reputation, 2,176,100. Note: reputation increases based on the emotions of people in this world. Shock, inspiration, even hatred caused by the host's actions all boost reputation. Staring at that staggering number, Wangbo felt a surge of excitement inside. Add it all up, the Hidden Dragon project alone had earned him over 3 million reputation points. With a system like this, wasn't he being pushed to become a great benefactor of humanity? He scrolled further down. The store was still the same store, but thanks to his previous splurge, spending 1 million reputation points like it was nothing, the unlocking condition for the level 3 store had now appeared. 2 million reputation points. Only by spending such an astronomical sum could Wangbo gain access to the level 3 store. Honestly, he'd already guessed this would happen. Given how stingy and opportunistic the system always acted, he'd expected that unlocking the next level would come with a hefty price tag. But after weighing his options, Wangbo decided that now wasn't the time to upgrade the store. After all, he currently had just over 2 million in his hands. If he spent it all unlocking them all, he truly wouldn't be able to exchange for any goods or technologies in the near future. Besides, there were still plenty of valuable items available for purchase in the Level 2 mall. Vibranium and Transformers were especially tempting. However, due to the unique nature of the Transformer life forms, each exchange could only create a single, complete unit. As for exploiting glitches to mass-produce identical Transformers, the system, stingy to the extreme, naturally would never allow such tricks. Therefore, unless a particular Transformer was lost due to some unforeseen event, Wangbo could never create another life form of the same model. With this in mind, Wangbo decisively chose the Vibranium element, worth 500,000 reputation points. Afterward, Wangbo's gaze shifted to the Transformers listed below. To be honest, the most irresistible among them was, of course, the undisputed leader of the Autobots, the mightiest Cybertronian of the current era, Optimus Prime. Wangbo could still recall the original story and the incredible might this character displayed. He bested Megatron. Even when gravely wounded, he faced 4 battle-hardened Decepticons alone and annihilated them all. With the help of Jetfire, he successfully took down one of the oldest Transformers, the Fallen. Countless glorious feats highlighted just how formidable and powerful this righteous Autobot leader truly was. Yet, after much hesitation, Wangbo ultimately did not choose him. Instead, he opted for 5 ordinary-grade Transformers. After all, on the surface, Wangbo wasn't facing any major crisis at the moment. The greater need was actually in construction. Had he possessed these 5 Transformers earlier, the construction speed of the underground laboratory would have increased significantly. Moreover, as New Future Company's business continued to expand, its reach would only become broader and more complex. Having several Autobots on standby would make it easier to handle emergencies. Most importantly, there was still the issue with the authorities. The materials for Megatron's body had already caused enough trouble for Director Wong. If it happened again, Wang Bo figured Wang Sudong might be frustrated enough to want to eat him alive. About 10 days passed. Under the intense preparations of new future company, the energy grid conversion throughout Suchi City was finally completed without a hitch. Now, all it took was a single order from above, and the city's energy supply would switch from traditional thermal power to the latest nuclear power generation. Has everyone been notified? Asked President Yi. Hearing this, the secretary, standing by, dared not be careless. Yes, everyone has been notified. The media and all levels of government have been busy with this over the past couple of days. I believe that when the time comes, even if there's a brief power outage, it won't cause any panic among the public. Upon hearing this, Yi Weiyao nodded in agreement. After all, this concerns the power supply for the entire city. If the notifications aren't handled properly, it's bound to cause significant losses. Once he received a definite answer, President Yi let out a deep breath, picked up the phone, and gave the command. Control room, begin energy conversion. Now, at the same time, in the Ningkang Energy branch office of Suchi City. As the manager here, CLA had received orders from higher up several days ago. The headquarters had decided to start a joint production project with a certain metallurgical giant. The location would be right here in Suchi City. When CLA first heard of the decision, he wanted to object. Suchi City, though economically developed, was primarily focused on light industry. Its heavy industry sector was weak, so most of the city's energy capacity was allocated to residential needs and smaller-scale industries. Metallurgy, however, is notorious for its massive energy consumption. It's no exaggeration to say that the annual energy usage of a top-tier domestic metallurgical company could easily match, or even surpass, the total yearly consumption of 2 or 3 cities like Suchi. Bringing such a power-hungry beast into the city so abruptly. In the best-case scenario, energy consumption would be restricted, forcing production to a halt. That alone would be a hefty financial loss. But the worst-case scenario, a large-scale blackout across the entire city. And then, it wouldn't just be about money anymore. Criminal liability would be on the table. Still, the higher-ups had been very clear. All the paperwork was in order, and CLA had nothing to worry about. Hearing this, CLA had no choice but to temporarily relinquish control of the company and let the representatives from above handle things as they saw fit. Meanwhile, in Jinjiang City, as one of the leading cities in the south, Jinjiang was a bustling metropolis. Ningkang Energy, once a giant in the energy sector, had its headquarters here. Standing atop the nearly 50-story tower, Wan Lian held an expensive glass of red wine, quietly gazing down at the endless flow of traffic below. Since Manhwa Company had pulled out its investment, his company's stock price had plummeted, and many branch offices were facing cash flow crises. Everyone believed that Ningkang was finished. After all, if even your main backer has abandoned you, how could Wan Lian possibly stir up any real waves? But he refused to accept defeat. After all these years at the top, he was used to being looked up to. To step down now would be harder for him than death itself. Besides, it wasn't as if he had no cards left to play. If he could use certain means to prove that the Qianlong project was fundamentally unworkable, the authorities would have no reason to support new future company. At that point, relying on Ningkang's influence within China, Wan Lian just might be able to turn the tables after all. Back in Suchi City, CLA was eagerly offering a cigarette to the representative from higher up. Brother Chung, whether you're here in Suchi City on business or for personal reasons, if you need anything, just let me know. Looking at the warm enthusiasm of the branch manager before him, Feng Chung, the project manager, felt a flicker of sorrow in his eyes. This young man probably had no idea that after tonight, both he and Feng Chung would be thrust forward by Wan Lian as scapegoats. In truth, their boss Wan had never intended to develop anything in the metallurgy industry. The grand spectacle, with no expense spared on manpower or resources, was all to prepare for the energy switch happening today at New Future. Can you imagine what would happen if such a massive array of high-powered equipment was run at full blast during the city's evening power peak? With the energy supply unable to keep up, a brief blackout across the whole city would be inevitable. Worse still, most of the city's power lines could be burnt out, plunging the metropolis into days of darkness. And when faced with such a disaster, the Qianlong project would almost certainly be shelved indefinitely. That was Wan Lian's true goal. Of course, in the end, the government would eventually trace it all back to the Ningkang Group. At that point, Feng Chung and CLA, who started the equipment without official approval, would be singled out to take all the blame. Such a weighty responsibility, 20 years behind bars would be the minimum. In the past, Feng Chung would never have agreed to such a thing, but now he had no choice. His 5-year-old son was suffering from chronic myeloid leukemia, and just a single month's treatment cost 20,000 yuan. Wan Lian had only given him 2 options. 1. Pack up and leave. 2. Take all the blame upon himself, and Juan would cover all his child's medical expenses. It looked like a choice, but there was never really a choice to make. Though Ninkong was no longer what it once was, it still wasn't a company that an ordinary energy firm could afford to cross. Who in the energy sector would dare hire someone personally dismissed by Juan Lian? But if he left the energy industry, where would he find the money for his child's medical bills? With no other way out, Feng Cheng had no choice but to accept this shadowy deal. The energy switch proceeded without a hitch. The entire day passed without a single issue. Yet at this moment, not a single person at New Future dared to relax. Because they knew that in Suchi City, where heavy industry was scarce, nightfall marked the true peak of energy consumption. There's no problem with the line temperatures, is there? Hearing President Ye's question, the staff in the control room did not dare be careless. No issues at all. Temperatures are within the normal range, and the new transmission lines developed by Chairman Wang have already been installed. If anything goes wrong, these new lines can instantly switch from backup to primary at a moment's notice. Staring at the display of the new backup lines on the big screen, a trace of doubt flickered in the staff's eyes. Word had it that their own chairman had taken less than half a month from accepting the project to completing the research and development. Just a dozen days. Could this new type of circuit really be reliable? What if it burned out the moment a bit of high-voltage direct current ran through? But as he watched the circuits on the big screen running smoothly, the staff member shook off these needless worries. After all, this old-style circuit had been used in Suchi City for over 10 years without any reported issues. What about the undersea nuclear reactor? Yi Yuiyao's cool, clear voice pulled the staff member out of his anxious daydreams. The power supply is incredibly stable. According to the specs the chairman provided, this level of energy consumption is a piece of cake. It doesn't even amount to 100 millionth of the reactor's total output. Hearing that everything was proceeding smoothly, President Yi finally let out a breath of relief, though she still reminded them sternly. Don't let your guard down just yet. Evening is peak electricity usage for every household. Today's the first day, so keep a close watch, all of you. Listening to the president's orders over the phone, everyone in the control room responded promptly, not daring to hesitate. After hanging up, Yi Weiyao slumped onto the sofa, exhausted. Her nerves had been taut all day. She hadn't managed to relax for a single moment. Unlike her previous company, the Qianlong project now involved a scope far greater than anything she'd handled before. If her last business failed, at worst she'd just lose some money. But now, any mistake could send a whole crowd of people straight to jail. The thought made Yi Yuiyao's frustration flare up. Such a huge responsibility, and the chairman, who was also the project's lead developer, was nowhere to be seen. Instead, he'd shoved everything onto her, leaving her to handle the fallout while he played hands-off boss. How can anyone be so careless? In truth, the senior had underestimated Wang Bo's knack for keeping his cool. For Chairman Wang, a power supply problem that was all but guaranteed to succeed simply couldn't compete with the excitement of giant robots. Besides, with Jarvis by his side, any issue could be relayed to him instantly. After pulling 2 all-nighters in the underground lab, even Wang Bo, super serum and all, was starting to feel the strain. So when a rare break came, he seized the chance to catch up on some sleep in the skyscraper's lounge. As dusk gradually fell, the city's lights began to flicker on one by one. In the control room, as they watched the power consumption numbers climb steadily on the big screen, every staff member felt a sheen of cold sweat gathering on their foreheads. No one could help but feel nervous. After all, the New Future opening ceremony had caused such a sensation that even Wang Sudong, the director of the Energy Bureau, had shown up in person. Countless eyes across the country were watching their progress. If this very first pilot run ended in failure, none of them could bear the consequences. Fortunately, as the seconds ticked by, the electricity consumption finally reached its peak. Seeing the numbers stabilize, everyone present breathed a collective sigh of relief. Once the tension had passed, an overwhelming joy swept through the room. Many people were so moved that their eyes glistened with tears. Inside the command center, there were not only employees from New Future, but also technical experts whom Fu Guotai had assembled from all corners of the country. Some of them were veterans of the West-East Power Transmission Project. For years, they had left their homes behind, toiling anonymously in the western regions of the nation. Though they had no regrets about dedicating themselves to the country's progress, over time, homesickness became inevitable. Now, however, the successful pilot of the Qianlong project signified that they would no longer have to live apart from their families. It meant they could finally be good fathers, good sons, good husbands. How could they not be moved to tears? Meanwhile, far away in the capital, Fu Guotai and Hong Guotao, upon seeing the results, exhaled deeply in relief. I didn't expect that rascal Wang Bo to actually pull this off. He's finally done something truly great for our country, Fu Guotai remarked. Standing beside him, Hong Guotao nodded in agreement at his trusted colleague's words of praise. This is no ordinary achievement, Hong replied. If we can truly cast off the heavy burden of the West-East power transmission project, China's development in every field will become much smoother. Listening to such high praise from these two, the chief secretary nearby couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment. Yet, despite his amazement, he felt that all of this was only natural. Only those who run a household know how precious rice and firewood are. Over the years, the eastern regions of China had thrived on the dividends of reform and opening up. But it was clear to any discerning observer that the growth spurred by institutional reform had reached its limits. And that bottleneck, the one that throttled progress, came from technology. It was like having 5 starving people and only 1 bowl of rice. The system could ensure everyone got a fair share and didn't starve, but it couldn't conjure up more rice to truly satisfy everyone's hunger. The energy shortages in the coastal cities of the East were a perfect example. To safeguard people's livelihoods, countless energy-intensive industries had been forced to shut down before they could flourish. How many opportunities for China's rise had been lost because of this? Now, with the successful operation of the undersea nuclear reactor, this problem would finally be resolved once and for all. I'm thinking maybe we should award that kid the title of academician, Hong Guotao mused aloud. Fu Guotai was momentarily taken aback, replying, Academician? He certainly deserves it. But isn't the selection held every 2 years? There's still some time before the next round. At this, the nation's helmsman shook his head. Special cases require special handling. Although the kid's earlier inventions were impressive, worthy of an academician, even, they hadn't really brought tangible benefits to the public. This time is different. The Hidden Dragon Project is enough for us to bend the rules a little for him. Hearing this, Director Fu looked at him in disbelief. In his memory, this was not someone inclined to break the rules. Seeing his reaction, Hong Guotao chuckled and shook his head. Don't look at me like that. If this kid's contribution is big enough, not only would I open the back door for him, I'd even give up my own position. As evening approached, the clock ticked past 7 and into 8. By this time, most families had already finished dinner, so the peak electricity consumption had passed. Watching the power usage dip slightly, and seeing that the temperature of the power lines remained within safe limits, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sensing the relaxed mood, Chang Jingyuan spoke up at just the right moment. Seafood feast tonight. My treat. At his words, everyone's faces lit up. Cheers of "Long live Manager Chang" rang out, and someone even whistled in delight. But the cheerful atmosphere didn't last long. Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the control room. The electricity usage, which had just been on the decline, was now skyrocketing at an unbelievable rate. As the voltage continued to climb, the temperature of the lines began to soar, threatening to surpass the safety threshold. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could this be possible? How could there be such a massive energy deficit in the entire city of Suchi? Before anyone could react, the doors to the control room were flung open. Yi Weiyao strode in briskly. What's going on here? Her question sent the staff into a panic. Finally, an experienced technician from the West managed to respond. We conducted a thorough study of Suchi's electricity demand. There's no way it should ever reach these levels. Someone must be tampering with the system. Yi Weiyao cut him off before he could continue. I don't want reasons. I want solutions. You're the technical experts here. Tell me how we fix this. Hearing the CEO's urgent demand, the technical staff quickly conferred and gave their answer. President Yi, our top priority is to switch circuits. We need to divert the voltage to the new transmission lines that Chairman Wang developed. If we don't, even if the undersea reactor provides enough power, the existing lines simply can't handle such high voltage. The nuclear reactor will be fine. Just switch the lines as soon as possible. Before Yi Weiyao could respond, Wang Bo burst into the control room, all urgency and energy. Upon hearing this, the leading staff member didn't move. Instead, a look of distress crept over his face. Seeing this, Wang Bo raised an eyebrow. What's going on here? Faced with Wang Bo's question and realizing he couldn't keep the truth hidden any longer, the man braced himself and stepped forward. President Wang, I'm terribly sorry, but there are still some problems with the new circuit. Earlier, due to the tight construction schedule, the high-voltage breaker for the new line was damaged, and a replacement still hasn't arrived. Hearing this, even the normally easygoing President Ye's expression darkened. This is a serious issue. Why didn't you say something sooner? The technician was rendered speechless, unable to defend himself. Suddenly, the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. How much time do we have left? Wang Bo knew this was not the time to assign blame. The urgent task was to see if there was any way to salvage the situation. At the current rate the temperature is rising, We have about 5 minutes, the technician replied. In 5 minutes, the circuit will automatically shut down due to overheating. When that happens, the entire city of Suchi will be plunged into darkness. Upon hearing this answer, Wang Bo didn't hesitate. He turned to look at Yi Weiyao, whose face was clouded with worry. Don't worry. Leave it to me. With that, and to the utter shock of everyone in the room, Wang Bo leaped straight out of the command room window. My God, are you out of your mind? Do you think you're in America, jumping from a 10-story building? This is 30 stories up. Have you completely lost it? Even Yi Weiyao was stunned by Wang Bo's reckless behavior. She covered her mouth in disbelief, unable to fathom what he was trying to do. From a height of over 100 meters, Wang Bo plummeted downward at breakneck speed. Even with the super serum running through his veins, a fall from this height would mean certain death. Yet, not a trace of panic showed in his eyes. Jarvis, activate Mark 7. The watch on his wrist flickered with a red light as it received his command. Yes, sir, came the immediate response. At the very instant Jarvis replied, in the underground laboratory 1, a red and gold flight pod powered up, coming to life. In the next second, it shot out at top speed through the tunnel in front of it. It rocketed toward the headquarters building with incredible velocity. Inside the building, many people had noticed Wang Bo falling. Watching their chairman seemingly attempt suicide, everyone instinctively covered their mouths, unable to bear the sight. As Wang Bo plunged to about the 15th floor, on the distant horizon, a human-sized flying device streaked closer at unbelievable speed. A closer look revealed that the mysterious flying object was headed directly for Wang Bo in free fall. In the blink of an eye, the flight pod was above Wang Bo, matching his speed as they both hurtled toward the ground. A sudden streak of red light swept across the middle of the flight pod. As the red beam brushed over the watch on Wang Bo's wrist, the entire pod seemed to come alive. Before the astonished eyes of everyone present, the massive airborne device began to slowly unfold in midair. Hands, arms, and chest. It wasn't until the Mark 7 covered half of Wang Bo's body that everyone from Neo Future inside the building finally snapped back to their senses. Damn, it's actually a suit of armor. Who would have thought it could be used like this? There was the American infrared battle armor, the portable suits from the South China Sea. And now, here came an airborne armored suit, deployed straight from a flight pod. Just how many forms can a single suit of armor take? As the descent reached about 8 floors from the ground, the Mark 7 completed its deployment. At the very instant the faceplate snapped shut, the new energy core reactor in the chest flared to life, activating the entire suit in a burst of power. Sir, Mark 7 deployment complete. With Jarvis's voice ringing in his ears, roaring jets of fire erupted from beneath Wang Bo's feet, halting his fall in an instant. There was no time to hesitate. The next second, the suit adjusted its direction and shot away at full speed. As the crowd watched with hope in their eyes, the brand new suit of armor, carrying all their expectations, vanished into the distant sky. At the same moment, Yi Weyao's delicate hands tightened ever so slightly. Junior brother, whether Neo Future can survive this crisis is up to you now. High above 200 or 300 meters in the air, the suit was running at full power. Back before, Wang Bo would never have dared to fly at such speed at this altitude. There were all sorts of drones and civilian helicopters carrying out missions. If he moved too quickly, even his reflexes wouldn't be enough. If a collision really happened, Wang Bo would be protected by the suit, but the pilots of those other aircraft would stand little chance. But now, everything was different. First, the situation was urgent. Second, with Jarvis on board, any sudden emergencies would be flagged instantly with a warning. Sir, coordinates have been set. We are about 200 kilometers away. Estimated arrival in 2 minutes. Watching the ever-changing numbers projected inside the suit's holographic display, Wang Bo couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Jarvis, pull up the detailed operating procedures for the high-voltage circuit breaker. Although Wang Bo had already memorized all this during his research on the new circuitry, he decided to review it one more time just to be safe. Yes, sir. Once the information was displayed, Jarvis fell silent. During those excruciatingly long 2 minutes, Wang Bo finally reached a spot along the coast. This was the energy conversion hub for the Qianlong project. Here, an endless supply of nuclear energy was transformed into electricity, flowing ceaselessly to the surrounding cities. Its importance could not be overstated. To ensure the safety of this place, the highest authorities in China didn't hesitate to mobilize the military for protection. The unit assigned to this crucial task was a rapid response regiment from the Beichuan Provincial Military District. At this moment, the regimental commander, Bian Tongfang, stood watching the monitoring equipment, his face tense as red warning lights flickered. Still no word from headquarters or the New Future Corporation. At his question, The communications officer nearby was so anxious that cold sweat dripped down his face. Headquarters still isn't clear on what's happening. The people for New Future say someone's already on their way to fix the problem. Fix the problem? That's nonsense. Normally mild-mannered, the commander couldn't help but curse in frustration. We're hundreds of kilometers from anywhere, nothing but wasteland and ocean out here. By the time someone from New Future gets here, it'll be way too late. Hearing this, everyone present fell into a heavy silence. No one could blame the commander for his anxiety. If the Hidden Dragon project could truly succeed, it would break a massive shackle for China. The government had granted New Future Corporation so many special privileges for this very reason. Yet now, the most challenging part, the nuclear reactor was functioning just fine. The trouble had cropped up in the wiring. Everyone present could only sigh and clench their fists in helpless frustration. What about you technical experts? Is there really nothing you can do? Faced with the commander's urgent questioning, the station technical team could only shake their heads in helpless resignation. Commander Bien, the only option left is to switch to the new circuit developed by Wang Bo. But even setting aside whether that new circuit can handle such extreme temperatures and keep the power flowing, even if it could, there's no one who can reset the high-voltage circuit breaker and complete the switch. At this, Commander Bien pressed anxiously. Why not? What's the obstacle that can't be overcome? The voltage is simply too high. The technician shook his head, his tone utterly defeated. The terrifying ultra-high voltage now makes it impossible for anyone to get close. Even the highest-grade insulated suits are only rated for up to 10,000 volts, but the current level is far, far beyond that. Step within 100 meters, and the arcing electricity will roast a person alive in an instant. Watching the readouts as the temperature soared, everyone present felt like ants on a hot pan, their nerves stretched to breaking. Even knowing the risks, the soldiers stepped forward one after another, volunteering. Commander, let me go. Maybe I'll get lucky. Commander, I've always been tough. Let me give it a shot. I promise, if anything looks wrong, I'll pull back immediately. Moved yet powerless in the face of his soldiers' willingness to risk their lives, Bien Tongfang felt a deep ache in his heart. Ultra-high voltage. At this level of energy, there's no such thing as luck. If there were even the slimmest chance, 1 in 10,000, as their commander, he would be the first to step forward. Even if it cost him his life, he was willing to pay the price. After all, when he thought of the contribution the Qianlong project had made to the country, there was nothing Ben Tongfang wouldn't sacrifice personally. But the reality was harsh. A voltage of over 1,000,000 volts could easily pierce not only human flesh and blood, but even the so-called tigers of a land, the tanks themselves. As the seconds ticked by, everyone could only watch helplessly as the temperature of the wires crept ever closer to their limit. Meanwhile, Ben Tongfang grabbed the insulated suit beside him. If things truly reached a dead end, he was prepared to risk it himself at the final moment. Whether he succeeded or failed, at least he would have lived up to the country's trust and training. Just as overwhelming despair enveloped everyone. Suddenly, a message crackled through the communicator from one of the soldiers on guard duty. Commander, radar has picked up an unidentified flying object approaching us at over Mach 5. It's estimated to arrive here in 30 seconds. Should we use our anti-air missiles to intercept it? Hearing this, Ben Tongfang felt his head spin. It was just one thing after another. Damn it, as if things weren't chaotic enough inside. Now there was trouble outside too. Remembering the strict orders from above, Commander Ben was already preparing to give the order to shoot it down. He was just about to speak when a burst of static interrupted the communicator. Then, out of nowhere, another voice broke into the military channel. Commander Ben, hello. This is Wang Bo, chairman of New Future. Hearing that voice over the channel, the colonel responsible for guarding the site was momentarily stunned. Then, a look of wild joy spread across his face. Mr. Wang, is it really you? No one could blame Ben Tongfang for being so agitated. After all, if anyone in China had a chance of solving this deadly predicament, it was the inventor of the Qianlong project, Wang Bo. It's me, Commander Ben. I'll be there in less than 30 seconds. Time is of the essence. When I arrive, I'll need you to withdraw the surrounding anti-air defenses and armed personnel, so we don't lose any precious time. Hearing the confident tone in Wang Bo's voice, Ben Tongfang felt as if his backbone had instantly returned. Understood. Don't worry, come straight in. You won't face any attack or obstruction. Wang Bo acknowledged this and signaled Jarvis to exit the military channel. As the communicator's signal returned to normal, Ben Tongfang gave the order. All soldiers on perimeter watch, cease all attack operations immediately. Make sure that flying object can enter the transfer station safely. With their superior's command, the troops naturally stood down. And so, half a minute later, a suit of armor in striking red and yellow appeared on the horizon. Once he confirmed there were no more obstacles in his way, Wang Bo had no need to slow down. At the maximum speed of the Mark 7, that dazzling silhouette shot through the outer defenses in a flash, slicing through the darkness. Without missing a beat, Wang Bo hurried straight towards the operations room inside the transfer station. There, a brand new circuit breaker, about half as tall as a person, was already waiting, fully prepared. Without so much as a word to the others, Wang Bo hefted the equipment onto his shoulder and flew directly toward the converter. From entering to exiting, the entire process took just over 10 seconds, leaving everyone in the operations room, including Commander Bien, utterly stupefied. You just charged in without even discussing tactics? Wasn't this basically waltzing in to get yourself killed? Does he really think this is the same as withstanding a couple of lightweight missiles like before? With over 1,000,000 volts of electricity surging through alongside a massive current, the destructive power here is on another level entirely. Does he actually believe that suit of his can take it? Look, Wang Bo has already entered the arc zone. As everyone stared at the screens, nerves wound tight, Wang Bo, clad in his Mark 7 armor, raced into the area alight with electric arcs. A sharp electric crack split the air. Bolts of electricity, as thick as a thumb, lashed wildly across the suit's surface. Watching through the surveillance feed, everyone in the operations room felt their hearts leap into their throats. But inside the suit, Wang Bo remained perfectly calm. These arcs, for all their intimidating spectacle, were actually topping out at 100,000 volts at most, nowhere near the upper limits of this new armor's defenses. So, while countless arcs danced harmlessly over the surface, Jarvis simply notified Wang Bo that the suit was taking only minor wear and tear. Seeing Wang Bo move through the arc zone without the slightest sign of strain, everyone felt a wave of shock and relief. Yet, standing to the side, Bien Tongfang's eyes filled with a trace of horror. As a frontline commander, he was no stranger to this kind of battle suit. Wang Bo had previously crafted 3 such suits for the military, and Bien Tongfang had even witnessed one undergoing training and performance tests. And precisely because he knew what these suits could do, he was now deeply unsettled. Those earlier suits, while impressive against conventional explosions, didn't fare any better than regular armored vehicles or tanks when it came to special attacks, like electromagnetic pulses, ultrasonic weapons, or high-voltage shocks. In other words, under normal circumstances, Wang Bo's suits might handle tens of thousands, maybe even 100,000 volts of current. But never before had they shrugged it off as effortlessly as this. That left only 2 possibilities. First, that when Wang Bo built the suits for the military, he'd intentionally held back on the defensive technology. If that were the case, it would be one thing. But what was truly unsettling was the second possibility. That young man in the footage is the one who, in just a few short months, has once again achieved a breakthrough in technology, taking the performance of the battle armor to a whole new level. But is that even possible? Do you think making a breakthrough is as easy as having a meal or drinking a glass of water? You can't just declare a breakthrough and have it happen. Materials resistant to electric shock. This is a problem that countless experts across the country, and even the world, in related fields have been unable to solve. How could anyone possibly conquer this challenge in just a matter of months? Yet, when he thought of the young man in the footage, a true maverick in scientific research, even someone as seasoned as Commander Bien couldn't help but feel a pang of doubt. Just as Bien Tongfang's mind was racing with these thoughts, the startled cries from those around him snapped him back to reality. On the screen, Wang Bo, clad in the new generation battle armor, strode resolutely into the forbidden zone of 1,000,000 volts. He was heading straight into the heart of energy conversion. Here, every second saw the massive transformation of nuclear energy taking place. Yet, with current technology, it was impossible to guarantee that not a sliver of energy would be lost during transmission and conversion. Perhaps the percentage lost wasn't enormous. But with such a tremendous base amount, even a 1% loss added up to a staggering figure. Right now, in front of Wang Bo, countless arcs of electricity, like writhing serpents, leapt and danced, the very embodiment of that lost energy. Just as Wang Bo prepared to press further in, Commander Bien's voice came through the armor, relayed by Jarvis from the control room. "Mr. Wang, that's enough. Please, don't go any further. The voltage ahead is on a completely different level from the electric arcs you faced on the perimeter. We've all witnessed the true power of the underwater reactor. As for the circuitry issues, we can continue working on them later. I believe the Qianlong project will one day soon spread across the whole of China." Hearing this, Wang Bo naturally understood Commander Bien's concerns. But how could Bien know what kind of cutting-edge technology this armor held, backed as it was by the vast Marvel universe? Even as he pondered, Wang Bo's steps never faltered. Commander Bien, watching from the control room, grew so anxious that beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. It was true, the Qianlong project was indeed crucial. But some things simply outweighed even that. Even a blunt soldier like him knew just how astonishing Wang Bo's talent was in the field of scientific research. Otherwise, why would the Chinese government have made so many exceptions for him? Take the 3 battle armors previously developed for the military district. Ever since the authorities announced the news, the American carrier strike groups near the South China Sea and East China Sea, those brazen patrols, had noticeably decreased in frequency. Even when they did come to provoke, they no longer did so with such fanfare. And since then, it was rare for a single carrier group to show up. More often, it was 2 or 3 carrier fleets arriving together. Although the United States issued a statement claiming that this behavior was merely to enhance their patrols over the Pacific, anyone with eyes could see the truth. Those 3 little gadgets had clearly given the Americans quite a fright. Meanwhile, in China, everyone was enjoying the spectacle. Just having the armor on display was enough to drive up the Americans' patrol costs by tens of millions each trip. A bargain like this is hard to come by these days. Let's return to the present. With just a casual invention, it's possible to wield such immense deterrence. Even more astonishing is the fact that the inventor is not yet 20 years old. Anyone can tell how crucial this person is to the nation. There's no need to overthink it. Forget one Qianlong project. Even 100 of them wouldn't be worth a single toe of this genius. Inside the armor, Wang Bo knew that Commander Bien meant well. But at such a critical moment, listening to his endless nagging only made Chairman Wang even more irritated. Without hesitation, he muted the channel, took a deep breath, and pushed forward. The moment he stepped into the field, countless arcs of electricity, as if they had found their prey, surged toward him with relentless fury, breaking through any obstacle in their way. Witnessing this, everyone in the control room held their breath, their hearts pounding in their chests. Finally, a massive arc as thick as a forearm spanned over 100 meters and struck right in front of Wang Bo. With everyone watching, the next second, it crashed violently into the armor's surface. Over 1,000,000 volts, carrying a torrent of current, slammed into the Mark 7 with terrifying force. The sheer impact of the energy blast forced Wang Bo to stagger a few steps back. A blinding flash burst forth. The first clash between the armor and ultra-high voltage had reached its conclusion. In the control room, Bien Tongfang stared at the screen with tiger-like intensity. Seeing the armor still standing, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. At least they had survived the first lightning strike. But the situation was still far from optimistic. After enduring such a heavy blow, even the Mark 7's defenses were clearly overwhelmed. A massive scorch mark was seared deep into the armor's abdomen. Sparks occasionally spat from the wound, broadcasting to all just how severe the hit had been. Yet this was only the first strike. Countless more arcs were waiting for Wang Bo. At this moment, inside the armor, Wang Bo looked at Jarvis's flashing red warnings, stunned by the severity of the danger. He had considered the risks before, but only after facing them head-on did he truly understand. 1,000,000 volts is no joke. Wang Bo could guarantee, if another blast struck the same spot, the Mark 7 would never hold up, unless he succeeded in creating a vibranium element and integrating it into the armor. There was no way to withstand another direct hit. It was pure wishful thinking. But that was the limit. When confronted with this terrifying high-voltage current, Wang Bo, or rather, the Mark 7 suit, was far from defenseless. Jarvis, activate second mode. The moment he gave the command, countless arcs of electricity surged forward, engulfing him once again. It's over. Everything's over. At that moment, Bien Tongfang looked as if his soul had left his body. He slumped to the ground, utterly defeated. The very first trial of the Hidden Dragon project hadn't just failed. It had even cost them that Wang Bo. It was a disaster, as bad as it could possibly be. He could already imagine how, because of these few short seconds tonight, the entire nation would suffer immeasurable losses. And it was all his fault for not stopping that kid. He was the sinner responsible for all of China's woes. If only, just outside a moment ago, he'd ordered his men to restrain the boy, no matter what. Even if it had meant using missiles, it would have been worth it. But now, nothing he said or did could change what had happened. Just as this seasoned officer was being crushed by waves of despair and guilt, a technician beside him suddenly exclaimed in delight. "Look, everyone look! Mr. Wang is still alive." At those words, Bien Tongfang froze for a second, then scrambled up from the floor with no regard for his dignity. "Let me see." Seeing the ferocity in his eyes, the surrounding technicians quickly stepped aside. The images on the large screen finally came into clear view for Commander Bien. On the feed, the suit was still surrounded by a storm of electric arcs. But something strange was happening. The arcs, the moment they touched the armor's surface, seemed to lose all their violence, as if tamed in an instant. The dazzling light circled Wang Bo a few times, then faded away, absorbed entirely by the suit's exterior. As the intense glare receded, the Mark 7 stood revealed once more for all to see. The suit was still the same as before. Nothing seemed changed at all. If there was any difference, it might be the compact nuclear reactor at its center. Perhaps it was just his imagination, but for a fleeting instant, Bien Tongfang thought it shone even brighter than before. Inside the suit, Wang Bo looked at the rising energy percentage projected on the inner display and could not help but marvel. No wonder, back in the first Avengers film, this suit could stand toe-to-toe with the God of Thunder. Beyond its terrifying defenses and the vast arsenal it carried, the suit possessed another truly extraordinary ability: energy absorption. Stark had demonstrated this very feature during his first clash with Thor. Even lightning with voltages in the hundreds of millions or billions could be handled by this suit, let alone a mere million volts here and now. After switching to the second mode, the arcs of electricity that had once posed a deadly threat to the battle armor no longer presented any obstacle to Wang Bo. Although those wild, surging streams of energy continued to hurl themselves at him without restraint, all they managed to do now was make the miniature nuclear reactor in Wang Bo's new generation suit glow even brighter, nothing more. Seeing this, everyone in the control room finally allowed themselves to breathe again, their anxiety slowly ebbing away. They dared not imagine what consequences they would face if anything happened to Wang Bo here. Meanwhile, on the side, Bien Tongfang's eyes were wide as dinner plates, utterly incredulous. What on earth was going on? Millions of volts of high-voltage electricity. Humanity simply didn't have any means to withstand energy at this magnitude. The only options were to divert the current, or channel it safely into the ground, just like the lightning rods atop tall buildings. Yet now, right before his eyes, Wang Bo's battle armor hadn't used a single protective measure. It just stubbornly absorbed the full brunt of those terrifying surges. And even more outrageous, he was actually absorbing all that lethally high-voltage electricity, converting it directly into energy for his miniature reactor. Was he some kind of human power bank? He had heard of solar power, tidal power, but never before had anyone harnessed ultra-high-voltage electricity like this. At this rate, in a few years, humanity might even hope to charge their phones with lightning. With each step forward, Wang Bo approached the very heart of the energy conversion system. Through the dazzling brilliance, he could finally see the entirety of the conversion field clearly. Due to the excessive energy output at the moment, the circuits that had been in use all along were already beginning to emit a faint smell of burning. If they weren't replaced soon, widespread blackouts across Suchi City would be inevitable. As for the converter connecting the new and old circuits, Wang Bo himself had overseen its construction, so there was no issue there. The only component damaged was the ultra-high voltage circuit breaker. When Wang Bo's gaze landed on the one device that had malfunctioned, his expression instantly darkened. With his expertise, it was impossible for him not to recognize the root of the problem. It wasn't a matter of subpar manufacturing causing a fuse to blow, leading to the equipment failure. Rather, a critical component at the heart of the device was missing a minuscule part. Such a flaw would easily escape detection during routine factory inspections. But when operating under extreme conditions, like the present, with millions of volts surging through, the tiniest imperfection would be magnified to catastrophic proportions, ultimately evolving into the very culprit behind the issues facing the entire Qianlong project. If Wang Bo hadn't previously exchanged for the new energy battle suit and this flight pod armor, a major power outage would have been inevitable today. Given the bizarre surge in the city's electricity consumption earlier, he now had no doubt that all of this was a conspiracy targeting him. As for the mastermind behind this plot, Wang Bo already had his suspicions. But at this moment, pondering over those things was not the priority. The most pressing task was to resolve the crisis right before him. Meanwhile, at the Suchi City branch of Ningkong, Feng Chung, the project manager from the headquarters, sat in his office, shrouded in a haze of cigarette smoke. His heart was caught in a deep struggle. On one hand, he hoped that Ningkong's covert sabotage would fail. After all, having worked in the energy sector for so many years, he knew better than anyone what kind of impact this project's success would have on the entire nation. As a citizen of Huagua, he naturally wished for his motherland to grow ever stronger. Yet, as a father, all he could do was pray that the blackout in Suchi City would go as planned, that Ruan Lian's scheme would succeed, and that the police would take him away, because only then would his child have a chance at salvation. While Feng Chung was lost in thought, CLA, having learned the news, rushed over at once. With a loud crash, the door slammed open. CLA strode in, his face dark with fury. He stormed up to the desk, and without a word, landed a punch straight to Feng Cheng's face. The 40-something project manager stood no chance. Blood spurted from his mouth as he collapsed to the floor, unable to get up. But CLA wasn't finished. He grabbed Feng Cheng by the collar, yanked him up close, and roared in rage. "Feng, ever since you came to Suchi City, I've treated you well, haven't I? I've given you and your team from headquarters the best food and drink. And now you son of a... Why'd you have to screw me over?" Hearing the branch manager's accusations, Feng Cheng turned his head, spat out a mouthful of blood, and managed a wry, helpless smile. "I have my reasons, but in the end, I drag you into this mess. If it'll make you feel better, go ahead, throw a few more punches." Seeing this man's reckless, desperate look, CLA let go of his collar and slumped to the ground, defeated. "Do you have any idea what you've done? At a time like this, if we ruin such a critical national project, we're all going to jail. Tell me, what could possibly make you risk prison just to sabotage New Future?" At the mention of New Future, a spark of realization flashed in CLA's eyes, as if he'd suddenly connected the dots. "It's Ruan Lian, isn't it? Only he has such irreconcilable conflict with New Future, and only he has the ability and the nerve to make a move during such a sensitive time." Having figured this out, CLA no longer cared about the respect he once held for his superior. He cursed bitterly. "That bastard. I've followed him for so many years. If nothing else, I've worked hard for him. And now, just to save his own skin, he dumps all this crap on me without so much as a warning. People like you, with your rotten, blackened hearts, you deserve to be ruined by New Future." After venting for a while, CLA managed to compose himself and tried to persuade his companion. "Brother Chung, I don't know what promises that scoundrel made you, but what could be more important than your own freedom? There's no way the state won't find out about what's happened here. When they do, we'll both end up behind bars. Wouldn't it be better to go now and shut down those metallurgy machines? If we turn in Yuan Lian, at least we might make up for some of our crimes." In the spacious office, CLA's trembling, pleading voice echoed through the room. Meanwhile, Feng Cheng, lying on the floor, stared blankly ahead, completely unmoved by CLA's words. It wasn't until a certain moment, when the office lights suddenly flickered and then noticeably dimmed, that he seemed to react. Seeing this, Feng Cheng murmured quietly, his expression calm. "So, at last, the wiring can't take it anymore." He then turned to look at the desperate CLA. "President Xia, stop struggling. We're just small players. There's no escaping the likes of Yuan Lian. Even if you do turn Yuan Lian in, the odds of the authorities won't lay a finger on him. You know that as well as I do." Hearing this, CLA finally fell silent, surrendering, all resistance drained from him. The truth was he understood all of this deep down. Every industry-leading tycoon in the country, who among them isn't worth tens of billions, with assets that massive, who would believe there isn't some shady business involved? Take the richest man in Hong Kong, for example. At his peak, everyone called him half the city. Just think about that, for someone to hold more than half the real estate in Hong Kong. Could all that land have been acquired without any dirty dealings? Impossible. But knowing is one thing, taking action is another. Sometimes, when it comes to these powerful families or individuals, even the state has to weigh the consequences before making a move. As the lights in the room grew dimmer and dimmer, CLA felt his heart sink lower and lower. The man who framed him was out there, enjoying his freedom, while he was destined to spend the rest of his days in prison. And worst of all, there wasn't a thing he could do about it. Just as the despairing branch manager was about to give up hope, a perplexed sound suddenly broke the silence. At that moment, Feng Cheng, still sprawled on the floor, was staring intently at the bulb on the ceiling. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but for a fleeting moment, the once dim lights suddenly seemed a shade brighter. But that couldn't be. To prevent New Future's side from switching circuits, even the circuit breakers had been tampered with. In this situation, unless there was a large-scale blackout, New Future had no other options left. While the project manager was still puzzled, the bulbs overhead quietly grew brighter. Watching the successfully replaced circuit breaker, Wang Bo let out a long breath. To be honest, that was a close call. Had he arrived half a minute later, he couldn't be sure whether the old line would have held. If the line had actually melted down, the entire city would have been plunged into darkness. And blackouts caused by such line failures are notoriously difficult to fix. Simply put, the city's wiring was far too complex. Just inspecting it all would take ages, not to mention the time required for repairs and replacements. Days of blackout would throw the city into chaos, paralyzing every aspect of life and causing immense hardship for its residents. At that point, pushing forward with the Qianlong project would become almost impossible. Meanwhile, in the operations room, the team of technicians erupted in cheers as they watched the brand-new circuits running smoothly on the big screen. The chief engineer, adjusting his reading glasses in disbelief, exclaimed, "This is nothing short of an electrical miracle. We're transmitting at such high voltage, yet this new line keeps the temperature fluctuation within 3 degrees Celsius. The efficiency of this energy conversion must be off the charts. That Wang Bo truly lives up to his reputation as a genius." As the others praised Wang Bo, Bien Tongfang dropped heavily into a chair nearby. Having endured countless twists and turns, his legs had lost all their strength. 5 minutes to make the repairs. Facing a 1,000,000-volt super-high voltage arc, withstanding the massive energy of a brand-new line. Any one of these challenges would have been enough to make anyone despair. Yet in the hands of this young man, barely in his 20s, each hurdle had been cleared, one after another. In addition to admiration, Commander Bien found himself experiencing a feeling he'd never had before, wholehearted conviction. Now, he completely and unconditionally trusted the young chairman of New Future. If Wang Bo told him he was actually an alien, Bien would believe it without a second thought. While everyone was still marveling at what had happened, Wang Bo shouldered the old circuit breaker and walked out of the switching center. Seeing this, everyone immediately came forward to greet him. He set the heavy hunk of metal down before them and, stepping out of his exosuit, finally allowed himself a breath of fresh air. "Commander Bien, take a look. This is the circuit breaker we replaced." As a commander well-versed in operations, he naturally couldn't make sense of the technicalities, but the senior chief engineer, standing nearby, studied it carefully and soon spotted the problem. "This circuit breaker has been tampered with." Before Wang Bo could say a word, Bien Tongfang's eyes widened in astonishment at the engineer's conclusion. "Old man, are you sure? This is no minor issue. You'd better not say such things lightly." Hearing the suspicion in his voice, the chief engineer grew indignant and pointed directly at the core part of the circuit breaker. "Look right here. There should be a tiny component in this spot, but it's completely missing now. Back when I first started working, our country couldn't manufacture circuit breakers on our own. In those days, we relied entirely on imports. But those foreigners never wished us well. They were always scheming to trip us up. This was exactly the place they loved to tamper with. Later, when we gained the ability to produce our own circuit breakers, these issues stopped happening. I'd say without 30 or 40 years of on-the-job experience, no one would have caught this fault." Upon hearing this, Wang Bo nodded in agreement. That explains how this defective piece of equipment managed to slip through the cracks. At last, caught between the two of them, Bien Tongfang finally understood what was going on. The Qianlong project, a project capable of solving the electricity needs for all of Eastern Huagua. A project personally approved by the nation's top leader. A project that benefits both the country and its people. And yet, a project surrounded by so many honors. Someone actually dared to sabotage it. This was nothing short of disregarding the happiness of the entire Huagua people. This was the ultimate provocation against the leadership of Huagua. What's more, Bien felt deeply ashamed. The person behind it had almost gotten away with it right under his nose. He, the one responsible for security, had nearly failed in his duty. Now, burning with righteous anger, this patriotic commander trembled slightly. "Mr. Wang, rest assured, the Qianlong project is a cornerstone for Huagua's rise. I'll report today's incident truthfully, if it turns out that someone dared to meddle in such a matter. Even if I have to strip off this uniform and spend time behind bars, I'll make sure that culprit pays dearly." Meanwhile, at National Security Headquarters, the lights blazed brightly. Listening to Bien Tongfang's report over the phone, Fu Guotai's expression was so dark it seemed about to storm. At the head of the table, Hong Guotao's brow was deeply furrowed. "I understand, Commander Bien. I'll leave the energy conversion center in your capable hands. Whatever happens, make absolutely certain of its security." Upon hearing this, Bien Tongfang, on the other end of the phone, felt a chill run down his spine. Although the Director of National Security was not technically part of the military ranks, in terms of actual authority, even the commanders of various military districts had to show him due respect. "Yes, Deputy Director Fu, rest assured. If so much as a fly manages to get in here, I'll take off this uniform myself and walk away." Fu Guotai, satisfied with this reply, nodded and promptly hung up the phone. "This is outrageous. If I find out who's behind this, I'll skin those bastards alive." Watching the Director of National Security explode with such raw fury, Hong Guotao, standing nearby, for once chose not to intervene or take offense. After a long silence, he finally spoke, his voice heavy. It seems that over the years, we've been far too lenient in overseeing certain enterprises. They really think the state won't dare move against them. He then turned to his secretary. Spread the word. This incident with the Qianlong project must be thoroughly investigated. Tell Minister of Public Security Ning Yuankue that no matter what kind of demons or monsters are involved, we must get to the bottom of this. Whoever needs to be arrested, arrest them. Whoever needs to be detained, detain them. Even if the investigation leads all the way to my own desk, there is to be no mercy. The secretary, sensing the leader's unwavering resolve, felt a shiver run down his spine. Since working under this official, he had only seen Commissioner Hong this furious once before, during the Zhang family incident. Yes, sir. I'll go at once, and make sure your instructions are clearly conveyed. Seeing that there were no further orders, the secretary wasted no time, rushing out of the office to start making calls one after another. Back in the office, Fu Guotai, his anger still simmering, turned and asked, Sir, since you've handed this over to the Ministry of Public Security, what would you have me do? Hong Guotao turned to face him. I want you to take this opportunity to clean up the entire energy sector. Fu Guotai's heart skipped a beat at these words. Since the era of reform and opening up, the country had vigorously promoted a market economy. From that point on, countless people had flocked into the energy industry. Decades later, while the policies of the past had indeed brought prosperity, they had also sown the seeds of hidden danger. And that danger was the lack of stability in private enterprises. Unlike state-owned enterprises, these private companies, once freed from government oversight, were highly susceptible to corruption and self-serving practices. The melamine scandal, the Slandergate incident, each one a bloody lesson. Previously, at the national level, there had been a reluctance to intervene for fear of stifling economic growth and dampening the spirit of entrepreneurship. But now, at that very moment, Wang Bo, having concluded his business, exchanged a few words with Bian Tongfang and the others before piloting his exosuit back to the company. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of New Future Corporation, everyone in the command center was in a frenzy, scurrying about in panic like ants on a hot griddle. Just moments ago, as they watched the lights flicker and almost fade away, an endless sense of despair engulfed everyone's hearts. In their eyes, the first trial run of the Qianlong project was destined for failure. But who could have predicted such a dramatic reversal in just a matter of minutes? The lights, which had been growing dimmer and dimmer, suddenly burst into brightness. At the same time, the temperature readings for the circuit lines on the big screen dropped instantly, returning to normal levels. What's going on? Did the power consumption suddenly decrease? Yet the energy consumption displayed on the big screen showed no sign of dropping at all. Could it be that the screen or the monitoring equipment malfunctioned? Everyone was making their own guesses, but not a single person dared to consider the circuit breakers. What a joke that would be. After all, everyone present in the command room today was a top expert in the field. How could they not know what an absolute dead in the circuit breaker position in the energy conversion center truly was? Millions of volts would tear apart any living thing that entered, no matter how well protected. Earlier, some in the command room had considered temporarily cutting off the power supply to replace the circuit breaker. But that idea was simply unrealistic. If a problem had cropped up on an ordinary day, people would have understood if the power needed to be cut. After all, every piece of equipment needs maintenance or replacement with time. But this was the grand debut of the Qianlong project. It was like unveiling a new car at an auto show, with its speed and horsepower on full display for the crowd. Suddenly, a key component malfunctions. What then? Would you really repair it right on the spot? If that happened, nobody would be convinced by the car. If it fails so badly at its debut, who would trust it to perform better after? That was exactly the embarrassing situation facing the Qianlong project. If they recklessly shut down the power, they would surely lose the public's trust. Retreat wasn't an option. Every way out was blocked. All they could do was watch, helplessly, as things edged closer to disaster. But now, the sudden brightness of the lights left all the engineers scratching their heads in confusion. Could it be that the mysterious, massive power drain had stopped? Amidst the flurry of speculation, Yi Weiyao began to suspect that her junior apprentice brother had something to do with this narrow escape. Sure enough, before Wang Bo could return, the National Security Bureau called President Ye's mobile phone. The NSB leader on the line recounted to Yi Weiyao the events that had just transpired in the Energy Conversion Center minutes earlier. Since the call had come so suddenly, President Yi didn't step aside, and thus everyone in the command room heard the thrilling account. A new type of battle armor, with a terrifying ability to absorb ultra-high voltage currents. These words struck everyone like heavy hammers, pounding directly into their hearts. As the story drew to a close, Chairman Wang smoothly replaced the circuit breaker and walked safely out of that forbidden zone. The entire crowd erupted in cheers. Long live Teacher Wang. You rascal. What do you mean, Teacher Wang? Call him Chairman. This is wonderful. I finally get to keep my job. The Qianlong project, which we poured so much effort into, didn't fall apart in our hands after all. Watching the crowd shout Wang Bo's name, Yi Weiyao finally felt a weight lift from her heart. Yet, even with that relief, there was not the slightest sense of ease or release within her. 1,000,000 volts of electricity, currents as thick as an arm. How terrifyingly dangerous all of it was. But even knowing all those dangers, Wang Bo still pressed forward without hesitation. That guy, was he out of his mind? Spurred on by everyone's enthusiasm, all the staff gathered on the top floor to welcome back their Chairman Wang. Just as the crowd assembled on the rooftop, a tiny point of light appeared silently on the distant horizon. With a graceful backflip, Wang Bo piloted his exosuit and landed steadily atop the headquarters building. The instant he stepped out of the suit, a thunderous applause broke out. With the applause came a torrent of praise. Chairman, that was fantastic. You've held up the whole building at the brink. Our jobs are safe at last. In just 10 minutes, Teacher Wang's contribution to the whole nation is immeasurable. Seeing the scene, Wang Bo bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you, everyone. You've all worked hard tonight. Except for those on night shift, everyone else can go home and rest. Yet not a soul moved to leave. Everyone stayed, continuing to cheer for Wang Bo. Seeing this, Wang Bo could only put on his chairman's authority. What? You're not listening to the boss anymore. If you all want to keep your jobs, you've got 3 minutes. Anyone still on the rooftop after that? Pack up and leave. Seeing the chairman lose his temper, the crowd didn't dare linger. They quickly cleared the rooftop, gathering their things and preparing to go home. In no time, the once crowded top floor grew quiet and empty, leaving only Wang Bo and President Yi alone. It was still early spring. While the days were pleasant, there was a distinct chill in the air at night. Noticing his senior shivering unconsciously and rubbing her shoulders, Wang Bo hurried over and draped his jacket around her. Don't try that on me. Yi Weiyao, still fuming and seeing Wang Bo's attentive gesture, refused to show any gratitude. I'm still on the rooftop, aren't I? If you've got the nerve, try firing me. Hearing the defiant tone in her voice, Wang Bo couldn't help but be a little surprised. In his memory, aside from the occasional girlish hobby, President Yi had always been a true Iron Lady. But today, perhaps realizing that her tone and emotions were off, a flicker of panic flashed in Yi Yuao's eyes before she quickly regained her composure. Remember this, junior brother. As long as the Green Hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. Unless it's absolutely necessary, never put yourself in danger. Seeing his senior sister return to her usual cool demeanor, Wang Bo couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Compared to now, he actually preferred that brief moment of genuine concern. All right, I get it, senior sister. Don't worry, I'm absolutely terrified of dying. If I'm not completely sure, there's no way I'd risk my own neck. Watching Wang Bo's playful grin, the lingering fear and worry in Yi Yuao's heart were also swept away. After the two returned to the command center and confirmed there were no issues with the new circuit, Wang Bo took his leave. After all, he still had a mountain of work waiting for him, transformers, vibranium, and plenty of other things. As she watched Wang Bo, piloting his armor, soar off into the sky, Yi Weiyao felt a strange sensation stir in her heart for the first time. No sooner had Wang Bo arrived at the underground lab, and before he could even take off his suit, his phone rang. Glancing down, he saw it was his relative, the bureau chief himself. Hello, Chief Wang. Calling so late, what's the order? Hearing Wang Bo's voice, Wang Sudong on the other end finally let out a sigh of relief. You rascal. Who told you to act on your own and take such a huge risk? If you don't care about yourself, at least think about others. Do you realize that if something happened to you in there, it would be a tremendous loss for the entire new future project, even all of Huagua? Listening to the chief's barrage of scolding, Wang Bo could only scratch his ear helplessly. He waited until Wang Sudong had finally run out of steam, then chuckled lightly. Getting worked up is bad for your health, Chief Wang. With my abilities, if I wasn't absolutely certain of success, I wouldn't risk my own life. After calming Wang Sudong down, Wang Bo asked, by the way, about that circuit breaker, how did such a crucial piece of equipment fail inspection? Actually, Wang Bo already had his own suspicions about who was behind it, so his question wasn't meant as an accusation. After all, he just solved a major crisis for them. Surely they owed him a favor or two. Not to mention he still needed plenty of top-notch materials for Optimus Prime. But on the other end of the line, the straightforward Wang Sudong completely missed the hint, and just replied apologetically. With all the equipment and components in this project, we're talking tens of thousands of tons in total. There just aren't enough specialized personnel, so it's understandable that some things slip through the cracks. But rest assured, I won't let the people responsible for inspecting those components off the hook. After this is over, I'll also apply to the higher-ups for disciplinary action against myself. Hearing such earnest words from the other end, Wang Bo could only sigh in exasperation. Seriously? Why is he so oblivious to how things really work? Ahem. Ahem. Director Wang, that's not what I meant. The truth is, these kinds of accidents were already included in new futures contingency plans. Otherwise, did you really think it was just by chance that a brand new suit of battle armor happened to be ready to solve this crisis? So, honestly, this isn't that big of a deal. Listening to Wang Bo's bizarre logic, Wang Sudong was left utterly stunned. It's true. If they hadn't foreseen this kind of accident, how could they have created a suit capable of withstanding high-voltage electricity in advance? So, what are you really getting at? At this, Wang Bo perked up immediately. My point is simple. You see, I've put in so much time and even used up a suit of battle armor because of this accident. Don't you think I deserve a little compensation for my trouble? Sitting in his office, Wang Sudong could only stare speechlessly. If you're looking for extra perks, just say so. Why beat around the bush like this? Didn't the government just allocate you $20 billion in funding? Not to mention those rare metal materials you got before. What more do you want? At this, Wang Bo instantly put on a look of wounded innocence and began pouring out his woes to Director Wang. Sigh, you know better than anyone how expensive the energy industry is. The batch you sent last time barely covered the urgent needs. As for being enough, that's simply impossible. Besides, to prevent incidents like today's from happening elsewhere, every other city will have to switch to the new circuitry I developed. Seeing that Wang Bo was about to start complaining again, Director Wang felt his head pounding. All right, enough. Just tell me honestly, how much do you need? Hearing this concession, Wang Bo wasted no time and rattled off his list of essential materials as if he were reciting a menu. Although he didn't have all the specs for Optimus Prime in his head just yet, with his current expertise plus Megatron's manufacturing tech, he could pretty much figure out what was needed. After just a couple of minutes, Wang Bo finished listing all the materials. Without waiting for a response from the other end, he cheerfully ended the call with, "Thank you for your hard work, Director Wang. Love you, moi," and hung up. Meanwhile, in Beijing, blue veins stood out on Wang Sudong's forehead. If that brat had been there in person, he would have given him a good beating. About 3 days passed since the pilot program began, and everything was going smoothly in Wang Bo's experiments. Then, out of the blue, an unfamiliar call came in. The caller was shrouded in mystery and didn't even bother to introduce themselves. He just kept stressing that he had something extremely important to discuss with Wang Bo in person. This left Chairman Wang himself completely baffled. But things on this end had all settled into a steady routine, and he happened to want to visit Huang Haoyang and his wife anyway. So, he picked a meeting spot and promptly hung up the phone. Riding in the Bumblebee, Wang Bo arrived at a cafe. He had originally considered meeting at the small diner he used to frequent. After all, while their braised pork wasn't anything special, they did serve very generous portions. But the last time he'd been there, the place had already become an internet-famous restaurant, drawing crowd from all over the country. If it were just a casual day, Wang Bo might have gone anyway for a bite. But today was all business, and a bustling, crowded place just wasn't right. He parked the Bumblebee in a hidden corner and put on a hat and sunglasses. Gazing at his reflection, Wang Bo nodded in satisfaction. He could still clearly remember being surrounded by fans at the Industry and Commerce Bureau, signing autographs for 3 or 4 hours. He had no desire to go through that ordeal again. Once inside the cafe, Wang Bo requested a private booth. Then, in true extravagant fashion, he ordered the most expensive coffee on the menu, along with more than a dozen cakes and desserts. The server, whose hand was sore from tapping in so many orders, was left speechless. Are you really treating afternoon tea like a full meal? Even as a meal, this is over the top. Over a dozen cakes. Setting aside whether you can finish them, how sickly sweet would that be? But whatever complaints she had, on the surface, she maintained her professional smile. After all, this customer bundled up so tightly did seem a bit odd. No need to invite trouble by asking questions. After confirming the order with Wang Bo, the server quietly left. Almost at the same time, a man in his 50s, with a square jaw and a steady gait, strode into the cafe. After murmuring a few words to the front desk, he went straight to Wang Bo's booth. Seeing this, Chairman Wang was both surprised and amused. "Brother, how did you know which booth I was in?" The newcomer burst out laughing at Wang Bo's puzzled tone. "With your current level of fame, if you're here without causing a stir, you must be in disguise. All I had to do was ask the staff if there was anyone dressed especially odd, and they pointed me right here." Looking at the man's proud expression, Wang Bo gave a half smile and praised him. "You really are a genius to come up with something like that." The man, missing the emphasis in Wang Bo's words, assumed it was genuine praise and hurried to reply modestly. Mr. Wang, you flatter me. Compared to you, my little tricks are hardly worth mentioning. What you possess is true brilliance. Wang Bo had just lifted his coffee for a sip, and upon hearing this, he nearly spat it out in surprise. You're the real genius here. Your whole family must be geniuses. Though his mind was filled with sarcasm, outwardly Wang Bo maintained his composure. He quickly steered the conversation away from this talk of great intelligence and gestured for the other man to take a seat. Let's get to the point, Wang Bo said. You've gone to such lengths to arrange this secretive meeting. What's this all about? At his words, the man rummaged through his briefcase. Mr. Wang, you certainly don't beat around the bush. I'll be straightforward as well. Please take a look at this first. Seeing the document being handed over, Wang Bo took it without hesitation. His eyes landed on the bold headline, Personnel Appointment, Huaqing University. You're from Huaqing University? Wang Bo inquired. That's right, Mr. Wang. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Kong Hajing, Vice President of Huaqing University. Wang Bo was genuinely taken aback. The old saying really is true. Never judge a book by its cover. Who would have thought this middle-aged man, who seemed to have a bit of that genius air about him, was actually the Vice President of Huaqing University, a deputy minister-level official, no less. My apologies, President Kong. Please forgive my manners. But what I don't quite understand is, why would someone of your standing go about things so furtively? If there's something you need, you could simply contact the folks at New Future Company. I'd naturally come to see you. But now here we are. At this, President Kong's face flushed with embarrassment. Mr. Wang, please look over the document. Once you've read it, everything will become clear. Seeing the old scholar's awkward expression, Wang Bo could only feign ignorance and continue reading. After 3 or 5 minutes, he finally finished skimming through the document. It might have been filled with flowery language, but its meaning was clear. They wanted Wang Bo to join Huaqing University as a full-time faculty member. But there was a catch. Wang Bo's recent appointment to Capital University was already public knowledge. Unlike visiting professors, who can hold appointments at multiple schools, Capital University, under Sun Changsheng, had formally offered him a full-time teaching position. This meant that unless Wang Bo resigned, he couldn't take on another faculty role elsewhere. No wonder this old fox was acting so secretive. He was here to poach talent from Capital University. At that moment, Kong Hajing could feel Wang Bo's amused, knowing gaze, and it was as if needles were pricking his conscience. In all his years as a scholar, he had never done something as underhanded as headhunting another university's faculty. Not only had he never done it, Huaqing University itself had never set such a precedent. To knowingly target a teacher already employed by another institution, this was crossing a line. This sort of meddling from a third party is simply beneath a university of Huaqing's stature and dignity. The nation's premier institution would never stoop so low. Yet reality had proven one thing beyond a doubt. The law of true fragrance always prevails. Dignity and face, those lofty ideals, are utterly worthless in the face of genuine strength. Take the young man before them, for example. His achievements in academia are such that, let alone some underhanded tricks behind the scenes, even if it meant handing over the vice president's seat, Kong Hajing would not hesitate for a moment. He still remembered a certain national academic symposium not long ago. Huaqing's old rival, Capital University, had actually sent Sun Changsheng from their physics department to attend. He could recall that 70-something-year-old man, flaunting himself in front of everyone. With every word and gesture, he would slyly jab at Huaqing University, making the whole crowd fume with indignation. But you simply couldn't talk back. Previously, even though Huaqing and Capital University specialized in different fields, their overall strengths were more or less equal. If he threw shade at you, at least you could return the favor. But things changed dramatically after Wang Bo joined their ranks. From that moment on, whether in private or in public, those stubborn old-timers from Capital University would unleash their notorious string of 5 killer questions. May I ask, does your esteemed institution have a professor who can invent a compact nuclear reactor? May I ask, does your esteemed institution have a professor who can develop a suit of armor that can soar through the skies and tunnel beneath the earth? May I ask, does your esteemed institution have a professor who can create a super serum that greatly enhances human capabilities? May I ask, does your esteemed institution have a professor who can invent a super intelligent, transforming robot? May I ask, does your esteemed institution have a professor who can develop a brand new atom? This relentless barrage of 5 questions had clearly become a coordinated routine among the Capital University leadership. Whenever they appeared in public alongside Huaqing, those folks would find every opportunity to toss out those questions. They left the Huaxing crowd speechless, unable to respond. Nowadays, at the mere mention of attending any academic conference or forum, the entire faculty and administration of Huaxing would feel a headache coming on, scrambling to come up with any excuse to avoid it. Excuses like not feeling well or busy with experiments were still reasonable. But there was one particularly bizarre case. A teacher in his 50s claimed his wife was giving birth. Having a child in your 50s? Now that's impressive. Jokes aside, the Huaxing administration all knew the real root of the problem lay with that extraordinary and, frankly, freakish young man. That was precisely why this vice president of Huaxing University had traveled so far, all the way to Suchi City, on a special trip. Mr. Wang, let me assure you, Huaxing University attaches the utmost importance to your situation. Not only are we offering you the most generous recruitment package, but we've also specially prepared 3 laboratories of varying sizes for you in our schools of biology, physics, and chemistry. Seeing that Wang Bo remained unmoved, the scholarly elder decided to play his trump card. Besides, if I remember correctly, Peking University only offered you a lecturer's title, didn't they? For someone of your caliber, that seems rather stingy, don't you think? Now, take us at Huaxing University. If you sign this appointment letter, your profile as Professor Wang Bo will appear on our official website immediately. Watching the earnest efforts of this academic, who was in his 50s, trying so hard to sell his offer, Wang Bo couldn't help but find the whole situation rather amusing. No matter how he looked at it, the terms from Huaxing University were much better than what Peking University had put on the table. But Wang Bo had no intention of jumping ship. After all, his relationship with Professor he ran deep, and he still had a whole class of students at Peking University. Walking away halfway just wasn't in his nature. Most importantly, many of the key members at New Future Company were his own seniors and mentors, Peking University alumni. If he were to switch to Huaxing University at this time, it would no doubt plant seeds of resentment in the hearts of his colleagues. With that thought, Wang Bo made up his mind. After stepping out of the cafe and watching the vice president depart, Chairman Wang Bo, clutching the documents, let out a wry smile. He had finally experienced just how persistent these scholars could be. Back in that private room, if Wang Bo hadn't relented, if he had flatly refused, that scholar in his 50s might have just staged a dramatic protest right there and then. Of course, he hadn't given a direct answer. He merely said he'd think it over. As for the result of that consideration, by the time he drove over to Uncle Huang's house, night had already fallen. Since he'd called ahead, the moment he stepped inside, the aroma of freshly cooked food greeted him, making his mouth water. Still, Chairman Wang Bo couldn't resist making a face. "Auntie, your precious nephew finally comes home, and this is all you made for me? Isn't that a bit too stingy?" Hearing this, Yang Ping, still busy in the kitchen, shot him a glare. "Brat, you should be grateful there's anything to eat at all. Complain anymore, and you could just go home and cook for yourself." Wang Bo was well used to Yang Ping's sharp tongue. Ignoring her, he headed straight for the dining table, picked up a slice of sausage between his fingers, and popped it into his mouth. Before he could take a bite, a pair of chopsticks struck his hand. "I thought you didn't want to eat my cooking. Grabbing food with your hands. Where are your manners? Go wash up now." Catching sight of the spatula in his aunt's hand, waving threateningly, Wang Bo could only grin sheepishly and make a hasty retreat. On the sofa, Huang Haoyang was reading the newspaper. Watching Wang Bo come home and instantly turn the house upside down, he couldn't help but show a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He soon put down the newspaper and started helping to set the table, getting ready for dinner. In just 3 or 5 minutes, as the last dish was brought to the table, the meal officially began. "Girl, stop studying and come eat." Hearing Yang Ping call into the inner room, Wang Bo looked a little surprised. "What's this? Wei Qian's on break today." "Yeah, she's off these days because of the teacher certification exams. The school rearranged the schedule," Huang Haoyang explained as he set down the last pair of chopsticks. As they spoke, the bedroom door slowly opened. The usually boisterous and outspoken Huang Weiqian had shed her usual fiery demeanor. Instead, she walked over with her head down, looking timid and shy. Wang Bo found this odd, but his hunger got the better of him. As soon as Weiqian sat down, he grabbed his bowl and started shoveling rice into his mouth. "I heard about the Qianlong project. Well done. It's easy to make others envious with talent, but it's truly admirable to do solid work for the people. Back in my day, your old uncle." As Uncle Huang launched into another of his long speeches, Wang Bo kept his mouth busy, picking up dish after dish and piling them into his bowl. Twice-cooked pork. If he remembered right, this was Uncle Huang's favorite. He decided he'd finish it off first and see if Uncle would keep preaching once it was gone. When he saw his favorite dish nearly emptied, the reminiscing Huang Haoyang finally couldn't hold back any longer. "You little rascal. Is this your first meal in 8 generations? Can't you leave a bite for your old uncle? With that, he grabbed his own chopsticks and joined the battle for the twice-cooked pork. Yang Ping, watching from the side, was utterly speechless. One's almost 20, the other is pushing 50, and both of them are still acting like children. Heaven really is unfair. How did a gentle, sensible woman like her end up with these two blockheads? On the other side, Huang Weiqian watched the squabbling and felt a bit wronged. It was fine if the two of them wanted to fight, but could they leave her some? With her mom's stinginess, who knew when there'd be twice-cooked pork again? And so, in this cheerful, lively atmosphere, the family finished their dinner. Afterwards, Huang Weiqian went back to her room to study. As for Wang Bo, he joined Uncle Huang in cleaning up the battlefield. While washing the dishes, Wang Bo waited until no one else was around and sidled up, speaking in a conspiratorial whisper. Uncle Huang, has something happened to Weiqian at school? She seems really down this time. The words nearly made Huang Haoliang drop the plate. His daughter's temper was a perfect match for Yang Ping's. Faced with school bullying, she's just grateful not to be the one bullying others herself. Watching Wang Bo trying to find out about his daughter, Huang Haoliang shot him a sideways glance. This is all because of you, you know. Hearing Uncle Huang shift the blame onto him, Wang Bo protested his innocence. I haven't seen Weiqian for half a year now, Uncle. Don't go blaming me for everything under the sun. After setting the dishes on the table and wiping his hands, Huang Haoliang looked at Wang Bo, half exasperated, half amused. My girl used to tease you a lot, didn't she? But now that you've made something of yourself, of course she feels a bit awkward seeing you again. At these words, Wang Bo was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood. Though his relationship with Uncle Huang and Auntie would never change because of outside circumstances, he knew that other friends and family would inevitably see him differently after all he had achieved. Uncle Huang, please tell Weiqian there's no need for any of this. I made mistakes too back then. No matter the reason, I did end up disrupting her life. In the end, it's me who owes my little sister an apology. Hearing this, a look of relief and comfort flickered in Huang Haoliang's eyes. Both Wang Bo and Huang Weiqian were precious to him and impossible to part with. At his age, reputation and status had long since ceased to matter. What mattered most now was a harmonious family. What he feared the most was that Wang Bo would never forgive Weiqian. After all, even if she had her reasons, the things that girls said could be truly hurtful. But now, it seemed his worries had been unfounded. In reality, Wang Bo had never cared about the things Weiqian said about his parents. She was just a teenager. After all, it was only natural for her to be thoughtless with her words. More importantly, he simply didn't want to upset these two elders who had been like parents to him. By the way, what's the story with that Yue Yao? You're an adult now, sure, but if you start dating, you could at least tell your aunt and me, don't you think? Hearing Huang Haoliang's gentle rebuke, Wang Bo looked embarrassed. Uncle, you're overthinking it. Your nephew's got his hands full these days. Dating is the last thing on my mind. Seeing Huang Haoliang's skeptical look, Wang Bo quickly vowed in earnest. Though, in his heart, he secretly added, but who knows what might happen with President Yi in the future. Seeing Wang Bo's serious expression, Huang Haoliang finally, though reluctantly, believed him. I'm not some stuffy old relic, you know. If you want to date, I won't stand in your way. But at least let me check the girl out for you. If you really can't find anyone, I could introduce you to a few girls. At least I'd know their background, and it'd be more reassuring that way. Before Huang Haoliang could finish his sentence, Yang Ping suddenly appeared from out of nowhere. With a subtle motion, her right hand circled around Huang Haoliang's waist. A sharp jolt of pain made Principal Huang's mouth snap shut instantly. Watching the playful squabble between the two, Wang Bo could only shake his head helplessly. He wiped his hands and quietly left the kitchen. As Wang Bo entered the living room, Huang Haoliang's eyes widened in disbelief. Why did you pinch me? Yang Ping wasn't about to back down. She glared right back at him. Idiot! Who told you to play matchmaker for Wang Bo? Hearing his wife's scolding, confusion flickered across Huang Haoliang's face. He thought carefully. Was there really anything wrong with what he'd said? Seeing her husband's baffled expression, Yang Ping let out a sigh. There was a reason why, after all these years, Huang Haoliang's career in government hadn't advanced far. Let me ask you, do you think our daughter and Wang Bo make a good match? The question was so straightforward that even slow-witted Principal Huang finally caught on. You want to set that boy up with our daughter? Keep your voice down. Yang Ping smacked Huang Haoliang, then glanced quickly toward the living room. Only after making sure Wang Bo hadn't heard did she breathe a sigh of relief. I mean, is that really possible? At Huang Haoliang's doubt, Yang Ping shot him an exasperated look. Drop the really. Our daughter has looks and figure. What's not possible? Huang Haoliang looked troubled. That's not what I mean. You know how famous Wang Bo is now, all over the world. If he wanted, he could find any kind of woman. Compared to that, our daughter doesn't really have an edge. Hearing this, Yang Ping wanted to give this blockhead a good kick. That's why we're here, aren't we? As long as we put in a good word for her around him, give it time, and the two of them will naturally grow closer. But, no buts. Seeing Huang Haoyang still hesitating, Yang Ping cut him off. Old Huang, don't you want a nephew to become family for real? You've raised him almost like a son, but in the end, he still calls you uncle, doesn't he? If the two of them really get together, he'll have to start calling you dad from then on. At this, Principal Huang perked up as if injected with new energy. I agree. Just tell me what to do, my dear, and I'll follow your lead. Satisfied, Yang Ping nodded, gave Huang Haoyang a few instructions, then sliced up some fruit and left the kitchen. She looked at the young Wang Bo sprawled on the living room sofa like an old man, and her temper flared. She smacked the fruit plate down on the coffee table, then landed a swift kick on Wang Bo's backside. Are you trying to drive me crazy? Look at you. So young and already sprawling like that. Wang Bo, tough-skinned as he was, barely felt a thing from that smack. Hearing his aunt's scolding, he could only sit up obediently and toss a strawberry into his mouth. He'd assumed, given his aunt's usual temper, that she'd fire off a couple more pointed remarks his way. But, to his surprise, Yang Ping broke with her old habits. She settled on one end of the sofa and began watching TV. Sensing something off, Wang Bo leaned closer. Auntie, is there something troubling you? Whatever it is, your eldest nephew promises to sort it out for you. No problem. At his words, Yang Ping stayed silent, simply giving a dismissive snort through her nose. The contempt in her gesture was impossible to miss. Seeing this, Wang Bo nearly twisted his mouth in frustration. Unbelievable. She looked down on him. With his current fame, maybe he couldn't say for the whole world, but here in China, there weren't many things he couldn't handle. Yang Ping, ignoring his protest, continued on her own track. Xiao Bo, if you have time in the future, spend more of it with your cousin. After all the uproar you caused, Wei Qian's life turned upside down. Reporters and bloggers kept intruding on her privacy. In the end, your Uncle Huang and I had to transfer her to a different school, and now the poor girl doesn't have any friends. Hearing this, Wang Bo's playful grin faded in an instant. He couldn't pretend he didn't feel guilty. After all, she'd suffered so much because of him. Don't worry, Annie. Whatever I can do, I won't refuse. Yang Ping, hearing his quick promise, broke into a delighted smile and called out into the house. Sweetie, your brother's agreed. He'll get you an autograph from Xiao Zixuan, that actress you like. Before Wang Bo could react, Huang Weiqian burst from her room like an excited fangirl. Really, Wang Bo? You'll really help me get Xiao Zixuan's autograph? Seeing the look of pure excitement on Huang Weiqian's face, and Yang Ping off in her own world beside her, Wang Bo realized he'd just fallen into another of his aunt's traps. An autograph? He hadn't even heard of that actress before. Who knew if she'd even given the time of day? But seeing his cousin's hopeful expression, he found he just couldn't say no. Even though this little girl had once insulted his parents, he couldn't really blame her. Putting himself in her shoes, if his own parents had sold their house and emptied their savings for an outsider, he'd probably have lost his temper too. Besides, he just bragged to his aunt about how there was nothing he couldn't handle in China. If he couldn't even get an autograph, wouldn't that be embarrassing? No problem at all. Don't forget who your brother is now. Getting an autograph is a piece of cake for me. At these words, Huang Weiqian was so excited she nearly jumped up with joy. That's fantastic. In just 2 months, Xiao Zixuan will be coming to Suchi City for a concert. When the time comes, you absolutely have to go with me. No backing out. All right. Seeing Wang Bo agree, the girl was simply over the moon. She threw her arms around Wang Bo, giving him a big, warm hug. Feeling the gentle fullness pressing against his chest, Wang Bo instinctively leaned back a little. After all, she was growing up. It wasn't like when they were kids and things could be taken lightly. Yet in the blink of an eye, the girl had already bounced away from him. Mom, Wang Bo, I'm off to study. When the time comes, I want to meet my idol with perfect grades in hand. With that, she skipped off, light-footed, back to her room. As Huang Weiqian disappeared into her room, Yang Ping spoke up at just the right moment. That girl, she'll be an adult in a little over a month. All these years, your Uncle Huang and I have never really given her a proper gift. This time, we're counting on you. Wang Bo wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but when his aunt mentioned the word adult, her tone seemed to carry extra weight. Don't worry, you and Uncle can count on me. I'll make sure she has the perfect coming-of-age celebration. By the time he stepped outside, it was already close to 9 in the evening. As much as he enjoyed the warm atmosphere at Uncle Huang's house, there was still plenty to do at the lab. Back in his own home, he quickly tidied up his bedding and essentials. With 5 transformers, Megatron, and all the research on vibranium, Wang Bo figured that, Even with Jarvis's help, he wasn't likely to emerge from the underground lab for at least half a month. Once everything was settled, Wang Bo made a call to President Yi. After all, he'd be vanishing for at least 2 weeks. It was only right to give a heads up. On the other end, President Yi nodded in understanding. After all, this wasn't the first or second time Chairman Wang had left things in her hands. Just as they were about to hang up, Yi Weiyao suddenly added, almost as an aside. Now that New Future Company is on the right track, it may still be a young company, but in terms of influence, it's already on par with any domestic enterprise. But that's only within the industry. To the general public in China, New Future is still far too unfamiliar. Hearing this, Wang Bo fell silent. It was true, when it came to ordinary people, the concept of energy was still much too distant. I may not understand technology, but in business, what matters is the chain reaction. If New Future can truly make a name for itself with the Qianlong project, any venture our company undertakes afterward will go much more smoothly. Hearing this, young President Wang nodded as well. So what do you plan to do? The best way, naturally, is advertising, using plain and simple language to enter the public eye. Seeing that President Yi had a plan, Wang Bo spoke up directly. Senior sister, now that you have an idea, go for it. Leave it to you. I trust you completely. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this half month, the entire energy sector, and even the heavy industry at large, whether it was a small company worth tens of millions or industry giants with assets in the hundreds of billions, everyone was on edge. After the successful pilot of the Qianlong project, the government unexpectedly launched an all-encompassing crackdown without any prior warning. Countless public officials were mobilized. They entered enterprises, checked accounts, and conducted on-site inspections of production. If any problems arose, there was no room for leniency. Those responsible were removed immediately. Up to now, the country had already shut down 14 companies worth tens of millions, 5 with assets in the billions, and even one giant worth 10 billion. Such vigorous enforcement had rarely been seen since the era of economic reforms. Meanwhile, in Europe, at the headquarters of Meha Corporation in the Knight's country, at that moment, Chairman Barton sat at his desk, brows tightly furrowed, studying a report in front of him. After a long silence, he turned and asked, Harris, you're more familiar with affairs in Asia. What's your view on this move by the Chinese government? Hearing the leader's question, Harris dared not be careless. Mr. Barton, in my opinion, although on the surface this crackdown by the Chinese authorities is about rooting out corruption in the relevant industries, there's more beneath the surface. At these words, Barton's eyes sharpened, and he signaled for Harris to continue. Have you noticed, sir, that although the crackdown targets the entire heavy industry, the companies actually shut down have all been energy enterprises guilty of illegal activities? At this point, Barton at his desk seemed to grasp the situation. So, they're clearing the way for that youngster's New Future company. That's right, sir, Harris replied respectfully. Once New Future's Qianlong project is launched, it will inevitably threaten every energy company operating in the Chinese market. If those people have any sense, they'll band together and do everything to resist and crush New Future. And this move by the Chinese government is a clear statement of official support. At the same time, with the rollout of the Qianlong project and the solution to energy shortages, many energy companies will eventually be wiped out. Rather than passively facing a wave of bankruptcies among countless companies in the future, it would be wiser to take the initiative now and cut away the poison festering on our own body. In doing so, it also gives the Huawei government some breathing room to address the looming problem of massive unemployment. After speaking at such length, the gentleman from the Kingdom of Knights felt his throat growing dry. He picked up the glass of water beside him and drained it in one go before continuing. I can say with confidence that Ruan Lian's Ningkong Energy won't escape this crackdown. After all, that young man's dealings have never exactly been above board.